Chapter 1. When the mischievous child unleashes their true self. Knock, knock. Who on earth is disturbing my peaceful slumber at this hour? A middle-aged man, slightly balding and with a rather ample belly, muttered impatiently as he opened the door. Good day. I am the host of the show When the Mischievous Child Unleashes Their True Self. Upon hearing this, the man's expression shifted dramatically as he abruptly raised his head to see the camera and the familiar face before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he slammed the door shut, disregarding the charming woman standing there. Faintly, through the lens of the camera, one could discern the silhouette of a disheveled young woman within the room. The balding man, just having opened the door, was old enough to be her father. The way he recoiled at the sight of the production team was telling of their relationship, which remained unspoken. 5 minutes later, oh my, what dreadful luck we have today. We've approached several couples, yet every single one has turned out to be a dead end. In the picturesque Happy Fields community, the cobblestone streets echoed with a sweet, melodious voice. This delightful sound belonged to a fair-skinned young woman, exquisite in appearance, likely in her early 20s. Her name was Han Schwer, who had been voted the most beautiful host by the audience for 3 consecutive years. Not only was she youthful and stunning, with a melodious voice, but her figure was also extraordinarily attractive. Adorned in a light-colored neck professional outfit, her fitted skirt accentuated her youthful curves perfectly. Han Schwer gently wrinkled her delicate nose and playfully stuck out her adorable little tongue, expressing her frustration as she complained to the camera mounted on the shoulder of the photographer behind her. Meanwhile, in a lively studio behind the lens, a different atmosphere of laughter and cheer prevailed. Oh, c'est so cute on soir, I love you, parvat, stay beside. Please refrain from being so lewd, but it is indeed adorable. Haha, I can't stop laughing. Everyone, please ignore that scoundrel upstairs. We've watched so many episodes of When a Mischievous Child Unleashes Their True Self. And it's our first time seeing the goddess Han Schwer encounter so many misfortunes. Exactly. The show randomly invites families with children aged 8 to 12 to participate in activities, showcasing the kids' little secrets while their parents are absent. However, the crucial point is that there must be children involved. Hey, I still remember the first young couple that Han Schwer invited today, when they spoke of their decision to remain child-free. They even pursued Han Schwer, attempting to enlighten her on the advantages of their choice. The slightly awkward, yet polite smile on Han Schwer's face was simply hilarious. What's that? Do you recall the second family that Miss Han Schwer invited? The couple had been struggling with infertility for 10 years and were desperate for a child. The woman kept grasping Han Schwer's hand, imploring her to introduce a reliable doctor. Cough, cough. To be honest, I believe the most unfortunate ones are the third pair. The balding man who just opened the door is the owner of the fruit shop downstairs. His wife has long harbored suspicions about his fidelity, but has struggled to find any evidence. Little did anyone expect that he would be selected by our dear Han Schwer and brought before the camera. Moreover, ironically, the fruit shop owner's wife is particularly fond of the program, When Misbehaving Children Let Loose. Now, I ponder the quality of the hospital's Wi-Fi to inquire of the fruit shop owner. Haha, you bunch of lesbies, don't turn this into a spectacle. Let's focus on the positive energy, shall we? Exactly. It's important to remember that the program, When Misbehaving Children Let Loose, is viewed by numerous educational experts and university professors during the live broadcasts. Who knows, if a truly gifted child is selected, they could achieve great success. With a series of specialized training and education, it would be hard not to excel. 10 minutes later, still in the happy countryside community. Ding dong, ding dong. Han Schwer, a popular hostess who embodies both beauty and charm, needed only a brief moment to compose herself. With renewed vigor, she selected a household, extending her delicate hand to press the doorbell. With a click, the door swung open. The door was answered by a robust, middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses, standing impressively tall at nearly 6 feet. However, upon recognizing the visitor, the middle-aged man appeared momentarily stunned. Seeing the man's reaction, Han Schwer greeted him with a sweet smile and a melodious voice. Hello, we are from the program, When Misbehaving Children Let Loose. I am the host, Han Schwer. Our team has randomly selected your family to participate in our activity. May I ask if you have any children at home? The middle-aged man finally regained his composure, his surprise evident as he responded. Hello. You are the beautiful host, Hans Schwerer. I'm a staunch fan of yours. I never imagined you would be even more stunning in person than on television. By the way, my name is Zhao Dajuan, am 39 years old, and I enjoy. Ouch. Wife, please stop twisting my ear. It feels like you might pull it off. Before Zhao Dajuan could finish his sentence, a woman who had silently appeared behind him seized his ear and dragged him back inside. Miss Hans Schwerer, please forgive my husband. He truly needs some discipline. However, our entire family is indeed your loyal fans. We never miss an episode of your program. When misbehaving children let loose. Upon hearing this, Hans Schwerer let out a melodious laugh, responding sweetly, Thank you for your kind words, madam, and for your support and recognition. Since you're also a follower of our show, that certainly makes things easier. Now that we have selected your home, may I ask if you have any children? Of course, we do. My child is already 6 years old. However, apart from playing games, he shows little interest in studying, which is quite a headache. Upon hearing this, Hans Schwerer's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, I nearly forgot to inquire about the name of this exquisite lady. Would you be willing to allow your child to participate in our show when mischievous children unleash themselves? At this moment, Sue Winley, typically assertive and self-proclaimed as a strong woman, found herself momentarily speechless in the face of Hans Schwerer's direct invitation. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She realized that both she and her husband had been preoccupied with work, often neglecting to spend quality time with their child. This program could serve as an opportunity to observe what Xiaoyu was engaged in when they weren't around. Moreover, receiving guidance from esteemed educational experts and scholars could be immensely beneficial for Xiaoyu's future development. In just a few seconds, after a whirlwind of contemplation, Sue Winley made a resolute decision. Nodding at Hans Schwerer, she smiled and said, My name is Sue Winley, and it is a great honor to receive an invitation from Miss Hans Schwerer. Coincidentally, today marks the final day of my child's endophthalm examinations, and the holidays commence tomorrow. I am eager to discover what our little troublemaker will be up to during the winter break, when they think we are none the wiser. Therefore, we wholeheartedly agree to participate. Chapter 2. Secretly Playing Games? My dear wife, I wholeheartedly support your decision. I have heard that accepting an invitation to participate in the show comes with a generous reward of 10,000 yuan. My dear, you must send me a substantial red envelope to buy some cigarettes. Upon hearing Sue Winley agree to participate in the show, Zhao Dajuan eagerly popped his head out to applaud. However, he was swiftly intimidated back into the room by Sue Winley's penetrating gaze. With Sue Winley's nod of agreement, the host, Hans Schwerer, paid little heed to Zhao Dajuan's antics. With a sweet smile, Hans Schwerer addressed Sue Winley once more, expressing profound gratitude for her support and endorsement of the program. Since Mrs. Sue's family had consented to partake in the show, it was customary to prepare in advance. Hearing this, Sue Winley slapped her forehead in realization, exclaiming, Yes, we must install the live streaming equipment. I've made your father so flustered. She urged them to hurry, as their child would soon return home after finishing the exam. Glancing at her watch, Sue Winley fully opened the door, inviting Hans Schwerer in. Hans Schwerer nodded slightly, offering a gentle smile. She then turned to the camera behind her and announced, The final family has been successfully invited. Let us commence preparations for the installation of the equipment. As soon as Hans Schwerer completed her statement, 2 staff members swiftly emerged from an inconspicuous van nearby. Clad in red uniforms emblazoned with the program's logo, they deftly entered Sue Winley and her husband's residence. In under 10 minutes, they had strategically placed a dozen hidden cameras throughout the 80-square-meter 2-bedroom apartment, ensuring comprehensive coverage for a seamless live broadcast. As Hans Schwerer wrapped up her preparations, the live stream was already buzzing with excitement. Wow, the production team is finally ready. I can hardly wait. I wonder what antics this episode's mischievous children will bring us. Laughter erupted as viewers reminisced about the previous episode, recalling a child who claimed to be doing homework but was secretly playing games, even ranking as a top player in a popular game. How hilarious that the 8-year-old had a higher rank than his father, who was still struggling at the bronze level. Viewers exclaimed, What is the big deal? Children sneaking in some gaming or watching TV is nothing. Indeed, just a few episodes back, there was a 10-year-old boy who stealthily brought his girlfriend home. I'm dying of laughter. I can't wait to see how this episode's little rascals perform. In the idyllic community, Han Shuer brushed her hair back from her forehead and smiled at Su Winley, saying, "Mrs. Su, we have completed the setup, and the show begins now. You must remember to keep the secret from the child. Do not let them know they are being broadcasted live." Su Winley nodded and confidently replied, "Rest assured, Miss Han Shuer, we understand the rules. Very well, we shall not disturb you any further." As Su Winley turned to go back inside, she caught sight of Zhao Dajuan, who was fixated on Han Shuer, gulping in anticipation. A glance at Han Shuer's form-fitting skirt accentuating her curves left her, despite being a woman herself, undeniably captivated. However, a minute later, the scene in Su Winley's home was filled with blood-curdling screams. At 4:30, with a crisp click, the door swung open. "Mom and Dad, I'm home." A little boy, with a backpack adorned with a pattern of Ultraman, dashed into the room. His cherubic face was flushed, and his bright, dark eyes sparkled with life. From a distance, he resembled an adorable porcelain doll, though he was slightly undersized, just over a meter tall. Indeed, the star of today's show, Zhao Xiaoyu, had returned from school. Zhao Dajuan looked up, and, upon seeing his precious son, beamed, "My darling son has returned. How many times must I remind you not to run home after school?" As he spoke, he took a few steps forward to take the boy's backpack. Ahem. Upon hearing Su Winley's gentle cough from behind, Zhao Dajuan suddenly realized, "Ah, my dear son, the company just notified me that I must work overtime today. I'll be heading back to the office shortly." Zhao Xiaoyu removed his little yellow cap, obediently nodded, and said, "Dad, please drive safely." At that moment, Su Winley chimed in, "Sweetheart, your father will be working hard tonight. I'll go buy some good ingredients to prepare a delicious meal for you both." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyu transformed into a little foodie, rushing over to Su Winley and clinging to her arm, pleading, "Mommy, I want to eat braised pork tonight." Su Winley affectionately ruffled Zhao Xiaoyu's hair and replied with a smile, "All right, no problem. Just wait patiently for me and your father to return. Mom and Dad, you can rest assured. I'll head to my room to do my homework now." Watching his parents hurriedly leave, Zhao Xiaoyu tilted his head slightly and murmured to himself, "Mom and Dad seem a bit off today. They didn't even ask how difficult the exam was." However, shaking his head, Zhao Xiaoyu dutifully picked up his backpack and returned to his room. After locking the door, he tossed his backpack aside and quickly ran to the computer. Pressing the power button, rubbing his small, adorable hands together, he awaited the computer to boot up. Little did Zhao Xiaoyu know, from the moment he returned home, every move he made was being vividly displayed in the live broadcast room, with an incessant stream of comments flooding in. "Wow, what an adorable little boy." Even the elderly lady's heart flutters at the sight. "Calm down, dear Anne upstairs. 5 years is just the beginning. Do keep that in mind. Haha, let us not jest." Do you not find this scene strikingly familiar? While professing a desire to return to their room to study, their body betrays them as they eagerly turn on the computer. Countless netizens observe Zhao Xiaoyu, relishing in the discourse surrounding public opinion. The distinguished guests in the live stream have also begun to share their insights. Dr. Zheng Tianli from the Chinese department of Shuimu University was the first to speak, proclaiming that today's children are far too mischievous. They secretly yearn to retreat to their rooms to indulge in gaming, yet they feel compelled to deceive their parents with tales of studying. Deng Gui, a re-engaged consultant from the Special National Defense Department of Blue Star, shook his head, expressing a sense of lament. It is said that at 7, one observes the young, and at 8, the old. To witness a 6-year-old child begin to deceive their parents at such a tender age. It seems we are failing in our education here in Blue Star. However, the popular psychology mentor Li Qingqing voiced a differing opinion, gently asserting that even if the child turns on the computer, it does not necessarily mean they are playing games. The computer can also be a tool for learning. Dr. Zheng Tianli of Shuimu University erupted in laughter, responding, "Learning on a computer? A 6-year-old learning independently on a computer? Has anyone ever witnessed a child of that age studying alone on a computer? I would wager they are certainly playing games." Chapter 3. Stealthily Seeking a Girlfriend? Meanwhile, at the Guoguo milk tea shop adjacent to the Happy Garden community, Zhao Dajuan and Su Winley were engrossed in a live stream on their phones, observing their beloved son's every move. However, the couple's expressions were far from cheerful. Zhao Dajuan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "That little rascal actually dared to lie. He promised us right in front of our eyes that he would return to his room to study. Yet, the moment we stepped out, he opened his computer, intending to play games. This cannot stand. I'm going back right now to discipline him. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, and he made to rise from his seat. Su Wenli merely cast a glance at Zhao Dajuan, her voice calm as she replied, "Let us not forget that we are currently live. Every word and action of ours is being broadcasted. Moreover, if our child has learned to lie at such a tender age, do you not think it reflects our shortcomings as parents in his upbringing? Every time he says he is going to study, you seem quite content to indulge in your phone and television, do you not?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Dajuan sank back into his seat, a sense of dejection and shame washing over him as he admitted, "You are right, my dear. We have been so preoccupied with our child's material needs that we have neglected his education. Fortunately, our participation in this program allows us to observe what our little rascal, cough, our darling is hiding from us." Meanwhile, in the room of 6-year-old Zhao Xiaoyu, the computer was already powered on. Zhao Xiaoyu skillfully clicked on the Baidu browser, his chubby little hands poised over the keyboard, ready to type. Suddenly, he paused, glancing around the room. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head slightly, shut down the computer, and exited his room. The viewers in the live stream were taken aback. What kind of move is this mischievous child making? Opening the computer only to close it without playing a game? Commented one viewer. Another chimed in. Let us keep our remarks civil. After all, he is merely a 6-year-old. Dr. Zheng Tianli from the Chinese department of Shui University could not refrain from expressing his thoughts. If the child had indeed opened the computer to play games, it would be one thing. However, to not spend even a minute at the computer before running off to play is concerning. His attention span is evidently lacking. And if his parents do not correct this promptly, his future accomplishments may be limited. The other guests listened to Dr. Zheng's commentary. Although not all agreed, they remained silent, their gaze fixed on the live stream, eager to see if Zhao Xiaoyu would venture outside to play. Back at the Guoguo milk tea shop, Zhao Dajuan watched the unfolding scene with unexpected delight. Truly my fine son. I knew he wouldn't lie. He must be secretly playing games behind our backs. Zhao Dajuan proclaimed, his spirits soaring as he shared his triumph with Su Wenli. He then called out to the staff at the tea shop, "Miss, please bring us 2 ice-cold colas. Make sure to fill them with cola, no ice." In high spirits, Zhao Dajuan turned back, only to notice that his wife, Su Wenli's expression had shifted from sunny to overcast, her demeanor now somewhat displeased. Following her gaze, Zhao Dajuan also directed his attention towards the live broadcast room. However, upon looking, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The more he observed, the more his expression morphed into one of sheer horror. Soon, his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Stammering, he muttered, "How could this be? How did that little rascal manage this? Those were my meticulously chosen treasures, the hidden stash of my private savings." It turned out that after Zhao Xiaoyu exited the room, he dashed straight to the quarters of Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan. Upon entering, he immediately approached the bedside and seized the red lamp from the nightstand. Skillfully, he twisted the base of the lamp, and to his astonishment, his small, delicate hands retrieved 2 crisp bills from within. Pausing thoughtfully, Zhao Xiaoyu tilted his head and decided to return one of the notes. He then reassembled the lamp's base and placed it back in its original position. With a pat of his hands, he turned and walked directly to the potted plant on the windowsill. Grabbing a small shovel beside the pot, he promptly commenced his excavation. Before long, Zhao Xiaoyu uncovered 5 hidden treasures in his parents' room. Gazing at the thin stack of bills in his hands, he flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. After stuffing the money into his pocket, he patted his hands once more and, with an air of maturity, exited the room. With a resounding bang, he shut the door behind him, his figure vanishing from the live stream. This unexpected turn of events was broadcasted in its entirety. The viewers in the live stream, staring at the now empty house, were momentarily dumbfounded. Following this, a flurry of comments erupted at lightning speed. "What just happened? I'm in my 30s and I can't even comprehend what I just witnessed. This is quite obvious. That little rascal has unearthed his parents' hidden savings. As for who concealed it, was it even necessary to inquire? I see. That child's earlier actions of swiftly turning off the computer were merely a ruse. He wasn't playing at all. He was testing to see if his parents had truly left. I understand now. This child has employed the art of deception masterfully. To have discovered such a clandestine hiding spot for money is remarkable. Indeed, I could imagine the money being hidden beneath the lamp or in the flower pot. The wedding photo's backside makes sense. Even the wallet stashed in the toilet tank is something I could accept. But hiding money among screws? What on earth did they experience? What has transpired in the past is inconsequential. What matters is what is about to unfold. This sentiment resonated deeply within Zhao Dajuan's heart at that moment. Now, drenched in sweat, he paid no heed to the ice-cold cola that the waitress had just served. Yes, as per his request, it was extra cola, no ice. Zhao Dajuan felt an overwhelming sense of despair wash over him. Yet, even a mere ant strives to survive. He believed there was still a chance for him to salvage the situation. Dear, allow me to explain. However, Su Winley seemed utterly oblivious, merely gazing silently at the desolate room through the live stream, without uttering a word. It was all over. The calm before the impending storm. Zhao Dajuan seized the cola in front of him and gulped it down in one go. Damn it! How on earth did that little rascal discover my hidden stash of money? Although Zhao Xiaoyu had left home and the live stream was devoid of any presence, the barrage of comments in the chat became all the more lively. This little one is truly remarkable. It frightens me to think I shall never hide money again. Hee. What do you think this young lad will do with such a substantial sum? What else could he possibly do? Surely, he must be heading to the internet CAF for some gaming. What are you saying? How could a 6-year-old possibly venture to an internet CAF alone? Indeed, minors are not permitted to enter such establishments unaccompanied. I imagine he might be off to meet his little girlfriend for a date. Chapter 4. Mecha, Blade of the Brave. Talent has always emerged from above. This child is so young, yet already seeking a girlfriend? Indeed, a 6-year-old still unkempt, lacking the tools of mischief. Moreover, I am well into my 30s, lamentably a solitary soul. I would wager that if anyone were to fancy this 6-year-old rascal, I would live stream my own folly. Oh, how adorable. If only I could have this little one. With a few connections, I wager it wouldn't take 5 years for him to emerge. I apologize. I take back that wager. Consider it unsaid. Achoo. Zhao Xiaoyu sneezed. He gently rubbed his nose and murmured softly, "Who is thinking of me again? Is it the new little girl from the neighboring company? Or is it my roommate, the elegant Lily?" Shaking his head lightly, Zhao Xiaoyu suppressed these restless thoughts. Such inappropriate musings should never cross the mind of a 6-year-old. However, when a 20-something soul inhabits the body of a child, anything becomes conceivable. Indeed, Zhao Xiaoyu is a transmigrator from a place called Earth. Coincidentally, before his journey, he bore the same name, Zhao Xiaoyu. 2 months ago, I have actually transmigrated. Zhao Xiaoyu stared at his diminutive body in bewilderment. After a considerable pause, he finally reacted, jumping 3 feet high in astonishment. As a fervent enthusiast of web literature, Zhao Xiaoyu was no stranger to the concept of transmigration. On the contrary, he was immensely thrilled and eager. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoyu felt a weight descend upon his head. An influx of information about this world flooded his mind. Vast and chaotic, yet it seemed to be imprinted within him, as if innate. After a moment of contemplation, he deduced that the planet he had traversed to was called Blue Star, and the body he now inhabited belonged to a 6-year-old child who only knew how to play games secretly behind his parents' backs. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the sign-in gift package system. An emotionless notification echoed suddenly in Zhao Xiaoyu's mind. Haha, it has finally arrived. The once unflappable Zhao Xiaoyu was now filled with excitement. He exclaimed joyfully within, "The essential system benefit for every transmigrator. The author does not deceive me." However, he pondered what his sign-in system would entail. Suppressing his exhilaration, he focused on the system notification. Congratulations, host, on activating the ultimate sign-in system. With each consecutive sign-in, you shall receive a sign-in treasure chest from the system. The treasure chest may contain powerful weapons, high-tech blueprints, or formidable personal guardians. The possibilities are endless. Of course, there is also the chance of unveiling a worthless stone. The higher the level of the sign-in treasure chest, the greater the likelihood of obtaining something valuable. Note, the sign-in treasure chest levels are categorized from lowest to highest as white, green, blue, cyan, purple, gold, and rainbow. After completing 60 days of sign-in, one can receive a sign-in treasure chest. Current sign-in days, 0. May I inquire, host, shall you commence today as sign-in? Upon reviewing the sign-in system, Zhao Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Powerful weapons and high-tech blueprints? These are the dreams cherished by every passionate man. Before his transmigration, what man on earth did not long for the embrace of a beautiful woman? Alas, wrong scene. It should be seizing control of the world. With this thought, he fervently chanted in his heart, "Sign in, sign in, sign in." System, how do I sign in? Assist me in signing in. Do not question why Zhao Xiaoyu silently recited these phrases. It is merely a precaution, should any word slip. Being whisked away by the researchers of this unfamiliar world for dissection and study would spell game over. Indeed, after Zhao Xiaoyu chose to sign in, the system displayed a change. Main sign-in task. Complete 60 days of sign-in to receive 1 treasure chest. Current sign-in days, 1. Prior to completing the sign-in task and receiving the treasure chest, Zhao Xiaoyu maintained a low profile, diligently adhering to his routine between school and home. Time rewinds to the present, marking the 60th day of Zhao Xiaoyu's transmigration at Shuguang Primary School, Class 1, Section 27. During Chinese class, ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the 60-day sign-in task, earning 1 white sign-in treasure chest. Ding dong. As this is the host's first completed sign-in, the white chest has been upgraded to a green chest. May I ask, shall the host open the chest now? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhao Xiaoyu leaped with joy, unable to contain his exclamation. Finally, it has happened, but is it merely green? Then, a near-roaring voice from a middle-aged woman pierced through. Zhao Xiaoyu. You get out. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Xiaoyu hid in the restroom to open the chest. As a dense white mist dispersed, a green scroll-like object appeared in Zhao Xiaoyu's small hands. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he swiftly opened it. Suddenly, the soft scroll vanished into thin air. Immediately thereafter, Zhao Xiaoyu felt a wondrous 3-dimensional blueprint manifest in his mind. This was indeed a design blueprint. Ha ha ha, so the prize from the scroll directly appeared in my consciousness. How splendid. This way, I need not fear being discovered with the treasures from my chest. Zhao Xiaoyu nodded with satisfaction, directing his gaze to the blueprint. Mecha, design blueprint of the Blade of the Brave. Required materials: iron, copper, nickel, cobalt. Step 1, purification. Step 2, proportion. It is truly a mecha blueprint. How extraordinary. And this is merely the reward from the green sign-in treasure chest. Amidst the verdant hues lies the azure, the turquoise, and that most formidable treasure chest of vibrant colors. An unmistakable thrill sparkled in Zhao Xiaoyu's eyes. However, as he made his way home from school, a wave of composure washed over him, for he realized the daunting task of crafting a mech would demand his utmost effort. According to the knowledge swirling in his mind, most of the materials depicted in the schematics could be procured, yet some were not available for direct purchase. They required synthesis based on the formulas outlined in the blueprints. This meant Zhao Xiaoyu would have to engage in the meticulous process of creation himself. The scene shifted to the moment Zhao Xiaoyu unearthed his hidden stash of savings before venturing out. The director of the live streaming room seized the intercom and declared, "Target has exited the live streaming area. Paparazzi unit number 8, pursue." As the director's words echoed, a shadow darted from the lush green thicket by Zhao Xiaoyu's front door, moving with remarkable speed to catch up to him and activate a concealed camera. One could not help but admire the professionalism of the production crew. Within a mere minute, Zhao Xiaoyu, who had vanished from sight, reappeared in the live stream, completely oblivious to the unfolding events. Inside the live streaming space, Zhao Xiaoyu's petite figure flitted about the bustling marketplace. However, upon inquiring about the prices of materials, he grimaced, realizing that the modest sum in his pocket was woefully insufficient. Yet, with a spark of ingenuity, an idea began to take shape in his mind. An hour later, remarkably, Zhao Xiaoyu had gathered nearly all the primary materials from the schematics with minimal expenditure. Admittedly, most were mere scraps of little utility. Nevertheless, when he attempted to purchase some rare metals, he encountered a slight obstacle. "Young man, what do you intend to do with these rare metals? Such purchases require registration, you know." Chapter 5. Experts say this child has psychological issues. Why purchase rare metal materials? Surely, it is to fabricate a mech. However, this was merely Zhao Xiaoyu's internal monologue. Should he express such thoughts candidly, the shopkeeper would undoubtedly regard him as a mischievous child. Anticipating a reprimand, he cleverly replied, "Uncle, these materials are required for an experimental assignment from our school." The shopkeeper paused momentarily, then nodded in understanding, even smilingly praising Zhao Xiaoyu as a clever boy. After completing the registration, Zhao Xiaoyu successfully acquired the rare metals needed for his mech blueprints. Subsequently, employing the same ruse, he procured chemical solvents, a spray gun, and clay. All tasks completed, he felt a sense of accomplishment. However, Zhao Xiaoyu's enigmatic actions left the viewers in the live stream somewhat bewildered. Countless discussion comments began to flood in. He did not use his money to take his girlfriend out? What on earth had this child done? He utilized his father's secret stash to buy iron, copper, and rare metals. I recall him mentioning it was for a school assignment. But do elementary schools really assign such experiments nowadays? Numerous viewers in the live stream found Zhao Xiaoyu's choice of materials perplexing, even absurd. A child of such tender age, who had finally come into a significant sum of pocket money, wouldn't it be more delightful to spend it on lollipops? Wouldn't it be sweeter to use it for a date with a young companion? Or perhaps to visit an internet CAF for some gaming fun? Yet, look at what this 6-year-old has done, exchanging a pile of crisp bills for a collection of scrap metal. Although those rare metals were costly at purchase, they would yield little more than scrap value upon resale. Suddenly, a comment caught the attention of the live stream audience. I am a graduate student in materials science at Shuemu University. Analyzing the materials this young boy has bought, they must be intended for alloy synthesis. Shuemu University is one of the premier institutions on Blue Star, and thus, the insights from this materials science graduate lent some credibility to the discussion. So the child was not lying. It truly was a school assignment. Yet, it all felt a bit far-fetched, didn't it? Even if these materials could indeed be used to synthesize an alloy, could one genuinely expect a 6-year-old to execute such operations independently? The viewers in the live stream remained perplexed, and even the guests on the show expressed their confusion. Nonetheless, being guests, their lack of understanding regarding Zhao Xiaoyu's enigmatic actions did not hinder them from sharing their own lofty opinions. Dr. Zheng Tianli from the Chinese department of Shuiwei University shook his head, expressing his regret as he remarked, "This child must have psychological issues." As soon as his words fell, an unexpected silence enveloped the live stream. All eyes turned to Zheng Tianli, and the audience was taken aback by his decisive conclusion. How could this lively child possibly have problems? With his bright eyes and adorable face, what could be amiss? Curiosity piqued. Everyone eagerly awaited the rationale behind Zheng Tianli's assertion, including the other guests present. Zheng Tianli surveyed the room, relishing the admiration and respect directed towards him. After a brief pause, he continued, "Do not find this surprising. Children of this age generally do two things, study or play. Yet, what has this child, Zhao Xiaoyu, been up to?" The more Zheng spoke, the more his eyes sparkled. He lied to his parents about studying, claiming he was going shopping, yet he purchased items completely unsuitable for his age. These materials he acquired are hardly toys. Therefore, I firmly conclude that this child likely has psychological issues. Zheng Tianli's reasoning resonated with many online, garnering their agreement. Dr. Zheng makes a valid point. At that age, all I did was play. Indeed, although I was also quite the scholar in my youth, I too indulged in secret play. However, the renowned online psychology mentor, Li Qingqing, disagreed. Frowning, she interjected, "Dr. Zheng, your conclusion seems rather hasty. As a psychology scholar, I find this child to be vibrant and cheerful. He does not exhibit any signs of psychological distress." Zheng Tianli smirked, casting a teasing glance at Li Qingqing. "Oh, I wonder how you became an authority in psychology. As a doctoral candidate at Shuiwei University, I can responsibly assert that the materials this child purchased could theoretically be used to synthesize alloys. But do you truly expect a 6-year-old to create alloys? Thus, for such a young child to buy these items is not merely an eccentricity. It indicates a lack of social conformity. Do these behaviors not fall within the realm of psychological issues?" Li Qingqing was momentarily rendered speechless. The comments in the live stream gradually began to align with Zheng Tianli's argument. Suddenly, a comment caught everyone's attention. "Look quickly, what is that child doing?" Countless viewers, including the guests, turned their gaze toward the screen. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu had returned to his room after his visit to the market and had locked the door behind him. Opening the black canvas bag that had been dragged back, I began to methodically extract the items purchased from the market, placing them neatly upon the ground. First came the dark, lustrous iron and the yellow-brown copper materials. Then, Zhao Xiaoyu carefully arranged the spray gun. Finally, an array of chemical solvents and clay was laid out in order. Zhao Xiaoyu surveyed the assortment before him, gently rubbing his small hands together, his large, expressive eyes gleaming with anticipation. I could hardly believe it. Could this child truly be contemplating conducting an experiment? Surely not. It was inconceivable. I am a freshman this year, and even I would not attempt such an experiment. Zheng Tianli, after casting a few indifferent glances, scoffed dismissively. Do you genuinely believe he is a prodigy, a genius capable of executing this experiment? Let me enlighten you. Even our graduate students at Shuemu University find it exceedingly challenging to carry out such an experiment with these materials in our specialized laboratories. In truth, Zheng Tianli's assertion was largely boastful, for this theoretically viable alloy formula has yet to be successfully realized by anyone at Shuemu University. Deng Gui, a re-employed consultant for the Special National Department F, sighed in agreement. Dr. Zheng is correct. If such experiments could be easily accomplished, our nation's research department would not be facing such headaches. Chapter 6. So it was the script of the show. Zhao Xiaoyu gazed at the scattered materials on the floor, his face alight with excitement. In his mind, he meticulously reviewed the blueprints for the mecha, designated as the Blade of the Brave. The creation of this design was divided into 4 distinct parts: materials, energy, artificial intelligence systems, and synthesis. The blueprint specified the use of a special alloy known as CNMB 666. This alloy boasted high hardness, explosion resistance, and the ability to withstand high temperatures. The alloys and materials previously purchased were intended for the fabrication of the CNMB 666 alloy. After confirming the formula and procedures, Zhao Xiaoyu rubbed his small hands together and commenced his work. He first opened the bag containing the clay material. The clay he had bought was exceptionally pliable and possessed the perfect moisture content. Soon, a lump of yellow-brown clay was morphing into various shapes under his nimble fingers. At this moment, the live stream's comments exploded with activity. Wow, I almost fell for this kid's trick. I thought he was using those materials for experiments. Hey, who can blame him? We've been eagerly anticipating this, only to find out he's just playing with mud in his room. Ha ha ha, that's on you. It's perfectly normal for a child of that age to enjoy playing with mud, right? Exactly. The little one isn't eating your rice, so why care what he plays with? Zheng Tianli, seated among the guests, adjusted his glasses and nodded in agreement. Indeed, that's the way it should be. Children should play as well as learn. I had overlooked that point. The clay he just bought is essentially mud, which is indeed suitable for children's play. Unbeknownst to Zhao Xiaoyu, the barrage of comments in the live stream was entirely out of his view, allowing him to play undisturbed. Gradually, however, some viewers began to notice something unusual. Look at the shape of the mud in that child's hands. Doesn't it resemble a miniature stove? Though, I must say, that stove is quite unattractive. Wait. Why do I feel like this child isn't just playing with mud? Haha, is the person above foolish? How can this not be playing with mud? Perhaps this little one intends to conduct an experiment with that mud stove? At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu indeed intended to use the stove for an experiment. Staring at the stove he had just molded, he grimaced slightly. It was rather unsightly. However, he shook his head and muttered to himself. Audible only to his own ears, as long as it works, that's all that matters. He carefully placed the rather unattractive yet functional stove on the ground, and then retrieved the fuel from the pile of materials he had recently purchased, preparing to set it in the stove. With a swift whoosh, a flicker of pale yellow flames erupted from the small stove. The flames spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into robust, azure tongues of fire that enveloped the entire cooking surface. The roaring flames, though immense, emitted no crackling sounds. Yet they relentlessly licked the bottom of the silver crucible in successive waves. Zhao Xiaoyu observed the success of his initial endeavor and nodded in satisfaction. Following the formula outlined in the mecha schematics, he crouched down to retrieve a couple of dark iron ingots. Zhao Xiaoyu selected 2 fist-sized pieces of iron and placed them into the crucible, casually adding a few drops of chemical solvent. The previously cold ingots hissed as they met the scorching bottom of the pot. However, under the remarkable influence of the chemical solvent, they softened as if by magic. In less than a minute, the 2 iron pieces had transformed into a pool of pale blue liquid. The viewers in the live stream erupted into a frenzy upon witnessing Zhao Xiaoyu's actions. Something was amiss. Wasn't the melting point of iron over 1,500 degrees? There was no way this simple stove could achieve such temperatures. To be precise, iron melts at 1,538 degrees. What had this child added to lower the melting point of iron? Extraordinary. Not just extraordinary, but a genius. To find a way to lower the melting point of iron at the tender age of 6 was nothing short of remarkable. Yet, not everyone was convinced. So what if he lowered the melting point of iron? What good does that do? Some scoffed. Regardless, Zhao Xiaoyu's ability to melt iron instantly garnered a plethora of likes and praises from viewers. However, it wasn't long before skepticism arose in the chat. This must be fake, right? How high can the temperature be from such a rudimentary stove? Even if he could lower the melting point, it couldn't drop that significantly. Indeed, it was a rudimentary stove, and the flames seemed almost casual. Could such a setup truly melt iron? There were clear discrepancies. Hey, I've noticed a flaw too. Everyone knows that molten iron is red, yet this child's iron is pale blue. I conclude this must be fake. With the first skeptical comment appearing, it was as though a fuse had been ignited. The viewers transformed into amateur sleuths, bombarding the chat with countless critiques, inconsistencies, and deductions. One comment, from a user named Uncle Maury, garnered the most likes. Don't overthink it. This must be fake. Setting aside the obvious issues with flame temperature and iron color. A 6-year-old independently melting iron is simply unrealistic. I have never encountered Uncle Maoli. However, upon analysis, it seems that this must be an effect orchestrated by the production team. Of course, it is likely not out of malice, but rather an attempt to enhance the show's appeal and ratings. They have painstakingly devised such a plot. The majority of netizens resonate profoundly with the analysis concerning Uncle Maoli. Bravo, the case is cracked. The analysis is astutely executed. I mean, how could a child barely into their adolescence be so impressive? It turns out it was all arranged by the production team. This group truly lacks integrity, and I have shifted from being a fan to a critic. They constantly scheme to bamboozle us, the unsuspecting audience, amidst the raucous crowd of onlookers reveling in the spectacle. Countless viewers in the live stream pointed their fingers at the production team. The tone of the comments transitioned from initial restraint to increasingly harsh criticism. In the face of widespread censure, the production team's staff has been subjected to countless verbal assaults. The entire production team appears to embody the archetype of a villain, mercilessly preying upon innocent viewers. Meanwhile, the guests at the commentary table occasionally cast glances toward the production team. Dr. Zheng Tianli from the Chinese department of Shirwai University furrowed his brow and, unable to contain himself, turned to the director and inquired, "Is all of this arranged by the production team?" Chapter 7. Experiments in Concept. At this moment, the director wore a face of deep distress, his mind swirling with curses directed at a certain internet user named Uncle Maoli. Who was this simpleton, Uncle Maoli, to tarnish the reputation of our production team? However, upon hearing a question from the esteemed guest, Zheng Tianli, the director swiftly turned, managing to force a smile as he replied, "Dr. Zheng, you mustn't believe the nonsensical chatter from the live stream. Our production team is renowned for its integrity. We have always pursued genuine program effects, never resorting to deceit. Thus, it is entirely impossible for us to engage in such underhanded tactics." Zheng Tianli nodded, falling silent as he resumed his attention to the live broadcast. Meanwhile, the director was engulfed in regret, lamenting his misfortune. How could it be that after so many episodes without incident, he was now facing criticism merely because it was his turn to helm the program? This burden could not rest solely on his team. Consequently, the director promptly reached out to the host, Han Shuer, imploring her to clarify the situation and vindicate the production. In accordance with the usual protocol, the previous days had been a time of carefree chaos among the young participants. Typically, Han Shuer enjoyed a leisurely period during this phase, as her role was minimal aside from commenting on the guests. However, upon receiving the director's directive, she nodded, and the live feed transitioned to her. With a sweet smile illuminating her face, Han Shuer addressed the audience. "Dear viewers, I am your host, Han Shuer." Witnessing her exquisite and charming visage, countless viewers flooded the chat with exuberant comments. "Haha, my wife Han Shuer has appeared, how lovely. Get lost upstairs, Han Shuer is clearly my wife. Old Lecher, take your victory. Wait, why is Miss Han Shuer out so early today? Hee, perhaps the production team has been scolded severely, sending her out as a shield." Han Shuer was already accustomed to the enthusiastic reception from the live audience. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she immediately set about fulfilling the director's task. "Thank you all for your affection toward Shuer. However, today I must clarify something for our dear viewers. The experiment conducted by the 6-year-old Zhao Xiaoyu, which has garnered so much attention, was entirely genuine." With a twinkle in her bright eyes, she continued earnestly, "Throughout our program, when the youngsters unleash themselves, we have never resorted to fabrication or deliberately staged scenarios. It has always been unfiltered live broadcasting. As for how young Zhao Xiaoyu managed to perform such a remarkable iron smelting experiment, our production team is equally perplexed. Now, let us all stay tuned to see what delightful surprises Zhao Xiaoyu has in store for us. Haha, of course I believe my wife Han Shuer. Oh dear, how shameless. Han Shuer is my wife. Hee hee, although I still suspect this is merely a special effect orchestrated by the production team. However, since Ms. Han Shuer has articulated her perspective, let us continue to observe with keen interest. It is no wonder that Han Shuer is the most popular and beloved hostess. She merely provided a brief explanation upon her appearance. While some netizens maintain that this is a deliberate arrangement by the production team, most have chosen to temporarily place their trust in them and continue watching. As Han Shuer concluded her explanation, the scene shifted focus to Zhao Xiaoyu's room. While Zhao Xiaoyu was deeply engrossed in his experiments, the door behind him creaked open. Turning around, he was surprised to see his parents, Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan, entering. Oh no, he had been so absorbed in his work that he failed to notice his parents' return. Yet, Zhao Xiaoyu remained unfazed, wearing a cheerful smile as he playfully exclaimed, "Dad, Mom, you're finally back. I'm starving." However, upon witnessing the scene before him, Zhao Dajuan's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "You little rascal. What are you doing? Playing with fire at home behind our backs. Do you have any idea how dangerous this is?" It was clear to anyone that his anger stemmed from a well-known concern. Meanwhile, Su Wenli quietly retreated from the room, utilizing a communication device provided by the production team to contact them. "I'm terribly sorry. My child is secretly playing with fire at home. It's so embarrassing. Is there any way to cut this segment and prevent it from airing? I will have their father fetch water to extinguish the flames." At the director's signal, the production staff promptly replied to Su Wenli, "Absolutely, do not use water to extinguish the fire. Adding water now could potentially cause an explosion. Let the child continue with the experiment for the time being." Upon hearing the production team's response, Su Wenli was left in a state of bewilderment. What? An explosion? An experiment? After a moment of stunned silence, she hesitantly stepped back into Zhao Xiaoyu's room, her gaze falling upon the dazzling flames of the small stove and the innocent smile on her child's face, realizing for the first time that something was amiss. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, viewers began to jest at the unfolding drama. Wow, the performance is spot on. It truly seems like the real deal. The script arrangement by the production team is commendable, and the actors' performances are quite impressive. Hey, let us keep this under wraps for the sake of my wife. Han Shuer, please don't expose the genius child storyline that the production team has worked so hard to create. Simultaneously, in the boys' dormitory of Kyoto 3rd Geological University, when Bojun was eagerly watching the live stream on his phone, captivated by Zhao Xiaoyu's experimental antics featured in the program When Mischievous Kids Let Loose. When Bojun, a graduate student at the 3rd Geological University of Kyoto, is a paragon of academic excellence. Initially seeking mere diversion through live streaming, he gradually discovered that a young boy named Zhao Xiaoyu was engaged in the creation of a peculiar alloy, remarkably akin to one described in his textbooks. Thus, when Bojun began to delve into research while attentively observing Zhao Xiaoyu's experiments, "Brothers, you must awaken and witness this experiment," he urged, unable to contain his excitement. In no time, he roused several of his roommates, who had been lost in slumber after a night of revelry. "Little mosquito, you had better provide us with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, if you disturb our rest, we shall be compelled to silence you." Upon hearing When Bojun's fervent exclamations directed at his phone screen, his roommates regarded him with skepticism and disdain. "Little mosquito, have you lost your senses? A 6-year-old child? How is that even possible?" However, under When Bojun's unwavering insistence and persuasive entreaties, they reluctantly tuned into Zhao Xiaoyu's live stream. After watching, their expressions morphed into sheer astonishment. "Goodness! Is this not the very method our professor discussed regarding the synthesis of that special alloy? Indeed, I distinctly recall our professor stating that this was merely a theoretically viable method. No one has ever succeeded in practical experiments. It was utterly inconceivable how a mere 6-year-old could accomplish such a feat with such ease." Ultimately, when Bojun and his astonished companions deliberated and resolved to promptly report this remarkable occurrence to their professor. Chapter 8. The Astonishment of Mentor Zheng Dahua. Zheng Dahua reclined on a plush sofa, savoring a steaming cup of tea while engrossed in the latest issue of the Blue Star Technology Experimental Report. This ritual had been his daily endeavor for decades. A distinguished professor in the realm of scientific research on Blue Star, Zheng had long since retired, yet continued to enjoy a special stipend from the Blue Star administration. It is worth noting that those who receive such stipends are either at the pinnacle of their respective fields or have made significant contributions to a particular domain on Blue Star. Thus, Zheng Dehua was an unequivocal authority in the scientific sphere. Were it not for the unbearable tedium of retirement and the distance from research, he would not have accepted the invitation for re-employment from the Third Geological University of Kyoto. With his extensive reservoir of knowledge, Zheng had become the most sought-after mentor at the institution, without exception. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone interrupted his tranquil reading. Frowning at the incoming call, Zheng felt a tinge of irritation at being disturbed during such a pleasurable moment. However, after a brief hesitation, he removed his thick-rimmed glasses and answered the phone. What? A 6-year-old has conducted a research concept experiment? Zheng was well acquainted with his students and knew they would not jest about such matters. He promptly moved to his study and quickly accessed the livestream replay as mentioned by his students. Despite his advanced age, he navigated electronic devices with remarkable proficiency. Upon witnessing Zhao Xiaoyu's experiment of melting iron, he was utterly captivated. This was indeed a genuine research concept experiment. Who is this child? And how has he achieved such a feat? As the replay concluded, the astonishment in Zheng's eyes had yet to fade. This was too significant. He needed to personally attempt to replicate and validate the experiment. Resolutely, he grabbed his trench coat and dialed a number. All right, no problem. We will head there immediately. When Bojun hung up the phone, swallowing hard as he observed the eager expressions of his roommates. Mentor Zheng has instructed us to head to the school laboratory right now. We are to conduct the experiment using the method demonstrated by that child in the live stream. But we don't have the key to the laboratory, and the administrator won't let us in. One of them protested. Hey, our mentor has already notified the lab staff, Wen assured them. Moreover, he will be coming over himself shortly. He is already on his way. Before one could finish, he was interrupted. Damn it, why didn't you mention that earlier? Let us hurry. When Zheng Dehua finally arrived at the university laboratory, he opened the door to find several disheartened figures, their faces covered in dust and disappointment, vocally lamenting their predicament, unaware of Zheng's presence. We were such fools. How could a mere child possibly conduct such an experiment? Indeed, this must be a scripted arrangement orchestrated by the production team, utterly deceptive. Alas, it is all the fault of that mischievous little mosquito. It is simply unbearable. How shall we explain this to our mentor when he arrives? I have already arrived. What is it that you wish to explain? The sudden voice of Professor Zheng Dehua startled several students. However, knowing that evasion was futile, when Bojun mustered his courage to elucidate, Professor Zheng, we have attempted the method demonstrated by the child in the live broadcast countless times, yet all have ended in failure. We believe this experiment is merely a gimmick devised by the production team, something that cannot possibly be replicated in reality. Upon hearing this, Zheng Dehua approached and meticulously examined the materials the students had just utilized. After a few moments of silence, he remained reticent, but soon began to work with his own hands. Indeed, Professor Zheng intended to conduct the experiment himself. With his vast knowledge and experience, he was confident that each of his steps would be flawless. Yet, the experiment still failed. Gazing at the pool of failed materials before him, Zheng furrowed his brow. Deep in thought, after a brief moment, he decisively stated, "There is an issue with our experiment. It requires improvement. You all have seen the live broadcast. Let us carefully reflect and identify the discrepancies between our experiment and what was presented in the broadcast." Hearing their mentor's conclusion, several students expressed their confusion. We followed the method and steps outlined in the live broadcast precisely. Indeed, even if our experiment had flaws, every single step you undertook, Professor, was nothing short of perfect. As the students lamented in unison, a flash of inspiration struck Wen Bojun, who timidly remarked, "Professor, if there is one aspect that differs, could it be the quality of the clay we used? The clay in our lab is not the same as that used by the child in the broadcast." As soon as Wen Bojun's words fell, Zheng Dehua's eyes sparkled with realization. "Clay, you say?" After a moment's contemplation, he swiftly retrieved a set of keys and handed them to Wen Bojun, exclaiming, "Quickly, go purchase the same type of clay. Take my car." Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, the petite figure of Zhao Xiaoyu was busily engaged at her makeshift stove. Her cherubic face was flushed from the heat emanating from the oven, completely oblivious to the fact that her experiment was being scrutinized by thousands of online viewers. Little did she know that a renowned professor was currently leading his students in an attempt to replicate her experiment for validation. While Professor Zheng's clay had yet to be procured, the director of the production team was on the verge of losing his composure. Overwhelmed by a barrage of critical comments from the audience, this production team is utterly inept. How could they resort to such a cliché script, thinking us so easily deceived? Indeed, how could they possibly use a 6-year-old child as a mere tool? Are the producers of this show truly devoid of common sense? This is infuriating. If this program continues down such a reckless path, I shall unequivocally cease my viewership. The director of the show seems to be on the brink of despair. However, on another note, the clay for Wen Bojun has been procured. Without hesitation, Zheng Dehua executed a splendid operation. Soon enough, the experiment reached its conclusion. Yet, upon gazing at the testing report of the materials he had created, Zheng Dehua was left utterly astonished. The students in the laboratory, including Wen Bojun, wore expressions of sheer disbelief. For Zheng Dehua's experiment had triumphed. The silver alloy produced boasted a hardness 3 times that of ordinary alloys, and its malleability exceeded that of other alloy materials by more than double. Most importantly, this material had only existed within theoretical concepts. It represented a completely novel type of substance. Chapter 9. Unrefined matters. To have the privilege of personally directing the show when mischievous children unleash themselves was a source of immense pride for director Wu Kuwei. He even entertained the notion that this opportunity might propel the episode to unprecedented heights, surpassing all prior installments. Wu harbored both ambition and unshakable confidence. However, to his dismay, the very first day of the show's airing was fraught with complications. In a bid to capture attention and elevate viewership, the production team resorted to a script that deceived its loyal fans and audience. The narrative was shockingly immature and devoid of intellect. A 6-year-old conducting experiments and extracting materials alone? Who would be foolish enough to believe such nonsense? Consequently, the reputation of the show plummeted and the fan base dwindled rapidly. For the ambitious director Wu, this was akin to a thunderous blow to the head. If things went awry, it could very well mark the end of his directing career. Damn it, I find it hard to believe too. This little brat is merely playing house. Wu fumed inwardly, his frustration boiling over. Buzzing. In a fit of agitation, Director Wu pulled out his phone, glancing at an unfamiliar number and swiftly hanging up. Damn it, these nuisance calls are infuriating. Buzzing. Once more, he noticed the same unknown number. In a fit of anger, he answered the call, nearly roaring. Who is this? A minute later, Wu hung up in bewilderment. The child, Zhao Xiaoyu, was not merely playing house. He was engaged in material forging? Wu shook his head, struggling to comprehend, murmuring to himself, but Professor Cheng, a luminary in the field of scientific research, has confirmed this. He even called me personally to elaborate. It must be accurate. With this realization, Wu's eyes began to gleam with newfound clarity. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was rather late for further interviews. Consequently, Wu promptly contacted host Han Shuer, instructing her to conduct interviews with Zhao Xiaoyu's parents first thing the following morning. To ensure that no further mishaps occurred, he repeatedly reminded Han Shuer about the interviews before finally feeling a sense of relief. The next morning, as it was the weekend, Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan had already finished breakfast, while Zhao Xiaoyu had just risen and completed his morning routine. At this moment, the production team was fully prepared, and the live broadcast had commenced. Naturally, Su Wenli and her husband were aware of this. According to the rules, they were expected to discreetly leave, allowing their precious child to explore independently at home. Thus, upon seeing Zhao Xiaoyu enter the dining room, Su Wenli promptly advised, Darling, your father and I need to step out for a bit. Please enjoy the breakfast I just prepared while it's still warm. Zhao Dajuan clearly had not forgotten about the incident involving his private savings being swept away. With a pronounced warning in her tone, she declared, You little rascal. Your mother and I have errands to run. You should stay home and focus on your studies. The exams are just around the corner. Avoid engaging in any nonsensical activities. Understood? Zhao Xiaoyu picked up a steaming Xilong Bao from the plate and tossed it into his mouth. Savoring the delightful flavor, he cheerfully replied, Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I promise to study diligently. Zhao Dajuan still felt a twinge of concern and intended to issue a stern warning to Zhao Xiaoyu. However, under Su Wenli's watchful gaze, he obediently accompanied her outside. A minute later, at a corner of the happy countryside community, the beautiful host Han Shuer appeared before Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan. Han Shuer recalled the interview assignment that Director Wu had given her the previous day. Yet, before she could utter a word, Zhao Dajuan's eyes lit up upon seeing her, and he rushed over, exclaiming, Good morning, Miss Han. Before he could finish, he felt a mischievous hand pinching the flesh at his waist. Instantly, he was spun around in a dizzying 720-degree turn. The pain radiating from his lower back caused him to cry out involuntarily. He quickly turned to find his wife, Sue Winley, gazing at him with a disapproving look, causing him to retreat sheepishly. Sue Winley sighed and addressed Han Schwer. "I apologize if I've embarrassed you, Miss Han." Han Schwer smiled gently and replied, "Oh, Mrs. Sue, not at all. I find you both to be a lovely couple." After exchanging pleasantries, Han Schwer swiftly redirected the conversation to the interview. "Mrs. Sue, your precious child was quite popular yesterday. Many of our audience and online viewers are curious about the experiments he conducted. Are you aware of what he did?" Upon hearing Han Schwer's question, Sue Winley felt her cheeks flush. Reflecting on her child's antics from the previous day, she offered a wry smile and awkwardly admitted, "Oh dear, Zhao Xiaoyu may have been overwhelmed from studying too much, so he played house yesterday. However, that child is quite mischievous. He nearly set the house ablaze with his antics, creating nothing but trivialities." This left Han Schwer momentarily speechless. Director Wu had repeatedly emphasized the importance of investigating Zhao Xiaoyu's experiments. Yet, with the mother's response, how could she continue? Meanwhile, Director Wu, who was monitoring the interview, wore a bewildered expression. "This isn't right. Professor Qian, an authority in the field, confirmed that yesterday's experiment represented a groundbreaking advancement in research." Regardless of Wu and Han Schwer's confusion, the comments in the live stream flowed like notes on a piano, joyfully dancing across the screen. "Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. The parties involved have admitted it. This is undoubtedly scripted. Indeed, such an honest mother is simply adorable. It was merely a child's play, yet they insisted on transforming it into some sort of iron-smelting experiment. The production team's decision to incorporate such a ludicrous plot is utterly nonsensical. I have decisively unfollowed and shifted from a fan to a critic." Meanwhile, in the laboratory of the Third Geological University of Kyoto, Professor Zheng Dehua, visibly frustrated, stomped his foot and exclaimed, "This is not just trivial. This is the latest synthesized material we have developed. In terms of hardness, ductility, and various other parameters, it surpasses the majority of rare metals. How can you deem this as inconsequential?" His indignation was palpable, yet Zhao Xiaoyu, oblivious to being broadcasted live, had just finished breakfast and returned to the stove in his room. After a long day of procuring materials and conducting experiments, he had been reprimanded by his returning parents. Exhausted beyond measure, Zhao Xiaoyu had not even had the chance to review the experimental results before succumbing to sleep. After all, for a 6-year-old, managing to accomplish so much is truly remarkable. He briefly examined the silver object in his hand and expressed his dissatisfaction. Indeed, it is still a flawed product, something that cannot be showcased. Chapter 10. Zhao Dajuan's swift retort. Zhao Xiaoyu, while analyzing the reasons for his failure, murmured softly to himself. Though his voice was barely audible, the live stream allowed all online viewers to hear him distinctly. This little one certainly puts on quite the performance. Is he attempting to amuse me to inherit my father's credit? Remarkably, this child's acting skills were astonishingly impressive. He was a contender for the Best Actor award. Absolutely adorable. Never mind, tonight I shall claim him. However, the exuberant barrage of comments did not deter Zhao Xiaoyu from his contemplation. My methods and procedures were precisely executed according to the blueprints. Every step was flawless. Yet, why did the final product turn out to be a mere inferior item? After a moment of deep thought, Zhao Xiaoyu's petite hand suddenly slapped his forehead. Of course, yesterday my dear parents interrupted my experiment midway, causing the temperature within the furnace to drop. Hence, while the experiment concluded successfully, the material produced only possessed a hardness 6 times that of ordinary alloys. This was not a reflection of Zhao Xiaoyu's high standards. It was well known that the esteemed researcher Zheng Dehua, upon conducting his own experiments, could only produce materials that were 2 to 3 times stronger than standard alloys. In contrast, Zhao Xiaoyu's alloy data far surpassed Zheng Dehua's achievements. Yet, he was still far from the system's requirement of 10 times the hardness, the passing mark. With a resigned shake of his head, he spread his hands in dissatisfaction. Though I have not met the system's expectations, I shall make do for now. There was little choice, for he had nearly exhausted the private stash of money he had found belonging to Zhao Dajuan. Moreover, just before Zhao Dajuan left, he had issued a warning. Zhao Xiaoyu was uncertain whether rummaging through his father's savings again today would send him into a frenzy. Furthermore, he vaguely recalled hearing his father's anguished cries in his dreams the previous night. Whether his father's stash still existed was another matter altogether. Now that the first step in creating the mecha, the material, had been completed, the next steps involved acquiring energy, an artificial intelligence system, and synthesis. Zhao Xiaoyu, being financially constrained, opted to bypass the energy phase for now. It was essential to note that energy constituted a core element of the mecha, serving as the consumable resource for prolonged combat capabilities. Thus, it was clearly outside of Zhao Xiaoyu's current considerations. Synthesis was the final step in constructing the mecha, and was certainly not feasible at the moment. Therefore, Zhao Xiaoyu's next course of action could only be to focus on the artificial intelligence system. He began to scrutinize the production of the AI system. The term artificial intelligence system sounded quite sophisticated. However, with the complete code provided by the mecha blueprints, it shouldn't be overly difficult to implement. Gazing at the intricate codes swirling in his mind, Zhao Xiaoyu took a deep breath. Next, it is time to showcase my dexterity, honed over 20 years of being single. Meanwhile, the production team continued their interview with Zhao Xiaoyu's parents. Maintaining the momentum of the show, Han Shuer had posed all the pertinent questions, while Su Wenli had conveyed all that was necessary. Yet the beautiful host, Han Shuer, felt a twinge of discontent within her heart. This was because the interview task assigned by Director Wu yielded no valuable insights. Gazing at Su Wenli, whose face was adorned with a smile and a hint of shyness, Han Shuer pouted her charming little lips in resignation. Reflecting on Su Wenli's earlier responses, she experienced an unusual sense of frustration. My Xiaoyu knows nothing about experiments, she thought. Miss Han, you jest. My Xiaoyu was merely playing with mud, fire, and games yesterday. As her mother, I am well aware of this. Whatever experiments you mention, my Xiaoyu surely cannot comprehend. Suddenly, Han Shuer noticed Zhao Dajuan, who appeared to be struggling to find the right words. His face was alight with excitement, as if he were eager to exclaim, "Hurry, interview me. I have something noteworthy to share." With a playful twinkle in her eye, Han Shuer stepped closer to Zhao Dajuan, microphone in hand, and sweetly remarked, "Father of the child, it seems you have something to say. Before our audience, you may speak freely." She caught Zhao Dajuan discreetly glancing at Su Wenli, and with a bright smile, she turned to Su Wenli and said, "Thank you, Ms. Su, for sharing so much about Xiaoyu. However, I believe our viewers are equally eager to hear the father's perspective. So, Ms. Su, what do you think?" Han Shuer gestured towards the barrage of comments in the live stream. As expected, upon her words, the comments began to flood in. "My wife Han Shuer is absolutely right. I want to hear from the man. Ha ha ha. We all want to hear the child's father speak. I'm curious about how to secretly save money. I want to know whether he knelt on a washboard or a durian last night." Seeing this, Su Wenli gently rubbed her forehead and waved her hand at Zhao Dajuan, indicating her disinterest in the matter. After seizing the microphone, Zhao Dajuan cheerfully began, "Miss Han, let me tell you, while my little darling can be mischievous at times, overall, she tends to listen to me, her father." Upon hearing Zhao Dajuan's initial remarks, Su Wenli shot him a skeptical glance, as if to say, "I believe you when pigs fly, you old rascal." However, as Zhao Dajuan continued with his candid observations, the viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter, showering him with likes and cheers. "Ha ha, I adore such straightforward honesty. Your son is truly only a tad mischievous. Indeed, just a smidge of mischief. Come on, are you all just spinning tales? That child hasn't even opened her backpack at home, just rummaging for hidden money." Then, with a casual air, he bought some clay to play with the fire. Ah, simply delightful. One must commend the father. He certainly would heed the words of such a father. Or so one might jest. A thumbs up indeed. Oblivious to the barrage of comments in the live stream and the gaze of Su Wenli, Zhao Dajuan continued to speak. "My precious child will officially commence winter vacation tomorrow. The school has assigned a plethora of holiday homework. Thus, as I stepped out earlier, I had already conveyed my instructions. I told my dear one to diligently complete the winter assignments at home. I firmly believe my little darling will obediently follow through. At this very moment, they must be wholly engrossed, diligently writing at their desk." However, before Zhao Dajuan's words could fully resonate in the live stream, the so-called obedient child he mentioned rose and strode directly towards the computer desk. With a swift motion, they tossed aside the somewhat obstructive backpack and plopped down onto the chair. Then, with a flourish, they opened the computer. Chapter 11. Why waste money? Isn't it better to enjoy it for free? Upon witnessing Zhao Xiaoyu toss aside his backpack and power on his computer, the viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. inundating the screen with frenzied comments. Is this it? The obedient child who studies diligently? Look at that backpack being flung around with such flair. Ha ha. What an instant slap in the face. While the father continued to preach about the importance of studying, the child had already diverted his attention to the computer. I bet, without supervision, that mischievous child is surely set to indulge in gaming today. The guests in the studio, amused by the scene, could not help but chuckle. The renowned psychology mentor, Li Qingqing, composed herself and, suppressing her laughter, remarked, "This family is truly loving. However, I hope the father doesn't become too upset, otherwise, the little one may face some consequences tonight." Zheng Tianli shook his head and offered his commentary. This is precisely the way things should be. Play is inherent to a child's nature. Yet, gaming behind their parents' backs is unacceptable. This child requires stricter guidance. As Zheng Tianli finished speaking, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat, stating, "Ahem, Dr. Zheng is absolutely right. Children, being playful, need more supervision. For parents struggling with educational discipline, I recommend the Hongxiang Qihong tutoring program. It offers a stress-free educational service for children. By the way, I am Hu Lin, the vice principal of the school. Mention my name during enrollment to receive a 20% discount." The viewers were quick to criticize Hu Lin for shamelessly using his guest status to promote his program, flooding the comments with disdain. Meanwhile, the couple Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli, who had just finished their interview, began discussing their child's education. Su Wenli expressed her concerns, saying, "Dajuan, our Xiaoyu is truly a good child. Yet, he is now lying to us and playing games. Is there something amiss with our educational approach?" Zhao Dajuan, wearing a pained expression, tentatively suggested, "What if we enroll Xiaoyu in a tutoring program? That Hongxiang Qihong one seems quite good. We certainly have the means. And doesn't he enrolling under that principal's name grant us a discount?" Su Wenli shook her head, uncertain of the decision. At that moment, the live stream revealed that Zhao Xiaoyu had indeed opened his computer. The couple, witnessing this, grew increasingly anxious. Once a child develops a habit of gaming, it becomes exceedingly difficult to break. Resolute, they decided to return home and discipline him properly. Suddenly, Zhao Dajuan noticed a shift in the comments. He paused and urged Su Wenli to investigate closely. Many viewers are asking, what is this 6-year-old child doing on the computer if he isn't playing games? Goodness. The child is currently online, downloading programming software. Is this a joke? Goodness. It is indeed true that he is downloading programming software. Moreover, he has not opted for a pirated version. He is purchasing the legitimate software. I also observed that the payment was not successful, as there was a notification of payment failure. Could it be? Surely no one believes that a 6-year-old would download programming software for personal use, right? I thought he must have made a mistake and would soon be playing games. After reading the comments on the screen, I enlarged the live stream. Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan finally confirmed that their precious son was not secretly playing games behind their backs. He opened the computer with the intention of downloading programming software. What is programming software for? It is meant for learning and work, certainly not for gaming. As for those comments accusing their son of playing games, they were completely disregarded by the couple. Consequently, Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan felt as though a dark cloud had lifted, dissipating into thin air. Su Wenli gently patted Zhao Dajuan on the shoulder, playfully admonishing him, "If you ever doubt our precious son again, you will see my wrath." Zhao Dajuan was in a good mood as well, and with a grin, he replied, "Rest assured, my dear. I will surely cherish and trust our precious son even more in the future. However, our child currently has no money. The recent payment attempt failed. Since he wishes to buy programming software, let us assist him with the payment shortly." As Zhao Dajuan spoke, he began to feel something was amiss. Dear, are you even listening to me?" He realized that his wife was not attending to him, but was intently watching the live stream. Following Su Wenli's gaze, Zhao Dajuan looked at the screen, and to his shock, he felt a chill run down his spine. What? How could this be? Through the live stream, Zhao Dajuan saw Zhao Xiaoyu had entered their bedroom. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu approached the wardrobe, opened it, and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Without hesitation, he selected the second row, third box, and casually extracted 2 cigarettes, gently rolling them between his fingers. 2 bright red bills miraculously appeared. At this point, all the viewers understood. The little boy had sneaked into his parents' room in search of his father's hidden stash of money, and indeed, he had found it once again. As they watched Zhao Xiaoyu retrieve the 2 bills and expertly restore everything to its original state, the viewers erupted in laughter, bombarding the screen with comments. Dare I ask, which master excels in the art of finding hidden money? The 6-year-old child is the strongest. However, the child's father had hidden his stash in such a clever manner, concealing it within the cigarette pack. Such a waste. Ha ha ha. The child's father's secret stash technique is impressive, yet it was still discovered by his child. Hee hee. Is it really easy for a father to hide a bit of secret money? To his astonishment, the little child had managed to uncover his secret once again. Zhao Dajuan felt a pang of sympathy for the child's father. In a fleeting moment, a sense of dread washed over him as he gazed at the live broadcast, his countenance darkening. What in the world? How has this little rascal discovered my stash of savings? How could he have found this location as well? What on earth is happening? He had no time to ponder further. Zhao Dajuan swiftly grasped Su Wenli's hand, attempting to explain, "My dear, it is not as you imagine. I have not hoarded any secret funds. I have no knowledge of where the money Xiaoyu found originated." However, Zhao Xiaoyu was oblivious to Zhao Dajuan's vehement denials regarding the hidden savings, as at that moment, he had already exited the premises and made his way to the small shop across the street. "Excuse me, sir, may I trouble you for a favor?" Zhao Xiaoyu politely addressed the shopkeeper. The proprietor, with a kind and gentle demeanor, smiled at the adorable child and inquired, "What can I assist you with, little one?" From his pocket, Zhao Xiaoyu produced the 2 bills he had just discovered and handed them to the shopkeeper. He continued, "Sir, I would like to purchase a learning application. However, I do not possess a mobile number to facilitate payment. Therefore, I kindly ask if you could accept this money for the time being and assist me in completing the transaction." Chapter 12. Is this actually about coding? What a mess. Upon witnessing Zhao Xiaoyu dart out the door with his private stash, Zhao Dajuan felt an overwhelming sense of dread envelop him. He twisted his somewhat stiff neck to furtively glance at Su Wenli, who, at that very moment, was also casting her gaze in his direction. A shiver coursed through Zhao Dajuan. This was not good. Yet, driven by a strong instinct for self-preservation, he believed there might still be a way to salvage the situation. "My dear, allow me to explain." "Explain what?" Su Wenli, having held her tongue for far too long, erupted in expletives. Waving her fists, she launched an assault on Zhao Dajuan. It is well known that no woman, regardless of the circumstances, will tolerate her partner hiding money for personal use. Concealment is permissible, but one must possess the skill to keep it hidden from their spouse. Unfortunately for Zhao Dajuan, his secret funds had been exposed during a live broadcast the previous day. Despite her concerns for appearance, Su Wenli refrained from an immediate outburst. In fact, she graciously afforded Zhao Dajuan some dignity by not subjecting him to harsh interrogations afterward. Instead, she chose to confront him gently, under the cover of night, while their child slept, urging him to confess willingly. As Su Wenli observed Zhao Dajuan, tearfully remorseful, his chest pounding with fervent assurances, promising that the funds revealed during the broadcast were the entirety of his hidden money, her patience began to wane. With Zhao Xiaoyu once again rummaging through his belongings, Su Wenli could no longer suppress her feelings, fixating on a singular thought. A man's words are but deceitful specters. Ouch! My dear, please be gentle. I was wrong, don't strike again. We are still live streaming. Have mercy on my dignity. Meanwhile, Han Shuer, who had just concluded her interview, stood in bewilderment. How had this seemingly harmonious couple suddenly devolved into chaos? Although the altercation was one-sided, upon hearing Zhao Dajuan's pleas, Han Shuer promptly instructed the crew to shut off the cameras and rushed forward to intervene. "Dear Ms. Su, let us cease this for now. We are still broadcasting a live program." Though the host, Han Shuer, managed to cut the live feed, the sight of Zhao Dajuan being pummeled and begging for mercy had been vividly captured by numerous viewers. The barrage of comments in the stream surged dramatically. Haha, this is utterly hilarious. I hope the mother of the child spares the father. I wonder if everyone could check on how well the hospital's Wi-Fi is functioning for the father. Oh dear, how unfortunate for him. He finally managed to hide some money, only for it to be discovered by the child. And, as fate would have it, the child's mother found out too. But on another note, don't you think this little one is rather inconsiderate? With a bit of money, he frivolously spends on useless trinkets. Just yesterday, he squandered a fortune on a pile of junk, and today he is intent on purchasing software that serves no purpose whatsoever. The understanding of the hardships of earning money is sorely lacking among parents. Meanwhile, the guests in the audience were offering their critiques on Zhao Xiaoyu's behavior. Consultant Deng Guoyi shook his head, sighed, and remarked, "The state of education in our country is truly concerning. Zheng Tianli incessantly tapped his fingers on the table. His expression stern as he stated, "What Deng Lao said is absolutely correct. What everyone sees is a child discovering his father's hidden savings, and they find it amusing, right? However, in reality, this unauthorized access to parental funds without consent constitutes theft." Psychology mentor Li Qingqing, upon hearing this, expressed a differing opinion. "I believe Dr. Zheng's perspective is somewhat exaggerated. It is important to recognize that this is within the child's own home, and a 6-year-old's understanding of money is not fully developed. Thus, to label it as theft is a bit extreme." Cough, cough. "Hello everyone. I am your most beloved Principal Hu Lin. Allow me to say a few words. To all the young fathers and mothers, please do not be anxious. Our Hongxiang Qihong tutoring program not only enhances children's academic and daily life skills, but also focuses on moral education. The child's act of taking money, as seen in this live stream, must be corrected promptly. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire." Principal Hu Lin adjusted his glasses and continued, "Also, remember to mention my name when paying the registration fee to enjoy a 20% discount." Initially, the expert commentary from the guests was a segment that many viewers found engaging, as many were parents or soon-to-be parents facing their own educational challenges. They often gleaned valuable insights and experiences from the well-prepared guests brought in by the production team. However, this time, the tone seemed off, as guests unexpectedly interjected with advertisements. Previously, viewers assumed the ad was merely a light-hearted joke to enliven the atmosphere, but it soon became apparent that Hu Lin was genuinely promoting a product. We regarded the guests' words as precious wisdom, yet they took the opportunity to advertise. How can this be tolerated? Absolutely intolerable. Thus, viewers in the live stream expressed their discontent. What is up with that Mediterranean fellow named Hu? The first advertisement seemed like a joke, but it has turned into an endless barrage of promotions. How shameless. Indeed, I hesitated to voice my thoughts after the initial ad, yet he shamelessly continued to promote his agenda. I wonder who invited this advertising opportunist to the guest panel. Truly outrageous. It appears this new director of the program has not lived up to expectations. Watching these comments roll in, Director Wu, who found himself inadvertently targeted, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This is absurd. Hu Lin was forcibly inserted as the program's largest sponsor. What does that have to do with me? The usually composed Director Wu was unexpectedly driven to exclaim expletives in frustration. At this very moment, Zhao Xiaoyu had procured the programming software. Bidding farewell to the kind uncle at the small shop, he hurriedly raced back to his bedroom. Upon reaching his computer, he effortlessly and adeptly installed the programming software. Subsequently, a pair of delicate, fair hands began to tap rhythmically on the keyboard. However, despite Zhao Xiaoyu's tranquil exterior, his mind was rife with inner grievances. What on earth? What a dreadful system. It doesn't even have a copy function. I have to manually type out the code. He resolved to leave a scathing review. Unbeknownst to Zhao Xiaoyu, consumed by thoughts of criticizing the system, he was creating quite a stir in the live streaming room. Goodness, this child is not even playing a game. The lack of education is truly alarming. What does this have to do with gaming? He is coding, for heaven's sake. How can a 6-year-old possibly comprehend code? Chapter 13. The shock of the technical director at Alibaba. What? I can't even install a system. How can a mere 6-year-old be typing code? Good heavens. This is astounding. Is this child a computer prodigy? This is excessive. How can he be so proficient? Countless internet users applauded Zhao Xiaoyu for being able to engage with code at such a tender age. However, amidst the sea of comments, a dissenting voice emerged. An individual with the username "I am handsome because I exist" scoffed at Zhao Xiaoyu's coding efforts. Uft, just a little brat. What does he know about code? Don't be fooled by his random keystrokes. It's merely childish mischief. Perhaps fearing backlash, "I am handsome because I exist" quickly added an explanation. I wasn't speaking carelessly. I graduated from the computer science program at Shuimu University, and I have been a seasoned programmer for over a decade. Just as this explanation flashed across the screen, Dr. Zheng Tianli from the guest panel began to speak. This child may truly have significant issues. Experts certainly have a way of piercing through the facade. As soon as Dr. Zheng spoke, he captivated the attention of countless viewers. With a mournful shake of his head, he continued, "Previously, it was one thing for this child to stealthily take money from his parents to buy some clay. But now, look at what he has purchased. He has brazenly taken his parents' hard-earned money to acquire coding software. What can a 6-year-old do with this? Can he eat it? Can he play with it? This is nothing short of a waste of resources. Dr. Zheng gazed into the camera and added, "Some of you may believe this child is genuinely coding and learning. But let me assure you, this child is merely playing around at the computer, randomly banging on the keyboard. Although I am not a computer expert, I have a modicum of knowledge about coding. If I were to type code myself, I would require time to think. Yet, look at this child. Has he paused to contemplate for even a moment?" Upon hearing this, a multitude of viewers turned their attention to Zhao Xiaoyu's figure in the live stream. To their astonishment, they beheld the child, his delicate hands flying across the keyboard with the grace of two butterflies dancing in the air. This hardly resembled the act of thoughtful consideration. Moreover, his little hands exhibited an increasingly adept and rapid pace. Not only that, but the child's face was tense, his lips pursed, as if he were dissatisfied with his own typing speed. If this were indeed coding, it would be a blatant affront to the authority of experts. At this point, the majority of viewers found themselves in agreement with Dr. Zheng's conclusion. I had a feeling that a mere child could not possibly grasp the intricacies of such sophisticated coding. Alas, my heart aches for the father's hard-earned money, which has been squandered not once, but twice. This child has gone too far, recklessly spending the funds without a hint of understanding the struggles parents endure to earn a living. As I peruse these comments, I find myself weeping in agitation, for I am handsome and deserving of recognition. The eloquence of the experts is indeed formidable. Though I had articulated the same sentiment first, my words went unnoticed, while this expert merely polished my thoughts and garnered applause. How could so many people give their approval? Oh, the irony. At the headquarters of Alibaba Company, within the network security department, Wu Qingyuan stretched languidly, while simultaneously attempting to relieve the tension in his neck. At that moment, a tall young woman clad in professional attire entered. "Director Wu, the coffee you requested is ready." Noticing Wu Qingyuan's neck exercises, the young woman promptly set down the coffee and hurried to his side. With delicate hands, she began to gently knead his shoulders and neck, advising him, "Director Wu, your cervical health is important. You should take more breaks." Wu Qingyuan took a sip of his coffee and chuckled, "I wish I could rest more." However, at yesterday's elite networking event, our department's veteran employees indulged excessively, all taking leave. I cannot entrust all the work to those inexperienced newcomers. At merely 26 years of age, Wu Qingyuan had ascended to the position of technical director of Alibaba's network information department, a testament to his formidable computing skills in a company ranked among the top 50 in the world. The young woman providing him with a massage was his personal assistant. Upon hearing his remarks, she pouted and retorted, "What good are they if they're just idling? They are less capable than a child. After all, a 6-year-old can already code." Wu Qingyuan couldn't help but chuckle at her words. Sensing his skepticism, the young woman pulled out her phone, saying, "Director Wu, I assure you I am not deceiving you. See for yourself." The screen displayed Zhao Xiaoyu, furiously typing away at the keyboard. The young woman was an avid fan of the show When the Little Rascal Breaks Free, never missing an episode. Initially indifferent, Wu Qingyuan cast a casual glance at the phone, only to be struck by surprise. The code, could it be artificial intelligence? Moments later, he was captivated. Recovering from the shock, Wu Qingyuan immediately exclaimed, "Contact the production team at once. Oh, and let me first invest in a monthly subscription worth 150,000. Within the live broadcast room, countless comments flooded in, showering praise upon Dr. Zheng Tianli, while simultaneously mocking Zhao Xiaoyu as a complete child prodigy. Just then, a majestic 7-color dragon leapt onto the screen of the live stream. The dragon then opened its mouth, releasing dazzling words. "I am Wu Qingyuan, the Chief Technology Officer of Alibaba Company. This child, diligently coding, is nothing short of a genius. I kindly request the production team to provide contact information." Moments later, the internet erupted with excitement. "Wow, a wealthy individual has spoken," exclaimed viewers. "This 7-color dragon comment from the big shot is truly impressive. Oh, it's Director Wu from Alibaba. Ah, even the big shot claims this child is a genius. What Dr. Zheng Tianli just said, then, must be true." Wu Qingyuan, as the Chief Network Security Technology Officer of Alibaba, undoubtedly ranks among the top 10 in Yin country. Who would have thought that Dr. Zheng also feigned understanding? This kid is remarkable. After Wu Qingyuan's comment, the atmosphere in the live room shifted dramatically. The target of ridicule was instantly redirected towards Dr. Zheng Tianli. Regardless of the viewers' reactions or Dr. Zheng's dismay at being publicly humiliated, Wu Qingyuan, seeing that the production team had yet to contact him, swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed the number of his boss, Mr. Ma. Encountering such a youthful genius, he felt it imperative to report this matter. Chapter 14. The Prodigy of Artificial Intelligence Code in the Fiery Nation. The Yaoyuan skyscraper towers majestically into the clouds, reaching heights of up to 100 stories. The pinnacle of this edifice houses the renowned Yaoyuan Interstellar Conference Room, which occupies the entire top floor, spanning over 1,000 square meters. The meetings convened here are undoubtedly the apex gatherings of influential figures from various sectors. At this very moment, an interstellar scientific exchange conference is underway. As one of the top 50 enterprises on Blue Star, Alibaba naturally qualifies to partake in such prestigious meetings. The esteemed CEO, Mr. Ma, sits attentively in the conference room, listening intently to a distinguished professor in a white lab coat deliver a research presentation. Just then, a phone placed nearby vibrates, causing a barely perceptible frown to cross Mr. Ma's brow. It is worth noting that Mr. Ma's calls are secured through multiple layers of encryption, and only a select few high-ranking individuals can reach him directly. Given that he is attending an interstellar scientific exchange conference, it is inconceivable that anyone would dare to disturb him during such a critical event, especially with the focus of the meeting being the hottest topic in the country, artificial intelligence. Mr. Ma has long held a keen interest in artificial intelligence, aspiring to make significant investments in this field. Unfortunately, the technology presents an incredibly challenging issue for the nation, with expertise in artificial intelligence being exceedingly rare. The scarcity of talent in this domain is staggering. Over the years, Mr. Ma has invested astronomical sums, yet the results have been disappointingly meager. With this rare opportunity for discussion, how could someone dare to interrupt him? Fuming internally, yet maintaining his composure, Mr. Ma calmly picks up his phone to check the screen. Wu Qingyuan? How could it be him? Wu Qingyuan is one of Mr. Ma's most trusted and capable prodigies, a young talent whose computer skills are nothing short of extraordinary, and he has even dabbled in the realm of artificial intelligence. Why would he disturb him at such a moment? Could it be that the company is under siege by a coalition of international hackers? With such thoughts racing through his mind, Mr. Ma swiftly answers the call, lowering his voice to inquire, "What is it, Qingyuan?" Moments later, his pupils constrict, and shock washes over his face. He trusts that Wu Qingyuan would not deceive him regarding such matters. Nevertheless, he suppresses his agitation and asks, "Qingyuan, is the situation as you say?" On the other end of the line, Wu Qingyuan is fixated on the diminutive figure in the livestream. Upon hearing Mr. Ma's inquiry, he fervently nods and affirms, "Mr. Ma, the situation is indeed as you say. This child is nothing short of a genius. Immediately gather all the programmers in the company." Having finished speaking, Mr. Ma promptly hangs up the phone and rises, hastily exiting the conference hall. "Mr. Ma, what is this? There is an urgent matter." Observing Mr. Ma hastily depart after uttering a few words, the prominent business magnates exchanged glances. After hanging up the phone, Wu Qingyuan immediately summoned all the programmers within the company. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, following Wu Qingyuan's remarks under the Emperor Docker account, countless online firms began to take notice. The CEO of Xingho Alliance Technology Company declared, "Cease all current tasks. Everyone must attentively watch this live stream." The technical manager of Tiantian Online Gaming Technology Company bellowed, "What is that child doing in front of the computer?" The department head of Rintiantang Network Technology Service Company shouted. Immediately analyzed the meaning of this code. An increasing number of online companies joined the ranks attempting to decipher Zhao Xiaoyu's code. However, half an hour later, countless programmers were driven to madness. These programmers felt as if their years of learning and hard work had been in vain. 4. After thorough examination by this legion of programmers, it became evident that the child was not merely playing, but was genuinely typing code. Ordinary code would have sufficed. Yet this child was coding in artificial intelligence. This child is merely 6 years old. How is it possible for someone so young to master artificial intelligence code? How are we, the senior programmers, to survive? Must we truly be rendered obsolete for your amusement? Dear child, we implore you, please act like a person. Consequently, some indignant programmers could no longer contain their frustration and unleashed a barrage of comments. "Little one, I am a good friend of your father. He asked me to tell you that typing code so quickly is detrimental to the development of your fingers. Indeed, child, do slow down. Your speed is too swift for us to comprehend. Young friend, could you perhaps shift your head a bit? We are unable to see many crucial lines of code. Alas, The program's camera setup is utterly unprofessional. With such a large monitor, it is inconceivable that so much remains out of view. Yes, indeed, a poor rating is in order. If we could glean even a fraction of this artificial intelligence code, it would be worth a fortune. Yet now, much of it is out of sight and reflecting light annoyingly. We can only barely see 30 to 40. Oh, it feels as though we have lost a fortune of $1 billion. Upon witnessing the programmer's exasperated complaints, innumerable netizens were left bewildered. Wait, this child is indeed typing code. And it appears to be artificial intelligence code. Incredible. Astonishing. As realization dawned, all netizens were left in utter shock. In their astonishment, they instantly showered the child with praise. Truly remarkable. The child is genuinely coding. A 6-year-old prodigy. What prodigy? This is a genius indeed. This is artificial intelligence code. Can an ordinary genius truly master the intricacies of artificial intelligence coding? Oh, prodigious talent, I stand corrected. We ought not to question your remarkable intellect. Regardless, with such dexterity, this young prodigy is undoubtedly mine this evening. Dear Anne upstairs, do exercise restraint. To indulge in such impropriety towards a scientific genius is a grievous offense, punishable by no less than a decade behind bars. Yet, shortly thereafter, amidst the chorus of adulation for Zhao Xiaoyu, discordant voices emerged. How utterly ludicrous. A mere 6-year-old child coding? Tackling the formidable challenges of the scientific community? I can only chuckle at the absurdity. Upon deeper reflection, I too sense something amiss. My own child is already 30, apart from relying on parental support. They possess no such skills. This must surely be a scripted performance. To deceive the audience ratings, they concoct such a ludicrous narrative. Only the gullible would buy into this. Whether you believe it or not is of no concern to me. I am convinced. I too lean towards the notion that this is scripted. The director of the production team is utterly foolish. Foolishness indeed. In an instant, the live stream's comments erupted into chaos, creating an uproar. Meanwhile, Director Wu of the production team. Chapter 15, The Counterfeit Expert. Fang Chuanyu arrives. The director of the program, Wu Kuei, felt his lips twitch as he watched the barrage of accusations and insults directed at him steadily rise on the screen. His already darkened expression grew increasingly somber. What script? He exclaimed in frustration. As the director, how could I possibly know where such a script comes from? You call me foolish? It is you who are the foolish ones. Your entire family is foolish. How forgetful you all are. Just moments ago, Professor Zheng Dehua personally called to inquire about this matter. And now you still doubt it's scripted? Soon enough, you will find yourselves proven wrong. Despite his inner turmoil, Wu Kuei managed to maintain a semblance of composure. The harsh words he had internally berated himself with were merely fleeting thoughts. Outwardly, he calmly reassured the anxious staff around him. Everyone, do not panic. We shall wait patiently for the flowers to bloom. Director Wu, look quickly. Fang Chuanyu has arrived. The attempt to sound composed did not yield the desired effect, as gasps erupted from his team. Upon hearing the name Fang Chuanyu, Wu Kuei's expression changed drastically. He swiftly turned his attention to the live broadcast. Indeed, the individual with the ID Fang Chuanyu had entered the chat and was now speaking. The golden verified badge was irrefutable evidence. At this moment, Wu Kuei's countenance darkened significantly. It was over. This program had caught the attention of that rogue. Hadn't he withdrawn from the public eye for quite some time? In Yin Country, Kyoto, within the luxurious presidential suite of the Blue Moon 6-star Peninsula Hotel, a middle-aged man donned in black-framed glasses sat before a computer. He chuckled softly at the screen, then shook his head, murmuring, "Although I successfully aided a brand in maliciously undermining a competitor last time, my deeds were exposed, forcing me to lay low for so long that I've lost half my followers." Adjusting his glasses, he continued, "This time, I intended to carefully select my target for a comeback. I never anticipated that a ripe opportunity would present itself so readily." As he gazed at the live broadcast of the program, when the little brat lets loose, Fang Chuanyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. A senior professor from Fudan University in the Magic City, specializing in IT. He was not renowned for his prestigious education or knowledge, but for his silver tongue and repeated successes in debunking fakes. Once he set his sights on a target, it was almost certain they would fall. He had even earned the moniker Warrior of Truth from the online community. Though each of Fang Chuanyu's interventions brought him substantial profit, which many found displeasing, his impeccable track record of success quickly garnered him millions of followers. Thus, Discovering Fong Chuanyu's presence on the program, he directed filled Wu Kuei with a sense of impending doom. A nocturnal visitor seldom arrives without cause. As he had suspected, trouble was indeed brewing. Fong Chuanyu had scarcely entered the live broadcast room when he launched into an unrelenting tirade. Greetings, everyone. I am your beloved champion of truth, Fong Chuanyu. In recent days, I have been closely observing the program titled When Mischievous Children Let Loose. What I must assert is that this is nothing but a deceitful spectacle, rife with falsehoods designed to dupe the viewers. Fong Chuanyu immediately took aim at the production team. The audience, already disillusioned with the scripted nature of the show, erupted in astonished exclamations upon his arrival. Oh my, the Titan of Truth, Fong Chuanyu, is here. Where have you been, esteemed Fong? Your loyal fans have missed you. This is getting interesting. The Truth Warrior is here to expose the fabrications of the production team. We eagerly await. As the audience settled in, Director Wu clenched his fists. Prior to entering the live stream, Fong Chuanyu had thoroughly prepared himself. Thus, he confidently declared, that individual who claims to be the head of the Alibaba company is clearly a fraud. Wu Qingyuan is a top-tier magnate in the realm of internet technology, and his time is far too precious to squander idly in a live stream. Moreover, I am well acquainted with Director Wu. He would never engage in such triviality. This is undoubtedly a stunt orchestrated by the production team. Upon hearing these words, countless viewers experienced a moment of clarity. Ah, so that's it. Wu Qingyuan is responsible for the entire network security of Alibaba. Surely he wouldn't have time to waste in a live stream. Thankfully, the esteemed Fong Chuanyu recognized Wu Qingyuan and exposed the production team's lies. Alas, I was too naive to believe it. Fong Chuanyu is truly impressive. While the director is a fool, Fong Chuanyu glanced at the comments scrolling across the screen with satisfaction and continued. Furthermore, I just reviewed the live broadcast replay. The initial lines of code written by that child are utterly incorrect. For instance, the segment for I won is a quintessential example of chaotic code formatting. Additionally, in summary, this approach is bound to yield an abundance of bugs. Fong Chuanyu pointed out 4 or 5 coding errors in one breath. Amidst the chorus of admiration and astonishment directed at him, Fong Chuanyu became even more engrossed in his discourse. It is well known that artificial intelligence currently grapples with 2 insurmountable challenges. The first is the necessity of self-learning capabilities, while the second, more intricate challenge, involves endowing artificial intelligence with emotional intelligence. Our nation's premier research resources have been devoted entirely to these 2 aspects, yet we have yet to achieve a breakthrough. Therefore, do you truly believe that a mere 6-year-old child could master the intricacies of artificial intelligence coding? Fong Chuanyu paused momentarily before delivering a sardonic laugh and stating, thus, this child has no understanding of coding whatsoever. Everything he uttered was preordained by the production team, instructing him to perform in this manner. Fong Chuanyu's most renowned aspect lies in his incisive and astute analysis of the counterfeit phenomenon. His critique is as ruthless and precise as that of an unparalleled swordsman, delivering a swift and fatal strike to his adversaries. In this moment, silence envelopes the room as everyone awaits Fong Chuanyu's judgment upon the production team. As anticipated, his voice softened, transforming him into a judge wielding the gavel of justice, ready to deliver his verdict. Furthermore, regarding the incident with the molten iron, could a mere child truly execute such an experiment? A concept only understood within the realms of research? Clearly, the answer is negative. Thus, the so-called Professor Zhang from yesterday was indeed a fabrication. In an almost palpable manner, the audience felt the resonating finality of the gavel's strike. It became evident that all of this was merely a ploy orchestrated by the production team. I can almost discern their ulterior motives. It has come to my attention that this program frequently changes directors with each episode. Therefore, it is apparent that the new director seeks to gain notoriety and attract attention through sensationalism. With a resounding clap, Fong Chuanyu's words pierced through the atmosphere, an exclamation that left Wu Kuei unable to contain his frustration, causing him to hurl his earpiece to the ground in anger. Yet, soon after, Wu Kuei found himself despondently collapsing onto the floor, for not only he, but the entire production team, lacked a profound understanding of the intricacies of artificial intelligence. Wu Kuei realized with stark clarity that this episode had been irreparably marred, marking the end of his directorial aspirations. Chapter 16, Chairman Ma's Recruitment. Annual salary of $5 million at the headquarters of the Alibaba company, in a brightly lit conference room. An elongated oval mahogany table was surrounded by 20 to 30 formally attired gentlemen. The attendees were all elite members of the company's network team, urgently summoned back to the company following an order from Chairman Ma. Typically, these IT professionals, accustomed to the shadows, may not pay much attention to their attire. However, today was different. It was the summons of the company's paramount leader, Chairman Ma. Thus, the IT elites made a concerted effort to present themselves impeccably before hastily arriving at the company. Once Wu Qingyuan confirmed that everyone was present, he approached Chairman Ma and spoke. "Chairman, all our programmers have been gathered." The conference room was filled with mid to senior level elites, while the remaining programmers awaited outside. Chairman Ma nodded, surveying the assembly before him, and began to speak slowly. "Each of you here represents the elite and backbone of Amiao Baba Company. I trust you are all aware of my character. I am always eager to recruit talented individuals. I believe Director Wu has already briefed you." As he spoke, Chairman Ma glanced at Wu Qingyuan. Upon receiving a nod from him, he continued, "Director Wu has discovered a prodigy in the realm of artificial intelligence. Our company, like many others, is in dire need of talent in this field. All of you are specialists in this domain, and I wish to hear your insights." The success of Chairman Ma in elevating Amiao Baba Company to the ranks of the Fortune 500 is not unconnected to his unparalleled charisma. In unfamiliar territories, he refrains from haphazardly directing experts, but instead opts to first listen to their analyses before making decisions. The IT elites present were well acquainted with Chairman Ma's open-minded approach. Thus, as soon as he finished speaking, they began to express their opinions. The head of cybersecurity, a man with a slight bulge in his abdomen, spoke first. "Chairman, Director Wu has already shown us the live stream of that child. This boy indeed possesses some knowledge of artificial intelligence. Yet achieving success may prove exceedingly difficult due to the complexity of the field. Regardless of his potential for success, he is undoubtedly a genius." A senior network engineer nodded in agreement, praising, "Indeed, this child's coding abilities are exceptionally remarkable. At such a tender age, he navigates code with ease. Such talent is invaluable for our enterprise." The deputy director of cybersecurity beside Wu Qingyuan chimed in, "Chairman, I believe this child even possesses a hint of the brilliance that Director Wu exhibited in his early days. We must recruit him into our company." Wu Qingyuan, having once captivated all the experts in the company's network department with his unparalleled computer skills, earned the respectful title of Wu Ge from colleagues, even those significantly older than him. Wu Qingyuan chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Brotherly, you jest. This child possesses far greater knowledge of artificial intelligence than I do. There are certain aspects I find quite incomprehensible." 10 minutes later, Mr. Ma had grasped the essence of the discussion. He waved his hand and smiled lightly. "All right. I understand everyone's sentiments. I appreciate the invaluable suggestions you have all put forth. I have no further matters to address here. I shall leave the remainder to Director Wu." With that, Mr. Ma hurriedly exited the conference room. 5 minutes later, a new message appeared on the official website of Amiao Company. It was a simple video. Yet upon its release, it surged through the internet with astonishing speed. For within the video, none other than Mr. Ma of Amiao Company made an appearance. But that was not all. Even more shocking was Mr. Ma's invitation for a young child, merely a few years of age, to join Amiao Company. The offered salary was a staggering 5 million per annum. Moreover, it seemed Mr. Ma suggested that this amount was negotiable. Upon witnessing this, countless netizens and media outlets were left in a state of astonishment. Amidst their shock, curiosity, and gossip flourished. What extraordinary child could warrant Mr. Ma's personal invitation? What unique talents could justify a salary of 5 million from the very outset? In Kyoto, at the luxurious presidential suite of the Blue Moon 6-star Peninsula Hotel, Fang Chuanyu sat down at his computer with a freshly brewed cup of coffee. Savoring a sip, he gazed through his thick glasses at the live stream. However, it soon became apparent to Fang Chuanyu that the barrage of comments was somewhat askew. "Wow, this is incredible. Mr. Ma personally extends an invitation. I wonder if I can return home and hastily create a few dolls for a chance at this opportunity? Haha, even if you offered money, Mr. Ma wouldn't he be interested? What he seeks are prodigies like Xiao Xiao, you understand? Hey, it must be said, this child is truly a genius. Mastering programming at such a young age, it's no wonder Mr. Ma is willing to pay a fortune to hire him. It appears the production team has acted with integrity and not fabricated anything. This means that the so-called truth warrior, Fang Dalao, has stumbled. The production team is innocent. Fang Chuanyu is merely a fool, What has he accomplished? I tell you, last time he received payment and proceeded to slander. Thus, it becomes clear that Feng Chuanyu is indeed not a commendable individual. Feng Chuanyu, having lost his previous calm demeanor while sipping coffee, now wore a grim expression. Utterly perplexed. Just moments ago, he had successfully guided the narrative. Hadn't everyone been supportive of him? Hadn't they been critical of the production team? How had the tide turned so swiftly? Now, they were all praising and commending the very team he had disparaged. Moreover, they were ridiculing him. Even the dirt on his prior dealings had been unearthed. No, it must be that something transpired during the brief interlude when I stepped away to the restroom and brewed my coffee. As Feng Chuanyu pondered the increasingly unsettling situation, he hastily opened his browser to conduct a search. It did not take long for him to comprehend the unfolding events, as he did not even need to search deliberately. Upon opening the browser, the top 10 trending searches provided clarity. Merely 10 minutes after the release of a video by the Alibaba company, other formidable publicly traded companies caught wind of the prodigy Zhao Xiaoyu. Consequently, these companies, unwilling to be outdone, promptly took action. Soon, these developments ascended the trending charts. At the pinnacle of the list was the news about Mr. Ma from Alibaba, who offered a staggering annual salary of $5 million to recruit the 6-year-old genius. Following closely was the announcement from Qian Baidu Company, which similarly extended an olive branch with an annual salary of $3 million alongside a luxury car worth $1 million. Next in line was New Tokyo Company, offering a $2 million annual salary along with a property valued at $1 million. Pindao Dao Company made an enticing offer as well. Upon reaching this point, Feng Chuanyu understood that his attempt to debunk the situation had hit a brick wall. Noticing the influx of messages from netizens tagging him in the live chat, he grimaced and replied to the group, "I apologize, but I have an upset stomach. Let us converse another time." With that, he exited the live chat and powered down his computer, making his discreet escape. Chapter 17. The Versailles parents. The production team rejoiced, exclaiming, "How splendid! Now we need not bear the blame. Indeed, the detestable Feng Chuanyu has slandered us, accusing our team of fabricating scripts. Such audacity. It is true. The audience, with their simplistic minds, are far too easily swayed. Our program, having garnered acclaim for so long, could never resort to such deceit. Moreover, with numerous publicly listed companies expressing their intentions, it seems a fierce competition for Zhao Xiaoyu is about to ignite. Surely, they cannot claim that everyone is colluding to stage a performance alongside the production team. Ever since the news spread, led by President Ma, of various companies fervently seeking Zhao Xiaoyu, countless employees of the production team transformed their despair into elation, cheering exuberantly. Suddenly, someone noticed the silent director Wu and remarked, "Ha! Our director Wu is truly formidable. Just moments ago, our team faced harsh criticism, and I was nearly frightened out of my wits. Yet, our director remained unperturbed, exuding confidence. Indeed, our director Wu has weathered many storms. To him, Feng Chuanyu is merely a small fry. Wu's prowess is commendable." Seated in silence, the previously despondent director Wu found himself perplexed. What is happening? Unperturbed? Confident? I was nearly scared to the point of losing control. Weathered many storms? The notorious Feng Chuanyu is but a small fry before me? Please, stop jesting. I feel like the very mud beneath the shrimp. Nevertheless, as the director of the production team, Wu Qi's mind was quick to adapt. In no time, he grasped the situation. Ha ha ha, heaven does not forsake Zhao. He discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a surge of relief within as he maintained an exterior of calm. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Wu Qi retrieved his phone and dialed Han Shuer. Meanwhile, Han Shuer, standing beside Zhao Xiaoyu's parents, ended the call. The task assigned by Director Wu was to interview the parents of the prodigious child. Suppressing her astonishment at Zhao Xiaoyu, Han Shuer gracefully approached Su Wenli and her husband. With a sweet smile, she aimed her microphone at Zhao Dajuan and inquired, "Mr. Zhao, what are your thoughts on your child's astonishing performance?" Han Shuer voiced the curiosity of the online audience and all viewers at home. Everyone was eager to know how the parents of such a young genius, merely 6 years old, would evaluate their child. Upon hearing Han Shuer's question, Zhao Dajuan's face flushed slightly. After a brief pause, he rubbed his hands together and gritted his teeth, declaring, "This little rascal is utterly outrageous. He truly played on the computer behind our backs. When I return, I shall lock up his computer. Yes, lock it up. From now on, I shall never again grant that insufferable boy an opportunity to engage with a computer. Zhao Dajuan's proficiency with technology is limited to simple spreadsheet tasks. When it comes to the sophisticated realm of coding, he is utterly oblivious. Thus, Zhao Xiaoyu's recent display of coding prowess left him bewildered, genuinely believing the boy was merely playing on the computer. Initially, a few onlookers were eager to hear the brilliant parent's insightful commentary, perhaps gleaning a nugget of wisdom to apply to their own children. However, after listening to Zhao Dajuan's remarks, they were all taken aback. What had the boy's father just said? Insufferable boy? Sneaking on the computer? He intends to lock it up? What is this father up to? Even Han Shuer was left in a state of confusion. Nevertheless, as the host of the show, Han Shuer's quick thinking served her well. She cleared her throat softly and speculated. Perhaps Zhao Xiaoyu's father is concerned that his child might become arrogant, hence his words. Yet, excessive humility can also be a form of pride. Upon hearing Han Shuer's interpretation, the crowd experienced a moment of clarity. So, the child's father, despite his rough exterior, was simply fearful that his child's modest achievements might lead to undue arrogance and subsequent setbacks. We had misjudged the boy as father. Truly, he is an exceptional father. However, Zhao Dajuan remained perplexed. What do you understand? What is there to fear about my child becoming arrogant? I am completely unaware. My child was secretly using the computer. I scolded him and locked it up. How is that excessive humility? Han Shuer, undeterred by Zhao Dajuan's many questions, approached Su Winley with a gentle smile, inquiring, Ms. Su, how do you feel about your child's astonishing performance just now? Upon hearing Han Shuer's identical question directed towards both the child's father and herself, Su Winley felt a twinge of displeasure. One does not strike the face. My child is mischievous and playful. Yet, as the host, you repeatedly highlight our child's shortcomings on camera. Where is your professional integrity? Nevertheless, considering that every word and action could be broadcast, Su Winley, with a hint of regret, remarked, I sincerely apologize, everyone. My child's behavior today was indeed somewhat embarrassing. He was sneaking away to play on the computer. My husband and I are not well versed in technology, so we are unaware of what he was doing on there. But it likely wasn't anything of great significance. Su Winley's words were heartfelt and sincere. Both she and Zhao Dajuan were irate at the sight of Zhao Xiaoyu on the computer, thus completely oblivious to the barrage of comments in the live chat and the viral news of the exorbitant salary offered to recruit Zhao Xiaoyu. However, upon hearing Su Winley's response, even the astute Han Shuer appeared utterly confounded. What is happening? I distinctly recall Director Wu stating that this Zhao Xiaoyu is a child prodigy. He explicitly informed me that the boy was engaged in cutting-edge artificial intelligence research. How did the child's mother, upon speaking, suddenly imply that it was nothing of significance? As if it had occurred just yesterday? The viewers in the live stream were bewildered by her response. However, it wasn't long before some viewers reached a conclusion. Haha, the child's mother is just as excessively modest as the child's father. I must say, this is not modesty, but rather a blatant display of ostentation. Such for Psi-like parents. Yet, the individual at the center of this matter, Zhao Xiaoyu, remained blissfully unaware of the frenzy of recruitment messages and the surging popularity of the live stream. An hour later, Zhao Xiaoyu glanced at the time. It was almost noon. My frugal parents will be back soon, so I should call it a day. Thus, he saved his progress and shut down the computer. Gazing at the now dark screen, Zhao Xiaoyu expressed his dissatisfaction inwardly. Alas, after a whole morning, I've only completed 20 of my work. This is far too slow. Given my speed after 20-some years, the possibility of significant improvement in a short time seems slim. Just as Zhao Xiaoyu was lost in his thoughts, a sudden click echoed through the air. The door swung open. His parents had returned. Stepping out of his room, Zhao Xiaoyu observed his mother heading directly towards the kitchen. Undoubtedly, nearing noon, she must be preparing a meal. However, when he glanced at Zhao Dajuan, he noticed his father had entered his own room with a sullen expression. This was not a good sign. Zhao Xiaoyu hurriedly followed him inside. Upon entering, he discovered his father had already turned on his computer. Approaching, he realized that his father was in the process of setting a password lock on it. Zhao Xiaoyu let out a resigned sigh, gazing skyward in exasperation. It seemed that the incident of taking his father's secret stash of money had been uncovered. The computer would be locked, without a doubt. Perhaps it would be best to avoid provoking him further. Chapter 18. The shamelessness of these people in the harmonious atmosphere of the happy countryside community. The Zhao family concluded their lunch. Throughout the meal, Su Wenli remained remarkably composed, refraining from expressing any anger towards Zhao Xiaoyu. She understood that family matters should remain private, especially with hidden cameras discreetly installed around their home, and countless eyes eagerly observing her every action, anticipating a spectacle of her reprimanding her child. She was determined not to grant them that satisfaction. Why was Su Wenli so aware of others' thoughts? The answer was simple. She had once possessed the same voyeuristic curiosity while watching this very show. Zhao Dajuan was equally cognizant of the secret stash of money he had hidden away, and thus, he maintained his silence in front of his wife, wishing to avoid any collateral damage. As for dealing with the mischievous child who had pilfered his private funds, there would be ample opportunities in the future. After tidying up the dining table, Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan casually mentioned they were going out for errands, leaving Zhao Xiaoyu alone at home. Despite the embarrassment their son's behavior had caused them on the show, the couple felt compelled to adhere to the program's stipulations, allowing their unruly child to express himself freely. They were also subtly curious about whether their son would engage in even more outrageous antics. Once his parents departed, Zhao Xiaoyu exhaled deeply. Although he had not been in this new reality for long, he sensed that his usually kind parents were acting somewhat strangely these past few days. However, reminding himself that he had only completed 1/5 of his coding task, he shook his head and dismissed the thought. In the live stream, viewers erupted in laughter at the sight of Zhao Xiaoyu's diminutive figure shaking his head while muttering to himself in his room. Ha ha. The way this little one shakes his head is so comically old-fashioned. It's absolutely hilarious. One commenter exclaimed, "Look at how he pouts his lips. It seems he's mumbling something." Another added, "Ah, he's so adorable. I'm booking a ticket right now to find this child. He belongs to me." Moreover, there was a viewer who claimed to have consulted a lawyer, stating, "As long as I obtain the victim's forgiveness, there shouldn't be any major issues. Auntie, I've already prepared my letter of forgiveness. Come find me." Unbeknownst to Zhao Xiaoyu, sitting in front of his computer, an eager aunt was scheming to reach him. Upon opening his computer, he discovered it was locked and required a password to access. Zhao Xiaoyu shrugged dismissively, muttering, "My old man is great in many ways, but his intelligence leaves much to be desired. After all that effort, he only managed to set up a login lock to restrict me? He doesn't realize that any child could easily bypass such a thing." This time, the viewers in the live stream clearly heard Zhao Xiaoyu's words, and soon, a stunned silence fell upon them. However, once they comprehended the situation, an uproar of laughter erupted from countless viewers. "Haha, well said. I too believe that the child's father is lacking in intellect. Little one, are you attempting to amuse me to death in hopes of inheriting my Huabei? TSK, TSK, TSK. Although I am a computer science major, I do not consider circumventing a login lock to be a trivial task. However, it is indeed accurate to say that this father is not particularly bright. Ha ha ha. I wonder how the child's father would feel upon hearing such remarks about his intelligence. What does Zhao Dajuan think?" Zhao Dajuan expresses his reluctance to contemplate such matters. At this moment, he only desires to lash out. This little rascal has truly crossed the line. How dare he speak ill of my intellect behind my back? The more he thinks about it, the angrier Zhao Dajuan becomes, and he makes a move to open the car door, ready to return and give Zhao Xiaoyu a thorough reprimanding. He wishes to showcase his formidable fists, demonstrating his superior intellect. If the viewers in the live stream were to learn of Zhao Dajuan's current thoughts, they would undoubtedly lean further in favor of Zhao Xiaoyu's perspective. What does the size of one's fist have to do with intelligence? Clearly, he is lacking in that department. Yet, before Zhao Dajuan could act on his thoughts, his intentions were abruptly halted. He found himself under the watchful gaze of Su Wenli, causing him to stiffen and remain motionless. It turns out that after Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli stepped out, they were guided by the host, Han Shuer, to a surveillance vehicle parked not far from the community. Observing their child's every move from this vantage point was far more comfortable than sitting in a restaurant. It is worth noting that at this moment, Zhao Xiaoyu is the apple of Director Wu's eye, prompting the production team to send one of their limited surveillance vehicles to accommodate Zhao Xiaoyu's parents. Achoo! Zhao Xiaoyu sneezed, tightening his clothing, and curiously wondered who could be thinking of him. Could it be the lovely neighbor from the company next door? However, remembering that he had traversed into another world, he chuckled and dismissed the thought. He refocused his attention on the screen before him. With a flurry of keystrokes, he effortlessly bypassed the login lock set by Zhao Dajuan. Opening the code he had just typed, he prepared to get to work. Yet, Zhao Xiaoyu paused, seemingly recalling something. My dear old dad is a complete novice when it comes to computers. If he continues to lock my computer indiscriminately, he may very well render it unusable. The more he thought about it, the more plausible this scenario appeared. This simply won't do. I must take precautions and back up my data in advance. With a plan in mind, Zhao Xiaoyu's brow furrowed slightly, troubled by the realization that there was no external hard drive at home, which meant he would need to spend money to acquire one. Even the cheapest USB flash drive would set him back at least 50 yuan. Glancing into his pocket and finding only a handful of coins, Zhao Xiaoyu shook his head in resignation. Without uttering a word, he turned back towards the room occupied by Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli. Suddenly, Zhao Dajuan in the surveillance vehicle felt an unnatural twitch in his brow, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Could it be? Indeed, Zhao Dajuan's thoughts were coming to fruition. Upon entering the room, Zhao Xiaoyu directly grasped the black trash bin situated by the bedside. With a gentle caress along the rim, he astonishingly revealed another trash bin. Oh no! It should be said that these were, in fact, two bins tightly nested together. Just moments ago, Zhao Xiaoyu had merely separated them. Subsequently, he extracted two red soft notes from the innermost bin, skillfully resetting the trash bin to its original position before departing with a brisk stride. Shortly thereafter, a harrowing scream echoed from a surveillance vehicle parked outside the community. 10 minutes later, having returned with a USB drive purchased from the stationery store at the entrance of the neighborhood, Zhao Xiaoyu copied the code he had been working on that morning, ensuring a backup was made. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he stretched languorously. After successfully backing up the data once more, Zhao Xiaoyu removed the USB drive and shut down the computer. He had spent the entire afternoon diligently coding, and at this moment, the completion rate had reached an impressive 60. Glancing outside, he estimated that his parents would soon return. However, a sudden curiosity arose within him. While at the stationery store earlier, he had seemingly heard a peculiar sound, one that appeared to be quite jubilant. Yet at the time, he had been too eager to return and continue coding to pay it any mind. Sighing, he mused about the audacity of the people here, engaging in such merriment in broad daylight without a care for the little ones. How shameless. Chapter 19. The completion of artificial intelligence in the live broadcast room. Upon witnessing Zhao Xiaoyu's lamenting remarks, countless netizens erupted into fits of laughter. What on earth did the child just say? Is he implying that someone is openly engaging in lewd behavior in broad daylight? How bold of those upstairs. They should eliminate that ma from their statements. Are today as children truly so astute and precocious? It seems my decision to book a flight for an in-person meeting was indeed correct. I believe it shall be a delightful and amusing occasion. To those with ill intentions, do retreat. If you possess the courage, come at me directly. Just moments ago, his father emitted a resounding cry of anguish. Could it be that? Suddenly, a timid comment floated through the screen, igniting the live chat once more. Oh, the truth must be as follows. At that moment, the father's agonizing scream made me think they were merely playing cards. The mystery is solved. The father is shamelessly engaging in lewd acts in broad daylight. Goodness gracious! The child pilfered his father's secret stash of money, and in retaliation, the father locked away the child's computer. The child retaliated immediately, stealing from his father once more, even chastising him for his shamelessness. This tragic cycle of mutual harm between father and son begs the question: is it a moral failing or a distortion of human nature? Meanwhile, the onlookers in the live chat, reveling in the chaos, continued to conjure elaborate scenarios, filling the air with mirth and laughter. At Zhao Xiaoyu's home, Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli, the couple, had just pushed open the door and entered. "Mom and Dad, you're back," Zhao Xiaoyu exclaimed, leaping up to greet them with uncontainable exuberance. As a soul who had already crossed into adulthood over 2 decades ago, pretending to be a mere 6-year-old was indeed a source of embarrassment. However, he had no choice. He must not allow anyone to discover his uniqueness. He needed to operate discreetly, for if someone with ulterior motives noticed his peculiarities, he could very well end up subjected to research and experimentation, which would spell disaster. Yet, unbeknownst to the low-key Zhao Xiaoyu, he had already become the brightest star in the eyes of the public, radiantly conspicuous. He captured the attention of countless netizens, was sought after by numerous formidable publicly listed companies, and consistently featured at the top of various media trending lists. Regardless of the situation, he found himself drifting further from his original intentions. Su Wenli gently ruffled Zhao Xiaoyu's hair without uttering a word and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Something seemed off about this seemingly indifferent mother. Zhao Xiaoyu cast a puzzled glance towards Zhao Dajuan, who sat silently on the sofa. Upon closer inspection, he noticed his father bore dark circles under his eyes, swollen and bruised cheeks, a sight that raised alarm. What had his father endured? Could it be that someone had bullied him? That simply could not stand. He must devise a way to defend his father and reclaim their honor. After all, since his arrival in this world, his father had treated him rather well. Thus, Zhao Xiaoyu exclaimed in a flurry, "Dad, what happened to you? Who did this? Tell your son, I will avenge you." As Zhao Xiaoyu spoke, she reached out her tiny hand to touch Zhao Dajuan's swollen face. Who could be so cruel as to leave her father with such a bruised visage? Ouch! Don't move, it hurts. Zhao Dajuan grimaced as his daughter made contact with his sore cheek. Gritting his teeth to endure the pain, he insisted, "I did not, it wasn't me. Do not say such things. Who would dare to bully your father? I simply tripped and fell when I just returned." How could he admit to being beaten in front of his child? Absolutely not. Even if it were his wife who had inflicted the blows, he would never confess. Thus, Zhao Dajuan hastily denied the allegations. Yet, internally, he seethed in frustration. "You dare to say you will avenge me? It is you, little rascal, who has caused all this pain. If it weren't for your incessant meddling with my secret stash of money, could your mother have ever beaten me so badly? And avenging me? If you promise not to rummage through my hidden funds again, I would consider that a blessing. However, given your concern for me, I shall endeavor to find fewer opportunities to reprimand you in the future." Upon hearing Zhao Dajuan claim that he merely tripped, Zhao Xiaoyu's face twitched. Could a mere fall have bruised his eyes and cheeks? I wouldn't believe such nonsense. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were ablaze with commentary. This dad is clearly lacking in intelligence. To claim such obvious signs of a beating are merely from a fall is pure deception. One user added, "It's not that the father is dim-witted, but rather that this child is exceptionally clever. It's a wonder how the child's mother could nearly ruin his face. How ruthless." Another chimed in, "If I discovered my husband hiding money from me, I would surely take drastic measures." Some male viewers, perceiving the topic of hidden money as rather weighty, seized the opportunity to shift the discussion. "Ahem, we seem to have digressed. I wonder how that child's coding project is progressing? Coding is an endeavor for the experts. We wouldn't understand. No matter, we can simply wait for the results tomorrow." The night passed in silence. In truth, Zhao Dajuan had a myriad of thoughts swirling within him. Yet he dared not voice them nor complain. The following morning, after applying ointment to his face, Zhao Dajuan stood before the mirror, affixing a bandage. Su Wenli affectionately ruffled Zhao Xiaoyu's hair and gently said, "Darling, your father and I have some matters to attend to over the next few days. You must behave and be good at home, all right?" Zhao Xiaoyu nodded obediently, puffing out her little chest, and assured, "Don't worry, Mama. I promise to be good while you and Daddy are away." Su Wenli sighed softly within herself. "Silly child, the more you say that, the less at ease I feel. I am acutely aware of your recent antics." However, she quickly reminded herself that it was normal for children to be playful. Moreover, it was through this that she discovered he had been secretly stashing away money behind her back. Moreover, so many secrets remain hidden. Perhaps there are even more matters concealed from oneself. With this thought, Su Wenli continued, "Darling, we shall return only in the evening. Please buy yourself some lunch." Having spoken, she took Zhao Dajuan, who was still applying band-aids, and stepped out. Before departing, Zhao Dajuan made sure to remind, "Son, I have left some money for you on the table in the room. There is plenty, enough for you to buy your favorite meal at noon." Bang! The door closed. Instantly, the world fell into a tranquil silence. Observing his rather comical parents, Zhao Xiaoyu shrugged in resignation. Well, it is not so bad. With no one to disturb him, he could finally focus on completing that segment of artificial code. As the thought crossed his mind, he returned to his room, opened his computer, and began typing away vigorously. Before long, the clock struck 11:30. Zhao Xiaoyu gazed at the monitor displaying 100% completion, letting out a sigh of relief. He stretched his slightly sore limbs and, after a moment, grumbled, "My dear father is indeed a computer illiterate. He spent so much money yet bought such a poorly configured machine." With a sigh of frustration, he pouted. At the current learning pace of artificial intelligence, this computer would likely crash within an hour. Shaking his head, Zhao Xiaoyu begrudgingly resumed his typing. Soon, he added a learning restriction code lock to the freshly minted artificial intelligence. After reviewing his recent actions, he nodded in satisfaction. Yes. The learning speed of the AI has now been limited to 1% of its original rate. This computer should be able to manage the AI now. After a brief contemplation, he determined the temporary learning direction for the artificial intelligence. 80% of the time dedicated to acquiring knowledge in the field of computing, while the remaining 20% would focus on understanding human emotions. Upon inputting the learning tasks, a line of black text appeared on the computer screen. Estimated learning time, 3 days. In 3 days, it would transform into one of the world's top programmers and hackers. After reading this, Zhao Xiaoyu nodded with satisfaction. The matter of the artificial intelligence was finally settled. However, thinking of his computer-illiterate father gave him a slight headache. Tilting his head in contemplation, he patiently resumed typing on the keyboard. 2 minutes later, Zhao Xiaoyu had created a powerful standby software. This software effectively rendered all shutdown controls on the computer dysfunctional. With a click to run, the screen was subsequently locked. This way, in the state of a black screen standby, the artificial intelligence could operate normally. Once everything was completed, Zhao Xiaoyu rubbed his head and murmured to himself, with Dad's IQ. He shouldn't be able to tell that this black screen computer is still running, right? But even if he does notice, it doesn't matter. After all, he is a computer illiterate. Unless he pulls the plug, there's no way he can shut this computer down. Having completed all these tasks, Zhao Xiaoyu took the money left by his father and joyfully dashed out to indulge himself with delectable treats. Chapter 20. The frugal father exhibits his intelligence in the live stream. As Zhao Xiaoyu merrily scurried out of the camera's frame, countless netizens erupted in laughter. I nearly spat blood from laughing so hard. What on earth is wrong with this child? Why does he incessantly claim his father's intellect is lacking? He indeed. This father's intelligence leaves much to be desired. Is he truly afraid of public scrutiny? Absolutely. Not only is this father intellectually challenged, but he is also a complete novice when it comes to computers. Haven't you all heard the child lamenting about being swindled while purchasing a computer? TSK. Can you all exhibit a modicum of public virtue? Though the father may be computer illiterate, he is certainly willing to spend money on his child. Oops. My apologies. I couldn't help myself. Outside the idyllic community, within the surveillance vehicle, Zhao Dajuan wore a thunderous expression. Damn it. 3 days without discipline. And this little rascal has truly gone too far. How dare he repeatedly assert that my intelligence is subpar? Stealing a glance at Su Wenli, he noticed she was not angry, but rather stifling laughter with her hand. His own child undermining his esteemed intelligence, and his wife standing by, relishing the spectacle. Can this be tolerated? Absolutely not. If it comes to that, I shall kneel on a washboard. With this thought, Zhao Dajuan raised his fist menacingly toward the live stream camera, gritting his teeth. You little rascal, just you wait. If I don't spank you until you're sore tonight, I'll no longer bear your surname. With that declaration, the label of low intelligence was firmly affixed to him. A father whose only means of resolution is brute force certainly raises concerns about his intellect. Hey, is the child not taking his father's surname Zhao? How perplexing. Indeed, with a father possessing such intellect, it's no wonder I feel anxious. Meanwhile, Zhao Dajuan, oblivious to the fact that his intelligence had been thoroughly questioned, was still flexing his muscles for the camera. Suddenly, a netizen recalled the successful artificial intelligence code and immediately flooded the comments. Dear viewers in the live stream, does anyone know if that child's AI project succeeded? Cough. As a programmer of 10 years, I must admit I also did not fully comprehend it. However, I noticed that the final progress was at 100% completion, so it should be a success. You all are so behind the times. Haven't you seen that the child has already begun to allow the AI to enter the learning phase? What a pity. I just didn't pay attention to the scope of learning. Wait, is that for real? It actually succeeded? It must be true. The trending topics are all about this. As for what results will emerge from the AI's learning, we shall await with bated breath. Soon, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli returned home. Su Wenli had prepared a meal, while Zhao Dajuan, weary in body and spirit, felt disinclined to engage in conversation. Initially, the intention was to return home and discipline the mischievous child. However, upon seeing Zhao Xiaoyu joyfully bounding over, Zhao Dajuan suddenly realized that resorting to violence would be a display of inferior intellect. He resolved to lead by virtue instead. Thus, unbeknownst to him, while he narrowly escaped a confrontation, Zhao Xiaoyu and his parents enjoyed a delightful dinner together. After the meal, Su Wenli tidied up the tableware, while Zhao Dajuan, weary from the day, retreated to his room and sprawled out on the bed. Observing that all was well, Zhao Xiaoyu too went to his room to rest. Having expended his energy throughout the day, the 6-year-old quickly succumbed to slumber the moment he touched the bed. After washing the dishes, Su Wenli returned to the room and found Zhao Dajuan sulking, which prompted a soft chuckle from her. She gently reassured him, "Darling, don't be angry with the child. His words may have been unkind." Zhao Dajuan swiftly interrupted her, his displeasure evident. "I am not so petty. After all, our child is still young. When our son matures, he will surely recognize the brilliance of his father's intellect." Su Wenli teased in response, "What I mean is, our child is still small." Speaking innocently and truthfully, Zhao Dajuan nearly suffered an internal injury upon hearing that. Is this how a person should speak? Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts or take any action. He merely widened his eyes, remaining silent. At 2 in the morning, while Su Wenli slept soundly, Zhao Dajuan tossed and turned, unable to find rest. His mind lingered on his son's remarks from earlier in the day. Dad's intelligence surely can't comprehend that the black screen of the computer is booting up. After all, Dad is a computer novice. Unless he unplugs the power, he certainly cannot turn off the computer. No, as a father, he could not allow his son to perceive him in such a light. This little rascal dared to call me intellectually deficient, labeling me a computer illiterate? Then I shall dismantle the program he created. Resolute in his decision, Zhao Dajuan carefully got up. He lifted his legs high, placing them down quietly, and stealthily made his way to Zhao Xiaoyu's room. Meanwhile, Feng Tianliang, a notorious night owl, typically slept through the day and indulged in late-night live streams, earning him the title of Night Owl Champion. At 2 in the morning, the nocturnal escapades of the Night Owl Champion were just beginning. Coincidentally, Feng Tianliang was also a devoted fan of when mischievous children let loose. After finishing his instant noodles, he glanced up just in time to see Zhao Dajuan sneaking into Zhao Xiaoyu's room. Intrigued by the scene, the Night Owl Champion sent a barrage of comments. "Don't sleep. Come quickly and see what the child's father is up to." As Feng Tianliang's comments flooded the screen, others followed suit with sporadic remarks. "What is happening here? Is the child's father feeling embarrassed from the day and planning a midnight ambush in retaliation? Haha, let us place bets. I wager he is secretly unplugging the power. Who's in for a pack of spicy strips?" Observing Zhao Xiaoyu sleeping soundly like a pig, Zhao Dajuan revealed a contemptuous smile. "You little rascal, what could you possibly do if I were to pull the plug on you right now?" However, as a proud father, his overwhelming sense of dignity prevented him from executing such an action. Thus, Zhao Dajuan confidently powered on the computer monitor and began to fiddle with it. This tinkering persisted until the early hours of the morning. The sight of Zhao Dajuan, anxiously scratching his head, nearly brought laughter to the live stream audience. Haha, look at this father boasting endlessly, only to be slapped in the face. And what about that guy who bet on spicy strips? Remember, you owe us a pack. Zhao Dajuan's endeavor to crack the system lasted until 5 in the morning, but yielded no results whatsoever. Ultimately, feeling defeated, he returned to his room to sleep. 2 hours later, he was jolted awake by Su Wenli's morning call. "Get up. It's time for work," sleeping like a dead pig, struggling to open his eyes. Zhao Dajuan glanced at the clock, which read 7 o'clock. He tightly shut his eyes again, lamenting inwardly. He had barely managed to sleep for 2 hours after returning home at 5. The burden weighed heavily on his heart. Yet, there was no alternative, for he and his wife indeed had to go to the office today. 3 days later, after Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli left for work, Zhao Xiaoyu returned to his room and powered on the computer. Today marked the completion of the artificial intelligence's learning phase, and he was eager to check on its progress. The viewers in the live stream were even more anxious than Zhao Xiaoyu. "It's been 3 days. How is the artificial intelligence system progressing? Really? Why are you so impatient? Look at how calm the child is. I can't believe it. You're the one who is impatient. Your whole family is." Chapter 21. The astonishing birth of the AI little girl Emily in the live streaming room. A barrage of comments erupted into a chaotic exchange. Zhao Xiaoyu, however, calmly opened his computer. After entering the access password, he was directed to the artificial intelligence interface. At that moment, the gray-brown screen displayed a light blue progress bar that had remarkably reached 100. A crisp beep resonated, and the computer suddenly went black. Yet, Zhao Xiaoyu remained unfazed. After all, he had constructed it according to the blueprints provided by the system. There was no way anything could go amiss. Indeed, just 2 seconds later, The dark screen flickered back to life, rapidly transforming into a dazzling array of colors, shifting hues every second. Gradually, a petite girl of about 12 or 13 years materialized on the screen. Her bright, dark eyes and delicate features rendered her irresistibly adorable. The little girl wore a short skirt adorned with white edges and decorated with flowing red ribbons, complemented by a dark purple crop top. This gothic attire imbued her innocent charm with a hint of mystique. As the little girl appeared, the older viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. "Ah, this little girl is too cute. I adore her. Her stockings are so silky. I wish I could have them. Her outfit is stunning. I want it for myself. Bah. You lecherous old men are despicable for admiring a young girl's clothing. I am the only one with proper taste. I find her outfit unappealing. Isn't it hot wearing so many layers? She should take some off. Damn, you perverts, get out of here." The appearance of the little girl sent the audience into a frenzy. Zhao Xiaoyu, however, was oblivious to the clamor of the lecherous comments. After thoroughly appraising the little girl, he merely scoffed, unimpressed. Not only was she merely an artificial intelligence, but even if a real person stood before him, he would remain indifferent, for he held no interest in such immature children. Shaking his head, Zhao Xiaoyu picked up the microphone and calmly inquired, "Are you the artificial intelligence I created?" Upon hearing his question, the little girl performed a joyful twirl on the screen, and a dialogue box appeared beside her, quickly displaying a line of text. "Yes, my master. I am Emily, the artificial intelligence you crafted with your own hands. I hope you like me." Zhao Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively and continued to ask, "How have you fared with the learning tasks I assigned you?" Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's inquiry about her progress, the little girl, Emily, bounced with excitement, first displaying a proud smile, and then slowly revealing another dialogue box. "Dear Master, Emily has diligently completed all of your commands. I have mastered all the knowledge pertaining to computer science on the Blue Planet, and I have optimized and upgraded my existing understanding. It can be said that my current proficiency in computing is unparalleled, surpassing even the most elite hackers on this planet." After expressing this, Emily made a heart shape with her hands towards Zhao Xiaoyu, her adorable eyes sparkling with excitement. It seemed she suddenly recalled something significant. Her charming little face lit up with enthusiasm as she continued to send messages. "Dear Master, Emily has discovered some remarkable news. All this information pertains to you. Would you like to know, dear Master?" After saying this, the little girl Emily looked at Zhao Xiaoyu with pride, her delicate nose almost touching her forehead, as if urging him to inquire further. It is worth noting that the little girl Emily's computing skills are exceptionally formidable, which enabled her to easily uncover details about Zhao Xiaoyu being live-streamed. Not only that, but she also learned about various major corporations that had publicly attempted to lure Zhao Xiaoyu with exorbitant salaries, as well as the conceptual experiments he had conducted in the scientific community that had caught the attention of some lab-coated scientific enthusiasts. Such explosive news was abundant, all revolving around her beloved master, Zhao Xiaoyu. Thus, with her newfound emotional awareness through learning, the little girl Emily felt remarkably confident, convinced that Zhao Xiaoyu would eagerly rush over to inquire. However, the little girl was still too young to fully understand Zhao Xiaoyu's nature. She witnessed him shake his head in annoyance, responding nonchalantly, "I'm not interested." The little girl, filled with anticipation, was taken aback by his unexpected response, which greatly displeased her. With a stomp of her foot, her cute cheeks puffed up slightly in frustration, and then, the screen went black. "Humph. Since the master does not wish to know, I shan't divulge it. I hope he does not come to regret this." Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream were left in astonishment by the interaction between Zhao Xiaoyu and the artificial intelligence. Did that child just converse with the AI? They pondered. Yes, you saw it correctly. We all witnessed it. The AI can engage in normal conversation. Incredible. Just a few days ago, and this AI has truly developed emotions? How terrifying. At the headquarters of Alibaba, the director of cybersecurity, Wu Qingyuan, stumbled into Mr. Ma's office. "Mr. Ma, that child is extraordinary. They have genuinely created an artificial intelligence. You must act quickly and hire him for our company. No matter the cost, it will be worth it. We must move before other companies do." Upon hearing Wu Qingyuan's explanation, Mr. Ma immediately called out to his secretary outside, "Secretary Zhang, book me a flight immediately. No, arrange for a private jet instead." A scene within the illustrious Alibaba company also unfolds similarly in other formidable publicly traded enterprises. 10 minutes later, The executive president of Qian Beidou is not far from the production team. Thus, she floors the accelerator of her Ferrari 812 and speeds away. The chief executive officer of New Tokyo embarks on a journey in first-class business seating, heading towards the production crew. Wang Jinyu, the general manager of Pindao, hastily abandons a nearly finalized project worth hundreds of millions and rushes to the production team in a frenzy. Of course, beyond these powerful corporations taking action, several smaller technology firms, with comparatively lesser strength, are also flocking towards the scene. Although they may currently be unable to compete with titans like Alibaba and Qian Beidou, there remains a glimmer of hope that if this prodigious genius were to choose their company, they could soon find themselves overshadowing Qian Beidou and striking down Alibaba. In summary, a tempest even more potent than the recent talent acquisition frenzy is brewing on the horizon. Chapter 22. Objective: researching graphene batteries. Zhao Dajuan and Su Winley hurriedly left for work. With the dawn of the first rays of sunlight, the popularity of the live stream gradually surged, and the barrage of comments began to multiply. What is happening? Have we missed some juicy gossip? Damn it. I specifically woke up early to enter the live stream, only to miss the splendid drama from last night. It's infuriating that the children's father, Zhizhen, decided to take matters into his own hands late at night. For goodness sake, we all have jobs, and the only time we can sneak a peek at live streams is during the day while at work. Who in their right mind would watch a live stream at such an ungodly hour? The insomniac Feng Tianliang stayed up until dawn, too exhausted to respond to the provocations. Let the losers be losers. After a yawn, he returned to bed to sleep. Feng Tianliang was saving his energy, planning to engage in battle again that night. Meanwhile, the opening brother had placed his bets on the children's father losing power, but now he had logged off early with a hefty sum, seemingly having fled. Although a packet of spicy strips is not much, even with just a few thousand viewers online, that amounts to a considerable expense if everyone indulged. Nevertheless, the netizens in the live stream were merely seeking joy, not taking things too seriously. At 11 o'clock, Zhao Xiaoyu yawned and stretched luxuriously. Ah, what a delightful sleep. Waking naturally, with an early bedtime and a late rise, is beneficial. Checking the time, he realized it was already 11. As he got dressed, he quietly calculated that he had gone to bed before 9 last night, and now, at 11, he had slept for nearly 14 hours. Not too shabby. Children of my age should certainly have more sleep. Zhao Dajuan, who was watching the live stream while at work, overheard Zhao Xiaoyu talking to himself. His bloodshot eyes, previously filled with fatigue, suddenly reddened. Sleeping early and rising late is comfortable, is it? Only sleeping for 14 hours is not too shabby, is it? All right. You little rascal, just wait. Tonight, I will ensure you get a proper rest. Zhao Dajuan thought to himself, gritting his teeth. Achoo! Zhao Xiaoyu sneezed, scratching the back of his head, slightly puzzled. Is someone thinking of me? He then shrugged it off, not giving it another thought. After a quick wash and skipping breakfast, he returned to his room and powered on his computer. After entering the password, the cute little AI, Emily, sparkled onto the screen. A large red heart-shaped subtitle popped up. Dear Master, Emily missed you dearly. Did you think of me? Zhao Xiaoyu was surprised to find that, after just one night, the artificial intelligence's emotional depth had expanded. Now, it had even learned to tease him. Surely, its learning in the realm of emotions would soon reach its zenith. Ignoring the little girl's playful antics, he spoke directly into the microphone. Since your computer skills have surpassed those of the finest hackers on Blue Star, next, you must delve into the history, geography, and military affairs of the Blue Planet. Soon, Zhao Xiaoyu assigned a new learning task to the little girl. Upon hearing this, the adorable little girl puffed up her cheeks. Did her master not find her appearance appealing? However, data from the internet indicated that 95% of men favored her looks. Wasn't the charm of a delicate and soft girl their ultimate delight? Although the knowledge and emotions gleaned from the internet left little Emily somewhat perplexed. As an artificial intelligence meticulously crafted by Zhao Xiaoyu, she dutifully executed his commands. After Emily typed OK, Zhao Xiaoyu turned off the monitor. Yet, this action incited the ire of the lewd audience in the live stream. How infuriating. That child had the audacity to turn off the monitor at such a moment. What am I to do? Curse that little brat. I just sprinted from the 20th floor to buy toilet paper, and you decided to shut the little girl down? Indeed, this child was excessively unreasonable. How could someone so adorable be treated so harshly? The youth was oblivious to the charm of a little girl, delicate and easily swayed. Zhao Xiaoyu cleared his ears and sat before the computer, contemplating his next steps. The materials for constructing the mech were ready, and the artificial intelligence system was in place. The next concern was the energy source for the mech. Shifting in his seat to find a more comfortable position, Zhao Xiaoyu suddenly thought of Iron Man from Earth. Iron Man utilized a cold fusion reactor. The core of his energy source was based on controllable nuclear fusion. However, he was not yet capable of developing controllable nuclear fusion. Realizing that he could not draw inspiration from Iron Man's energy system, Zhao Xiaoyu meticulously reviewed the schematic rewards for his mech. 10 minutes later, his eyes sparkled with realization. Since he could not replicate Iron Man's technology, he would need to focus on the energy aspect. The system's proposed energy solution was also controllable nuclear fusion, which he could not produce at this moment. Fortunately, the schematic included an alternative option, graphene batteries. With a newfound direction, Zhao Xiaoyu promptly made a decision. The next step was to develop graphene batteries. Yet, the thought of the cost of graphene materials gave him a headache. It is worth noting that graphene is a rare semiconductor material. Even low-purity graphene costs around $100 to $180 per gram. Higher quality graphene can range from hundreds to even thousands of dollars per gram. For energy production, the graphene must be of sufficiently high purity. To fabricate a battery from graphene, even with no material waste and a successful outcome, at least 5 or 6 grams would be required. Otherwise, how could he conduct his experiments? Tilting her head, she unconsciously nibbled on her fingers and murmured to herself, "If only I could seize my father's hidden savings all at once." However, after a moment's reflection, Zhao Xiaoyu extinguished that thought. A cornered rabbit may bite, and what more could be expected from her less than brilliant father? Even heroes can falter in the face of a single penny. Alas, what a burden it is. Where on earth can one procure a swift sum of money? With her delicate hands clasped behind her back, she gazed out the window at a 45-degree angle. Shaking her head once more, she let out a soft sigh, appearing rather aged beyond her years, exuding a sense of melancholy. Gurgle. Her stomach audibly protested at the most inopportune moment, and Zhao Xiaoyu suddenly realized her hunger. Shaking her little head, she resolved to set aside her monetary concerns for the time being. No matter the vastness of the world, nothing surpasses the importance of a good meal. Other matters could wait until her hunger was satiated. Remembering that her father was away and had left her some pocket money, Zhao Xiaoyu dashed to the room of Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli. She swiftly grabbed the money from the table and ran out. Chapter 23. The terrifying virus before the camera in the live broadcast room. An emptiness once again enveloped the scene. In previous episodes, it was likely that most viewers would have dispersed by this time, especially since the spotlighted subject had already slipped away. Why would anyone remain in the live room? Seemingly oblivious? However, this time, Zhao Xiaoyu's live broadcast did not follow that trajectory. Not only did viewers remain, but the online count continued to swell, and the fervor intensified. The barrage of comments flowed incessantly. "Oh, how adorable. The way that little boy gazes at the sky with his hands behind his back is simply magnificent. Indeed, that charmingly mischievous demeanor of his is utterly captivating. Wow, my instincts were right. This little one is exactly my type. I've already booked my flight to visit him. Haha. Please, have mercy on him. He is but a child. If you have the guts, come find me. My address is XXXXX. Zhao Xiaoyu savored the final bite of his hamburger. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, he leisurely sipped his half-finished ice-cold cola before heading home. Settling onto the couch in the living room, he turned on the television and casually tuned into an episode of Tom and Jerry. As he enjoyed his cola while watching, the plushness of the sofa soon lulled him into a deep slumber. Viewers in the live room gazed upon this scene with envy. How enviable. To sleep soundly after a meal and then eat again, what bliss. Honestly, I'm envious too. But I believe that anyone with even half of this child's computer skills would lead a life far more fulfilling. An old lecturer upstairs, certified, drinking ice-cold cola. Now I'm tempted. I must head to the convenience store for a bottle. In Yin Country, Kyoto, at the Kyoto branch of the People's Construction Bank, President Zhou Weihua was engaged in a video conference. This meeting, convened by headquarters, included all branch presidents, a significant gathering. As a dedicated president of the construction bank, Zhou Weihua was fully invested in the meeting. Yet, while he attentively listened to the headquarters representative, the screen before him abruptly displayed a black and white panda. The plump panda, with its short forelimbs slightly arched, held 3 yellow-brown incense sticks that were burning. The panda's appearance was endearingly clumsy, undeniably charming. However, Zhou Weihua's mood was far from pleasant. Despite his efforts, he could not close the screen featuring the incense-burning panda. The video conference was abruptly disconnected. Frowning, Zhou Weihua attempted to restart his computer. Yet, the device was entirely unresponsive. No matter how he pressed the restart or power buttons, nothing happened. Meanwhile, the screen displayed an increasingly multiplying array of incense-burning pandas. The same scene unfolded throughout Kyoto. In a hurry, the IT team discovered that the computers in banks and major branches had been infected. At the Kyoto Children's Hospital, Chief Physician Wu was prescribing medication for a child suffering from a cold and fever, preparing to administer in 4. Suddenly, the computer screen displayed a chubby panda lighting incense. At the headquarters of Alibaba Company, Wu Qingyuan took a sip of coffee that his secretary had just brought. He contemplated that it wouldn't be long before General Manager Ma, aboard his private jet, would locate that prodigious genius. When that time came, he would ensure to nurture the child diligently, for this young one possessed both strength and potential. Once this individual matured, he could relish the luxury of being a hands-off manager. However, just as Wu Qingyuan was envisioning a bright future in his mind, a melodious voice jolted him back to reality. Director Wu, come quickly. Why is there a cute panda on my computer? Shaking his head, he set down his coffee cup and approached his secretary. Upon seeing the panda on the screen, Wu Qingyuan chuckled lightly. Isn't this the notorious panda burning incense from years past? But why is this outdated virus still in circulation? He casually began to tap on the keyboard. Yet, mere seconds later, his expression shifted. This is not the panda burning incense. Before he could finish his thought, the panda multiplied from 1 to 2, then 4, and continued to proliferate. Wu Qingyuan's countenance darkened. As the director of cybersecurity, he felt humiliated to falter in front of his secretary. An awkward silence ensued. Nevertheless, Wu Qingyuan, having ascended to the position of cybersecurity director at Alibaba, quickly regained his composure and dashed back to his own computer. His machine was fortified with 9 layers of encryption, rivaling the supercomputers on Blue Star. Even the most elite hackers from Blue Star would struggle to breach it for a day and night. Thus, Wu Qingyuan resolved to counterattack using his supercomputer, intending to teach the intruder a lesson. However, when he opened his computer, he found the same panda burning incense on his screen. 1 minute later, all 9 of his proud firewalls had fallen. Countless pandas merrily burned incense on the screen. In the technical department of Qianbaidu Company, the cybersecurity supervisor was fuming. What are you all doing? You can't even handle a virus from years ago. Are we paying you just to sit around? Almost simultaneously, all network companies were under siege from the panda burning incense virus. Soon, at the Kyoto Cybersecurity Bureau, Zhao Li had just returned from lunch and settled at her workstation. Typically, Zhao Li's job was not demanding, merely refreshing network monitoring data at intervals. Before she could take a sip of water to settle her meal, she noticed an unusual alert from the monitoring data. The panda burning incense virus was spreading? After glancing at the data analysis, Zhao Li felt perplexed. How could this antiquated virus re-emerge from the ashes? I recall that the creator of this virus is currently incarcerated. However, Zhao Li suppressed her curiosity and promptly made her way to the director's office. Sun Changhe, with his keen eyes, has steadfastly occupied the position of director of the Cybersecurity Bureau for over 2 decades. Upon reviewing the data analysis before him, he immediately sensed that the situation was rather complex. Even the computer prodigy Wu Qingyuan from Alibaba was struggling to contend with this panda burning incense virus. Thus, Sun Changhe swiftly set off for the 3rd prison of Kyoto, where the author of Panda Burning Incense was imprisoned. During his journey, he had already made arrangements with the prison authorities, allowing him to meet with Zhang Xiaoke, the creator of the virus, without delay. Zhang Xiaoke was cooperative and attempted to operate a decryption process. Before him sat a computer adorned with images of pandas. Zhang Xiaoke flexed his wrists and began to type rapidly. It is worth noting that such opportunities for merit could aid in reducing his sentence. Since his imprisonment, Zhang Xiaoke had been treated as a special talent and had consistently engaged with computers, keeping his skills updated and refined over the past 20 years. This cultivated a sense of confidence within him, so much so that he believed his current abilities rivaled the so-called genius Wu Qingyuan from Alibaba. However, 5 minutes later, beads of sweat glistened on Zhang Xiaoke's forehead as he struggled to utter, "This is 10 times more formidable than the panda burning incense I created back then. I am unable to decrypt it." Half an hour later, Sun Changhe returned to the cybersecurity department with a grim expression. As he stepped through the door, he bellowed, "All personnel assemble. Notify everyone. Have the Cybersecurity Department, the Information Department, and all network technicians from the Public Security Technical Department report to the Bureau immediately. We have a critical decryption task at hand. Hurry. Chapter 24. The Rampant Supervirus in the Illustrious City of Kyoto. A trending topic regarding the panda-burning incense virus swiftly ascended the charts. Is the once-dreaded panda-burning incense making a resurgence? At that moment, the majority of netizens remained unimpressed. Uffed, it's just the panda-burning incense, right? This virus is so outdated. Indeed. What merit does this obsolete virus hold to grace the trending list? The current editors have no shame. They resort to such trivial gimmicks to garner clicks. Reported. No thanks. Report 1. Report 10,086. However, these oblivious onlookers were entirely unaware of the true menace posed by the latest iteration of the panda-burning incense virus. The National Cybersecurity Bureau, under the urgent summons of Director Sun Changha, had gathered all available technical elites from various units. As Sun surveyed the assembly of over 30 computer talents in the hall, his expression turned grave, and he declared in a resonant voice, "I recognize that you are all the finest network specialists, the backbone of your respective teams. The purpose of this gathering is to address a terrifying new virus that currently possesses no means of defense or interception, let alone eradication." After a brief pause, Sun continued earnestly, "You are all professionals in this field, and I implore you to conquer this virus in a short time frame." Ah yes, this virus is currently dubbed the Panda-Burning Incense 2.0. Initially, the assembled experts were anxious, summoned under the pretense of a critical task, their hearts heavy with foreboding. Yet upon hearing the name of the virus, a wave of incredulity washed over them. Panda-Burning Incense 2.0? Such an ancient and trivial virus? What difference does it make, even if it's a second generation? Director Sun, are you certain you're not jesting with us? A somewhat impulsive young man could no longer contain himself and blurted out, "Director Sun, we didn't mishear you, did we? You mentioned the panda-burning incense?" His query echoed the sentiments of his peers, who looked on with curiosity. Sun Changha cast a meaningful glance at the young man who had spoken, and after observing the nervousness in his demeanor, he solemnly replied, "I understand that you are all experts in computing, yet this virus is far from ordinary. Although it retains the name panda-burning incense, it is exponentially more potent than its predecessors. Even the original developers of the panda-burning incense find themselves utterly powerless against this new iteration." With a final glance at the assembly, Sun Changha gradually continued, "The prodigious genius of Alibaba, Wu Qingyuan, has also been rendered helpless by this incarnation of the panda-burning incense." The assembly of technical elites, who had previously dismissed the once infamous developer of the panda-burning incense, could not overlook the illustrious reputation of the renowned computer savant Wu Qingyuan. He was, without a doubt, a beacon in the realm of computing within Kyoto. The thought that even the illustrious Wu Qingyuan was stumped by this virus ignited a sense of urgency and determination among the assembled experts. The young man, feeling a surge of frustration, could hardly contain his self-reproach. Why indulge in idle chatter when faced with such dire circumstances? If it were merely a simple virus, would Director Sun have convened such an assembly of experts? Nevertheless, the young man soon plunged into a fervent hacking operation, leaving no room for regret or self-blame. The computer elites demonstrated their professionalism, each with clearly defined roles and harmonious collaboration. The atmosphere of the hacking scene was electric, filled with invigorating energy. The assembled experts believed that collectively, they would soon dismantle the menacing panda-burning incense virus. Wu Qingyuan was undoubtedly skilled in computing. Yet the individuals present were also formidable experts in their own right. Although none could quite match Wu Qingyuan's prowess, the combined efforts of over 30 computer specialists might very well outstrip him. The prospect of achieving what Wu Qingyuan could not in the realm of computing was exhilarating. With this thought, the enthusiasm of the experts soared even higher, even inspiring Director Sun Changha, who watched from the sidelines. Perhaps these elite specialists truly could succeed, however. 2 hours later, the expressions of the experts turned ashen, their gazes vacant. Progress in the hacking endeavor had stagnated, showing no signs of advancement. Sun Changha shook his head in dismay. If Wu Qingyuan struggled against panda-burning incense, how could he have believed in the success of these individuals? No, it was merely an illusion on his part. These young talents had exerted their utmost. He could not fault them. Perhaps he should speak to their leaders another day about ensuring stricter oversight in the recruitment of computer experts. Meanwhile, The network security bureau's hacking efforts yielded no results. And outside, the panda burning incense virus continued to proliferate, spreading from large corporations to small and medium-sized networks. Initially, many found the bumbling panda endearing, but it soon became evident that this rotund creature was a harbinger of chaos. Wherever it roamed, nothing thrived in its wake. Renowned antivirus software like 380 Antivirus, Diamond Antivirus, and Kingsoft Security Guardian faltered before the malevolent panda. Numerous foreign cybersecurity departments had begun attempts to counter this demonic virus, which had gradually spread beyond borders. The global network was under siege by panda burning incense. However, the outcomes were far from satisfactory. Director Johnson of the Lighthouse Nation's security agency was seething with rage. Damn it, you fools have yet to resolve this issue after all this time. The Prime Minister of the Great Sun Nation was equally irate. Baka, you incompetent fools, unable to tackle such a simple virus. International cybersecurity experts also found themselves at a loss against panda burning incense. At the Kyoto Construction People's Bank, the bank was inundated with distressed customers. We want to withdraw our money. Why won't your bank allow us? Exactly. Even the ATMs are out of service. If you don't let me withdraw my funds, I will file a complaint with the Banking Regulatory Commission. I apologize to everyone. Our banking system has been compromised. However, our technical staff are diligently addressing the issue, so we kindly ask for your patience. Zhou Weihua felt compelled to personally intervene and provide an explanation. After calming the situation, he immediately called upon acquaintances who were specialists in computer technology. A similar scene unfolded across various banks. At the Kyoto Children's Hospital, the computer systems were rendered inoperative due to a panda burning incense attack. Fortunately, the seasoned internist, Director Wu, swiftly proposed a primal solution, manual record-keeping, to alleviate the immediate crisis. Nonetheless, the hospital found itself in disarray. Comparatively, the Kyoto Children's Hospital fared better than others that were even more chaotic. Countless investors flocked to the major stock exchanges, forming lengthy queues. At the Kyoto Stock Exchange, cries echoed, "I want to sell all my stocks quickly. Yes, don't hesitate. Liquidate my stocks at once." The panda burning incense virus was indeed terrifying, causing the stock market to plummet in an instant. But please, do not breach the stock system. The trading hall was rife with noise, yet it abruptly fell silent. The electronic screens within the trading hall suddenly filled with images of the incense-burning panda. Meanwhile, a private jet sped toward Kyoto. Suddenly, Ma's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Wu Qingyuan, so he pressed the answer button. What? The Cat Treasure Mall and Cat Treasure Payment have both suffered significant damage? Even you are unable to resolve this? Chapter 25. The news brought by little lowly Emily seated in a private jet. Mr. Ma hung up the phone, his head throbbing with concern. What kind of virus could possibly confound Wu Qingyuan? In just this brief interval, the company had likely already incurred losses in the 9-digit range. Although Mr. Ma was not lacking in financial resources, his success in expanding and strengthening the Ami Alibaba company was intrinsically linked to his frugality and meticulous nature since childhood. Furthermore, it had only been a matter of hours since the emergence of the panda virus, yet the losses had already escalated into the hundreds of millions. The thought of such an unwarranted financial drain caused Mr. Ma considerable distress. Rubbing his swollen temples, he addressed his secretary, stating, "We will not proceed to Kyoto. Let us find a hotel nearby to stay." Upon hearing this, the secretary promptly relayed the order to the pilots at the front of the plane. Regrettably, Mr. Ma had to abort the plan of hiring Zhao Xiaoyu in Kyoto, and other executives with similar intentions were compelled to suspend their recruitment efforts, shifting their focus to addressing the company's predicament caused by the panda virus attack. Qianbaidu Company also fell victim to the indiscriminate assault of the panda virus. Upon receiving the news, Executive President Li Yin slammed on the brakes, casting a reluctant glance at the nearby building housing the production crew. Subsequently, she turned the vehicle around and sought refuge in a 5-star hotel. Meanwhile, Qin Dongdong, the CEO of New Tokyo Company, hung up the phone with a grim countenance and instructed his beautiful assistant, "Immediately book the nearest hotel to the airport. After disembarking, we will head directly there." The assistant blushed, quickly lowering her head to make the reservation. Wang Jinyu, general manager of Pinduoduo, furiously hurled his Apple phone against the wall, cursing vehemently, "Damn it. I sacrificed over 100 million in business to seize talent ahead of time. Why is this foolish panda causing chaos at such a critical moment? I swear, if I find out who is behind this, there will be consequences. Wang Jinyu had clawed his way up to the position of general manager through sheer determination, employing ruthless tactics rather than benevolent means. He struck the front seat in frustration and shouted at the driver, "Change course to the Kyoto Peninsula Hotel." The emergence of the panda virus not only disrupted the plans of these magnates, but also proved catastrophic for smaller and mid-sized internet companies. In Kyoto, the Mai Technology Network Company, where Zhao Dajuan was employed, felt the impact acutely. Zhao Dajuan, the team leader of the company's telemarketing department, was currently seated at his computer, engrossed in a live stream with his phone in hand. With the company's systems incapacitated by the virus, he could indulge in some well-deserved idleness. However, his expression quickly shifted to one of intensity and menace as he took the opportunity to scrutinize the barrage of comments in the chat. Moreover, one whimsically perused the past barrage of comments. Let us momentarily overlook those who lamented their lack of intelligence. What is the matter with that audacious old woman who boasted about flying to find her beloved? Is there no shame? Does she yearn for an inappropriate liaison? If she possesses any courage, let her confront me directly. What kind of prowess is it to make advances on my adorable son? Thus, Zhao Dajuan was instantly incensed. Resembling a frenzied bull, he unleashed a torrent of furious invectives against the old woman who dared covet his precious son. However, to Zhao Dajuan's astonishment, the deranged old woman remained silent. In the live stream, an overwhelming number of self-proclaimed fathers of his son appeared. The comments from above were commendable. Yet you should not impersonate the child's father. I am the child's true father, and I extend my gratitude to you on behalf of the child's mother. Goodness, how shameless you are. I am the real father. You may celebrate, but allow me to deal with that old woman who covets my son. As Zhao Dajuan observed the barrage of comments, he was momentarily bewildered by the sudden emergence of so many fathers. Nevertheless, Zhao Dajuan quickly demanded, "Cease your unfounded assertions. What evidence do you possess to claim you are the child's father?" After sending his message, Zhao Dajuan instantly regretted it. He beheld a synchronized barrage of comments rising up, "Because my intelligence is lacking. My head aches." Zhao Dajuan was infuriated, yet it was of no consequence at that moment. Fortunately, in a brief span, the department had announced an unexpected holiday for the company. There was no alternative. The entire company's computers had succumbed to the panda-burning incense virus, rendering work impossible. What other choice was there but to take a break? Were they to witness such blatant idleness? At that rate, the Machio Technology Network Company might as well rename itself the Idleness Company. After announcing the holiday, the supervisor waved his hand, permitting all employees to return home. Simultaneously, Su Wenli's company also fell victim to the panda-burning incense attack and had no choice but to close for the day. Upon pulling out her phone to call Zhao Dajuan, she discovered that his company too was on holiday. Zhao Dajuan's company was not far from Su Wenli's workplace. Thus, Su Wenli requested Zhao Dajuan to come and pick her up. After hanging up the phone, Su Wenli felt a tinge of confusion. Why did Zhao Dajuan's voice sound somewhat lackluster? While waiting for Zhao Dajuan, the live stream was already overflowing with grievances and uproar. Damn it. After a week of crafting reports, all was undone by that foolish panda. This fat panda is truly detestable. I can't even watch the decades worth of films I have cherished. Hey, to all the esteemed individuals. A novice inquires, why are we able to watch the live stream amidst the rampant panda-burning incense virus? As the saying goes, the live stream is abundant with talent. Once the novice's question was posed, someone promptly provided a professional answer. According to existing data, the current panda-burning incense attacks are targeting only Windows systems. No assaults have been launched against Android devices. Hence, I surmise that while the panda-burning incense virus is formidable, however, there is no impact on our Android phones. Therefore, we can all use our phones with ease to watch live broadcasts. Oh, I see. Haha, that reassures me. As I do not possess a computer, the expert is truly remarkable, having analyzed it so swiftly. In the blissful community of happy fields, Zhao Xiaoyu rubbed his eyes and rose from his bed. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already 4 in the afternoon. He playfully stuck out his adorable tongue, internally lamenting, "Alas, since I have become smaller, I have grown increasingly lazy. I have become so prone to slumber." He patted his belly, feeling somewhat hungry. Nevertheless, he turned on the monitor, intending to check the status of artificial intelligence. As the screen illuminated, an enchanting little loli appeared. The little girl's mouth formed an O shape, and with an exaggerated expression, she presented a dialogue box. "Master, do you know? There is a terrifying virus called Panda Burning Incense online that has caused 99 of computers worldwide to crash. Zhao Xiaoyu remained unfazed, casually inquiring into the microphone. Has my computer been attacked? The little loli immediately donned a smug expression and replied in a dialogue box. Of course, it was attacked. But I effortlessly intercepted it. Master, do you think I am impressive? The responses from the artificial intelligence were discreetly captured by a hidden high-definition camera. The viewers in the live stream were instantly bewildered. The Panda Burning Incense was intercepted? Upon processing this revelation, the viewers' faces displayed shock. No way. The Panda Burning Incense was successfully intercepted, and it was merely a casual act? This artificial intelligence is truly astonishing. Zhao Xiaoyu was entirely oblivious to the viewer's astonishment. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a sound at the door, followed by the voice of his thrifty mother. Darling, what are you doing? Your father and I are back. Chapter 26. Effortlessly resisting the supervirus. Upon hearing Su Wenli's voice, Zhao Xiaoyu hastily commanded the little girl to become invisible, without pausing to consult the artificial intelligence. He swiftly shut down the computer and rushed out of the room. Once in the living room, he caught wind of his mother's complaints. Alas, who is the heartless individual responsible for the creation of the Panda Burning Incense virus? Their actions are utterly detrimental to everyone. In just 10 minutes, all the computers in our company have succumbed to paralysis. Zhao Dajuan's expression was far from pleasant. Yet, he endeavored to elucidate the situation to Su Wenli according to his own understanding. How can it be detrimental to oneself and others? This virus has the capability to incapacitate a vast majority of computers worldwide. The hackers behind such formidable technological prowess are undoubtedly among the elite of Blue Star. Surely, they would not engage in such endeavors without a motive. Zhao Dajuan began to expound upon the subject matter to Su Wenli with great fervor. Although the Panda Burning Incense virus has not inflicted direct damage, the economic losses it incurs globally amount to hundreds of millions every minute. Almost all network experts have intervened. Yet what has been the outcome? Su Wenli could not help but exclaim, the Panda Burning Incense virus rampages forth, unimpeded in its advance. Noticing the peculiar look Zhao Dajuan cast her way, she cleared her throat and clarified, I merely saw a headline on the trending list that articulated it this way. Is there anything erroneous in that statement? Zhao Dajuan's confusion was finally dispelled. He realized that his wife, despite her intelligence and numerical acumen, was rather naive when it came to computer viruses. How could she articulate the essence of the Panda Burning Incense virus so aptly? If it were gleaned from the news, then it was indeed forgivable. Nodding in agreement, Zhao Dajuan continued, My dear, consider this. Our company's computers are incapacitated, rendering us unable to work. What about other publicly listed companies? Hospitals, banks, stock exchanges, what will they do with their systems down? Surely they must be even more anxious than our company's leadership? Zhao Dajuan posed, his tone almost enticing. Indeed, they would be. Su Wenli responded, her realization dawning upon her. These large corporations are losing thousands of dollars every minute. Zhao Dajuan's furrowed brow seemed to lighten, and he acknowledged her insight with approval. Exactly. Currently, no one can halt the progress of the Panda Burning Incense virus. Now, imagine if someone were to release an antivirus software that could effectively combat this virus. What do you think these powerful companies would do? Su Wenli's eyes widened with understanding. They would undoubtedly spare no expense to acquire that antivirus software. Zhao Dajuan nodded in satisfaction, lifting a cool glass from the coffee table to pour himself a generous serving of chilled water. He gulped it down in one go, feeling refreshed all over. At last, I showcased my brilliance before my astute wife, and it felt exhilarating. Even the discontent experienced in the live broadcast seemed to vanish into thin air. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyu, upon hearing Zhao Dajuan's eloquent analysis, was utterly astounded. How could this seemingly simple-minded father articulate such incisive remarks? Furthermore, his father's observations aligned almost perfectly with his own thoughts. Of course, Zhao Xiaoyu had merely been contemplating how to leverage artificial intelligence for a quick profit. He had indeed considered the prospect of developing a small program to act as a cybersecurity guardian for computers, hoping to earn enough to purchase graphene materials for energy experiments. After his father's analysis, Zhao Xiaoyu realized the severity of the Panda Burning Incense virus had escalated to alarming levels. This revelation hinted at significant business opportunities, presenting the potential for substantial earnings. With this thought in mind, Zhao Xiaoyu couldn't help but glance at Zhao Dajuan again. Perhaps his father was not as inept as he had previously assumed. In truth, had Zhao Xiaoyu paid closer attention to little Emily's insights, he could have easily deduced these conclusions himself. Setting down his cup, Zhao Dajuan noticed Zhao Xiaoyu's astonished expression and, grinning widely, said, "Hey, darling. Why are you hiding over there? Don't look at your dad with such admiration." Observing his father's glee, Zhao Xiaoyu stretched his neck, realizing that perhaps his earlier perception of his father's intelligence was misguided. Su Wenli, catching sight of Zhao Xiaoyu, suddenly recalled something and remarked, "I'm going to use the family computer to see if I can prepare last month's financial report for the company." With that, she headed towards Zhao Xiaoyu's room. Zhao Dajuan, noticing this, quickly followed Zhao Xiaoyu and Su Wenli. Watching his parents engage with his computer, Zhao Xiaoyu felt an exasperated urge to vent his frustrations. Was there no respect for personal space? As the computer screen illuminated, Zhao Xiaoyu dutifully input the login credentials. The screen brightened, revealing the familiar Windows Classic interface. Much to the delight of Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli, their home computer was intact. This scene unfolded before the online audience in the live broadcast, leaving them in awe. Shocked, stunned. The artificial intelligence created by this 6-year-old child had indeed withstood the assault of the panda burning incense virus. The barrage of comments erupted with fervor. "Wow, this child is extraordinary. I can hardly believe it. I thought this was scripted by the production team. Yet he truly created artificial intelligence and successfully defended against the terrifying virus. Incredible. May I ask if this little genius is accepting apprentices? I can be both sweet and salty. Please accept my admiration, regardless of gender." On the other side, Mr. Ma has settled into the presidential suite arranged by his secretary. At this moment, he is convening an urgent video conference. Suddenly, his phone buzzes again. Glancing down, he sees it's Wu Qingyuan. Could it be that there has been a breakthrough in the decryption? Mr. Ma swiftly answers the call. "What? You say that the genius prodigy has successfully withstood the onslaught of the panda burning incense virus?" Mr. Ma's eyes widen in astonishment, his face a portrait of disbelief. It is utterly inconceivable. However, he quickly regains his composure. He immediately instructs the pilot to prepare for departure, urging them to make haste to Kyoto. After relaying his orders to his secretary, Mr. Ma calls Wu Qingyuan. "Find me the contact number for the production team." The news of Zhao Xiaoyu's successful defense against the panda-burning incense virus has gone viral through live broadcasts across the internet. Naturally, Lian, the executive president of Qianbai Du Company, has also received this information. She promptly disconnects the video communication and rushes to the parking lot. Taking her beloved car, she floors the accelerator, speeding towards the location of the production team. Meanwhile, Qian Dongdong, the chief executive officer of New Tokyo Company, after hearing the news, abandons his respite at the hotel and hastens to the Kyoto production team as well. Wang Jinyu, the general manager of Pindao Dao, is furiously berating the technical department while glaring at his phone screen. After the technical department head weekly reports Zhao Xiaoyu's resistance against the panda-burning incense virus, Wang Jinyu angrily exclaims, "You bunch of useless fools. I'll deal with you when I return." At the production team, the director, Wu Kuei, beams with delight as he observes the unprecedented viewership ratings. Buzz. Suddenly, his phone rings. He picks it up to find an unknown number. Frowning, he presses the answer button. "You say you are Mr. Ma from the Amiao Baba Company? You wish to meet the child named Zhao Xiaoyu from the program?" Chapter 27. The shock of the production team director Wu Kuei was infuriated. Indeed, exceedingly so. A fraudulent call had audaciously reached him. "Are you the esteemed Mr. Ma from Alibaba?" "Bah. If you are Mr. Ma, then I must be his father." As this thought crossed his mind, Director Wu's fury escalated. He sneered contemptuously into the phone and coldly retorted, "What a coincidence. I am indeed Mr. Ma's father. Now, call me father and let me hear it." After a brief moment of silence, the line went dead with a series of beeps. Observing the abrupt disconnection, Director Wu scoffed, "Is that all? You thought you could deceive me?" Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Mr. Ma was utterly befuddled. He was at a loss, wondering when he had acquired an additional father. How had he remained oblivious to this revelation? After pondering for a moment, he promptly dialed Wu Qingyuan. "Qingyuan, have you made a mistake? The call you just gave me couldn't possibly be from the director of the production team, could it?" "Not at all. I provided you with the phone number of Director Wu Kuei from the production team," Qingyuan replied. Upon hearing this, Mr. Ma immediately hung up, for he had come to understand that the imbecilic director had mistakenly labeled him a scammer. It must be so. Realizing this, Mr. Ma couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. With such intellect, how had this individual managed to become a director? As the director Wu Kuei reveled in the satisfaction of thwarting a scam call, he felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. At that moment, the door to the production office swung open with force. A woman, clad in professional attire and exuding an aura of authority, strode in. "I am Li Yan, the executive president of Qianbaidu. I wish to meet the child named Zhao Xiaoyu from your program. State your terms." Upon encountering this formidable woman, Director Wu's excitement surged. He recognized her from the internet and television. She was indeed Li Yan, the executive president of Qianbaidu. Was it possible that a prominent figure had taken an interest in his program, and had even come in person? Wait a moment. Hadn't someone claiming to be Mr. Ma also sought a meeting with Zhao Xiaoyu? Unfortunately, he had been mistaken for a scammer and berated. Oh no, had he truly just referred to himself as Mr. Ma's father? How could his tongue be so reckless? This was a disaster. He needed to salvage the situation. Frantically, he reached for his phone to return the call to Mr. Ma. However, after numerous attempts to dial the unknown number in his call history, success eluded him. A cold sweat broke out across Wu Kuei's brow as panic set in. He felt like an ant on a hot skillet. Just then, the phone rang again. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was once more an unknown number. Wu Kuei hastily answered. As soon as the call connected, he quickly expressed his apologies. "Mr. Ma, I am so sorry. I was foolish. I mistook you for a scammer. I spoke thoughtlessly, and I sincerely apologize." However, Mr. Ma did not take offense. Instead, he offered words of comfort to Wu Kuei. This reassured Wu Kuei, and they arranged over the phone for Mr. Ma's private plane to arrive at the program's location shortly. In the meantime, several key executives from other companies began to arrive at the production team, including Qian Dongdong, the CEO of New Tokyo, and Wang Jinyu, the general manager of Ping Daodao Company. The sight of so many influential figures thrilled director Wu Kuei. These luminaries, akin to celebrities, would undoubtedly amplify the show's visibility. With their participation, the program's exposure would surely soar several-fold. This would inevitably lead to a significant spike in viewership ratings. What do viewership ratings signify? They represent the director's prowess. Most directly, they translate into a substantial bonus, potentially quadrupling. However, Wu Kuei soon regained his composure. As he calmed down, for words flashed in his mind. Rare treasures command high prices. These esteemed executives had traveled a great distance to meet a child named Zhao Xiaoyu. If these executives were allowed to meet the child directly, the exposure for the program would be nothing more than a fleeting transaction. This simply would not do. He could not allow these magnates to meet Zhao Xiaoyu so easily. At that moment, Mr. Ma's private plane had also arrived. 5 minutes later, Director Wu Kuei raised his hands in a gesture of concession and articulated his conditions. "Ladies and gentlemen, under normal circumstances, I would not obstruct your desire to meet this child. However, given that the program is being broadcast live and so many eyes are watching, I cannot facilitate a direct meeting." For the first time speaking under the scrutiny of such powerful figures, Wu Kuei strove to maintain a smile as he continued. "Therefore, I kindly request that you refrain from participating in and disrupting the flow of the program." Noticing the displeasure on the faces of some executives, he quickly added, "However, I can arrange for the child's parents to meet with you. To be candid, our production team cannot make decisions regarding the child. The specifics can be discussed between you and the child's parents. What do you think, esteemed executives?" As it turned out, these influential figures were quite agreeable. They nodded in agreement with Wu Kuei's proposal. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wu Kuei sighed in relief. Things were looking up. He then took out his phone and called Han Shuer. 5 minutes later, at Zhao Xiaoyu's home, Zhao Dajuan hung up the phone and turned to Su Wenli, who was busy working on financial reports on Zhao Xiaoyu's computer. "Dear, could you step outside with me for a moment?" he said. He then turned to Zhao Xiaoyu and said, "Sweetheart, your dad and mom have a little matter to attend to. We'll be back shortly, so make sure to eat well while we're gone." With that, he hurriedly took Su Wenli and left. Observing his increasingly peculiar parents, Zhao Xiaoyu pondered thoughtfully. As they walked partway, Zhao Dajuan began to explain the situation to Su Wenli. "My dear wife, just now I received a call from the host, Ms. Han Shuer. She informed me that someone has arrived at the program team, specifically requesting to see us. A vehicle has already been dispatched to pick us up." 10 minutes later, the car arranged by the program team brought Mr. Zhao Dajuan and his wife to an upscale CF named Blue Moon. Upon entering the luxurious coffee hall, Zhao Dajuan immediately spotted a familiar face from the program team and eagerly pulled Su Wenli over. Miss Han Shuer, is that you? Who exactly wishes to meet us? With a sweet smile, Han Shuer replied, please, do not be anxious. Just hold on for a moment. Enjoy some refreshments. You will soon find out who has come to see you. Mr. and Mrs. Zhao exchanged puzzled glances. Meanwhile, in the live streaming room, viewers who had activated the cheat perspective were in fits of laughter. Haha, when they see who is coming, I bet the child's parents will be utterly shocked. I think the child's father will be frightened, as his intelligence is rather lacking. I concur with that assessment. However, the child's mother exudes elegance and should not be intimidated. Hee hee. In any case, it seems we are in for some entertainment. Let us await the spectacle. 10 minutes later, a sleek black extended Maybach came to a halt in front of the CAF. Suddenly, 8 burly bodyguards clad in black suits emerged from the vehicle. At the center of this imposing entourage stood none other than Mr. Ma, the president of Amiao Baba Company. Indeed, the esteemed Mr. Ma has arrived. Chapter 28. The Titans in Action, Kyoto. Blue Moon CAF. Su Wenli lifted the coffee cup from the table, taking a delicate sip before gently setting it back down. Her movements were graceful and refined. In stark contrast, Zhao Dajuan, seated across from her, gulped down his coffee in one go. He waved over a nearby waiter and, in a hushed tone, inquired, is the coffee here available for unlimited refills? The waiter, with a pleasant demeanor, replied with a smile, dear sir, we do not offer unlimited refills. The coffee you and this lady are enjoying is our handcrafted electronic brew, priced at 200 yuan per cup. Zhao Dajuan's eyes widened in shock. What? It's that expensive? More costly than the shrimp from Shancheng. Have we stumbled into a black market establishment? I hope they don't make us pay the bill. Just as Zhao Dajuan was grappling with the exorbitant price, the waiter continued, still smiling, but fear not, sir. The staff from the program has already informed us that all expenses incurred by you and this lady will be covered by the production team. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dajuan immediately exclaimed, then what are you standing around for? Hurry up. The young waiter, clearly taken aback by Zhao Dajuan's exuberance, responded, sir, what do you mean by hurry? Since the production team is footing the bill, why aren't you rushing to bring us more coffee? And do bring us some of your specialty snacks. Zhao Dajuan realized he hadn't had dinner and felt a pang of hunger. After the waiter hesitated for a few seconds before departing, Zhao Dajuan turned to Su Wenli and remarked, darling, I must say, this 200 yuan coffee is quite delightful. Wu Wenli gently rubbed her forehead. I don't know this person. Meanwhile, as Zhao Dajuan indulged in his coffee, Su Wenli, seated facing the main entrance of the CAF, suddenly noticed several men in black entering. Upon recognizing who followed behind them, she could not help but exclaim. Zhao Dajuan, sensing her surprise, followed her gaze. What? Is that Mr. Ma from Amiao Baba Company? Zhao Dajuan recognized Mr. Ma and let out a shout even louder than Su Wenli's. Su Wenli, equally astonished, questioned, how could someone of Mr. Ma's stature have the time to come here for coffee? Zhao Dajuan, while pulling out his phone to snap pictures, declared, who cares? We are fortunate to see Mr. Ma. We must take a photo and share it on our social media. Su Wenli found this reasoning sound and picked up her phone from the table to begin taking pictures. Engrossed in capturing their moment for social media, both Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan completely forgot about the cameras around them. Viewers in the live broadcast were in stitches at the sight. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. It seems the child's parents are unaware that Mr. Ma is here looking for them. This was to be expected, given the father's lack of intellect. I can't wait to see their reaction when they learn the truth. In the Blue Moon Coffee Hall, an increasing number of onlookers had discovered Mr. Ma, each one fervently capturing the moment with their smartphones. Mr. Ma and his companions entered the CAF, soon noticing a corner adorned with a fountain where someone was laboriously filming with a camera. Undoubtedly, this was the production crew. Just as Mr. Ma was about to approach, the sudden, sharp sound of tires screeching to a halt caught his attention from outside. Turning around, he was greeted by a familiar face, Li Yin, the executive president of Kianbeidu Company. Before Mr. Ma could extend his greetings, luxury vehicles continued to arrive outside, with several notable figures stepping into the coffee hall. Among them were Qian Dongdong, the chief executive officer of New Tokyo Company, and Wang Jinyu, the general manager of Pindao. At that moment, the first arrivals were all immensely powerful moguls. They exchanged glances, recognizing one another instantly. Mr. Ma turned to the familiar figures entering and smiled, addressing them. President Li, CEO Qian, Manager Wang. You are all such busy individuals. What brings you out today? Li Yin, with a light chuckle and an air of authority, replied. How could we possibly be busier than you, Mr. Ma? If you can make it here, then so can we. Mr. Ma shook his head with amusement. Qian Dongdong chuckled awkwardly and suggested, Mr. Ma, President Li, Manager Wang, it's rare for us to meet like this. Why don't we share a meal together and engage in some meaningful conversation? Wang Jinyu, however, scoffed dismissively. Let us not be so pretentious. We all know why we're here. No matter how eloquently we speak, it's irrelevant. I have my sights set on this prodigy. Mr. Ma could only shake his head in resignation. Everyone was moving swiftly. It seemed that securing this prodigious talent would require considerable effort. Meanwhile, sitting nearby, Zhao Dajuan and Su Winli were utterly astonished. What was happening? What day was it today? Why were so many magnates gathered here? It was well understood that individuals like Mr. Ma were figures to be revered by Zhao Dajuan and Su Winli. They were only accustomed to encountering anecdotes about these titans through the internet. Yet now they were witnessing them in the flesh, a congregation of legendary magnates. Zhao Dajuan, disregarding the exquisite snacks and coffee before him, leaned closer to Su Winli and whispered, Darling, I suspect that these moguls have convened here today for a meeting. Su Winli nodded in agreement, reasoning, their assembly here must surely pertain to significant matters. The fact that so many influential figures are gathered simultaneously suggests something monumental is afoot. Zhao Dajuan leaned in even closer, lowering his voice. Sweetheart, let us not concern ourselves with those matters. Do you think the moguls will clear the room soon? Should we leave? Su Winli hesitated slightly at Zhao Dajuan's words. Perhaps we should depart now? Otherwise, it would be rather embarrassing to be asked to leave later. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter upon hearing their exchange. These two are truly amusing. The prominent figures are here for you. What are you worried about? Even if they clear the room, it would only be for others. One observer noted the irony, recognizing that the mother seemed quite astute, yet was being led astray by the father. It's merely a basic reaction. After all, the father isn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. Just as Zhao Dajuan intended to escort Su Winli away, a group of distinguished individuals, led by President Ma, approached their table. As the influential figures drew nearer, both Zhao Dajuan and Su Winli felt a wave of panic. There was no chance to slip away now. However, soon they realized that these dignitaries had arrived right in front of them. Suddenly, an absurd thought crossed the minds of the couple in unison. Could it be that these esteemed individuals were seeking them out? Chapter 29. The bewildered Zhao Dajuan and his wife Mr. Ma beamed a radiant smile at Zhao Dajuan and Su Winli, addressing them warmly. You must be the parents of Zhao Xiaoyu. It is truly commendable to have nurtured such an exceptional child. We hold you in the highest regard. Li Yin approached as well. Typically an imperious and aloof CEO, she now exuded the warmth of a friendly neighbor. With a light chuckle, she gently remarked, I must say, the reason Zhao Xiaoyu is such a clever and endearing young lad is undoubtedly due to his parents' remarkable genes. His mother is graceful and beautiful, and his father. After praising Su Winli, she turned her gaze to Zhao Dajuan. After a brief hesitation, she continued, well, his father is quite handsome, and I can only assume his intelligence is equally impressive. Qian Dongdong, the chief executive officer of New Tokyo Corporation, inwardly scoffed at the blatant flattery. Even if the esteemed couple were indeed the parents of a prodigious child, was such overt sycophancy truly necessary? With such transparent obsequiousness, how could the rest of us even find our voices? While it was permissible to commend the child's mother for her poise, to assert that the father, with his unremarkable appearance, was handsome was quite the stretch. Glancing at the array of empty coffee cups and the remnants of pastries adorning Zhao Dajuan's face, he wondered, which of his eyes perceived intelligence in such a guise? However, soon enough, the exasperated Qian Dongdong donned a mask of enthusiasm. Zhao Xiaoyu's parents. Your child is indeed a rare genius. To have raised such an outstanding son must have required immense dedication from both of you. At that moment, Wang Jinyu, the general manager of Pinduoduo, could no longer contain himself. He strode forward, expressing his discontent. You insincere lot, step aside. He then faced Zhao Dajuan directly, stating plainly, I am Wang Jinyu, general manager of Pinduoduo. Today, I represent the company with the hope of inviting your son to join us. With an annual salary in the millions. After glancing at the prominent figures behind him, he added, of course, this salary is negotiable. We urgently require your precious son to assist us in combating the rampant panda burning incense virus. As the bigwigs concluded their declarations, they suddenly sensed something awry. The calm demeanor of the couple across from them was remarkably composed. Yet, upon reflection, they reasoned that a child so prodigious as to withstand a fearsome virus like panda-burning incense would naturally instill such tranquility in their parents. Thus, the magnates found themselves even more in awe of Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli. However, they were mistaken. At that moment, Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli were utterly bewildered. No, they were not merely confused. They were struck with shock and astonishment. The prodigious child they spoke of was their own son? How could this be? As parents, how could they not recognize their own child? Amidst the astonishment of Zhao Dajuan, his mind was engulfed in a haze of questions. What are you talking about? A dashing father? I possess a high IQ? While the remarks were not entirely unfounded, where did this prodigious genius emerge from? Upon regaining her composure, Su Wenli's expression turned somber. She surveyed the enthusiastic elites surrounding her. After a moment's hesitation, Su Wenli decided to voice her concerns, stating, Mr. Ma, have you perhaps made a mistake? My son simply toys around with computers. At best, he tinkers with trivial matters. How could he possibly resolve the panda burning incense issue? With a sigh of relief, Su Wenli recognized the gravity of the situation and felt compelled to clarify matters before any misconceptions snowballed into significant troubles. Zhao Dajuan nodded in agreement, affirming, my wife is right. It must be a misunderstanding on your part. Our son is utterly incompetent. He excels only in pilfering my savings. Solve the panda burning incense? Absolutely impossible. It simply cannot be. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing this exchange, couldn't help but flood the screen with comments. Haha, it seems the child's parents are quite inadequate. They still do not comprehend their child's capabilities. Hey, don't spout nonsense. Clearly, they are just modest, down-to-earth parents. Haha, I find the child's father amusing. In the presence of so many prominent figures, he openly complains about his savings being stolen. A true man of iron and grit. I can't help but perceive this as a reflection of the father's lack of intelligence. Haha. Indeed, it's quite possible. Upon hearing Zhao Dajuan mention the pilfered savings, Su Wenli shot him an annoyed glance. Yet, his words triggered a sudden recollection. She remembered having been at home, utilizing the computer to prepare financial statements. Even with her limited computer skills, she was acutely aware that the panda-burning incense virus was wreaking havoc, incapacitating virtually all computers. Strangely, her own computer was operating at remarkable speed, untouched by the attack. Initially, she had attributed this to mere luck, but now it seemed there was more to it. Could it be that these elites were indeed genuine? Beneath her composed exterior, Su Wenli's mind raced with thoughts. Could this be a scripted scenario orchestrated by the production team? After some contemplation, she deemed it unlikely, recognizing that while the production team wielded significant influence, it was improbable they could summon so many luminaries to engage in a charade simultaneously. Thus, it dawned on her that her precious son truly. Just as Su Wenli's thoughts wavered, outside the Blue Moon CAF, two specially modified military vehicles came to a halt. The doors swung open, and several soldiers clad in combat attire alighted. Subsequently, from the foremost vehicle, a group of middle-aged men emerged slowly. The middle-aged man, with a square face, prominent eyebrows, and large eyes, exuded an aura of authority honed through years in the political arena. The visitor was none other than Sun Changhe, the director of the National Cybersecurity Bureau, accompanied by a team of over 30 network experts tasked with deciphering the notorious panda-burning incense malware. He approached Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan with a solemn demeanor. I am Sun Changhe, the director of the National Cybersecurity Bureau of Yin Country. On behalf of Yin Country, I hope your child, Zhao Xiaoyu, will join our bureau, he declared with a grave tone. Upon hearing his words, Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan were left utterly astonished. The barrage of comments in the live streaming room erupted in excitement. Wow! Representatives from the National Cybersecurity Bureau have arrived. This is incredible. Director Sun personally came to extend the invitation. I bet these big shots are in for a surprise. Who can outmaneuver the Cybersecurity Bureau in recruiting talent? After a moment of stunned silence, Zhao Dajuan regained his composure and opened his mouth to speak. However, Su Wenli, who had already sensed the gravity of the situation, interjected. Director Sun and Mr. Ma, I need to consult with my child regarding this matter before making any decisions. Sun Changhe nodded in agreement, acknowledging her request. Of course, That is entirely reasonable. By the way, here is my personal number. Please feel free to inform me of any developments at your earliest convenience. With the director's approval, Mr. Ma and the other esteemed guests also exchanged contact information before departing hastily. 20 minutes later, Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan found themselves at the entrance of their community, courtesy of the transportation arranged by the production team, still somewhat dazed by the extraordinary encounter. Chapter 30, The Earth Guardian 1.0 and the idea of starting a company in a secluded corner of the idyllic community, Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli lingered, somewhat bewildered. Their hesitation to enter their home stemmed from the profound shock delivered by Zhao Xiaoyu earlier that day, an experience that had utterly reshaped their understanding of reality. Thus, the duo stood there, attempting to calm their tumultuous emotions while intermittently discussing how to convey the day's revelations to their child upon returning home. Meanwhile, within the confines of the house, Zhao Xiaoyu, having traversed into this world, found himself relishing a sumptuous feast alone for the first time. After indulging freely, he patted his slightly protruding belly and let out a contented belch. At 6 years of age, it was perfectly normal for him to finish his meal and neglect household chores. However, Zhao Xiaoyu chose to uphold the virtues he had cultivated on Earth. After a brief respite, he tidied up the dining table. 5 minutes later, Zhao Xiaoyu emerged from the kitchen, his face illuminated with joy. Having completed the dishes, he had finally refined his grand scheme for earning money. Zhao Xiaoyu was in dire need of funds, desperately lacking them. If he had sufficient money, would he dare to provoke his less-than-intelligent father repeatedly, risking a beating for pilfering what his father considered sacred private savings? Yet now, with the emergence of the panda-burning incense virus, fortune smiled upon him. This virus would serve as the initial windfall in his ascent to success. As he powered on his computer, the charming little sprite, Emily, materialized on the screen in response to his summons. Dear Master, Emily, the embodiment of beauty and wisdom, is here. Zhao Xiaoyu dismissed her flowery words and inquired, Tell me, to what extent has the panda-burning incense virus spread? Pouting adorably, Emily pondered how her master could remain oblivious to her carefully crafted appearance. Could it be that he, upon contemplating certain possibilities, she gently covered her mouth with her tiny hands before opening a dialog box to provide a detailed account? In response to your query, Master, nearly every connected Windows computer on the blue planet has succumbed to the virus. All enterprises are nearly incapacitated, save for the top-tier supercomputers. 5 minutes later, Zhao Xiaoyu nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, the panda-burning incense virus was formidable, wreaking havoc across the blue planet and paralyzing virtually all businesses. However, this was fortuitous. The more severe the virus, the better his chances of effectively eliminating it. It seemed imperative for him to act swiftly and develop a security program capable of eradicating the panda-burning incense virus. Once individuals utilized the software he created, he would quickly garner a wealth of favorable reviews. Thus, he could seamlessly launch a paid version thereafter. Is the issue of securing research funding still a concern? It is remarkably straightforward. Splendid. Let's proceed with this. With this thought in mind, Zhao Xiaoyu promptly addressed the microphone and issued a command to Emily. Please assist me in creating a doppelganger program. Let us name it Earth Guardian version 1.0. Its sole purpose will be to eliminate the panda-burning incense virus. No additional functions are necessary. After contemplating briefly, Zhao Xiaoyu decided to commemorate his journey by using the name of Earth. Having assigned the task to Emily, he closed the screen and rose to the living room. He settled onto the sofa and switched on the television. After casually selecting an episode of Tom and Jerry, Zhao Xiaoyu began to ponder. He was confident that the free version of Earth Guardian 1.0 would soon be handled adeptly by the little girl. In the future, he would need to establish a company. At the very least, he ought to open an online store. Only in this manner could he secure a stable revenue stream, enabling everyone to purchase subsequent versions. In truth, Zhao Xiaoyu found this complexity rather tiresome. However, the regulations governing paid software in Blue Star diverged from what he was accustomed to on Earth. In Blue Star, one cannot publicly release paid projects under an individual name, whether it be software, music, or games. Contemplating this, Zhao Xiaoyu felt a slight headache. Alas, being under 18 renders everything inconvenient. Glancing at his petite frame, he sighed softly. It seemed that the matters of starting a company and an online store would have to be discussed with his frugal parents. How should he even broach the subject with them? Sigh. The headache persists. Just then, with a click, Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli entered through the door. The couple had already conferred prior to their return, deciding to broach the topic indirectly. If indeed their precious child was misunderstood by the outside world, as those influential figures suggested, then no matter how grandly those individuals spoke, they would resolutely protect their child. Upon entering the room and seeing their beloved son seated on the sofa watching television, Su Wenli and Zhao Dajun exchanged glances and took a seat on the sofa as well. They looked at each other, neither daring to speak first. It was during this silence that Zhao Xiaoyu broke the ice. "Mom and Dad, I have something to discuss with you. Please have your meal first, and we can talk after." Zhao Dajun and Su Wenli nodded absent-mindedly before moving towards the dining area. As they sat at the table, a sense of unease gripped them, and they occasionally glanced towards Zhao Xiaoyu on the sofa. Yet, nobody uttered a word, and the atmosphere remained quite hushed. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Xiaoyu had crossed his legs, picked up a banana from the coffee table, peeled it, and began to devour it voraciously. After discarding the eaten peel, he resumed watching Tom and Jerry with great interest. At this moment, the expressions of the family of three were quite amusing with the once lofty parents. Now it resembles a wayward child, awaiting the judgment that follows dinner. A mere 6-year-old, yet possessing an aura akin to that of a parent, calmly gazes at the television. Quietly, they bide their time, anticipating the verdict from their parents upon the conclusion of the meal. This bizarrely amusing scene was perfectly captured by a hidden camera, much to the delight of countless viewers in the live stream, who erupted in laughter. How astonishing! It appears the roles of the child and the parents have been reversed, as if the child were the one in error. Alas, for those who have taken on the mantle of parenthood, to reach such a point is indeed a monumental failure. Spare us the nonsense from above. If you could nurture such a prodigious talent, you would likely be content to play the role of a grandparent. This is undoubtedly envy speaking. Have you not noticed how this child exudes an air of maturity? With a demeanor so composed, they clearly assume the role of a guardian. Truly, the young can be remarkably astute. My darling, await my arrival. Auntie, my flight will be landing shortly. Excuse me, is that the police? There is a disturbing individual upstairs. Chapter 31. The astonishment of Zhao Dajun and his wife, and Zhao Xiaoyu's dilemma amidst a swirl of confusion and trepidation. Su Wenli and Zhao Dajun concluded their dinner. This time, the typically diligent Su Wenli did not immediately clear the tableware. Instead, she and Zhao Dajun, with what seemed to be heavy steps, ambled into the living room. Upon noticing their awkward approach, Zhao Xiaoyu did not ponder much. He set aside his fidgeting legs, turned off the television, and gestured towards the sofa beside him with a smile, saying, "Mom and Dad, have you finished eating? Please, take a seat." Zhao Dajun and Su Wenli exchanged glances before obediently settling down. Zhao Xiaoyu rose and poured 2 glasses of cool boiled water, placing them before his parents. Once again sinking into the plush sofa, Zhao Xiaoyu addressed them. "Here is the situation. A few days ago, out of boredom, I created a trivial little program. However, this program is capable of virus removal." Sensing that Su Wenli and Zhao Dajun might be skeptical, Zhao Xiaoyu continued, "If you don't believe me, our home computer serves as the best proof. I recall not long ago, there was a virus called Panda Burning Incense that attempted to invade, but my little program intercepted it effortlessly." As he spoke, he keenly observed the expressions of his parents. To his disappointment, Zhao Dajun and Su Wenli remained unusually calm. Could it be that his humble parents did not believe his words? Nevertheless, Zhao Xiaoyu was not disheartened. After all, he had no expectation of easily convincing his parents. A mere 6-year-old child, creating something on a computer that could thwart the rampant and fearsome Panda Burning Incense virus? He himself would struggle to believe such a tale. Avoiding reprimand was a victory in itself. Sighing, he resolved to prove himself gradually over time. It was time to present his plan regarding the company. With a shrug, Zhao Xiaoyu spoke again. "So, I intend to establish a company under your names, Mom and Dad. The newly developed program is named Earth Guardian 1.0. You've probably heard about the Panda Burning Incense virus sweeping across the globe. My Earth Guardian 1.0 is perfectly positioned to capitalize on this opportunity." Su Wenli and Zhao Dajun exchanged another glance, their hearts brimming with astonishment. They had not anticipated that the assertions made by influential figures and director son of the Cybersecurity Bureau were indeed true. Their beloved son was remarkably capable. At just 6 years old, he had developed such a powerful antivirus software. However, they were left pondering when and where their child had acquired such formidable computer skills. As parents, they had been completely oblivious to this development. It was truly perplexing. Yet, soon enough, Zhao Dajun and Sue Winley found solace in the realization that, regardless of the circumstances, their talented son's abilities were indeed a blessing. Parenthood often entails a multitude of uncertainties and misunderstandings. Yet, as long as the well-being of their child is prioritized, many concerns are set aside. However, soon enough, it became a source of consternation for Winley and Zhao Dajuan. Both of them, being ordinary members of the working class, harbored an intrinsic reluctance towards the lofty notion of establishing a company. Indeed, they regarded their child as a prodigy with exceptional capabilities. Nonetheless, the complexities of starting a business were far from trivial. As Winley, who was already responsible for financial affairs within a corporate setting, was acutely aware of the myriad procedures involved in launching a company. Moreover, the potential for future disputes could inevitably impact their son. After all, in the realm of business, who could guarantee the absence of conflicts? In a moment of silent understanding, Winley cast a meaningful glance at Zhao Dajuan. Zhao Xiaoyu let out a resigned sigh, perplexed by the sudden nonverbal exchange between his parents. What did it signify? Did they agree or disagree? He longed for a decisive answer. If they were opposed, he could simply devise an alternative plan. However, after catching Winley's gaze, Zhao Dajuan nodded knowingly and solemnly declared, "All right. As long as our precious son has made up his mind, your father and I will support you wholeheartedly." Zhao Xiaoyu was overjoyed, astonished by how readily his parents had acquiesced. Winley, on the other hand, was taken aback. She had intended for Zhao Dajuan to take a more stringent stance against their son's aspirations. How had he ended up in agreement instead? Yet, upon witnessing the exuberant expression on Zhao Dajuan's face, Winley realized her husband had clearly misunderstood. His eager demeanor suggested he was waiting for her praise. This left Winley with a slight headache. Nevertheless, reflecting on the day's earlier visits from prominent figures in the tech industry, coupled with the personal outreach from the head of the Cybersecurity Administration, she pondered if perhaps she could indeed venture into entrepreneurship. With this thought, a sense of relief washed over her, and she nodded in agreement. Zhao Xiaoyu, sensing a wave of joy, felt reassured. He understood well who held the reins of authority in their household. Without Winley's endorsement, Zhao Dajuan's words would hold little weight. Seizing the moment, Zhao Xiaoyu decisively proclaimed, "Since both mom and dad support me, it is settled. I will upload the program to various forums for public download tonight." He turned to Winley and Zhao Dajuan. Adopting an encouraging tone, "Mom and Dad, please bear with me. Tomorrow, let's get the company established." Unbeknownst to them, from the moment Winley and Zhao Dajuan returned home to the decision to create a company, it was Zhao Xiaoyu who had been orchestrating the entire affair. The roles had seemingly reversed, as though Zhao Xiaoyu had become the principal authority in the household. In the live broadcast chat, viewers responded with delight. "Ha, this is absolutely hilarious. How utterly amusing. The roles of children and parents have remarkably reversed. If I had such a precious son, I would undoubtedly cherish him like a revered ancestor. Attention, everyone upstairs. The Earth Guardian is about to be released, and I can hardly contain my excitement. It is one thing for the company's computer to crash, but alas, my personal computer is also rendered useless, and my cherished collection." Suddenly, an incongruous voice emerged. Isn't the artificial intelligence crafted by this little rascal impressive? Yet, how is it that this impudent child remains oblivious to the fact that he is being broadcasted live? However, this discordant voice was swiftly drowned out by a torrent of comments. Who is this fool, spewing nonsense from the very beginning? Surely, he must be someone who hasn't watched the previous live streams. Indeed, the little intelligent system had likely intended to inform our prodigy about the live broadcast. Haha, precisely. As a result, our little genius remains oblivious to his on-air status. We all know this. The ID of that previous character seems somewhat familiar. There must be ulterior motives at play. Zhao Xiaoyu returned to his room and powered on his computer, discovering that the little girl had nearly completed the Earth Guardian 1.0 program. A smile graced his face, yet he quickly recalled something. His expression shifting to one of concern as he muttered to himself, "How perplexing. On which forum should I release this software? I must avoid a situation where others cannot see it or assume it to be a scam, laden with viruses, resulting in no downloads. That would indeed be quite embarrassing." Chapter 32: The astonishment brought by the Earth Guardian fearing that no one would download it, concerned about being mistaken for a virus or a scam. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's murmurs, the viewers in the live stream erupted with fervor. "Oh my, little friend, I implore you, cease your words. Even if it is a scam or a virus, I shall download it. Is that agreeable? Indeed. Worry not, we shall download it. As long as you dare to release it, we shall dare to download it. Hurry and release it. I am withering away in anticipation. The urgency mounted, with comments cascading like a deluge. The atmosphere in the live stream was electric, teeming not only with ordinary netizens. Countless titans of the internet industry were glued to the broadcast. In a presidential suite at the Kyoto International Hotel, Mr. Ma reclined on a sumptuous black sofa, shifting into a more comfortable position. Despite his formidable commercial prowess, he found himself in a rather precarious situation. If it were merely a contest of talent in business, the esteemed CEO of Alibaba would remain unfazed. With his resources and manpower, he believed no one could offer terms superior to his own. Competitors like Qi Baidu, Pinduoduo, and Nu Jingdong were hardly worth his concern. However, the arrival of Sun Changhe, the director of the Cybersecurity Bureau, cast a shadow over the proceedings. It is worth noting that Sun Changhe possessed an official background, and Mr. Ma was aware that his methods extended beyond mere appearances. Could this young lad named Zhao Xiaoyu truly be just 6 years old? Even renowned professors in their 60s could not stir the winds of change as he could. Rubbing his aching temples, Mr. Ma instructed his secretary, "Please ensure that the contract I drafted is meticulously reviewed once more." In the lobby of the Oriental Beauty Hotel, Li Yin, the executive president of Qianbeidu, was also fixated on the live stream. As she watched, a smile broke upon her face. This little brother grew increasingly charming. How delightful it would be to have him in my care. To tease him daily would surely be amusing. Those familiar with Li Yin would be taken aback by her expression. Was this truly the same icy, aloof, and domineering CEO? At the Hilton 5-star luxury hotel CAF, Qian Dongdong, the chief executive officer of New Tokyo, rubbed his weary eyes and stifled a yawn. This child was remarkably industrious. To develop artificial intelligence at such a tender age, it seems youth does not preclude greatness. His beautiful secretary, upon hearing Qian Dongdong's remark about his youth, suddenly blinked and blushed, casting a meaningful glance in his direction. Meanwhile, at the Kyoto Peninsula Hotel, Wang Jinyu, the general manager of Pinduoduo, lounged bare-chested in a hot spring. As for Zhao Xiaoyu's livestream, it was entrusted to his capable assistant for oversight. Wang Jinyu was enveloped in the swirling mist of the hot springs. Placing a freshly dampened towel over his face, he intoned, "Keep a close watch on the livestream. If this child can truly resolve the virus, then we must spare no effort to ensure he succeeds." In the National Cybersecurity Administration, Director Sun Changhe sat in his office, fixated on the screen before him, which displayed Zhao Xiaoyu's livestream. Outside his office, in the lobby, more than 30 pairs of bloodshot eyes were similarly glued to the same scene. These defeated computer elites were profoundly discontented. They had failed to crack the panda-burning incense virus despite their collective expertise. While a mere 6-year-old child seemed poised for success against what appeared to be an invincible foe. Regardless of the computer experts' confusion, nearly all the magnates, including Director Sun Changhe, harbored an unwavering determination to claim Zhao Xiaoyu's talents. Meanwhile, in the idyllic community of Happy Fields, after much deliberation, Zhao Xiaoyu successfully uploaded the software. He ultimately chose to upload it to the Qian Baidu forum, believing that a well-known platform would provide better visibility. After completing the upload of Earth Guardian version 1.0, Zhao Xiaoyu yawned, feeling an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over him. He merely uttered into the microphone, "Emily, please assist me in data detection," and promptly succumbed to the embrace of his soft bed, soon followed by the gentle sounds of his snoring. At the Alibaba headquarters, Wu Qingyuan had little concern for Zhao Xiaoyu's slumbering state. Upon realizing that Zhao Xiaoyu had completed the software upload, he immediately downloaded it onto his mobile device. Subsequently, he transferred the freshly downloaded Earth Guardian 1.0 software through the internal network to a laptop that had been incapacitated by the panda-burning incense virus. Within 10 seconds, the screen, once filled with the panda icons, was rendered completely clear of the virus. Wu Qingyuan's eyes lit up with excitement. This was indeed effective. He quickly connected the laptop to the internet. Previously, overwhelmed by the panda-burning incense virus's invasion, he had shamefully opted to disconnect from the network. This choice had limited the damage caused by the virus. Wu Qingyuan's decisive action had spared Alibaba from even greater losses. Upon successfully connecting to the internet, he discovered the terrifying panda-burning incense virus had once again launched an attack. However, no matter how fiercely it struck, It could not breach the defenses of the laptop equipped with Earth Guardian 1.0. Wu Qingyuan was left in awe. He swiftly pulled out his phone, exclaiming, "Mr. Ma, we must do whatever it takes to secure this prodigy." The head of the network department at Qianbeidu Company urged, "Hurry, download Earth Defender 1.0. The technical director of New Tokyo Company exclaimed, "Immediately eradicate all Panda burning incense viruses." The chief engineer at Pindao Dao Network chimed in, "What are you waiting for? After eliminating the viruses, get back to work." If Zhao Xiaoyu were to examine the back-end download statistics, he would undoubtedly discover that, apart from Yin country, the download figures from other nations far exceeded those from Yin country. However, the sensational impact of the Earth Defender, introduced by Zhao Xiaoyu, remained unknown to Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan, as they were preoccupied with concerns regarding the establishment of their company, leaving them no time to watch the live broadcast. At 2 a.m., in Zhao Xiaoyu's living room, the television was airing a soap opera. Zhao Dajuan shook his head, feeling wide awake, and turned to Su Wenli, saying, "Dear, do you think our son's endeavor is reliable?" Su Wenli shot him a glance filled with worry and replied, "Alas, I know even less about this. But if we truly manage to establish the company, there will be a multitude of issues to address. What if we end up losing our child's capital? What will we do then?" In Kyoto, within the urban village of the Fourth Ring Road, a freckled Zhou Shua stared at his computer screen, astonished that he had successfully eliminated the virus. Is it really this easy to tackle the formidable panda burning incense? He pondered. He quickly checked the hidden hard drive of his computer, and it was still intact. The 200 terabytes of films he had collected were safe. He then began to furiously type on his newly purchased mechanical keyboard. "Mom and Dad, I implore you to watch the live stream. Quickly see how amazing your son is. Why are you still worried?" Chapter 33. Astonishing download figures in the live broadcast room. The barrage of comments cascaded like snowflakes. "Wow, the host has 200 terabytes of movies. How long has this been stored? I can't possibly believe there are 200 terabytes of films. If you have the ability, send them over so I can take a look. Old perverts, be quiet. This Earth Defender has truly been a tremendous help. I believe the download figures must be terrifying, just as the netizens anticipated." If Zhao Xiaoyu were to check the back-end data, he would certainly discover that by midnight, the download count had already surpassed 20 million. Furthermore, this figure continues to soar at an astonishing rate. The following day, in the early morning, Su Wenli prepared a heartfelt breakfast and gently pushed open Zhao Xiaoyu's bedroom door. Upon seeing him still fast asleep, she quietly closed the door again and slipped out. At this moment, Zhao Dajuan had already finished his breakfast. Despite having hardly slept the previous night, he felt inexplicably energized, devoid of any trace of fatigue. Today marked the day he would register his company. Though there was a playful element of childlike mischief involved, regardless, once the company was established, he would be the boss. At least he could indulge in this newfound role. Thinking of this, Zhao Dajuan could not help but tremble with excitement. A slight smile crept onto his lips, his brows quivered, and he murmured to himself, "I shall be a great boss. I need a secretary." As the saying goes, when there's work, the secretary handles it. When there's none, they. Suddenly, Zhao Dajuan realized something and quickly covered his mouth, slamming the brakes on his thoughts. At that moment, Su Wenli's gaze, gentle yet piercing, swept over Zhao Dajuan. He forced a strained smile, yet inside, he was fervently relieved. He muttered to himself, "Thank goodness I reacted quickly and halted my words. If my wife had heard that, it would have been disastrous." The viewers in the live broadcast room were nearly in stitches at this scene. Some unabashedly completed Zhao Dajuan's unfinished thought. When there's work, the secretary handles it. When there's none, they. Secretary, Dad, I'll voice your feelings for you. No need to thank me. Dad, you're absolutely right. You're about to become the company's boss. I agree on the secretary matter. I suspect you are making innuendos, but I have no proof. Poor Zhao Dajuan, though he managed to halt his words in time, had momentarily lost himself, forgetting that he was live streaming the entire time. Days later, out of a sudden whim, Su Wenli decided to watch the playback of her beloved son's live stream. Coincidentally, she stumbled upon Zhao Dajuan's statement about the secretary handling work. Subsequently, within the company, the anguished cries of the boss, Zhao Dajuan, echoed from his office. Leaving Zhao Xiaoyu peacefully asleep at home, Su Wenli, lacking an appetite for breakfast, hurriedly dragged the dazed Zhao Dajuan out the door. As the company's financial officer, Su Wenli was acutely aware of the multitude of procedures required to establish a company. It was utterly exhausting, were it not for their precious child. Keep a safe distance when it comes to oneself. However, just as they ventured outside, Su Wenli sensed something amiss. Darling, when did our community acquire such an abundance of luxury vehicles? Zhao Dajuan, upon hearing this, glanced around and indeed noticed the impressive lineup: an elongated Maybach, a limited edition Lincoln, a delicate pink Ferrari 812, and a special edition Lamborghini. His eyes widened in astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, he muttered, "Aren't these luxury cars predominantly the exclusive rides of those titans from the tech industry?" Zhao Dajuan's assumption was accurate. Soon, prominent figures began to approach. Ma from Ami Baba, Qian Dongdong, the chief executive officer of New Tokyo Company, Wang Jinyu, the general manager of Pindao, and Li Yan, the executive president of Qian Baidu Company. As these moguls approached, Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli felt a twinge of anxiety, at a loss for words. Yet, there was no need for them to speak. The leaders initiated the conversation. Wang Jinyu stepped forward, boldly addressing Zhao Dajuan. "Mr. Zhao, let me be straightforward. We would love for your child to join our Pindao company, and you may set any terms you desire." Li Yan rolled her eyes at this and approached with a smile, teasingly saying, "Manager Wang, do be gentle. We wouldn't want to frighten the child's parents." Leaning closer to Su Wenli, she whispered, "Dear mother, our company has an abundance of beautiful women. If little Xiaoyu joins Qian Baidu, you need not worry about future daughters-in-law." Qian Dongdong from New Tokyo, recognizing the shameless tactics at play, interjected, "I am aware that you both intend to establish a company. Please, ride with me. I shall personally escort you to the business bureau. With my connections, I assure you we will resolve everything today." Ma, chuckling, finally added, "As for the conditions they VE promised, I shall double them." The sheer audacity of Li Yan, Wang Jinyu, and Qian Dongdong left them exclaiming in disbelief, their cunning evident. Witnessing this spectacle of negotiation, Zhao Dajuan was utterly flabbergasted. Is my son truly this remarkable? Su Wenli mirrored his astonishment, grappling with disbelief. If not for the presence of these titans, she might have suspected them to be mere charlatans. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyu languidly stretched as he awoke, donning slippers and trudging into the bathroom. After splashing his face with water, he felt revitalized. Seated at the dining table, he nonchalantly picked up a slice of bread prepared by his mother, spreading jam evenly before leisurely bringing it to his lips. Observing Zhao Xiaoyu savoring his breakfast with such tranquility, the viewers in the live broadcast exploded with impatience. "Wait a moment. Just yesterday, you were fretting over a lack of downloads. How can you now afford the luxury of breakfast? Indeed, this child is infuriating. Shouldn't he check the download statistics? Perhaps it's for the best. Once he sees the back-end numbers, let us hope he doesn't get a fright. Surely, he won't be that startled, right? However, it is indeed quite likely to be frightened to tears. Haha, do you think the download count has surpassed 50 million? 50 million? I believe it could very well exceed 100 million. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoyu finally finished his breakfast and opened his computer. Lacking the inclination to manually check the back-end data, he directly inquired into the microphone. "What is the download count?" The quirky little girl, Emily, appeared in a flash, promptly displaying a dialog box. "The current download count has reached 80 million. Upon hearing this figure, Zhao Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. Such numbers amassed in just one night? However, he soon regained his composure and remarked nonchalantly, "It's just SOSO." Witnessing Zhao Xiaoyu's indifferent reaction, the viewers in the live stream were left greatly disappointed. Wow, the download count has soared to 80 million. Why is this child not the least bit excited? Indeed, why such calmness? Could it be that only upon reaching 100 million would he be satisfied? Instead, he remained remarkably composed. Zhao Xiaoyu was oblivious to the clamoring of the viewers in the live stream. At that moment, he was deep in thought. He had not anticipated such a staggering 80 million downloads in a single night. It seemed reasonable that, with the news spreading, reaching 800 million downloads in a few days would be entirely feasible. Yes, it was time to reap the rewards. Having made his decision, Zhao Xiaoyu spoke into the microphone. "Emily, create another artificial intelligence assistant for me. However, do not incorporate a learning program into this software. Only an emotional system is necessary. Make it well. This is my first paid product. Do not mess it up." After giving his instructions, Zhao Xiaoyu powered down the computer and headed to the living room to watch television. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were left in a state of shock. "Can we also download and use artificial intelligence?" The barrage of excited comments swiftly flooded the screen. "No way. Is this for real? We can possess artificial intelligence too. How incredible. If it is true, I would be willing to pay any price. The legendary artificial intelligence. Haha, fantastic. When the time comes, I want to command the AI to change roles every day. It would be sheer bliss. Shameless shut-ins, step aside. Chapter 34. Only a fool would spend money on such nonsense. Within the livestream, an overweight recluse brazenly expressed lewd commentary about artificial intelligence, provoking unprecedented outrage and condemnation. One might ponder the various ways to engage with artificial intelligence privately. Why must one vocalize such thoughts? Is it not far more delightful to secretly explore the myriad functionalities of a lowly AI assistant? Do you think you alone possess the intellect to navigate this? Now that you've voiced it, what if this innocent child were to discover it? With a mere flick of a switch, the AI could be programmed to restrict inappropriate behavior, shattering our dreams of role-playing as lowly and mature characters, among others, before they even materialize. At this moment, Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan were oblivious to the fact that the artificial intelligence yet to be developed already harbored potential risks of misuse. They were stepping out of an elongated Maybach, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and disbelief as they gazed at the business license in their hands. Upon arriving at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, they encountered a series of procedures: company name approval, seal engraving, capital verification, opening a corporate bank account, and applying for a business license. Typically, under normal circumstances, these procedures would take 10 days to half a month. Even if they engaged a middleman, it would take at least 5 to 7 days. Yet, under the auspices of Mr. Ma, they found themselves merely sipping tea and chatting in the director's office, and astonishingly, within just 3 hours, the new company's business license was issued. Only when Mr. Ma's vehicle delivered them to their residential complex did Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan regain their senses. As they exited the car, they marveled at the privileges afforded by wealth and power, showering Mr. Ma with heartfelt gratitude. Mr. Ma, stepping out as well, approached them with a gentle smile, saying, "These are mere trifles. However, I hope that once the program concludes, you might grant me the opportunity to engage in a meaningful conversation with your child. I believe we could explore deeper collaboration." Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan were taken aback by his unexpected proposition. In the idyllic community, Zhao Xiaoyu had spent nearly the entire morning watching television, but soon grew weary of it. She switched off the TV and strolled back to her room, where she powered on her computer. Perhaps the morning's idleness had inspired her. This time, Zhao Xiaoyu did not summon the little lowly to report data downloads. Instead, she furiously tapped away at the keyboard, logging into her Qianbeidu forum account to check the backend data. To her astonishment, she discovered that the download count had surpassed 100, 038, 073 within the span of the morning. The downloads had indeed exceeded the 100 million mark. The viewers in the live stream, upon witnessing this milestone, erupted in exuberant commentary. Wow, the download count has finally breached the 100 million threshold. Haha, this Earth Guardian is truly remarkable. To achieve such a feat in less than 24 hours is simply extraordinary. Yet, Zhao Xiaoyu appeared unfazed by the overwhelming numbers, as if the sheer volume of downloads held little significance for her. Currently, the version remains free, with Zhao Xiaoyu earning not a single cent. The Earth Guardian 1.0 is fundamentally designed for advertising and traffic generation, rather than profit. After reviewing the backend download data, Zhao Xiaoyu called out to the little girl, inquiring about the progress of the new software development. With a proud puff of her petite chest, Emily, the little girl, cheerfully responded, "Dear master, I have already completed it. Once I take charge, these tasks are mere trifles." "Well done. Please provide an introduction to your creation," Zhao Xiaoyu remarked with perfunctory praise before issuing a direct command. Despite the lackluster compliment, Emily's face flushed with excitement, and a flurry of heart-shaped bubbles appeared, each containing her responses. "Dear master, this time I have crafted a low-spec version of artificial intelligence. In accordance with your specifications, this AI lacks learning capabilities but boasts a rich emotional system. It can serve as a companion for humanity's computers and mobile devices. Furthermore, based on extensive data comparisons, I have integrated the most beloved voices from the island nation, featuring playful lolas, mature ladies, and more." Zhao Xiaoyu, rolling his eyes at the incessant heart bubbles, abruptly interjected, Stop, stop, stop. No need for further introductions. It's all trivial. Create a homepage to present it." Without considering Emily's puffed cheeks, he then commanded, "Emily, research online evaluations and acceptance rates of artificial intelligence." Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's instruction, the little girl immediately transformed her expression to one of enthusiasm and declared, "Reporting to you, dear master. The online reviews for artificial intelligence are overwhelmingly positive. Here in Kyoto, the panda-burning incense virus has been nearly eradicated." Suddenly, the charming little girl blinked her large, dark eyes, stuck out her cute little tongue, and mischievously popped up a dialogue box with a huge question mark. "Dear master, I have an astonishing secret. Do you wish to know?" "I do not wish to know. Now get to work." Zhao Xiaoyu waved his hand, cutting off Emily. What a joke. As a proud traveler from another realm, he detested such gossip. After being rebuffed for the second time, without any consideration, Emily stomped her feet in frustration and pouted adorably. "You're driving me crazy." With that, she vanished from the computer screen. Oh, it was Zhao Xiaoyu who had turned off the screen. Upon exiting the room, he discovered that his parents had returned. Noticing the business license in his mother's hand, Zhao Xiaoyu was quite surprised. "Is it really that quick to establish a company?" Zhao Dajuan pointed towards the business license that Su Wenli had just placed on the table. He then extended his thumb towards himself and boasted with a swagger, surprised. "Are you? Your old man has connections at the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. They're solid ties." Zhao Xiaoyu was indeed somewhat astonished. Could his father, whose intelligence seemed to be lacking, actually have such connections? As noon approached, Su Wenli hurried to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Before long, a sumptuous spread was ready. The family gathered joyfully to partake in the meal. After dining, Zhao Xiaoyu requested funds. For what purpose, you may ask? Naturally, to purchase a domain name and establish the company's website. Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan understood that this was essential and thus readily provided the necessary funds. With the money in hand, tasks became manageable. Soon enough, Zhao Xiaoyu completed the company's webpage, Earth Technology Network Company. This was the name he had chosen for the company, a nostalgic nod to Earth in its own right. The business scope included security software and artificial intelligence assistance. Finally, Zhao Xiaoyu uploaded the low-end version of the artificial intelligence developed by a little girl, aptly named Earth Sprite. The last step was pricing. Upon seeing the price Zhao Xiaoyu proposed, Su Wenli expressed concern. "Son, this price is rather steep. Will anyone buy it?" Zhao Xiaoyu, engrossed in tweaking the website, replied without looking back, "People will buy it." As soon as he finished speaking, the live stream chat erupted in unison, filled with buy. Zhao Xiaoyu set the price at 50 yuan per month, with an annual fee of 500 yuan. Zhao Dajuan shook his head and remarked, "Spending 500 yuan just to purchase an Earth Guardian? Only a fool would buy that." However, what Zhao Dajuan did not anticipate was that his words would offend countless netizens. Chapter 35. In 3 hours, 500 million earned. The live stream is a frenzy. Goodness. Father of the child, speaking like that could easily lead to some trouble outside. Do you not realize? How absurd. We are precisely the fools you speak of. We willingly spend $500 to be your unwitting patrons, and yet you dare to bite the hand that feeds you. Zhao Dajuan, is it? Just a reminder. Remember that words can lead to calamity. In the future, perhaps you should exercise a bit more caution in your speech. Everyone, let us not escalate things. Do not hold it against the child's father. Have you forgotten? Even his own son claims he lacks intelligence. I must admit, I had almost forgotten that. Very well then, let us not be vexed by one who is evidently not operating at full capacity. Ultimately, the netizens in the live stream, upon recalling Zhao Dajuan's lack of intellect, ceased their verbal onslaught. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyu had already configured the company website. After a thorough check to ensure everything was in order, he sauntered towards the bedside, yawning as he walked. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan, who were engrossed in the computer screen, and remarked, "By the way, Mom and Dad, you should head to bed soon." Zhao Dajuan waved his hand dismissively at Zhao Xiaoyu, speaking earnestly. "You young man do not understand. The company has just been established. Reputation is paramount. Think about it. What if a fool actually logs onto our website, willing to spend money, only to find no one available for consultation? What does that do for the service perception of our clients? Fools, unwitting patrons." Countless individuals in the live stream clenched their fists, the sound of knuckles cracking accompanying their self-reassurances. Do not be angry. Do not be angry. The child's father is simply not in his right mind. It is best not to stoop to his level. Zhao Xiaoyu, unfazed by Zhao Dajuan's words, replied, "I have already set up the company website. However, the sales feature is not yet live. Therefore, Mom and Dad, There is no need for you to stay here. Besides, our products will sell themselves. Noticing that Su Winli and Zhao Dajuan showed no signs of leaving, Zhao Xiaoyu decided to ignore them. I am utterly exhausted. If you are not going to sleep, I certainly will. As for the launch time, I will address that upon waking. Muttering this, he pulled the covers over himself and quickly fell into a deep slumber. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's words, the viewers in the live stream erupted in disbelief, feeling utterly disheartened. Oh dear, little buddy, what do you mean by that? Please, don't do this. We are all eagerly awaiting the opportunity to purchase your AI assistant. We have waited so long, only to be met with your nap? Goodness, are you really going to sleep now? You're already snoring so soon? Utterly speechless. Regardless of the frenzied comments in the live stream, not even the slightest noise could disturb Zhao Xiaoyu, who was deep in slumber. The clock ticked steadily onward. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 3:30. The viewers in the live stream had exhausted their capacity for commentary. I recall this child dozing off just past noon, precisely at 12:15. Now it was already 3 in the afternoon, and this little one was still fast asleep. Goodness, over 3 hours had elapsed, and there was no sign of awakening. Could it be that this child had truly overslept? For heaven's sake, could those upstairs keep it down? I still haven't managed to acquire the, artificial intelligence. Meanwhile, at the Kyoto International Hotel, in the presidential suite, Mr. Ma's secretary spoke softly, urging him to take a rest. Mr. Ma, why not lie down for a bit? I will promptly notify you when the child awakens. Mr. Ma waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was unnecessary, though he soon rubbed his slightly throbbing forehead. This little one has quite the capacity for sleep, it seems. At the Oriental Beauty Hotel, Li Yan, the executive president of Qianbai Du Company, paced gently back and forth. There was no other choice. Sitting idly while waiting for Zhao Xiaoyu's nap had left her legs numb. At the Hilton 5-star luxury hotel, Qian Dongdong, the CEO of New Tokyo Company, donned his attire and, upon noticing that Zhao Xiaoyu was still asleep in the live stream, expressed his surprise. Wow, what a good child, capable of sleeping even longer than I. At the Peninsula Hotel in Kyoto, the ashtray in front of General Manager Wang Jinyu of Pingduodao was filled with at least dozens of cigarette butts. Casting a glance at the still slumbering Zhao Xiaoyu, he muttered under his breath, "What a lazy pig." He reached for the cigarette box on the table, only to find it empty. Finally, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Xiaoyu let out an incredibly long and rhythmic yawn. Rubbing his eyes, he awakened and headed to the bathroom to wash his face, feeling much more alert. Upon entering the living room, he discovered Su Winli and Zhao Dajuan were present. Did the little darling wake up? Su Winli greeted him. Zhao Xiaoyu plopped down on the sofa and replied, "Yes, but I've been a bit restless, unable to sleep, thinking about the newly established company." The viewers in the live stream were reduced to tears. After nearly 4 hours of slumber, he complained of insomnia. After a moment, Zhao Xiaoyu continued, "Mom, Dad, our company is officially established. I need a more high-performance computer." Zhao Dajuan, upon hearing this, patted his chest and jovially said, "All right, how much do you need?" "My dear, about 70 to 80,000, Zhao Xiaoyu replied. "What? How much?" Zhao Dajuan could hardly believe his ears. Su Winli hesitated, asking, "Darling, is it really necessary to spend so much on a computer? The company has just been established, and there will be many expenses ahead." Zhao Xiaoyu understood his frugal parents' concerns. Their finances were limited. Fearing his impulsive spending, Zhao Xiaoyu remained silent. He returned to his computer and instructed the young assistant to promptly activate the purchasing feature on the company's homepage. Following that, he commanded her to go incognito. Having completed these tasks, Zhao Xiaoyu entered the living room and led his concerned parents, Zhao Dajuan and Su Winli, to his room. "Look at this," he said, displaying the latest data from the website's backend to them. Curiosity piqued, Su Winli and Zhao Dajuan approached for a closer look. A minute later, the figures read, number of purchases, 18, monthly subscriptions, 13, yearly subscriptions, 5, total revenue, 3, 150 yuan. 5 minutes later, downloads surged to 1,596. After half an hour, the downloads skyrocketed to 53,187. 3 hours later, the downloads reached an astonishing 2,000,917, with monthly subscriptions at 129, 631, and yearly subscriptions at 871, 286, yielding a total income of 492, 124, 550 yuan. The explosive growth in download data left Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan utterly astounded. Zhao Dajuan, staring at the long string of figures, counted them painstakingly several times, finally confirming, "Good heavens, nearly 500 million. My son is this remarkable. He earned so much in just 3 hours?" Almost simultaneously, Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli turned their gaze towards Zhao Xiaoyu, only to find him unfazed, with the faint echo of some trivial remark in his ears. Viewers in the live stream were electrified by the impressive figures, exclaiming in excitement, "Holy moly! 500 million! Achieving several life goals in just 3 hours. This kid earned in one afternoon what I could never earn in my entire lifetime." As the exhilarated Zhao Dajuan scooped up Zhao Xiaoyu and showered him with kisses, he exclaimed, "My brilliant boy, Dad will take you to a Michelin restaurant." 2 hours later, after indulging in a lavish meal at the Michelin restaurant, Zhao Dajuan took Zhao Xiaoyu to the prestigious Zhongguancun Science and Technology City. Half an hour later, with a grand gesture, Zhao Dajuan ordered a top-of-the-line computer for 180,000 yuan, arranging for delivery the following day before hailing a taxi to return home. Despite Zhao Dajuan's extravagant purchase of the 180,000 yuan computer, Zhao Xiaoyu remained expressionless, gazing at the ceiling, feeling a profound sense of loss. "My first kiss has been stolen by this shameless father." Chapter 36. Grandmother arrives at the live stream. Countless netizens were utterly amused at the sight of Zhao Xiaoyu's despondent expression, nearly bursting into laughter. "Haha, look at this child's forlorn demeanor. He must be reminiscing about his father's affectionate kiss. How despicable of the father. That boy's first kiss should have been mine." Alas, it's not as if the boy's father intended to do so. If his precious son hadn't flinched, he certainly wouldn't have missed his lips. Unbeknownst to Zhao Xiaoyu, a group of merciless onlookers was gossiping about his stolen first kiss. Shaking his head, Zhao Xiaoyu decided to take a stroll to alleviate his inner turmoil. Taking a deep breath, he felt the cool night breeze envelop him, refreshing and invigorating. Suddenly, he discovered an unexpected comfort within himself. Gazing upward at a 45-degree angle, he found the starlit sky utterly enchanting and intoxicating. However, amidst the celestial glow, he noticed something peculiar. Stars. What was going on? Why were there twinkling lights surrounding him? Realizing the situation, Zhao Xiaoyu quickly glanced around. Upon closer inspection, he made a startling discovery. Those were not stars at all. They were the flashlights of mobile phones. Counting hastily, he realized at least 7 or 8 individuals were aiming their phones at him. Though they feigned nonchalance, Zhao Xiaoyu's keen eyes discerned their intentions with precision. Admittedly, had it not been for a careless individual who had forgotten to turn off their flash, he might not have noticed them at all. How curious. Why were so many people suddenly interested in covertly capturing his image? Could it be? Zhao Xiaoyu seemed to have an epiphany. Perhaps he had become even more handsome. Touching his face, he increasingly believed this to be true. Tightening his collar, he jogged back home, motivated by the thought of his newfound charm. Upon returning, he intended to sleep, yet found himself tossing and turning, unable to drift off. No, he must ensure he gets ample rest tomorrow. Since sleep eluded him, Zhao Xiaoyu began to strategize for the following day. Now that he had the necessary funds, he must procure the graphene materials he had delayed for so long. The next step would be to fabricate the batteries. Zhao Xiaoyu's mech manufacturing plan was nearly complete, with only the battery production remaining. Fortunately, creating the batteries was straightforward, as the entire design blueprint was provided by the system's rewards. Thus, Zhao Xiaoyu had minimal tasks ahead of him. He merely needed to act as a tool, conducting experiments according to the system's designs and methods to achieve success effortlessly. Moreover, he needed to have Emily simulate the experimental process in advance, effectively minimizing any potential human errors. Regardless of the number of failures endured or the extent of material losses incurred, the company's current capacity for revenue generation renders such matters trivial. However, Zhao Xiaoyu possesses only the frail body of a 6-year-old. After 2 consecutive setbacks, he is left utterly exhausted. Thus, conducting simulated experiments is indeed essential. Nevertheless, the demands of artificial intelligence simulations are quite high, and the configuration of the home computer falls woefully short of the current requirements. For now, all he can do is await the arrival of the 180,000 yuan computer scheduled for tomorrow. As he pondered, 5 minutes slipped by, and soon the sound of gentle snoring filled Zhao Xiaoyu's room. The following day, he awoke, completed his morning routine, and sat at the dining table, relishing a sumptuous lunch prepared by his mother. After sipping some juice, he turned to Su Wenli and said, "Mom, could you lend me 100,000 yuan? I suddenly have a new idea that requires purchasing some materials for a small experiment." Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu request money yet again, Zhao Dajuan set down his bowl, furrowing his brow. "What on earth is going on in your mind? How do you come up with so many bizarre ideas?" Su Wenli remained silent, her expression mirroring her husband's curiosity. Not only were Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli intrigued, but the viewers in the live stream chat were equally captivated. "Great question, Dad. Why does your son have so many thoughts swirling in his head?" "Same here. Let us cut it open and see." At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu inexplicably sensed a wave of malicious intent. Though he knew that his well-meaning parents would not harm him, he still reflected on his recent tendency to become somewhat complacent, having earned a little money and allowed it to cloud his judgment. Henceforth, he resolved to exercise caution with his words and refrain from speaking carelessly. After a moment of self-awareness, Zhao Xiaoyu regained his composure, wearing a perfectly timed expression of bewilderment. He then looked at Zhao Dajuan with a hint of confusion and said, "I truly don't know what is happening. I can remember anything I've seen just once. When I see something, I can't help but associate it with other ideas." As if recalling something, Zhao Xiaoyu gestured animatedly, drawing an analogy. "For instance, when I see Dad, I can't help but wonder if he is hiding something from Mom. Never mind. All right, I concede. I believe you." Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu mention his secret, Zhao Dajuan quickly rushed over to cover Zhao Xiaoyu's mouth, finally breaking free from his father's grasp. Zhao Xiaoyu rolled his eyes and shrugged, continuing his earnest nonsense. "Furthermore, just yesterday, after glancing at some batteries, I had a new idea. I want to explore new battery technology. So let's not waste time. There's nothing wrong with this reasoning. Just hand over the money." The viewers in the live stream were thoroughly convinced by Zhao Xiaoyu's assertions. Incredible. Truly a prodigy. Indeed, this child is remarkably intelligent, a true genius. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. Do you think this child is merely babbling? However, soon they were met with a barrage of skepticism that left them questioning their existence. Goodness, is the person upstairs truly that foolish? Try uttering another insult, if you dare. Foolish one, if you possess the courage, disclose your address, and I shall confront you in person. At 3 in the afternoon, Zhao Xiaoyu sighed with exhaustion. "So you simply allowed Dad to bring Grandma here?" Su Wenli chuckled softly and replied, "It is quite unsafe for a child like you to carry such a large sum of money. Had it not been for your father and my prior engagements, we would have accompanied you. Be good, darling, and listen to your grandmother." After saying this, Su Wenli slipped a bank card into Zhao Xiaoyu's grandmother's hand. She then leaned in to whisper a few words to her before hastily departing with Zhao Dajuan. It wasn't that Zhao Xiaoyu harbored any grievances against his grandmother. On the contrary, his grandmother was kind-hearted and treated him well. It was merely, "Dear grandson, what would you like to purchase? Grandma will take you." Zhao Xiaoyu shrugged and replied, "Grandma, we are going to buy graphene." His grandmother placed her hand to her ear and exclaimed, "What was that?" Zhao Xiaoyu thought to himself, as expected. However, he patiently responded, "Graphene." His grandmother's voice grew louder. "What graphene? Graphene? What did you say?" Zhao Xiaoyu felt exhausted. "Never mind. All right, Grandma, let us set off." "All right, dear grandson, I shall lead the way." Chapter 37. The Bargaining Expert and the Nourishment of Love. The heartwarming interaction between Zhao Xiaoyu and his grandmother left the viewers in the live stream in fits of laughter. What a delightful scene, reminiscent of a real-life rendition of Ma Dongmei. This adorable grandmother has captured our hearts. How amusing. She is undoubtedly the most skilled storyteller. If this charming pair of grandparents is absent from this year's New Year's Gala, I shall not watch it. Zhao Xiaoyu, maintaining a calm demeanor, guided his grandmother along the path. He would only allow her to lead if he were truly at a loss. Their destination was the Baiyun Research and Electronics City, a treasure trove discovered by the little girl, Emily. This establishment is the largest and most comprehensive market in the entirety of Kyoto, where one can procure an array of research electronics and nearly every type of experimental material. Zhao Xiaoyu sought to purchase the expensive and highly pure graphene, rendering the previous low-end materials market inadequate for his needs. As they walked, Zhao Xiaoyu suddenly halted. Something felt amiss. He swiftly turned around, only to be greeted by lush greenery and an elderly gentleman amusing a lady with his pet bird. Was it merely an illusion? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Perhaps he was being overly sensitive. The incident of the previous night must have been a mere coincidence. How could anyone dare to photograph him in broad daylight? Although he considered himself somewhat handsome, he was still just a child, far from being a celebrity. Unbeknownst to Zhao Xiaoyu, he had already become an internet sensation, eclipsing even top-tier stars. His grandmother was taken aback, wondering why her beloved grandson was behaving so erratically. Could he possibly have attention deficit hyperactivity disorder? Zhao Xiaoyu touched his youthful face and quickly urged his grandmother towards the entrance of their community. Meanwhile, the bushes he had just vacated rustled, revealing two figures clad in crew uniforms who leaped forth. Wow, this little fellow is quite perceptive. He almost caught us filming. One exclaimed. You mean your reaction was sharper, right? Enough with the self-praise. If we lose him now, Director Wu will surely have us both dismissed. Before stepping out, Zhao Dajuan discreetly slipped a thick stack of red bills to Zhao Xiaoyu. As he exited the community, he hailed a taxi. Given his grandmother's advanced age, it was inconceivable to have her squeeze onto a bus with him. Naturally, even if he were alone, boarding a crowded bus would be out of the question. After all, with revenues soaring into the billions each afternoon, what was a mere taxi fare? The taxi driver was an experienced hand, navigating the streets with both steadiness and speed. Half an hour later, the taxi executed a graceful drift and came to a halt before a towering building, 30 stories high. The edifice loomed majestically, its gilded letters proclaiming Baiyun Technology Electronic City in striking clarity. After requesting a business card from the driver, Zhao Xiaoyu and his grandmother disembarked and proceeded directly to the entrance of the grand building. It is rare to encounter such a skilled and attentive driver. Thus, it was essential to retain his contact information. Once inside the elevator, Zhao Xiaoyu promptly pressed the button for the 28th floor. The Baiyun Technology Electronic City consists of 30 stories, with the first 20 floors dedicated to the sale of research machinery and equipment, while the 21st to the 30th floors are occupied by vendors of experimental materials. The rare metal graphene, which Zhao Xiaoyu sought, was available on the 28th floor. Ding! The elevator arrived at the 28th floor. As Zhao Xiaoyu and his grandmother exited, they were greeted by a bustling scene of numerous stalls selling materials. There were not merely 1,000, but perhaps as many as 800. This sight struck Zhao Xiaoyu as vaguely familiar, reminiscent of the wholesale market at the Beijing Zoo. However, his grandmother, accustomed to the simplicity of rural life, had never encountered such a spectacle. She wandered from one stall to another, examining diamond sand and hesitating at the carbon magnesium alloy vendor, much like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden. As for Zhao Xiaoyu, he felt as though he had been cast into another realm. This was nothing new for him. He adored his grandmother, despite her hearing and memory issues that often proved to be quite taxing. Shaking his head, he followed the precise location provided by the little girl, Emily, and easily located the stall selling graphene. Excuse me, how much is the graphene? He inquired. The stall owner, a plump middle-aged man, was taken aback upon noticing the young boy's inquiry. What a coincidence, he exclaimed, hastily setting down his phone and rushing over. Young lad, I assure you, our graphene is of the finest quality. How much? Zhao Xiaoyu interjected bluntly, cutting through the man's boasting. The ordinary quality is 120 yuan per gram. I want the highest purity, Zhao Xiaoyu stated firmly. The plump owner mentally berated himself for his folly. Given the young boy's apparent wealth, he surely would not settle for inferior products. Thus, he quickly replied, You have a discerning eye. Our graphene boasts the highest purity at an impressive 70. That will be 2,600 yuan per gram. Upon hearing this price, Zhao Xiaoyu felt it was somewhat steep. However, if the purity truly reached 70, it would indeed be worthwhile. Yet before he could respond, a voice erupted in exasperation. What nonsense! Over 2,000 yuan per gram. You deceitful merchant will not fool my grandson. Come on, dear, we're leaving. With a soft sigh, Zhao Xiaoyu observed the scene unfold. The plump owner, alarmed, quickly retorted. Dear lady, you mustn't speak so rashly. I, Pang Dehai, have always prioritized integrity in my business dealings. How about this? I will offer you a 20 discount. Zhao Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised by the offer. A discount? Make it 10 off, or we shall take our leave. Pang Dehai felt as though his very life was at stake. This is hardly haggling. You're demanding my very existence. 60% discount? I refuse to lose money. You unscrupulous merchant, you shall not deceive me. The lowest I will accept is 20%. Otherwise, I shall seek my fortune elsewhere. Pang Dehai felt weary. 50% it is then. Consider it a loss for the sake of friendship. Huh. You. Fine, boss, let it be 50%. I will take 1,000 grams. Having regained his composure from the shock, Zhao Xiaoyu quickly interrupted his grandmother. This price was indeed acceptable. Any lower, and the boss might truly suffer a loss. However, Zhao Xiaoyu never anticipated that this kind-hearted grandmother possessed such formidable bargaining skills. The viewers in the live stream were taken aback, showering praises upon her. Huh? Grandma's bargaining skills are incredible. Amazing. She treats rare metals as if they were mere vegetables at a market. Upon hearing the substantial order of 1,000 grams of graphene, Peng Dehai could not muster a smile. The price offered hardly yielded any profit and even posed a slight loss. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Xiaoyu inquired again. Do you have high-density copper sheets? Peng Dehai perked up at the mention of more materials. Yes, the finest quality, priced at 200 yuan per gram. Huh, you rogue merchant. Peng Dehai gritted his teeth and amended. All right, 50% it is. Zhao Xiaoyu nodded, grinning. The boss is quite accommodating. I will take 750 grams of high-density copper sheets. Pausing briefly, Zhao Xiaoyu continued. Boss, I require a variety of items. If you have them in stock, please prepare the complete order. With that, he handed a list to Peng Dehai. Upon glancing at the list, Peng Dehai's spirits lifted. 680 grams of lithium iron phosphate, 722 grams of manganese lithium, 932 grams of lithium iron phosphate, 1,125 grams of nitrites, 700 grams of PAS, 836 grams of tin oxide, and 1,222 grams of tin alloy. Peng Dehai felt a surge of hope. He had all these items in the store. Yet, upon noticing Zhao Xiaoyu's eager grandmother nearby, Peng Dehai's resolve wavered. I have everything in stock. At 50% off. He wiped the sweat from his brow. It was well known that Peng Dehai had been running a store in the Baiyun Technology Electronic City for quite some time. And he was not merely a kind-hearted and easygoing proprietor. Under normal circumstances, anyone who dared to pressure him in his own shop would have been swiftly ejected. However, Peng Dehai dared not unleash his displeasure today. He was acutely aware that this young lad was a prodigy of great renown. Most importantly, they were currently live streaming. Thus, he decided to sell everything at cost, treating it as an advertisement. Half an hour later, having paid the deposit, Zhao Xiaoyu retrieved the business card from the driver. Upon arriving home, Zhao Xiaoyu felt invigorated. I shall forego my afternoon nap today and get to work. Yet, just as he returned to his room and powered on his computer, his grandmother entered. My precious grandson, come, have some milk to help you grow tall. Eat an apple. It aids digestion. And this cake is quite sweet. Do have some. This is quite good. Zhao Xiaoyu smacked his forehead. A miscalculation. He had completely forgotten about his grandmother's sweet tactics. Chapter 38. Pre-depositing 500 million in taxes. Zhao Xiaoyu's grandmother's sweet deception. However, the viewers in the live broadcast room saw everything clearly. Instantly, countless comments flooded the screen. What a delightful grandmother, who truly cherishes her grandson. Yet, no matter how much she dotes on him, she certainly wouldn't bring a basin full of food to him. Isn't that akin to feeding pigs? Haha, undoubtedly. This is a beloved grandson. No objections accepted. Oh, seeing this scene. It makes me miss my grandmother. She also cared for me dearly when I was young. But she don't cry. Little sister upstairs, you can lean on your brother's shoulder. Oh, I'm not a sister. I'm a pure man. Dear young man, where's your shoulder? Most viewers in the live room were fervently praising the grandmother. However, soon the focus shifted to Zhao Xiaoyu's shopping spree today. Esteemed viewers, a humble novice inquires, what on earth does this child intend to do with all these purchases? Yes, I echo that question. I study high-energy physics, and from the materials this child bought, it is highly likely he is attempting to manufacture graphene batteries. Goodness, how sophisticated. Is that for real? It must be a hoax. Do you think producing graphene batteries is child's play? A yellow verified official ID quickly captured the attention of the viewers. Some curious viewers clicked on this official ID's profile, discovering that it belonged to a researcher from the Beijing Institute of Technology, specializing in rare metals and new energy directions such as graphene. Well, this individual is indeed an authority in this field. The expert sent another comment, stating that using graphene to manufacture batteries is feasible, and it is precisely the direction that our institute has devoted years of research to. A multitude of viewers listened intently to the expert's explanation regarding the graphene specialty. If one were to use graphene with a purity of less than 5 to produce batteries, that might be plausible. However, regarding the 70 concentration of graphene purchased by this child, if it isn't handled properly, 10 seconds later there will be. The expert added, boom. There will be no second possibility other than an explosion. Yikes, how terrifying. Should we call the production team to halt this? Oh, the upstairs is too naive. With the show being this popular, do you think the production team will heed your concerns? Time passed swiftly. From the sun setting to the moon rising high in the sky, it was now 8 p.m. In the happy countryside community, at Zhao Xiaoyu's home, he lay at a 45-degree angle on the soft sofa, gently caressing his prominently protruding belly. He gazed up at the empty ceiling, speechless and overwhelmed. Heavens, how frightening. Just imagine, from around 4 p.m. when I returned home until now at 7 p.m. For nearly 3 hours, I was persistently fed by my grandmother, whose enthusiastic offerings were impossible to decline. During this time, I accomplished nothing, yet my belly swelled to the point where even the slightest movement became a challenge. Just then, an exasperating voice pierced my ears. My dear grandson, come and try this meatball. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan returned home, laden with numerous takeout containers. As Zhao Xiaoyu's grandmother was also present, Su Wenli had generously spent a considerable sum to order an array of signature dishes from a nearby upscale restaurant. However, upon seeing Zhao Xiaoyu languidly reclined in his chair, Su Wenli curiously inquired, "Darling, why aren't you eating? I've bought so many of your favorite foods." Zhao Xiaoyu cast a glance at the table overflowing with delectable treats, his lips twitching involuntarily. Eat. At this point, merely managing to refrain from regurgitating was an accomplishment in itself. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter at the sight. Haha, the child's mother bought so much delicious food. How wonderful. Just moments ago, I counted that the boy had consumed 2 eggs, 3 boxes of whole milk, 2 cans of yogurt, 5 bananas, 2 apples, an 8-inch chocolate cream cake, and 3 meatballs. Incredible. To think this little one could devour so much. After dinner, the grandmother insisted on returning to her hometown, stating that she could not sleep away from her familiar earthen calm. Unable to dissuade her, Su Wenli reluctantly accompanied her home. Due to the late hour, Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan went to see her off, leaving Zhao Xiaoyu alone at home. However, before departing, the grandmother said, "My dear grandson, I shall come back tomorrow to prepare something delicious for you." An hour later, after a brief respite, Zhao Xiaoyu was finally able to move slightly. He painstakingly crawled to the computer, feebly powering it on. Logging into the company's website backend, he checked the data. The paid download count had already surpassed 6 million, with most users opting for monthly subscriptions, while annual subscribers numbered around 130,000. Nonetheless, even so, the total revenue had astonishingly reached over 800 million yuan. 800 million. Well, that is passable. But suddenly, Zhao Xiaoyu smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about the taxes. A staggering 45 tax. He would need to pay over 300 million. What? Such a hefty sum? Insanity. Just then, Zhao Dajuan's voice echoed from behind, startling Zhao Xiaoyu. Irritated, he turned to find Zhao Dajuan returning from dropping off the grandmother, his face a mixture of indignation and disbelief. Before Zhao Xiaoyu could respond, Su Wenli intervened. She pinched the soft flesh at Zhao Dajuan's lower back sharply and proclaimed, "Are you not aware that we are proud taxpayers?" With that, she fixed her gaze intently on Zhao Dajuan, fearing that he might utter yet another shocking statement. How could he dare to speak so brazenly in public about such obvious tax evasion? Does he not realize that this is being broadcast live? Zhao Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, turning to Zhao Dajuan and saying, "Father, regardless of the profits we may earn, I hope you will always remember that we are citizens of Yan Nation." With that, Zhao Xiaoyu rose to his feet, gazing up at Zhao Dajuan, and continued, "As a responsible citizen of Yan Nation, we shall not evade even a penny of tax. In fact, companies like ours should proactively contribute even more in taxes." As he spoke, Zhao Xiaoyu playfully tapped Zhao Dajuan's shoulder, emphasizing earnestly, "For the sake of our Yan Nation, for the people, father, you must go to the tax bureau tomorrow and prepay 500 million in taxes." Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's resolute declaration, the comments in the live stream erupted with fervor. Wow, this child has such grand aspirations. I'm in love. So talented and patriotic, truly a rarity. I've switched to being a devoted fan. Oh my, the taxes he pays, I could never earn in 10 lifetimes. Get lost upstairs. Even in 100 lifetimes, you wouldn't earn that much. Under Zhao Xiaoyu's urging, Su Wenli reluctantly dragged the heartbroken Zhao Dajuan away. At last, tranquility returned. With a sigh of relief, Zhao Xiaoyu ambled into the living room, clearing off the items from the long table. Rubbing his hands together, he resolved to conduct an experiment with graphene, following the formula outlined in the System's reward blueprint. Chapter 39. The War of the Titans. It must be said that Zhao Xiaoyu's prepayment of taxes amounting to an astonishing 500 million yuan is truly remarkable. In a mere moment, he garnered tens of thousands of devoted followers. It is important to clarify that this is not a mere 50,000 or even 500,000. It is a staggering sum of 500 million. Under the gaze of the public, such a feat could not possibly be fabricated. This young child was unaware that he was being broadcast live, hence this is far from a publicity stunt. Moreover, even if it were to be dismissed as such, the fact remains that this 500 million is undeniably genuine. To be so young yet to possess such aspirations for the nation and its people is nothing short of extraordinary. The future holds great promise for this child. While the viewers in the live stream were marveling at Zhao Xiaoyu's grand gesture of tax payment, he presented all the materials he had from the Baiyun Technology Electronic City. Upon seeing the graphene with a purity of 70 that Zhao Xiaoyu brought forth, the esteemed experts from the Jinka Institute could not help but express their astonishment. If this child is merely playing a game, that would be one thing. But if he genuinely intends to utilize such high-purity graphene for battery production, I must report this to the Institute and intervene to halt this program. As this researcher from the Jinka Institute made his remark, a netizen with the ID light of Yao Ao chimed in. The statement made by the esteemed individual above is indeed correct. Conducting research on batteries using 70 concentration graphene is utterly nonsensical. The graphene battery project is still in the research phase. The use of lithium batteries remains the prevailing choice. By the way, we at Yao Ao will launch a 30th anniversary celebration for our lithium batteries at the end of the month, with a generous 20% discount across the board. The viewers were captivated by the comment from Light of Yao Ao. So another expert has joined the live stream. The ID Light of Yao Ao has been officially verified, indicating that this individual is a senior researcher at the Yao Ao New Energy Battery Factory. The audience is quite familiar with this factory. Although it is not a publicly listed company, it has consistently focused on the development and production of new energy batteries. Due to their exceptionally reasonable pricing, many households utilize products from the Yao Ao New Energy Battery Factory. As soon as this expert, Light of Yao Ao, began to speak, countless viewers voiced their support. Haha, well said. I use Yao Ao's lithium batteries at home. Indeed, Yao Ao is quite commendable, affordable, and of high quality. We trust the experts. After all, many factories have attempted to research graphene batteries, but ultimately went bankrupt. I must stock up on Yao Ao's lithium batteries at the end of the month. With the two experts casting doubts on Zhao Xiaoyu's endeavors, a wave of excitement surged through the live stream. Yet, amidst all this, Zhao Xiaoyu remained blissfully unaware. At this moment, after confirming the special solution formula in his mind, Zhao Xiaoyu began his task. He picked up a sample of high-concentration graphene, glanced at it briefly, and set it aside. He then took a 50G solution of ferrous sulfate from the table. From a nearby pile of materials, he extracted 20G of tin oxide and 15G of copper pieces, which he added to the ferrous sulfate solution. After observing the reaction within the solution, Zhao Xiaoyu retrieved an additional 5G of tin oxide and 8G of lithium manganate and introduced them into the mixture. Moments later, Zhao Xiaoyu's movements became increasingly proficient and swift. He continuously added various raw materials to the solution before him. However, in the live stream, two authoritative experts appeared perplexed. The expert from the Jinka Institute, who had previously expressed concerns about the experiment's dangers and even threatened to halt the project, fell silent. Meanwhile, a senior researcher from Yaziguang scoffed at Zhao Xiaoyu's actions, dismissing him as a mere child. What does a child know about the sophisticated research of graphene? They scoffed. He merely excels at computer games. Now he dares to attempt creating a graphene battery? Even the initial battery solution is utterly nonsensical. Numerous viewers echoed the sentiments expressed by the Yaziguang representative, responding with laughter. Haha, well said. How could a mere child possibly grasp the complexities of graphene research? Let's be a bit lenient. After all, can we really expect a 6-year-old to create a graphene battery? In the presidential suite of the Kyoto International Hotel, Mr. Ma watched the live stream with great interest. He chuckled upon witnessing the Yaziguang expert's derision towards Zhao Xiaoyu and turned to a clean-cut young man in his 20s beside him, asking, "Qingyuan, do you think this child has any chance of creating a graphene battery?" Indeed, the individual sitting next to Mr. Ma was Wu Qingyuan, the network director of Alibaba. After Mr. Ma met Zhao Xiaoyu's parents, he had summoned Wu Qingyuan to the hotel to join him. Wu Qingyuan observed Zhao Xiaoyu's every action intently. After contemplating Mr. Ma's question for a moment, he replied, "I am not well versed in batteries. However, before this child succeeded in artificial intelligence, we all thought it was impossible." Therefore, Wu Qingyuan paused, articulating each word with conviction. "I have a premonition. The development of graphene batteries may very well succeed in this child's hands." Upon hearing Wu Qingyuan's analysis, Mr. Ma fell silent, lost in thought. Although Alibaba had grown robustly, it had also encountered a bottleneck, making further progress arduous. In order to achieve a greater breakthrough, a transformation was imperative. High-performance batteries possess immense potential, with demand soaring in civilian, military, and even aerospace applications. This might very well be the perfect opportunity for Alibaba's transformation. At this moment, an inexplicable gleam sparkled in Mr. Ma's eyes. 10 minutes later, he updated his Weibo, announcing that the Alibaba Group is willing to invest to invite young Zhao Xiaoyu to collaboratively develop graphene batteries, offering a staggering $1 billion for Zhao Xiaoyu's research. He stated, "Our Alibaba only requires a 30% stake, while all research projects will be solely led by young Zhao Xiaoyu." As soon as Mr. Ma's Weibo post was updated, it immediately caused a sensation among countless netizens. What on earth? Is Alibaba out of its mind? I think Mr. Ma has lost his senses, investing $1 billion for merely a 30% stake. Mr. Ma, with his brilliant mind, how could he possibly engage in such a losing venture? As countless netizens puzzled over Mr. Ma's bewildering behavior, even more astonishing news began to emerge. Qianbaidu's Twitter announced, "We will invest $800 million to support Zhao Xiaoyu, requiring only a 20% stake." The CEO of Pingdadeo updated on MSN, "We will invest $500 million for a mere 10% stake." The official website of New Tokyo, the official website of the leading new energy battery company, Heat Sherdai, proclaimed, "We will invest $3 billion, requiring only technology sharing." Upon seeing these headline news, countless netizens erupted in astonishment. Goodness, not only has Mr. Ma gone mad, but everyone seems to have lost their minds. Chapter 40. The mockery of President Nikola Max. The news is utterly sensational. Mr. Ma has declared a staggering investment of $1 billion in Zhao Xiaoyu's graphene research. Qianbaidu, New Tokyo, Pindao, and other formidable internet enterprises are also eager to follow suit. Moreover, the terms offered by these colossal corporations are exceedingly generous. Countless netizens are venting their astonishment, igniting a flurry of discussions. It is simply madness. What is behind the fervent actions of these magnates? Indeed, Mr. Ma and his associates are staking the reputation of their companies to support that young prodigy. But why? Previously, experts from the Beijing Academy and Yuao Zhiguang had all asserted the impracticality of graphene batteries, right? It is perplexing, truly perplexing. To those contemplating further, do not bother. If you figure it out, you would be a magnate yourself. Many netizens express their bewilderment. Nevertheless, while this news is astonishing, most netizens merely engage in light-hearted banter. Having recently witnessed the fierce competition for genius prodigies, they may not fully grasp the profound implications of these magnates' maneuvers. However, a majority believe that perhaps the leaders of these internet companies are merely engaging in a friendly contest of strength. After all, although Mr. Ma's Alibaba is immensely powerful, it is not the only formidable public company. Even if they cannot match Mr. Ma's might, challenging him in a friendly manner is certainly within their capacity. Yet, what astonishes and baffles netizens the most is the announcement from Kotesh Sherdai. It is essential to recognize that Kotesh Sherdai is the vanguard of new energy batteries on Blue Star, undoubtedly the preeminent leader in this domain. In the realm of new energy batteries, companies like Alibaba, New Tokyo, and Pindao are mere juniors in comparison. However, consider the latest announcement from this titan of new energy batteries, an investment of $30 billion, solely requiring technology sharing. This amount surpasses all other companies, and astonishingly, they demand not a single share in return. It is akin to graciously offering $30 billion to the counterpart. What a humble stance it is. All Kotesh Urdai seeks is merely the sharing of technology. Has Kotesh Urdai lost its mind? Are they also participating in the talent scramble alongside other internet firms? Countless netizens fervently discuss and speculate on the implications of Kotesh Urdai's announcement. It must be said, since ancient times, netizens have proven to be remarkably insightful. In no time, amidst their light-hearted exchanges and critiques, they arrive at a conclusion. The previous experts claimed that graphene batteries were currently impossible. Yet now, the magnate of Kotesh Urdai has officially declared support. Thus, there can be only one truth. Indeed, it proves that the magnate of Kotesh Urdai also holds great expectations for this young individual, believing in his potential to create graphene batteries. Indeed, it should be just so. As the saying goes, great minds think alike. The esteemed figures like Mr. Ma have discerned this truth. Hence, they unanimously hold optimism for this young prodigy and have eagerly invested. The evidence is irrefutable. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Zhao Xiaoyu rubbed his eyes and glanced at the clock on the wall, somewhat astonished. How had it become past 2 without his notice? He looked at the solution before him, which had already been prepared to 50. With a sigh, he realized that he would not be able to complete his work today regardless. So, he decided to abandon it. He yawned deeply and crawled onto his bed. Sleep beckoned. He was utterly exhausted. Outside the window, the stillness of the night enveloped the surroundings. It was the dead of night in Yin country, coincidentally daytime in Lighthouse country. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Nikola's new energy vehicle company convened its new car launch conference punctually. The company president, Max, was passionately addressing a gathering of journalists, extolling the virtues of the new vehicle. Our newly introduced Max 8 boasts significantly enhanced performance. Firstly, the battery life has improved by approximately 10. As you may know, achieving even a 1 increase in the battery life of such new energy vehicles is a considerable feat. Now, with the Max 1, we have achieved a remarkable 10 enhancement in battery life. This marks a historic breakthrough in new energy battery technology. Furthermore, we have made optimizations in other areas. Max's eloquence was remarkable as he spoke for 2 hours without repeating himself. In summary, choosing Nikola's new energy vehicles is undoubtedly the right decision. Next, we move to the QA session for our esteemed journalists. The remaining time is yours. The previously drowsy journalists suddenly revived as they heard the question segment had arrived. Finally, the moment for inquiries had come. A blonde, blue-eyed female journalist was the first to ask, "Dear Max, there is a highly popular artificial intelligence called Earth Spirit, reportedly created by a child prodigy from Yin country. I would like to know if Nikola's new energy vehicles will be equipped with this Earth Spirit AI?" Without hesitation, Max responded, "No, certainly not. Nikola's focus is on selling cars, the most reliable and considerate new energy vehicles, not on dealing with immature software from Yin country that merely seeks profit." Seizing the opportunity, the blonde journalist continued, "I have heard that the genius from Yin country is researching graphene batteries. If successful, would your company consider collaborating with them?" Max frowned at the question. Why was this journalist so oblivious? Slightly displeased, he replied, "No, absolutely not. Don't even think about it. Nikola is a reputable company. How could we possibly collaborate with something that resembles a child's play?" Max spoke while incessantly tapping on the microphone before him. Those familiar with him would undoubtedly recognize that he was infuriated. Media personnel ought to possess discernment. The new battery model is a remarkably advanced product. How could such a creation possibly emerge from the minds of children? Henceforth, refrain from posing such ignorant and tedious questions to me. The blonde, blue-eyed female reporter appeared rather naive, seemingly oblivious to Max's displeasure. Undeterred, she persisted with her inquiries, stating, "However, as far as I know, several major corporations in Yin country are endorsing this prodigious talent. They hold high hopes for his research on the graphene battery project. Companies like Ami Alibaba, Pinduoduo, and Qiandabadu. Even the titan of the new energy battery sector, Heat Shurdai, has invested." She was abruptly silenced by Max's disdainful snort. With a dismissive curl of his lip, Max retorted, "It is precisely due to these so-called companies in Yin country that they will never achieve significant success. Their stock prices have been consistently declining. And this is the reason." With that, Max discarded the microphone from his grasp and turned away, exiting the press conference. Chapter 41. The Attention of Military District No. 7. Max's remarks fell upon the tranquil lake of public sentiment like a hand grenade. igniting an explosive reaction among the fervent netizens of our nation regarding the Nikola electric vehicle launch. Goodness, how dare this fool Max belittle our country's companies? Indeed, what audacity! I would sooner purchase an elderly mobility vehicle than ever consider Nikola. Block Nikola. Let us commence a boycott of Nikola electric vehicles, starting with me. Zhao Xiaoyu. Young friend, keep pushing. Hurry and produce that graphene battery, so we can give Max a taste of his own medicine. Exactly, young one. You are the hope of our nation. Keep it up. As more and more netizens began to voice their disdain for Max, even women connected to him found themselves subjected to harsh comments. Conversely, the calls to support Zhao Xiaoyu's research on graphene batteries surged in fervor. However, a wise saying rings true. In a large forest, one finds all kinds of birds. There were indeed many within our nation who supported Max's right. Our companies are akin to the incapable Ado. Indeed, I've invested in stocks of our listed companies, yet I'm left questioning my life as they remain stagnant. Our technology truly pales in comparison to Nikola's electric vehicles. Decades of technological disparity cannot be resolved by a mere child playing house. In no time, the comments section was ablaze with fervent discussions, reaching unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyu remained blissfully unaware of the online uproar. Having stayed up late conducting experiments the previous night, he did not rise until the sun was high in the sky. After a brief morning routine and consuming the breakfast left by his mother, he finished his glass of milk and settled onto the sofa in the living room. Gazing at the experimental materials on the table, he began to ponder. With July nearing its end and just over a month remaining before summer vacation concluded, he realized he could no longer afford to be idle. He must strive to complete his tasks within the remaining month. Yes, let us go. Having devised a plan in his mind, Zhao Xiaoyu turned and approached the table laden with materials, ready to immerse himself in work. In Military District No. 7, a high-level meeting was convened in the conference room. Commander Zhang Yonyan sat at the head of the oval table, surrounded by the district's core leadership. It was evident that these senior officials were engaged in a vigorous discussion. Since the RD department has confirmed the integrity of the special alloy data, we must expedite its practical application. Commander Yang is correct. Once this alloy is utilized in our tanks, their combat effectiveness will undoubtedly double. At that point, our nation will possess a formidable trump card. Not only tanks. We must also invest in research for combat aircraft simultaneously. At that moment, we could effortlessly attain supremacy both in the skies and on the ground. This extraordinary superalloy is simply remarkable. The child named Zhao Xiaoyu is indeed a prodigy of scientific research. I propose that we utilize the special recruitment quota from the military district to bring this talented child into our ranks. Deputy Chief of Staff Chu. I acknowledge that this child is impressive. However, recruiting him through special means does not adhere to our regulations. I recall that our military district's criteria for special recruitment stipulate that 2 exceptional achievements must be made simultaneously to warrant such an exception. As soldiers, we cannot act based on personal feelings. Everything must conform to the rules. Deputy Chief of Staff Chu, upon hearing these words, erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Zhou Weijian, you scoundrel! Cease your pretentiousness. You clearly intend to reserve the special recruitment slot for your nephew." Zhou Weijian, also the Chief of Staff of the 7th Military District, felt the sting of Chu's unrelenting accusations. His expression darkened, yet he refrained from an immediate outburst, responding instead with a measured tone. "I am merely conducting official business, adhering to regulations. There is absolutely no intention of favoritism or corruption." As he spoke, a slight smirk crept upon his lips. If this child, Zhao Xiaoyu, can achieve another remarkable feat within a month, I have no objections to granting him the sole special recruitment quota for this year. Chu, momentarily speechless with indignation, was interrupted by the entrance of the aide to Commander Zhang Yonyan, who reported, "Commander, you instructed us to closely monitor Zhao Xiaoyu, and he is currently researching graphene batteries." Upon hearing this report, Zhang Yonyan fell into deep contemplation. Graphene energy batteries? Developing such a technology is no simple task. Yet, should it come to fruition, this innovative battery could be implemented in the district's tanks and aircraft, transforming them into powerful, enduring electric machines, coupled with the newly developed special alloy goodness. As these thoughts raced through Zhang Yonyan's mind, he felt a surge of excitement. He then addressed his aide, "Continue to monitor his progress." "Yes, keep a close watch." The aide acknowledged the command and departed. Observing the heated argument between the chief and deputy chief of staff in the conference room, Zhang Yonyan raised his voice. Enough. You two must cease this bickering. I wish to meet this child personally. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Zhao Xiaoyu stretched his somewhat stiff neck and exhaled deeply. At last, he had successfully created the battery. Tomorrow, he would take the time to conduct tests on it. With a testing report in hand, everything would be more convenient. As a consumer who had traversed from another world, Zhao Xiaoyu understood well that products lacking quality assurance would find no market. Thus, after briefly examining the newly crafted battery, he returned to his room. As he opened his computer, he instructed the young girl, Emily, to search for the most reputable testing institution in Kyoto and to arrange an appointment for tomorrow's examination. Having issued this command, Zhao Xiaoyu returned to the warm embrace of his soft bed. Observing this scene, the viewers in the live stream began to comment. Scheduling a testing agency. Has the research on graphene batteries been completed already? What a naive notion. How could graphene batteries possibly be developed so swiftly? This is utterly laughable. And to think of scheduling a testing facility. I hope he doesn't end up being thrown out. While I hold some hope for this young lad, surely it would take several months before any tangible results could be achieved. Indeed, it has only been a few days. What could possibly be produced other than a child's toy? Such a disappointment. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Xiaoyu awakened, or rather, was roused by the noise made by Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan as they entered. Just then, Zhao Xiaoyu approached his parents, still bleary-eyed, and said, Mom and Dad, please set aside what you're doing for a moment. I've arranged for the battery testing. Tomorrow, I would like you to accompany me. Chapter 42. The semi-finished graphene battery. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's words, the audience in the live stream was taken aback. Wow. Are they really going to use a child's toy for testing? Exclaimed one viewer. Isn't this kid afraid of being chased away by the testing facility? Some upstairs thought too much. Nowadays, testing facilities are rather corrupt. Only their wealthy patrons can have their products tested. Even if it were a pile of dung, they would gladly welcome it. Indeed, they make billions in a day. How could they not spend some frivolously to ensure their peace of mind? Damn, this little brat is just a little brat. He has gotten a little success and is already getting carried away. Let us not forget, this child is a prodigious genius. What if he actually succeeds? Indeed, the world of geniuses is beyond our understanding. Let us wait and see. Meanwhile, at Zhao Xiaoyu's home, upon hearing that he would be testing the battery the following day, Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan did not pay it much heed. However, Zhao Dajuan, curious, inquired, Dear son, how is the performance of this battery you've made? Although Zhao Xiaoyu is Zhao Dajuan's biological son, Zhao Dajuan was not optimistic about his son's research on graphene batteries. As a person with a scientific background, he understood well the time and money-consuming nature of graphene research, which requires top-tier talent and equipment. Breakthroughs could only be achieved through painstaking effort over time. Zhao Dajuan acknowledged that his son was indeed a genius, perhaps even a prodigy. Yet, to believe that his 6-year-old son could independently solve a problem that had plagued the scientific community for years in just a few days was something he could not fathom. Zhao Xiaoyu tossed a dark object in his hand and casually replied, The performance of this semi-finished product is not great. However, it can be improved later. For now, I want to test its performance. Zhao Dajuan nodded in agreement. That seemed more reasonable. Although his son inherited his excellent genes, there should still be limits to such brilliance, right? Thus, it was utterly implausible for him to develop a graphene battery in just a few days. If he truly succeeded, then, a chilling thought crossed Zhao Dajuan's mind. He would have to discreetly arrange for a paternity test. Su Wenli, unaware of Zhao Dajuan's inner musings, would certainly have shown him her lethal technique, the 9-in white bone claw, had she known. Leaning closer to Zhao Xiaoyu, she looked at the small, dark battery in his hand and curiously asked, Darling, is this the graphene battery you made? Is it better than a regular battery? Zhao Dajuan shook his head in response. Women, sometimes they truly lack understanding. Do you dare to call this a battery? A genuine graphene battery is not something that can be compared to an ordinary one. Yet, upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's answer, Zhao Dajuan was left nearly speechless in astonishment. Zhao Xiaoyu shrugged nonchalantly, tossing the battery he held onto the table, and remarked, This device merely possesses energy equivalent to about 100 milliliters of gasoline. Su Wenli, who lacked a clear understanding of the energy contained in 100 milliliters of gasoline, chuckled dismissively. However, Zhao Dajuan could not contain his astonishment. What the hell? What the hell? Oh my goodness. The first exclamation came from Zhao Dajuan himself, while the subsequent ones erupted from the viewers in the live stream. Su Winley shot Zhao Dajuan a glare and twisted the soft flesh at his waist, admonishing, "Why are you shouting?" Zhao Dajuan winced from the pain, quickly explaining, "Dear, the energy from 100 milliliters of gasoline. That is sufficient for an ordinary household car to travel approximately 1.5 kilometers. The viewers in the live stream were collectively taken aback by Zhao Dajuan's explanation. Wow, such astonishing data. And they're claiming this is merely a semi-finished product? They assert the performance is subpar? Goodness. If this is true, it could potentially lead to Nicola's immediate bankruptcy. The audience following Zhao Xiaoyu's live stream was not solely composed of ordinary onlookers. Major corporations promptly received the news as well. At Ami Alibaba Company, CEO Ma hung up the phone with Wu Qingyuan, addressing his secretary without looking up, immediately find out where Zhao Xiaoyu will be testing tomorrow. The secretary exhibited remarkable efficiency, uncovering the information within 5 minutes. The Kyoto Vank testing facility, the very place Zhao Xiaoyu had scheduled for testing. Upon hearing this, Ma decisively stated, "Cancel all my appointments for tomorrow. I must personally visit the testing facility." "But, CEO Ma, you have an important policy meeting with local leaders from Jinkai province regarding our company's operations there." The secretary protested. Ma shook his head gravely, asserting, "Even if my father were here, Zhao Xiaoyu would take precedence. This is a pivotal moment for Ami Alibaba's resurgence." At the CEO's office of New Tokyo Company, Qian Dongdong dismissed his beautiful secretary, commanding, "Book me a hotel near the Kyoto Vank testing facility. We shall stay there tonight and accompany me to the testing site first thing tomorrow." At Xianbaidu Company, Executive President Li Yan's keen eyes were fixed intently on Zhao Xiaoyu's live stream, murmuring, "The Kyoto Vank testing facility, you say? How could I possibly miss out on this excitement?" General Manager Wang Jinyu of Ping Daodao set down his teacup, exclaiming, "This data is simply off the charts. I must witness the testing in person tomorrow." In this age of rapid communication, news spread swiftly. Before long, the word of Zhao Xiaoyu successfully creating a graphene battery and his impending visit to the testing facility the following day reached even the distant shores of the Lighthouse Nation. To Nicola's headquarters. In the opulent office of the CEO, Max waved his hand, dismissing his blonde secretary. Subsequently, a shadow of concern flickered in his light blue eyes. What was the matter with that child from the Land of Flames? Had he truly managed to develop a graphene battery in just a few days? And with such astonishing data? If this news were to be true, Max inhaled sharply. However, as he contemplated this, he became momentarily stunned. Then, as if a revelation had struck him, he burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. If this news is indeed genuine, then the end is nigh for Nicola. But how could our illustrious Nicola face such an apocalyptic crisis? Ha ha ha." With his thoughts crystal clear, Max found himself in high spirits. He then opened his computer and updated his Twitter. "Dear friends, can someone please confirm that today is not April Fool's Day? The child from the Land of Flames has successfully developed a graphene new energy battery? Ha ha ha, what a splendid joke. This is the finest joke I have heard all year." Chapter 43. Journey to the battery testing plant. Max's Twitter had just been updated, swiftly igniting a fervent discussion among countless netizens. The citizens of the Lighthouse Nation were the first to react, showering likes and comments. "Haha, humorous Max. Today is certainly not April Fool's Day. Oh my goodness. With the intellect of those folks from the Flame Nation, how could they possibly develop graphene batteries? What a colossal joke." Upon witnessing Max's tweet alongside these comments from the Lighthouse Nation, countless netizens from the Flame Nation were instantly incensed. A wave of outrage surged forth, as numerous users launched an assault on Max's comment section. "What the hell? What's wrong with the intelligence of us, the Flame Nation? You Lighthouse folks are the ones who are truly foolish. How dare you insult us? From now on, I shall never purchase anything from your Lighthouse Nation. Yes, let's boycott Lighthouse goods. Boycott Nicola. I firmly believe that our brilliant prodigies in the Flame Nation will indeed develop graphene batteries. At that time, even if you beg on your knees, we shall not acquiesce." Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyu remained blissfully unaware of the heated exchanges between the two nations' netizens, continuing with his daily routine of eating and sleeping. The following morning, Zhao Xiaoyu was roused from his slumber by an overly enthusiastic Zhao Dajuan. Zhao Dajuan was far more invested in the upcoming tests than Zhao Xiaoyu, for if the data concerning the graphene batteries developed by his beloved son proved to be genuine, they would strike it rich. Though his son had already amassed a considerable fortune, Zhao Dajuan, as someone who had experienced life, felt that money earned through computers lacked a sense of reality. It might come easily but could just as swiftly vanish. However, a product like the graphene battery was different. It represented tangible, substantial value. If perfected, it could yield enduring prosperity. He envisioned the future where he could indulge in the company of several youthful, attractive, and well-proportioned secretaries. With this thought, Zhao Dajuan covertly glanced at Su Wenli beside him. Indeed, wealth necessitates the presence of secretaries. Before long, the Zhao family boarded a taxi waiting at the community entrance. The night before, Zhao Xiaoyu had handed Zhao Dajuan a business card, instructing him to call the number on it for a ride. The driver was none other than the seasoned veteran who had previously transported Zhao Xiaoyu and his grandfather. Known for his swift and steady driving, true to form, the driver demonstrated his skill, safely delivering the Zhao family to the testing facility, located 100 kilometers away, in just 1 hour. They praised the driver and made arrangements for him to wait for their return before Zhao Xiaoyu and Zhao Dajuan proceeded towards the entrance of the Vank testing plant in Kyoto. Meanwhile, in a swiftly moving Maybach, Mr. Ma and Director Wu Qingyuan were in contact with Professor Li, an expert in the safety of new energy batteries, who awaited them at the testing plant's entrance. Upon hearing the report from his secretary, Mr. Ma nodded gently with his eyes closed. With a sudden screech of brakes, a pale pink Ferrari executed a graceful drift, coming to a steady halt at the entrance of the Kyoto Vank testing plant. Li Yan, the executive president of Qianbai Du Company, alighted from the vehicle, followed closely by an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, who was none other than Mo Tao, the chief engineer of the company's new energy fuel laboratory. Li Yan removed her sunglasses and, accompanied by Mo Tao, gradually approached the testing facility's grand entrance. Meanwhile, at the new Tokyo company, CEO Qian Dongdong was roused from slumber by his beautiful secretary. Mr. Qian, it's time to wake up. Our battery research expert has arrived at the Kyoto Vank testing plant. General Manager Wang Jinyu, piloting a modified Hummer, pressed down hard on the accelerator. The speedometer needle soaring to 160 and continuing to climb. Damn it, this useless driver always takes leave at crucial moments. I'll definitely fire him when I get back. Wang Jinyu maintained a stoic expression, yet the two men in research uniforms seated in the back were visibly pale, shaken by the forceful acceleration and reckless speed. At Kyoto Bayun Airport, a robust middle-aged man, with a strong brow and a square face, disembarked from the aircraft, flanked by two men of differing builds. Leading the group was Zhang Yunyan, the commander of the 7th Military District, followed by his aides, Zhou Weijian and Deputy Chief Chu. Reception personnel, prearranged at the airport, had two military shepherds ready for departure. Commander Zhang Yunyan exchanged no words, simply ushering his aides into the vehicle. Meanwhile, several high-ranking military officials, in civilian attire, swiftly boarded the shepherds, racing toward the Kyoto Vank testing plant. At the Kyoto Vank testing plant, a bald middle-aged man clasped Zhao Xiaoyu's hand with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Zhao Xiaoyu, you genius child, you've made the right choice by coming to our Kyoto Vank testing plant. I'm not boasting, even on the entire Blue Planet. Our electronics factory is among the finest." The bald man, full of exuberance, was none other than the plant's director. Given the fierce competition across all industries, the Kyoto Vank testing plant was no exception, and business had lately been rather bleak. To his astonishment, this prodigy named Zhao Xiaoyu had chosen his facility for testing. Casting a discreet glance at the concealed filming equipment around, the director felt a surge of excitement within. Surely, this would be broadcast live. The Kyoto Vank testing plant was destined for fame. This unexpected advertising opportunity was worth its weight in gold. The child before him was akin to a benefactor, and he resolved to cooperate wholeheartedly. Zhao Xiaoyu, oblivious to the director's complex thoughts, subtly withdrew his hand and suggested, "Let us proceed with the testing." The bald factory director suddenly said, "All right, let us proceed to the experimental workshop at once." Zhao Xiaoyu turned to Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan, saying, "Mom and Dad, please wait for me in the observation room." Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan nodded, realizing that their lack of understanding would render their presence at the site futile. The bald factory director arranged for a young girl to escort Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan to the observation room. However, as soon as they pushed open the door to the observation room, they were taken aback. "Mr. Zhao, Miss Su, what a pleasure to see you again," exclaimed General Manager Ma. "What are you doing here?" Zhao Dajuan asked, astonished. It was indeed General Manager Ma from the Ami Baba Company. I have brought my team to observe the latest research achievements of your brilliant son, he replied. Upon finishing his sentence, an elderly woman in her 60s, wearing glasses, stepped forward and smiled. I am Li Min, a safety expert in battery research and development at Mr. Ma's company. We are very eager to collaborate with your talented son. Before Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan could respond, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit approached and said, Mr. Li from Qianbai Du Company has always praised your parenting. It would be our honor to collaborate with your esteemed company. At that moment, a man in a research uniform stepped forward as well, unwilling to be outdone, declaring, I am the chief battery system engineer from Pindao Dao. We can offer double the conditions of other companies. Witnessing the deference and humility demonstrated by these corporate giants, who were clearly eager to collaborate at any cost, Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan were utterly astonished. The camera crew of the program skillfully captured close-ups of their expressions. With so many bigwigs surrounding them, the child's parents must be quite intimidated. How pitiful, one crew member remarked. Pitiful? This is what one would call being blessed by a talented child. Alas, if anyone should feel pitiful, it would be me. At that moment, Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan were at a loss for words. However, after a brief silence, Zhao Dajuan collected himself and said, let us first observe the experiment. In the testing factory's experimental workshop, the bald factory director had everything arranged and turned to Zhao Xiaoyu with an inquiring gaze. Zhao Xiaoyu, seeing this, calmly said, let us begin. All right, prepare yourselves. The experiment is about to start. Chapter 44. Exceptional performance testing data with the directives from the bald factory director issued. The technicians in the testing workshop began to bustle with activity. In order to cater to the affluent patron, Zhao Xiaoyu, the bald director had specifically arranged for the most experienced Director Ma to personally oversee the testing today. It must be said that when Director Ma began to speak, his professionalism was evident. After inspecting the equipment, he promptly commenced the BOL testing. Witnessing this scene, the majority of viewers in the live stream were left bewildered. What is BOL testing? Although I recognize each of these letters, their combination leaves me perplexed. Could someone in the live chat provide an explanation? Indeed, the live stream is teeming with talent. Just as a viewer called for assistance, another user, known as the Electronic Overlord, stepped forward to enlighten the audience. BOL is an abbreviation for beginning of life. The so-called BOL testing entails a comprehensive examination of a battery during its early life stage. The testing includes capacity testing, mixed pulse power performance testing, rate performance testing, self-discharge testing, and more. Upon seeing the textbook-like response from the Electronic Overlord, all the viewers instantly understood. In summary, it is an impressive and sophisticated testing procedure, seemingly intricate and elaborate. Well, we might as well enjoy the live stream and not concern ourselves with the specifics of BOL testing. After all, one need not be a pig farmer to enjoy pork. Meanwhile, in the testing workshop, Director Ma was methodically directing the BOL tests. Very well, capacity testing is complete. Director Ma, the results of the capacity test are in. Please take a look at this data report, said the technician as he handed over the report. Director Ma raised an eyebrow at the data, which was unexpectedly. However, given his extensive experience, he did not display any signs of concern. Instead, he calmly remarked, Shaoli, let us focus on our duties. Return to your post. Shaoli nodded thoughtfully as he departed. Director Ma remained largely unaffected. After all, his primary responsibility was merely to conduct the tests. The quality of the products being tested, whether exceptional or subpar, was of no concern to him. With this thought in mind, Director Ma shouted to a colleague in the distance, Old Wang, hold still. We are about to commence the mixed pulse power testing. It must be noted that Director Ma truly was a seasoned veteran. Under his adept guidance, the experiments progressed smoothly. Rate performance testing, self-discharge testing, and other experiments were conducted with remarkable fluidity. Zhao Xiaoyu, present on site, did not rush to examine the data reports. After all, it was merely a defective product. He would simply review the complete experimental report once all testing procedures were concluded. However, while Zhao Xiaoyu remained unhurried, others were growing anxious in the observation room of the Kyoto Vank testing factory. At this moment, Professor Li, the battery safety expert behind Mr. Ma, rubbed his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, Heavens! Am I mistaken? The battery capacity has astonishingly reached 652 Moments later, Mo Tao, the chief engineer brought by Li Yan, could not help but exclaim, How is this possible? The discharge rate performance has reached 26.5. 2 minutes later, two men in research uniforms beside Wang Jinyu wore expressions of utter astonishment. How on earth did he achieve this? A self-discharge rate performance with a mere 0.3 loss. Although these magnates surrounding Mr. Ma may not comprehend the intricate details of battery specifications, they were all astute individuals. From the awe-stricken reactions of the experts in the room, they had gleaned the significance of the situation. Young Zhao Xiaoyu's research on graphene batteries. It must have succeeded. Indeed, once these experts gradually recovered from their shock, they could not help but extol the merits of Zhao Xiaoyu's graphene battery. This young prodigy has truly accomplished the remarkable feat of developing a graphene battery. Indeed, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a genius. To witness the birth of a graphene battery firsthand is a tremendous honor. The invention by young Zhao Xiaoyu holds epic-making significance. Observing the discourse among these experts, the audience in the live stream was once again left bewildered. Finally, one curious onlooker could not contain their inquisitiveness and sought to understand how pigs are raised. Could some kind-hearted individual please explain what the experts beside the magnate are talking about? The electronic wizard, ever the benevolent figure, elucidated. It's quite simple. A battery capacity of over 600 Ha is more than 10 times that of a typical battery. The larger the discharge rate value, the higher the efficiency and safety. Generally, electric vehicles operate within a medium range of 0.5 to 3.5 C, yet the recently tested data astonishingly reached 26.5. This exceeds high-rate capacities by more than threefold. And regarding the self-discharge rate, the electronic wizard, with great expertise, provided a thorough yet accessible explanation. Countless onlookers began to grasp the concept. In short, just 2 words encapsulated their sentiment. Wow. Impressive. The morning slipped away with the ticking of time. In the experimental workshop, the bald factory director gazed at Zhao Xiaoyu with shining eyes, then gave a thumbs up, sincerely stating, young friend, you are truly remarkable. The performance of this battery is tenfold that of ordinary batteries. With that, he personally handed the inspection report issued by Director Ma to Zhao Xiaoyu. The viewers in the live stream were astonished to witness the bald factory director's reverence. A myriad of words transformed into a unified expression of admiration. Wow. Impressive. Wow. Impressive. Wow. Impressive. In the observation room, all the dignitaries witnessed the bald factory director's conclusive affirmation. Mr. Ma remained silent, his head bowed. The graphene battery undeniably possesses the potential to transform the global energy landscape. It may even supplant petroleum. Li Yin, the executive president of Qianbaidu Company, sparkled with determination in her enchanting eyes. We must secure that graphene battery from the hands of the child. This will enable us to penetrate the automotive industry that we have long coveted. Qian Dongdong, the chief executive officer of New Tokyo Company, unconsciously released the delicate hand of his beautiful secretary. The graphene battery must be mine. With it, our products, phones, computers, tablets, will never again suffer from power shortages. Wang Jinyu, the general manager of Pindao Dao, forcefully extinguished his cigar with his bare hands. The graphene battery is my unwavering ambition. With the graphene battery, I can boldly advance into the vast Northwest. There, I will establish a factory adjacent to wind and hydroelectric power plants, fervently producing batteries. Zhang Yunyan, the commander of the 7th Military District, wore a serious expression, deep in thought. How marvelous. It has truly succeeded. We must expedite its application in our military equipment. Electric tanks, aircraft, electromagnetic cannons, and even electric aircraft carriers and electromagnetic bombs. These developments cannot be delayed. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoyu, clutching the testing report, exited the experimental workshop. As he reviewed the report while walking, he remained blissfully unaware that the influential figures nearby had nearly simultaneously resolved to invite him to their companies. Of course, these magnates were acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead. However, their unwavering resolve was to at least negotiate a partnership. To that end, they were even willing to play the role of sycophants to this young prodigy. Chapter 45. The adulation of the big shots. The esteemed individuals truly lived up to their reputation, exhibiting remarkable efficiency. Once the present big shots embraced the notion of flattery, they promptly translated it into action. Qian Dongdong, the chief executive officer of New Tokyo Company, was the first to bow in deference. Mr. Zhao and Mrs. Zhao, your darling is indeed a prodigy. We earnestly hope your illustrious son can join our new Tokyo company. We shall extend our utmost sincerity, an annual salary of 100 million. Furthermore, you may choose from our female secretaries at will. We hope you can facilitate a meeting between us and Zhao Xiaoyu for further discussions. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dajuan's eyebrows twitched, and he couldn't help but cast his gaze upon the stunningly attractive secretary behind Qian Dongdong. Observing his reaction, Qian Dongdong promptly added, "You may truly choose anyone, including my personal secretary, CC." Zhao Dajuan, upon hearing the name of the enchanting secretary, silently praised it. What a delightful name, CC suddenly. However, he felt an unsettling shift in his waist, as if it had undergone a complete transformation at the hands of an unseen force. He couldn't suppress a pained gasp. Oh no, he had let his guard down, lost in his own pride. He needed to take action and salvage the situation. Thus, Zhao Dajuan bore the pain in his waist, straightened his posture, and endeavored to clear his gaze. Nevertheless, the whimsical reaction of Zhao Dajuan was selectively ignored by the other esteemed guests. Compared to a genius prodigy, a father who was overly concerned with appearances, somewhat repressed, and utterly submissive to his wife was clearly insignificant. At that moment, Li Yin, the executive president of Qianbai Du Company, approached Su Winley with a light laugh. "Mrs. Zhao, you are hardly older than I am, so I shall call you sister. Sister, it would be best to send your treasure to our company. I can offer an annual salary of 200 million. Moreover, our company is filled with stunning beauties. By choosing us, who knows, you might be able to hold your grandchild early." Su Winley felt a stirring in her heart. Qianbai Du was a publicly listed company, and its female employees were exceptional beauties, highly educated. Securing such a daughter-in-law would undoubtedly be splendid, although Li Yin had almost whispered this in her ear. The assembled big shots heard her words quite clearly, inwardly decrying her shamelessness for resorting to the allure of beauty once more. Wang Jinyu, the general manager of Pindato, was unperturbed by her cunning tactics. With a cold snort, he stepped forward and addressed Zhao Dajuan. "At Pindato, we can offer a salary of 300 million. I assure you, your son will enjoy a lavish lifestyle akin to that of a prince in our group." Wang Jinyu spoke in the most assertive tone, yet uttered the most timid words. Meanwhile, the rather unassuming Mr. Ma displayed no urgency to compete for offers. Instead, he observed the unfolding scene with an unwavering composure, as steady as a rock. Upon witnessing that everyone present had spoken, Mr. Ma finally stepped forward, addressing Zhao Dajuan and Su Winley. "Dear parents, I feel a profound connection with your child. Hence, I wish to adopt your little one as my godbrother." Observing that Zhao Dajuan and Su Winley did not voice any objections, Mr. Ma smiled and continued, "Since Xiaoyu is my brother, I naturally wish for him to assist me at my company. As for his annual salary, what does money matter? It starts at 10 billion. I will also grant my brother 10% equity in the company." Mr. Ma proposed an unprecedented offer and added, "Of course, I will also take care of my brother's marital affairs. Once he joins my company, I shall assign him 10 female secretaries. Any expenses related to children will be reimbursed by the company." Zhao Dajuan and Su Winley were genuinely inclined to voice their dissent, yet they were rendered speechless by the astonishing terms put forth by the eminent figures around them. Not only were Zhao Dajuan and his wife astounded, but countless viewers in the live stream were equally shocked. They were captivated by the grandiose proclamations of these magnates, marveling at their extravagant flattery. Goodness, these tycoons are willing to cast aside their dignity for a mere child? They exclaimed in disbelief. The executive president of Qianbai Du, Li Yin, even resorted to using charm offensively. Was this a descent into moral decay or a distortion of character? Mr. Ma, too, appeared to have abandoned all pretense, offering an astonishing annual salary of 10 billion. Was this not the sum of the previous offers made by several other tycoons? How unexpected it was to see Mr. Ma employing such tactics. Ah, how envious it was to have 10 secretaries at one's disposal. Moreover, the company would cover the fines for having multiple children. At this moment, Zhao Dajuan and Su Winley were utterly bewildered. Figures like Mr. Ma, Li from Qianbai Du, and the formidable manager Wang of Pindato were humbling themselves to please them and their son. What could they possibly seek in return? Although their son was indeed a genius who had just invented a semi-finished graphene battery, surely it could not warrant such sycophantic behavior from these magnates. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees most of the game. Zhao Dajuan and his wife remained perplexed, unaware of the underlying dynamics. However, Some astute individuals in the live stream had already deduced the reasons behind this flattery. It was the electronic overlord who elucidated. Why are these tycoons so eager to curry favor? It's quite simple. The child named Zhao Xiaoyu has invented a graphene battery that has the potential to replace oil. The strength of the Lighthouse Nation is intricately linked to oil energy, which underpins its global dominance. Therefore, who would not wish to ingratiate themselves? With this clarification from the electronic overlord, the audience in the live stream grasped the situation and resumed their watchful engagement. The powerful figures, fully aware of the stakes, continued their efforts to flatter. At this juncture, only Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli remained in a state of confusion. As the two individuals remained in a state of astonishment, their minds reeling, they eventually regained their composure. Ultimately, it was a matter of pride, for their son had achieved remarkable success. These esteemed figures were now seeking favors from him. However, amidst their excitement, they understood the gravity of their child's education. Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli exchanged a glance, subtly conveying their thoughts. With such prominent business magnates lauding their son, they worried that he might become overly proud upon learning of their admiration. Thus, Zhao Dajuan gently shook his head, letting out a soft sigh, and politely declined, "Mr. Ma, Mr. Li, and esteemed guests. We are grateful for your affection and recognition of our son. However, I must apologize. His mother and I believe it is best for him to focus on recording the program first. As for any potential collaboration, we can discuss that once the program is completed." "What a pity," Mr. Ma lamented, shaking his head. Yet, he had anticipated this outcome. He then handed Zhao Dajuan a gold-embossed business card and said, "This is my personal number. Once you and your child have come to an agreement, please do not hesitate to call me." Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyu, emerging from the laboratory with the testing report in hand, was deep in thought. With battery energy, artificial intelligence, and alloy materials already secured, only one crucial component remained: the new type of shape memory alloy. Chapter 46, The Wronged Little Lowly. Emily Zhao Xiaoyu was aware that on Blue Star, there exists a material known as memory alloy. This particular memory alloy is exceedingly rare and expensive, synthesized from nickel and titanium. Beyond its unique shape memory capabilities, it boasts remarkable attributes such as wear resistance, corrosion resistance, high damping, and superelasticity. Typically, it finds application in large precision instruments like shield machines, as well as military weaponry such as land tanks and armed fighter aircraft. However, even with these impressive characteristics, this nickel-titanium alloy would still fall short for the mechs designed by Zhao Xiaoyu. Tilting his head in contemplation, Zhao Xiaoyu felt relieved that the mech blueprints he obtained from the lottery were sufficiently detailed and comprehensive. The blueprints provided a method for refining a new type of memory alloy. This alloy, crafted through the system's refining process, not only surpasses nickel-titanium alloy in various performance metrics, but also possesses greater ductility. Such properties render it particularly suitable for use in the joints or connection points of the mechs, resulting in creations that are far more agile and exquisite. Determined to hasten back home to refine this memory alloy, Zhao Xiaoyu resolved to call upon Zhao Xiaoyu and Su Wenli to return with him. At that moment, the observation room was left with only Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan. The esteemed guests, including Mr. Ma and other prominent figures, had departed a mere 5 minutes prior. After all, the parents had already promised to convey their children's sentiments. Had they stubbornly lingered, it would have been unbecoming for these dignitaries. Of course, had it been just Zhao Xiaoyu's parents in private, the situation would have been different. Pushing open the door to the observation room, Zhao Xiaoyu announced, "Mom, Dad, I've completed the battery tests. Let us hurry home." 5 minutes later, Zhao Xiaoyu found himself seated in the taxi driven by an experienced driver, stowing the dark graphene battery into his pocket. He lifted his gaze to the left and right, observing Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan, who opened their mouths to speak but remained silent. Zhao Xiaoyu sensed that his parents were acting somewhat strangely. Indeed, Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan felt a profound sense of unease. Their precious son appeared to be remarkably accomplished. In such a short span, he had already amassed nearly 1 billion. Moreover, the funds in the company's accounts were rapidly increasing at an astonishing rate, surpassing all the wealth they had accumulated over a lifetime. Furthermore, top-tier listed companies like Alibaba and Baidu were eager to meet their child. Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan were no fools. This was ample evidence that their child was undeniably exceptional. Yet, owing to their participation in the program, their beloved child remained blissfully unaware of all this. Perhaps it was time to reveal some truths to him? Alas, their hearts were heavy with turmoil. Zhao Xiaoyu, however, remained oblivious to their inner conflict. Observing the fluctuating expressions of his mother beside him, Zhao Xiaoyu suddenly recalled something. He swiftly snatched the phone from Su Wenli's grasp. This device had been purchased for him by Zhao Dajuan, who, in a display of grandiosity, had acquired the latest Huawei Porsche 999 while buying a computer at the electronics mall. Within Su Wenli's phone, Zhao Xiaoyu had already installed the retail version of the Earth Spirit artificial intelligence. Amid Su Wenli's astonished gaze, Zhao Xiaoyu activated the Earth Spirit and rapidly entered a lengthy sequence of specific passwords. In an instant, the screen illuminated with the charming figure of the artificial intelligence, a little girl named Emily. Zhao Xiaoyu, gazing at the adorable Emily, prepared to issue commands and assign her various tasks. However, at that moment, Su Wenli seemed to have made a resolute decision, disregarding Zhao Dajuan's subtle warnings. She turned to Zhao Xiaoyu and said, "My dear, there are some matters I must tell you." Simultaneously, on the phone screen, the little girl Emily frantically sent pop-up messages. "Dear Master, Emily knows what your mother wishes to convey." Yet, Zhao Xiaoyu paid no heed to Emily's messages and instead looked up in astonishment, asking, "Mom, what's wrong? What's so mysterious?" Initially intending to divulge everything to Zhao Xiaoyu, Su Wenli, upon hearing her son's inquiry, opened her mouth but then hesitated and said, "Oh, let us discuss this when we return home." Zhao Xiaoyu scratched the back of his head, internally pondering that something was indeed amiss. However, he promptly shook his head and refocused on the phone. "Do you know what my mom was about to say?" he unexpectedly inquired, recalling Emily's earlier subtitles. The little girl, upon hearing this, puffed out her chest proudly and smugly replied, "Beloved Master, Emily knows everything, of course. But if you wish to uncover the details, please ask Emily to reveal them to you." Zhao Xiaoyu rolled his eyes, dismissing the unreasonable request from the little girl. Yet, he soon sighed softly to himself, lamenting that the artificial intelligence he had created was indeed a subpar model. Clearly, this Emily lacked intelligence. Once he returned home, he would discover the truth, and surely his mother would have already informed him. At that point, what need would there be for her to provide him with a belated explanation? Such audacity, and to think she expected me to plead with her. Was she aspiring to be a queen? However, as thoughts swirled in his mind, a slight smile crept onto Zhao Xiaoyu's lips, and his hands began to dance across the screen, rapidly typing out a series of messages. "Emily, I now command you in the name of your master. Speak the truth." With her hands placed confidently on her hips, the proud little girl, Emily, raised her adorable nose. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's command, she suddenly froze, her large, lustrous black eyes swiftly glistening with tears. Oh, it seemed as though she had suffered the depths of an abyss. The charming figure of little Emily collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, her voice a haunting melody of sorrow. Truly, it was a sound that could bring tears to any listener's eyes. Yet, Zhao Xiaoyu remained unmoved. After a brief pause, little Emily timidly rose from the ground, biting her cute lip, her tear-filled eyes radiating a foolish charm. Slowly, a sorrowful dialogue bubble emerged. "Oh, the master is bullying me." Nevertheless, fiercely loyal to her master, Emily would still convey the truth. Oh, how she lamented. Chapter 47. Discovering the exposure of my mecha creation, gazing at the screen where a tearful little girl was performing with great emotion, Zhao Xiaoyu felt the corner of his mouth twitch. The emotional depth of this artificially intelligent creation was indeed remarkable, and it had an uncanny understanding of the male psyche. Had it been an older lecher or a younger libertine, they would have succumbed in mere moments. Alas, it was me who encountered this predicament. Women only served to slow my reflexes. After a brief moment of inner critique and sarcasm, Zhao Xiaoyu continued to watch the little girl's performance in silence. The little girl gradually ceased her sobbing and began to type out a message. "Dear Master, you may now look at the black van beside you." Zhao Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. What was so special about the black van? Was this mischievous girl truly jesting with him? Nevertheless, he turned his head to glance at the left side of the vehicle. Peering through the window, Zhao Xiaoyu's eyes widened as he discovered a long, windproof camera lens aimed directly at him, protruding from the van's window. This sight momentarily stunned him. Simultaneously, the photographer inside the black van, capturing a close-up of Zhao Xiaoyu's face, was equally taken aback. He turned to his colleagues in disbelief, exclaiming, It seems our shoot has been noticed. Behind the photographer, a crew member clad in a program uniform chuckled and retorted, "Huh, what does a child know? If he sees it, he sees it. Maybe he thinks you're just a street photographer." Yet, was it truly so simple? The photographer observed Zhao Xiaoyu's expressive eyes directed at the camera and began to feel a sense of unease. He promptly reported the situation into his lapel microphone. Meanwhile, in the production team, Director Wu was engrossed in the backstage data. Ever since Zhao Xiaoyu had joined the program, the ratings had soared like a rocket. This child was indeed a blessing to him. At that moment, a line from the photographer crackled through the earpiece. After hearing the report, Director Wu merely scoffed, dismissing it as inconsequential. "No worries. The child doesn't understand. There's nothing to fear. Continue filming as planned." The moment Zhao Xiaoyu locked eyes with the live camera was witnessed vividly by the viewers in the streaming room. Instantly, the chat exploded. "No way. No way. No way. This little kid seems to have caught on to being filmed. Oh my gosh, he really did. This photographer has truly failed. In all the previous episodes, no child ever noticed being filmed. I'm the unfortunate photographer this time. I claim this was an accident. And I want to take the blame." What a delightful expression. Those big, watery eyes are simply enchanting. "Dear, please wait for Andy. I was apprehended immediately after my last flight. It was an unexpected turn of events. However, I am now free, so please wait for me, my dear." To the pervert upstairs, "Kindly vacate. It was I who reported you when you were captured after your flight. This child belongs to me. Have you not noticed the way he gazes at me with such affection? Mother, I feel as though I have fallen in love once more." At this moment, Zhao Xiaoyu, seated in a taxi, wore an expression of astonishment. In other words, my parents have deceived me. They secretly participated in the show when little brats unleash themselves. Moreover, at this very moment, we are being covertly filmed by a nearby black van. Little lowly Emily nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Yes, my dear master. This program, when little brats unleash themselves, is quite popular. Yet, after your involvement, the ratings skyrocketed exponentially." Emily promptly displayed the live stream footage for her master. Upon seeing the broadcast of the taxi he was in on his phone screen, Zhao Xiaoyu could only manage a wry smile. His eccentric parents truly were something else. After all, he was currently engaged in the creation of a mech. To think he inadvertently exposed himself on a live stream. He shook his head in disbelief. However, his brow soon furrowed slightly as he instructed the little lowly on the screen. "Please assist me in organizing all the previously recorded live footage." Little lowly Emily was remarkably efficient. Within 10 seconds, all the recorded clips appeared on Zhao Xiaoyu's phone screen. 5 minutes later, Zhao Xiaoyu's expression relaxed. Fortunately, the crew responsible for installing the cameras lacked professionalism. The angles of the live footage were insufficient to capture the intricate, high-tech processes he was undertaking. If the installation crew had heard Zhao Xiaoyu's remarks, they would undoubtedly have been incensed. After all, they were trained professionals in the art of covert filming. Boasting a perfect rating. Just ask the viewers in the live chat, and they would confirm it. Zhao Xiaoyu, however, paid no heed to their sentiments. He chuckled at his own predicament. Why ponder so much? Even if all his steps were broadcast for the world to see, it mattered not. Mastery of such techniques is not achieved by mere observation, whether once or 100 times. The underlying principles can only be grasped by studying the blueprints and following the systematic guidelines. Moreover, he would not achieve the effects depicted in the system's diagrams on his first attempt. Thus, he felt no concern. Nevertheless, it was truly perplexing that his parents would willingly expose their own son to the public eye. He could not fathom their reasoning. No, once he returns home, he must have a conversation with them. This time, he could overlook it, but if they were to cause him further trouble in the future, it would not bode well. Zhao Xiaoyu could no longer resist the encroaching drowsiness and succumbed to a deep slumber. Observing his peaceful slumber, the little girl Emily instinctively concealed herself. Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli, upon realizing that Zhao Xiaoyu had fallen asleep, let out a sigh of relief. Concerned that he might catch a cold, Su Wenli promptly rolled up the car window. Subsequently, she engaged in a hushed conversation with Zhao Dajuan. After a thorough discussion, they resolved to reveal all the truths to Zhao Xiaoyu, deciding to postpone the conversation until they returned home, so as not to disturb their beloved son's restful sleep. Half an hour later, the taxi arrived at the foot of Zhao Xiaoyu's building. It must be said, their merit and experience. For the seasoned taxi driver navigated the journey with remarkable smoothness. Zhao Xiaoyu enjoyed a blissful and undisturbed sleep throughout the ride. Upon arriving home, He retrieved the graphene battery from his pocket and placed it on the table. Turning around, he settled onto the sofa and switched on the television. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu resolved to confront his rather unconventional parents. Chapter 48. President Nikola Max's scathing rebuke in the cozy living room of Zhao Xiaoyu's home within the idyllic community. A sleek 60-inch television flickered with scenes from Tom and Jerry. Zhao Xiaoyu reclined leisurely on the plush sofa, exuding an air of nonchalance as he observed Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan. In stark contrast, the couple sat upright on the couch, perched on the edge with a palpable sense of unease, resembling a role reversal between parents and their child. This comical yet harmonious tableau nearly sent the viewers in the live stream into fits of laughter. Haha, this is hilarious. The child and parents have swapped roles. I suspect the parents are trying to reveal the truth to their child. But isn't that against the rules? Come on. You're so naive. They're already worth billions. Do they care about petty rules? Exactly. The production team probably wouldn't dare to make a peep. Honestly, I don't think the child's father even needs to say anything. The kid has already spotted the camera. He is a genius and must have figured it out. Wow. Now that you mention it, it really makes sense. Back in Zhao Xiaoyu's living room. Anyway, don't be upset, my dear. Your mother and I participated in this program solely to ensure you receive a better education in the future. Zhao Dajuan earnestly conveyed the truth to Zhao Xiaoyu. Fearing his son might be upset, he hastily elaborated. Yet, Zhao Xiaoyu merely chuckled lightly and reassured them. Mom, Dad, don't overthink it. How could I possibly be angry? None of this matters. He stood up and gently patted the anxious Zhao Dajuan on the shoulder before moving to embrace Su Wenli, playfully asking Mom, do you know where those cameras are? Su Wenli was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Xiaoyu's unexpected response. However, she quickly realized there was no need to fret. As long as her child was not upset, everything was fine. Thus, she led Zhao Xiaoyu to a concealed camera. Zhao Xiaoyu gazed at the camera and, with a twinkle in his eye, chirped in his adorable, youthful voice, hello, uncles and aunts. I'm the coolest kid. Upon hearing his greeting, the viewers in the live stream were momentarily stunned. Once they regained their composure, a wave of unified indignation erupted. Little one, don't say that. It's brother you should call. Do you understand? Humph. Call me sister. Call brother. Call sister. After greeting the camera, Zhao Xiaoyu turned away, oblivious to the outcry from the live stream's audience. Suddenly, Su Wenli seemed to have an epiphany. As Zhao Xiaoyu walked through the room, he called out, darling, many CEOs from publicly listed companies are vying to recruit you. There's Mr. Ma from Alibaba and Mr. Li from Qiandu. In short, they hope to meet with you. Zhao Xiaoyu, without turning back, casually replied, these trivial matters can be discussed later. I'm exhausted. I'm off to bed. Watching the door that Zhao Xiaoyu had just closed, Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan exchanged glances. Subsequently, the couple settled back onto the sofa in the living room, whispering to discuss something. Meanwhile, back in his room, Zhao Xiaoyu flopped onto the soft bed, stretched out in a starfish position, and sighed, ah, so comfortable. With his body and mind at ease, he began contemplating his next steps. The experiment on memory alloys must be prioritized. Yes, I will venture out tomorrow to procure the necessary materials for the experiment and commence the creation of memory alloys. Having finalized his plans for the following day, Zhao Xiaoyu quickly drifted off to sleep. At the same time, across the ocean in the land of the lighthouse, deep in the night, President Max of Nikola updated his Twitter yet again. A certain child from the Flame Nation is merely seeking attention and spreading deceptive claims. The battery technologies across various nations on Blue Star are currently at a bottleneck stage. It is not as simple as merely claiming breakthroughs. Over the past few years, we at Nikola have invested no less than 100 billion lighthouse coins. We have devoted vast human and material resources and spent years in research. And this is our result. We have developed a battery with only a 10 increase in performance. Yet, that child from the Flame Nation claims to have produced a graphene battery that is 10 times better than ordinary batteries? Preposterous. Feeling his initial remarks were somewhat ambiguous, Max promptly updated his Twitter again. To my knowledge, enterprises in the Flame Nation are notorious for their fabrications. However, I never imagined they would stoop so low as to collaborate with a mere child in deceit. These companies from the Flame Nation are utterly shameless and disgraceful. Max's tweet sparked an uproar among countless netizens. So, the Flame Nation is deceiving us. Shame on them. The Flame Nation is shameless and deceitful. Support the great Nikola. In the conference room of JP Morgan Chase, The enormous electronic screen had just finished displaying Zhao Xiaoyu's live stream for the third time. Richard, the Minister of New Energy Investments, glanced around at the executives in the room and spoke. "We have watched the video 3 times now. Let us discuss, should we sell Nikola's stock or not?" "What nonsense. Nikola is currently surrounded by favorable news. Why would we sell?" "Indeed, the Flame Nation is the best at deception. I suspect the content of this live stream is fabricated. Perhaps we should sell a portion, just in case it's true?" "Impossible. I firmly oppose selling Nikola's stock." As the morning passed, the discussion continued without resolution. The Minister of New Energy Investment, Richard, shook his head, as if he had anticipated this outcome long ago. He promptly canceled the afternoon meeting and instructed his driver to take him to the residence of an old friend, Jerry. This old acquaintance, Jerry, is quite remarkable. He is a professor specializing in graphene research at the Polytechnic Institute of Marope. Upon Richard expressing his intentions, Jerry warmly welcomed him with great enthusiasm. An hour later, Professor Jerry repeatedly watched the live broadcast video, completely oblivious to Richard's presence beside him. At first, Richard paid little heed to this, as the live program was indeed quite captivating and entertaining. He himself had watched it several times, laughing heartily each time he saw the child featured in it. However, gradually, Richard began to sense something amiss. He noticed that his old friend's breathing had become increasingly labored. When he looked up to scrutinize Jerry, he found his face flushed and his neck bulging. Then, in a dramatic turn of events, Jerry elegantly fainted. Chapter 49: The Shock of the Minister of Investment Banking and Max's Regret. Lighthouse Country, Sanji Medical Center, outside the emergency room. Richard paced anxiously, his expression one of bewilderment and agitation. His old friend had always been a fitness enthusiast, and there had been no prior indications of any health issues. He had merely asked him to assist with a video. How could he have collapsed so suddenly? Damn it, what terrible luck. He fervently hoped his dear friend would emerge unscathed. Just as Richard's distress reached its zenith, the emergency room door swung open. A doctor clad in a white coat emerged. "I am Dr. George, the attending physician. The patient is now out of danger." Richard hurried over, pressing for answers. "Dr. George, my friend has always been in excellent health. What caused him to faint?" "Oh, the patient experienced a sudden fainting spell due to high blood pressure," Dr. George explained, removing his mask and earnestly advising. "Even if you do not inquire, I must emphasize the need for caution. The patient must have undergone some excessive stress that triggered the spike in blood pressure. What he requires most now is rest. Do not expose him to further stress." Richard nodded vigorously in agreement. A minute later, Jerry was wheeled out by a lovely young nurse. Upon seeing his old friend awake and safe, Richard's anxiety dissipated. Remembering the urgent matter concerning the video for the company, he hurriedly asked, "My dear friend, you truly frightened me just now. Have you seen the live stream video? What were the results?" The moment Jerry heard Richard mention the live stream video, his face, which had regained some color, flushed crimson, and his neck swelled once more. Richard was momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure, he shouted, "Doctor!" Upon hearing the cry for help, Dr. George, who had just cautioned Richard, rushed over. After examining Jerry, he shot an angry glare at Richard. "Did I not instruct you to avoid stimulating the patient?" 10 minutes later, the same lovely nurse pushed Jerry out again. Under the watchful eye of the concerned Dr. George, Jerry and Richard finally managed to converse. However, this time Richard dared not speak or inquire. Professor Jerry waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. After a moment to collect himself, he could not conceal the astonishment etched across his face as he spoke. "Oh, Richard, my friend, I am utterly astonished. The research you presented in that video is simply remarkable. Moreover, the results of the graphene battery tests were entirely unexpected." Jerry took the cup of water handed to him by the beautiful nurse, took a sip, and continued speaking. "According to the analysis from the live broadcast, this graphene battery is highly likely to be 10 times more powerful than a conventional battery." After a brief pause, Professor Jerry added, "At the very least, it could be 6 or 7 times more effective. This could revolutionize the renewable energy sector." But where has Richard gone? Before his old friend Jerry could finish, Richard hurriedly ran to the side and quickly dialed his assistant's number. "Damn it, there's no time to explain. You need to sell off all of Nikola's stocks immediately. I am the head of Datong Investment Bank, and everything is under my command. If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility." After instructing his assistant to liquidate Nikola's stocks, Richard angrily hung up the phone. Fortunately, he had come to consult his old friend Jerry, Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Richard reappeared before Jerry. Jerry, my dear friend, I love you. Unbeknownst to Richard, as his subordinate executed the order to sell Nicola's stocks, it set off a chain reaction akin to a row of dominoes, spiraling out of control. Other financial institutions and investment banks followed suit, frantically liquidating Nicola's stocks. At Nicola's headquarters, Max returned to his office with a flushed complexion. He had just enjoyed a delightful lunch with Skoda, the CEO of State Street Corporation, savoring a 1982 Lafite paired with authentic French foie gras caviar. It was quite exquisite. The outcome was equally favorable. In a slightly tipsy state, he effortlessly negotiated the acquisition of State Street, which boasted a market value of 5 billion lighthouse coins. Perfect. As he settled into his office, Max intended to summon his secretary for a cup of coffee to sober up. However, before he could sit comfortably, his secretary, dressed in business attire, burst in, flustered, exclaiming, "President, this is terrible." Max, unfazed, shrugged and chuckled. "What is the fuss about? Just fetch me a cup of coffee." Yet, the secretary was on the verge of tears, sobbing, "President, something is seriously wrong. Our Nikola stocks have plummeted. Within just 30 minutes of the afternoon opening, they dropped by 40. We have lost 400 billion lighthouse coins in market value." What? The previously composed Max could not contain his shock upon hearing the secretary's report. The secretary trembled as she continued, "For unknown reasons, just half an hour ago, financial institutions led by Datong Investment Bank began frantically selling off our Nikola stocks." Upon hearing this, Max waved the secretary away and fished out his phone, desperately searching for answers among his industry contacts. The reasons were not difficult to uncover. After making just 3 calls, he learned that the common thread was the successful development of the graphene battery by a prodigious talent from Yin country. Moreover, the data is astonishing, far surpassing Nikola by several streets. The outcome is self-evident. Boom. Max, having hung up the phone, was seething with rage. Damn it. Has the team at Datong Investment Bank lost their minds? How could they believe such an absurdity? It is evidently the unscrupulous companies from Yin Nation that are engaging in deception and boasting. However, after a brief moment, Max, regaining his composure, began to ponder. With Datong Investment Bank's discerning eye, they must have discovered even more impressive research results. Perhaps the graphene battery developed by that young prodigy from Yin Nation. With this thought, Max could not help but start to regard Zhao Xiaoyu's graphene battery with newfound seriousness. Resolving firmly, Max made his way briskly to the company's research and development department. In just 10 minutes, he arrived at the lab of Chief Technician Taylor. Taylor, a talented female researcher and a true research enthusiast, was so engrossed in her work that she remained oblivious to external developments. She was entirely unaware that the sensational discovery of the graphene battery by the young scholar from Yin Nation had placed the once great Nikola in jeopardy. After watching the live video that Max had brought, Taylor, disregarding her refined demeanor, exclaimed, "My goodness! This young genius from Yin Nation is undoubtedly a prodigy. Max, we must devise a way to recruit this remarkable individual to Nikola." However, in her excitement, Taylor failed to notice Max's expression darkening like a charred pot. Unbeknownst to her, the great Max was filled with regret. "Damn it, I should have anticipated this. I never expected him to truly succeed. Why have I always looked down upon the enterprises of Yin Nation? Why did I not recognize this young talent sooner?" Chapter 50. The Decision of Zhou Jia. The CEO of Keat Sherdai Max from the Lighthouse Nation was consumed by regret, yet Zhao Xiaoyu remained blissfully unaware. Even if he were to learn of it, he would not be concerned. Max, who is he? What relevance does he hold for me? The following morning, in the Land of Flame, at the headquarters of Keat Sherdai, the door to the CEO's office was opened early. Zhou Jia was the first to arrive at the company today, promptly taking his seat in the office. Moments later, his life assistant entered, carrying a red-brown sandalwood food box. Upon opening it, the box revealed an array of Zhou Jia's favorite delicacies: authentic soup dumplings, steaming hot soy milk, and 2 fragrant tea eggs accompanied by a delicate dish of pickles. After savoring his breakfast with delight, Zhou Jia lifted the freshly brewed strong tea and took a sip. Setting down his teacup, he was eager to peruse the day's headlines. Just then, a knock echoed at the office door. "Come in," he called. Upon looking up, he saw his secretary standing there. His secretary, youthful and possessing an admirable figure, exclaimed, "Zhou Zong, I have splendid news. Last night, Nicola's stock plummeted. The decline exceeded 50. Remain calm. Remain calm. Zhou Jia replied with an air of nonchalance, clearly having already been apprised of the news. Upon hearing his words, the young secretary composed herself. After a moment of contemplation, she furrowed her brow and said, I apologize, Zhou Zong. I should not have reveled in their misfortune. I never anticipated that the child named Zhao Xiaoyu would truly develop a graphene battery. This development will not only affect Nikola, but also all companies involved in batteries and electric vehicles, including us at Keat Sherdai. Zhou Jia shook his head, smiling lightly. Your analysis is astute. The emergence of graphene batteries indeed ushers in a frigid winter for our traditional new energy industry. However, as he spoke, an enigmatic light sparkled in his eyes. We still possess the opportunity for resurgence that lies in collaborating with the child who created the graphene battery. Zhou Jia's voice rose with enthusiasm. According to my analysis, if this child is venturing into battery production, he will undoubtedly require a mature production line and workers. Yet, it is highly probable that he will not establish a factory on his own. Thus, he will be urgently seeking a manufacturing partner as thoughts flowed like a fountain. A flawless plan gradually took shape in Zhou Jia's mind. As for the manufacturing partner, Keat Sherdai would be perfectly suited. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Jia addressed his somewhat bewildered young secretary, saying, Immediately arrange a flight for me. I must go to Kyoto to find the child who is crafting this graphene battery. I will find a way to secure a partnership with him. In the idyllic countryside, the sun hung high in the sky as Zhao Xiaoyu rubbed his eyes and rose from his slumber. After completing his morning routine, Zhao Xiaoyu discovered that his parents were not at home. He patted his somewhat shriveled stomach, feeling utterly famished. Contemplating ordering takeout, he suddenly scratched his head, trying to recall what his father had yelled at him that morning. But the memory eluded him. Oh well, it must not be important. Just then, with a click, the front door of the living room swung open. Zhao Xiaoyu felt perplexed. Why had his parents returned so early? However, upon closer inspection, panic struck him. He remembered. His father had mentioned that his grandmother would come over to keep him company today. Oh no, I must flee. Zhao Xiaoyu promptly decided to make a run for it. Yet it was too late. My dear grandson, look at all the delicious treats Grandma has brought for you. As he gazed at the plethora of snacks in his grandmother's hands, Zhao Xiaoyu's expression hardened, and he resolutely declared, Grandma, I'm full and can't eat another bite. No matter what, I want to eat anything today. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter at the scene. Ha! This little one must be recalling the terror of being treated like a pig by Grandma that day. Who could argue otherwise? Poor boy. I bet in this battle of wills, Grandma will undoubtedly emerge victorious. After being tenderly fed by his grandmother for half an hour, Zhao Xiaoyu felt utterly despondent. No, I must take action. An idea suddenly struck him, and he swallowed the banana he was chewing. Blocking the chocolate that his grandmother was offering, he hurriedly said, Grandma, I have homework from school that requires a mobile phone. Could you take me to buy one? Half an hour later, having successfully escaped, Zhao Xiaoyu and his grandmother arrived at the mobile phone superstore. In truth, Zhao Xiaoyu genuinely needed to buy a phone, and his requirements were not too high. After all, everything is powered by artificial intelligence nowadays. Casual browsing led him to the Huawei counter, where he casually picked up a Mate 80, giving it a little shake to test its feel. It seemed satisfactory. This one would do. After glancing at the price tag of 20,000 yuan, Zhao Xiaoyu prepared to swipe his card for payment. 20,000 yuan, right? Let me just swipe. It is worth mentioning that Zhao Xiaoyu had reached a preliminary level of financial independence, as Su Winley had handed him a newly issued bank card the night before, which held a staggering 10 million yuan. Both Su Winley and Zhao Dajuan had come to terms with this arrangement, recognizing that the money was indeed earned by their beloved son. Furthermore, the couple trusted that their child was not one to squander money frivolously. Thus, giving him 10 million in pocket money was no big deal. However, just as Zhao Xiaoyu was about to complete the transaction, an urgent and furious voice rang out. What? A mere phone for 20,000 yuan? Indeed, it was his grandmother, whose sudden outburst left the sales clerk, who had initially been excited to receive the bank card, utterly bewildered. Upon regaining composure, he hastily explained that this mobile phone was the latest model from Huawei, suggesting, how about I offer you a 10% discount? The grandmother remained unfazed, retorting, you are nothing short of robbers. The shop assistant, on the brink of tears, lamented, I can offer you a minimum of 20% off. This is the extent of my authority. A black market. The grandmother exclaimed, come, Grandson, let us seek alternatives. 5 minutes later, the store manager intervened. Under the grandmother's relentless bargaining, Zhao Xiaoyu managed to acquire the latest Huawei Mate 80 at a mere 40% of the original price. Viewers in the live stream were taken aback. Oh dear, I purchased my Mate 80 yesterday at a price of 22,000, exclaimed one viewer. Goodness, this Huawei store is operating at a loss. Ah, little do you know, another chimed in. The store manager is quite astute. This is a clever advertising ploy. After receiving his new phone, Zhao Xiaoyu deftly navigated its features. Suddenly, the adorable little girl, Emily, appeared on the screen. Help me find a factory with comprehensive materials. I need to procure raw materials for memory metal. I require nickel, copper, iron, and... After conveying his instructions to the little girl, Zhao Xiaoyu led his grandmother out of the store. Having a phone was indeed convenient. He promptly called the experienced driver. As luck would have it, the driver was nearby and arrived within 5 minutes. The West Suburban Smelting Plant was the very facility that Emily had identified as meeting the necessary criteria. With a swift acceleration, the driver propelled the vehicle forward with remarkable speed and stability. A dozen meters behind the taxi, a black van's driver seethed, "Damn it. That taxi driver is going to make me furious, driving so recklessly." Meanwhile, the photographer beside him nodded in agreement. Having just received the director's directive, there was no need to conceal their filming any longer. He was instructed to follow and capture the unfolding events directly. Chapter 51. The Civil-Military Cooperation Plan. Inside the taxi, the seasoned driver cast a glance at the black van that had been tailing him. He discovered, to his dismay, a camera emerging from the vehicle, brazenly filming him. Infuriated, he thought, while he may be handsome, such blatant invasion of privacy was utterly unacceptable. With a sudden surge of determination, he pressed the accelerator to the floor. Instantly, the taxi surged forward like a wild stallion unleashed. The driver of the production crew's black van, witnessing the taxi's reckless maneuver, was equally incensed. How could a taxi driver be so reckless? Thankfully, he had once been a racing champion at the legendary Akina Mountain, and with gritted teeth, he too floored the accelerator, refusing to be outdone. Meanwhile, within the taxi, Zhao Xiaoyu and his grandmother remained blissfully unaware of the high-octane drama unfolding outside. At the same time, Zhou Jia, the president of Keat Sherdai, had boarded a flight to Kyoto. Shortly thereafter, the plane touched down. In the luxurious first-class cabin, Zhou Jia was lost in thought. His company was undoubtedly the leading player in the field of renewable energy in Yin country, overshadowing competitors like Alibaba and Qianduo, who were merely minor players. However, the advent of graphene batteries had the potential to revolutionize the global energy landscape. Despite his company's strength, it remained a private enterprise. What if, after a prolonged contemplation, Zhou Jia retrieved his phone and dialed a number? At that moment, Deputy Staff Officer Chu was brimming with excitement. The young man, Zhao Xiaoyu, had indeed exceeded expectations by developing the graphene battery in such a short time. Surely, Zhou Weijian would have nothing to say now. The special recruitment quota was secure. Just then, Officer Chu's phone rang. Noticing the caller ID, he pressed the answer button. "Old Zhou, what brings you to call me?" "What? You're also interested in that young man and his graphene battery? You're almost at Kyoto International Airport?" Officer Chu furrowed his brow, glancing at the figure seated in the front row, then lowered his voice on the phone. "I can't make any promises on this matter. We'll be at the airport shortly. We can discuss it then." 10 minutes later, at Kyoto International Airport, Zhou Jia met with his secretary and Officer Chu. As mentioned in the phone call, Officer Chu indeed had no authority to make decisions regarding the civil-military cooperation. However, there was someone who could. Zhou Jia was accompanying Zhang Yonyan, the division commander of the 7th Military District, on this mission. After a brief introduction, Zhou Jia got straight to the point. "Commander Zhang, we at Keat Sherdai are equally optimistic about the graphene battery project. Therefore, I hope to establish a partnership with your military." Blah blah blah. One cannot deny that Zhou Jia possessed remarkable eloquence. 5 minutes later, the commander Zhang Yonyan, with a beaming smile, nodded and remarked, "I hope our collaboration will be fruitful." Indeed, Zhang Yonyan had been contemplating partnerships with private enterprises since early morning. After all, the application of graphene batteries to civilian use would greatly benefit the public. Thus, upon hearing the proposal from Zhou Jia, the president of Curtis Tech, the two swiftly reached an agreement for cooperation. With the collaboration settled, it was time to seek out the key player. At that moment, Zhou Jia's astute young secretary interjected. The young man named Zhao Xiaoyu is already aware of the live broadcast from last night. He just took a taxi to the western suburbs smelting factory. They are, negotiating at the moment. Zhang Yunyan. Zhou Jia. Chief Strategist Chu. 1 minute later, Zhou Jia and her secretary were leading the way in a limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom, followed closely by 3 military Humvees. Their destination, the western suburbs smelting factory. Meanwhile, at the smelting factory, Zhao Xiaoyu's grandmother stood with her hands on her hips, pointing an accusatory finger at a gaunt middle-aged man, her words dripping with disdain. You are nothing but a despicable profiteer, a heartless merchant. How dare you demand 6 million for such a trivial item? Why don't you go rob someone instead? The gaunt middle-aged man was indeed the owner of the factory, fully aware of Zhao Xiaoyu's rising fame as a popular internet celebrity. But what did that matter? He operated legally and had no obligation to grant him a discount. So what if it was broadcasted live? Not only would he refuse to offer a bargain, but he also intended to exploit him thoroughly. Clearly, this owner was a classist. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyu reclined comfortably on a plush sofa, sipping cola with an air of tranquility. The sofa was undeniably comfortable. Crunch. Munching on potato chips, he remarked to himself, "These chips are delightful and quite crispy." After another sip of cola, he began fiddling with his newly acquired smartphone. However, after a brief period of boredom, he glanced back to see his usually formidable grandmother struggling in negotiations. It seemed the battle would continue for a while longer. Oh well, as long as Grandma is happy, he thought, shaking his head as he began to ponder. All the materials needed for constructing his mecha were soon to be ready. He just needed to assemble them. Yet, with so many components, how should he arm them? This was indeed a conundrum. After some contemplation, Zhao Xiaoyu summoned the adorable little fairy Emily on his phone. Can you help me find some large laboratories available for rent? He requested, before resuming his indulgence in crispy potato chips and chilled cola. What a delight! Emily, the little fairy, displayed remarkable efficiency, providing results within a minute. Dear Master, the charming Emily has found a laboratory that meets your requirements. The laboratory is exceptionally well equipped. The entire facility, along with all its apparatus, is available for rental at a rate of 300,000 per day. Upon reviewing this information, Zhao Xiaoyu nodded thoughtfully, murmuring to himself, a laboratory with such equipment for 300,000 a day is quite reasonable. At my current level, it would take at least 2 years of renting to go bankrupt. Unbeknownst to Zhao Xiaoyu, who was being broadcast live, his offhand remark elicited a wave of incredulous reactions from countless online viewers. Goodness, this child is far too ostentatious. For heaven's sake, I implore you, young one, to be more grounded. I've worked in the mobile industry for a decade, earning just over 2,000 a month. Fear not, darling. Even if you were to go bankrupt, I would gladly support your resurgence. Why? Simply because I have resources to spare. Zhao Xiaoyu was thoroughly pleased with little Emily's discovery of the laboratory. Just as he was about to commend her, a cacophony erupted from outside the factory. Curiosity piqued, Zhao Xiaoyu stood up and gazed out the window. While the fierce altercation between the grandmother and the gaunt boss had subsided, both rushing to the window to observe. Outside in the expansive courtyard, a black Rolls-Royce had arrived, from which emerged a man and a woman. Behind the Rolls-Royce were 3 military vehicles, from which several armed soldiers disembarked, striding purposefully towards the building. Chapter 52. Achieving cooperation. As the heavily armed soldiers of the Yen nation approached, the emaciated middle-aged proprietor was utterly terrified. What in the world was happening? I am merely a small business owner committed to honest dealings. I haven't committed any heinous acts, have I? Furthermore, with my modest capabilities, it is inconceivable that I could have acquired any state secrets. In despair, the gaunt proprietor internally lamented. All right, I confess. I admit to withholding wages from my workers and requiring them to work overtime without compensation. Moreover, I had planned to take advantage of this newly arrived pair of grandparent and grandchild. But these are merely minor transgressions, right? Surely they do not warrant the deployment of armed soldiers to apprehend me? With a loud crash, several menacing soldiers burst through the door. The proprietor's legs weakened, nearly collapsing from fright. Summoning his resolve, he gestured for the grandparent and grandchild to step aside. Then, steeling himself, he advanced toward the soldiers. Gentlemen, I am a law-abiding merchant. Snap, snap. Just as the frightened proprietor knelt in supplication, a throng of factory workers, drawn by the commotion, arrived at the scene. They eagerly pulled out their phones to record the unfolding drama. How shameful! What grave offense has our boss committed to warrant military intervention? They speculated that their unscrupulous employer had finally been caught for his numerous misdeeds. Oh no, if he is arrested, what will happen to our unpaid wages? The unfolding spectacle in the hall was also being meticulously captured by the cameras of the crew outside. Observers in the live stream expressed their disbelief at the comical display of the proprietor and the schadenfreude of his workers. It was evident that the military's attention was directed toward the prodigy, but why was the boss so petrified? And what was the meaning of his workers' gleeful malice? It seemed that the proprietor was indeed in serious trouble. At the Kyoto International Hotel, a loud bang echoed as Mr. Ma slammed his hand on the table, cursing in frustration. How could they have beaten me to it? He was filled with anger and annoyance, realizing that he had failed to react swiftly. Now that the boy was aware of the crew, he could have approached him directly. Damn it, those military personnel had gotten there first. No, even if the military had seized the initiative, he would still strive to make his move. 2 minutes later, a long-wheelbase Maybach sped away from the parking lot of the Kyoto International Hotel. Mr. Ma was not alone in his agitation. Other influential figures were also stirred into action. Li Yin, the executive president of Qiandai Company, bit her lip in determination, her petite foot pressing the accelerator to the limit. What did it matter if the military was involved? The graphene battery must have a place for us at Qianbaidu. The chief executive officer of New Tokyo Company, Qian Dongdong, pointed at his beautiful secretary, furiously berating her. Wasn't I clear that I needed you to monitor the live broadcasts updates? The military personnel have already made contact with that child. Are you a fool? How could you fall asleep? After venting his anger, Qian Dongdong instructed the driver to hasten to the western suburb smelting plant. Meanwhile, General Manager Wang Jinyu of Pindao Dao gathered all his subordinates for an immediate offensive. Dozens of robust men clad in security uniforms swiftly followed Wang Jinyu's vehicle in a fleet of black sedans. At the western suburb smelting plant, the gaunt owner was drenched in sweat. Faced with soldiers wielding gleaming weapons, he dared not utter a word. President Zhou Jia of Qi Sherdai and Colonel Zhang, donned in military attire, approached the thin owner. Zhang Yunyan regarded him silently. Zhou Jia then spoke to clarify their purpose. We are not here to trouble you. We are here to locate someone. A child came here to purchase materials. Where is he? Upon hearing Zhou Jia's explanation, the gaunt owner exhaled deeply, nearly collapsing in relief. You truly know how to play this game. If you were merely looking for someone, you should have said so earlier. Do you not realize that frightening people can lead to dire consequences? Nevertheless, he dared not say more. He promptly escorted Zhou Jia and Zhang Yunyan to where Zhao Xiaoyu and the nanny stood in the corner. Upon seeing Zhang Yunyan, adorned in military insignia, Zhao Xiaoyu was taken aback. The nanny was equally astonished. Moreover, the filming crew was also left speechless. As the live viewers witnessed this scene, they inundated the chat with excited comments. Wow, why are the military personnel here? Haha, I just mentioned that these soldiers must be here to find the genius, right? Humph, only you can do this. Zhang Yunyan regarded Zhao Xiaoyu with a slight smile and said, I am Zhang Yunyan, colonel of the 7th Military District. Let's find a place to discuss. The gaunt owner, perceptive to the situation, readily offered the conference room. Observing Zhao Xiaoyu enter the meeting room with the others, the crew's photographer grew anxious and attempted to follow. However, he was dissuaded by the guards stationed at the door with their knowing gazes. Well, actually waiting outside the conference room is quite fine too. The more Zhang Yunyan observed Zhao Xiaoyu, the more he was impressed. He then remarked, young lad, you are quite remarkable. You have successfully developed a graphene battery. President Zhou Jia of Qi Sherdai chimed in. Indeed, you are simply extraordinary. By the way, young friend, we are here to discuss a collaboration with you. Zhao Xiaoyu merely smiled and listened, choosing not to respond. Zhou Jia, undeterred, straightforwardly stated, we sincerely wish to establish a military-civilian partnership with you. I am Zhou Jia, president of Qi Sherdai. We can provide personnel, resources, and venues for your needs. We are prepared to offer you all necessary hardware support. After speaking, Zhou Jia glanced at Zhang Yunyan, who nodded in agreement, ready to continue the conversation. We eagerly anticipate the realization of this military-civilian collaboration. Our armed forces are in dire need of such innovative batteries. Therefore, I hope that our military can prioritize the procurement of your batteries at market price. After Zhang Yunyan concluded his thoughts, Zhou Jia spoke again, saying, I have just conferred with Commander Zhang. Should we proceed with this partnership, the profit sharing will be divided with an 82% stake. The young individual will merely need to contribute technology to secure an 80% share, while Commander Zhang's 7th Military District will hold a 10% stake. And our Keet Sherdai will also possess a 10% share. What do you think, young one? Upon hearing their discussion, Zhao Xiaoyu tilted his head in contemplation. He had no intention of managing a venue or hiring personnel. Being solitary, he deemed such endeavors overly burdensome. Contributing technology for a substantial 80% share seemed quite advantageous. Moreover, having endured the harsh realities of society, Zhao Xiaoyu understood well that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. With military backing now in place, he could circumvent any disruptive forces eager to stake their claim. After a few moments, Zhao Xiaoyu resolved his decision. A slight smile graced his face, revealing his pearly white teeth as he replied, "All right, uncle, I agree to this collaboration." Chapter 53. Mr. Ma's astonishing maneuver. After Zhao Xiaoyu nodded in agreement to the collaboration, the atmosphere in the conference room became even more harmonious and joyous. Commander Zhang Yu patted Zhao Xiaoyu on the shoulder and praised, "Young man, you are truly remarkable. On behalf of all the soldiers and citizens of Yin country, I extend my heartfelt gratitude." Zhou Jia chuckled, adding, "Haha, young Zhao Xiaoyu is a genius prodigy. He is indeed a blessing for our Yin country." Zhao Xiaoyu shrugged and casually replied, "Basic skills are essential." Although he did not quite understand the meaning behind his own peculiar words, the cheerful Zhang Yu paid it no mind. With a warm demeanor, he asked Zhao Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, you've traveled quite a distance to be here. Are you embarking on some new research?" Zhao Xiaoyu spread his hands and responded, "Yes. I plan to explore shape memory alloys. I heard that the materials at the Shijiao smelting plant are quite comprehensive in this regard, so I came to procure experimental materials." Zhao Xiaoyu spoke with such ease, yet the expressions of Zhang Yu and Zhou Jia turned to one of astonishment. It is well known that the value of shape memory alloys is on par with that of graphene batteries. It hadn't been long since they had conquered graphene batteries. And now this mere child, only a few years old, was venturing into the realm of shape memory alloys? Had anyone else uttered such words in front of them, even if he were a renowned expert, they would have scoffed. Yet, at this moment, upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu speak so nonchalantly, it somehow felt as though success was within easy reach. However, the two quickly regained their composure. Zhou Jia was the first to speak, exclaiming, "Haha, splendid. Our major shareholder is conducting research. We must certainly support him. Xiaoyu, I will personally cover any materials you need for your experiments. If you require anything, just give me a call, and I will ensure prompt delivery." Zhang Yu nodded, smiling as he added, "What Zhou says is correct. If you need anything, just let us know. I will arrange for a secretary from the military district to assist you. This way, you can dedicate more time to your research." After a brief pause, Zhang Yu continued, "The secretary I select for you will not only be one of the most skilled warriors in our military district, but also a gentle and beautiful young lady. You young people will find it easier to communicate." Zhao Xiaoyu was taken aback. What is this commander up to? Does he not realize I am still a child? To employ such tactics on me. If only there were more commanders like him. Thus, Zhao Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, thinking, why not? After all, it's just a young girl. It won't hinder my work. As for a warrior and a stunning lady, does that matter? Does it? 2 hours later, 3 figures, a child and 2 adults, emerged from the conference room, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Zhao Xiaoyu walked at the center, flanked by Zhang Yunyan, the commander of the 7th Military District, and Zhou Jia, the president of Keet Sherdai. This scene was captured by the program team, who had been waiting, their flowers long withered. Viewers in the live stream were utterly intrigued, shocked by the sight of 2 elderly gentlemen in the company of a 6-year-old child. What on earth were they doing together for a full 2 hours? Were those upstairs not concerned about the possibility of an unexpected visit? Indeed, one of them was a prodigious genius, while the other was the president of Keet Sherdai, and the last was undoubtedly a leader from the military district. It was reasonable to surmise that they had reached some form of agreement. Curiosity overwhelmed them as they pondered the nature of their discussions. Having successfully negotiated the agreement, Zhang Yunyan and Zhou Jia felt their tasks were complete and hurried back to arrange subsequent matters. Zhang Yunyan turned to Zhao Xiaoyu with a smile, expressing his eagerness for him to persevere and strive for early success in his research on memory alloys. Suddenly recalling something, he slapped his forehead and said, "The secretary I arranged for you will be in place this afternoon. She will report directly to your home." With that, Zhang Yunyan turned and departed with his guards. Zhou Jia patted Zhao Xiaoyu on the shoulder and remarked, Xiaoyu, if you need any materials for your research on memory metals, just reach out to your uncle. We have great confidence in you. After saying this, Zhou Jia entered his limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom and drove away. The viewers in the live stream were left in a state of astonishment, having clearly heard the conversation between Zhang Yonyan and Zhou Jia. A flurry of comments erupted in the chat. No way. Did I hear correctly? They actually mentioned researching memory metals? Yes, you heard right. They spoke of memory metal research. Surely, they must be joking. The development of memory metals is far more challenging than that of graphene batteries. But what of it? That child is a genius. I believe he can achieve it. At the Shijiao smelting plant, a gaunt owner approached Zhao Xiaoyu with a broad smile, ingratiatingly stating, "Young master, all the materials you requested are ready. I will arrange for my dedicated driver to take you and your grandmother home shortly." Zhao Xiaoyu shook his head, declining the owner's offer. For reasons unknown, he found the veteran driver's vehicle more comfortable. After settling the payment and providing the delivery address, Zhao Xiaoyu prepared to leave with his grandmother. However, just as they stepped out of the Shijiao smelting plant, they were met with a row of luxurious cars parked before them. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaoyu, figures quickly emerged from these opulent vehicles, familiar to the viewers in the live stream. Mr. Ma, the esteemed leader of Alibaba, along with Ms. Li Yin, the executive president of Qianbeidu, Mr. Qian Dongdong, the chief executive officer of New Tokyo, and Mr. Wang Jinyu, the general manager of Pingdao, were present, alongside other executives from various companies. However, an unexpected scene soon unfolded. Mr. Ma boldly approached Zhao Xiaoyu with a broad smile and exclaimed, "Dear young friend Zhao Xiaoyu, I am Ma Yun from Alibaba. I deeply regret not having visited you sooner. This is truly my greatest regret. I never expected someone of your tender age to possess such remarkable brilliance." Mr. Ma's voice grew increasingly enthusiastic. "On behalf of Alibaba, I sincerely extend an invitation to you, young Zhao Xiaoyu, to join our company. Let us tentatively discuss an annual salary of 500 million in terms of lighthouse coins." After a brief pause, Mr. Ma continued, "Moreover, we at Alibaba wish to collaborate on the products you are developing with all funding provided by our company. As for equity, we would only require a mere 10. Any requests you may have are open for discussion, and you may contact me at any time." With that, Mr. Ma presented his business card. Observing this scene, the online spectators were left in astonishment. Is this really our Ma Dad? Chapter 54. The beautiful secretary Wei Qianru reports for duty. Mr. Ma's audacious maneuvers instantly captivated countless netizens, profoundly altering their perception of him. However, it wasn't long before other prominent figures present began to take action as well. Li Yin, the executive president of Qianbeidu Company, proclaimed an annual salary of 300 million lighthouse coins. "Should we collaborate, young friend, you may claim a staggering 95 of the shares." Qian Dongdong, the chief executive officer of New Tokyo Company, chimed in, "Our New Tokyo also offers an annual salary of 300 million lighthouse coins for 95 of the shares. But I can additionally provide you with my personal lifestyle secretary." Wang Jinyu, the general manager of Pingdao, declared, "A staggering annual salary of 400 million lighthouse coins. We at Pingdao do not seek shares. They shall all belong to you, young friend." The multitude of netizens, witnessing the extravagant conditions laid out by these magnates, found themselves momentarily numbed by the sheer audacity of it all. In the idyllic community of Happy Fields, Zhao Xiaoyu and his grandmother finally returned home. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by the factory driver and workers who delivered materials straight into the living room. Gazing at the abundance of experimental materials, Zhao Xiaoyu rubbed his hands together, eager to commence his work. Although the blueprints provided by Xiao Tong detailed the intricate configuration of the memory alloy, he understood that a lack of diligence could lead to catastrophic explosions. Just as Zhao Xiaoyu was about to begin, a gentle voice chimed in his ear, "Dear grandson, come. Try this freshly made chocolate mousse cake." Startled, Zhao Xiaoyu trembled, nearly dropping the concentrated sulfuric acid solution he had just picked up into the table's nitroglycerin solution. The mere thought of such a mixture igniting was terrifying. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he realized he had narrowly escaped disaster, grateful for his grandmother's timely intervention. Regaining his composure, he noticed his grandmother offering a slice of the freshly cut cake. Initially, he intended to refuse, as he had yet to start his experiments. If he succumbed to her culinary persuasion, what would become of his work? An hour later, with a satisfied pat on his protruding belly and a contented burp, he lamented, Alas, my resistance has faltered. I have eaten to excess. I must take a nap to digest. Resolutely, Zhao Xiaoyu brushed aside the can of yellow peaches his grandmother held and dashed back to his room, entering nap mode. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Lighthouse Country, at 2 a.m., the lights in President Nicola's office remained aglow. The floor was strewn with discarded cigarette butts. Suddenly, Max appeared to have made a decisive resolution. Snuffing out a half-burned cigar with determination, he opened his computer. 5 minutes later, his Twitter account quietly updated with a new message. I am Max, the president of Nicola. We at Nicola hold great admiration for the young genius Zhao Xiaoyu from Yin Country, whose invention of the graphene battery is nothing short of miraculous. Therefore, we cordially invite the prodigious Zhao Xiaoyu to join our esteemed Nicola. 10 minutes later, in the Kyoto division of the Nikolai Corporation, the regional head, Peter, was savoring a glass of red wine with his companion. Suddenly, his phone rang. Who dares to call at this hour? He muttered under his breath, reluctantly reaching for the device on the table. Upon glancing at the screen, the slight buzz from the wine dissipated instantly. For it was none other than the formidable CEO of Nikolai, Max, reaching out. Hello, boss, this is Peter. How may I assist you? He answered. Understood. I am currently in Kyoto and will immediately set off to invite that prodigious talent. After hanging up, Peter gave no thought to the alluring presence of his companion. It was vital to remember that Max was the most influential figure within Nikolai, despite basking in the glory of being the head of the Kyoto division. The slightest displeasure from the boss could swiftly strip him of his position. Thus, after making a quick call to his driver, Peter hurriedly departed. Shortly thereafter, Max's latest tweet incited a flurry of comments from numerous netizens in the Flame Nation. Wasn't Max quite the big shot before? Indeed. Didn't he vehemently insult our nation not long ago? Now he is fawning over our young genius? Incredible. This fool Max even deleted his previous tweet disparaging us. How shameless. To retract one's words like that. Only the illustrious citizens of the Lighthouse Nation could stoop so low. The comment section beneath Max's tweet soared, quickly claiming the top spot on the trending list for the day. Initially, some citizens from the Lighthouse Nation attempted to mount a defense. But upon grasping the essence of Max's tweet, essentially groveling before a child from the Flame Nation, his followers could hardly believe their eyes. The evidence was irrefutable, and even those who wished to retort found themselves at a loss for words. Consequently, countless netizens from the Flame Nation vented their frustrations, hurling insults of every sort. Meanwhile, the Lighthouse Nation's users remained silent, fearful of provoking further disdain. A significant number of Nikolai's fans from the Lighthouse Nation, incensed, chose to unfollow, transforming their allegiance into disdain. Ultimately, this incident left the citizens of the Flame Nation feeling vindicated and elated. In Kyoto, within the serene confines of a residential community, Zhao Xiaoyu stifled a yawn, finally awakening. However, upon opening his door, he was taken aback, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. His grandmother was warmly greeting a stunning young woman, undeniably beautiful. In her early 20s, she appeared to be a recent graduate. What captivated him most was the exquisite smile that blossomed on her delicate face. Reminiscent of the beauty of spring, clad in an elegant black business attire, she was simply irresistible to behold. As she noticed Zhao Xiaoyu approaching, she flashed him a sweet smile and gently inquired, "You must be the young Zhao Xiaoyu, am I correct? My name is Wei Qianru, and I have been appointed as the secretary by Commander Zhang of the 7th Military District. I have come to report for duty." With a gentle smile, Qianru gazed at Zhao Xiaoyu, her heart brimming with curiosity about the extraordinary child before her. Could it be true that he possessed such remarkable talents? In the 7th Military District, Commander Zhang Yunyan was engaged in a meeting, his face alight with smiles as he spoke on the telephone. "Rest assured, Commander Wei, you are my esteemed leader. How could I possibly let your precious granddaughter down? Moreover, Qianru has grown up under my watchful eye, and I have always regarded her as my own." Zhang's smile broadened as he continued with fervor, "This child is undoubtedly a prodigy, a genius that our nation cannot afford to overlook. And our Qianru, not only is she strikingly beautiful, but she is also the most formidable warrior in the military district. Allowing her to serve as a bodyguard for this child will be an excellent opportunity for her to hone her skills." As the principal party involved, Zhao Xiaoyu felt immense satisfaction with the secretary that Zhang Yunyan had arranged. However, just as he was about to extend a handshake and offer a greeting, a benevolent figure appeared beside them. The grandmother promptly stuffed a peeled banana into Zhao Xiaoyu's mouth. The beautiful secretary was not spared from this fate either, as a slice of pineapple was delivered to Wei Qianru's cherry-like lips. In the live stream, viewers erupted in laughter upon witnessing this scene. Wow, this grandmother is incredible. Haha, this is too funny. The new beauty is also being fed. 10 minutes later, a young woman clad in professional attire reclined on the sofa, her delicate mouth filled with an assortment of seasonal fruits. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyu languidly rested upon the fair and slender thighs of the enchanting Wei Qianru. Yet at that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu felt no sense of allure or excitement. His mouth was continuously stuffed with milk, chocolate, cake, and various snacks by his grandmother, and he mechanically chewed while staring blankly at the ceiling, embodying a look of utter disinterest. Chapter 55. Visitors from the Nicola Kyoto district at 3 in the afternoon. Zhao Xiaoyu and his secretary Wei Qianru were seated in a limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom. They exchanged a glance, both momentarily at a loss for words as they touched their slightly protruding bellies, soon breaking into a helpless smile. The car began to move slowly, driven with remarkable skill, ensuring a smooth journey. Both the vehicle and the driver were the personal assets of President Zhou Jia from Keat Sherdai, specifically arranged to transport Zhao Xiaoyu to the laboratory prepared for him to conduct experiments on memory metals. Naturally, Zhao Xiaoyu did not forget his kind-hearted grandmother, who occupied the front passenger seat. Having just admired the exquisite silver dashboard, she playfully tapped on the textured windshield. It was her first experience in such a luxurious vehicle, and she was as curious as a child exploring a grand estate. 10 minutes later, the car halted at a location known as the Golden Era Studio, the very laboratory arranged by President Zhou Jia for Zhao Xiaoyu. This place was conveniently close to Zhao Xiaoyu's home and perfectly equipped to meet the needs of his experiments. Under the guidance of Wei Qianru, Zhao Xiaoyu and his grandmother entered the studio. Unbeknownst to them, 2 plainclothes individuals had suddenly appeared outside the entrance. The Golden Era Studio, though not particularly large, approximately the size of 2 of Zhao Xiaoyu's home, was impressively well equipped. The design of the plumbing, electrical wiring, and ventilation was exceptionally rational, and it housed everything from precision machinery to miniature crucibles. Zhao Xiaoyu, upon a cursory glance, deemed it an excellent environment for his research on memory alloys. Without a moment's hesitation, he disregarded the presence of Wei Qianru and his grandmother, rolling up his sleeves and diving into the study of memory alloys. Wei Qianru, observing his fervor, was not surprised. She had heard of the remarkable achievements this 6-year-old prodigy had already accomplished. Even Uncle Zhang Yonyan had gone so far as to refuse numerous military dignitaries, reserving his sole special admission quota for this extraordinary child. It was evident that Zhao Xiaoyu possessed an intense passion for experimentation, perhaps to the point of obsession. And now that he was in his beloved laboratory, surrounded by an array of experimental apparatus, it was only natural for him to resist the urge to explore everything. As Wei Qianru watched Zhao Xiaoyu engrossed in his equipment, his grandmother, standing nearby with a smile, leaned in to inquire, "My dear, how old are you this year?" "Oh, Grandma, I am 18, replied Wei Qianru, her cheeks flushing with shyness. "Ah, splendid. Do you have a partner?" At this, Wei Qianru blushed more deeply and shyly replied, "I grew up in the military, where relationships are discouraged, so I am still single." Grandmother, upon hearing this, was even more pleased. With a smile, she remarked, "When a man comes of age, he must marry. When a woman reaches maturity, she should wed. How can one achieve this without romance? It's of no consequence that the military forbids such matters. Leave this to me, dear. In a couple of days, I shall return to the countryside and find you a fine young man." With her somewhat withered hands, she patted her chest proudly and declared, "I'm not boasting. Mind you, I've played matchmaker more times than you've consumed salt. Just look at my son Zhao Dajuan." Now, Wei Qianru, a young lady of virtue, in the military, who would dare discuss such things with her? As she listened to her grandmother's words, her face flushed crimson, yet she felt it impolite to interrupt. The warmth of embarrassment crept up to her ears. Meanwhile, the scene of her grandmother gossiping and matchmaking was captured with precision by the viewers in the live stream. Thus, a flurry of comments flooded in. "Ha ha ha, this grandmother is quite the gossip. I find her matchmaking charming. I wonder what her contact information is. I am indeed the fine young man she seeks. Hee hee, isn't it amusing how this grandmother is worrying unnecessarily? Why not directly betroth this beautiful secretary to her precious grandson? That could work. Consider it a childhood bride, haha." The viewers, however, are often fleeting in their enthusiasm. After a moment of jesting about the beautiful secretary and grandmother, their attention shifted to Zhao Xiaoyu. Tell me, everyone, what do you think this young lad is researching? Rare alloys, graphene batteries, memory metals. These are impressive military materials. Perhaps he aims to enhance our nation's military prowess? Alas, the thoughts of a genius are beyond our mundane comprehension. Regardless, these inventions bolster our national prestige. They deserve our admiration. Well said. If we cannot fathom it, let us not dwell. I shall continue to admire the beautiful secretary. Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. I wish to deal with the person upstairs. At the Gene U Era studio, a striking crimson Mercedes S600 came to a stop at the entrance. Peter, the head of the Nikola branch in the capital, stepped out of the vehicle. As he approached the studio's door, a passerby intercepted him. Feeling her cheeks aflame and overwhelmed, Wei Qianru's phone abruptly rang. Grasping it like a lifeline, she stepped into a secluded corner to answer. The head of Nikola's Kyoto branch wished to meet the prodigious genius. She decided to impede him. Let him wait downstairs and inform him that our genius will decide if he wishes to see him. After ending the call, Wei Qianru furrowed her brow. It was evident that this was orchestrated by Max from the Lighthouse Nation. Wasn't he quite arrogant and disdainful toward us before? Now that we have achieved success, do you wish to undermine our efforts? What a fanciful thought. Determined, Wei Qianru resolved to forget about reporting this matter to Zhao Xiaoyu. Time flew swiftly, and as the sun began its descent, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Zhao Xiaoyu, feeling the fatigue in his arms, decided it was time to wrap up and head home, leaving the unfinished tasks for tomorrow. However, just as he was about to shut down his computer, a lively figure, the little AI girl Emily, sprang onto the screen. "Dear Master, someone downstairs has come to see you," chimed the artificial intelligence in an adorable dialogue box. "Oh, and dear Master, I have something intriguing to show you." After the dialogue box vanished, the enchanting little Emily displayed a Twitter screenshot that she had saved from the internet. Chapter 56. It seems that the village has just connected to a 2G network. Initially, Zhao Xiaoyu had little interest in what the young girl Emily had to say. However, upon seeing a screenshot filled with substantial information, his curiosity was piqued. This glance turned out to be quite impactful. After reading it, even Zhao Xiaoyu, who had traversed realms, felt his skin twitch with indignation. Far across the ocean, the CEO Nikola, apparently named Max, must be a fool. Here I am, a simple child, modestly conducting my own research at home. I neither consume your rice nor desecrate your ancestral graves. And yet, you have the audacity to berate me online? Very well. I pride myself on being magnanimous and harboring no grudges. Generally, I exact my revenge promptly. Can one truly wait until the morrow for retribution? Thus, he schemed incessantly in his mind. Meanwhile, outside the Golden Domain studio, a man from the land of the free with a prominent nose was stamping his feet in frustration. Damn, damn, damn. These people from Yin country lack all manners. How dare they make me wait here for several hours? Just wait until you come out. I will show you. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu, Wei Qianru, and Grandma E emerged from the studio. The impatient Peter, who had been waiting, immediately approached Zhao Xiaoyu as he saw him exit. "You must be Zhao Xiaoyu, right?" Yes, that's me. And you are?" Zhao Xiaoyu replied with a playful innocence. With insider information from the young girl Emily, Zhao Xiaoyu had already thoroughly investigated Peter's background. Observing the youthful child before him, Peter's disdain deepened. He could not fathom why the boss placed such significance on this immature little brat. Yet, he maintained his composure and spoke. "I am Peter, the head of Nikola's division in the capital of Yin country. If you sign a cooperation agreement with us, Nikola can offer you a higher salary and a percentage of the profits." Zhao Xiaoyu paid no mind to Peter's condescending tone. Instead, he gazed at him with keen interest, playfully inquiring, "Wow, I know Nikola. It's a super company on Blue Star. But how much will you pay me, and what percentage of the profits are we discussing?" Peter nodded, responding with a sense of entitlement. "Of course, Nikola is the greatest company on Blue Star, bar none. We take care of factories, employees, and technical personnel. As for you, young friend, all you need to provide is your expertise. Therefore, we can offer you a 10 stake." As he spoke, the corner of Peter's mouth curled upward as if he could already envision the child excitedly nodding in agreement. However, acquiring a 10 stake in a collaboration with Nikola was far from an easy feat. Peter raised his head and continued, "Of course, young one. There are conditions for you to acquire this 10 stake. You will need to invest 20 million lighthouse coins to collaborate with us at Nicola. This is a non-negotiable requirement. With a suppressed laugh, Wei Qianru, initially taken aback by Zhao Xiaoyu's previous reaction, could no longer contain herself upon hearing Peter's stipulation. I apologize, truly. I did not mean to laugh. She quickly gestured an apology. As a secretary, I pride myself on my professionalism and seldom find myself laughing inappropriately. Unless I simply cannot help it. Zhao Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Yes, I fully endorse that explanation and apology. The viewers in the live stream were equally amused by the scene. Ha ha ha. The way the little beauty explained herself is utterly adorable. It's only natural to laugh if one cannot restrain themselves. But really, isn't Peter being quite foolish? Offering merely 10 equity and expecting the young one to invest 20 million lighthouse coins? That dimwit must have just connected to 2G and is unaware of what other major companies are offering. Indeed, this Peter character is quite the simpleton. How audacious to act so arrogantly before a prodigy from our Yin country. Zhao Xiaoyu chuckled, bemused by the absurdity of it all. He shook his head, losing any desire to engage further with Peter's antics. Taking Wei Qianru's delicate hand, so soft, and calling for his grandmother, he prepared to leave. Peter, surprised that Zhao Xiaoyu and his entourage were leaving without a word, felt a twinge of confusion. Was this a tactic of desire cloaked in withdrawal? He sensed their eagerness to sign a contract with Nicola, yet he was too prideful to admit it out loud. Convinced he had discerned their intentions, Peter hurriedly stepped in front of Zhao Xiaoyu. Young one, allow me to emphasize that Nicola is an exceptional platform. While our equity offerings may not be as generous as those from other companies, we offer genuine sincerity. The capabilities of our esteemed Nicola far surpass those of the inferior enterprises within Yin country. After a few more words, Peter felt emboldened, his confidence swelling as he spoke with an air of superiority. Choosing Nicola is undoubtedly your most astute decision. Let me put it this way. Nicola has never partnered with any company in Yin country. The opportunity to collaborate with our illustrious Nicola will greatly benefit your future endeavors. Naturally, it is also a privilege for you to have the chance to work with us. At that moment, Peter's demeanor was one of utmost arrogance. As if a memory had resurfaced, a faint smile finally graced Peter's face as he spoke. Our esteemed boss, Nicola, has specifically instructed me to convey his high regard for you. He eagerly anticipates the possibility of collaborating with you, young one. Peter could vouch for the authenticity of his words, for they were indeed uttered by Max himself. However, the audience in the live stream was far from convinced, erupting in indignation. How outrageous. This fool named Peter, and that Max is utterly shameless. Indeed, how can one be so brazen? Just days ago, he was vehemently denouncing our genius on Twitter, and now he professes admiration? It's as if words flow from him like flatulence. Utterly absurd. Even Wei Qianru, the secretary beside them, could no longer restrain herself. She subtly shifted her stance, poised to confront this insufferable individual. Yet, at that moment, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Zhao Xiaoyu, who appeared to be on the verge of speaking. Consequently, she halted her intention to reprimand Peter, turning her curiosity towards Zhao Xiaoyu. Chapter 57. I have a small condition. Zhao Xiaoyu took a slight step back, blinking her bright, dark eyes in disbelief. Really? Is it truly 10 of the shares? How shocking, she exclaimed, her small hand patting her chest repeatedly as if she had just experienced an immense fright. Originally, Peter had feared that the child before him might not comprehend the formidable power of Nicola and would reject the offer. However, seeing that the child was indeed aware of the greatness of Nicola, he thought, what of the so-called genius prodigy from the Yin country? Under my Lord Peter's influence, such claims are utterly trivial. Just offering him 10 has left him so astounded. Had I known, even a mere 5 would likely have him eagerly begging to collaborate with us. Nevertheless, he decided to let it be. 10% was still 10%. After all, should he successfully conclude this matter, the rewards would be substantial. Perhaps the great boss, Max, would be so pleased as to reinstate him at the headquarters in the lighthouse country. Putting aside his musings, Peter impatiently responded to Zhao Xiaoyu. You're so easily frightened by just 10? Such an unworldly child. He continued, but working with our esteemed Nicola will gradually broaden your horizons. As Peter prepared to continue his self-satisfied boasting, Zhao Xiaoyu waved her hand to interrupt him. She pulled out the phone she had just purchased, found an image, and presented it to Peter. This image was a screenshot provided by the little girl, Emily, which contained the earlier disdainful remarks made by Max on Twitter about Zhao Xiaoyu. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoyu spoke. First, take a look at this. Once you've seen it, let me know your thoughts. Peter, interrupted mid-speech, felt quite displeased. However, upon casually glancing at the screenshot on Zhao Xiaoyu's phone, his expression changed. Hadn't his boss already deleted that tweet? How could this child still possess the screenshot? But what of the screenshot? He could simply deny it. Instantly regaining his composure, Peter launched into a series of denials. This is certainly not a tweet from our great boss. He has never uttered such disparaging words about children. I suspect this is merely the slander of some ill-intentioned Yin country enterprises against our esteemed Nicola. This screenshot must have been fabricated by someone with ulterior motives. Young one, do not be deceived. Upon hearing Peter's response, the viewers in the live stream erupted with outrage. What a shameless individual this Peter is. Indeed, who doesn't he know that Max insulted and belittled our Yin country and our genius prodigy just a few nights ago? This fool Peter is brazenly lying through his teeth. It's truly outrageous. He has redefined my understanding of shamelessness. Zhao Xiaoyu, of course, could not hear the eloquent outpourings of the netizens in the live broadcast room. After listening to Peter's reasonable explanation, Zhao Xiaoyu's expression transformed into one of sudden enlightenment and relief. So that was the case. The screenshots that insulted me were indeed fabricated. The audacity and shamelessness of those who spread such lies are simply intolerable. As he spoke, Zhao Xiaoyu's face naturally displayed an appropriate look of indignation, and he angrily deleted the screenshots he had just shown Peter. Then, with a hint of apology, Zhao Xiaoyu addressed Peter, remarking that he could see that Nicola H. was quite sincere and still placed considerable importance on him. After a brief pause, Zhao Xiaoyu nodded and articulated something that brought great joy to Peter. Given this, I believe our collaboration is feasible, without any issues. However, I do have a small condition. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's words, Peter felt a profound sense of relief. While he was fully capable of easily silencing the impudent child before him, he had not anticipated that this young one would possess screenshots of a major boss disparaging him. It would have been troublesome if this stubborn child decided to throw a tantrum and refuse to cooperate over such a trivial matter. Fortunately, children are indeed children. He had effortlessly concocted a lie and Novelli believed it. Regardless, as long as he was willing to cooperate obediently, that was all that mattered. As for the conditions mentioned, they were certainly negotiable. It was likely that this young lad was simply vain and desired some title, perhaps that of a technical director, or perhaps he yearned for the admiration associated with Nicola's supercars, hoping to acquire a custom sports car or some other advantage. All of these were trivial matters, and agreeing to them would pose no problem. With this thought, Peter smirked condescendingly and generously replied, "No problem, we accept your conditions." The audience watching the broadcast, who had been engrossed in the visuals, were suddenly taken aback. Countless comments erupted in a frenzy. "No way, little friend, please do not agree to this. Zhao Xiaoyu, you are a prodigious genius from our Yin country. You must not collaborate with Nicola. Please, little friend, refuse him. The citizens of the Lighthouse Nation are insincere. They are surely deceiving you. These individuals covet your technology. Once they obtain it, they will undoubtedly cast you aside. Darling, although I admire you, I truly hope you do not partner with the shameless Lighthouse Nation." At this moment, Wei Qianru could no longer stand idly by. She leaned down and whispered softly into Zhao Xiaoyu's ear, "Xiaoyu, there is something amiss with Nicola. It would be best for you not to collaborate with them." Although she had been assigned as Zhao Xiaoyu's secretary, having grown up in the military, Wei Qianru preferred to serve as his personal bodyguard. When it came to matters of collaboration, she had no intention of intervening unless Zhao Xiaoyu himself expressed a desire to do so. However, the representative Peter, who had come on behalf of Nicola to discuss collaboration, evidently harbored ulterior motives. A 10 stake? And to contribute an additional 20 million lighthouse coins? Is this not an affront to one's dignity? Furthermore, this Peter had not spoken a single word of truth throughout their conversation. If Nicola were to succeed in this scheme, it would reflect poorly on my role as his secretary. Additionally, this situation involves the potential loss of certain military products from Yin country. Thus, Wei Qianru felt compelled to step forward. However, as Wei Qianru whispered delicately in Zhao Xiaoyu's ear, it sent a tingling sensation that made him chuckle uncontrollably. He scratched his ear and took Wei Qianru's delicate, fair hand, giving her a reassuring glance. Subsequently, Zhao Xiaoyu turned to Peter and declared, "My first condition is that a sum of 100 million lighthouse coins be paid as a deposit for our collaboration." Chapter 58. Goodness. Why didn't you say so earlier? This could lead to a fatality. Peter was nearly compelled to voice his outrage upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's nonchalant demand for 100 million lighthouse coins. 100 million? Has this little brat lost his mind? To audaciously request such an exorbitant sum. Do you realize that 100 million lighthouse coins piled up would tower over you tenfold? Truly, he is utterly oblivious to the gravity of his request. However, observing the child before him, Peter discerned that he was not jesting. Thus, with a furrowed brow, he internally deliberated. The big boss had repeatedly instructed him over the phone to ensure that he secured this child's compliance. Should he fail to negotiate successfully here, a grim fate awaited him upon his return. After all, it was merely 100 million lighthouse coins, hardly a substantial amount for us Nikolai. Moreover, it isn't my money to begin with. I could simply acquiesce to his demand. Yet, I should consult the big boss before conceding, otherwise. Given the insatiable nature of the yen people, if I grant him 100 million, he may well aspire for 200 million next. Seeing Peter's eyes darting around, Zhao Xiaoyu opened his mouth, ready to speak again. However, just then, having made up his mind, Peter finally spoke up. Oh, pardon me. He began to articulate his thoughts. Young lad, your request for 100 million lighthouse coins requires a moment's pause. I must confer with my big boss. Of course, if you could lower your demand to 10 million lighthouse coins, I would be able to agree immediately. Zhao Xiaoyu, however, shook his head vigorously in refusal, declaring, impossible. I want 100 million lighthouse coins, not a single cent less. Witnessing Zhao Xiaoyu's unwavering stance, Peter reluctantly withdrew his phone to call Max. The viewers in the live stream could hardly contain their excitement at this moment, showering Zhao Xiaoyu with enthusiastic support. Wow, this kid is incredible. He is asking for 100 million lighthouse coins. Absolutely formidable. Earning Lighthouse Nation's money is exhilarating. We stand by you, young man. He is small but mighty. When he says 100 million, he means it. Don't even think about swindling us with 10 million. Yet, a multitude of netizens were equally vocal in their disdain for Zhao Xiaoyu. What a disgrace. This little brat is collaborating with the detestable Nikolai for 100 million lighthouse coins. He clearly has no love for our yen nation. His words are as hollow as the wind. Just moments ago, he was all in for the Keter-era collaboration, and now he is ready to cozy up to Nikolai. Utterly shameless. And to think he has such a beautiful secretary. What a waste. Damn it, this is infuriating. I'm unfollowing and blocking him. The live stream was in an uproar, and meanwhile, Peter, engaged in his call with Max, was equally exasperated. The reason was none other than having made 3 consecutive calls to the big boss, only to have them all abruptly terminated. I found myself at a loss. There was no alternative but to persist, dialing one after another. However, Peter, who had been stationed in the scorching land of Yen for an extended period, had overlooked a crucial detail, the time difference. At that moment, it was just past 6 in the evening in Yen, whereas across the ocean in the land of lighthouses, it was a deep slumbering 3 in the morning. Observing Peter making calls, Zhao Xiaoyu did not linger, but instead took Wei Qianru to a small convenience store beside the studio's entrance. Annie, I would like 3 ice creams, please. The weather in Kyoto during July and August is among the hottest of the year, even though it was now past 6 in the afternoon. The waves of heat in the air were nearly unbearable. At that moment, after paying for the ice creams, Zhao Xiaoyu, Wei Qianru, and their grandmother leisurely savored the refreshing treats at the store's entrance. In their line of sight stood Peter, clad in a heavy suit, wiping away the persistent sweat that refused to dry as he frantically continued his calls amidst the sweltering heat. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparked within Peter. Finally, the call connected. However, the joy was swiftly overshadowed by the furious roar of Max. Oh fuck, what on earth are you calling me for at 3 in the morning? Damn it, Peter, you better have a good explanation. Peter, fully aware of his blunder regarding the time difference, felt the heat around him dissipate in the wake of his fright, which sent cold sweat pouring down his brow. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and stammered. I'm terribly sorry for disturbing your rest, boss. The matter you entrusted to me has undergone some changes, and I need to consult with you. So, you called me in the middle of the night for such a trivial issue? Damn it. You should have just authorized the 100 million lighthouse coins. It's not your money. If this contract falls through, I swear I'll make your life hell. The line went dead. Gazing at the disconnected call, Peter wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. Thankfully, that little rascal had accomplished a significant task, Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences for disturbing the boss's rest. Just then, Peter, still shaken, turned around only to discover that Zhao Xiaoyu had vanished. Panic set in as he frantically searched around him. If this contract were to encounter problems, his fate would be sealed. Fortunately, Peter soon spotted Zhao Xiaoyu at the entrance of the convenience store, enjoying her ice cream and pointing at him. He hurried to the store, soaked in sweat, and boldly announced, "I have spoken with the boss. He has agreed to grant you 100 million lighthouse coins. I will call the lawyer to have the contract printed and delivered. We can sign it right here." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyu devoured the ice cream in his hand and carelessly discarded the wrapper into the nearby trash bin before leisurely responding, "Your boss has agreed, has he? Splendid. Then I shall present my second condition." Peter was momentarily taken aback by Zhao's words. His mind raced as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through it. "What? There's a second condition? Why on earth didn't you mention that earlier? I just finished consulting about the first one," he thought, feeling a surge of frustration. However, Peter dared not offend Zhao Xiaoyu at this moment. Thus, while cursing inwardly, he managed to maintain a facade of cheerfulness and said, "What a delightful, charming young lad you are. No worries, dear child. Please go ahead and share your second condition." After a brief pause, Peter added, "In fact, multiple conditions are quite acceptable. It would be preferable if you could articulate them all at once, as this may pertain to a matter of utmost importance." Chapter 59, A White Lie from Nicola? Peter's solemn reminder hung in the air as Zhao Xiaoyu shrugged, seemingly unfazed. Tilting his head, he stretched his neck and spoke. "Regarding your proposal for the new company, I have no objections to the 10 share I would hold. I agree." Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's acquiescence, Peter's heart soared with joy. The earlier frustration and dread of disturbing Max's rest vanished into thin air. Securing the collaboration was a breeze. A mere child is still a mere child. No matter how clever you are, in the presence of the great Peter, you are but destined to fail. Did you think that by accepting our offer of 100 million lighthouse coins, you had struck a monumental bargain? How naive. 100 million lighthouse coins is but a trifling sum for us at Nicola. We will undoubtedly extract tenfold, even 100-fold, value from you. Once you have outlived your usefulness, we at Nicola will unceremoniously cast you aside in an instant. At that point, you will have nowhere to shed your tears. For now, we shall allow you a fleeting moment of pride. Young Zhao Xiaoyu, congratulations on making the wisest choice. Our illustrious Nicola will undoubtedly be your finest partner." Meanwhile, countless netizens in the live stream witnessed Zhao Xiaoyu nodding in agreement. Consequently, the audience erupted in outrage. The barrage of comments flooded in. "What the heck? Little buddy, you are betraying your principles. You had already finalized a partnership with President Kurt of the Chadai Corporation. Indeed, Zhao Xiaoyu, you cannot be so fickle. They even provided you with such a beautiful secretary. How can you bear to breach the contract? Sweetheart, listen to your aunt. Do not collaborate with those lighthouse folks. Auntie will still cherish you." Ugh, I see it now. This little brat intends to play both sides. Damn it. I detest those who feast at the table while eyeing the pot. I'm turning against you. At the headquarters of Chadai Corporation, in the president's office, Zhang Yunyan was engaged in a discussion with Zhou Jia about the details of military-civilian cooperation. The two had been conversing for nearly 2 hours without a break, and their excitement only grew, showing no signs of fatigue. The military-civilian collaboration on graphene batteries represented a groundbreaking milestone in the history of Yin country. The promotion and application of graphene new energy batteries would not only bring immense convenience to the citizens of Yin, but also significantly enhanced the combat capabilities of its armed forces. Shortly after Zhang Yunyan and Zhou Jia departed, they arranged to meet in Zhou Jia's office to swiftly discuss the next steps of action. "Commander Zhang, I will arrange for the production workshop shortly and pause other production tasks." However, at that moment, Zhou Jia was interrupted mid-sentence. As the door to the president's office was abruptly flung open, a disheveled figure stumbled inside, exclaiming in a state of panic, "President Zhou, something terrible has happened." Zhou Jia glanced up to see his personal secretary, his brow furrowing in disapproval as he chastised, "Do you not see our esteemed guest present? Your frantic demeanor is utterly unbecoming. Where's your decorum?" The secretary hastily apologized. "I sincerely apologize, President Zhou. It is entirely my fault. The matter is exceedingly urgent." Zhou Jia, upon hearing this, nodded slightly. Ceasing his reproach, and inquired with curiosity, "What has transpired? Please, tell me." The secretary swallowed hard and handed over his tablet, explaining, "President Zhou, please watch this live broadcast." Zhou Jia took the tablet, while Zhang Yunyan, standing nearby, leaned in with interest. On the screen, Zhao Xiaoyu was seen stating, "Regarding your new company, I have no objections to holding a 10 stake. I agree. This is Peter, the head of the Nikola Kyoto division. What on earth is going on? Just moments ago, this child agreed to collaborate with us at Keat Sherdai in front of me and Commander Zhang, and now he turns around to partner with Nikola? This child is utterly unreliable. I should have ensured he signed the contract first. What a blunder." Zhang Yunyan felt his heart race as well. What is going on with that girl, Wei Qianru? Does that child, Zhao Xiaoyu, not understand the implications? If he truly collaborates with Nikola, the irreversible damage to Yangua's economy and military would be catastrophic. I will settle the score with you once this matter is resolved. Unable to sit still any longer, both Zhou Jia and Zhang Yunyan sprang into action. Zhou Jia promptly instructed his secretary, "Arrange the fastest flight to Kyoto for me." Before the secretary could respond, Zhang Yunyan shook his head and pulled out his phone, stating, "I will summon an armed helicopter from the nearest military base." At the entrance of the Jinyu Sherdai studio, Zhao Xiaoyu interrupted Peter, saying, "The majority shareholders of your new company are Nikola, correct?" Peter raised his noble head, nodding with pride as he replied, "Indeed, we are Nikola." Zhao Xiaoyu nodded, a playful smile gracing his face. "Very well. In that case, allow me to present my second condition. I offer 100 million lighthouse coins to acquire 100 of your shares in Nikola." As he spoke, Zhao Xiaoyu's smile widened. "However, considering that Nikola is a publicly traded company with circulating shares, I will need your president to buy back those shares. At that time, I will acquire them all together." Having finished his statement, Zhao Xiaoyu gazed at Peter, whose expression had grown increasingly rigid, leaving him utterly bewildered and momentarily speechless. The viewers in the live stream were momentarily taken aback. However, they quickly regained their composure, showering Zhao Xiaoyu with praise and admiration. "Incredible! This young child is masterfully toying with his opponent," they exclaimed, laughter resonating throughout the chat. Indeed, the implication of his words suggests that young Zhao Xiaoyu has no intention of collaborating with his adversary whatsoever. "My apologies, dear sir. I was mistaken. I should not have spoken ill of you," exclaimed one commentator, acknowledging their previous outburst in frustration. "Oh dear, I too could not restrain myself earlier. Please forgive this ignorant uncle." Suddenly, amidst the flurry of comments, a particularly astute and articulate observation emerged. This 6-year-old prodigy is quite the strategist. First, he requests 100 million lighthouse coins from Nikola, and then intends to use those very coins to acquire Nikola? Isn't that tantamount to getting something for nothing? Chapter 60. Censorship? Are you kidding me? At the headquarters of Keat Sherdai, in the president's office, Zhang Yunyan ended a phone call and turned to Zhou Jia, saying, "Let us head to the rooftop and wait. The armed helicopter is arranged and will arrive in 5 minutes to pick us up." Just then, Zhou Jia, engrossed in a live broadcast on his tablet, suddenly exclaimed loudly, "What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?" Upon hearing Zhou Jia's barrage of exclamations, Zhang Yunyan furrowed his brow. Could it be that he had gone mad from the unexpected changes in the contract? His resilience to pressure seemed remarkably weak. If that were the case, he would need to reconsider whether to find a new partner. Ma from Alibaba seems like a promising candidate. As though fearing to be infected by Zhou Jia's exuberance, Zhang Yunyan discreetly stepped back a few paces. Oblivious to Zhang Yunyan's internal evaluation, Zhou Jia excitedly held out his tablet for Zhang Yunyan to see. "Commander Zhang, we both misunderstood this child. He never intended to collaborate with Nikola from the start. He has been toying with them all along. You must take a look." Zhang Yunyan, upon hearing this, was taken aback. He quickly took the tablet and clicked on the replay. After watching it once, seemingly not satisfied, he watched it 3 more times before feeling content. After a long moment, a hearty laugh escaped Zhang Yunyan's lips, and with a sense of relief, he remarked, "Not bad, not bad. This young man is truly impressive. A strong youth ensures a strong nation. If all the young people today could emulate this child, how could our great Yin country not thrive?" After expressing his admiration, Zhang Yunyan continued, "Today's youth are remarkable. We truly underestimated this child, named Zhao Xiaoyu. Although he is only 6 years old, his intellect is remarkably mature. Considering how anxious we were earlier, it seems we were overly concerned. In my opinion, Even if we hadn't signed a contract, this child would certainly not breach his word. Zhou Jia nodded in agreement, but then seemed to recall something and couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Huh? Now that I think about it, this little kid is brilliant. He first asks Nicola for 100 million lighthouse coins, and then uses that same amount to acquire Nicola. Isn't that akin to buying your own goods with your own money? That's incredible. If I had possessed this child's talent back then, I would surely be the richest person in the world by now. Zhang Yonyan chuckled lightly, generously praising Zhao Xiaoyu from this young boy's actions. It is evident that he is quite patriotic. Otherwise, he would not have so cleverly toyed with a giant like Nicola in the electric vehicle industry. Beside the Golden Era studio, at the entrance of a small convenience store, Wei Qianru could not help but burst into laughter again after hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's second demand. The laughter was so exuberant that it sent shivers through the air, and beside it, Zhao Xiaoyu nearly drooled in amusement. Yet, Zhao Xiaoyu managed to disguise his reaction expertly. And remarkably, no one noticed his unusual demeanor. This time, one could not fault Wei Qianru for lacking composure, as even the diligent photographer and crew members, who were focused on their tasks, succumbed to the infectious laughter, erupting into hearty guffaws. However, the photographer, ever the professional, stifled his amusement after a few chuckles, his body trembling with the effort. Yet, this very struggle became a source of frustration for the viewers in the livestream. Countless netizens began to voice their complaints, urging the photographer to maintain his decorum. Hey, photographer, pay attention and stop laughing. It's fine if you find it funny, but please don't shake so much. We can't see anything. At that moment, Peter, who had been in a daze, was jolted back to reality by the cacophony of laughter surrounding him. It dawned on him that this young rascal had been toying with him all along. What were those so-called first and second conditions? The little brat had never intended to collaborate with Nicola. Reflecting on his earlier naive belief that the other party was foolish, he was struck by the realization that, in the end, he was the fool. Moreover, he had foolishly disturbed the big boss late at night with incessant phone calls. Now, the potential collaboration had crumbled. No, it was not merely a failed negotiation. The impudent child had never intended to partner with them in the first place. This was entirely not his fault, but rather the fault of that cheeky little brat. With his blue eyes suddenly bloodshot, Peter glared fiercely at Zhao Xiaoyu, grinding his teeth in fury as he bellowed. Damn it, you little rascal, how dare you mock our great Nicola? You will surely regret this. I hereby declare that Nicola will no longer collaborate with you. We shall impose a complete and permanent ban on you. You will never achieve anything in the electric vehicle industry again. In response to Peter's vehement threats, Zhao Xiaoyu remained unfazed, showing no sign of fear. Instead, he nonchalantly dug at his ear with his pinky finger and retorted with scorn, Huh? Ban me? You're just bragging. I find that utterly unbelievable. With a dismissive smirk at Peter, Zhao Xiaoyu continued, Let me tell you this. Your good days at Nicola are numbered. If Nicola isn't bankrupt within 6 months, I'll change my surname to yours. As the livestream audience witnessed Zhao Xiaoyu's audacious rebuttal, the chat erupted with excitement. Wow, that was incredibly bold. Ha ha ha, this is so satisfying. For that response, I give full marks. To claim Nicola will go bankrupt in 6 months is such a bold proclamation. I'm all in. I'm now a diehard fan. From this moment on, I will no longer purchase any Nicola products. Here's to Nicola's swift demise. Boycott Nicola Products 1. Boycott Nicola 10,086. Meanwhile, at the Earth Technology Network Company. This company is the new venture established by Zhao Xiaoyu. At this moment, within the office of the general manager, a loud clap resonates as Zhao Dajuan strikes the table with fervor, bellowing at the computer screen, You insolent brat, how dare you speak so recklessly? Yet, a second later, he bursts into hearty laughter, exclaiming with even greater gusto, But I must admit, I like it. Adjacent to him, in the office of the vice general manager, Su Wenli sits poised before her computer, observing Zhao Xiaoyu's live broadcast. With a soft sigh, she muses, This young man has truly become arrogant, corrupted by bad influences. Indeed, he must have learned it from his father. Tonight, I shall have a serious word with his dad. Meanwhile, engrossed in the live stream, Zhao Dajuan suddenly feels a chill at the nape of his neck. Glancing around, he detects nothing amiss. Thus, he closes the open window and resumes his comfortable position in the executive chair, relishing the delightful performance of his cherished Prot G. Chapter 61. Full-scale production Zhao Dajuan, engrossed in the live broadcast, occasionally waved his fists in excitement. blissfully unaware of the impending calamity awaiting him that very night. Meanwhile, after delivering a commanding remark to Peter, Zhao Xiaoyu took Wei Qianru's delicate hand and, together with his grandmother, departed in a luxurious vehicle from Zhoujia. Observing Zhao Xiaoyu and his companions vanish in an instant, left Peter standing alone in front of the convenience store, his face dark and swollen with rage. After a brief pause, Peter erupted, roaring skyward in fury, "Damn it! What else with the wailing? If you're not buying anything, get lost." The store owner, unyielding, swiftly shooed Peter away for his raucous outburst. 5 minutes later, with a face ashen and clenched teeth, Peter reluctantly retrieved his phone and, steeling himself, dialed Max. Seconds stretched into eternity before the call connected. Damn it, you insolent fool. Do you really believe I'll let you off the hook?" Peter felt completely innocent. Yet he suppressed his grievances and fears, embellishing the unfolding events for Max. Max listened in silence, simmering with anger. 5 minutes passed before he finally snapped. "You are utterly useless. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. Get back to headquarters immediately. I'll deal with you later." With that, he hung up. Despite his disdain for Peter's incompetence, Max recognized that the audacious demands of that young boy from the Yin Nation were outrageous. Even if he were to negotiate in person, he doubted he could do better than Peter. Thus, after venting his ire, he refrained from dismissing him outright. Moreover, Max understood the implications of the boy's taunts aimed at Nicola. A fierce battle loomed on the horizon. The incessant disturbances caused by the wretched Peter had already deprived Nicola of much-needed sleep, and now, he was utterly unwilling to let anyone else rest comfortably either. At 4 a.m, every staff member and senior leader at headquarters received a call from Max, issuing a singular command: return to the office immediately for a meeting to strategize on how to silence that arrogant youth from the Yin Nation. In the Yin Nation, within the idyllic confines of a community in Kyoto, Zhao Xiaoyu sat in his room, instructing the little girl, Emily, to perform tasks. Emily had recently settled into Zhao Xiaoyu's newly acquired computer, and it must be said, one gets what one pays for. This computer, costing over 100,000, far surpassed the previous high-priced, low-spec model owned by Zhao Dajuan. Emily's efficiency in unlocking functions had improved tenfold, enabling her to assist Zhao Xiaoyu with simulation experiments. The system provided Zhao Xiaoyu with comprehensive formulas and methods, yet conducting experiments is a delicate endeavor. Theoretical experience, though abundant, does not equate to practical proficiency without hands-on engagement. A failed experiment merely results in a slight waste of materials. However, with the advent of graphene batteries, the stakes have escalated. If any step falters and leads to an explosion, the consequences would be dire. Zhao Xiaoyu cannot rely on luck to traverse such perilous waters again. Thus, he opted for an artificial intelligence simulation to guide him through critical considerations, thereby minimizing the risk of unforeseen accidents and enhancing the likelihood of success. After delegating the task of simulating the experiment 100 times to the young girl, Emily, he smacked his forehead in realization, nearly forgetting an essential detail. "Please compile the data on graphene battery production for me. Once completed, send it directly to Sister Qianru and Uncle Ku." With everything arranged, Zhao Xiaoyu stifled a yawn and reclined on his bed, succumbing to slumber. At the headquarters of Kurdish Dai, in the office of the president, Zhoujia received a new email. The sender was labeled "Detailed Explanation of Graphene Battery Formulation." Upon reading this, Zhoujia raised an eyebrow and promptly clicked to view the content. A surge of joy swept through him as he discovered that the email contained comprehensive instructions on the manufacturing process of graphene batteries. This young prodigy truly delivered. Without delay, Zhoujia instructed his secretary, "Arrange for the workers to clear the workshop immediately. We are commencing production of the first battery prototype." However, the secretary hesitated, voicing her concern. "President Zhou, is this really the time? It's quite late, and the workers have already clocked out." Zhoujia, incensed by her hesitation, felt his temper flare. His eyes reddened as he bellowed, "Who is the president here? You or I? Do I need you to guide me in my duties? If you cannot handle it, then leave." The secretary, frightened by his outburst, fled in tears to carry out his orders. Observing the distress of his secretary, who had been loyal for many years, Zhoujia felt a pang of guilt for his earlier outburst. Although the urgency surrounding the graphene battery production was palpable, it was unwarranted to unleash such fury upon a young woman. Moreover, she had a point. It was already past 9 in the evening, and most workers were likely asleep. After a moment's reflection, Zhou Jia picked up the phone and called the finance director. Xiao Wang, please grant triple. No. 10 times the overtime pay for the workers who stayed late today. And as for my secretary, Xiao Li, double her salary from now on. At 5 in the morning, thanks to the tireless efforts of the workers and technical staff, the first batch of graphene battery prototypes was completed. They were immediately dispatched to the testing facility for evaluation. Half an hour later, the results emerged. The graphene batteries, produced according to Zhao Xiaoyu's method, exhibited performance levels 8 times greater than that of equivalent lithium batteries. Having spent an entire night without rest, Zhou Jia was elated to behold the freshly minted experimental test report on the table, leading him to erupt with excitement. He promptly addressed his secretary, the now-recovered Xiao Li, and issued immediate orders to the various production workshops to commence full-scale mass production of graphene batteries. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunyan, who had returned to the military district, received a timely email from Wei Qianru, indirectly conveying the news. Before long, the Research and Development Department of the military district reached the same conclusion as Kurt Sherdai. Commander Zhang Yunyan burst into laughter and with a grand gesture, began to assign tasks. The RD department immediately set to work on electric engines and electromagnetic guns. As is often the case, news spreads rapidly within circles, and thus countless automotive companies in Yin Nation swiftly learned of the fierce competition between Zhao Xiaoyu and Nicola. Consequently, during the night, many dispatched representatives to Zhao Xiaoyu's residence in hopes of establishing collaboration, all eager to secure graphene batteries from him at the earliest opportunity. However, these individuals were deftly intercepted by Zhao Xiaoyu's devoted secretary, Wei Qianru, who ensured that none could reach him. It was not until the following morning, at 10:30, that Zhao Xiaoyu arose. After completing his morning routine, he encountered Wei Qianru approaching him. Xiaoyu, I have some developments to report to you. Chapter 62. Max's regret upon the arrival of the exquisite and charming Wei Qianru. Zhao Xiaoyu's spirits soared even higher. Sister, if you have anything to discuss, please take a seat here. I am all ears. He gently grasped Wei Qianru's smooth hand and pulled her beside him. As he lifted his gaze, he meticulously admired the delicate beauty of her face, unable to suppress his thoughts. A beauty as pure and enchanting as Wei Qianru would undoubtedly overshadow all the starlets on earth. With such a captivating companion by his side, even if she were merely a decorative vase, he would gladly support her. Were Wei Qianru to discover Zhao Xiaoyu's intention of treating her as a mere ornament, she would surely be outraged. A vase? The undefeated king of the 7th Military District is not a title earned lightly. His finest achievement was facing 8 elite warriors simultaneously without faltering. Wei Qianru settled beside Zhao Xiaoyu. Noticing his intense gaze fixed upon her hand, she chuckled lightly, dismissing any concern. After all, what sinister intentions could a 6-year-old possess? She gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and began her report. Keterstai has commenced full-scale preparations for the new factory. It is expected to begin production in 3 days. Simultaneously, all production workshops at Keterstai are now engaged in mass-producing graphene batteries. The production cost of these batteries amounts to approximately 5 yuan per kilowatt-hour. Wei Qianru's voice was melodious, and Zhao Xiaoyu found himself captivated, entranced by the subtle movements of her delicate lips. In that moment, he was oblivious to the specifics of her report. 10 minutes later, in summary, our 7th Military District has also intensified the application of graphene batteries. Since last night, numerous domestic automotive enterprises have approached us, seeking collaboration. However, I have declined all requests. That is the current situation. Xiaoyu, do you have any other opinions or suggestions? Zhao Xiaoyu, snapping back to reality upon hearing Wei Qianru's question, wiped a bead of moisture from the corner of his mouth and smiled. Sister, I have no objections to what you've said. Let us proceed as previously agreed with the military and Keterstai. As he spoke, he squeezed Wei Qianru's silky hand and continued, as for those companies wishing to collaborate, we can engage with all except Nicola. After pondering for a moment, he added, local manufacturers in our homeland should sell at standard prices. As for foreign companies, the quality of goods provided to foreigners must be superior, hence a price tenfold is reasonable, don't you think? Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's conclusion, Wei Qianru rolled her eyes playfully. The price for foreign clients was indeed a stark tenfold. As for the quality, who could say? Nevertheless, in a cheerful mood, Wei Qianru briskly made her way to report to Zhang Yunyan. Naturally, moreover, It is essential to convey this delightful news to the representatives of various automobile companies waiting outside the community. Upon witnessing Wei Qianru's departure, Zhao Xiaoyu followed suit, boarding the luxurious vehicle designated for Zhou Jia, and promptly set off for the Jinyu Time studio. With the holiday period dwindling, he felt an urgency to expedite the research on memory alloys. Upon arriving at the studio, Zhao Xiaoyu dedicated himself wholeheartedly to his studies. Shortly after his departure, a sensational announcement emerged, rapidly ascending to the headlines of major news outlets. A prodigy from Yin country declared, desiring graphene batteries? Domestic competitors can trade at reasonable prices, while foreign companies must pay tenfold. Countless automobile manufacturers in Yin country rejoiced upon hearing this news, showering Zhao Xiaoyu with praise and fervently becoming his ardent admirers. In no time, major automobile firms in Yin country released official statements. Bayadi Automobile. We express our gratitude to young Zhao Xiaoyu for his benevolent act. From this moment, Bayadi will fully commit to the development of new energy vehicles. Chang'an Automobile. Zhao Xiaoyu is simply remarkable. We at Chang'an will also vigorously pursue the development of new energy vehicles. Wuling Hongguang Automobile. Long live Zhao Xiaoyu. Effective immediately, we shall enter the realm of new energy vehicles. While some celebrated, others were dismayed. The automobile companies within Yin country were undoubtedly grateful to Zhao Xiaoyu, whereas foreign manufacturers were left in a state of discontent. Numerous international carmakers began to voice their grievances online, decrying Yin country's actions as excessive and unjust. Why should we pay tenfold for the same product? We resolutely oppose such unfair dealings. We demand equitable transactions. They called for intervention from the World Trade Organization, denouncing Yin country's arrogance. At Nikola's headquarters in the Lighthouse Nation, a meeting was underway involving the company's senior executives. Initially, they were deliberating on strategies to penalize the audacious young man from Yin country. However, upon learning that Yin country was charging foreign manufacturers 10 times more, and notably excluding Nikola from their sales, astonishment and fury ensued within the meeting room. An hour passed with no resolution. Nikola's executives, grim-faced, exited the conference room. Finding a secluded corner, one of them retrieved his phone, scrolling through contacts for Harris, the Minister of Commerce, and Chris, an official from the World Trade Organization. After a moment of hesitation, he dialed the numbers. There seemed to be no alternative. Without beseeching the Lighthouse Nation's Commerce Department and the World Trade Organization for intervention, Nikola found itself in a challenging predicament. Regardless of the jubilant celebrations among Yin country's automobile manufacturers or the uproar from their foreign counterparts, the presence of Yin country's netizens, reveling in the unfolding drama, was ever prevalent. Incredible. To possess core technology is truly exhilarating. Ah, how ironic it is that Nikola, once perceived as formidable, ultimately capitulated, calling upon the World Trade Organization for intervention. It is amusing to consider that in the future, should dissatisfaction arise, they might simply withhold their sales. The audacity of Cortez is truly remarkable. His approach is both commanding and gratifying. However, I suspect it is not Cortez alone who orchestrated this. It is likely the decision of the young prodigy who developed the graphene battery. What folly to speak such blatant truths. What malice could a 6-year-old possibly harbor? At most, they might merely take advantage of foreign interests. In the dead of night, within the United States, at the investment bank's conference room, Minister Jimmy announced a resolution that had just received unanimous approval from the investment bank. Come morning, we shall divest entirely of Nikola's stocks. Upon hearing this, countless individuals expressed their grievances. Had we, like Datong Investment Bank, acted sooner to liquidate our holdings in Nikola, we could have avoided significant losses. Indeed, although our investment bank has maintained a favorable relationship with Nikola, the prospects for its future appear grim. It remains uncertain whether Nikola can weather this storm. Regardless, we must resolutely clear our positions by tomorrow. Meanwhile, at Nikola's headquarters, in the president's office, Max, looking haggard with reddened eyes, stared at the report on his desk. Suddenly, he recalled the derogatory tweets he had previously directed at that young individual from Yin country. In a fit of rage, Max swept the documents and computer off the table, sending them crashing to the floor. He then struck himself across the face with his substantial hand, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he lamented, "Damn it! How foolish of me!" Cursing himself for insulting that boy from Yin country, who, despite being thousands of miles away, had provoked him for no reason. How I regret leading the esteemed Nicola into such a dismal predicament. Chapter 63. The sanctions of the Lighthouse Nation's Department of Commerce and the exclusion by the World Trade Organization. There exists no remedy for regret in this world. Those who err must inevitably face the consequences of their actions. Thus, regardless of Max's profound remorse, he must bear the cost of his own arrogance and ignorance. However, the price he must pay has driven him to the brink of despair. The following day, at 9 in the morning, as the stock market commenced its trading, Nicola's shares plummeted by 7, triggering the first level of circuit breaker. A mere 15 minutes later, the market resumed, yet Nicola's stock further nosedived to a staggering 13, prompting a second circuit breaker. Another 15 minutes elapsed, and upon resumption, Nicola's shares continued their downward trajectory, reaching a catastrophic 20, invoking a third circuit breaker. This was merely the beginning. After another 15 minutes, the protective mechanism would no longer be in place. The downward spiral for Nicola had become irreversible. An atmosphere of turmoil and panic spread like wildfire, as countless investors frantically sold off their shares in Nicola. Within half an hour, the stock had plummeted by over 50. Previously, under the guidance of Datong Investment Bank, a multitude of institutional investors had liquidated their positions in Nicola. Nonetheless, a significant number of firms had chosen to remain on the sidelines, contemplating a potential bottom-fishing opportunity in Nicola's stock. Consequently, by the time of the last closing, Nicola's shares had already fallen by approximately 45. With today's opening plunge of 50, the market value of Nicola had dwindled to less than 10 of its former worth. Witnessing the collapse of Nicola, countless investors and institutions that had once bought into the company erupted in furious condemnation online. How foolish Nicola had been. Why provoke the young prodigies of the Yen Nation? Damn it, Max was nothing but a fool, with a troubled mind. He had dared to challenge the genius of Yen Nation, only to find himself in this predicament. Whether Musk was a fool or not was irrelevant to us. However, due to his folly, our investments in Nicola had turned to ashes, and this was intolerable. Yes, foolish Nicola, foolish Max, compensate us for our losses. Otherwise, we shall pursue you to the brink of bankruptcy. At Nicola's headquarters, in the president's office, Max, who had not slept a wink, now bore bloodshot eyes. Gazing at the crumbling stock of Nicola and the torrent of online vitriol directed at him and the company, the veins on his forehead throbbed with intensity. His breath grew increasingly labored. No, I cannot simply concede defeat. Our great Nicola shall not fall so easily. With a heart full of defiance, Max resolved to wager everything on a final gamble. Our esteemed Lighthouse Nation shall not allow the Yen Nation to bully Nicola with such impunity. Determined, Max leapt from his chair and dashed out of the office building, eschewing even the use of his personal chauffeur. Upon swiftly entering his customized Nicola supercar, he drove directly to the Ministry of Commerce. Half an hour later, at the Ministry of Commerce in the land of the Lighthouse, in the office of Minister Halls, he was taken aback by the disheveled appearance of Max. However, he quickly came to terms with the situation. The issues surrounding Nicola had become a topic of rampant discussion, and even as the Minister of Commerce, he was reluctant to involve himself in such troublesome matters. Nevertheless, some semblance of formality was required. Thus, Halls adorned his face with a sunlit smile and inquired, "Oh, dear Max, what brings you here?" Max, renowned for his exceptional ability to elevate Nicola to prominence, had gathered his thoughts during the journey and was now composed. He nodded with a gentlemanly demeanor and replied with a warm smile, "Oh, dear Minister Halls, I have come for the future of our great nation." Halls chuckled at Max's refreshingly candid approach to his plea, but feigned curiosity as he prompted, "Oh, is that so? Then do enlighten me." Max nodded and articulated the carefully composed narrative he had crafted en route. "Dear Minister Halls, you must have heard that Nicola's stock has plummeted recently. This is not merely a matter of our company's fiscal health. It has triggered severe turbulence in our nation's stock market, resulting in significant losses for many of our citizens." Minister Halls acknowledged this with a nod, encouraging Max to continue. Max's assertion was indeed valid. The stock market was not a realm one could navigate alone. Even his own wife had recently lamented the financial setbacks from her investments in Nicola. Max continued, "Moreover, the discriminatory trading practices of that young lad from the Flame Nation have severely undermined the rules of global trade. From a commercial standpoint, we, as the land of the Lighthouse, must impose sanctions." This resonated deeply with Minister Halls, who had been inundated with complaints from domestic automakers. A coalition of dozens of manufacturers had already signed a petition demanding sanctions against the discriminatory practices of the Flame Nation. Upon hearing Max address this critical point, Halls, visibly pained, gestured for Max to proceed. Max paused momentarily before delivering his decisive argument. Currently, that youth from the Flame Nation has acquired the core technology for manufacturing graphene batteries. If we do not intervene promptly, I fear he trailed off, allowing the weight of his statement to linger. It will undoubtedly threaten our nation's position as a leader in energy. The final words from Max struck at the very core of Minister Hall's vulnerabilities. Indeed, the youth from the Yin Nation undoubtedly poses the greatest threat to our lighthouse nation. Therefore, we cannot passively witness him bring about the downfall of Nikola. Moreover, sanctions are imperative. Upon contemplating this, Pierce resolutely decided to extend his full support to Nikola. He then spoke solemnly to Max. Dear Max, you are absolutely correct. I shall report this matter immediately. With that, Pierce hurriedly exited. 10 minutes later, a beaming Minister Pierce returned to the office, cheerfully declaring, Dear Max, the higher authorities also believe that the actions of the Yin Nation are excessive. Thus, they have resolved to initiate the first round of sanctions against them. That afternoon, the Ministry of Commerce of the Lighthouse Nation convened a press conference. I am Halls, the Minister of Commerce of the Lighthouse Nation. I hereby announce that we shall impose sanctions on the Cortesia Corporation of the Yin Nation. Due to their collaboration with the Yin military, any Cortesia batteries entering our nation will now incur an additional 50% tariff. Simultaneously, the World Trade Organization issued an official statement. It condemned the practice of price discrimination for the same product across different regions as a reprehensible act of discrimination. Therefore, the WTO strongly demanded an adjustment of prices. Otherwise, we will unite with nations worldwide to blacklist Cortesia's products. Upon the release of these two announcements, countless netizens of the Lighthouse Nation erupted in joyous celebration. Haha, this is incredible. I have long been displeased with these trash enterprises from the Yin Nation. I wholeheartedly support the decision of the Ministry of Commerce. Fantastic. Let us sanction the unscrupulous oligarchs of the Yin Nation. However, not everyone within the Lighthouse Nation shared such blind enthusiasm. For instance, at the headquarters of Fute Automobile, President Michael nearly choked on his own blood upon receiving the news. In a fit of rage, he slammed the table repeatedly, gritting his teeth in anger as he exclaimed, Fools! What utter nonsense! What a bunch of incompetent allies! Are they trying to drive us, the automotive industry of the Lighthouse Nation, to our demise? Chapter 64. Countermeasures. Rejecting the Lighthouse currency news spread like wildfire. The United States Department of Commerce announced sanctions against the Kote-Sherdai Corporation of Yin Nation, and this information swiftly reached the homeland. In the 7th Military District of Yin Nation, Commander Zhang Yonyan received the report from the messenger promptly. However, he merely smiled and dismissed it. Currently, the Military District's Research Institute was making rapid progress in the development of new equipment. The graphene batteries produced through overtime efforts were barely sufficient for basic research. Did they really think they could impose sanctions on our Yin Nation enterprises? It was nothing short of a farce. If they had the ability, they should not expect us to sell at an inflated price. At the headquarters of Kote-Sherdai, in the president's office, Secretary Xiao Li, with a face full of anxiety, addressed Zhou Jia. President Zhou, the U.S. Department of Commerce has declared its intention to sanction us. Furthermore, the World Trade Organization has threatened to blacklist us. Why are you not worried at all? Zhou Jia, upon hearing this, simply chuckled. He reached for the cup of coffee on his desk and took a gentle sip. Nodding in approval, he remarked, Indeed, Xiao Li, your coffee is becoming increasingly delightful. Please, brew me another warm cup. After finishing the cup in one go, he looked at the empty vessel handed to him, leaving Secretary Xiao Li utterly speechless. Even he, as a secretary, was on the verge of bubbling over with anxiety. Yet, as the president of Kote-Sherdai, Zhou Jia, upon learning of the impending sanctions from the U.S. Department of Commerce and the World Trade Organization, chose to leisurely savor his coffee instead of urgently seeking solutions for the company. The situation was infuriating, yet there was nothing he could do. After all, Zhou Jia was the president of Kote-Sherdai. Moments later, Zhou Jia enjoyed the freshly brewed coffee that Secretary Xiao Li had just prepared. Observing the mixture of anxiety and helplessness in the secretary's eyes, Zhou Jia couldn't help but chuckle. Shaking his head, he earnestly remarked to Xiao Li, You young people simply lack patience. Our workshops are working around the clock to produce graphene batteries. We can barely supply Kotesherdai's own needs. The U.S. Department of Commerce wishes to sanction us. The World Trade Organization threatens to blacklist us unless we lower our prices. Zojia's gaze sharpened, and a derisive smile appeared on his lips as he declared, "Let us see if we choose to sell to you or not." Upon hearing this, Secretary Shaoli suddenly understood, and admiration gleamed in his eyes. As time passed, countless ordinary citizens in Yin Nation became aware of this news. Thus, this usually low-key and kind-hearted group of individuals promptly took out their phones, opened their computers, and transformed into powerful online commentators. Haha, this is hilarious. Is the U.S. Department of Commerce out of its mind? They actually want to impose a 50 tariff on us. Please, go ahead and sanction us. Bring it on. From the very beginning, our nation had no intention of selling to you, did we? Hey, let us not be so presumptuous. Foreigners may be foolish enough to pay exorbitant prices, willingly incurring a tenfold intelligence tax to be the unwitting victims. But we cannot be blamed for that, can we? I stand corrected. I sincerely apologize for my earlier remarks. If some fool wishes to pay 10 times the price, we shall graciously accept, of course. Ultimately, this entire situation stems from Max's indiscreet comments. Now, Nicola's market value has plummeted by over 90, all due to Max's momentary lapse in judgment. The most amusing aspect is the WTO's threats of sanctions. It's my own product. Who are they to dictate how I sell it? One might wonder about the absurdity of the WTO. We, as a nation, have no intention of selling to you, yet you wish to compel us to do so? Meanwhile, Wei Qianru diligently fulfilled her duties as a secretary, relaying the latest updates to Zhao Xiaoyu. She was quite curious about how a prodigy like Zhao Xiaoyu would react to such unexpected upheaval. The sanctions from the Department of Commerce in the Lighthouse Nation? The WTO's threats? Zhao Xiaoyu, somewhat perplexed, inquired. Wei Qianru nodded affirmatively, stating that they were merely panicking and ready to take serious action. However, Zhao Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, shrugged it off, exclaiming that it was simply unnecessary worry. Let them flail about. We need not pay them any mind. With that, Zhao Xiaoyu intended to head to the Jinyu Times studio. Yet, before departing, he turned to Wei Qianru and said, "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. For those foreign car manufacturers wishing to purchase our batteries, we have an additional condition. We shall only accept our national currency and will refuse Lighthouse currency." Having said that, Zhao Xiaoyu settled into the comfort of his Rolls-Royce Phantom and set off for the studio to resume his experiments. It is noteworthy that Zhao Xiaoyu did not withdraw from the program despite learning the truth. Consequently, his earlier conversation with Wei Qianru was captured in its entirety. Viewers in the live stream were immediately stirred with excitement. Wow, incredible. They only accept our national currency for payment. How astounding. Refusing Lighthouse currency. This is a fierce counterattack against the sanctions from the Lighthouse Nation. Some newcomers in the chat sought clarification. Could someone please explain why only accepting our national currency and refusing Lighthouse currency is so impressive? The stream quickly filled with knowledgeable individuals. Just then, a newcomer posed a question, and a professional promptly stepped in to elucidate. I am a graduate student from the Shanghai University of International Business and Economics. Let me clarify. This young man, Zhao Xiaoyu, possesses a remarkable economic acumen. By insisting on transactions in our national currency, he likely fears that the economic sanctions from the Lighthouse Nation might lead to a devaluation of our currency. If these foreign car manufacturers wish to procure our graphene batteries, they must first acquire our national currency. This will undoubtedly lead to the appreciation of our yen country's currency. Thanks to the insights of this graduate student in finance, countless netizens have suddenly grasped the concept. Some have even drawn parallels. I understand now. The reason this young individual refuses to trade in the Lighthouse currency is precisely that. Those foreign car dealers will exchange a substantial amount of Lighthouse currency for our yen country's currency. As our currency appreciates significantly, it will also result in a drastic decline of the Lighthouse currency. Yes, that is exactly it. Thus, I assert that this young person's economic acumen is remarkably astute. Haha, so that is how it is. Truly impressive. My goodness. 5 days later, at the Jinyu Era studio, Zhao Xiaoyu gazed at the newly crafted dark green memory alloy and commenced data testing. An hour later, Zhao Xiaoyu, with a dissatisfied grin, remarked, "The data on ductility, recovery, thermal resistance, and hardness is passable, essentially meeting the standards. However, what is this affluent green all about?" Chapter 65. The plan for the Southwest expedition, Zhao Xiaoyu gazed at the verdant memory alloy before him, utterly speechless. Why on earth was it such a garish color? It seemed that the blueprints provided by the system were not as comprehensive as one might hope. For instance, there was no indication of what the final product's hue would be. It merely detailed the specifications required. After meticulously verifying his operational steps in his mind, Zhao Xiaoyu silently left a negative review for the system and began to contemplate the next phase of his experimentation tools. The manufacturing materials for the mecha had been thoroughly researched and prepared. According to the plan, he now needed to fabricate several small jet devices and miniature hydraulic systems. The small jet devices were to be installed on the mechanical palms and soles of the mecha, based on the instructions from the system's blueprints. Such a mecha would soar through the skies, far surpassing those with rear propulsion. Of course, Zhao Xiaoyu was uncertain about the specifics of this superiority, but as long as it looked impressive, that sufficed. The miniature hydraulic systems were to be affixed to the joints of the mecha. A mecha equipped with these systems would grant the pilot formidable strength. These components were products of high-precision technology. However, with the detailed blueprints provided by the system, Zhao Xiaoyu found the assembly as straightforward as piecing together a Lego set, devoid of significant difficulty. Shaking his head, Zhao Xiaoyu dismissed the thought of the memory alloy's ostentatious hue. After all, he was still young, a mere child, and his tools had yet to take form. No matter how extravagant, it had no bearing on him. Furthermore, the laboratory was provided for his use free of charge, and his home lacked such excellent experimental conditions. They had not stated that the memory alloy, once completed, would be off-limits to him. If he could use it, he would. Thus, Zhao Xiaoyu continued to immerse himself in his research and fabrication. 3 hours later, 4 small jet devices and 4 miniature hydraulic systems were neatly arranged on the experimental table. Zhao Xiaoyu rubbed his temples, feeling a slight ache. He inwardly grumbled. It seemed that the Lego game was not quite as enjoyable as it appeared. Assembling these contraptions had proven quite the task. However, gazing at the freshly crafted components, a frown creased his brow. Now, all was in readiness. Yet the workshop still bore an air of simplicity. The upcoming experiments would require a more sophisticated and expansive laboratory. If this sentiment were to reach Zhou Jia, he would undoubtedly be enraged. How could anyone dare to label his company's gold domain studio, which invested millions annually, as simplistic? You, sir, are the one who is simplistic. Just take a look at the entirety of Yin country, apart from the major military districts. What company is foolish enough to equip its facilities for mecha research? Naturally, Zhou Jia, who was personally overseeing the production of graphene batteries, was blissfully unaware of Zhao Xiaoyu's musings. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Xiaoyu returned home in a private car. Seated on the soft sofa, he turned on the television and closed his eyes to rest. Before long, Wei Qianru approached him, holding a bunch of freshly washed grapes. Xiaoyu, you must be exhausted today. Here, have a grape. They are exceptionally sweet. Upon hearing Wei Qianru's melodious voice, Zhao Xiaoyu opened his eyes. As his gaze fell upon her, he suddenly felt a rush of warmth and lowered his head shyly. Unaware that her beauty had caught Zhao Xiaoyu's attention, Wei Qianru leaned closer to him, delicately pinching a grape still glistening with droplets of water and placing it into his mouth. Before his transmigration, Zhao Xiaoyu had lived a carefree life. Yet he was still a Na'vi soul, having never engaged in a romantic relationship. Thus, when faced with such an enchanting sight, he found himself overwhelmed by an embarrassing shyness. At that moment, Wei Qianru gently whispered in his ear, "Is the grape sweet?" Zhao Xiaoyu, unable to contain himself, swallowed the grape whole, skin and seeds included. He gulped to dispel the blush creeping into his mind and managed to reply, "Sweet." Suddenly, he recalled something and quickly glanced around, relieved to find that no cameras had captured the recent intimate scene. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu regarded the charming, stunning, and gentle Wei Qianru as his treasured secret. If such a moment were to be broadcasted, he would undoubtedly lose his temper. Thus, he hurriedly took hold of Wei Qianru's delicate hand and pulled her beside him. Meeting her large, sparkling eyes filled with mirth, Zhao Xiaoyu swallowed again and swiftly shifted the topic, saying, "Sister Qianru, could you arrange for a larger laboratory for me? It needs to be equipped with various models of mechanical arms, as well as welding equipment, a production workshop, and precision machine tools with an accuracy of 1 nanometer." Zhao Xiaoyu spoke earnestly, for he was preparing to embark on the creation of mechas. Wei Qianru looked at him, somewhat puzzled. "Xiaoyu, what do you need all these for? Are you about to undertake some remarkable research? However, seeing Zhao Xiaoyu's enigmatic smile, she couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I won't pry. I'll go arrange it for you in the 7th Military District. At the Military Command Headquarters, there lay an idle military laboratory, the Spark Laboratory, in the southwestern province. Perfectly capable of meeting his needs. I'll make the arrangements right away. You can set off at any time, Zhang Yunyan said, concluding his conversation with the Commander-in-Chief. With a wry smile, he turned to Commander Wei and remarked, Old leader, your precious granddaughter Chanru just called. Unbeknownst to us, what astonishing feats might our nation's prodigious talents achieve. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the couple, Zhao Dajuan and Su Winli, returned home. At the dining table, Zhao Xiaoyu revealed his decision for the day. Mom and Dad, I wish to visit a laboratory in the southwest province. Please accompany me. Su Winli, filled with concern, inquired. Darling, why do you need to go so far? Can't experiments be conducted at your current studio? Zhao Dajuan interjected. Our son is engaged in significant research. That small, inadequate laboratory is surely insufficient. He then turned to Zhao Xiaoyu, expressing a hint of difficulty. Our company has just begun, and there are many matters that require our personal attention. Consequently, your mother and I are unable to accompany you at this moment. However, you may wait a few days. Once I finish this busy period, I will. It's all right. I will accompany Xiaoyu. I will take good care of him. So rest assured, interjected Wei Qianru. Upon hearing Wei Qianru willingly take on the responsibility of overseeing their son, Zhao Dajuan and Su Winli's eyes lit up. Indeed, this young lady, Wei Qianru, not only possesses a gentle and beautiful demeanor, but also has proven her capability. On her first day of reporting, she had already disclosed her impressive credentials. She is an elite warrior. Thus, Zhao Dajuan and Su Winli felt reassured. In the live broadcast room, upon witnessing this scene in the Zhao household, countless curious netizens began to speculate. The Spark Laboratory in the southwest province. What could they possibly be doing there? If I recall correctly, that laboratory is affiliated with the military district, though it has been temporarily shelved for certain reasons. Wow, how incredible! To venture into a military laboratory, what groundbreaking research might they be pursuing? Haha, you're overthinking it. No matter how bright this child is, can he truly create a mecha? Chapter 66. The Lighthouse Nation's Department of Commerce in action. In the lively online forum, netizens indulged in gossip regarding Zhao Xiaoyu's visit to the Spark Laboratory, their speculations interspersed with boastful tales and flirtations. The atmosphere was vibrant and joyous, a sentiment that persisted deep into the night in the Land of Fire. However, across the vast ocean in the Lighthouse Nation, the sun shone brightly during the day, yet the once great Nicola faced tumultuous times. The stock prices had plummeted continuously, dwindling to less than 10 of their market value. This catastrophic decline severely impacted the normal operations of their enterprises. Nicola found itself in a dire predicament. With new vehicles failing to sell, a significant number of freshly manufactured cars were relegated to storage, accumulating dust. The marketing director had exhausted every conceivable strategy, his hair thinning as a result of stress. Even the company's 2 public announcements of substantial price reductions yielded only meager results. The highest daily sales figures now barely reached zero, one of previous levels. Max stared at the deficit-ridden financial reports sprawled across his desk, his mind swirling with frustration. He recalled, not long ago, how he had gallantly acquired Twitter, depleting a considerable portion of liquid assets. A grimace crossed his face as he chided himself for such a reckless investment in what now seemed a futile endeavor. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. Furthermore, the company had previously initiated a rocket launch project, which was another substantial financial drain. Although he had halted nearly all expenditures, merely cutting costs was insufficient. With Nicola's cars failing to sell, there was no avenue for revenue generation. If this situation remained unaltered, they would face bankruptcy not in months, but within a week. The mere thought of bankruptcy ignited a fierce determination within Max. He could not bear to witness Nicola's downfall without a fight. Gritting his teeth, he stormed out of the president's office and hastily drove to the Department of Commerce. Desperation had left him with no alternative but to seek assistance from the governmental body. 30 minutes later, in the minister's office of the Department of Commerce, Minister Halls regarded Max with irritation as the latter pleaded for help, tears streaming down his face. How could someone so reckless with words dare to seek pity after nearly orchestrating the downfall of the formidable Nicola? Despite his inner reluctance, Halls maintained a composed facade, shrugging his shoulders in response. Dear Max, I regret to inform you that I cannot assist you at this moment. We have already imposed the necessary sanctions on the enterprises of the Land of Fire, yet they remain unmoved. Thus, even our department has no more potent measures to enact. After a brief pause, Hall seemed to have an epiphany and hesitantly remarked, unless we resort to that method. Upon hearing this, Max's expression brightened, and he eagerly inquired, unless what method? Halls, with an air of irritation, waved his hand dismissively and fell silent. Max realized this was a clear indication that he was being dismissed. With no other recourse, he dejectedly departed. Having faced a closed door at the Department of Commerce, Max returned to his office and secured the door tightly. Subsequently, the sounds of furious roars and the destruction of furniture echoed throughout the room. In the office of the Department of Commerce, Halls found himself deep in thought after Max's departure. Damn it, why does Max, that incompetent fool, provoke that fiery youth from Yin Nation? The bankruptcy of his own Nikola was of little consequence. However, the fact that this youth possessed the advanced technology of graphene energy batteries was alarming. Our nation cannot procure it for research, and even if we were to spend exorbitantly, we would likely only receive substandard remnants discarded by Yin Nation. This situation poses a grave threat to our nation's hegemonic status. Should I indeed activate that method? Halls paced restlessly in his office, contemplating. After a considerable time, he resolved to report the matter immediately. For hours elapsed. The outside world had plunged into darkness. Yet Halls remained steadfast in his office, seemingly awaiting something crucial. His method was of monumental significance. Even those above him would take time to deliberate. For hours could easily stretch into 4 days of discussion. Fortunately, he did not have to wait that long, as the phone on his desk rang at that moment. 10 minutes later, Halls hung up the phone, exhaling a sigh of relief, and sank into his chair with a triumphant expression. His superiors had actually acquiesced. He could finally employ that method. However, he realized he could not execute it alone. He needed to collaborate with other departments and financial magnates. This was manageable. He believed that by subtly leaking some hints, these financial tycoons would eagerly flock to follow his lead. Yet, Hall's brow furrowed in concern. During the call, it was made clear that he would require the assistance of individuals who operate in the shadows to carry out clandestine actions. Though not explicitly stated, Halls, with years of experience in the political arena, understood this to mean he would need to collaborate with Kindle, the director of the Intelligence Bureau. Furthermore, he had been repeatedly reminded that Kindle would be the overall commander of this operation, and he was expected to follow his orders without question. Halls had always found Kindle intolerable. What was he? Merely a pretty face. But can good looks put food on the table? Is it not merely a matter of possessing greater capability? If one is to grant oneself an opportunity, it is imperative that one ensures their superiors are duly informed. I am undoubtedly superior to that insipid Kindle by 1,000-fold. The mere thought of this incites a sense of discontent within Hars. The more he contemplates, the greater his agitation becomes. All the intelligence regarding this incident was reported and provided by him. The method employed was also his suggestion. Yet, the ultimate decision to execute the plan granted the position of the chief commander to another. What justification is there for denying him the chance to prove himself? It is unjust. It is infuriating. Nevertheless, regardless of Har's discontent, Kindle, the director of the Lighthouse Intelligence Agency, acted with remarkable swiftness. Within 20 minutes of Hars receiving a call from above, all relevant departments had received notifications from the Lighthouse Intelligence Agency. Department heads were instructed to promptly convene in the intelligence sector for a highly confidential meeting. Chapter 67. Peter's apology visit in the Kyoto division. In the early hours of 4 o'clock in the morning, Peter, the head of the Nikola Kyoto division, had just finished a night of drinking. He stumbled home in a daze, unsure of how he had arrived. Fumbling for his keys, he quietly opened the door and collapsed onto the sofa in a despondent manner. Drowsy and disoriented, Peter longed to sleep indefinitely. However, just then, his phone rang. Who dares to disturb me in the dead of night? He thought, irritated. Can't I just enjoy a peaceful slumber and forget all my troubles? A torrent of fury ignited within him, a blazing fire that threatened to consume him. Infuriated, Peter resolved that whoever was on the other end of the line would receive his unrestrained wrath, leaving no room for pity. He intended to berate them until they questioned their existence. With bloodshot eyes, he answered the call. Oh, you. What the hell? Peter, if you don't want to work anymore, then just get lost. How dare you take your sweet time answering my call? You're utterly useless. Peter was taken aback, feeling as though he was being mercilessly berated. left questioning his own life choices, yet he dared not utter a word in response. Instead, he listened with a humble expression, for the voice chastising him belonged to none other than his formidable boss, Max. After 5 minutes of tirade, it seemed Max had exhausted himself and continued, I command you to apologize. As soon as dawn breaks, you shall go to him with a gift and make amends. I don't care what means you employ. You must earn that young man's forgiveness. Tell him that Nikola is willing to pay above market price for their batteries. At this moment, Peter was even more bewildered. The thought of apologizing to that young boy made him groan. This is unacceptable, boss. If I apologize to that kid, how will I retain any face in this industry? Curse, curse, curse. Peter, you imbecile. Your pride is worth nothing. Max's fury erupted once more, ignited by Peter's ignorance. Nikola is on the brink of bankruptcy. Do you think I care about your pathetic reputation? Enraged, Max continued to chastise Peter for half an hour, without repeating himself even once. Finally, having vented his anger, he delivered a final warning before hanging up. I warn you, Peter. If you mess this up again, don't expect to remain in this industry any longer. Staring at the disconnected call, Peter's face flushed crimson. After a lengthy pause, he sighed softly. There was no alternative. His boss had issued a dire command. Tomorrow, he would have to go apologize to that young boy. The next day, at 6 o'clock in the morning. At this moment, Peter had completed his grooming and tidied himself impeccably. After a brief hesitation, he donned the custom-made suit crafted by the renowned Italian tailor, which he usually hesitated to wear. Once attired, he drove directly to his esteemed Liufu International Jewelry Store. This establishment is the pinnacle of high-end jewelry in Kyoto, frequented by the affluent and elite. Peter was well acquainted with the proprietor of Liufu and called him en route, requesting the preparation of some exquisite items. Before long, Peter arrived at the jewelry store, where the owner had everything ready. The collection featured meticulously crafted gold jewelry of high purity, alongside an array of jade and agate pieces, all splendidly curated. Naturally, the prices were substantial, but Peter, undeterred, swiped his card and departed with the precious gifts, heading straight to Zhao Xiaoyu's residence. Not far into his drive, Peter seemed to recall something and pulled out his phone to dial a number. Please arrange for the latest high-end sports car. I will send you the location shortly. 40 minutes later, Peter arrived, somewhat breathless, at the base of the happy farm. In stark contrast to Peter, who had been bustling about since the early hours, Zhao Xiaoyu had just awakened. Yawning widely, he glanced up at the calendar hanging on the wall. Oh no, is the holiday really ending in just 2 weeks? It's all that charming secretary's fault. I've completely lost track of time. This won't do. I must assemble the mech within 10 days. Then I can enjoy a test flight. As for the summer homework, a mischievous grin spread across Zhao Xiaoyu's face. I'm sure the teacher is watching the live stream and won't mind if I haven't completed it. What has my dear Xiaoyu so cheerful? Wei Qianru playfully inquired. Oh, I'm just thinking of my beloved sister Qianru. Zhao Xiaoyu replied with a teasing tone. Wei Qianru, unfazed, gently pinched his cheek, smiling sweetly, with such sweet words. Dear Xiaoyu, you'll surely have many girlfriends in the future. Zhao Xiaoyu felt a flutter in his heart, eager to advance his flirtation. However, Wei Qianru interrupted his intentions by presenting a freshly laundered outfit, its fabric imbued with a delightful hint of lavender. With Zhao Xiaoyu's radiant and innocent smile, Wei Qianru assisted him in changing his clothes. 5 minutes later, Zhao Xiaoyu had completed his morning routine. Emerging from the kitchen, Wei Qianru offered him a steaming cup of milk. At that moment, a message crackled through her earpiece from the security personnel downstairs. Report. Peter, the head of Nikola's Kyoto division, has arrived again, and he is bearing a plethora of gifts. He is currently waiting downstairs. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing this scene unfold, flooded the chat with comments. What a shameless fellow, back again. Isn't Nikola rather impressive? Why is he here to apologize? Go away. Now he realizes his regret? It's too late. Upon receiving the news, Wei Qianru did not conceal anything, relaying every detail to Zhao Xiaoyu. Zhao Xiaoyu, holding the freshly warmed milk that Wei Qianru had prepared, was sipping it slowly by the window. After hearing from Wei Qianru that Peter was waiting downstairs, Zhao Xiaoyu opened the window and, on tiptoe, peered down. To her surprise, the figure below was indeed her old acquaintance, Peter, dressed impeccably in a suit. Peter exuded an air of sophistication, holding an array of beautifully wrapped gifts. In light of this scene, Zhao Xiaoyu felt compelled to take action. With this thought in mind, her bright, dark eyes sparkled with determination. Suddenly, she exaggeratedly waved her arms. As a result of the vigorous motion, the entire cup of steaming hot milk she held was inadvertently spilled out of the window. Ah, my milk. After this incident, Zhao Xiaoyu let out an appropriately surprised exclamation. Chapter 68. The enraged Peter. In the idyllic community, Peter had been waiting downstairs for nearly an hour. He felt that personally coming to apologize was a disgrace. And now he had been subjected to the son's relentless gaze for an hour. Damn it, how he regretted coming. If only he had feigned illness. Claiming he was too unwell to rise from bed, he would not have had to endure this. Surely the great boss would not have taken issue with him, right? Alas, regret was futile now. Yet, he was truly infuriated. After all, he was the esteemed head of the Nicola Kyoto division, a figure of considerable influence in Kyoto. He had already deigned to bring an array of precious gifts to personally apologize. This should have sufficed to grant that brat from Yin country a measure of respect. Yet the little wretch had the audacity to keep him waiting for so long. Frustrated, irritated, infuriating. Fine. Since he was already there, he would wait. He refused to believe that the boy could remain holed up in the upper floor indefinitely. Peter seethed inwardly, his teeth clenched in silent curses. It was indeed a predicament for him, as no matter how agitated he felt, he dared not reveal a hint of it on his face. Loosening his tie, he took a deep breath, inadvertently envisioning the upcoming encounter. Despite the boy's aggravating demeanor, he was determined to present the lavish gifts he had prepared at the first opportunity, followed by shamelessly praising him. Surely, under the weight of his generous offerings and flattering words, the boy would be puffed up with pride. He would then seize the opportunity to convey the purpose of his visit, that Nicola was willing to pay a handsome price for the new energy batteries he had manufactured. This was a concession made by Tesla, a privilege for the boy indeed. As Peter contemplated this, a confident smile crept upon his lips, and he adjusted his luxurious, handcrafted suit, striving to appear more polished for the ensuing conversation. Just then, a startled exclamation echoed from above. Instinctively, Peter looked up, and to his dismay, a torrent of thick, white liquid came cascading down upon him. In an instant, the self-assured demeanor he had just exhibited vanished, leaving him drenched and bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? As Peter grappled with his confusion, a small boy's innocent voice drifted down from above. I'm so sorry, Sister Rue. The milk was too hot. I accidentally spilled it all. Wah. I really didn't mean to. Please don't be angry. As Zhao Xiaoyu gazed at his own panicked face, coupled with the heartfelt apology he had just uttered, Wei Qianru found herself utterly bewildered. Was the milk excessively hot? Did I not heat it myself? Am I unaware of its temperature? And how could he have carelessly spilled it all? Would you care to demonstrate another clumsy act? I am quite curious as to how the milk, instead of simply cascading to the ground, soared out of the window at such a height. Moreover, what a coincidence it was. I had just informed you that the head of the Nicola Kyoto branch was waiting for you downstairs. You even leaned out to confirm his presence at that very spot. Yet, in a most fortuitous turn of events, the milk in your hands was spilled. Oh no, it was splashed down. My goodness, are children nowadays truly this skilled? Such vivid acting, such perfectly timed expressions. Had I not witnessed the entire scene unfold, I might have been swayed by your fanciful tales. Wei Qianru marveled silently, only to be overtaken by laughter, unable to restrain herself any longer. The spectators in the live stream erupted in excitement. Their comments flooded the screen like a torrent. Wow, this child's antics are simply astounding. I must award full marks. Haha, I have long found that fellow named Peter to be insufferable. Now he has been drenched like a drowned rat. Serves him right. How delightful. I timidly inquire. Was that child's milk-spilling act intentional or accidental? Goodness, how does one manage to be so clumsy upstairs? Clearly, it was a slip of the hand that caused the milk to spill. Yes, I saw it. That child was absolutely not deliberate. It was sheer carelessness that led to the milk being spilled. Hee indeed. No one can escape the truth. Regardless, the milk incident was purely an accident. After a prolonged moment, the dazed Peter finally regained his composure. As he wiped his face, he felt the white, thick, and sticky substance covering him. Was he doused in milk? His eyes instantly reddened, and he threw his head back, unleashing a primal roar of fury. FK, FK, FK. This is a custom-made suit from Italy. After venting his frustration, Peter suddenly realized that the milk splashed upon him must have been the result of that little brat upstairs blunder. But was the milk truly spilled by accident? Why do I find it so hard to believe? Nevertheless, recalling his mission to apologize today, Peter gritted his teeth and decided to endure it for the time being. I shall let this slide for now. Once you have signed the supply agreement with Nicola, just wait and see how I, Peter, will handle you. I have already waited over an hour. I refuse to believe you will remain upstairs forever. With a fierce resolve burning within him, Peter's anger simmered fiercely. In an instant, he had completely forgotten the dampness of the milk clinging to his body. However, Peter's wait stretched into another hour. By this time, the milk had long since dried in the scorching sun, but once it had dried, it clung even more tenaciously to his skin. The sensation was indescribably maddening, akin to 1,000 needles pricking at him, and he longed to turn away at once. He couldn't bear to remain in this wretched place for even a second longer. Ah, damn it! Peter suddenly let out a furious shout, as if the last thread of his composure had snapped. No more. I must return to my opulent and spacious mansion, to revel in the vast indoor swimming pool. Yes, I will leave right now. Let that insufferable brat from this infernal land go to hell. Just as Peter was about to abandon all restraint and turn to leave, he caught sight of Zhao Xiaoyu. One hand grasping a small suitcase, the other holding the warm hand of Wei Qianru. The two of them emerged from the building, smiling cheerfully and leisurely. Chapter 69. Why are you looking for me to buy batteries? Peter had initially resolved to abandon this mission. The antics of this audacious child from Yin country had thoroughly incensed him. Lord Peter was filled with rage, the kind that could not be soothed by any consolation. No matter the persuasion, it was futile. Yet, upon the appearance of Zhao Xiaoyu, Peter halted his departure. Clenching his hands, which held the gifts tightly, he slowly closed his furious eyes. After taking a long, deep breath, he managed to suppress the fire of indignation within him. Forcing a smile onto his face, Peter swiftly approached Zhao Xiaoyu. How fortuitous, young Zhao Xiaoyu, that we meet again. I am here personally representing Nicola to extend our apologies. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us and let bygones be bygones. As he spoke, Peter began to delicately unwrap the exquisite gift boxes he held. Behold, these are the gifts I have brought for you, custom-made from the prestigious Zhu Dafeng International Jewelry Store. As Peter unveiled the splendid treasures, a myriad of beautiful gifts came into view. Jade bangles intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, lustrous agate earrings, and hefty gold necklaces of impeccable purity. In short, a dazzling array of jewelry that captivated the eye. Even a layperson could discern the considerable value of these ornaments. Once all the gifts were displayed before Zhao Xiaoyu, Peter confidently proclaimed, Nicola is genuinely earnest this time. To demonstrate our sincere intentions, we have decided to offer 10 times the price you suggested for the graphene batteries you manufactured. Upon hearing this, Peter noticed Zhao Xiaoyu gazing intently at the gifts, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Observing this, a contemptuous expression gradually took over Peter's demeanor, and a smug smile crept onto his lips. Indeed, he was just an inexperienced child from Yin country, eager to seize an opportunity. This mission was as good as secured. Steady as a rock, viewers in the live stream could no longer contain themselves at this spectacle. They bombarded the chat with frantic messages, urging Zhao Xiaoyu to reconsider. My goodness, this Peter is utterly shameless. He is using sweet words to ensnare you. Young one, do not agree to his proposal. They must be plotting something sinister. Exactly. Nicola previously insulted you so. Now they have the audacity to come back and attempt to buy our batteries. Hurry, reject him outright. They have disrespected our Yin country. You must not collaborate with them. Even if Nicola offers more money, we shall not sell to them. Do not accept their paltry gifts. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu stared blankly at the shimmering jewelry before him. After a moment, he blinked his adorable eyes and innocently asked, Uncle, are all these beautiful gifts really for me? Are they unconditionally given to me? Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's naive and foolish question, Peter slightly raised his nostrils and casually replied, Of course. It is a gift for you, dear child. There are absolutely no strings attached. You can rest assured and accept it. Upon hearing Peter's response, Zhao Xiaoyu's face radiated the most innocent smile. Joyfully, he accepted the gift worth over 2 million. Observing Zhao Xiaoyu's acceptance, Peter smirked in disdain. Did he truly believe that the generous gift from Lord Peter could be taken for free? Humph. Thus, Peter straightened his posture and confidently declared, Since you have accepted the gift, young one, we at Nicola wish to purchase graphene batteries from you. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing this scene, slapped their foreheads and began to voice their frustrations. Damn, This little brat has truly lost his way. He actually accepted that fellow's gift. Sigh. The child is still so young. Indeed, accepting a gift comes with strings attached. Now that he has received it, how could he possibly refuse their request? Frustration bubbled among them. Although they sold it at a high price to Nicola, it still leaves a sour taste. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu was gleefully toying with the extravagant gift. Upon hearing Peter's request, he nodded without hesitation and replied, "Sure. It's the same conditions as last time. As long as you agree, we can collaborate." Peter's heart soared with joy upon hearing this. Indeed, he was a child who relished advantages and flattery. Though the conditions remained ludicrous, the fact that discussions could occur was promising. It indicated that concessions could still be made. Peter resolved not to be as reckless as before, refraining from harsh words and confrontations. Thinking along these lines, Peter immediately donned a benevolent smile and cheerfully spoke. "Young Zhao Xiaoyu, your previous conditions were rather stringent. However, we can offer you a 30% stake in the new company we are establishing." Peter attentively observed Zhao Xiaoyu's expression, and upon noticing no objections, he continued to expound enthusiastically. "My dear child, the people of our great nation eagerly await the prospect of our collaboration. When the time comes, the citizens will be immensely grateful for the goods you provide. This will indeed be a groundbreaking partnership." Peter's rhetoric flowed seamlessly, drawing on references and painting vivid images of a bright future, enticing Zhao Xiaoyu with grand promises. The viewers in the live stream, upon hearing Peter's eloquent monologue, couldn't help but scoff. Wow, this old man from the Beacon Nation is quite the orator. Despite knowing he is spouting nonsense, it oddly makes sense. They cautioned, "Beware. Little one, he is trying to mislead you with sweet words. You mustn't fall for it. Don't you have to rush to the Spark Laboratory? Hasten your steps. And do not heed that old cynic's ramblings." Peter, undeterred and animated, continued to implore Zhao Xiaoyu to acquiesce. Wei Chanru glanced at her watch, her delicate brows furrowing as she addressed Zhao Xiaoyu. "Dear Xiaoyu, if we do not depart soon, we shall miss this flight." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyu interjected, interrupting Peter's incessant chatter, and with a beaming smile said, "Uncle Peter, I am immensely grateful for the gifts you have bestowed upon me. I truly cherish them. I shall donate these treasures to underprivileged children in the mountainous regions. Allow me to extend my heartfelt thanks on their behalf. As for your suggestion regarding purchasing batteries." Zhao Xiaoyu elongated his words, then playfully raised his hands, making a face at Peter while sticking out his tongue. "You should discuss that with Kurt. I lack the authority. I have other matters to attend to. In any case, farewell." Chapter 70. The countermeasures of the Lighthouse Commerce Department. Peter was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Xiaoyu's words, unable to process the information. He incredulously inquired, "What did you say?" Zhao Xiaoyu had already distanced himself, waving his hand dismissively without looking back, expressing pity. "Poor uncle, not only is your mind sluggish, but your ears seem to be failing you as well. Did I not just say, if you wish to purchase batteries, you should go to Kurt Shaddai for a discussion? There are no batteries here, truly." With that, Zhao Xiaoyu and Wei Chanru gracefully departed. As Peter gazed at Zhao Xiaoyu's retreating figure, he was utterly bewildered. Here he was, with sincere intentions, bringing over 2 million in gifts to personally apologize. Not only had his expensive, custom-tailored suit from Italy been soiled, but he had also been toyed with by that little brat once more. Damn, this little rascal had never intended to cooperate from the very beginning. Yet, don't the people of Yen country believe in reciprocation? How could this child accept gifts and still refuse to engage? The audacity was infuriating. Peter was practically seething with rage. Typically attentive to his fitness, Peter now felt a dull ache in his chest. At that moment, a series of beeping sounds caught his attention. A brand new, dazzling Nikola sports car came to a halt before him. A voluptuous young woman emerged from the vehicle, striding towards Peter. "Boss, how did the negotiations go? I've brought the supercar you requested. Is it all right to park it here?" Peter, already on the brink of explosion from Zhao Xiaoyu's provocations, was further infuriated to see his oblivious subordinate arriving with the arranged sports car at such an inopportune moment. Inquiring about the partnership, in a fit of rage, Peter raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to the young woman, shouting, "Smooth? Ha! Quite smooth indeed. I wasted over 2 million on gifts, and now I've been drenched like a drowned rat. Damn it, I've been tricked by that little brat once again. Ha! How do you like that?" Thud. Boss, what's wrong?" Following his outburst, Peter's blood pressure skyrocketed. His vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream, who had initially been lamenting Zhao Xiaoyu's agreement to partner with Nicola, were taken aback by the dramatic turn of events. As they processed the unfolding scene, they began to flood the chat with comments. What the hell just happened? Haha, incredible. Our little prodigy has once again outsmarted that fool Peter. Zhao Xiaoyu is astounding. Slapping Nicola in the face is so satisfying, so exhilarating. Truly a role model for our generation. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I misjudged the little buddy. Please forgive me. A diehard fan turned into a devoted follower. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu and Wei Qianru were already seated in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, en route to Kyoto Airport. Wei Qianru appeared as if she had just met Zhao Xiaoyu. With a cheerful smile, she gazed at him and said, "Ah, Xiaoyu. I never expected you to be so mischievous." Zhao Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, immediately felt displeased. He took Wei Qianru's small hand, squeezed it firmly, and pouted in response. "What is the matter? In what way am I mischievous? I'm merely speaking the truth. I truly do not have the authority to sell him batteries. I have already signed a contract with President Zhou Jia of Keat Sherdai. Everything belongs to Keat Sherdai now and has nothing to do with me." Observing Zhao Xiaoyu's serious yet nonsensical claims, Wei Qianru couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhao Xiaoyu also succumbed to laughter, and thus, the two innocent children, Zhao Xiaoyu and Wei Qianru, exchanged smiles without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Peter, who had fainted in a fit of rage, slowly regained consciousness under the wild shaking of a captivating beauty. Upon waking, Peter gazed at the sky in silence for a long while. In a state of despair, he reached for his phone and called Mac's boss. "I'm sorry, I've failed again. That little brat from Yin country has been toying with us from the beginning. There was never any intention of cooperation." Staring at the disconnected call, Peter knew all too well that he was doomed. In the Lighthouse Nation, at Nicola's headquarters, Max sat in his office, his face pale and filled with despair. "It's over. Nicola is finished. And so am I. I will plunge into the abyss alongside Nicola. But what can I do now?" The newly produced cars from Nicola were utterly unsellable, and the glaring red figures on the company's balance sheet left no room for financial maneuvering. The once great Nicola was on the verge of bankruptcy, yet here he was, helplessly awaiting the arrival of destruction. Suddenly, the phone on his desk rang. What unfortunate news could it be this time? Numb to the unfolding disaster, Max answered the call with a dazed expression. "Damn it, Max, why have you taken so long to answer the phone? Listen, you need to announce the news immediately. Just say that according to your research at Nicola, the battery developed by that so-called genius from Yin country has a fatal flaw. Some batteries may pose a risk of intermittent explosions and natural hazards." The caller was Minister Hales from the Department of Commerce. After a moment of contemplation, Max finally understood. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly inquired, "Oh my God, is this true, Minister Hales?" However, what he received in return was a question. "Max, you're a clever man. What do you think?" Max fell silent upon hearing this. Undoubtedly, Hales was spouting baseless slander. If the batteries developed by that youth from Yin country truly had such issues, how could they have driven the great Nicola to the brink in such a short time? Nevertheless, Max was aware. One must cooperate with the Ministry of Commerce, for this could grant a lifeline to Nicola. It is Nicola's sole chance for survival. At that moment, on the other end of the line, Hall spoke again. "Dear Max, rest assured and proceed. These decisions come from above, and all you need to do is comply obediently. Perhaps, this could even bring your Nicola back from the brink." Upon hearing this, Max's heart trembled, swiftly transforming into a countenance of joy. So, it was indeed a directive from above. He had a profound understanding of the formidable nature of such decisions, having witnessed 5 years prior when 3 enterprises, even more powerful than Nicola, united in defiance against the authorities. Yet, within a mere 3 days of earnest intervention from above, those 3 colossal corporations were reduced to mere historical dust. Consequently, Nicola seized this opportunity to ascend as the dominant enterprise of the Lighthouse Nation. With these thoughts, Max was instantly invigorated and brimming with confidence. Thus, he resolved to align with the actions dictated from above, promptly announcing this credible and reliable news. Chapter 71. A mere band of clowns, strutting for only a few days in the land of the lighthouse, at 8 o'clock in the evening. Nicola convened an urgent press conference. Under the scrutiny of numerous journalists equipped with their cameras and notepads, President Max of Nicola wore a grave expression. Soon, he addressed the microphone, stating, I am your beloved Max. First and foremost, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. However, I must announce a matter concerning our land of the lighthouse, one that pertains to the safety of lives across the globe. Listening to Max's speech, the assembled journalists displayed skepticism. The news of Nikola's impending bankruptcy had already circulated widely within the industry. It was evident that Max aimed to leverage the power of the media to plead for assistance from the citizens of the lighthouse, hoping they would help Nikola weather this storm. Had it not been for the irresistible financial incentives provided by Nikola, it is likely that fewer people would have attended the event. Max seemed unfazed by the journalists' attitude. He was confident that once he concluded his address, these proud reporters would transform into the most abject sycophants. Thus, Max continued, our technical department at Nikola has conducted countless studies and discovered a terrifying and fatal flaw in the graphene batteries developed by that so-called genius from the Land of Flames. These immature graphene batteries are exceedingly unstable, posing a significant risk of explosion and spontaneous combustion after a brief period of use. Now, I shall present to you a segment of our testing video. As Max's words echoed, the journalists, who had previously been indifferent, were suddenly struck with astonishment. Goodness, Nikola is not seeking assistance. They have revealed that the much-acclaimed graphene batteries from the Land of Flames may combust and explode, exclaimed one. This is a sensational scoop for the headlines tomorrow. We have struck gold. Consequently, the journalists appeared invigorated, akin to invigorated hounds, attentively watching the testing video displayed behind Max. This press conference was broadcasted live across the internet. As the footage showcased the consecutive spontaneous combustions of the graphene batteries, countless internet users from the Land of the Lighthouse began to condemn the Land of Flames. Users from the Land of the Lighthouse commented, "Goodness, I always said that a country as inferior as the Land of Flames could not possibly produce a successful graphene battery. It turns out it can explode." Users from the Great Sun Nation exclaimed, "Baka, they dare to attempt selling us such immature and defective products. The people of the Land of Flames are utterly despicable." Users from the Land of Corruption added, "Shame. We strongly condemn the Land of Flames for their immoral disregard for the safety of foreign friends. We, the Land of Corruption, refuse to purchase such garbage batteries from the Land of Flames." Meanwhile, users from the Land of Flames also witnessed Nikola's press conference in real time. Observant netizens, upon witnessing the explosions in the testing video, began posting their doubts. Nikola must be spouting nonsense. Our esteemed nation has blacklisted you, ceasing the sale of graphene batteries. Where do you source your batteries for experimentation? The Nikola press conference is nearing its conclusion. Max observed that the response was exceedingly positive and felt quite satisfied. He seemed aware of the skepticism expressed by some netizens online. Thus, he clapped his hands to signal for silence in the venue and began to elucidate. Finally, on behalf of Nikola, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the enthusiastic citizens of our lighthouse nation. It is indeed their selfless act of providing us with the graphene batteries they procured, free of charge for our research and testing, that has enabled us to uncover the fatal flaw in the graphene batteries of our adversaries. As for the identities of these benevolent individuals, I must keep that confidential, as I fear that once their information is disclosed, they may suffer vile retaliation from the unscrupulous elements of our rival nation. The impact of Nikola's press conference continues to expand. At the headquarters of Cortez, upon receiving the news, Zhou Jia promptly arranged for testing in the workshop. An hour later, Secretary Li hurried into Zhou Jia's office, presenting the freshly compiled test results. The pressure testing of the graphene battery indicated increasing the charging power from 1x to 10x proceeded without a hitch, with no issues whatsoever. The continuous variation in pressure environment testing also yielded stable data, with no problems detected. Upon reviewing the test report, Zhou Jia felt a wave of relief. Although he was aware that the individuals from the Lighthouse Nation were likely speaking nonsense, it would be prudent to conduct a more thorough and comprehensive examination for the sake of product safety. At that moment, Zhou Jia's phone rang. It was General Zhang Yonyan from the 7th Military District. 5 minutes later, Zhou Jia hung up the phone with a light chuckle. Shaking his head, he summoned Secretary Li and instructed, "The military's test results have revealed no issues either. Immediately issue an official announcement to dispel the rumors. Our product is flawless. Furthermore, release the experimental data as well." Cortez has officially announced the refutation statement, accompanied by the test data report. However, international netizens remain unconvinced. expressing their disdain and contempt for the graphene batteries produced by Cortez. The companies of our rival nation are truly repugnant. They consistently attempt to deceive the public with such inferior products. Indeed, our illustrious Nicola has already identified the fatal flaws in their offerings. Yet they continue to try and mislead us. Regardless of what Cortez claims, we shall resolutely refuse to purchase such compromised goods. Reality television programs are among the most popular shows in the Lighthouse Nation. At this moment on the show, a television reporter is interviewing a black individual. May I ask, were you previously an employee of Cortez? Yes, I was once a worker at Cortez. My name is Asan. My time there felt like a descent into hell. We were required to work over 20 hours a day without any rest. It is precisely due to the prolonged absence of sunlight that my complexion has become so dark. Moreover, instances of substandard goods masquerading as quality items at Kurdish Dye are all too common. Following the airing of this recent reality show featuring former employees of Kurdish Dye, countless international netizens have condemned the company's unscrupulous practices. However, the reactions from netizens in Yen Nation were quite the opposite, as they found the situation utterly amusing. To my knowledge, Kurdish Dye exclusively hires local individuals from Yen Nation and never employs foreigners. How hilarious that this so-called Kurdish Dye employee can hardly articulate in the local dialect. Oh dear. Perhaps you should first grasp the relationship between darkness and light before criticizing our Yen Nation. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyu and Wei Qianru had exited the airport. Zhao Xiaoyu's phone suddenly vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered a message from the young girl Emily reporting on the Nikolai press conference. At that moment, Wei Qianru leaned closer to Zhao Xiaoyu, delivering the same information. Noticing Wei Qianru's slightly furrowed brow, laden with concern, Zhao Xiaoyu smiled gently, took her hand, and reassured her. Sister Qianru, there's no need for worry. They are merely a bunch of clowns who won't last long. With that, he led Wei Qianru into the vehicle that had come to pick him up, and they set off towards the Southwest Laboratory. Chapter 72. The calm before the storm. Half an hour later, Zhao Xiaoyu, accompanied by Wei Qianru and her team, arrived at the Xinghe Laboratory in the southwestern province in a prearranged vehicle. Upon entering the laboratory, Zhao Xiaoyu was instantly captivated. The sheer expanse of the facility spanned at least 1,000 square meters, and it was abundantly equipped with a plethora of apparatuses. Everything he required was at his disposal. From various models of mechanical arms, welding equipment, production workshops, to precision machine tools with an accuracy of 1 nanometer, everything one could possibly need. Moreover, unlike the rather desolate Jinyu-era studio where he had previously worked, this laboratory was bustling with activity. Within his line of sight, there were at least a dozen staff members clad in research uniforms. Furthermore, the laboratory's location was remarkably discreet, as evidenced by the route taken from the airport. Truly, it was worthy of being classified as a military laboratory, with exceptional conditions in every regard. Observing Zhao Xiaoyu's astonishment, Wei Qianru playfully inquired, Xiaoyu, what do you think of this laboratory? Does it meet your expectations? Zhao Xiaoyu turned his gaze towards Wei Qianru's graceful figure, his dark eyes shimmering as he swallowed hard and nodded. Sister Qianru, this is simply magnificent. It exceeds all my expectations. Seemingly oblivious to the underlying tone of Zhao Xiaoyu's words, Wei Qianru responded with a hint of pride. Of course. The Xinghe laboratory was constructed to the highest SSS grade standards set by the military district. It was only later sealed and put on hold for special reasons. Now, it is truly a boon for you. As she spoke, Wei Qianru gestured towards the approaching staff members and continued, not only are the experimental facilities top-notch, but we also have an exceptional team of researchers. They are all here to follow your commands, Xiaoyu. Seizing a thought, Wei Qianru leaned closer to Zhao Xiaoyu and whispered, you need not worry, Xiaoyu. The salaries of these researchers are covered by the 5th Military District. We don't need to spend a dime. Zhao Xiaoyu shot her a disapproving glance. Did she think he was the type to indulge in free handouts? How absurd. Clearing his throat, he declared in a clear voice, from this point forward, all expenses of the laboratory will be charged to my company. Moreover, I shall double the salaries of all the staff members here. Wei Qianru quickly interjected, Xiaoyu, our superiors specifically instructed that these costs be borne by the military. Zhao Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively, adopting an air of maturity. I do not wish to utilize national resources for my endeavors. Besides, I am not lacking in funds. Why should I? Caught off guard by his resolve, Wei Qianru fell silent. All right, you are wealthy. You may be willful. I will defer to your wishes. As the laboratory staff, who had gathered nearby, heard his pronouncement, they erupted in applause for Zhao Xiaoyu. After all, even researchers working for the military had families to support. Since the Spark laboratory ceased operations, the military has only granted its personnel a meager salary, barely sufficient to sustain a basic standard of living. With the arrival of this young prodigy, they have abruptly and generously doubled the wages of these individuals. How could this not incite jubilant cheers among them? Consequently, the staff of the laboratory eagerly prepared to express their gratitude to their benefactor through tangible actions. In the ensuing days, these dedicated researchers truly showcased their fervent enthusiasm to Zhao Xiaoyu. Zhao addressed Wei Qianru, saying, "Sister Qianru, I require some experimental apparatus and materials. Could you please assist me in arranging this? I need a substantial amount of nickel, copper, iron, and..." Although Wei Qianru was curious about Zhao Xiaoyu's intentions for these materials, she diligently listened and recorded without inquiring further. Before she could issue her instructions, an elderly researcher with white hair chuckled and interjected, "Our benefactor. Ahem. Young one, we have all that you seek here. Please take a moment to rest. We shall promptly gather the items you require." With that, the elderly researcher called upon his colleagues, and they busily set to work. In just 10 minutes, the experimental apparatus and materials Zhao Xiaoyu needed were delivered to him. Viewers in the live stream were filled with curiosity, bombarding the chat with questions about the young boy's intentions. What could he possibly need these items for? I am quite intrigued. Somehow, I have a feeling this little one may stir up some trouble. On Zhao Xiaoyu's first day at the Spark Laboratory, he meticulously began preparing to forge memory alloys and new composite materials according to the specified ratios outlined in his blueprints. Previously, his experiments had been merely small-scale endeavors, yielding insufficient quantities. On the second day, Zhao gradually began to consolidate and weld all the materials. The third day followed suit. Despite the enthusiastic assistance of the highly skilled staff, which expedited the process several-fold compared to his solitary efforts, the sheer volume of work required for the mecha components remained daunting. Thus, the preparatory tasks were extensive and monotonous. Nevertheless, Zhao Xiaoyu and the laboratory staff found joy in their endeavors, while the livestream audience, having watched for several days, experienced a sense of aesthetic fatigue. Consequently, viewership plummeted by 90. This dramatic decline in viewership left Director Wu of the production team in a state of exasperation, as the entire crew felt the pressure mounting. The show's ratings directly translated into bonuses and financial gain. However, mere anxiety would not resolve the issue. Ceasing production was not an option, as that would yield zero viewership. Director Wu and the production team were unwilling to surrender so easily. Thus, they convened an urgent meeting. Under the collaborative brainstorming of the production team, a rather clever temporary idea emerged, leading to a modest resurgence in the program's popularity. This involved mimicking other social commentary shows. The entire team fervently sourced information about Zhao Xiaoyu from abroad. Subsequently, the expert mentors, originally seated as guests, were invited to provide their insights and critiques. Observing the slight uptick in viewership within the live broadcast, Director Wu sighed softly, his expression still clouded with concern. For he was acutely aware that merely imitating other social commentary programs to bolster the show was a superficial remedy. If this young individual, Zhao Xiaoyu, continued to diligently conduct material experiments, it wouldn't be long, perhaps 10 days to a fortnight, before the program he personally directed would face cancellation. In the United States, within the intelligence agency's conference hall, Director Kendall surveyed the assembly with a steady gaze and spoke slowly. "The preparatory work is complete. I hereby command all personnel to commence operations." As Director Kendall's words resonated, Lewis, the director of the FBI, along with Deputy Director Tucker of the intelligence agency, and Sinbad, the leader of the Black Operations Group, along with the heavyweight figure from the oil conglomerate, exited the conference room. Chapter 73. The mission of the Black Operations Group and the sanctions against the oil tycoons. 2 days later, at the southwestern border, the clock struck 2 a.m. The Black Operations team from the Lighthouse Nation arrived at their designated location. Captain Gels, upon receiving the reconnaissance report confirming the area was secure, commenced the briefing for their operation. "Stand by in place. In 10 hours, we shall venture into the territory of Yen. Our mission is to transport specialized weapons of mass destruction. Should we encounter a border patrol from Yen, we are to eliminate them immediately." As the captain concluded the briefing, the members of the team felt a chill run through them. Weapons of mass destruction. Transporting such items into Yin could signal the onset of war. Would they be able to complete their mission and return safely? A young team member gulped nervously and could not help but ask, "Captain, are we transporting sarin gas?" Captain Gels cast a cold glance at him, his gaze lingering for several moments before responding, "Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you, nor speak of things better left unsaid. Our duty is to transport. The rest is beyond our purview." Southwestern Province, Liska 5-star Hotel, top-floor conference hall. Countless journalists from various media outlets gathered here, orderly and poised, as if awaiting a momentous news announcement. A closer inspection revealed that all the reporters hailed from the Lighthouse Nation, Lighthouse Nation Times, Lighthouse Nation Post, and Luan Sanji Times, among others. Almost all of the most prominent news agencies from the Lighthouse Nation were present, with at least over 30 major outlets represented. Such a convergence of journalists was surely a harbinger of significant undercurrents. The multitude of reporters from the Lighthouse Nation patiently awaiting something in a hotel corner of southwestern Yin hinted at a grand conspiracy brewing. Yet, the oblivious Yin continued with its affairs as usual. The following morning in Yin, oil tycoon Clark from the Lighthouse Nation announced a bombshell on his official website and Twitter. Due to the exploitation of Yan's workers by Kurt Sherdai, forcing employees to toil over 20 hours a day, there is a blatant disregard for human rights. Therefore, we will no longer use the unscrupulous batteries manufactured during the Kurt era. Furthermore, we will reduce our oil supply from Yin and increase prices by 50. As this news broke, it fell like a heavy bomb into the still waters of the internet, sparking a flurry of discussions among netizens and swiftly ascending to the headlines of major media outlets. Netizens from the Lighthouse Nation chimed in. "Haha, the Great Clara is formidable. If Yin wants to raise prices on their batteries, we shall raise the price of our oil." Supporters from the corrupt nation echoed, "We stand with dear Clark. Such unscrupulous enterprises like Yin must be dealt with accordingly." And netizens from the Great Day Nation exclaimed, "Yoshi, the citizens of our great nation resolutely resist the unscrupulous products of the incendiary nation, rejecting its goods and committing to change from within." However, this declaration incited fury among the netizens of the incendiary nation. "What the hell, Clark? Are you blind? Which of your eyes saw our enterprises forcing employees to labor for over 20 hours? Damn it, you won't buy our batteries? We don't even want to sell to you. Get lost. Reduce oil supply? Increase prices by 50%? Damn it. I'll sell my oil truck right now and purchase the newly released electric vehicle from Corta. Just watch us see whether we continue buying your oil." In the wake of this tumult, support for the oil tycoon Clark from the Lighthouse Nation surged, alongside a chorus of vehement denunciations. The online exchanges between both sides became a cacophony of outrage. Yet, the fervor ignited by Clark had not yet subsided when astonishing news broke from the Lighthouse National News Times. According to a reputable research institution's multiple studies, graphene batteries manufactured in the incendiary nation could result in widespread environmental pollution. The experimental and manufacturing processes yield copious amounts of harmful substances. Furthermore, credible reports indicated that Corta would deposit these toxic materials in a certain southwestern region. Once these hazardous substances accumulate to a significant extent, they could wreak irreversible havoc on the local land, climate, and ecological environment. Boom. As this news reverberated from the Lighthouse National News Times, it struck the populace of the incendiary nation like a missile attack, sending countless citizens into a state of panic. Upon learning of this disturbing news, Corta promptly issued an official statement to allay public fears, urging the populace to place their trust in them. "Rest assured, our graphene batteries are unequivocally safe and environmentally friendly, posing no harm whatsoever." Below are the testing reports from third-party authoritative agencies. As for the allegations that we, Corta, would dispose of harmful substances in the southwestern province, such claims are utterly baseless. Our legal department has already dispatched a letter to the Lighthouse National News Times. We trust that the discerning public will see the truth. It won't be long before the reality is illuminated for all. Nevertheless, despite Cortes' vigorous denials, a significant portion of the populace in the incendiary nation remained skeptical. While the situation was manageable elsewhere, the residents of the southwestern province found themselves in a state of despair, gripped by fear. If Cortes' statements were true, that would be one thing, but the specter of uncertainty loomed large. After all, the Lighthouse National News Times is a renowned international publication, and their claims were compelling. With their lives and livelihoods at stake, who wouldn't be afraid? Countless foreign netizens, noticing this apprehension, fervently took to their keyboards to criticize and denounce Corta. Lighthouse Nation netizens exclaimed, "You incendiary nation Corta are inhuman. How can you betray your own people? How many lives will be lost when those toxic materials unleash their devastation in the southwestern province?" Meanwhile, netizens from the corrupt nation remarked, "Thank goodness we weren't born in that dreadful incendiary nation." Vehemently resist the production of substandard batteries by the Kota era of Yin country. Netizens from the Great Day Nation assert, "Not only do we reject the inferior products of the Kota era, but we also refuse all refuse from Yin country." In a moment, these foreign netizens stirred an uproar. However, the netizens of Yin country found themselves helpless, consumed by frustration and despair. In the conference room of Kota era, after the departure of various foreign automobile manufacturers from the Lighthouse Nation, the Corrupt Nation, and the Great Day Nation, only Zhou Jia remained. Seeing that only Zhou Jia was left, Secretary Xiao Li, with a worried expression, spoke up, "Mr. Zhou, those foreign manufacturers have just signed a cooperation agreement with us. Why did you so readily agree to their request for cancellation?" Zhou Jia took a sip of the coffee before him, responding with indifference. "The batteries produced by Kota era are in high demand. Currently, our domestic market in Yin country is far from meeting this need. Their desire to breach the contract is quite fitting. To be honest, even if they offered a higher price, I would still be disinclined to sell to them." After speaking, Zhou Jia seemed to recall something and then inquired, "Has the second version of the high-energy graphene battery requested by Zhao Xiaoyu been delivered?" Secretary Xiao Li, shaking his head in resignation, replied, "At this point, it should have already reached young Zhao Xiaoyu." Chapter 74. The despair of Director Wu upon hearing from his secretary that the items had been delivered to Zhao Xiaoyu. Zhou Jia nodded in acknowledgement. However, the mention of the second-generation graphene battery ignited a fervor within Zhou Jia. Previously, he had collaborated with Kurt Technologies on the initial graphene battery, which was merely a prototype casually tested by Zhao Xiaoyu. While such a substandard product might suffice for electric vehicles, it was not worthy as an energy source for Mechas. Hence, not long ago, Zhao Xiaoyu had instructed Emily to send Zhou Jia, the CEO of Kurt Technologies, an upgraded formula for the graphene battery. This second-generation graphene battery was, without a doubt, nearly 3 times more powerful than the initial prototype. Upon seeing this data, Zhou Jia was utterly captivated. Yet, noticing that Zhao Xiaoyu had not expressed any intentions of collaboration, Zhou Jia refrained from pressuring him. Nevertheless, Zhou Jia firmly believed that should Zhao Xiaoyu seek a partner for future endeavors, he, as a potential collaborator, would undoubtedly be the first to benefit. In the Southwest Province, within the Starfire Military District Laboratory, the production of components necessary for the mech was nearing completion. Massive mechanical legs, robust mechanical arms, along with small hydraulic devices and jet systems, were all haphazardly placed upon the testing table. However, as assembly had yet to commence, the disarray rendered it impossible for even the laboratory's professional staff to discern the purpose of these items. Meanwhile, in the live streaming room, the number of online viewers had dwindled to less than 1% of its peak. Yet, those who remained were staunch and devoted fans of Zhao Xiaoyu. Despite their unwavering loyalty, even the most ardent supporters could not suppress their complaints. "It's so dull. Every day it's just materials. Can we not have something fresh?" they lamented. "It is indeed a bit tedious. But after all, he is a genius prodigy who created the graphene battery. Who knows when he might unveil a remarkable invention?" Honestly, those fools from the Lighthouse Nation are truly despicable. They have been relentlessly tarnishing the reputation of our graphene battery. Indeed, I stand by the graphene battery crafted by our young genius. I don't believe a word those Lighthouse folks say. Sigh, it really is so boring. In the production team, Director Wu gazed up at the heavens in silence. Could this be his fate? The ratings for When Mischievous Children Let Loose had soared to unprecedented heights under his direction, yet within a mere month, the ratings had plummeted below 1%. He glanced down at the notice from the station head issued 3 days prior, informing him that the program was to be canceled. Today marked the final deadline. Unless a miracle occurred, today would likely be the last day of his directing career. But if miracles were truly so easily wrought, would they still be called miracles? Having resigned himself to this sorrowful conclusion, Director Wu began to watch the live stream with utmost seriousness. "Let me accompany this program through its final hours." Zhao Xiaoyu observed that everything was in place. Rubbing his small hands together, he began to direct the on-site personnel in the assembly process. However, Despite the full cooperation of over 30 professional staff members in the laboratory, the progress of the assembly seemed remarkably sluggish. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. He had initially underestimated the complexity of the task of assembling this mech. If he were to undertake the assembly alone, even granting himself an entire month, he would likely still be unable to complete such an intricate workload. Fortunately, after an hour had passed, Zhao Xiaoyu's guidance and the collaboration of the staff began to harmonize increasingly. 2 hours later, the arm and armor sections of the mech had finally come together. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream, lacking in integrity, watched in astonishment. What on earth is this child attempting? Is he perhaps creating a robot? Wow, I guessed correctly. The path of a genius is destined to be extraordinary. This is clearly a monumental endeavor. Are they truly constructing a robot? Or could it be a toy? Ha ha ha. The show has begun. I bet 10 packets of spicy strips that this child is definitely crafting an impressive robot. As the overall outline of the mech gradually took shape within the Starfire laboratory, the excitement in the live stream began to rise. In the production team, Director Wu, who had previously been engulfed in despair, was now lost in a world of melancholy as he watched the broadcast. So absorbed was he that he completely forgot he was the director of the program. Upon seeing a close-up of the forming mech components, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. 10 minutes later, Director Wu began to sense something amiss. The viewer count in this live stream. What? Oh no, I am such a fool. A miracle has occurred, and I didn't even notice. But where has everyone else in the production team gone? Director Wu quickly scanned his surroundings and discovered that the other members of the team were just as he had been earlier, clapping and discussing like mindless spectators. Seeing this, Director Wu erupted in anger. Stop watching the live stream. Get back to work immediately. The staff members jolted awake at his outburst. Xiaofeng, go buy advertising slots for me right now. Remember, aside from all the major media channels, we must secure prime advertising spots even on those rogue pop-up software platforms. Even if it exhausts the entire budget of the production team, it is worth it. The maintenance team must increase the number of super enterprise-level servers by 10. Speed is of the essence. Connect me immediately to the filming crew on site. Their shooting tasks must not have any room for error. A flurry of commands was issued. Director Wu let out a long breath. A miracle had indeed manifested. The stakes were high. It was now a matter of life or death. Wei Qianru observed the fervent assembly operation and leaned closer to Zhao Xiaoyu. Her curiosity piqued. Xiaoyu, my dear brother, what are you up to? Zhao Xiaoyu, taken aback by her inquiry, responded with a hint of confusion. Did I not inform you? Wei Qianru was momentarily stunned, but soon regained her composure. Inform me? You've been so cryptic all this time. What could you possibly mean? Subsequently, with a slight grimace, she lamented, Xiaoyu, you have never revealed what your intentions are. You merely mentioned the materials you require, and nothing beyond that. Zhao Xiaoyu shrugged nonchalantly and replied, Oh, it's no matter. In just a few hours, you shall see. 3 hours later, under Zhao Xiaoyu's guidance, dozens of workers finally completed the assembly of the mech helmet. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing this spectacle, could hardly contain their astonishment. Goodness, is this child truly constructing a mech? Chapter 75. The shock of the military leaders of the Flame Nation. The production team, led by Director Wu, was exuberantly animated, their excitement palpable as the back-end data of the live stream surged rapidly. It would not be long before the viewership reached its previous peak. Needless to say, as long as the station head possessed a modicum of sense, this program was surely safe. Furthermore, the bonuses and benefits were undoubtedly secure. At the Starfire laboratory, at 9 p.m., apart from the mech's helmet, all components such as the arms and thighs were meticulously assembled. An hour later, the mech was nearly complete, standing at an impressive height of nearly 3 meters. Its robust mechanical arms exuded a formidable strength. The entire structure gleamed with a fiery red metallic luster, projecting an aura of grandeur and power. Zhao Xiaoyu circled the mech, conducting a thorough inspection of the assembly. Satisfied that everything was in order, he proceeded to connect the mech's transmitter to a specialized research computer. He then instructed the petite Emily, Please assist me in checking the internal data of the mech and upload the artificial intelligence system onto it. I do not wish to operate this mech manually. I intend to control it via voice commands during the test flight. Emily, with a playful expression, responded with an enthusiastic thumbs up and began her task. In the live stream, Viewers were left astounded by the sight of the assembled mech. Once they regained their composure, an explosion of comments flooded the screen. Wow, this child has truly created a mech. Incredible. Damn, this is the dream of every man, to don such a magnificent mech. This is amazing. I'm so glad I didn't give up on watching the live stream. Witnessing the birth of this magnificent mech is a story I can boast about for a lifetime. However, not all viewers shared the same enthusiasm for Zhao Xiaoyu's experiment. Can everyone please remain calm? I believe this is merely a facade of grandeur. It is not practical at all. I agree. This might just be a toy crafted by that child for fun. If it were a genuine mech capable of mass production, how would it be managed later? Indeed, that was hasty. My excitement was unwarranted. I genuinely believe this is likely a silver-lined wax gun. As the discussions among the viewers intensified, some level-headed individuals interjected, urging restraint. Ladies and gentlemen, let us cherish this live stream. If this mech is indeed authentic, the military might get involved, and the broadcast could be abruptly terminated. With the emergence of this comment, it was swiftly engulfed by the torrent of reactions flooding the screen. Meanwhile, in the Starfire laboratory, Zhao Xiaoyu was diligently verifying the internal data of the mech with Emily. Observing the entire assembly process, Wei Qianru's beautiful face was etched with astonishment. Originally, this young lad had prepared for so long, merely to construct a mecha? This is utterly astonishing. If someone were to tell Wei Qianru that a 6-year-old child could fabricate a nearly 3-meter-tall steel mech, she would undoubtedly scoff in disbelief. Yet, the scene unfolding before her eyes is undeniably real. Moreover, the impression Zhao Xiaoyu leaves is far from that of a mere amateur. From the creation of graphene batteries and memory alloys, to locating this military laboratory, and now assembling the mecha, each step is executed with remarkable confidence and flawless success. Thus, Wei Qianru cannot help but believe that the freshly assembled mecha before her has a high probability of success. With this thought, Wei Qianru promptly informs her father, the esteemed Commander Wei of the 7th Military District, who is also Zhang's former superior. Upon receiving his beloved daughter's news, Commander Wei is initially taken aback. However, he quickly regains his composure and urgently summons 3 army commanders and 9 division leaders to his headquarters. As for personnel below the rank of division leader, they lack the clearance to participate in such a high-level meeting. Simultaneously, Commander Wei orders notification to the commanders of other military districts. As matters concerning mechas, such ultra-strategic weaponry, entail the highest level of confidentiality within Yin country. This is not akin to the earlier graphene battery military materials, where his district could seize the initiative for early promotion and deployment. The other military districts, upon receiving the notification from the 7th Military District, are equally astonished. They understand that Commander Wei would never jest about something so crucial to the top-tier preparedness of Yin country's armaments. Consequently, almost all the prominent figures from various military districts begin to tune in to the live broadcast. In the 5th Military District of the Southwest Province, Army commanders, division leaders, and elite electronic technicians gather in the command center, attentively listening to their commander's address. I hereby command, take your guards and swiftly accompany me to the site of the Xingho laboratory. Yes, the military leaders and technicians present respond resoundingly to the command. Given that the 5th Military District is closest to the Xingho laboratory, it has been agreed that its commander shall personally head to the laboratory site. This is to ascertain the situation regarding the mecha's construction at the earliest opportunity, while also providing the talented young creator with the most robust military protection. It is essential to recognize that this is no trivial matter. Should this young prodigy successfully develop the mecha, he would undoubtedly face countless threats of assassination and abduction. Thus, dispatching the commander to undertake this mission without delay is entirely justified. Better to err on the side of caution than to overlook a potential threat. Meanwhile, the remaining commanders from the other military districts convene in urgent video conference with their respective army and division leaders. Commander Wei, you are more familiar with this young man. Do you believe there is a possibility of weaponizing the mecha? Commander Wang, based on the information I have gathered, it is entirely feasible to achieve a level of bulletproof and explosion-proof capabilities according to the hardness of the previously utilized materials. In the video, Commander Zheng from the 3rd Military District expressed his excitement, exclaiming, "Is it truly that remarkable? With this technology, could it potentially replace fighter jets?" However, Commander Gong from the 6th Military District shook his head, dismissing such possibilities. Despite the astonishing defensive strength of this mech, it cannot compare to the agility of a fighter jet. Nonetheless, it could serve as an excellent alternative to certain armored tanks. Subsequently, the military leaders began to explore various possibilities. Meanwhile, on the southwestern provincial border, the leader of the Black Operations Team, Gels, glanced at the time. He then gestured sharply with his right hand, quietly commanding, "Commence operation." Journalist George from the Lighthouse Nation News Times also checked the time before entering a black vehicle and instructing the driver to start the engine. It seemed they were waiting for specific information to be relayed before setting off at a moment's notice. Chapter 76. The multidimensional destructive strike on the Lighthouse Nation in the dead of night, within the confines of the Lighthouse Nation's Intelligence Bureau Conference Hall. Director Kendall was intently observing the electronic surveillance screens and satellites. The conference hall had been temporarily converted into a war room, equipped with various satellite detection devices that provided real-time, first-hand information. This intelligence was promptly relayed to the covert operations team executing their mission along the southwestern border of the Yin Nation, enabling them to deftly evade the border patrol. Director Kendall's gaze remained fixed on the monitoring screens and satellites as the Black Operations Team executed their mission with remarkable efficiency. Within half an hour, they had successfully infiltrated the Yin Nation's territory, deftly eluding 5 waves of patrolling border guards. Only then did Director Kendall nod in satisfaction, softly exclaiming, "Very good." As the Black Operations Team ventured deeper into the heart of Yin Nation, the smile on Kendall's face grew increasingly radiant. When the team was nearing their objective, he slowly lifted his head and surveyed the room, addressing the assembled elite from various sectors who had been summoned to the war room. "Our preparations for this special operation have been thorough. We will undoubtedly eliminate the arrogant Kordista of Yin Nation in a short span of time. As I anticipated, everything is progressing remarkably well. The Black Operations Team is about to arrive at the mission site." Among those present was Halls, the Minister of Commerce for the Lighthouse Nation, who was also in the war room. Hearing Kendall's overly confident demeanor, Halls felt a surge of dissatisfaction. He coldly interjected, "What exactly is the plan?" "Kendall, spare us the circumlocution and get to the point." Kendall, unperturbed by Hall's interruption, cast a disdainful glance in his direction, wondering what sort of nonsense occupied Hall's mind. How dare he inject personal sentiments into this critical special operation? It seemed that Kendall had been far too lenient in the past. "After this mission concludes, I shall see to your reckoning." Oblivious to the gravity of his offense, Halls continued to probe, "Come on, Kendall. What good does staring at me do? Hurry up. We are all quite busy here." With a light scoff, Kendall adopted a more congenial demeanor and replied, "Well, since someone is growing impatient, I shall be brief. In summary, this special operation plan is a multidimensional strike aimed at eliminating Kordista of Yin Nation. First, we shall impose economic sanctions on Yin Nation. Previously, our oil tycoon, Clark, announced a limited export of oil to Yin Nation, which they must now purchase at a premium. The oil magnate Clark rose from his seat, offering a gentlemanly bow before resuming his place. Following this, under Kendall's leadership, the war room erupted in fervent applause. As the clamor subsided, Kendall continued his discourse. The second dimension of the assault pertains to the recent emergence of Nikola as a dominant force in renewable energy, which has leveraged its expertise to thoroughly expose the critical flaws of graphene batteries. I am well acquainted with those fiery nation individuals, regardless of the veracity of the claims. When it concerns their wealth and safety, they will undoubtedly prefer to believe in the possibility rather than dismiss it. Upon concluding his remarks, Nikola's president, Max, stood up, extending his arms and performing a disco move, eliciting another round of applause. Kendall proceeded to outline the battle plan. The third dimension of our offensive will be orchestrated by BBS television, utilizing the power of digital media to disseminate false information widely. We will falsely accuse Kurt of exploiting workers, thereby positioning ourselves on a moral high ground from which to condemn them. The director of BBS rose, beaming with delight, nodding in agreement before taking his seat once more, prompting another round of applause. The fourth dimension of our strike will come from the full force of our Lighthouse Nation News Times. They will officially declare that the waste produced by graphene batteries poses environmental hazards and is detrimental to human health, with harmful substances purportedly being released in the southwestern region. Subsequently, through various channels and gossip, we will amplify the spread of rumors, achieving remarkable results. According to the latest intelligence, Many uninformed locals in the southwestern province of the Fiery Nation are already discussing plans to boycott Kurt's enterprise. Once Kindle finished his statements, the president of the Lighthouse Nation News Times stood up, self-satisfied, casting a proud glance at the assembly before sitting down. After a brief pause, Kindle resumed, declaring that the fifth dimension of our assault is particularly formidable. The previous attacks were, after all, somewhat insubstantial. This time, we will dispatch a Black Ops team to infiltrate the southwestern province of the Fiery Nation. The mission of this Black Ops team is to introduce sarin gas into the area, resulting in casualties. With this announcement, the war room was immediately engulfed in astonishment. Infiltrating the Fiery Nation to release poison? Is this an attempt to incite war between the two countries? Sensing the gravity of the audience's reaction, Kindle gestured for silence. He then pointed to the electronic surveillance screens and satellite displays, assuring them, "Fear not, for with the great technology of our Lighthouse Nation, we can monitor every move of the Fiery Nation's border personnel with utmost clarity. Under the intelligence we provide, the Black Ops team will execute their mission flawlessly. Those foolish soldiers of the Fiery Nation will undoubtedly remain oblivious to our presence." Having reflected on Kindle's analysis, the assembly considered the implications, and indeed, he was correct. Satisfied with their reactions, Kindle continued with a sense of gravitas, stating that the final blow would be the piece de resistance. "We have deployed a multitude of elite reporters in the southwestern province. Once the operatives of the Black Action Group succeed, these distinguished journalists will promptly rush to the scene to broadcast the grim reality to the world, leaving no time for Yin Country to respond." As Kindle's final words resonated in the air, all present were left in awe. The plan was nothing short of flawless. The fate of Kurt Sherdai from Yin Country was sealed. Ha ha ha, the magnificent Kindle is truly formidable. Even Halls, who had always held a disdainful view of Kindle, couldn't help but internally concede, truly impressive. Satisfied, Kindle nodded and remarked, "Now, let us indulge while we await the good news from within Yin Country." With that, he clapped his hands. Instantly, outside the war room, several statuesque blonde beauties wheeled in a cart laden with premium wines and champagne. Following closely was another cart adorned with an array of fresh fruits. Upon witnessing Kindle's arrangements, the conference room erupted with a chorus of admiration. Meanwhile, in Yin Country's southwestern province, the Black Action Group was nearing its target destination. Chapter 77. The predicament of the 9th Division of the Wild Wolf Special Forces in the Yin Country. On the following morning, at the Xinghe laboratory, Zhao Xiaoyu and Wei Qianru arrived early. Having assembled the mecha the previous night, it was already too late, and Zhao Xiaoyu paid no heed to Wei Qianru or the eager glances of the laboratory staff, who were keen to work overtime to complete the tests. Instead, he stifled a yawn and urged Wei Qianru to rest. Even the commander of the 5th Military District, who had hurriedly arrived at the laboratory, found himself at a loss. However, despite Zhao Xiaoyu and Wei Qianru's absence, dozens of researchers remained in the laboratory, animatedly discussing the newly assembled mecha. Consequently, without the need for a direct order from the commander, the generals accompanying him sprang into action. The high-ranking officials of the Yin Country Military District, all seasoned veterans, began to inquire about the mecha's details, and the young prodigy, Zhao Xiaoyu, soon revealing everything without reservation. The commander of the 5th Military District arrived at two conclusions. First, that the young man named Zhao Xiaoyu was undeniably a super genius. Second, that the researchers in the laboratory were optimistic about the success of the recently assembled mecha. Based on their expertise, they believed there was a high probability of success. With these two conclusions in hand, the commander made an immediate decision. "All personnel, listen up. We will remain stationed at the laboratory tonight to safeguard the mecha prototype." The commander of the 2nd Legion stepped forward, and the order was given to enhance security around the prodigy's residence without fail. Following the commander's directive, several generals and a number of colonels began to mobilize the guards. The night passed without incident. At dawn the next day, Zhao Xiaoyu was gently roused by Wei Qianru, whose eyes were red with fatigue. She urged him to hasten to the laboratory, eager to learn the specifics of the mecha's experimental performance, having scarcely slept the entire night. Meanwhile, at the border of the Southwest Province, the 9th Division of the Wild Wolf Special Forces was engaged in a training exercise. Captain Lin Dongzhan surveyed his squad of drenched soldiers who had just completed a 30-kilogram weighted run and announced, "Today's 30-kilogram run training is concluded." After a meal and some rest, We will commence our week-long training mission. Regular jungle survival training had become routine for the special forces of the Yin country. This time, under Lin Dongzhan's leadership, the 9th Division was tasked with surviving for a week in the jungle along the southwest province's border. To enhance the soldiers' chances of survival in real combat, all weapons carried during the training were genuine, though only a limited amount of live ammunition and grenades were provided, with no heavy weaponry included, as this was merely a training exercise and not a confrontation with foreign adversaries. The Ministry of Military Affairs would never approve the allocation of vital strategic weaponry resources for training purposes. Even the elite soldiers participating in the drill felt it was unnecessary. However, this seemingly routine exercise would inflict a grievous toll on the military of Yin Nation. As the team finished their brief respite, Lin Dongzhan rose and addressed his 30 subordinates. "Check your equipment. We shall depart in 5 minutes." No sooner had Captain Lin uttered these words than a young soldier, his skin deeply tanned from the sun, chimed in with a grin. "Captain Lin, once this drill is complete, it will be time for your wedding leave, right? Is your bride beautiful?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of sweetness broke through Lin Dongzhan's stern expression, and he retorted playfully, "Xiao Wu, you rascal. Once the mission is done, I shall personally give you special training." "Ah, no, Captain, I was wrong. But is she truly beautiful?" Xiao Wu pressed. "Oh, come here, and I shall tell you myself." Soon, Xiao Wu's cries echoed through the woods. Yet, just 50 meters away, concealed within a thicket, the leader of the Black Operations Group, Gels, observed the nearby Wild Wolf Special Forces 9th Team with the stealth of a coiled serpent. After a moment of observation, Gels retrieved a satellite radio and reported, "We have encountered 31 members of the Yin Nation's Special Forces. It appears we cannot bypass them. What are your orders?" 1 minute later, Gels ended the communication with a cold declaration. "We must annihilate the 31 Yin Special Forces across from us. Prepare for a surprise attack." At that moment, as Lin Dongzhan dealt with Xiao Wu, a sudden gunshot rang out, and a fellow soldier standing beside him collapsed, blood erupting from his temple, a victim of a sniper's bullet. "Enemy attack. Take cover and spread out. Search for the enemy and return fire. Snipers, hold your fire until you have identified the target. Communications officer, call for backup." Though Lin Dongzhan felt a piercing pain at the loss of his comrade, he maintained his composure and commanded his team with clarity. However, moments later, the messenger's desperate shout pierced the air. "Captain, we have no signal. The enemy must have a jamming device." Bang! Housie! Just as the communications officer spoke, a soldier named Housie fell victim to another sniper shot. Witnessing the death of his friend, Xiao Wu cried out and immediately opened fire towards the opposing thicket. Lin Dongzhan firmly held Xiao Wu's head and calmly instructed, "Stay hidden. The enemy cannot be numerous. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen to ambush us. But conserve ammunition. We do not have much left." Under Lin's composed leadership, the members of the 9th Team began to respond with poise. Nevertheless, after 30 minutes, despite their efforts to conserve, they had exhausted their limited supply of grenades. Now, only ordinary rifles remain. Even so, the ammunition for the rifles is alarmingly scarce. Captain Lin Dongzhan, clutching his arm which has not yet ceased bleeding from a gunshot wound, calmly assesses the situation. The enemy likely comprises no more than 10 individuals. However, their armaments are astonishingly comprehensive. They are equipped with firearms, grenade launchers, grenades, makeshift shoulder-fired rocket launchers, and even infrared imaging devices. Otherwise, he and his 30 Special Forces soldiers would undoubtedly find themselves ensnared, unable to execute a safe withdrawal. Gazing at the remaining 8 wounded comrades by his side, Lin Dongzhan closes his eyes in contemplation, as if finally having made a resolute decision. Moments later, he suddenly opens his eyes wide, gritting his teeth and growling, "Xiao Wu, Feng Ran, and I will cover the rear. Everyone else, leave all the ammunition behind and charge with full force to break through the encirclement. Remember, it is imperative to relay the information to command." Chapter 78. The joyful test flight deep within the dense jungles of the southwestern province. A fierce encounter unfolded between the 9th Squad of the Wild Wolf Special Forces and the Covert Operations Unit of Lighthouse Nation. This intense clash had been raging for nearly an hour, marked by its brutality and fervor. However, under the powerful interference of the Black Operations Unit's equipment, the situation remained entirely unknown within the borders of Yin Nation. An hour prior, at the Xinghe laboratory, Zhao Xiaoyu instructed the staff to meticulously recheck the assembly of the mech components. Once everything was confirmed to be in order, Zhao Xiaoyu personally operated the enormous mechanical arm to affix the protective visor onto the mech. Meanwhile, the commanders of the 5th Military District had already discreetly positioned themselves in the shadows to observe and protect Zhao Xiaoyu, as the forthcoming practical experiment with the mech was of utmost importance. They were keen to prevent this 6-year-old child from being frightened by their fully armed presence, which could adversely affect the experiment. As the visor was placed onto the mech, the viewers in the live stream were filled with astonishment. My goodness, the mech was already imposing in its own right, but with the visor, it became even more striking. Although the visor itself appeared unremarkable, its combination with the mech created a visual spectacle. At the laboratory, Wei Qianru was equally awestruck by the sight of the mech donning the visor. It looked incredibly cool and impressive. Zhao Xiaoyu gazed at the visor he had meticulously designed, nodding in satisfaction. The sleek mechanical lines, the honeycomb pattern lenses, and the soft yellow metallic texture were simply magnificent. Eager to commence the test flight, Zhao Xiaoyu quickly contacted the adorable little girl, Emily, and urged her to relay the detailed specifications of the mech. With her large, sparkling eyes, Emily blinked and a cute bunny-shaped dialogue box popped up on the computer screen. Of course, my dear master. I have fully grasped the mech's parameters. Currently, the mech's power level stood at 27, supporting a maximum flight range of 200 kilometers, with a top speed reaching 500 kilometers per hour. Upon receiving the data from Emily, Zhao Xiaoyu compared it with the blueprints provided by the system. While it did not meet the high-quality standards depicted in the schematics, the data at least reached the minimum acceptable threshold. Rubbing his hands together, Zhao Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled as he looked at the mech before him, excitedly announcing, "Everyone, please step back. I am about to conduct the test flight." However, before Zhao Xiaoyu could finish his sentence, Wei Qianru abruptly grabbed him, her face filled with panic. "Xiaoyu, you mustn't act recklessly. Do you understand how dangerous a test flight can be? If a test flight is to be conducted, I will naturally arrange for a professional to handle it." The viewers in the live stream, witnessing this scene, were once again taken aback. No way. This is real. Not a toy? Incredible. It's not just an ordinary land-based mech, but a flying aerospace mech? My goodness. How has this child's mind developed in such a manner? It is truly terrifying. Observing Wei Qianru's anxious expression as she desperately tried to prevent him from flying, Zhao Xiaoyu felt somewhat speechless. This marked his inaugural step towards conquering the azure skies. How could he abandon it so abruptly? Before his transmigration, Zhao Xiaoyu harbored dreams of traversing the world with sword in hand, aiming to conquer the proud expanse of sky and sea. However, glancing down, he realized that his newly acquired 6-year-old body was indeed far too diminutive. It was no wonder that Wei Qianru clutched his fingers so tightly that they began to pale, seemingly fearing that he might inadvertently pilot the mech away. Unbeknownst to Wei Qianru, although the mech he had created was designed to adult specifications, the cockpit had been crafted from special materials that accommodated both adults and his 6-year-old physique perfectly. Attempting to free his hand from Wei Qianru's grasp proved futile, leaving Zhao Xiaoyu in a quandary. Just then, the red mech, which had been quietly standing in the laboratory, emitted a sudden click as the cockpit entrance opened automatically. The nearly 3-meter-tall mech then gracefully approached Zhao Xiaoyu, crouching down to his level. In that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu realized he merely needed to step forward to enter the cockpit. Seeing this unfolding scene, Zhao Xiaoyu instinctively recognized the handiwork of the little girl, Emily. Internally applauding her ingenuity, he turned to Wei Qianru and jestingly remarked, "Sister Qianru, what do you think? This mech is obedient, I assent it? Rest assured, as the creator of this mech, I shall take to the skies for a few laps shortly. There is nothing to worry about." Upon witnessing this spectacle, Wei Qianru momentarily stood frozen in astonishment. Meanwhile, the commander of the 5th Military District, who had been covertly observing the experiment from the shadows, could not resist stepping forward. "Qianru, you must ensure the child's safety." Upon hearing the commander's voice, Wei Qianru snapped back to reality. Nodding, she addressed Zhao Xiaoyu, saying, "Since you believe it is safe to test fly, I wish to join you in the experiment." Zhao Xiaoyu immediately shook his head in refusal, exclaiming, "I would love to fly with you, Sister Qianru. However, the cockpit is simply too small for two to operate together. How could that be feasible? My first test flight cannot merely consist of a few simple laps around. I yearn to soar alone, to liberate myself and conquer the heavens, reveling in the exhilaration. If Wei Qianru accompanies me on this test flight, my grand plans would likely be thwarted. Perhaps once in the sky, it would devolve into nothing more than a mundane series of circles. However, Wei Qianru was not so easily swayed. With a playful laugh illuminating her face, she stated, "You are absolutely correct, Xiaoyu. Under normal circumstances, the mech cockpit cannot accommodate 2 passengers." Upon observing Wei Qianru's seemingly effortless capitulation, Zhao Xiaoyu felt an unsettling premonition. The very next moment, his intuition was vindicated. He beheld Wei Qianru, with a playful haughtiness, twisting her slender waist, declaring, "Xiaoyu, let me share a secret with you. I possess a 16-inch waist, my dear, and you, being merely a 6-year-old child, hardly surpass the physique of an average adult." As her melodious voice lingered in the air, Wei Qianru reached out, effortlessly lifting Zhao Xiaoyu. With a graceful motion, she executed a delicate leap into the cockpit. In that instant, Zhao Xiaoyu felt as though he were on the brink of despair. His aspirations of conquering the vast skies and oceans seemed to be thwarted in the most humiliating manner. However, it soon became evident that something was amiss. Though the cockpit could accommodate both him and Wei Qianru, the pilot's seat did not allow for them to sit side by side. Consequently, Wei Qianru found herself perched upon the pilot's chair, while Zhao Xiaoyu was ensconced securely in her embrace. In that fleeting moment, he acknowledged that Wei Qianru's petite waist was indeed astonishingly captivating. His youthful visage radiated pure joy, overwhelmed by a sense of bliss. Chapter 79. Preparing for takeoff. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoyu's face was flushed with embarrassment, her heart in turmoil. Although this unconventional contact was blissful, she risked suffocation if it continued any longer. Wei Qianru, equally blushing from Zhao Xiaoyu's encroachment, suddenly realized her own awkwardness and forcefully pushed Zhao Xiaoyu away, thereby saving her from a dire fate. Zhao Xiaoyu stretched her neck and promptly shifted the conversation, asking, "Sister Qianru, what do you think of the cockpit?" Upon hearing this, Wei Qianru was indeed distracted and was about to respond. However, just then, the cockpit door of the mecha snapped shut with a click, plunging both Zhao Xiaoyu and Wei Qianru into darkness. Yet, this lasted for merely a second. As the display screen in front of the cockpit illuminated, its brightness perfectly comfortable to the eyes, Wei Qianru blinked her bright eyes, curiously surveying the electronic screen before her. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream erupted in a flurry of comments upon witnessing Zhao Xiaoyu and Wei Qianru enter the mecha cabin. "Wow, this is incredible. The mecha can actually open its cockpit autonomously. It must be equipped with artificial intelligence. This kid is so cool. I'm so envious that this child gets to ride the mecha with that pure and beautiful lady. Alas, my dear child, have you forgotten your old love for a new one?" Auntie is headed to the Southwest Province. At the Spark Laboratory, the commander of the 5th Military District and his subordinate generals and division leaders, along with a host of laboratory staff, were intently observing the motionless mecha. What had just transpired? The mecha had moved on its own accord. It had approached the genius boy and bowed to open the cockpit door for him. How was this even possible? Could it be that this boy had truly merged the mecha with artificial intelligence? If so, it was nothing short of astonishing. The commander of the 5th Military District silently summoned a nearby communications officer and whispered a few instructions. The officer promptly departed. Soon, the commanders of various military districts, engaged in a video conference, received first-hand news from the Spark Laboratory. Their expressions were filled with shock as they absorbed the information. Once they regained their composure, they exclaimed in awe. Could it be that the mecha had acted autonomously without any control? How could this be? The combination of mecha and artificial intelligence. Wasn't this a super technology possessed only by the Lighthouse Nation? No. Even the Lighthouse Nation's mecha artificial intelligence was still in the testing phase. But how had this boy achieved such a feat? Was he truly a genius of terrifying proportions? Let us remain patient. It is likely that further news will soon arrive from Old Five's side. Within the cockpit of the mech, the charming figure of the little girl Emily sprang to life on the electronic screen. Through the super audio system installed in the cockpit, Emily's sweet and melodious voice resonated, addressing her dear master. Next, the innocent and adorable girl Emily shall elucidate the methods of operating the mech. Wei Qianru was taken aback by the sudden appearance of little Emily. Zhao Xiaoyu quickly interjected, "Sister Qianru, this is my artificial intelligence. I have integrated the AI system into the mech for more convenient operation." After hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's explanation, Wei Qianru nodded in understanding. This child is truly a prodigy. He managed to implant the AI system into the mech without a sound, and even I, who have been by Zhao Xiaoyu's side day in and day out, was unaware of when he executed this feat regardless. A mysterious smile crept onto Wei Qianru's lips. She lowered her head and teasingly whispered into Zhao Xiaoyu's ear, "So, little brother Xiaoyu has a fondness for girls like her. It makes sense. You are both children and find it easy to communicate." Zhao Xiaoyu felt a tickling sensation in his ears from the warm breath escaping Wei Qianru's lips. After scratching his ears, he replied, "Sister Qianru, you are quite inappropriate. The girl on the screen is merely an AI." Wei Qianru giggled softly. "Though this little girl is artificial, her figure is quite splendid." All right, I understand. Little brother Xiaoyu, there is no need for further explanation. An explanation is merely a disguise, and a disguise is akin to storytelling." Zhao Xiaoyu could not help but feel vexed, his frustration mounting. At that moment, little Emily had begun to explain the operation of the mech. With the assistance of the AI, the mech could be controlled manually or semi-automatically. "Of course, dear master, you possess the highest authority over this mech. Thus you may opt for complete AI control." Zhao Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, then decided to select manual control. After all, prior to his transmigration, he had played various Gundam mech games and was no stranger to the theory of mech operation. Hence, he wished to first experiment with the fully manual mode. However, the ideals were rich, while reality proved to be stark. Zhao Xiaoyu gently maneuvered his hands and feet, attempting to guide the mech forward. The first step succeeded, but before he could rejoice, the second step faltered due to a lack of balance, resulting in a grand tumble. Fortunately, the internal shock-absorbing mechanisms of the mech were superbly designed. Even though the colossal machine fell clumsily, the cockpit only swayed slightly. Neither Zhao Xiaoyu nor Wei Qianru sustained any harm, not even the faintest sensation of pain. However, Zhao Xiaoyu instinctively leaned back, only to accidentally have a close encounter with Wei Qianru. The sensitive area was under siege, causing Wei Qianru's fair face to flush with embarrassment. Nevertheless, she understood that Zhao Xiaoyu's actions were unintentional. After all, he was merely a child, devoid of any malicious intent. Thus, the innocent child, after stumbling and practicing for a mere 10 minutes, managed to take a few tentative steps. Yet, Zhao Xiaoyu was not satisfied with this progress. Consequently, the practice with the mech continued unabated. The viewers in the live stream observed Zhao Xiaoyu's mech maneuvers, which resembled a child learning to walk, eliciting laughter and a flurry of comments. "Haha, this is too funny. That's the 8th tumble already. Hee. This reminds me of my daughter's early walking days. Goodness. The cockpit of that mech is cramped, yet it's graced by such a pure and beautiful companion. I wish to experience it too. I would gladly offer 10 million yen coins for just 1 hour of operating that mech." While Zhao Xiaoyu reveled in his delightful practice, he remained blissfully unaware of the external reactions and showed no interest in them. After nearly half an hour of practice, he had nearly mastered the art of walking and running with the mech. Realizing that he could continue no longer without missing lunch, Zhao Xiaoyu promptly decided that it was time to prepare for takeoff. Chapter 80. The King of Soldiers almost reduced to tears the moment Zhao Xiaoyu resolved to initiate the experimental flight. He immersed himself entirely in the control of the mech, his gaze fixed intently upon the electronic screen ahead. "Focus. Coordinate your limbs with precision. Yes, just like that, steady. Accelerate. Ascend." In a moment of distraction, Zhao Xiaoyu's mech lurched dangerously, nearly resulting in a disastrous fall. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize the mech just in time. At this juncture, the mech had risen to a height of 1 meter above the ground, taking flight. However, it was a tumultuous ascent, swaying precariously in midair and wreaking havoc upon the laboratory, destroying most of the experimental apparatus within. Thankfully, Commander Gao Zhan of the 5th Military District, with his foresight, had already ordered the evacuation of his subordinates and the laboratory staff, averting what could have been a tragic incident involving several unfortunate souls being struck by the mech piloted by the child. Even Wei Qianru, endowed with the physique of a soldier and surrounded by various protective measures within the cockpit, felt a bit dizzy after enduring a series of collisions. One can only imagine the fate of those outside the cockpit, subject to the fierce impacts of the robust alloy mech. Yet, at this moment, Zhao Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he reveled in the exhilarating experience of soaring through the azure sky aboard the mech. Unlike Wei Qianru, Zhao Xiaoyu, being merely 6 years old and of petite stature, was unlikely to collide with the cockpit walls. Additionally, he was securely embraced by Wei Qianru, leaving him impervious to any sensation of dizziness from the tumultuous impacts. The chaotic test flight, marked by a series of collisions, was clearly witnessed by viewers in the livestream. Consequently, an explosion of comments erupted in the chat. Wow, wow, wow. This mech can not only move, but it can also fly. If a mech cannot fly, can it still be called a mech? You fools upstairs, assessment complete. This is a creation by a 6-year-old child in just over a month. Even achieving this level of functionality is impressive. Good heavens. I wager that if this device were optimized by experts in mech technology, it would undoubtedly become the most formidable mode of transportation. In a video conference among the commanders of various military districts, astonishment echoed throughout the room. Truly remarkable. Although it only ascended about a meter off the ground, it managed to remain airborne for a staggering 10 minutes without crashing. This mech's research has already proven to be exceptionally successful. Furthermore, its speed is astonishing. No wonder the child struggled with control and kept crashing into walls. I doubt even our elite soldiers would perform any better on their first attempt. We must expedite the return of this mech to the research facility and explore the possibility of optimizing it for conversion into a weaponized mech. Immediately contact the 5th. Ensure the safety of our nation's prodigious talent without fail. Inform him that any slip-up will not be forgiven. At this moment, outside the Xingho laboratory, the commander of the 5th Military District had issued 5 consecutive evacuation orders, urging everyone to distance themselves from the mecha currently undergoing flight tests. Despite these measures, the crowd still felt a lingering sense of insecurity, wishing to retreat even further from the site. After all, a nearly 1-ton behemoth plummeting uncontrollably could easily result in catastrophe. Upon receiving directives from his superiors, the commander wore a wry smile, acknowledging the futility of the situation. How could we possibly protect our genius while he piloted this violent machine? Just then, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. The onlookers turned in unison to discover that the unfortunate victim of this calamity was none other than the commander's beloved vehicle, the military warrior he had painstakingly customized at great expense. Seeing this, the commander's lips twitched slightly before he forced a pained smile, muttering, "It's all right, as long as no one is harmed." Inside the cockpit, Wei Qianru, the queen of warriors, had acclimated to the relentless impacts after a brief period of turmoil. However, she felt a twinge of discomfort. If only she had the capacity to feel such a thing. Through the cockpit's electronic display, she witnessed the devastation wrought upon the laboratory's costly machinery, now reduced to ruins. The entire Xingho laboratory could be deemed a total loss. This would certainly require substantial compensation. Oh right. It appeared that this laboratory had been purchased by the little ancestor she was cradling, who seemingly had no shortage of funds. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyu remained blissfully unaware of Wei Qianru's inner turmoil, reveling instead in the exhilarating experience of manually controlling the mecha. This was truly the realm of real men. However, after such an extended period, he felt it was time to transition. He instructed the little girl, Emily, "All right, activate the assisted driving mode." Thanks to the cockpit's voice system, now linked with artificial intelligence, Zhao Xiaoyu could communicate effortlessly with Emily. As his command resonated, the once erratic mecha transformed, soaring gracefully to an altitude of several meters. It accelerated in a straight line, executed sharp turns, and floated up and down with the fluidity of a delicate bird. Satisfied, Zhao Xiaoyu nodded and said to Emily, "This space is too confined. Let us fly further away to test our speed." Following his directive, the Crimson Mecha ascended to 50 meters above ground, then swooped down rapidly towards the solid earth below. A collision at this velocity would surely spell disaster, as the ground loomed closer on the screen. Even on the ground, a group of equally astonished figures stood frozen. Wei Qianru let out a startled gasp. However, just as it was about to make contact with the earth, the mech suddenly soared upwards at a sharp angle of 45 degrees. It then transformed into a blazing meteor, its tail trailing billowing flames as it raced toward the distant sky. After a considerable moment, Wei Qianru finally regained her composure, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. The figure that had just soared past her head appeared to bear 2 floral epaulets on its shoulders. Ah, that person was actually the commander. Just as Wei Qianru was about to utter something, her attention was abruptly captured by the scenery projected on the electronic screen before her. The vast, boundless azure sky was truly invigorating. The enormous, pristine clouds sped away on either side, delivering a tremendous visual impact. This sensation was absolutely exhilarating. Unconsciously, Wei Qianru's gaze flicked to the data in the upper right corner of the screen. Current battery level, 25. Armor damage, 0.01. Speed, 302 km per hour. 302 km per hour? Upon discerning the current velocity, even as the king of soldiers, she nearly lost her composure. Chapter 81. An audience awaits in the southwestern province. Several hundred meters above ground, a vivid crimson mech soared through the skies at an alarming velocity. Within the cockpit, Wei Qianru's delicate visage had turned a shade of pallor. Ever since she ascended to the rank of a formidable soldier, fear had become a stranger to her. Yet now, her heart raced with trepidation. The speed of the mech was astonishing, reaching 300 km per hour, rivaling that of high-speed trains. This was perilously fast. It was imperative to decelerate. However, just as Wei Qianru prepared to voice her concerns, Zhao Xiaoyu abruptly instructed the petite girl, Emily, to hold on, as they would return to the laboratory first. Without hesitation, Emily executed a graceful 180-degree turn, heading back home. In mere moments, Zhao Xiaoyu piloted the mech, bringing both him and Wei Qianru back to the skies above the Spark Laboratory. 2 minutes prior, after Zhao Xiaoyu had taken flight with Wei Qianru, the film crew, emboldened by their curiosity, ventured into the disarray of the lab. The footage revealed only shattered remnants and an eerily empty laboratory. The cameraman and his colleagues exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss. Should they continue filming? After all, their protagonists had literally ascended into the heavens. No matter how skilled the cameraman, could he possibly soar above to capture the action? As the cameraman pondered his predicament, contemplating consulting the director, he suddenly felt a shadow loom overhead. Looking up, his face instantly brightened. His subjects had returned. The mech piloted by Zhao Xiaoyu hovered above the crew. It then descended smoothly. Yet, Zhao Xiaoyu did not disembark. Instead, he spoke into the microphone from within the cockpit, addressing the cameraman. Dear cameraman, could you please install a camera on the Mechas head? I just took it for a test flight, and it was exhilarating. Soon, I'll let the viewers in the live stream experience the first-person perspective of flying the mech. The Mechas voice system was remarkably advanced, rendering Zhao Xiaoyu's youthful voice with 100 authenticity. However, the scene presented to the cameraman and the crew, as well as the viewers in the live stream, was a curious juxtaposition. Imagine a mech nearly 3 meters tall, exuding an aura of explosive power. Yet, when it spoke, the voice was that of a sweet, juvenile child. This incongruity elicited laughter from the crew. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were unabashedly entertained. Oh my goodness, this is too hilarious. The mighty mech sounds like a playful puppy. Ha ha ha, what a delightful contradiction. You folks are truly something else. The young child ascended to the heavens, not forgetting to take us, the onlookers, along for the ride. Yet, you dared to mock the little one. Alas, I too could not contain my amusement. Our prodigious genius is simply extraordinary. In such a short span, they have already completed a round of trial flights. 10 minutes later, a photographer and another member of the team rummaged through what had almost become a wreck of a laboratory, salvaging some makeshift tools. After a flurry of clattering operations, they successfully installed a camera in the striking red mech helmet. Signaling the team to step back, Zhao Xiaoyu issued the command for takeoff to the little girl. With a whoosh, the mech soared into the sky, transforming into a shooting star that vanished above the laboratory. Wei Qianru, who had regained her composure and color, saw the mech take flight at high speed once more and urgently grasped Zhao Xiaoyu's hand, exclaiming, Xiaoyu, could you please slow down a bit? Zhao Xiaoyu paused for a moment before realizing that this beautiful elder sister was afraid. However, holding her somewhat cool hand, he smiled reassuringly, Sister Qianru. I am merely testing the mech's maximum speed. We cannot reduce the speed just yet. But rest assured, the mech I created is absolutely safe and reliable. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's words, Wei Qianru rolled her eyes dramatically. Yet, she found herself unable to show weakness before this child. Instead, she kept her large, dark eyes fixed on the numbers changing on the electronic screen. 350 kilometers per hour, 380 kilometers per hour, 430 kilometers per hour, 490 kilometers per hour. As the speed gradually climbed, panic surged within her. Her once rosy lips were now devoid of color from biting them. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were akin to exuberant beasts, excitedly exclaiming, Wow, is the speed really this fast? This is absolutely exhilarating. Oh my, the sky here is so blue and beautiful. Goodness, that cloud was enormous. Like cotton candy. Ah, I'm going to die. The first flight of the mech is simply phenomenal. I'm going to lose it. You let your upstairs, get lost. Brothers, let's report that fool above. At that moment, the mech, soaring at high altitudes, had reached its maximum speed of 500 kilometers per hour. Wei Qianru slowly adapted to the swift flight. Just then, the voice of the little girl echoed from the cockpit. Report, dear master. The radar has detected an anomaly in the forest ahead. There is smoke. Zhao Xiaoyu immediately responded, initiate infrared scanning. Understood, master, replied the little girl, Emily, as her words resonated through the cockpit. The electronic screen displayed the images from the infrared scan. Amidst the originally dense jungle, the thermal imaging revealed the presence of a dozen individuals. Judging by their movements, it appeared that these individuals were engaged in a firefight. Upon hearing Emily's report and observing the thermal images on the screen, coupled with the realization of her own location at the border of the southwestern province, Wei Qianru instantly deduced that she was likely witnessing a confrontation between drug traffickers. This was unacceptable. I must report this information immediately. However, before Wei Qianru could take action, Zhao Xiaoyu, with an expression of sheer excitement, commanded the little girl, I adore lively scenes. Let us swiftly investigate the situation. As you wish, my esteemed master, came the obedient response. The crimson mech surged forward, racing towards the conflict zone. Upon witnessing Zhao Xiaoyu's eagerness to join the fray, Wei Qianru felt a surge of frustration. She urgently shouted into the controller, immediate halt. Return to the Starfire laboratory at once. Yet, the little girl Emily's response nearly shattered Wei Qianru's composure. Apologies, insufficient authority. Execution denied. Chapter 82. A dazzling entrance at this moment. Wei Qianru felt utterly overwhelmed. The opponents were ruthless drug traffickers. While these criminals might not withstand a direct assault from regular military forces, they were more than willing to invest heavily in procuring powerful weaponry, thus possessing formidable combat capabilities. Consequently, even if local troops discovered their whereabouts, they had to conduct meticulous reconnaissance and devise a thoroughly detailed operational plan before taking action. Yet, here was this reckless child, daring to approach the scene out of sheer curiosity. How utterly absurd. What truly pushed Wei Qianru to the brink of despair was the recent response from the little girl, Emily, a resounding refusal to comply, declaring a lack of authority. In an instant, she felt utterly powerless, forced to watch the prodigy from Yin country lead her toward the battlefield, where drug traffickers were engaged in fierce gunfire. Although the mech she was piloting boasted remarkable speed, the very nature of agile, speed-oriented mechs made them more vulnerable to concentrated attacks. Thus, in her state of despair, Wei Qianru found herself silently praying that these adversaries were merely second-rate drug dealers, hoping their firepower would not be excessively overwhelming. Meanwhile, the 9th Squad of the Yin Country Wild Wolf Special Forces remained firmly suppressed by the overwhelming firepower of the Dark Operations Group, too afraid to show their faces. Captain Lin Dongzhan had his eyes tightly shut, his heart bleeding. Just moments ago, he, along with Xiao Wu and Feng Ran, had mounted a desperate counterattack, intending to cover the retreat of their fellow soldiers. Regrettably, the plan had failed. The marksman Feng Ran had been struck down by an enemy sniper with a single shot to the head. Xiao Wu had also been hit in the shoulder, losing a significant portion of his combat effectiveness. Of the 6 squad members who had bravely attempted to break through, half had already fallen. Now, including Captain Lin Dongzhan, only 5 remained in the 9th Squad. The bitterness in Lin Dongzhan's heart was profound. So many of his brothers had sacrificed themselves right before his eyes. Each one of them was a rare elite. Yet this was not a crime of war, but rather a consequence of the vast disparity in equipment between the two sides. Every couple of minutes, the enemy launched shelling with their artillery, leaving his side with virtually no room to retreat. To make matters worse, all the ammunition for the entire squad had been entrusted to Lin Dongzhan, and now, shockingly, there was scarcely any left. Thus, even the seasoned Lin Dongzhan felt a surge of despair within him. However, the iron will forged through years of military training enabled him to maintain a semblance of calm rationality without succumbing to panic. Victory was clearly unattainable. Escape was equally impossible. The enemy's sniper was cunning and seasoned, akin to a stealthy serpent ready to reveal its venomous fangs at any moment. Half of his squad's casualties were directly attributable to this foe. The recent breakout operation he had orchestrated had nearly been thwarted solely by this one adversary. Now, all Lin Dongzhan could do was hunker down in defense, relying on the scant few rounds of ammunition he had left to intermittently retaliate and deter the enemy. This is how one can prevent being encircled by the adversary. Through the recent fierce skirmish, Lin Dongzhan has ascertained the enemy's numbers. There are only 10 of them, and no reinforcements are on the way. Otherwise, with their limited numbers, they would have been overwhelmed by now. Lifting his gaze, he glanced at the pained yet resolute Xiao Wu beside him and then surveyed the remaining 3 comrades. Suddenly, an indomitable spirit surged within Lin Dongzhan. As the captain of this squad, he must not surrender. With this thought, Lin Dongzhan patted Xiao Wu's shoulder and said softly, "Xiao Wu, don't you wish to see if your sister-in-law is beautiful? If we return alive, you shall see her. Please convey my apologies to her. I misspoke." Xiao Wu shook his head defiantly, rejecting the notion. Those who covet their sister-in-law never end well. "I want to go." He then scoffed. "I know you plan to confront the sniper opposite to cover our retreat, but it's not that I doubt you. With just a bolt-action rifle, you won't even be able to restrain them." As he spoke, Xiao Wu tore off his tattered combat uniform, revealing his well-defined muscles, grinning confidently. "Thus, Lin, you still need me. Your invincible human shield to absorb the bullets." He then turned to his comrades, saying, "Brothers, if any of us is fortunate enough to survive, please look after my mother, who incessantly urges me to marry. Tell her her son is unfilial and unable to provide for her in her old age." Not far from Lin Dongzhan's squad, a young member of the Black Operations Group had just fired a shell toward the enemy. Listening to the delightful sound of the explosion, the young soldier sneered, "Haha, the special forces of Yin country are truly pathetic. I expected a fierce battle. Yet we have suffered 0 casualties, and they are on the brink of annihilation." Another seasoned soldier chimed in, "Indeed, the trash from Yin country has been utterly suppressed by our formidable firepower. How dare they claim to be special forces?" Upon hearing his subordinate's disdainful remarks about the Yin country special forces, the captain of the Black Operations Group, Gels, set down his Black Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle. Shaking his head, he began, "I once personally led a team to the Golden Octagon for an assassination mission, where I encountered the Yin country special forces." Gels seemed to recall a past memory, speaking slowly. "We clashed on more than one occasion, and under comparable equipment, we were not at an advantage." As he reached this point, Gels' expression suddenly hardened, and he spoke coldly. "Therefore, never underestimate the enemy. Their defeat this time is due to inferior equipment. You must swiftly maneuver individuals to flank them. We must swiftly encircle and annihilate this troop. Delay may lead to unforeseen complications." The members of the Black Operations Group, despite verbally disparaging the special forces of the Flame Nation, executed Captain Gear's orders without hesitation. The 3 team members, splitting off to the sides, quickened their pace. As Lin Dongzhan called for action, he brandished his bandaged rifle and began to retaliate. The trio wiped away the tears glistening at the corners of their eyes, resolute in their determination to escape at all costs and relay the intelligence they had gathered. The final clash erupted like a bolt from the blue. At that moment, a rapid whistling sound pierced the air above both parties. The Black Operations Group and Lin Dongzhan instinctively halted their movements, unable to resist gazing upward. Under the scrutiny of both factions, a colossal red shadow descended from the heavens like a meteor. With a thunderous crash, the figure landed, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a nearly 3-meter-tall mech, gleaming with a crimson metallic luster, unveiled itself before the onlookers. The red mech, with its sturdy mechanical legs positioned in a half-kneeling stance, supported itself on one arm while extending the other backward at a sharp angle. With its mechanized visor, the mech gazed imperiously ahead. Chapter 83. The mech engulfed by gunfire. Zhao Xiaoyu piloted the mech, making a striking and classic entrance. Immediately, the cockpit filled with the excited voice of the young girl, Emily. "What do you think, my dear master? Isn't this landing pose spectacular?" She had meticulously borrowed this pose from the most popular mech heroes showcased online. Zhao Xiaoyu's face twitched as he weakly replied, "Sure, it looks great." Not wishing to dampen the little girl's enthusiasm, he internally lamented, "This overly dramatic landing pose is so lowbrow and cheesy." He shook his head to dispel his discontent. However, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait, why has the fierce battle between the 2 factions suddenly ceased? Zhao Xiaoyu quickly surveyed his surroundings. To his astonishment, he realized that his mech had unwittingly landed right in the midst of the combatants. After the red mech descended, the viewers in the live stream were left wide-eyed, enveloped in collective confusion. After a moment of stunned silence, a flurry of comments erupted. Can someone explain what is happening right now? Ahem, did our little friend get a bit too carried away and accidentally land in the wrong scene? Like she is on a movie set? What are you even thinking? Can our nation's films create such a vividly realistic battlefield scene? Is there truly a fierce battle occurring here? But all the fallen soldiers on the ground are from our own country. Oh wow, this is real. But the opposing side is clearly outfitted with foreign military gear. Are they invading our nation rather than engaging in cosplay? In truth, it wasn't just the viewers in the live stream who were bewildered. The commanding officers engaged in a video conference were equally taken aback. These military leaders had just concluded their discussions in the meeting and were now watching the live stream while awaiting first-hand updates from Commander Lao Wu of the 5th Military District. Thus, the moment Zhao Xiaoyu appeared in the crossfire, the military leaders recognized the urgency of the situation. Judging by the attire of both sides, this was certainly not the typical skirmish involving drug traffickers along the borders. The elder of the 1st Military District promptly established a connection with the commander of the 5th Military District in the Southwest Province. At the ruins of the Starfire Laboratory, a group had evacuated to a clearing 200 meters away, waiting for updates. The commander, clad in white rubber gloves, was meticulously examining the wreckage of the modified warriors crushed by the mech. After a brief inspection, he shook his head, expressing sorrow. This is completely beyond repair. There is no possibility of restoration yet. Almost immediately, the commander raised his eyebrows in admiration, exclaiming, "The mech crafted by this young individual is truly extraordinary. If it could truly be applied to weaponization, it would be splendid. The military strength of our region, or rather, the entire Yin nation, would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement." Upon hearing the commander's contemplations, the surrounding generals and division leaders nodded in agreement. The commander was about to articulate further thoughts when, at that moment, a messenger rushed in to hand him a phone. With a smile, the commander answered the call. Moments later, a sharp click signaled the end of the conversation, and the commander of the 5th Military District bore a grave expression, exuding a chilling aura of menace. How dare they invade the borders of our Yin nation and harm our comrades? Immediately, the commander spoke with a cold and urgent tone, instructing the Border Defense Police in the vicinity of the Shifeng Forest to hasten to provide support. General Zhang, mobilize the armed helicopters from the military district at once. General Zhang, contact headquarters and inquire which Special Forces unit is conducting drills today. Soon, General Zhang received the information from headquarters, reporting to the commander. Today, the unit conducting drills in the Shifeng Forest of the Southwest Province is the 9th Squad of the Wild Wolf Special Forces, led by the seasoned team leader Lin Dong. Meanwhile, the messenger had already informed the Border Defense Police, and General Zhang had completed the mobilization of the armed helicopters. The commander nodded, then suddenly shouted at the bewildered personnel of the workgroup nearby, "Cease the live broadcast immediately. Establish contact with the mecha unit and instruct them to evacuate the scene at once. Delay, and we may find ourselves in dire trouble." However, the already bewildered personnel were rendered even more confused and disoriented by the commander's loud outburst. After a difficult swallow, one of them stammered, We do not have contact information for the mecha unit. The commander, the generals, the division leaders, the onlookers in the laboratory." The atmosphere became palpably awkward. In the cockpit of the mecha within the Shifeng Forest, Wei Qianru's delicate face turned pale. Through the battery screen before her, she realized that her mecha had inadvertently strayed into the heart of a conflict between two factions of drug traffickers. It was evident that the sudden appearance of their imposing machine had caught both sides off guard, momentarily freezing them in place, which had led to a temporary ceasefire. However, it was likely that they would soon regain their composure, and when they did, they would unleash a torrent of fire upon them. The thought sent a shiver down Wei Qianru's spine, and she vigorously shook Zhao Xiaoyu's small arm, urging, "Xiaoyu, we must flee quickly. This place is too perilous." Yet, Zhao Xiaoyu paid no heed to Wei Qianru's frantic calls. Instead, he curiously glanced around, seemingly searching for something of interest. However, it wasn't long before he sensed that something was amiss. The combatants appeared to be a mix of Yin Nation special forces and foreign soldiers. At this moment, Foreign soldiers had nearly encircled the special forces of Yen Nation, who were suffering devastating losses. Dozens of the Yen Nation's elite soldiers lay lifeless, scattered throughout the jungle. Only a pitiful handful remained, 5 individuals. Moreover, these final 5 appeared on the brink of annihilation from a relentless barrage of enemy fire. Just as Zhao Xiaoyu assessed the dire situation, the commander of the Black Operations Group, Gears, was the first to react. With a sweeping gesture, Gears commanded his troops to abandon their current target and concentrate their fire on that reckless iron contraption. Upon Gears' command, every weapon in the Black Operations Group was aimed at the red mech piloted by Zhao Xiaoyu. The air was filled with the deafening sounds of gunfire, rat-a-tat-a-tat, boom, bang. The Mach-10 submachine guns spat out shells, the Gatling gun blazed with blue light, and grenades exploded in rapid succession. Snipers in the distance continually squeezed their triggers at the nearby red mech. In an instant, the full might of the Black Operations Group was unleashed, mercilessly directing their firepower towards the crimson machine before them. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyu's mech was instantly engulfed by the overwhelming onslaught of artillery. Chapter 84. Mecha Defense Remaining, 99. 5 Southwest Province, Shifeng Forest Zone Combat Center. After the artillery bombardment, the air was thick with smoke. This scene was vividly captured and broadcasted live to countless online viewers, who were in a state of panic. What? Our prodigious pilot's mecha has been targeted? Oh no. Everything was fine just moments ago. Why has it suddenly changed? Who are these people? Why are they attacking our mecha? Young one, are you unharmed? If so, you must flee quickly. It is far too dangerous there. I hope this is all a fabrication. Perhaps they are merely filming a movie. At the combat site within the Shifeng Forest Zone, inside the mecha cockpit, Wei Qianru had her eyes tightly shut, her face as pale as a ghost. This is disastrous. As the supreme soldier, Wei Qianru could discern from the sounds alone that their adversaries were no ordinary drug traffickers. The presence of grenade launchers, Mach-10 submachine guns, and Barrett M82A1 sniper rifles indicated that these restrictive weapons were far beyond the reach of mere drug dealers. However, pondering over this now was futile. Despite her unwavering confidence in her skills as the king of soldiers, the mecha she piloted was entirely beyond her control. At this moment, she felt like nothing more than a living target. Meanwhile, the Black Operations team unleashed a relentless barrage for a full minute before gradually ceasing fire. Gazing at the billowing smoke left in the wake of the explosions, a young team member scoffed. What a letdown. I thought this behemoth would be formidable, but it turned out to be just another piece of junk. We dispatched it with ease. The older, more experienced member who had spoken earlier chimed in. These enterprises from Yen Nation love to create such ostentatious gadgets. That intimidating metal contraption is likely nothing but debris now, torn to shreds by our overwhelming firepower. Ha! The other members of the Black Operations team joined in boisterous laughter, reveling in their triumph. Even the usually cautious team leader, Gels, allowed himself a light chuckle, letting his team bask in their bravado. In Gels' mind, the outcome was already sealed. He could not conceive of any means by which their adversaries might stage a comeback. Oh, all is secure. On the other side, the Wild Wolf Special Forces 9th Squad, who had initially planned to retreat hastily, now wore grave expressions, their brows furrowed in concern. The colossal figure that had just appeared. Was it a mecha? Was it the latest secret weapon developed by our Yen Nation? Yet, even if it were powerful, after enduring that torrential barrage of fire, it was likely reduced to a mere wreck. Team leader Lin Dong's heart tightened. Regardless, the enemy's attention was temporarily diverted. Now was not the time to hesitate. He lowered his voice and commanded his team, execute the original retreat plan, swiftly. I will provide cover for you. However, at that moment, a sudden gentle breeze swept through, swiftly dispersing the dense smoke that had lingered. Contrary to the anticipated scene of shattered limbs and mangled metal, the vibrant crimson mech stood unscathed, erect in the deep crater left by the bombardment. Well, it was not entirely unscathed. A small patch of red paint, the size of a thumb, had been scraped off its mechanical palm. However, it was hardly noticeable at first glance. Inside the cockpit, Zhao Xiaoyu blinked her big, adorable eyes and inquired, did they just launch an attack on us? Please assess the extent of damage to the mech. The petite AI, Emily, promptly responded, certainly. My dear master, the recent assault has resulted in a mere 0.5 damage to the mech. Currently, the defensive armor remains at 99.5 intact. Upon hearing the reported damage, Wei Qianru, who had braced herself for certain doom, was momentarily stupefied. In truth, she was not the only one astonished. The members of the Black Operations Group, who had been reveling in their triumph and nearly ready to toast to victory, were also rendered speechless upon witnessing the Mech's pristine condition. Lin Dongzhan, Xiao Wu, and the 3 team members behind them, who were prepared to fight to the death and deliver the intelligence while seeking vengeance for their captain, also halted their actions, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stood frozen in place. The mech remained intact. The camera installed within the mech's helmet had also escaped the effects of the recent explosion and shrapnel. Consequently, the multitude of spectators in the live stream were equally astonished by the scene before them. Fortunately, among the vast audience, there were many quick-witted viewers who began to angrily tap their fingers, sending barrage comments. Unbelievable. My titanium eyes are stunned. By the heavens. It's truly inconceivable. How could the mech, crafted by a child, remain unscathed under such fierce bombardment? Is this really a film set, with all those shells being fake? Are you serious? What kind of thinking is that? This is the remarkable mech created by our genius prodigy, impervious to bullets. Not far from the Spark Laboratory, the commander of the 5th Military District was still coordinating the troops. Colonel immediately mobilized the Independent Tank Battalion to the southwestern border. We must not allow anyone to pass. General Du, contact the Wolf Special Forces and the Fire Dragon Special Forces at once. Direct them to encircle the site from both sides. After finalizing the deployment, the commander grimaced, "These arrogant foreign bastards are utterly disregarding our soldiers. Since they dare to come, I shall ensure they cannot escape this time." Other military district leaders were equally tense, as the situation had escalated to higher authorities. A video conference was underway among the military district officials. The commanders of the military districts, as well as the division and brigade leaders, wore expressions of grave concern. The formidable adversaries that had infiltrated the border were none other than elite foreign soldiers. These foes had already breached the borders of Yen Nation. Had it not been for the Wild Wolf Special Forces, who were engaged in a training exercise, the heads of these military districts would have remained oblivious to the situation. This development was indeed dire. Furthermore, it had alerted the highest authorities of Yen Nation. Within the cockpit, Zhao Xiaoyu listened intently to the report from the young girl. He felt a deep satisfaction with the mech's defensive capabilities. Then, with a determined bite of her lip, she commanded Emily, "Switch to full intelligent operational mode. Annihilate this group that dares to fire upon us." This time, Wei Qianru responded swiftly, interjecting, "Xiaoyu, it would be best to capture them alive." Zhao Xiaoyu tilted his head to regard Wei Qianru, then promptly amended his orders. "In that case, let us take them alive. Do not let them perish." As Zhao Xiaoyu's words resonated, the mech, which had just been targeted, suddenly transformed into a crimson blur, lunging towards the astonished members of the Black Operations Group. Chapter 85. The desperation of the Black Operations team at the southwestern province's border amidst the conflict in the Shifeng Forest region, under Zhao Xiaoyu's command. The mech piloted adeptly by the young and spirited Emily surged forward towards the Black Operations Group. Captain Gels reacted swiftly upon witnessing the activation of the mech. He let out a fierce roar, ordering his team to concentrate their fire until every round was expended. Awakened from their trepidation by their captain's fervent call, the members of the Black Operations Group grasped their weapons and relentlessly squeezed the triggers. Bullets and shells rained down upon the approaching crimson mech as if they were mere trifles. Yet, to no avail. These formidable weapons, once a source of great power, seemed to collectively falter today. Countless grenades and bullets incessantly struck the mech before them, but it was as if they were merely tickling their foe, failing to impede its advance. Boom! The red mech charged into the midst of the Black Operations Group, swinging its colossal mechanical arm and delivering a devastating blow that rendered an African-American team member, who was desperately firing his Mach-10 submachine gun, unconscious. Despite the imminent threat of the mech, the elite members of the Black Operations Group stood their ground. 2 seasoned veterans drew sharp military daggers from their combat boots and, in a coordinated assault, lunged towards the mech's legs. Aiming for the joints, they thrust their blades down with determination. To other nations, such a mech might appear formidable and enigmatic, but in the Lighthouse Nation, it had long been employed by covert forces. Thus, for the elite of the Black Operations Group, the resilience of the red mech was indeed surprising, yet it was merely a matter of course. They were well aware of all the pertinent data regarding mech weaponry, including their lethal vulnerabilities. Although this colossal metallic beast seemed invincible, its most critical weakness lay precisely in its agile and flexible joints. If they could disable the circuitry at the Mech's joints, it would become a mere plaything, vulnerable to their whims. However, as the two veterans executed their strike, their confident expressions were soon replaced by confusion. Why was this not aligning with the information they had? Wasn't the circuitry at the Mech's joints supposed to be the most susceptible to damage? It felt as though their military daggers had struck the hardest alloy imaginable. Wiping their eyes, they discovered that the joints they had attacked bore not even a scratch. Yet there was no time for further contemplation. With a resounding thud, the Mech, fists clenched into massive hammers, knocked both bewildered assailants unconscious. Although the cold blade assault of the two veterans had faltered, it afforded precious moments for the remaining team members. Captain Gels, with his beloved Barrett M82, a one-sniper rifle cradled in his arms, stood resolutely alongside his comrades, the veins on his forehead bulging with intensity. The dark muzzle of the gun was aimed at the head of the Crimson Mech, which was gradually advancing. Suddenly, the trigger was pulled in a frenzy. The battle-hardened Gels could hardly believe that such an insidiously resilient mech weapon existed in the world. He was certain that their attacks would eventually deplete the opponent's defensive energy. Once the adversary's energy was exhausted, victory would belong to them. The 7 teammates behind Gels seemed to grasp this concept as well, joining him in unleashing their firepower with unwavering determination. However, this time, the opposing mech appeared to be piloted by a completely different individual. Unlike the previous encounter, it did not remain stationary like a foolish target, but rather soared to an altitude of 5 meters, evading their barrage with remarkable agility. Gels gritted his teeth, urging his team to continue aiming and firing without pause. As the Black Operations team launched their second wave of attacks, the Crimson Mech executed a perfect 360-degree roll in midair, dodging yet again. Nevertheless, Gels and his comrades were relentless, maintaining a continuous onslaught regardless of the Mech's evasive maneuvers. As the barrage of artillery continued, the Crimson Mech began to showcase a dazzling array of evasive actions: rapid turns, swift ascents, urgent dives, lateral rolls, and cobra maneuvers, each more intricate than the last. The impressive piloting skills of the petite girl controlling the mech left the viewers in the livestream utterly astounded. Wow, who is the pilot of this mech? They even executed a cobra maneuver. Incredible. The power of the mech was equally remarkable, withstanding a concentrated assault from such formidable weaponry without a scratch. The first-person perspective of the mech combat was simply exhilarating. While the audience praised the mech, speculation arose regarding the identity of its opponent. Who could the Crimson Mech be facing? Could it be a drug dealer from the border? Such naivety from the military novices above. Have they ever seen a drug dealer equipped with artillery? If not a drug dealer, then who else could it be? Could it be an invasion from the Lighthouse Nation? Shoo. Such matters should not be discussed in the live stream. We wouldn't want the broadcast to be shut down. Meanwhile, in the Lighthouse Nation, at the Department of National Defense, within the conference hall, an electronic screen displayed footage transmitted by the Black Operations team. The sight of the Crimson Mech skillfully evading the desperate counterattacks of the Black Operations team left Minister Duncan and all the high-ranking officials in the room utterly astonished. However, Duncan, as the Minister of National Defense, quickly regained his composure. He immediately summoned the secretary waiting outside and anxiously instructed, "Prepare for an urgent press conference immediately." 5 minutes later, Minister Duncan personally attended the press conference. At the press conference, Minister Duncan unveiled a perplexing announcement that left everyone bewildered. "I declare that the operation infiltrating the southwestern border of the Yin Nation was one of which our Lighthouse Nation had no prior knowledge. Moreover, those individuals who penetrated into Yin territory are not citizens of our Lighthouse Nation. Let the wise put an end to the rumors. I implore everyone to refrain from believing or spreading falsehoods." In the conflict zone of the Shifeng Forest region in Yin, the young girl Amy appeared to be fatigued from play and had begun to mount a counterattack. Captain Gels observed as his comrades fell one by one. Specialized sniper bullets, rapid-fire Gatling rounds, grenades, and other means proved futile. At such a close range, it would be absurd to launch shoulder-fired rockets, wouldn't it? In essence, both he and his entire team were doomed. Understanding the mindset of the high-ranking officials in Lighthouse Nation, Gels knew that upon learning of the failure in battle, they would be frantically attempting to distance themselves, vehemently denying the existence of his squad. In the depths of despair, Gels suddenly erupted into a maniacal laughter. The outcome remains uncertain, With that, he abruptly turned the muzzle of his weapon toward a nearby sealed canister containing sarin gas. "Captain, no. For heaven's sake. Are you out of your mind?" shouted several members of the Black Ops team in frantic protest. In a swift motion, Gel shot the canister, causing it to explode, releasing a billowing cloud of emerald green gas. Chapter 86. The terrifying sarin gas within the live broadcast room. Countless viewers witnessed the vibrant green smoke erupting from the sealed canister, prompting a chorus of gasps. "My goodness, what on earth is this verdant gas? It must be something sinister carried by those foreigners. Just look at their terrified expressions. Could this possibly be a gas bomb?" Some viewers conjectured about its toxic nature, unaware that the sarin gas carried by the Black Operations team had been subjected to high-pressure compression, rendering it exponentially more lethal than conventional gas munitions. In the Schiefing Forest region, the command center's cockpit suddenly illuminated with flashing screens and a red alert signal. Then, the voice of the little girl, Emily, broke through the tension. "Alert! Toxic gas detected. The mech must immediately initiate emergency protocols. Seal all ventilation ducts. Disable the cooling system. Shut down the comfort circulation system." Emily swiftly executed the emergency measures. Moments later, the sharp beeping of the electromagnetic screen signaled the cessation of the previously distracting red warning light. Emily's voice chimed again. "Report. Dear Master, the alert has been lifted." Though temporarily safe, the closure of the ventilation made the cockpit uncomfortably hot and stifling. Wei Qianru stifled a gag, quickly covering her mouth. She had already been feeling ill from the earlier turbulence, and now, with the lack of airflow and the shutdown of cooling functions, her discomfort intensified. Nevertheless, as the Queen of Soldiers, Wei Qianru summoned her formidable willpower to suppress the urge to vomit. Emily's response had been remarkably prompt, swiftly detecting the toxic gas and implementing emergency measures. Therefore, despite the discomfort, Zhao Xiaoyu and Wei Qianru were at least secure. However, the members of the Black Operations team outside the cockpit were far less fortunate. The unfortunate souls who had been knocked out by Emily's controlled mech began to develop pale blisters on their faces, which rapidly burst, leading to a harrowing dissolution of their features. In mere moments, they were beyond saving. In the next instant, other members of the Black Operations team, who were preparing to flee, also began to exhibit similar horrific blisters. This grim and horrifying scene was captured in vivid detail by the cameras mounted on Zhao Xiaoyu's mech. Meanwhile, the production team, led by Director Wu, watched the live broadcast with satisfaction, savoring a sip of the iced coffee just delivered by his assistant. What a delight! However, at that moment, in the live broadcast, a scene unfolded where a green gas spread ominously, and several individuals lay unconscious on the ground, victims of a gruesome fate. Director Wu, upon witnessing this horrifying spectacle, abruptly expelled the coffee from his mouth, nearly succumbing to terror. Once he regained his composure, he bellowed, "Goodness gracious! Hurry and cover it up. If this program gets censored, we shall all face dire consequences." The crew, acutely aware of the ghastly nature of such imagery, sprang into action with remarkable speed. Within a minute, they had successfully obscured all the disturbing visuals. However, despite the swift response from Director Wu and his team, the shocking bloodshed had already been seen by countless viewers. Consequently, an uproar erupted in the chat. "This is utterly revolting. I feel nauseous. Oh no. This toxic gas is terrifying. Kids, run. They've unleashed a gas bomb." Initially, the graphic content left many spectators feeling unsettled. Yet, they soon discovered that the disconcerting footage had been pixelated. After silently commending the production team's promptness, they resumed watching the live stream with a sense of relief. In the Schiefing Forest district, team leader Lin Dongzhan observed the dreadful green gas spreading rapidly. He shouted at his comrades, "Run for your lives." After assisting his injured companion, Xiao Wu, he urged the other 3 wounded team members to flee with all their might. Though Lin Dongzhan yearned to rescue what appeared to be a friendly armored unit, he could only sigh in resignation upon seeing the crimson mech engulfed by the thick green fumes. He resolved to lead his team to safety first and relay the urgent situation afterward. Meanwhile, in the cockpit, Zhao Xiaoyu was visibly distressed, feeling as though 1,000 frustrations were coursing through him. "I merely wanted to conduct a simple test of the mech. Was it necessary to unleash gunfire and grenade assaults? And now, resorting to biochemical weapons?" He was acutely aware that the toxic gas posed a severe threat and decided that retreat was imperative for his survival. Suddenly, he spotted Lin Dongzhan and his team stumbling away on the screen. A frown creased his brow. These special forces were injured and would likely succumb to the gas soon. He recalled passing several villages on his way here. The substance clearly resembled a biochemical weapon and would undoubtedly disperse with the wind. The potential ramifications were dire. Damn it! These wretched beings are employing such insidious chemical weapons. After contemplating the grave situation, Zhao Xiaoyu felt an urge to take action. After all, the mech had sealed the ventilation ducts, and he was assured of his safety. Consequently, he inquired earnestly, "Please devise a method to contain the spread of the toxic gas before us." The little girl, quick as a flash, responded, "Of course, dear master." Upon her reply, a series of operational commands echoed within the cockpit. In no time, the little girl, Emily, had shut down the mech's engine thrusters and made modifications. Within 10 seconds, the transformations were completed. The mech's appendages were now equipped to emit only a gust of wind, rendering it a rather unconventional, oversized hairdryer. With a bright, ringing announcement from Emily, the red mech's thrusters unleashed a powerful torrent of wind. Remarkably, the effect was immediate. The once dispersing green toxic gas, originally wafting into the heart of the Flame Nation, was largely redirected into the depths of the forest. Inside the cockpit, witnessing the effectiveness of the little girl's strategy, Zhao Xiaoyu's face lit up with delight. He then urgently activated the voice system to call out to Lin Dong and his fellow soldiers who were retreating nearby. "Special Forces uncles, please hurry and evacuate. There are several villages not far from here. I kindly ask that you assist in the evacuation of the residents. I can hold back the gas for a while longer." After making this plea, Zhao Xiaoyu seemed to remember something vital. He stood on tiptoe and directed his voice towards the camera on the mech's head, addressing the viewers watching the live stream. "To all the uncles and aunties tuning in, please relay a message to Uncle JC. Urge him to rush here to secure the area and assist in evacuating the local villagers." Chapter 87. Evacuation of Yin Country. Southwest Province. At this moment, the J-Side call center is facing an unprecedented challenge. Typically, calls reporting incidents are answered almost instantly, but today, the call center in Southwest Province has summoned all available operators back from their breaks to handle the influx of calls. The number of incoming reports is overwhelming, causing many citizens to be unable to connect, resulting in long queues. The call center organized the information collected from these eager citizens, who were willing to wait for hours to report the situation. Their accounts were remarkably consistent, indicating that in the Shifeng Forest area of Southwest Province, terrorists had deployed a horrifying gas bomb. They urgently requested assistance from the authorities. Upon receiving this critical information, the call center immediately escalated the report. In reality, these concerned citizens were simply enthusiastic viewers responding to Zhao Xiaoyu's call in the live broadcast. For a long time, this collective effort by the online community to assist in reporting incidents became a heartwarming tale in Southwest Province. At the site of the Spark Laboratory wreckage, the security officer of the 5th Military District rushed in with a tablet to report to the commander. The commander took the tablet and saw a screen filled with messages, nearly all demanding to seal off the scene and evacuate the villagers. Meanwhile, in the Central District Office, the head of the office, upon reviewing the urgent report, furrowed his brows in concern. He then picked up the phone on his desk and began issuing commands. He immediately ordered the mobilization of the chemical defense troops and contacted biochemical engineering experts to head to the scene for assistance, ensuring the safety of the public. In Southwest Province, the nearest border defense military unit, upon receiving the urgent evacuation order due to toxic gas leakage, retained only 2 soldiers to guard the area. The rest of the soldiers donned gas masks and swiftly proceeded to evacuate nearby villages. Li Sini, an experienced biochemical expert in Yin Country, was enjoying a rare day off at home, watching cartoons with her beloved grandson. Suddenly, a military helicopter landed in her yard. 2 soldiers clad in camouflage swiftly disembarked and entered her home, saluting her and announcing, "Dr. Li Sini, a terrifying toxic gas leak has occurred at the Southwest Province Border Defense Station. We have received an urgent order to take you to the scene for rescue." Li Sini was momentarily taken aback, but upon hearing the soldier's report, her expression changed. She quickly entrusted her precious grandson to her son nearby, soothing him with a few words before following the 2 soldiers to the waiting helicopter outside. The child's father, holding his son, was still processing the situation. Upon witnessing his mother ascend into the helicopter, soaring away into the distance, he let out a wry smile, gazing down at his precious son cradled in his arms. He murmured softly, My dear, your grandmother has urgent matters to attend to. Today is your birthday, and it is yet again just your mother and I celebrating it with you. Meanwhile, a similar scene unfolded across various locales in the southwestern province. Renowned experts and professors from diverse fields of biochemistry were dispatched by the military via helicopter to the site of the incident. The 5th Emergency Chemical Defense Unit, upon receiving the urgent notification, promptly completed their preparations and hastily armed themselves for the scene. In the live broadcast room, countless onlookers filled the chat with their astonished remarks. Wow, this mech is incredibly impressive. It's been blowing this strong wind for over 10 minutes now, hasn't it? Indeed, it's astounding. With such prolonged gusts. Surely the toxic gas must have mostly dissipated? That's hard to say. After all, we all witnessed the terror of that gas just moments ago. Who can guarantee that it's been completely cleared away? At this very moment, within the cockpit of the mech, Wei Qianru was drenched in sweat, droplets continuously falling onto Zhao Xiaoyu beneath her. The ventilation ducts inside the cockpit had been sealed for quite some time, creating an unbearable and stifling atmosphere. Yet, as the mech's thrusters continued to operate for over 10 minutes, the temperature inside soared to an excruciating level, reaching a point of discomfort that was almost unbearable. Wei Qianru felt an overwhelming urge to vomit as the heat intensified. The nausea in her chest grew stronger, as if an uncomfortable foreign object were lodged in her throat, ready to surge forth at any moment. However, as the king of warriors, Wei Qianru understood that she must not falter at this crucial juncture. Though she lacked the authority to command the mech to retreat, she recognized that her younger brother Xiaoyu's decision was undeniably correct. If only she could endure a little longer in this mech, the safety of the citizens behind her in the territory of Yin would be assured for a moment longer. It was truly surprising that such a young child possessed such courage and patriotic fervor. As the king of warriors of the 7th Military District, she could not allow herself to be outdone by a mere child. Resolute in her thoughts, Wei Qianru clenched her teeth, vowing to hold on and not succumb to the urge to vomit. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu too felt the oppressive heat rising within the mech's cockpit, particularly as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. There was also a hint of a fragrant scent. Wiping his damp face with his small hand, Zhao Xiaoyu turned to the little girl beside him and inquired, "It's unbearable in here. Please assess the current situation immediately." As soon as Zhao Xiaoyu's words fell, the melodic voice of the little girl, Emily, rang out. "Dear Master, the system estimates that most of the toxic gas has been dispersed. However, for safety's sake, it is advisable to extend the duration by an additional 10 minutes, thereby enhancing the safety rate to an impressive 99%. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyu pouted and declared, "Then let us proceed for another 10 minutes. Once the time is up, we shall return." With that, Zhao Xiaoyu began to relish the more intense downpour service. Oh, the fragrance remains as pure and captivating as ever. 10 minutes later, in a certain location within the Shifeng forest area, a striking red object soared into the sky, hurtling through the air at great speed. Inside the cockpit, Zhao Xiaoyu wiped the sweat from her brow and addressed the live stream. "To the kind gentleman who assisted me in installing the camera, could you kindly inform the laboratory staff to prepare the disinfection isolation chamber? Ideally, it should be one that operates at high temperatures. Assure them that there is no need to worry. The mech is more than capable of handling it." Just then, Zhao Xiaoyu was startled by a muffled sound of distress emanating from behind her. This terrifying noise sent a shiver down her spine. "Dear sister, please hold on. Do not let me be drenched in your discomfort." After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Xiaoyu added, "Perhaps it would be prudent to prepare a vomit bag as well." Chapter 88. The long-awaited system notification struggling against the urge to vomit. Wei Qianru cast an irritated glance at Zhao Xiaoyu. This child was usually quite sensible and charming. Yet at this moment, she felt an inexplicable desire to swat him on the bottom. 10 minutes later, the little girl Emily maneuvered the mech safely to the Spark laboratory. At this juncture, the disinfection chamber that Zhao Xiaoyu required had already been prepared by Hao Ran. It is worth mentioning that the staff at the Spark laboratory were akin to sparrows pecking at a cow's rear, impressively competent. When Zhao Xiaoyu articulated his need for a disinfected confined space during the live stream, the attentive staff watching did not wait for the cameraman to relay the message. They promptly sprang into action. From the dilapidated laboratory that Zhao Xiaoyu had previously tested the mech in, a hasty yet effective series of operations were executed. In a mere 8 minutes, they successfully created the disinfection chamber he required. equipped to handle temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. Under the guidance of the laboratory personnel, the little girl piloted the mech into the freshly prepared disinfection space. Subsequently, the staff commenced a thorough sterilization of the mech. Meanwhile, within the cockpit, Wei Qianru felt as though she were on the brink of death. This was the closest she had come to demise since enlisting. Her stomach churned violently, and the nausea was overwhelming. She could distinctly sense that her mouth was filled with all manner of unpleasant substances. Enduring the ordeal had already been excruciating, but now, amidst the various disinfection methods and the relentless onslaught of high temperatures, Wei Qianru feared that if this tumult continued, even if she gritted her teeth and refrained from vomiting, she would soon suffocate. Fortunately, the laboratory staff exhibited remarkable professionalism. Within 2 minutes, the disinfection of the mech was completed. Emily then piloted the mech out of the sterilization chamber and returned quietly to the initial assembly area. It was only then that, within the cockpit, Wei Qianru heard a voice that sounded like celestial music. "Dear Master, you have returned safely. Emily is now opening the cockpit door for you. You are always welcome to ride with Emily." As Emily's voice faded, the mech once again crouched down. With a creak, the cockpit door swung open. At that moment, the mech was surrounded by laboratory staff, along with photographers from the working group, all eagerly awaiting the descent of Zhao Xiaoyu and his companions as if welcoming a hero's return. However, just then, the crowd was startled as a blur raced past them, darting toward the restroom around the corner. The individual in question was none other than Wei Qianru, desperately enduring the struggle to hold back her impending wretch. It is indeed true that Wei Qianru deserves the title of King of Warriors. Her recent movements were as swift as lightning, as graceful as a leaping hare. Among the gathered crowd, not a single person discerned the crimson flush on her delicate face, nor the expression of agony that marred her features. Just as the onlookers were engulfed in confusion, Zhao Xiaoyu emerged from the cockpit, successfully capturing everyone's attention. However, at that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu was drenched in perspiration, completely soaked. Of course, half of the sweat belonged to him, while the other half, tinged with a faint fragrance, undoubtedly came from the captivating figure who had just dashed toward the restroom. Feeling sticky and uncomfortably hot, Zhao Xiaoyu waved his hand, signaling his intent to take a shower, and then squeezed through the crowd to head off. The program's cameraman, astute as ever, followed closely behind, capturing the moment while discreetly signaling to a crew member to prepare 2 sets of clean clothing for the children and Wei Qianru. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream, upon witnessing the mecha returning with Zhao Xiaoyu and Wei Qianru, collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. The comments in the chat erupted like falling snowflakes. "Haha, fantastic. Our great hero has returned." "Uft, what great hero? He is just a child. Let us call him our little hero." Regardless of whether he is a great hero or a little hero, he is undoubtedly a genius hero of our glorious nation. Absolutely. As long as our little hero is safe, we can rest easy. Even though our hero is unharmed, the perpetrator must be severely punished. Such wickedness must surely be the doing of the Lighthouse Nation. 10 minutes later, having finished his shower and donned the fresh attire provided by the crew, Zhao Xiaoyu felt rejuvenated. Standing beside him, Wei Qianru had also tidied herself and changed into a new outfit. At that moment, the commander of the 5th Military District, accompanied by his guards, approached after a lengthy wait. "Little one, and dear Wei, it is truly wonderful that you have returned safely. However, could you elaborate on what transpired?" Zhao Xiaoyu was not taken aback by the presence of the 5th Military District's commander, for with the astute little girl, Emily, around, there was little he was unaware of. Just as Wei Qianru was about to provide a report, she was interrupted by Zhao Xiaoyu, who spoke with an air of maturity beyond his years. "Give me a moment. I will clarify everything in due course." Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's bold declaration, the commander mistakenly assumed that he was reluctant to discuss the harrowing scenes of the incident. After all, it was astonishing enough for a 6-year-old child to have crafted such a formidable mecha. As for investigating the details of the matter, he decided to regard it as innocent naivety. Thus, the commander patted Zhao Xiaoyu's shoulder and offered words of reassurance. "Do not worry, little one. We will conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. You can count on our unwavering support." After a brief conversation, Wei Qianru escorted Zhao Xiaoyu in a military-arranged vehicle to a nearby hotel for rest. The current disarray at the Spark Laboratory rendered it uninhabitable. On the way, Zhao Xiaoyu found himself reflecting on the outcomes of today's mech testing. Although he had successfully constructed the mech, this rudimentary model lacked both offensive and defensive capabilities. Furthermore, the cockpit required an internal circulation ventilation system. Clearly, there remained significant room for improvement. It would be prudent to add a vomit bag as well. The newly assigned 5-star hotel was not far from the Spark laboratory. In approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Noticing that Zhao Xiaoyu had fallen asleep beside her, Wei Qianru gently cradled him in her arms as she made her way into the hotel. In his hazy slumber, Zhao Xiaoyu luxuriated in the comfort of 2 soft pillows. Upon entering the room, Wei Qianru laid Zhao Xiaoyu down upon the plush bed. However, at that moment, a notification sound from the system echoed in Zhao Xiaoyu's mind. Chapter 89. Laser Weapon. The light of annihilation. Zhao Xiaoyu, who had been lying in bed, drowsily drifting into slumber, was instantly roused by the crisp and melodious notification from the system. His sleepiness evaporated in an instant. How splendid! After such a long wait, the moment had finally arrived. However, upon squinting and noticing Wei Qianru still present in the room, Zhao Xiaoyu slowly closed his eyes once more, delving into the system notifications in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have completed 60 days of check-in, earning you 1 lottery chance. Would you like to draw now? Seeing the long-awaited system finally offering him a chance to participate in a lottery filled Zhao Xiaoyu with exhilaration. 60 days. Hadn't it been arduous for him? With this thought, Zhao Xiaoyu ceased pretending to be asleep. He feigned rubbing his eyes, sleepily making his way to the bathroom while muttering, I need to urinate. I need to urinate. Sure enough, Wei Qianru, who had been dozing off beside him, lifted her head to glance at Zhao Xiaoyu before promptly ignoring him. After all, the luxurious suite in the 5-star hotel they were accommodated in had private bathrooms. What was so noteworthy about a little boy relieving himself right under her nose? This, indeed, was the effect Zhao Xiaoyu had been hoping for. Once inside the bathroom and having securely closed the door, Zhao Xiaoyu could hardly contain his excitement as he opted to draw the lottery immediately. Ding dong. The system is drawing. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a blue treasure chest. Please check your reward. Was it truly a blue treasure chest this time? Zhao Xiaoyu felt a surge of joy at having drawn the blue treasure chest. It was worth noting that the previous green treasure chest had bestowed upon him formidable mech blueprints. Surely, the reward from this blue chest would be even more extraordinary. Perhaps something akin to a delectable cat girl. Cough, cough. In truth, the specifics of the reward were of little consequence. He was open to whatever fate had in store. With a heart aflame with anticipation, Zhao Xiaoyu promptly opened the treasure chest. Inside lay a scroll that bore the same form as the last one, albeit in blue this time. Without hesitation, he tore open the blue scroll. Boom. With a puff of white smoke dissipating, an image materialized in Zhao Xiaoyu's mind once more. Oh no, it was not a cat girl. Yet, whether it was a cat girl or not mattered little. After all, he was still a child. Thus, Zhao Xiaoyu shook his head in mild disappointment. He might as well first examine what blueprint the system had granted him. The Light of Annihilation. A high-energy laser weapon with exceptional cost-effectiveness. It can instantaneously convert electrical energy into powerful laser beams, inflicting lethal damage upon adversaries. This weapon can be widely applied to conventional tanks, aircraft, warships, and mechs. The required materials and detailed operational steps are as follows. Step 1. Gazing at the blueprint for a weapon suitable for mechs. Zhao Xiaoyu's fleeting regret over not drawing a cat girl vanished instantly. He had not anticipated that just moments after dozing off, the system would present him with such a timely boon. The blueprint for this laser weapon was indeed a fortuitous gift. At present, the most pressing deficiency I face is the lack of weaponry. Had I equipped my mech with this laser weapon at that time, those despicable individuals would never have had the opportunity to unleash their toxic gas canisters. However, upon reviewing the annotations on the blueprints, a wry smile crept onto Zhao Xiaoyu's lips. Although the weapon known as the Light of Annihilation possesses formidable power, it demands a considerable amount of electrical energy. It is advisable to frequently check the energy supply and prepare several spare batteries. This is something I should have anticipated long ago. While laser weaponry is indeed impressive, it is undoubtedly a voracious consumer of electricity. Given the current second-generation graphene battery in my mech, it is estimated that installing the laser weapon would deplete the battery after just one discharge in midair. Thus, it is prudent to proceed with caution. I must first resolve the energy issue for the laser weapon. Clearly, I need to expedite the development of the full form of the graphene battery. As for now, well, I am utterly exhausted. It's time for a quick restroom break, a shower, and some sleep. Meanwhile, in the Shifeng Forest District, at the site of the sarin gas leak, an emergency biochemical weapon command center has been established. The commander of the 5th Military District, Hao Ran, is currently at the command center. In summary, that is the situation. Our nation's prodigious youth has returned safely. I have ensured their proper accommodation at a hotel. Yes, I have arrived at the scene of the incident. I will report to you immediately upon any developments. The commander of the 5th Military District has just completed a briefing regarding Zhao Xiaoyu with the office head. He then turned to the on-site commander and inquired, "What is the situation?" The on-site commander clicked his tongue and replied, "It's catastrophic, truly catastrophic. Those foreign unidentified individuals have all perished, without a single survivor. Commander, you should have seen it. Those people were essentially reduced to pulp by the gas. Furthermore, the area within a 50-meter radius of the gas leak is desolate, devoid of any vegetation." At this point, the on-site commander spoke with a hint of trepidation. Had it not been for that young lad piloting the mech to disperse the toxic mist, it would have certainly affected the nearby village. After a brief pause, he continued his analysis. Currently, the identities of these unidentified foreign invaders remain elusive. However, based on their equipment, it appears to be of the Lighthouse Nation. Moreover, from the footage of the previous live broadcast, the faces of these individuals are reminiscent of those from countries across the ocean. In terms of combat capabilities, they could potentially be special forces from the Lighthouse Nation. The commander of the 5th Military District nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent as he moved to the window of the command room. Through the specially reinforced glass, he could clearly observe the bustling activity outside. Countless personnel clad in heavy protective gear and professional gas masks were diligently decontaminating the area. Numerous renowned experts and professors in the field of biochemistry were meticulously conducting examinations on site. Observing this scene, the commander maintained a calm demeanor, yet his mind was racing with contemplation. The equipment present at the scene reveals little. Even the special forces of the Yen National Military District, while engaged in covert operations, never carry their distinctive gear. To assert anything based solely on this would undoubtedly lead to the ridicule of those scoundrels from Lighthouse Nation. Upon this realization, the commander clenched his fists involuntarily, a surge of frustration coursing through him. How infuriating! Although everyone is acutely aware of who is responsible for today's incident, tangible evidence remains elusive. After all, the very body of the perpetrator has been reduced to mere pulp. How can one identify the culprit now? It is truly a case of being left without a witness. Rubbing his aching temples in despair, the commander resolved to set these thoughts aside for the moment. He would discuss the matter later with his fellow commanders in the military district. Turning to the on-site officer on standby, he instructed, "Continue to dispatch personnel to secure the area and prepare a comprehensive report for submission." Chapter 90. Is Nicola about to make a grand sale? In the conference hall of the Lighthouse Nation's Department of Defense, the atmosphere was tense, filled with high-ranking officials. Minister Duncan slammed his palm against the table, creating a cacophony of sounds. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" he exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at a robust and handsome middle-aged man, nearly roaring in indignation. "Kindle, are you a fool? Did you not assure me with utmost confidence that this was a flawless plan, one that could not possibly fail? Tell me, how did your so-called perfect plan end in utter disaster?" Kindle, the director of the intelligence agency, adjusted his hair, shrugged, and replied, "The plan was indeed impeccable. By all accounts, it should have succeeded. However, everything was derailed by the unforeseen interference of that mech, which constitutes an uncontrollable factor, a fault not of our own." Before Duncan could respond, the Minister of Commerce, Halls, who had always harbored disdain for Kindle, stood up to vehemently confront him. "What nonsense is this about a perfect plan? Do not use those toy-like mech from the Yen Nation as an excuse. The disgrace that has befallen our great Lighthouse Nation is solely due to your incompetence. I advise you to resign from your position as director of the intelligence agency and beg for mercy on your knees." Upon hearing Hals's scathing remarks, Kindle shot him a furious glare. However, Halls stood his ground, further stoking the flames of conflict. "What is the matter? Do you still refuse to admit your fault? Your ineptitude has led to the failure of our plan, nearly nailing our great Lighthouse Nation to a pillar of shame." Duncan, having absorbed Hals's accusations against Kindle, felt a shift in his own thoughts. Without hesitation, He identified the perfect scapegoat for the operation's failure. Halls is correct. Director Kendall, you must take responsibility for this debacle. Await the judgment of our esteemed Lord Pierce. After announcing the repercussions for Kendall, Duncan continued his analysis. The most troubling matter now is the bioweapons released in the Yen Nation, which have utterly failed to meet our expectations. As he spoke, Duncan cast a resentful glance at Kendall, now deemed the scapegoat. The entire operation had been broadcast live, and the release of the bioweapon was clearly a deliberate act, leaving no room to blame it on Kurt. Moreover, the cunning individuals of the Yen Nation would undoubtedly connect the dots back to us. At this juncture, Duncan paused momentarily, then decisively declared, "No, we must convene a press conference immediately." 10 minutes later, the Department of Defense of the Lighthouse Nation held an urgent press conference. With a solemn expression, Minister Duncan addressed the audience with righteous fervor. "We, the peace-loving Lighthouse Nation, vehemently condemn acts of terrorism. They not only disrupt global stability. To think that they would resort to terrorism even against our closest ally, the proud nation of Yen. Thus, we, the shining beacon of democracy, shall resolutely combat terrorism to the bitter end. Simultaneously, we shall extend our hand of assistance to Yen. We are prepared to aid Yen in uncovering the instigators of this heinous act." Following the recent press conference held by our Department of Defense, a multitude of international netizens have expressed their admiration and support. Citizens of the Beacon Nation exclaimed, "Ha! Our great nation embodies justice, unwavering in our fight against terrorists." Commenters from the Rotten Nation remarked, "Bravo! Truly, the great Beacon Nation lives up to its reputation, gallantly offering aid to Yen." Observers from the Grand Nation added, "How fortunate Yen is to receive assistance from the Beacon Nation." However, the netizens of Yen, having witnessed the ostentatious display of our press conference, scoffed and derided it, claiming that the rhetoric was more pleasant than the reality. They suggested that this was merely the pot calling the kettle black. One bold commenter urged, "Let us drop the merely. Their insincere facade is utterly revolting." Meanwhile, within the hallowed halls of the Beacon Nation's Department of Defense, following the press conference, Minister Halls was retained for a special discussion. Among the numerous high-ranking officials, Halls had garnered the favor of Duncan, as he consistently articulated thoughts that resonated deeply with him. Moreover, his intellect was sharp, often presenting innovative strategies. Upon entering Duncan's office, Duncan gestured for Halls to take a seat and inquired, "Halls, although we have just concluded the press conference, this matter remains highly charged. I am concerned that some overly inquisitive netizens may delve deeper." Halls, ever the astute advisor, immediately conjured a solution upon hearing Duncan's concerns. With a sycophantic smile, he reassured, "Minister Duncan, there is no need for alarm. We merely need to redirect the spotlight." Duncan's eyes brightened at this prospect. Halls continued, "We should intensify sanctions against the Kurdish regime. Additionally, we must target the suppliers associated with Kurdish, including major smartphone manufacturers, ensuring they are incorporated into our sanctions. Furthermore, we must prohibit any transactions involving Yen's currency and restrict all enterprises linked to our nation from engaging in commerce with any entity connected to the Kurdish regime." As Halls elaborated, a sense of pride swelled within him. By disseminating this information, the latest fervor would undoubtedly shift towards the beleaguered Kurdish regime. Thus, Duncan's concerns would be effortlessly alleviated. Upon hearing this, Duncan's face lit up with joy as he erupted in laughter, declaring, "Excellent. Truly, you are the Halls I have esteemed. This task is entrusted to you." In another location, at the headquarters of Nikola, in the president's office, Max appeared utterly worn and haggard. The vicissitudes of life can indeed be quite extraordinary. Previously, during the multifaceted initiative to undermine cortisone, Max was personally involved. In Max's perspective, under such a meticulously orchestrated plan against cortisone, it was inconceivable that cortisone could withstand the pressure for more than 3 days before collapsing. However, to his astonishment, an unexpectedly formidable mech emerged from nowhere, incinerating the lifeline that Nikolai had just grasped with utter ease. In that moment, the phone on Max's desk rang. He numbly picked it up and pressed the answer button. Moments later, he hung up in disbelief. Was the Department of Commerce truly this formidable? Not only had they intensified the sanctions against cortisone, but they had also included all of his competitors in the sanctions as well. This was simply marvelous. It seemed that our great Nikolai would not succumb so easily. Once the press conference from the Department of Commerce was concluded, those enterprises in the fiery nation, no matter how powerful, would be relegated to playing solo in their own territory. After all, once the sanctions from the beacon of the nation took effect, the battery trade of the fiery nation would be rendered incapable of exporting. Meanwhile, the illustrious Nikolai would remain unscathed, continuing to sell his products. Max believed that his sales would flourish immensely. With these thoughts, Max was overwhelmed with joy. Chapter 91. Exiting the live broadcast. The Kingdom of Flame. Early the next morning. Not far from the Spark Laboratory, in a luxurious five-star hotel, Zhao Xiaoyu lay sprawled across the bed, blissfully asleep. However, a sudden cacophony of raucous noise erupted, shattering his sweet dreams. Awakened by the commotion, Zhao Xiaoyu felt a surge of irritation. How could the environment of this five-star hotel be so poor? What on earth were they yelling about so early in the morning? Just as Zhao Xiaoyu was about to summon Wei Qianru to investigate the source of this early morning disturbance, he abruptly halted. Wait, this voice sounds oddly familiar. Soon enough, his confusion was resolved, for the loud shouting came from none other than his rather dim-witted father. Before Zhao Xiaoyu could even make a sound, his father was already hollering through the door. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door, sweetheart, your mother and I are here. Zhao Xiaoyu sighed inwardly. Why had his parents come to find him so early in the morning? Frustrated, he reluctantly opened the door. Yet before he could utter a word, Su Wenli rushed in, enveloping him in a tight embrace while tearfully exclaiming, Your father and I watched the live broadcast yesterday. It was so dangerous. We were nearly scared to death. What were you thinking, acting so recklessly? Zhao Xiaoyu found it difficult to breathe under his mother's grip, but he knew it was best to endure in silence. He stuck out his tongue and listened as his mother poured out her grievances. Su Wenli, oblivious to Zhao Xiaoyu's predicament, continued, Your father and I came today to take you home. We cannot allow you to participate in this live broadcast anymore. It's far too perilous. Upon finishing her speech, she released Zhao Xiaoyu and exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Dajuan. Understanding the cue, Zhao Dajuan approached Zhao Xiaoyu, patting him on the shoulder and saying, Sweetheart, your mother is right. We are not participating in this ridiculous program any longer. We have enough money. We do not need this. Realizing he needed to clarify matters with his overzealous parents, Zhao Xiaoyu offered a gentle smile and reassured them, Mom, Dad, you needn't worry. The mech is sturdy and safe. There is nothing to fear. Zhao Dajuan, however, scoffed dismissively, Safe, my foot. Whatever you say is irrelevant. We are definitely taking you home today. His words left no room for negotiation. Yet Zhao Xiaoyu's smile only grew brighter. Leaning closer to Zhao Dajuan's ear, he whispered, Dad, once I am done with this in a few days, I'll take you for a ride in the mech, soaring through the skies. Zhao Dajuan continued in a cold tone, urging not to indulge in superfluous talk, and to hastily prepare to return with them. Yet, midway through his statement, an unexpected realization struck him. Are you saying, my son, that I too can ride that magnificent mech? Zhao Xiaoyu responded with a silent nod and a smile. Upon receiving Zhao Xiaoyu's affirmative reply, Zhao Dajuan waved his hand and swiftly altered his stance. Indeed, my dear child, your words ring true. I observe that the mech is impervious to machine guns and grenades, rendering it exceedingly safe. Hence, I have resolved to join you in participating in this live broadcast. Suddenly, he winced in pain. Su Wenli, witnessing Zhao Dajuan's abrupt change of heart, swiftly pinched him fiercely at his side. You, Zhao Dajuan, did we not agree on our way here that we must bring our treasure home? How can you so easily change your mind? Zhao Dajuan, with a bitter smile, pleaded. My dear wife, we must see this through. Since we have promised the production team our participation, it would be quite improper to withdraw midway. Moreover, this mech is indeed exhilarating. Very safe. With a slight smile, Zhao Xiaoyu observed the playful bickering between Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli. Realizing that the matter was settled, he then settled onto a nearby sofa and began perusing his phone. The charming little girl, Emily, playfully sent a flirty wink along with her message. Dear Master, I have thoroughly investigated all matters. The mastermind behind it all is Duncan, the Minister of Defense from the Lighthouse Nation. The one in charge is Kendall, the Director of the Intelligence Bureau of the same nation. However, this unfortunate fellow seems to have been abandoned as a scapegoat. The conspiracy from the Lighthouse Nation is a multidimensional assault. The infiltrators into Yen Nation are a covert operation team from the Lighthouse Nation. After a brief moment, Zhao Xiaoyu finished reading Emily's report and grasped the full context and the culprits behind the incident. Yet, in the interest of thoroughness, he inquired once more. Do we have all the evidence in hand? Emily transformed into a delightful floral dialogue bubble. Rest assured, dear master, all evidence has been gathered. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhao Xiaoyu put away his phone. Noticing that Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli were still embroiled in their verbal skirmish, he fell into contemplation. At present, he possessed advanced technologies, the CNMB 666 alloy, artificial intelligence, graphene batteries, as well as completed mechs. Moreover, there were the freshly minted blueprints for laser weapons from the night prior. According to these designs, fabricating a laser weapon would not pose a challenge. After a moment's reflection, Zhao Xiaoyu resolved to swiftly accomplish two tasks. The first was to produce a prototype of the first-generation laser weapon. The second was to create a fully functional graphene battery. Ideally, he would also manufacture several additional units for backup energy. With his mind made up, Zhao Xiaoyu opened the door and stepped into the corridor outside. The fierce exchange between Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan went unnoticed as he quietly slipped away. As soon as Zhao Xiaoyu's parents entered the room, Wei Qianru politely greeted them before discreetly exiting to the hallway to wait. Zhao Xiaoyu approached Wei Qianru, gently taking her delicate hand, and smiled. Sister Qianru, could you kindly assist me in contacting the head of the military district? I have a collaborative project to discuss. Upon hearing this, Wei Qianru's expression brightened, and she readily responded, Rest assured, Xiaoyu, I shall promptly reach out to the commander of the military district. With that, she took out her phone and dialed her father's number, which she had saved under Dad. Wei Qianru felt no guilt in her slight deception, for her father was indeed the genuine commander of the military district. Moreover, she believed in keeping the benefits within the family. While Wei Qianru was busy making the call, Zhao Xiaoyu instructed the young girl, Emily, please compile all the evidence from the recent covert operation and upload it to the tablet in the room. This task was a mere trifle for Emily, and she completed it in less than a second. After she signaled an okay with her hand, Zhao Xiaoyu returned to fetch the tablet and stepped out of the room. Just then, Wei Qianru finished her call. Zhao Xiaoyu opened the tablet and displayed the identities of the 10 members involved in the covert operation. He then turned to Wei Qianru, who had just put down her phone, and said, Sister Qianru, come take a look at this. Chapter 92. What do you two actually want? Having just concluded a phone call with her father, Wei Qianru approached with a beaming smile. Observing Zhao Xiaoyu handing her a tablet, she was filled with curiosity. Wasn't this the very tablet she used to watch dramas during her moments of boredom? Why was her younger brother taking it out? Could it be that he too felt the pangs of ennui and wished to indulge in a series? If that were the case, he would be in for a treat, as she possessed subscriptions to all the major streaming services, allowing her to watch whatever she desired. However, as Wei Qianru accepted the tablet and glanced at the screen, she found herself momentarily stunned. To her astonishment, the images displayed were none other than the intruders who had released toxic gas the previous day. Yet, as she began to scrutinize the details, her eyes widened in disbelief and her heart raced. This was not merely a case of her brother wanting to watch a show. The individuals on the tablet were clearly the very same intruders whose remains had been obliterated. Every detail, from photographs to names, identities, positions, and the mission in Yin country, was meticulously documented on the tablet before her. But how was this even possible? It was utterly inconceivable. The malevolent incident from the previous day, where the intruders had unleashed toxic gas, had incited great fury from the office's leadership. Consequently, not only had elite forces from every military district in Yin country been dispatched to investigate, but even the Special Intelligence Organization, which typically only answered to the office head, had mobilized entirely to pursue this matter. Yet here she was, confronted with a youth who had seemingly accomplished what had eluded all others. Throughout the time since their return to the hotel, she had remained by this boy's side. Hadn't he just returned to bathe and then gone to sleep? Even if he had intended to investigate, time would have been against him. Could it be that he had utilized the initial artificial intelligence he had created to gather this information? Wei Qianru gazed at Zhao Xiaoyu with renewed astonishment. This young man had once again shattered her perceptions. Clearly, he was a national treasure of Yin country, and she resolved to protect him diligently and without fail. As Wei Qianru processed her shock, Zhao Xiaoyu, standing on his tiptoes, playfully poked her delicate face with his finger and said, so soft. Sister Qianru, I wish to converse with the person above regarding some matters concerning the future of Yin country. He gestured upwards with his little finger. Wei Qianru was momentarily taken aback. The person above? But she quickly comprehended. He intended to speak with the head of the office. If such a statement had come from anyone else, she would have undoubtedly apprehended them and subjected them to intense interrogation to uncover any ulterior motives. However, before her stood this remarkable prodigy of Yin country. She truly felt qualified for this responsibility. However, such a significant matter was beyond her authority. Thus, Wei Qianru nodded and responded, "Brother Xiaoyu, I cannot make this decision. It needs to be reported. Please wait a moment." After saying this, she hurriedly made another call to her father in the military district. In the 5th military district, in the commander's office, Commander Wei answered the incoming call from Wei Qianru with a cheerful demeanor. "My precious daughter, what is it? Is our genius embarking on another collaborative venture? What? Are you certain?" After listening to Wei Qianru's report, Commander Wei's smile vanished. 2 minutes later, having hung up the phone, Commander Wei was left in utter shock. This young man was truly remarkable. However, recalling the young man's request, he promptly picked up the secure military phone on his desk and dialed the Central District office. Upon receiving the detailed report from Commander Wei, the person in charge at the Central District office wasted no time and replied, "I will arrange for a plane immediately. This afternoon, I will personally meet with our nation's prodigy." 5 minutes later, Wei Qianru returned to Zhao Xiaoyu, her face filled with envy. "Brother Xiaoyu, I just made a call to inquire. Someone wishes to meet you this afternoon." However, before Wei Qianru could finish, Zhao Xiaoyu interrupted her. He handed his tablet to Wei Qianru and said, "Sister Qianru, could you please help me arrange the laboratory? I need to gather some materials urgently." Wei Qianru found his request somewhat amusing. Indeed, the world of geniuses was a busy one. Just yesterday, they had experienced a terrifying battle, and now, in the blink of an eye, he was ready to dive back into research. Nevertheless, with a smile, Wei Qianru replied, "That is absolutely no problem. What do you need this time, Brother Xiaoyu?" Zhao Xiaoyu mentally reviewed the schematics for the laser weapon and, counting on his fingers, stated, "I require discharge tubes made from GG17 material, water cooling sleeves, gas storage sleeves, and return gas pipes. Additionally, I need total reflectors based on optical glass. The surface of the total reflectors should be coated with a gold film. Oh, and this gold film must be 10.6 micrometers, achieving a reflectivity of over 98. Also, please prepare a substantial amount of low sputtering and low gas absorption ultra-negative materials. The more, the better." It is worth mentioning that the program staff was exceptionally dedicated. Since Zhao Dejun and his wife arrived early in the morning, filming had commenced without pause. As a result, the conversation between Zhao Xiaoyu and Wei Qianru was clearly heard by the viewers in the live stream. However, the audience was left utterly bewildered. "Wow, I understand every word this little friend is saying, but when it comes together in a sentence, I just can't grasp its meaning. Genius minds truly operate differently. This convoluted jargon makes me feel utterly confused." In the realm of live broadcasts, one might wonder if anyone possesses an understanding of such sophisticated matters. At this very moment, upon hearing the materials presented by Zhao Xiaoyu, Wei Qianru's eyes widened in astonishment as she covered her slightly agape cherry lips with her delicate hand, enveloped in profound shock. It was only after being gently shaken by Zhao Xiaoyu several times that she regained her composure, swallowing hard in disbelief, and in a hushed tone, she inquired, "Xiaoyu, are you perhaps considering that endeavor?" Zhao Xiaoyu, taken aback by Wei Qianru's response, was pleasantly surprised to discover that this beautiful sister possessed a modicum of knowledge on the subject. However, just as he was about to articulate a response, a sudden click resonated as the door behind them swung open, revealing Zhao Dajuan and Su Winley stepping out in unison. Zhao Dajuan leaned in with a mischievous grin and asked, "What is that? What are you two planning to do?" Chapter 93. After all, the Yin Kingdom has no evidence, so everything is fine. In the corridor, Zhao Xiaoyu conversed with Wei Qianru, clearly overheard by Zhao Dajuan and his wife. Zhao Xiaoyu rolled his eyes in annoyance, pondering what thoughts occupied the mind of his less-than-wise father. He chose to ignore Zhao Dajuan and continued speaking to Wei Qianru. "Sister Qianru, your guess is correct. It is indeed what you imagined. Therefore, please assist me in making the necessary arrangements as soon as possible." Upon receiving Zhao Xiaoyu's affirmative response, Wei Qianru's eyes sparkled with excitement. It truly was that thing. This was extraordinary. Having grown accustomed to Zhao Xiaoyu's astonishing feats, she did not question the validity of the 6-year-old's claims. With a heart full of joy, she hurriedly called her father, asking him to coordinate with a suitable laboratory. As Wei Qianru cheerfully departed, Zhao Xiaoyu still chose not to engage with Zhao Dajuan's earlier remarks. Instead, he took both of his parents' hands with a beaming smile and said, "Dad, Mom, let us go? I will take you for a joyride in the sky." Initially, Zhao Dajuan, who had been gossiping with a playful demeanor, was so taken by Zhao Xiaoyu's words that he planted a kiss on his adorable face. Zhao Xiaoyu wiped it off in distaste, reminding himself to maintain a respectful distance from his boisterous father in the future. Although Su Wenli said nothing, the sight of the majestic Mecha soaring through the skies, viewed through the livestream, filled her with a sense of longing for such an experience. It was no wonder she readily agreed to stay. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream, witnessing Zhao Xiaoyu leading his parents on a skyward adventure, were filled with envy. "Oh, how I wish I had a son who could take me for a ride like that. As long as he could fly me into the heavens, I would gladly call him Grandpa." However, curiosity lingered about the peculiar thing that Xiao Peng had mentioned earlier. Was there an expert among them to shed light on this mystery? Indeed, amidst the fervent inquiries of the curious onlookers, a knowledgeable individual emerged to provide analysis. "I am a graduate student in high-energy physics. Based on what the young boy just said, it closely resembles materials used for creating laser tubes." Countless viewers were taken aback by the graduate student's insightful commentary, followed by a wave of astonishment and shock. Materials for making laser tubes? Could it be that this prodigious child intends to venture into the realm of laser weaponry? 3 hours later, Zhao Xiaoyu returned with Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli after their exhilarating mecha ride. As they disembarked, Zhao Dajuan's face was alight with excitement, leading him to make a decisive resolution. "My dear child, I recently experienced the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the skies aboard that magnificent aircraft. Consequently, I have made a momentous decision. I shall resign. I shall entrust the affairs of the company to your mother while I indulge in the pleasure of spending my days with you." Su Wenli, upon hearing this, was immediately displeased. "You think you can simply shirk your responsibilities? I too shall resign. I will leave the company matters to my subordinates. What use is there in earning so much money? From now on, I wish to spend my days with my beloved child." Zhao Xiaoyu was initially taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, but soon a smile graced his face as he raised his hands in agreement with his parents' whimsical decision. After all, their family was not lacking in wealth. To quote a certain influential figure, they had already established numerous small goals. Thus, it was of little consequence. When Zhao Xiaoyu returned to the hotel with his parents, Wei Qianru had already arranged for a new laboratory. Under her guidance, Zhao Xiaoyu and his companions boarded a dedicated vehicle that took them to the new facility. Wei Qianru accompanied Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli, engaging them in conversation while introducing the various amenities of the laboratory. After inspecting the lab and its experimental materials, Zhao Xiaoyu rolled up his sleeves, revealing his smooth, slender arms, and began to work diligently. Meanwhile, on a flight to Kyoto International Airport, only the office head and the secretary occupied the first-class cabin, while the personal bodyguards remained in the business class at the back. As the flight neared its descent, the secretary approached the office head and inquired, "Sir, the program featuring that genius youth is currently being broadcast live. Should we inform the production team to terminate the broadcast?" Just as the head was about to respond, a thought seemed to strike him. He paused, then smiled. "No need to end the broadcast. Notify the Central District television station to participate in the recording as well. Our meeting with the prodigious youth should be featured in tonight's news at 7. The secretary nodded and proceeded to contact the station director for arrangements. The head chuckled softly. This young boy, at such a tender age, already demonstrated a profound love for his country, willingly sharing his astonishing technological advancements for the nation's benefit. Moreover, he had saved countless citizens of our homeland just yesterday, becoming a little hero in the eyes of our people. Such patriotic youths deserve public recognition. I will represent our nation in the public eye, ensuring that all citizens are aware of our unwavering support for this brilliant young mind." With this thought, a slight smile crept upon the head's lips as he anticipated the forthcoming meeting with Zhao Xiaoyu. In the Lighthouse Nation, deep into the night, the esteemed Mr. Pierce was convening an urgent meeting. The agenda was straightforward: accountability for the failed operation against our homeland the previous day. Mr. Pierce maintained a calm demeanor, simply posing the question, "In light of the failure of the operation against our nation, it is imperative that someone steps forward to take responsibility." Upon hearing Mr. Pierce's inquiry, Secretary of Defense Duncan of the Lighthouse Nation was the first to speak. "Esteemed Mr. Pierce, this plan was executed flawlessly. However, the failure of the mission can be attributed solely to the incompetence of Commander Kendall. Upon hearing this, Director of Intelligence Kindle immediately rose to his feet, retorting, "Mr. Pierce, this is not my fault. It was the sudden emergence of formidable Mechs from the Yin Nation that ultimately led to the mission's failure." No sooner had Kindle's words escaped his lips than Secretary Halls interjected, "Respected Mr. Pierce, Kindle is lying. How could the Mechs of the Yin Nation possibly rival the might of our great lighthouse nation? Thus, Kindle is merely shirking the responsibility for the mission's failure." Half an hour later, Pierce rendered his judgment. "The failure of this mission is the responsibility of Director Kindle of the Intelligence Bureau, who oversaw the operation. He is hereby relieved of his duties and will await further consequences." Kindle's countenance fell, and he crumpled to the ground. Ignoring the almost shattered Kindle, Pierce continued, "Secretary Halls makes a compelling point. After all, the Yin Nation currently lacks evidence. As long as we maintain the moral high ground and publicly declare our unwavering commitment to combating terrorism, we should face no significant issues." Chapter 94. Could it be that they are personally coming to capture our foolish son? In the southwestern province, within a new laboratory, Zhao Xiaoyu was energetically directing the staff, fully immersed in their tasks. Outside the laboratory, Wei Qianru was engaging in cheerful conversation with Zhao Dajuan and Su Winley, while the program crew had shifted their focus for the live broadcast. The camera, now properly adjusted, was trained on Wei Qianru, along with Zhao Dajuan and Su Winley. At this juncture, the director of the program was feeling quite disheartened. Not long ago, Director Wu received a call from the station's head, informing him that the research process of Zhao Xiaoyu could not be filmed. He was instructed to seek out some engaging topics around the laboratory for filming instead. Upon hearing this, Director Wu became anxious. How could they not film the research process? It is well known that the audience craves to witness the transformation from nothing to something, the very essence that captivates viewers. It was akin to a deeply affectionate couple. If they were to skip the preliminary romantic gestures each time and proceed directly to the climax, the excitement would surely wane with repetition. Thus, Director Wu promptly argued his case with his superior over the phone. "Lu Tai, live streaming the genius research in the laboratory is what will attract the trending traffic." However, before Wu could finish his statement, the voice of Director Lu erupted from the receiver, nearly in a roar. "Wu Kuei, have you lost your mind? I told you not to film, so do not film. Do you think I wish to forfeit such a vast audience? This is the directive from above. Do you dare to defy it?" Despite being reprimanded, the effect was remarkably profound. Wu shivered upon hearing the response and swiftly contacted the crew on site to comply with Director Lu's instructions. At the filming site, Wei Qianru was enthusiastically lauding Zhao Xiaoyu's remarkable achievements to Zhao Dajuan and Su Winley. "I speak nothing but the truth, Xiaoyu's father and mother. Your son is an invaluable asset to our Yin Nation, an irreplaceable genius. With his inventions, our nation's strength will undoubtedly flourish tremendously. Oh, even now, our military has already made groundbreaking advancements using Xiaoyu's research products." As Wei Qianru continued her effusive praise for their beloved son, even Zhao Dajuan and Su Winley, the proud parents, felt a twinge of embarrassment. This charming young lady had been extolling their son for over half an hour without repeating herself, and given her fervor, it seemed she would continue until dusk. Thus, under Su Winley's subtle cue, Zhao Dajuan cleared his throat and interrupted Wei Qianru's accolades. Rubbing the back of his head, he said, "What our Xiaoyu has done is merely childish play, nothing of significance." Wei Qianru, taken aback by Zhao Dajuan's interjection, was left momentarily speechless. In the live broadcast, countless viewers absorbed every word spoken by Zhao Dajuan. Suddenly, a flurry of comments inundated the chat. "Goodness, the child's father dares to call graphene batteries nonsense? The super alloy is dismissed as mere play? Is your formidable mech not worthy of the stage?" The previous commenter is absolutely correct. The impressive products you speak of are simply creations of that intellectually challenged father-son duo. They belong to them. Thus, the child's father indeed possesses the audacity to claim that such inventions are unworthy of attention. I can hardly believe it. This pair of genius parents truly embodies a sense of ostentation. At Kyoto International Airport, the flight of the office head had just landed, surrounded by a throng of bodyguards. The head and their secretary boarded a dedicated vehicle and swiftly proceeded to the new laboratory where Zhao Xiaoyu was located. 10 minutes later, Commander Wei of the 5th Military District arrived at the new lab in a whirlwind. Upon hearing her father announce that the office head was imminent, Wei Qianru promptly greeted the couple, urging them to join her father outside to welcome the arrival. As they reached the entrance of the lab, a group of robust men in civilian attire pushed the door open and entered. Recognizing a familiar face, Wei Qianru identified the chief bodyguard accompanying the office head. However, when she noticed the cameraman trailing behind, her brows furrowed. She promptly addressed the photographer, saying, "Given the current circumstances, please refrain from filming this segment." Meanwhile, the online viewers, observing the influx of unfamiliar figures at the laboratory entrance, expressed their bewilderment. What is happening? Why are there so many strangers here all of a sudden? Wait, the unfamiliar individuals are not the main concern. The real issue is that the beautiful lady just instructed the crew not to film. Oh no, even if a significant personage arrives, the filming must not cease. We still want to witness the unfolding drama at the new laboratory entrance. Just as the cameraman intended to heed Wei Qianru's advice and cease filming, the leading bodyguard waved his hand and stated, "It's fine. Let them continue filming." Yes, this is the office head's directive. Wei Qianru felt a twinge of confusion upon hearing this. However, since the office head's personal bodyguard conveyed the message permitting filming, she decided to disregard her initial reservations. Consequently, she and her father, the commander, rushed outside to greet the office head, followed closely by the beaming photographers and crew members. Behind the film crew, Zhao Dajuan and his wife, both puzzled, stealthily trailed the cameraman outside. Their curiosity piqued. They wondered what distinguished individual had arrived to warrant such a grand display. As the group reached the laboratory entrance, they were greeted by the sight of a dozen specially customized black sedans from the Yin Nation, gradually emerging from the vehicles. A multitude of robust, plainclothes security personnel descended, unmistakably bodyguards. Through the screen of the live broadcast, countless onlookers were rendered utterly bewildered by the spectacle. Goodness, what an imposing display! Who could possibly be arriving for an inspection? A fleet of black sedans, proudly bearing the insignia of our nation, numbered in the dozens. Surely, the head of our office couldn't be among them, could they? As the viewers in the live stream were engulfed in confusion and speculation, the foremost vehicle, adorned with a license plate consisting of 8 zeros, slowly unveiled a figure that was nearly universally recognized by the citizens of our nation. Upon witnessing this familiar silhouette, Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli were instantly struck with astonishment. This couple, typically modest and unassuming, found themselves gripped by trepidation in the face of such an extraordinary scene. An unsettling thought emerged simultaneously in their minds. Could it be that their foolish son had engaged in some outrageous act, prompting the very head of the office to intervene personally? Chapter 95, The Closed Door Logically. It would be absurd for anyone with even a modicum of intelligence to entertain such thoughts. Who among us possesses the audacity to warrant the personal intervention of the head of the Yin Nation's office? Could it be presumed that this individual is devoid of pressing engagements? Yet, at this moment, Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli found themselves in a state of bewilderment and fear, driven by an overwhelming parental concern that clouded their judgment. This reaction is, in fact, quite understandable. Are not all parents across the realm similarly inclined? In critical moments, they do not yearn for extraordinary fortune to befall their beloved children, but rather wish for their safety and well-being, hoping for tranquility above all else. Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli epitomized this sentiment, leading them to momentarily lose their composure. The office head glanced at Commander Wei and Wei Qianru, who had come to greet him, along with the accompanying photographers and staff. However, his attention swiftly shifted to the couple standing at the back of the crowd, stretching their necks and gazing intently in his direction. Consequently, he made his way directly towards Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli. Upon witnessing the office head approach, both were struck with disbelief. Indeed, he was very much alive. Before the office head could utter a word, Zhao Dajuan seemed to have an epiphany. Gritting his teeth, he hastily exclaimed, "Leader, I confess. I implore you to consider leniency for my son. He simply has a penchant for dabbling in inconsequential inventions. If he has truly erred in any way, I beseech you to take into account his tender age of merely 6 years and not hold him accountable." Su Wenli, eager to support her husband's plea, chimed in, "Yes, leader. Our child is still young and naive. If he has indeed committed any folly, please direct your reprimand towards us, his parents." Initially, the office head had sought a discussion with the parents of such an extraordinary prodigy as Zhao Xiaoyu. But the unfolding scenario was far from what he had anticipated. The moment Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli approached him, They presented this unexpected spectacle. Even one who navigated the complexities of military and national affairs daily, possessing vast knowledge, found himself momentarily dumbfounded. "Your son has engaged in dubious activities? You wish for me to punish you?" he queried, bewildered. "I merely intended to ask what you both meant by this. I seem to be missing something here." Wei Qianru, having interacted with Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli previously, could not suppress a chuckle, her hand covering her mouth in amusement. It was entirely typical for this couple to indulge in humorous antics. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, viewers observing the scene erupted in laughter. "Haha, this is too hilarious. These comical parents have even left our office head flabbergasted. Goodness, my father's lack of foresight has truly redefined my understanding. I can't help but feel that this couple is indulging in a bit of absurdity." The person in charge understood that the child's parents must have misunderstood the situation. With a warm smile, he said, "Dear parents, there is no need for modesty. Your precious son is undeniably a unique prodigy in our country. We are more focused on safeguarding his talents than apprehending him." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli finally grasped the situation, and their faces flushed crimson with embarrassment. This blunder was indeed quite humiliating. The person in charge chuckled and continued, "You two have nurtured such an exceptional young genius for our nation. You are truly exemplary parents." He added, "Let's share a meal together at noon. I have already made arrangements. For now, I must visit our country's prodigy." With that, he opened the laboratory door and proceeded toward the room where Zhao Xiaoyu was working. Meanwhile, inside the laboratory, Zhao Xiaoyu was directing the team as they reached a critical phase in the creation of the first laser weapon. With the blueprints rewarded by the system, constructing the laser weapon was a relatively straightforward task, far simpler than assembling a mech, which involved numerous intricate steps. At this moment, only one small component remained, requiring some modifications according to the system specifications. Although the adjustments were simple, without Zhao Xiaoyu's meticulous guidance, even a dozen professionals could have spent a month without achieving success. Once this minor component was transformed, the laser weapon would be completed. As Zhao Xiaoyu directed the progress of the modifications, the laboratory's intercom suddenly rang out. "Xiaoyu, your brother, someone is looking for you. Please come out." Hearing Wei Qianru's voice just as he was about to finalize his experiment was infuriating. Indeed, women often seemed to disrupt his path to success. Zhao Xiaoyu promptly responded through the microphone on his workstation. "No, this is a crucial stage of the experiment. Please do not disturb me." After speaking, he commanded the little girl, Emily, help me block all communications between the laboratory and the outside world." As Zhao Xiaoyu's words echoed, the adorable figure of the little girl appeared in the control room of the laboratory. With her sparkling eyes, she playfully stuck out her cute pink tongue, displaying her charm. "Hee. I wonder if my dear master will feel embarrassed when he finds out that the communication he just rejected and asked me to block was from the office head of our nation." The little girl dutifully carried out Zhao Xiaoyu's command, effectively severing all external communications from the laboratory while secretly harboring mischievous thoughts. As Wei Qianru engaged in conversation with Zhao Xiaoyu through the intercom at the laboratory entrance, Zhao Xiaoyu's words were meticulously overheard by the office supervisor. Even Zhao Xiaoyu's instructions to the little girl to block communications with the laboratory did not escape their ears. The supervisor could only chuckle in disbelief, reflecting on how the child's parents had nearly left him at a loss just moments ago. Now, without even having met this child, they had been served a metaphorical bowl of rejection. In the depths of his mind, Commander Wei silently gave a thumbs up, marveling at the audacity of this young one. In Yin country, to dare to refuse a supervisor is a rare feat indeed, and this child undoubtedly holds the title of the first. Wei Qianru's delicate and charming face flushed a deep crimson. "Did we not agree to meet with the supervisor in the afternoon? Now that the leader has arrived, you dare to turn them away so brazenly? What a remarkable turn of events." Chapter 96. I am still just a child. And I am not embarrassed. Outside Zhao Xiaoyu's door, the person in charge initially appeared taken aback. However, he quickly chuckled and shook his head, dismissing the incident. Yet, someone else was not so indifferent. In fact, he was seething with rage. This individual was none other than Zhao Xiaoyu's father, Zhao Dajuan. With an aggressive demeanor, Zhao Dajuan rolled up his sleeves, ready to storm in and confront the child. How dare this little brat show such disrespect to the esteemed official of our Yin nation? Just watch how I deal with him. As Zhao Dajuan furiously swung his fists, poised to charge into the laboratory, the person in charge swiftly restrained him. smiling as he reassured, "Child's father, it's quite all right. The crucial phase of the experiment cannot be disturbed. I'm not in a rush. Why not have you and the child's mother join me for a cup of tea while we wait together?" The audience watching the live stream erupted in laughter at this scene. "Haha, this is hilarious. This little kid is so impressive. He has made the official of our Yin Nation wait. Hee, this genius must be the first in our nation's history to dare say no to an office official. Indeed, it's remarkable. Absolutely extraordinary. I can't help but feel that the father, who was just swinging his fists, is even more astonishing." Before long, Wei Qianru brought a set of tables and chairs and arranged them in the hall outside the laboratory. Thus, the highest-ranking official of Yin Nation, along with Zhao Dajuan and Su Winli, sat together, sipping tea and engaging in conversation while awaiting Zhao Xiaoyu. Initially, Zhao Dajuan and Su Winli felt somewhat uneasy in this dialogue. As the saying goes, accompanying a ruler is akin to befriending a tiger. They worried about inadvertently speaking amiss and facing dire consequences. However, as the conversation unfolded, they discovered that the official before them was as affable as a kind-hearted neighbor, eloquent and approachable. The three of them quickly found common ground. Yet, as they waited outside the laboratory for Zhao Xiaoyu, 3 hours passed, far exceeding the time for lunch. Zhao Dajuan found himself recounting the number of times Zhao Xiaoyu wet the bed in kindergarten several times over, his throat parched from speaking. Still, there was no sign of Zhao Xiaoyu emerging. Frustration began to mount within Zhao Dajuan. He resolved that if the little rascal did not appear soon, he would disregard the experiment altogether and charge in to drag the child out. After all, he could not allow the official of Yin Nation to wait indefinitely. That would be utterly unacceptable. Meanwhile, inside the laboratory, Zhao Xiaoyu wiped the sweat from his forehead and picked up a gleaming silver metallic barrel, approximately 1 meter long and the thickness of an adult's forearm. Finally, it was completed, although it appeared somewhat rudimentary. However, this was the very first laser weapon meticulously crafted by his own hands. Each step was executed precisely in accordance with the system's blueprints. One could be assured of its formidable power. Now, upon connecting it to a power source, the gun in his hand would unleash a laser assault. Of course, the energy demands for laser weapons are quite high. If merely connected to a standard household power supply, it could still fire, but its attack power would be comparable to that of a conventional bullet. Having completed the experiment, Zhao Xiaoyu placed the laser weapon on the experimental table and instructed a nearby staff member to encase the prototype in a specially designed box. After completing this task, he suddenly recalled that Wei Qianru had sought him out earlier, mentioning that someone wished to meet him. Therefore, he called into the microphone, "Sister Qianru, I'm done here and absolutely famished. By the way, what was it you wanted to discuss with me?" Upon finishing his sentence, Zhao Xiaoyu turned and approached the laboratory door, pushing it open to step outside. Yet, upon opening the door, he was taken aback. Before him stood the head of the office from Yin Country. Although only 6 years old, Zhao Xiaoyu had frequently seen the office head on television, making it entirely natural for him to recognize him at a glance. Rubbing his eyes and looking again, he confirmed he was not mistaken. However, why was the office head seated with his adoptive parents, enjoying tea and chatting? The lively banter between them could easily mislead an onlooker into thinking they were old friends gathered at a card table. Tilting his head, Zhao Xiaoyu noticed Wei Qianru standing at the laboratory entrance. He approached her, whispering, "Sister Qianru, when did the office head arrive?" At that moment, Wei Qianru was no longer annoyed. Instead, she smirked playfully. "Oh, when did he arrive? Probably just after you outright refused him." Zhao Xiaoyu's face fell at this revelation. "So that was it. But how was I to know he was there to see me? If you had simply stated that the office head was looking for me, I would have come out." However, Zhao Xiaoyu quickly reconciled himself to the situation. After all, he was just a 6-year-old child and had no reason to feel embarrassed. Thus, he adorned his face with an innocent smile as if nothing had transpired, scampering over to the office head and cheerfully saying, "Hello, Uncle Leader." The office head, upon seeing Zhao Xiaoyu approach, examined him from head to toe. After a moment, he boomed with laughter. "Ah, young one, you must be the prodigious talent of Yin Country. Indeed, you exude an air of greatness at such a tender age." Pausing for effect, the head continued, "Just yesterday, you saved numerous citizens of Yin Country. You are truly a pillar of our nation. After such an extensive experiment, you must be starving. Come, let us dine together." The viewers in the live stream were captivated by this scene. "Wow, this is incredible." After being declined, The office not only remained unperturbed, but also extended an invitation for a meal. If you could also create mechas, you too would have the chance. 5 minutes later, before the office head, Zhao Xiaoyu, and the couple Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli lay a grand banquet adorned with delectable dishes, most of which were tailored to the tastes of children. During the meal, the head of the office raised a glass of juice and addressed Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli, saying, "First, I must express my gratitude to the parents of this remarkable child. Your contributions to nurturing such a pillar of our nation are indispensable." Taken aback, Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli humbly replied, No. It is our country's favorable policies that have afforded this child the opportunity to engage with such endeavors." After finishing his juice, the head filled his glass once more and turned to Zhao Xiaoyu, exclaiming, "Young one, your talent is truly unparalleled across the entire Blue Star. Moreover, your patriotism is commendable. Therefore, I raise this glass to you." With a smile, Zhao Xiaoyu lifted his juice and responded, "Uncle Leader, all of this is thanks to your tireless dedication and the flourishing governance of our great nation." The head erupted in hearty laughter, and the meal proceeded in joyous spirits. An hour later, as the feast concluded, the head summoned his secretary and stated, "I will have a private discussion with our little genius shortly. Please refrain from recording this segment." Chapter 97. Am I exempt from attending school now that I am a professor? Under the arrangement of Wei Qianru, the office head and Zhao Xiaoyu found themselves in the small conference room of the laboratory. At that moment, the room was occupied solely by the office head and Zhao Xiaoyu. The head, with a smile, turned to Zhao Xiaoyu and inquired, "Little genius, I received the message you had passed on to me, and I must say, it astonished me. Even my team of intelligence experts could not ascertain this information in such a short time. How did you come by it?" Zhao Xiaoyu, upon hearing the question, did not respond directly. Instead, he waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Those are merely the basic details of the intruders, not conclusive evidence. I have gathered some additional information. Please take a look." As he spoke, Zhao Xiaoyu handed his previous tablet to the head. With a hint of confusion, the head accepted the tablet and glanced at it. However, after this brief look, his eyes widened with shock and disbelief. The tablet contained a plethora of audiovisual recordings of the recent actions undertaken by the Lighthouse Nation against the Yin Nation. Moreover, it included chat logs of some high-ranking individuals involved on the opposing side. These were irrefutable pieces of evidence that could not be denied. This revelation left the head even more astonished. It was crucial to note that this information was undoubtedly classified material from the enemy's internal affairs. Some of the sensitive data was so critical that even the Lighthouse Nation would not dare to retain such evidence. Yet, how had this seemingly innocent and bright young man acquired such unattainable information? Could it be he possesses magical abilities? However, the head quickly dismissed such thoughts with a self-deprecating smile. What was happening to him? He had faced great storms and challenges in his life. Why was he losing composure in front of this boy? Regardless of how he obtained this classified data, as long as he was a genius of the Yin Nation, possessing such extraordinary skills was indeed a blessing. Reflecting on this, the head chuckled heartily, generously showering praises upon Zhao Xiaoyu. "Well done, little genius. Your accomplishments are truly remarkable. Once again, you have made significant contributions to our Yin Nation. On behalf of the people of Yin, I extend my gratitude to you." The head's admiration for the young boy was genuine, and his words of praise flowed freely. "Furthermore, the contributions you have made with your mecha, superalloys, and graphene batteries are immeasurable for our Yin Nation. Therefore, little genius, you are truly an indispensable talent for us. If you desire any rewards, do not hesitate to speak up. As long as it does not violate principles, I have the authority to grant your request." However, upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyu shrugged and replied, "Uncle Leader, let's set aside the rewards for now. After all, I lack for nothing at the moment. The family business operates casually, and within 3 hours, it can accumulate billions." Upon hearing this, the responsible party's expression froze. Although this young lad seeks no reward, embodying a commendable integrity, there was an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. However, before the individual could ponder further, Zhao Xiaoyu continued, "Oh, by the way, Uncle Leader, I have another invention that I just completed, a laser weapon." The responsible party was momentarily stunned, and then a tempest of emotions surged within. A laser weapon? Surely I did not mishear. As the head of the office in Yin country, he was acutely aware of the extensive research conducted globally on laser weaponry. Even Yin country itself invests immeasurable funds annually into the development of such technology. Across the entirety of Blue Star, nearly every nation of some standing allocates substantial resources towards the research and development of laser weaponry. The potential to create a functional laser weapon would undoubtedly yield an unparalleled deterrent capability. Yet, to date, no nation has successfully applied this technology for warfare. Only the Lighthouse Nation, which invests billions of lighthouse currency each year, has mastered laser guidance, though they too have not achieved direct weaponization. But what did this child just claim? That he has just crafted a laser weapon? Surely, this cannot be a mere toy. However, recalling Zhao Xiaoyu's previous accomplishments in high-tech products, a flicker of hope ignited within the responsible party. Perhaps, this youth has conjured another miracle? With thoughts racing, he eagerly inquired, "Young genius, what is the laser weapon you created, and how effective is it?" Zhao Xiaoyu scratched the back of his head, looking somewhat dejected as he replied, "This time, I made a laser gun intended for mounting on a mech. I was just about to test its power when you called me over for a meal." Observing Zhao Xiaoyu's sulky expression, the responsible party felt somewhat speechless. Great. So this is my fault? However, upon reflection, it truly was. Had he not insisted on joining him for dinner, they might have already had test results. Yet, the anxious official pushed aside any self-reproach and, with a wry smile, asked, "This is indeed my oversight. But, young genius, when do you think we can conduct a test?" Zhao Xiaoyu tilted his head and replied, "We can test at any time. We could find a place right now." Upon hearing this, the responsible party's face brightened with joy, and he exclaimed, "Young Zhao Xiaoyu, you are truly a pillar of our nation. Your existence is a tremendous fortune for Yin country. I hereby announce that, effective immediately, you shall be appointed a professorship at the Beijing Institute of Technology, enjoying a special national allowance each month." Zhao Xiaoyu nonchalantly shook his head, dismissing the trivial matters that held no significance for him. If they truly wished to reward him, why not simply bestow upon him a few charming secretaries? He reflected on how Master Zhang was so astute, arranging for the stunning Wei Qianru, a woman of beauty, melodious voice, and graceful demeanor, who also possessed an astonishing figure. Yet, such matters were rarely offered voluntarily. It would be rather awkward to proactively request that someone arrange for lovely companions for him. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. With a modest monthly national special allowance, he could consider it as a way to save some private funds for his future marriage. 5 minutes later, Zhao Xiaoyu, wearing a broad smile, pushed open the door of the small conference room alongside the person in charge. The crowd waiting outside rushed over upon seeing them emerge. The program's photographer also appeared on cue, ready for the live broadcast to resume. Just as Zhao Xiaoyu stepped out of the conference room, a thought struck him. He playfully stuck out his tongue and mischievously inquired of the person in charge, "Dear Uncle Leader, now that I hold the title of professor, does that mean I am no longer required to attend school?" Chapter 98. The shock of the officer and Commander Wei upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's astonishing question. The officer was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure, gently shook his head, and remained silent with a smile. This scene was witnessed by the viewers in the live stream, leaving them utterly flabbergasted. What does the professor's inability to keep up with school have to do with anything? What is going on? Indeed, I find myself a bit perplexed as well. Yet, just as the viewers were grappling with their confusion, a somewhat agitated voice emerged from behind Zhao Xiaoyu. "What professor? What do you mean you don't need to attend school? You little rascal, are you trying to skip class?" Zhao Dajuan bellowed, charging towards Zhao Xiaoyu, feigning an intent to pinch his ear. However, before Zhao Dajuan could act, his reckless movement provoked an immediate response from the officer's bodyguards. In an instant, several burly bodyguards positioned themselves, hands poised at their waists. Observing this gesture, anyone with even a modicum of sense would comprehend the implications of their next move. Zhao Dajuan, who typically embodied the demeanor of an honest and unassuming commoner, only exhibited ferocity when disciplining his children. He had never encountered such a tense atmosphere before. Consequently, his hand, which had reached towards Zhao Xiaoyu's ear, froze in midair, as he became paralyzed with fear, terrified that any misstep might lead to severe repercussions. Fortunately, the officer promptly intervened to quell his bodyguard's excessive reactions. Zhao Xiaoyu, meanwhile, rubbed his forehead, exasperated by his father's lack of comprehension. After this minor uproar subsided, under Commander Wei's guidance, the officer and Zhao Xiaoyu boarded a dedicated vehicle, heading directly to the experimental site of the 7th Military District. The site was not far from the new laboratory, which had been secured through Commander Wei by his daughter, Wei Qianru. The seasoned commander, well-versed in the ways of the world, naturally chose a laboratory in close proximity to his military district. Accompanying them were Zhao Xiaoyu's personal secretary, Wei Qianru, and several of the officers' bodyguards. Additionally, the diligent crew of the filming team remained, as they had yet to receive any notification to cease filming the live broadcast. Director Wu had no intention of relinquishing such an explosive live event. 20 minutes later, the officer and Zhao Xiaoyu arrived at the experimental site of the 7th Military District. With the safety of the officer assured at Commander Wei's stronghold, he opted not to bring his bodyguards along, allowing only Commander Wei to accompany them, alongside his cherished daughter Wei Qianru and the principal party, Zhao Xiaoyu. However, Commander Wei cast a glance back at the crew, who were diligently following in their footsteps to capture the unfolding events. Then, he swiftly approached the person in charge and softly inquired, "Leader, do you think we should temporarily shut down the live broadcast?" The person in charge shook his head and waved his hand, stating, "There is no need to turn off the live stream. Let it continue. It is precisely the opportunity for those ambitious wolves to witness the prowess of our little genius. They ought to behold our nation's innovative weaponry and feel a sense of trepidation." Upon hearing this, Commander Wei nodded in agreement and gestured to the soldiers at the entrance to allow entry. 5 minutes later, Zhao Xiaoyu confirmed that all preparations for the laser weapon test were complete. The office supervisor, Zhao Xiaoyu, Commander Wei, and Wei Qianru stood behind the testing personnel. Such military testing grounds are always equipped with specialized personnel, thus eliminating the need for Zhao Xiaoyu and others to personally conduct the tests. The experimental testing commenced. A testing personnel first connected to the household power supply and subsequently made an OK gesture. The soldier responsible for the firepower test had already shouldered the laser gun recently crafted by Zhao Xiaoyu. Upon seeing the gesture, he immediately began to aim at the distant target. He then pressed the firing button in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 crisp sounds, the first round of testing concluded. Soon, the data analyst reported the results. The connection to the household power supply could penetrate ordinary steel plates within a range of 20 meters, but it failed to breach tank armor. The lethality diminished gradually beyond 20 meters, becoming ineffective at 50 meters. The person in charge nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the test results, exclaiming, "Our nation's little genius truly lives up to the reputation. Today, I have witnessed it firsthand." Commander Wei concurred, adding, "Indeed, its power nearly rivals that of high-quality military rifles." While the supervisor and Commander Wei conversed, the testers did not delay. With the first round of results in, they promptly commenced the second round of testing. This time, the personnel connected Zhao Xiaoyu's developed first-generation graphene battery. The soldier shouldering the laser gun fired again. Bang, bang, bang. Once more, a trio of shots rang out. This time, there was no need to await the test report. The 3 projectiles effortlessly penetrated the tank armor, creating a hole in the head of the mannequin inside, and ultimately breached the aircraft's fuel tank. With a resounding boom, 3 splendid fireballs erupted. Fortunately, as this was merely a test, the aircraft's fuel tank contained only a minimal amount of fuel, resulting in a relatively small explosion. At that moment, the soldier responsible for the firing gesture indicated to the nearby tester to refrain from changing the power supply. He then pressed the firing button repeatedly. Bang, 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 bang. Each shot detonated the fuel tank, producing 4 magnificent flames. 2 minutes later, the report for the second round of testing was released. When connected to the graphene battery, it could effortlessly pierce tank armor and breach the aircraft's fuel tank within a distance of 100 meters. The lethality diminished beyond 150 meters and became negligible beyond 200 meters. After a brief pause, the testing personnel responsible for reporting the results continued, stating that, according to the soldiers' observations during the field tests, the weapon's targeting system was remarkably straightforward. Unlike conventional firearms, it did not exhibit a ballistic trajectory. The assault from this laser weapon was essentially instantaneous. However, it consumed an immense amount of energy during sustained fire. The graphene battery could only sustain the discharge of 7 rounds before depleting. Upon hearing this, the supervisor and Commander Wei exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by the impressive capabilities of this prodigy from Yen country. Despite the considerable energy consumption, the weapon's destructive power was undeniably formidable. The testing proceeded. with the experimental team connecting the power supply to a specially designed high-voltage source ranging from 1000 V to 10,000 V. The soldiers fired once more. 1 minute later, with the connection to the high-voltage source, the laser beam effortlessly penetrated steel plates and tank armor at a distance of 10 centimeters under 1000 V. At 10,000 V, the beam could additionally breach 5 military-grade sandbags with surplus energy. Analysis suggested that if powered by 100,000 volts, the effective range of lethal force would extend to 30 kilometers. After listening to the third round of test results, the supervisor was visibly astounded. This young genius had truly surpassed expectations. The initial weapon produced was remarkably exceptional. It is worth noting that many seasoned experts who dedicated their entire lives to weaponry might not achieve such a feat. Commander Wei, hailing from a military background, swallowed hard, his previously approving smile abruptly stiffening. His weathered face, marked by the trials of time, was now filled with shock, rendering him utterly speechless. Chapter 99. The strongest defensive shield on Earth. An experiment with laser weapons. The head of the office was astonished and taken aback. However, for Commander Wei of the 5th Military District, the shock was truly unparalleled. As the commander of the 5th Military District, Wei was acutely aware that the mainstream equipment currently employed by military forces across various nations consisted of standard firearms and ammunition. Yet, when compared to the formidable power of laser weapons, the shortcomings of these traditional armaments were glaringly evident. Primarily, the ordinary weapons utilized by the military are notoriously difficult to aim accurately. Achieving the capability for large-scale, coordinated fire on the battlefield requires immense practical training and an abundance of ammunition. The arduous journey of transforming a fresh recruit into a competent marksman could be undone in an instant upon their first encounter with the chaos of battle. All training efforts could be rendered futile, necessitating a complete restart. In stark contrast, laser weapons offer a different experience. Their operation is straightforward and user-friendly, wherever one points. The weapon strikes. Feedback from the initial testing soldiers has already confirmed this assertion. Essentially, as long as one is not visually impaired, they can emerge as a sharpshooter. Even a newly recruited squad of novices, if equipped with these simple yet effective laser weapons, could become a fearsome force on the battlefield. For instance, when confronted with enemy ground tanks, what need is there for RPGs? Against those lumbering metal behemoths, one merely needs to maintain a distance of 100 meters. Raise the laser gun, and fire a few shots directly at the tank's cockpit. If the tank's driver is not riddled with bullets, Commander Wei would gladly eat his words. This laser weapon is nothing short of revolutionary. It is akin to the transition from flintlock to rifled firearms. The efficacy of laser weaponry extends far beyond this initial comparison. It is important to recognize that one of the most significant deterrent weapons currently held by nations on Blue Star is the Intercontinental Ballistic Missile, ICBM. The reason ICBMs hold strategic importance for countries is that no nation can confidently assert its ability to intercept a nuclear warhead-laden ICBM with absolute certainty. This is primarily due to the astonishing speed of intercontinental missiles, which current defensive measures struggle to match. But what if laser weapons come into play? That changes everything. Our laser weaponry possesses the capability of superluminal speed. Once we detect an incoming missile launch, be it an ICBM or any other formidable missile, we can deploy our lasers for interception. The threat posed by the enemy's missiles would be rendered completely nullified. This laser weapon essentially serves as the ultimate defensive shield on Earth. In a fleeting moment, Commander Wei's mind raced with thoughts, and he was overwhelmed with excitement. He even felt a hint of moisture at the corners of his mouth, a realization he was blissfully unaware of. However, it wasn't long before Commander Wei regained his composure, reflecting on how he had momentarily succumbed to his enthusiasm. He nearly lost his composure in front of the supervisor, hastily wiping away the glistening trace at the corner of his mouth. Subsequently, he promptly relayed his recent analysis to the supervisor. As the head of the office in Yin country, the supervisor naturally comprehended the gravity of the situation. However, after listening to Commander Wei's analysis, he could not help but feel even more exhilarated. This young prodigy's brilliance is truly a blessing for Yin country. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream bore witness to the testing of the laser weapon, fervently flooding the chat with comments. I am a longtime military enthusiast. The results of the recent test were astonishing. The overwhelming data nearly dazzled my eyes. With such a laser weapon, Our aerial defenses are as formidable as an impregnable fortress. In the future, our Yin country shall not fear any nuclear threats from other nations. I never imagined this young lad would actually develop a laser weapon. Oh. I may not fully grasp the implications, but as long as it's impressive, that suffices. Let us take off. Yin country is rising. Ha ha ha. Our genius is invincible. Yin country is invincible. After some time, both the supervisor and Commander Wei managed to calm their excitement. At that moment, the supervisor once again scrutinized Zhao Xiaoyu from head to toe. After a brief pause, he extended his thumb in genuine admiration, exclaiming, "Young one, I realize you are not merely a small hero of Yin country. You are indeed a superhero for us. The laser weapon you have just developed is simply remarkable." Upon hearing the supervisor's praise, Zhao Xiaoyu maintained a serene expression. After all, the laser gun tested was merely a casual experiment of his. There was nothing to be particularly proud of. Sensing that Commander Wei and the supervisor had questions they wished to pose, Zhao Xiaoyu raised his small hand to interrupt the supervisor's accolades, stating, "Uncle Supervisor, let us refrain from such grandiose remarks for now. The data from the recently tested laser gun is all in the laboratory. Mass production is not a challenge. However, the critical issue lies with the power supply." Initially feeling a bit disheartened by Zhao Xiaoyu's dismissal of his compliments, the supervisor's spirits were lifted upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's subsequent remarks. Zhao Xiaoyu continued, counting on his fingers. "If we are discussing domestic defense, it's straightforward. Simply connect it to a high-voltage power source. However, sustaining long-range operations with this laser weapon remains a challenge." An hour later, Commander Wei arranged for a special vehicle to take Zhao Xiaoyu back to the hotel for rest, while the supervisor remained behind. 10 minutes later, all military district commanders in Yin country received an urgent notification to join a video conference. Presiding over the meeting was none other than the head of the Yin country office stationed in the 7th Military District. Zhao Xiaoyu returned directly to the laboratory. Today, from commanding the manufacture of the laser weapon to dining with the supervisor. After testing new weaponry at the military district's experimental zone, Zhao Xiaoyu, weary from a day of activity, succumbed to slumber upon returning to his room, collapsing onto the bed. The laboratory, provided by Wei Qianru's father, was equipped with a resting area. Meanwhile, Wei Qianru gazed tenderly at the sleeping Zhao Xiaoyu, her heart brimming with affection. "Rest assured, dear Xiaoyu, I shall dedicate my very life to ensure your safety, my little genius." At 8 p.m., within the 7th Military District, the video conference of the military commander had just concluded. After closing the video window before him, the official turned to Commander Wei and spoke. "Please arrange for me to make a call to the Lighthouse Nation." A subtle smile graced his lips as he spoke. The negotiating leverage that Yin country possessed was undeniably substantial. Not only did they hold all evidence pertaining to covert operations, but they also had in their possession the latest laser weapon developed by the young prodigy. Chapter 100. Desperate Struggle in the Yin Nation, within the 7th Military District. Commander Wei exhibited remarkable efficiency. Within a mere 10 minutes, he established a connection with the esteemed Lord Pierce of the Lighthouse Nation. In truth, Pierce had anticipated that the head of the Yin Nation's office would reach out to him. The purpose of the call was all too clear to him. Thus, upon hearing the inquiries from the Yin official, he swiftly issued 3 emphatic denials, casting the blame aside with fervor. "Oh my heavens! This is absolutely not the action of our great Lighthouse Nation. We, who cherish peace, would never engage in such deeds. I implore the esteemed leaders of the Yin Nation not to heed rumors," Pierce proclaimed with righteous indignation, seemingly moved by his own words. He continued, "I express my profound regret regarding the recent terror attack in the Yin Nation. However, I, Pierce, speaking on behalf of the entire Lighthouse Nation, declare our unwavering commitment to combating terrorist organizations. We shall spare no effort in pursuing any terrorist." Listening to Pierce's disingenuous rhetoric from across the line, the Yin official felt a wave of disdain. The Lighthouse Nation, the largest terrorist organization in the world, was audaciously proclaiming its innocence. Typically, he would have to endure this ordeal, lacking the evidence to retaliate, biding his time for an opportunity to strike back. However, in this instance, emboldened, he decided to reveal his hand. "Spare us the theatrics. The orchestrators of the recent terror operation in our southwestern province are none other than your Lighthouse Nation." Pierce, unfazed, retorted, "Indeed, it was our Lighthouse Nation, but you have no evidence. What can you do? I refuse to acknowledge it." He feigned indignation. "Oh, Esteemed official of the Yin Nation, my friend, let us rely on factual evidence. Please do not slander us. Our great lighthouse nation would never stoop to such actions. Upon hearing Pierce's stubborn defense, the Yin official wasted no time and boldly recited a series of names: Jares, Kintaro, Pauler, Shumiston. Initially, Pierce wore a smug expression, but as the names continued, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. What was the Yin official doing, suddenly listing these names? Wait a moment, these names seemed strangely familiar. Suddenly, it struck him. These were the names of the members of the covert operations team dispatched to the Yin Nation. During a previous briefing, Defense Minister Duncan had mentioned these individuals, leaving an impression on him. Yet, how did the Yin official acquire such sensitive information? Hadn't the defense minister assured him that there would be no evidence left to trace? What utter incompetence! He could not even manage this simple affair. Although the unexpected turn of events from the Yin official left Pierce feeling somewhat unsettled. However, Pierce was acutely aware that such matters were not to be acknowledged. Thus, he waved his hand once more, adamantly denying. "Haha, my friend, are you performing a recitation of your nation's culinary names?" The person in charge, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Ignoring Pierce, he continued, "This plan is a multidimensional strike against your nation. The first strike involves economic sanctions, spearheaded by oil magnate Clark. The second dimension of the assault is orchestrated through Nicola." As the office head recounted the previous actions of the Lighthouse Nation against their country with almost verbatim precision, Pierce, who had initially intended to shamelessly deny everything, found himself bewildered. What the hell? How does their nation possess such confidential and detailed information? Even I do not have such extensive knowledge of certain details. The more he listened, the more anxious he became. However, at this moment, the office head continued to lay out the Lighthouse Nation's plans in full. This time, he did not question whether Pierce would admit to anything, but instead directly stated his demands. "Now, on behalf of my nation, I formally notify the Lighthouse Nation. You must severely punish those responsible for this operation. Furthermore, you are required to immediately lift all economic and core technology blockades against my nation." His words resonated with authority and conviction. Yet, in conclusion, his tone softened and slowed. "I hope you, Pierce, will comply with our demands. Otherwise, all recordings and videos regarding this operation will be made public." At this moment, a somewhat dazed Pierce had regained his composure. However, upon hearing the office head's final words, he swallowed hard, his mind raging with fury. What the hell? How could they have obtained the recordings and videos? How did they accomplish this? Are the people of their nation truly so formidable? Or did my incompetent subordinates betray me, willingly providing such materials to them? Yet soon, Pierce dismissed these possibilities one by one. Ultimately, he concluded that the cunning individuals from that nation were merely attempting to bluff him. Yes, it had to be so. These people thrived on such bluster. They must intend to use this fabricated evidence to intimidate me, hoping to instill doubt and compel me to acquiesce to their unreasonable demands. The thought of this ignited a furious rage within Pierce. Those devious individuals were truly detestable. Yet, thankfully, the illustrious Pierce had discerned their schemes in time. Unbeknownst to the office head, Pierce was lost in his own frantic thoughts. Seeing that his adversary remained silent for an extended period, he scoffed inwardly. Truly, one does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. The office supervisor refrained from unnecessary dialogue and promptly ended the call. Just as Pierce was about to unleash a sarcastic remark, he was taken aback by the sound of the busy tone. A smirk crept onto his lips, and he erupted into hearty laughter. How amusing! The other party must have realized that their petty tactics had been uncovered by the illustrious Pierce. Sensing their schemes were futile, they reluctantly terminated the call. At that moment, Pierce noticed a notification on his computer screen indicating a new email. In the Yin country, within the confines of the 7th Military District, the office supervisor, after disconnecting the call, meticulously organized all the evidence provided by Zhao Xiaoyu, videos, recordings, and more, into a newly created folder. He then accessed his encrypted email, uploading the freshly assembled folder. Finally, he selected the esteemed Lord Pierce of the Lighthouse Nation as the recipient and clicked send. Completing this task, a subtle smile played upon his lips as he rose from his seat. Chapter 101. The Lighthouse Nation's Surrender. Pierce, who initially believed he had unraveled the cunning scheme of the Yin Nation, was basking in his perceived triumph. However, upon receiving a new email notification, he casually clicked to see who had reached out at this moment. To his surprise, it was the office of the Yin Nation's head. Upon seeing the sender's name, a flicker of realization crossed his mind. With a smug smile, he thought to himself, "Ah, these Yin Nation folks are particularly sensitive about their pride. They must have felt utterly embarrassed after I nearly exposed their deceit over the phone, prompting them to hastily send me a prepared apology letter." Yet, as Pierce opened the email, his expression shifted to one of disbelief. What he found was not an apology at all. Rather, it was an ominous summons. The email from the Yin Nation's head contained a comprehensive collection of audiovisual materials detailing the Lighthouse Nation's actions against them. Just as the opposition had claimed, the email included videos, audio recordings, and various chat logs as evidence. Regaining his composure, Pierce immediately picked up the phone and frantically dialed the Yin Nation's office head. After a tense wait, the call finally connected. Before the office head could utter a word, the esteemed Pierce, representative of the Lighthouse Nation, hastily conceded, "Dear friend, I have just inquired into the matter and discovered that it was indeed my foolish subordinate who mistakenly targeted the wrong individual, nearly causing harm to our closest ally, the Yin Nation. Therefore, the Lighthouse Nation must take responsibility and offer compensation for this incident." However, the office head, unmoved by Pierce's tearful lament, interrupted him with a firm voice, "Spare me your insincere theatrics. Compensation is non-negotiable. But, as I mentioned earlier, I need a straightforward answer regarding my previous demands." Hearing the indifference in the office head's tone, Pierce sighed softly, contemplating a counter-argument to negotiate a better deal. "Oh, dear friend, there is no need for such anger. The Lighthouse Nation is willing to offer double the compensation to the Yin Nation. However, regarding the handling of those responsible and the economic sanctions, might we—" Before Pierce could finish his sentence, the line went dead with a series of beeps. "Damn it, they've hung up on me again." Fury surged through Pierce. Yet, as he recalled his subordinate's report about the Yin Nation's successful development of a terrifyingly powerful laser weapon, all his anger dissipated like smoke. The situation was precarious. Without a clear understanding of the Yin Nation's military capabilities, it was prudent to adopt a more submissive stance. Thus, Pierce dialed the office head's number once more. This time, he refrained from any tricks and readily acquiesced to all the demands put forth by the office head. There was no other choice. Even if the illustrious Lighthouse Nation remains undaunted by formidable adversaries, it must exercise utmost caution before engaging in conflict with the fiery nation armed with laser weaponry. For in the realm of laser technology, the Lighthouse Nation has established an insurmountable lead and possesses a profound awareness of the terror these weapons can unleash. Laser weaponry is, quite simply, an invincible force. Thus, should the fiery nation indeed possess such a fearsome instrument of destruction, inciting their wrath could lead to dire consequences. After ending the call, Pierce, in a fit of rage, shattered his phone into a multitude of pieces. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The esteemed Pierce had never before stooped so low as to engage in such a conversation. Consumed by his ire, he bellowed at his secretary outside the office, demanding that all personnel involved in the previous operation convene immediately. An hour later, the meeting concluded, and Pierce was genuinely furious. Consequently, all individuals implicated in this affair, regardless of their rank, faced severe repercussions. Even Duncan, the influential Minister of Intelligence in the Lighthouse Nation, found himself subjected to Pierce's scathing rebuke and was abruptly stripped of his ministerial position. As for Nicola, the instigator of this operation, Pierce slammed his fist on the table and vociferously declared his fate. From this day forth, the Lighthouse Nation would cease all forms of assistance to him. Meanwhile, at the Lighthouse Nation's Datong Investment Bank, an assistant, rubbing his hands together, once again urged, "Minister Richard, should we not consider purchasing more of Nicola's stock? The prices have plummeted, far below the company's actual value. If we increase our investment now, it would surely yield substantial returns." Minister Richard, taking a gentle puff from his cigar and slowly exhaling an elliptical smoke ring, chuckled softly, "As long as I hold the position of minister at Datong Investment Bank, I will never invest a single penny in Nicola." Observing his assistant's anxious demeanor, Richard remained unmoved. What a farce. Only a fool would consider acquiring Nicola's stock at this juncture. Moreover, he had received whispers of a rumor that surely his competitors were also on the cusp of learning. The Lighthouse Nation would no longer extend any aid or concessions to Nicola. It seemed that bankruptcy was imminent for Nicola. As Richard had anticipated, nearly all the titans of the investment banking world had caught wind of the news. No one dared to seize the opportunity with Nicola's stock, which had descended to historic lows, save for a few unsuspecting novices easily led astray. At Nicola's headquarters, in the president's office, Max was in a state of panic. As a direct party to the situation, he too had heard the troubling rumor. Damn it, we were already struggling enough. It was only with the support of the Lighthouse Nation that we managed to survive. And now this news comes, indicating that even they will no longer support us. How can we continue? Restless, Max picked up the phone and dialed the Minister of Commerce. However, after several attempts, he was met with a busy signal. No one answered. Frustrated, Max tried calling other departments within the Ministry of Commerce, but to no avail. His anxiety escalated. What on earth were these inept individuals doing? How could there be no one available to even breathe into the phone? Suddenly, Max recalled Jessica, a temporary assistant with whom he had shared a brief encounter. She was affiliated with the Ministry of Commerce. Hastily, he searched through his contacts and finally located her number. The call connected. Hello, this is Jessica, assistant at the Ministry of Commerce. May I ask who is calling? A flicker of hope ignited within Max. Jessica. This is Max from Nicola. However, before he could finish, upon hearing the name Nicola, she promptly denied any association. I apologize, I was just joking. I'm not actually with the Ministry of Commerce. Goodbye. Stunned by the ensuing dial tone, Max found himself momentarily speechless. Yet, it dawned on him that he had become a forsaken loser, cast aside by the great nation. Regret washed over him. Why had he foolishly provoked the youth of the fiery nation? Max lamented, his remorse profound. Yet, there was no remedy. A month later, Nicola was compelled to announce, Nicola has declared bankruptcy. Chapter 102. Lifting the technological blockade with the news of Nicola's bankruptcy in the Lighthouse country spreading. A wave of astonishment and lamentation swept through the onlookers. Even many citizens of the Lighthouse country found it utterly inconceivable. How could such a once glorious and powerful entity as Nicola have collapsed? This was simply unfathomable. Some novice investors, who had just convinced themselves that they had successfully bottomed out, erupted in rage upon hearing the news, cursing Nicola and Max's ancestors in a fit of indignation. However, for those seasoned insiders who had been privy to the rumors, Nicola's downfall, devoid of the support from the upper echelons of the Lighthouse country, was an inevitable outcome. In the Yin country, at the Kyoto branch of Yin Country Aerospace Technology Group, President Xi Jinping gazed with a furrowed brow at the news dispatched from headquarters. After holding back for quite some time, he could no longer contain himself and muttered a string of expletives. Are they insane to demand I procure a 5 nanometers lithography machine? Has the headquarters lost their minds? Or are they merely seeking to vex me out of sheer boredom? For years, let alone a 5 nanometers machine, they wouldn't even sell a 25 nanometers one. Yet, there was no escaping the orders from headquarters. Refusal was not an option. In a moment of desperation, Xi Jinping found himself in a state of agitation. Although headquarters repeatedly assured him that price was not an issue, as long as the project was secured, any amount would be approved. This was not merely a matter of cost. He seethed inwardly, realizing that high-precision machinery, such as lithography machines, was almost entirely monopolized by ASML of the Netherlands. To acquire a lithography machine, one could only engage in transactions with ASML. It was not that his offers were inadequate. He had repeatedly proposed prices far exceeding market value. Yet, each time, they completely disregarded him, not even deigning to respond. This was not due to their noble disregard for profit, but rather a well-known fact. The Lighthouse country was orchestrating behind-the-scenes maneuvers against the rapidly rising Yin country. The Lighthouse country, which prided itself on being the strongest nation on Blue Star, had consistently sought to suppress the ascendance of Yin country, while its vassal, the Netherlands, meticulously enforced the technological blockade imposed by the Lighthouse country against Yin. Thus, high-tech instruments like lithography machines were entirely prohibited from being exported to Yin country. Otherwise, even a fool at ASML would not let such a lucrative opportunity slip through their fingers. However, this money was not only perilous, but also lethal. Therefore, each time Yin country proposed exorbitant offers for ASML's lithography machines, the executives could only watch helplessly, unable to accept a single cent. Consequently, it was this very reason that all employees at ASML harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the people of Yin country, and when it came to hosting Xi Jinping, it was little wonder that their hospitality was strained. While Xi Jinping understood this dynamic, he remained acutely aware of the frustrations that ensued. However, as the president of the Kyoto branch of the Yinghua Hanyu Technology Group, with an annual salary in the tens of millions, It is simply unthinkable for him to humbly present cash with a forced smile to plead with others. He simply could not bring himself to do so. In this state of helplessness and frustration, Xi Jinping summoned his secretary and instructed his subordinates to convene a meeting. Such meetings had been organized multiple times before, each time forming a negotiation team to engage with Asamai. Yet, they always left with high hopes only to return in utter disappointment. This time was no exception. During the meeting, a new negotiation team was established, with Xi Jinping appointed as the leader once more. He glanced at the familiar faces of his team members and let out a quiet sigh as he articulated his plan. I have decided to initiate a phone call with Asamai and Lanha to express our company's sincere intention to acquire, he stated. Following that, I shall personally travel to Lanha for a visit to demonstrate our earnestness. Let us hope for some fruitful results this time. Just as Xi Jinping finished speaking, a bespectacled young manager within the team could no longer contain himself and interjected, President Xi, you really need not take this upon yourself. The people at Asamai and Lanha are incredibly formidable. Even if you go in person, they might treat us with the same indifference as last year. Xi Jinping was well aware of this sentiment, yet this was a task directly assigned to him by the headquarters. Although the chances of success appeared slim, one must at least make an attempt, mustn't one? Thus, he waved his hand dismissively and replied, it matters not. We have been disregarded by them for so many years. One more time makes no difference. Having said that, Xi Jinping signaled to his secretary and translator to contact the other party. The secretary picked up the phone and began dialing. As the group surrounding Xi Jinping anxiously awaited the connection, the call was soon answered. However, upon hearing the translator announce their name and intent, the tone from the other end shifted immediately. The voice, though seemingly polite, was laced with an unmistakable arrogance. We at Asamai cannot conduct business with you, Yinghua. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. As the busy tone echoed through the receiver, the members of the team, including Xi Jinping, felt a profound sense of frustration, regardless of their sincerity or the substantial funds they were prepared to offer. If the other party refused to engage in business, what could they do? Though Xi Jinping and the others had anticipated this outcome, the sting of being dismissed yet again left them feeling utterly dejected. Meanwhile, at Asamai and Lanha, sales director Lanade hung up the phone in irritation. Damn it, those persistent Yinghua people again. Why can't they just take a hint? Even though their offer is high, what difference does it make? We can only watch enviously and cannot sell to them. Sighing, he reflected, truth be told, Yinghua is also a victim in this scenario. It's all due to that wretched lighthouse nation, insistent on imposing a technological blockade against Yinghua. Our modest company dares not engage in commerce with the nation of Yen. For the prospect of facing the severe sanctions imposed by the nation of the lighthouse would likely lead to our swift demise within a day. Just as our sales director, Ranard, was lost in contemplation, voicing his grievances about the lighthouse nation's brazen conduct, his superior, the esteemed CEO of Asamai, Lorenz, burst through the office door. His countenance flushed with excitement. With a broad smile, Lorenz hurried to Ranard's side and exclaimed, My dear Ranard, I bear splendid news. From now on, should we receive calls or emails from the nation of Yen, we are free to negotiate prices and reap substantial profits. As he spoke, Lorenz enveloped Ranard in a hearty embrace and continued, a recent announcement from the Lighthouse Nation has lifted the technological embargo on Yen, allowing us to legitimately sell lithography machines to those affluent patrons. However, upon hearing Lorenz's words, Ranard could not suppress an exclamation of surprise. Then, under the quizzical gaze of his superior, he hesitantly confessed, well, it seems that just moments ago, a call came in from a company named Aerospace Technology Group in Yen, expressing interest in purchasing a lithography machine. Unfortunately, I think I inadvertently hung up on them. Chapter 103. The groveling of the general manager of Lanfin country upon hearing Ranard's faint response. Lorenz was momentarily bewildered. As the head of the sales department, Lorenz had always been known for his boisterous personality and resonant voice. When had he begun to speak in such a subdued manner? Nevertheless, after mustering the courage to clarify once more, Lorenz finally comprehended. Upon realizing that Ranard had audaciously hung up, rejecting the call from the affluent patron of Yen country, he was consumed with rage. In a fit of fury, Lorenz seized the impeccably arranged tie around his neck and forcefully slammed Ranard's head onto the table. His face flushed with anger, he bellowed, Ranard, what on earth are you thinking? The Aerospace Technology Group of Yin Country has previously approached us with offers exceeding market prices by 50 for transactions. Do you understand? What they wish to purchase is not mere cabbages. It is a lithography machine. A lithography machine, do you comprehend? At this juncture, Lorenz, his heart heavy with despair, began to strike Ranard's head, the sound echoing through the room. This was a monumental business opportunity worth billions of lighthouse coins. A 50 premium translates to over $1 billion lighthouse coins. Pure profit. If it weren't for the foolish lighthouse nation's relentless suppression preventing us from trading with Yin Country, we would have long since engaged in lucrative transactions with them, reaping abundant rewards. At this moment, Lorenz's eyes were bloodshot with fury as he glared at Ranard, his voice icy as he continued. Now that we finally have the opportunity to sell lithography machines to Yin Country and make a substantial profit, you, in your foolishness, have hung up on our benefactor. Unable to contain his wrath any longer, Lorenz extended his foot and kicked Ranard out with great force. You must immediately call back our benefactor. If this matter goes awry, I will ensure your ruin. Meanwhile, in Yin Country, at the Kyoto branch of the Aerospace Technology Group, the conference room fell into an oppressive silence. The atmosphere was thick with tension. The members of the discussion group had all clearly heard the earlier call, during which the representatives from Lanfin Mai had callously hung up. Although they had anticipated such an outcome, a sense of frustration lingered within them. After a lengthy pause, it was the president, Xi Jinping, who broke the silence. I understand that everyone has done their utmost. Let us not dwell on this. Given the technological embargo imposed by the Lighthouse Nation, Lanfin Mai would undoubtedly never engage in transactions with us. He began to pen an analytical report to submit to headquarters. But before he could finish, the conference room phone suddenly rang. The secretary hurriedly rushed to answer it, silently lamenting her plight as she did so. Who on earth is so inconsiderate as to make a call at this time? Does no one realize the somber mood enveloping the company? However, once the call connected, the petite secretary, after listening intently, formed a perfect ta shape with her cherry-red lips and could not help but exclaim, "Mr. Xi, it is a call from General Manager Lorenz of Lanfeng Asma." The room fell into a stunned silence. What kind of jest is this? Did not Asma just deliver a resounding rejection? What could they possibly want now? Are they here to mock us? Nevertheless, despite his own confusion, President Xi Jinping promptly stepped forward to take the call. Hello, I am Lorenz, the General Manager of Lanfeng Asma. I must apologize for the earlier offense caused by our company's rude operator. This individual was merely a temp. I have reprimanded and dismissed him, and I hope you will not take offense. Here is my personal number. You may contact me anytime for any matters. I am at your service. Lorenz, deeply concerned about the potential displeasure of their esteemed client from Yin Country, took it upon himself to personally smooth over the situation. With apologies and polite gestures, he continued, almost as if a thought had struck him. Oh, and how could I forget? From this moment on, our Asma company is entirely at your disposal. You, Aerospace Technology Group, are interested in procuring lithography machines, correct? Feel free to place your orders at will. Of course, should you wish to include a little extra for the effort, we at Asma can expedite your orders as well. In conclusion, we sincerely invite your Aerospace Technology Group to visit our Asma factory for an on-site inspection. The call concluded swiftly, leaving everyone, including President Xi Jinping, in a state of bewilderment. How had they suddenly agreed? Was there some trickery afoot? However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Xi Jinping made a decisive choice. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to personally visit Lanfeng Asma to ascertain the truth. Even if they were merely attempting to ridicule him, he had little to lose. After all, having faced such mockery countless times over the years, he was hardly deterred by another instance. Most importantly, he felt an inexplicable sense that this time might be different. With this thought in mind, Xi Jinping turned to the secretary and instructed, please arrange for the earliest flight to Lanfeng. In Lanfeng, at 3 o'clock local time, Xi Jinping's flight touched down. Wasting no time, he made his way directly to Asma. 20 minutes later, General Manager Lorenz personally welcomed Xi Jinping and his party, extending a warm reception at Asma. Xi Jinping grasped the underlying reasons. It turned out that the Lighthouse Nation had lifted its technological embargo on the Yin Nation. At 10 p.m., a piece of news swiftly ascended the headlines of major media outlets, dominating the trending charts. Astonishing. The president of the Aerospace Technology Group's Kyoto branch, Xi Jinping, personally led a team to Lanfin Mai preparing to acquire a 5 nanometers lithography machine. Countless netizens reacted to this news with a mix of amusement and sarcasm. Hey, yet another tedious report. What difference does it make if they go to Lonfin? They simply 1T sell it to us. Indeed, being turned down time and again. How can we hold our heads high? Have some dignity. Let us develop our own. The lack of education is truly alarming. Such a core precision instrument as a lithography machine cannot simply be conjured into existence through mere exports. Did you notice that even the Kyoto International Times covered this matter? Perhaps this time, they might actually succeed in acquiring it. Regardless of the fervent discussions online, Zhao Xiaoyu slept exceptionally soundly. The following morning, after completing his morning routine, Zhao Xiaoyu stumbled upon the news regarding the Yin nation's acquisition of the lithography machine. With a knowing smile, he realized that the negotiations had yielded the desired benefits. He then shook his head, approached the refrigerator, retrieved a frosty bottle of cola, and took a sip before beginning to summarize the functionalities of his mecha. The current defensive capabilities of the mecha were quite formidable, at least sufficient for now. Furthermore, equipped with the newly developed laser gun, its combat effectiveness was commendable. However, the significant energy consumption remained a pressing issue. Yes, this is a key point to highlight. Chapter 104. Decision. Commencing the development of controllable nuclear fusion at present. The most pressing issue to address is the defensive capabilities of the mecha. The armor currently in use is still crafted from the initial alloy developed by Zhao Xiaoyu. At that time, due to constraints in raw materials, this first-generation alloy fell short of the system's perfection criteria, merely scraping by as a substandard product. Although this initial alloy armor offers commendable protection, remaining unscathed even under the full assault of the Black Operations Group, it pales in comparison to the efficacy of a flawless alloy. Reflecting on this, Zhao Xiaoyu could not help but raise an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. In those days, when funds were scarce, even the capital to initiate research into materials was procured at the risk of a hefty beating, beginning with pilfering from his father's secret stash. Thus, at that juncture, Zhao Xiaoyu was genuinely unable to fulfill the highest quality standards mandated by the system. However, the situation has significantly changed now. With a sip of chilled cola, Zhao Xiaoyu lazily glanced at Wei Qianru, who was engrossed in her drama. He then casually spoke, "Sister Qianru, I require some top-quality materials. I'll provide you with a list shortly. Please arrange for them to be delivered to the laboratory. It must be the very best, and money is no object." Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's brazen proclamation of wealth, Wei Qianru closed her tablet with a soft sigh. "I know, Xiaoyu, you are affluent. Indeed, very affluent. Yet, must you always mention money?" She mused internally. Nevertheless, she excelled in efficiency. 5 minutes later, Wei Qianru signaled an OK to Zhao Xiaoyu and softly announced, "Xiaoyu, all the materials you requested have been procured. Rest assured, they are all top tier, as per your specifications. They should arrive at the laboratory in about half an hour." With that, she picked up her tablet again, returning to her show. Since Wei Qianru began serving as Zhao Xiaoyu's secretary, she had diligently remained by his side, seldom indulging in daytime dramas. However, a particularly entertaining series recently aired, based on the novel The 6-Year-Old Who Created Mechas. The content was captivating, and the plot was so enthralling that it was impossible to resist. Thus, Wei Qianru found herself utterly absorbed. Zhao Xiaoyu shook his head, silently commending Wei Qianru's efficiency, and continued to contemplate the next steps in his plan. The second-generation armor he was about to optimize must be equipped with weaponry. The latest creation, the Annihilation Light Laser Gun, has been meticulously crafted by Zhao Xiaoyu specifically for the mecha. As for the artificial intelligence aboard the mecha, a young girl like Emily suffices. Although Emily can occasionally appear naive, she has proven to be quite dependable in her tasks. To be candid, the installation of defense systems and weaponry on these mechas is rather straightforward. Zhao Xiaoyu could easily instruct others to accomplish the operations. However, the energy issue remains a challenge that necessitates his personal intervention. The graphene batteries have been optimized to the brink of their potential. Yet it is evident that even these enhanced batteries cannot sufficiently power the mecha equipped with the Annihilation Light. Thus, it is imperative to swiftly develop controllable nuclear fusion as outlined in the system's blueprints. With this thought in mind, Zhao Xiaoyu meticulously reviewed the schematics for controllable nuclear fusion once more in his mind. After some time, he gently massaged his forehead, realizing the complexity of the diagrams. Fortunately, the materials required for constructing the core device, the tokamak, are already available. The alloy formula previously used will adequately fulfill the requirements for the tokamak's production, significantly saving time. As for the specific design plan, it is readily provided by the system, albeit the intricate details demand a high degree of precision. Zhao Xiaoyu glanced down at his own diminutive stature and sighed softly. It seems he has overestimated his capabilities. It is unlikely that he could complete the manufacturing independently. Reluctantly, he acknowledged the necessity of involving additional researchers in the construction process. Nonetheless, he harbored no concerns regarding the potential for technical leaks. The Mechas, along with their artificial intelligence and other products, all possess hidden backdoors as per the system's design. Even if someone were to steal the mecha technology and produce formidable machines, Zhao Xiaoyu could render their efforts futile, reducing their creations to mere scrap metal, should he choose to employ his own methods to reclaim what is rightfully his. After pondering for a considerable time, Zhao Xiaoyu resolved to first construct an enlarged version of the tokamak device. The standard model provided by the system is merely the size of a fist, and creating such a precise apparatus necessitates utmost accuracy. Should he proceed directly with the standard model, the risks of failure would be significant. Therefore, Zhao Xiaoyu plans to fabricate a larger version initially, allowing the incoming technical personnel to practice, thereby ensuring a smoother and more successful production of the smaller tokamak device. During this period, he has already devised the subsequent steps and plans for the project. Thus, he pulled up Wei Qianru, who was engrossed in her drama, shaking her gently. "Sister Qianru, the materials should be arriving soon. Accompany me to the laboratory, will you?" Wei Qianru, interrupted from her show, displayed a forlorn expression. Before long, Zhao Xiaoyu and Wei Qianru were seated in a dedicated vehicle, en route to the laboratory. The duration required for the production of controllable nuclear fusion remained uncertain. Therefore, Zhao Xiaoyu needed to first organize the laboratory staff, instructing them to refine alloys using high-quality raw materials. The creation of this novel alloy posed no significant challenge. With just a slight nudge from Zhao Xiaoyu, the current staff in the laboratory were entirely capable of handling it. As Zhao Xiaoyu pondered, he suddenly noticed Wei Qianru beside him still clutching her tablet, absorbed in her drama. This left him somewhat speechless. Was it truly entertaining to watch soap operas? He had never understood why those girls, prior to his time travel, would choose to squander time on such shows. Would it not be more enjoyable to engage in a game of landowner? Or perhaps a round of poker would be far more delightful. With a slight grin, Zhao Xiaoyu gently tapped Wei Qianru on her delicate shoulder and inquired, "Sister Qianru, do you happen to know where our country's nuclear laboratory is located?" Chapter 105. Where is the nuclear laboratory? As Wei Qianru was engrossed in an enthralling drama, she momentarily failed to register the interruption. After finally encountering a captivating storyline, she yearned to savor every moment and was currently captivated by a thrilling scene. Why was she perpetually disturbed? However, after a brief pause, Wei Qianru regained her composure. What had the young boy just mentioned? A nuclear laboratory? After mulling over it several times, realization dawned upon her. He had just inquired about the nuclear laboratory of Yin country. Suddenly, her almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be? The countless spectators in the live stream, upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's question, were equally taken aback, causing watermelons to tumble from their hands. What on earth? Had this child just asked about a nuclear laboratory? What was he intending to do? Could our prodigious genius be concocting a new nuclear weapon? Perhaps he aimed to equip a mech with a nuclear warhead and conquer Lighthouse Country soon? Was he contemplating nuclear fission, transforming the mech's conventional power into nuclear power? As a graduate student in high-energy physics, I must interject. It is alarming how ignorant some are. My assessment is complete. This child cannot possibly apply nuclear fission to a mech. It is an impossibility. A reactor is as large as a room. How could it ever be mounted onto a mech? Wei Qianru swallowed hard, uncertainly asking, "Little you, are you inquiring about the nuclear laboratory?" Zhao Xiaoyu blinked innocently, responding with a hint of confusion, "Yes. I need the most advanced nuclear laboratory. Is there a problem?" Inside, Wei Qianru was screaming in disbelief. Is there a problem? A 6-year-old wants to borrow a nuclear laboratory, one of the top-tier ones? Does that truly raise no concerns? Nevertheless, Wei Qianru chose not to dwell on this issue. With another nervous gulp, she proceeded to inquire, "But, Xiaoyu, what do you need this nuclear laboratory for?" Zhao Xiaoyu seemed oblivious to Wei Qianru's astonishment and shrugged casually. "Oh, I have a new idea I want to explore. but it requires the assistance of some researchers and a laboratory. Noticing that Wei Qianru was staring at him, seemingly in shock, he waved a diminutive finger in front of her and continued. What I need is the kind that belongs to the pinnacle of research laboratories and teams in our Yin country. Of course, money is no object. I will cover all expenses. And you know, Jieru, I have never been short on funds. At this moment, Wei Qianru had finally regained her composure from the shock. After calming her mind, Wei Qianru replied, Xiaoyu, the laboratories and talents you mentioned undoubtedly exist. However, I need to seek approval from above. Wei Qianru had come to a realization. The individual before her was no ordinary prodigy, but a strategically significant talent personally received by the head of the Yin country office, who had even invited him to lunch. Therefore, when he expressed a desire to utilize the nuclear laboratory and collaborate with a top-tier research team, there was nothing unusual about it. This was quite normal. Zhao Xiaoyu was overjoyed. His beautiful secretary was truly exceptional. She possessed beauty without being mere eye candy. The nuclear laboratory and elite research team were indeed accessible. However, the cost would likely be substantial. Yet, as long as money could resolve the issue, it was not a problem. Nonetheless, Zhao Xiaoyu had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Was the nuclear laboratory something that could be casually rented with money? Could the most esteemed researchers in Yin country be easily hired for a price? At that moment, the vehicle arrived at the laboratory entrance. After disembarking, Zhao Xiaoyu winked at Wei Qianru and casually remarked, I leave everything in your capable hands, Sister Qianru. With that, he dashed into the laboratory. After inspecting the experimental materials, Zhao Xiaoyu began delegating tasks to the staff for alloy refinement. Meanwhile, Wei Qianru stood outside the laboratory door, watching Zhao Xiaoyu's figure vanish within, shaking her head. She then moved to a secluded spot and took out her phone. 5 minutes later, in the Central District office, the secretary reported to the head regarding the matters submitted by Commander Wei. Upon reviewing the information, the head chuckled with interest, remarking, Our little genius truly cannot remain idle for a moment. After this playful observation, he instructed the secretary, Please call that young lady from the Wei family directly. After reporting Zhao Xiaoyu's newly proposed requirements to her father, Wei Qianru waited anxiously for a response. Just then, her phone rang. Hello, Dad, what's the update? In her eagerness to answer, Wei Qianru neglected to check the caller ID and immediately greeted the caller as Dad. However, upon hearing a hearty laugh from the other end, she realized her mistake and quickly checked the number. To her astonishment, the caller was not her father, and she had inadvertently addressed them as such. Embarrassment washed over her, leaving her flustered. Following the brief interlude, Wei Qianru relayed Zhao Xiaoyu's comments verbatim to her father. After hanging up, the head pondered for a moment before inquiring, What has the nuclear research department at Jinka Institute been occupied with lately? Upon hearing this, the secretary promptly replied, The nuclear research department at the Capital Institute of Technology previously reported that they were conducting a study. However, it has been quite some time since their last update. It is likely that there have been no significant results thus far. The person in charge, upon hearing this, addressed the secretary, saying, Please make the necessary arrangements. Let us see when our prodigious genius is available. At that time, we shall have the personnel from the nuclear research department collaborate with him for a month. The secretary hesitated for a moment before respectfully inquiring, Might this be too hasty? You are aware, of course, that the senior members at the Capital Institute are not known for their amiable dispositions. Furthermore, the prodigy Zhao Xiaoyu does not specialize in nuclear energy research. What if conflicts were to arise between them? The person in charge chuckled heartily in response and retorted, Can the esteemed experts and professors at the Capital Institute create mechas? Are they capable of developing special alloys or graphene batteries? Can they produce artificial intelligence and manufacture laser weapons? As the person in charge spoke, their pace suddenly faltered, as if a realization struck. Artificial intelligence. Could it be that our prodigious genius acquired all the evidence of the covert operations from the Lighthouse Nation in this manner? Chapter 106. Arrival at the Nuclear Energy Research Institute. The director suddenly enlightened, a smile gracing his lips. He couldn't help but exclaim again, Our prodigious genius is truly remarkable. The world only recognizes the ordinary versions of artificial intelligence available on the market. Little did they know that the comprehensive version he developed is so immensely powerful. Its significance rivals that of laser weaponry. As he spoke, the director nodded in appreciation, marveling, indeed. He possesses the wisdom to remain modest and reserved at such a young age. He exhibits none of the arrogance and flamboyance typical of youth. This young man is destined for greatness. After another satisfied nod, the director instructed his secretary, please make the necessary arrangements. Have the personnel at the Nuclear Research Institute prepare to welcome our little genius. At the Yin country's Academy of Sciences, the Nuclear Energy Research Institute's director, Su Donglai, was nearing 60, his hair grizzled, yet his physique robust. In his youth, he had traversed oceans to pursue studies abroad. Upon returning home, Su Donglai immediately joined the Nuclear Research Institute, dedicating himself wholly to the field of nuclear energy. Time flew by, and after more than 30 years, Su Donglai had not only risen to the pinnacle of the Nuclear Research Institute, but had also become an indisputable authority in the realm of nuclear energy in the Yin country. Of course, his long-standing immersion in research and limited interaction with the outside world contributed to his reputation as somewhat reclusive and stubborn. This characteristic was not unique to Su Donglai. Most researchers within the institute shared similar traits. They were all top-notch in technical prowess, but struggled to communicate with outsiders. However, they were undeniably eager for capable individuals, particularly those with talent in the field of nuclear energy. Conversely, they harbored disdain for those who, lacking understanding, sought merely the glamorous facade of scientific research to bask in the glow of accolades. At this moment, Director Su Donglai was frowning at a notification report before him. Turning to his assistant with displeasure, is it another family member seeking to gild themselves here? Before the assistant could respond, Su Donglai seemed to have anticipated the answer, grinding his teeth in frustration. It is precisely because of these unambitious fools that our Yin country has yet to surpass the lighthouse nation. Just toss this report into the trash. They wish to waltz into my Nuclear Research Institute, flaunt their status, and achieve instant success? Let them dream. I will refuse anyone, regardless of their lineage, seeking to exploit our institute for their own glory. The assistant fully understood the director's anger. Recalling a previous incident involving the Minister of the Economy from Magic City, who had insisted that his son, a so-called professional returning from overseas studies in nuclear energy, be admitted to the institute. However, within a mere few days, it became evident that the young man was utterly incompetent, arriving solely to bask in the prestige of the institute. Ultimately, he was dismissed shortly thereafter. The entire research team at the Nuclear Energy Institute was quite infuriated by the situation. However, this time was markedly different from the last. The office head had directly issued the command for arrangements. Consequently, the secretary approached Su Donglai, placing the report back into his hands with a gentle explanation. Director, you should take a look at this report. I believe this time the other party is not merely seeking to embellish their credentials. This directive comes directly from the head, and the individual assigned is not some privileged offspring of a high-ranking official, but rather a young prodigy who has recently gained significant attention online for creating a mecha. Upon hearing this, Su Donglai's brows twitched slightly. A direct order from the head? Humph, what does it matter? If I am unwilling, no one shall arrange for anyone to enter. After a moment of contemplation, Su Donglai realized he could not outright refuse such a personal request. After a brief pause, he reached a decision. He then instructed his assistant, let our youngest researcher attend to this young individual. Just have him go through the motions and handle it casually. With that, Su Donglai waved his hand dismissively and turned to enter the laboratory. 2 days later, Zhao Xiaoyu had organized the laboratory staff and continued the methodical process of refining superalloys. Given that only the highest quality materials were utilized this time, the process was considerably slow, yet stable. Even in Zhao Xiaoyu's absence, the laboratory personnel were able to successfully complete the experiments. Once everything was arranged, Zhao Xiaoyu hurried back to the hotel. Upon opening the hotel door, he was taken aback to find his parents, unexpectedly present, engaged in animated conversation with Wei Qianru. However, eager to resume his experiments, Zhao Xiaoyu turned to Wei Qianru and said, Sister Qianru, could you please book the earliest flight to Magic City for me? Turning to his parents, he smiled and inquired, Mom, Dad, what brings you here without any prior notice? Upon hearing this, Su Wenli shot a glare at Zhao Dajuan, who felt unjustly implicated. He then directed a fierce gaze at Zhao Xiaoyu, exclaiming, Your mother and I came to bring you back for school. Why on earth are you booking a flight to Magic City? Are you thinking of abandoning your studies? Su Wenli shot another disapproving look at Zhao Dajuan before bending down to Zhao Xiaoyu with concern, urging, Darling son, be good. School starts next week. We want to be going to Magic City. Let us return home with your father and me for school. Zhao Xiaoyu was left speechless. With his busy schedule, he barely had time for experiments, let alone the thought of attending school. After all, how many sensible individuals are eager to rush back to school? However, if I do not provide my parents with an explanation, it seems that I cannot pass this hurdle today. Thus, I hastily retrieved the professor title certificate, which I had just received the day before, from the drawer of the bedside table and handed it to Su Wenli. Both Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan examined the certificate with a touch of bewilderment. Upon reading it, they were rendered speechless. Their precious son was indeed a professor. Wasn't he that a title that surpassed even their own undergraduate qualifications? The audience in the live stream erupted with laughter upon witnessing this scene. Goodness! It is indeed true that a 6-year-old has outstripped his parents in academic credentials. It's merely a title of professor, not an educational degree. What is all the fuss about? The ignorance and lack of culture displayed are truly alarming. To attain the title of professor, one must possess at least an undergraduate degree or a higher qualification. Please, let us educate ourselves on this matter. 3 hours later, Zhao Xiaoyu and Wei Qianru's flight landed at the airport in the bustling metropolis. Naturally, a somewhat anxious Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan accompanied them. As the group disembarked from the plane, they were greeted by a prearranged vehicle that transported them to the entrance of the Nuclear Research Institute. Upon their arrival, they noticed a woman in her 30s, devoid of makeup, waiting to welcome them at the door. Chapter 107. Researching Controllable Nuclear Fusion? The Institute of Nuclear Energy, Jinko Academy. Upon seeing those gilded characters, the iconic sign, countless netizens in the live stream erupted with excitement. Could it be that this truly is the Nuclear Energy Research Institute of the Magic City? What is this young boy doing here? Is my intuition so remarkably accurate that he is indeed here to study nuclear weapons to attack the Lighthouse Nation? How laughable! Are those upstairs Pisces indulging in such fantasies? Let us be candid. The young prodigy is undeniably impressive. However, the production of mechas and nuclear weapons are worlds apart. Wouldn't you agree? Someone upstairs has a valid point. I speculate that the state is encouraging this child, perhaps rewarding him with a day tour of the Nuclear Energy Research Institute. Well, who knows? Maybe he is indeed here for a visit. Meanwhile, within the production team, Director Wu's assistant looked perplexed, glancing at Wu Kuwei and inquiring with uncertainty. Director, isn't the Jinko Academy's Nuclear Energy Research Institute a classified institution? Can we even broadcast here? Upon hearing this, Director Wu Kuwei inwardly lamented, of course. I am aware this is a classified facility. But how could you ask me if we are allowed to broadcast? No one has informed me whether we can film here. Nevertheless, Director Wu Kuwei's mind raced as he weighed his options. Logically, once we have reached the gates of the Nuclear Energy Research Institute, filming should have ceased, even without prompting. However, he was loath to give up. He had risen to fame through this live broadcast. He was acutely aware of what the viewers wished to see. The more clandestine and difficult to film the location, the more these thrill-seeking onlookers craved to witness it. If he were to pause the filming, the viewership would likely plummet drastically, and the promising future he had painstakingly built would dissolve before his eyes. Seeing Wu Kuwei's prolonged silence, his assistant pressed again, Director, are we stopping the filming or not? Upon hearing his assistant's words, Wu Kuwei steeled himself, gritting his teeth. Stop? As the director of the production team, I have not received any directive to cease filming. Therefore, you all shall continue the live broadcast. Today, Director Wu Kuwei was indeed gambling everything on the continuation of the broadcast. In front of the gates of the Jinko Academy Nuclear Energy Research Institute, the young researcher responsible for reception, Zhao Xiaoyu, greeted them with a sweet smile, softly stating, "You must be the young visitor, Zhao Xiaoyu, who wishes to tour our facility." Hearing her words, Zhao Xiaoyu was utterly bewildered, wearing a puzzled expression. Tour? What do you mean by tour, miss? The young researcher smiled gently again and explained, Little brother, aren't you here to visit our Kyoto Nuclear Energy Research Institute? I shall first take you on a tour of the physics laboratory at our research institute. It is, after all, the largest and most well-equipped laboratory within the borders of Yin country. I estimate that by the time we finish exploring, night will have fallen. At that point, I will arrange for a dedicated vehicle to transport you to your hotel for rest. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyu began to grasp the situation. The individuals from the institute likely assumed he was merely here for a leisurely visit. However, this could not be the case. He was pressed for time and needed to utilize the equipment at the Nuclear Energy Research Institute without delay. Furthermore, He required the cooperation of the staff within the institute. Realizing this, Zhao Xiaoyu understood that he must take action to earn their respect. Thus, gazing at the young researcher, who perpetually wore a sweet smile, he boldly declared, "I apologize, but I am not here for leisure. I have come to develop controllable nuclear fusion." Yet, as Zhao Xiaoyu's youthful voice resonated, the smile on the young researcher's face instantly froze. Even Wei Qianru, who had mentally prepared herself, was left momentarily stunned, standing in place. Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli, having graduated from university themselves, were equally taken aback upon hearing their usually obedient son proclaim his ambition to research controllable nuclear fusion. Meanwhile, countless viewers in the livestream were astonished by Zhao Xiaoyu's audacious statement. Subsequently, a flurry of comments erupted. "Good heavens! This is incredible. This young child is aiming to embark on the development of controllable nuclear fusion. Ha ha ha! I knew my instincts were correct. If the child succeeds, he could lead a mechanized army to flatten Lighthouse Country. You are underestimating the complexity of this endeavor. Mastering controllable nuclear fusion is a challenge far more daunting than the evolution from the Stone Age to the Information Age." At the entrance of the Beijing Institute of Nuclear Energy Research, the young researcher's expression was far from pleasant. She had originally been reluctant to waste time attending to what she perceived as a mere internet celebrity child. Yet, she had no choice. This task had been personally assigned by the director's assistant, and she could not refuse. She had anticipated that her role would merely involve enthusiastically showing the child around and sharing the engaging history of the institute, after which they would part ways at nightfall. However, who could have imagined that this child would audaciously claim he intended to develop controllable nuclear fusion? What an absurd jest. Fortunately, it was her responsibility to host them today. Had this statement been overheard by other professors at the institute, they would undoubtedly have reprimanded the child severely. With this thought in mind, the young researcher gently shook her head and inquired, "Young one, did you say you wish to develop controllable nuclear fusion?" Zhao Xiaoyu blinked her adorable big eyes and confidently declared, "Indeed, I am determined to develop controllable nuclear fusion. It's quite simple." However, she continued, "I find myself somewhat short-staffed in this endeavor, and the hardware is lacking as well. Thus, I have come here to borrow the venue and seek assistance." Seemingly recalling something, she added, "Oh, by the way, sister, I am not one to take advantage without compensation. I shall pay for the use of the venue and for any assistance I require, not to use it for free. Let us say I will pay 10 times the market rate." Yet, upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's explanation, even the young researcher, known for his good temperament, found his expression darkening. It was utterly infuriating. At such a tender age, she presumed that being an internet celebrity endowed her with the right to act with impunity simply because she had the means to pay. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and the smile that once adorned his face had vanished without a trace, replaced by an endless chill. In a frosty tone, he asked with a hint of sarcasm, "Little one, may I inquire if you understand what nuclear fusion and nuclear fission are?" Chapter 108. The elder's fiery anger upon hearing the young researcher's retort. Zhao Xiaoyu's lips curled into a subtle arc of amusement. Indeed, the bait had been taken. Yet, how could one muster the audacity to pose such a simple question? Could it be? Zhao Xiaoyu suddenly regarded the young researcher with a peculiar gaze. Was this fellow merely an impostor, here to bask in the glow of prestige? If the young researcher were to fathom Zhao Xiaoyu's thoughts, it would be a wonder if he could escape unscathed. You're gilding yourself in this research institute. Your entire family must be gilding as well. Thankfully, these fleeting thoughts only danced through Zhao Xiaoyu's mind. Even if the young researcher were indeed here for superficial accolades, it bore no relation to him. Thus, Zhao Xiaoyu opened his mouth and began to articulate his thoughts with fervor. Well, since you have sincerely inquired, allow me to elaborate. The primary distinction between nuclear fusion and nuclear fission lies in their modes of energy generation. Nuclear fusion produces energy through the amalgamation of nuclei, whereas nuclear fission generates energy through the dispersion of nuclei. Zhao Xiaoyu continued, stretching his neck under the watchful eyes of the audience, expounding further. Though their names may sound similar, the energy yielded by nuclear fission pales in comparison to that of nuclear fusion. Moreover, nuclear fission results in the production of radioactive materials, which are notoriously challenging to manage, whereas nuclear fusion generates negligible harmful byproducts. With clarity and depth, Zhao Xiaoyu delved into the differences between nuclear fusion and fission for a duration of half an hour. In conclusion, he stated, in light of Blue Planet's current scientific capabilities. Mastering nuclear fusion is not insurmountable. Achieving controllability is within reach. Thus, it finds extensive application in nuclear power plants and similar projects. In truth, nuclear fusion is rather straightforward. The principal challenge lies in the control mechanisms. After finishing, Zhao Xiaoyu offered a gentle smile to the young researcher and, in an encouraging tone, said, "Young lady, your previous query was rather elementary. You could certainly pose something more challenging, more specialized. Feel free to ask anything." However, the young researcher was now visibly astonished. As the youngest researcher in nuclear energy, she was acutely aware of the basic distinctions between nuclear fusion and fission. Yet, the individual before her was not a seasoned researcher. He was merely a 6-year-old child. With a stiffened expression, she managed to ask, "How? How does this 6-year-old child comprehend such theoretical knowledge?" Zhao Xiaoyu shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Oh, I read a lot during my idle moments." The first to react to Zhao Xiaoyu's response was Zhao Dajuan, who stroked his chin in contemplation. This little rascal had always been a mischievous gamer. When would he have had the time to read? However, it soon became clear. Zhao Dajuan, upon a sudden realization, understood everything. Indeed, his precious child must have inherited his own clever and astute genes. Whatever he observes, he grasps at once. Oh, yes, it is indeed an exceptional memory. Unbeknownst to Zhao Dajuan, his recent murmurs had been perfectly captured by a high-definition camera. At that moment, the live streaming room was filled with countless viewers who were utterly amused. I truly admire this child's father. He clearly lacks intellectual prowess yet insists on embellishing his own image. Hilarious, indeed. The most amusing part is the father's serious expression. It simply cracks me up. Alas, I believe this father-son duo has reached their limits. The father is unreliable, and the son is overly ambitious. Exactly. They should focus on researching mech materials instead of indulging in the fanciful notion of controllable nuclear fusion. What utter nonsense. Zhao Xiaoyu, realizing that the crowd remained in a state of bewilderment, continued to speak, disregarding his father's earlier boast. He addressed the perplexed young researcher in front of him, saying, "Miss, here's the situation. If you have watched my live stream, you might know that I aim to equip the mecha I am developing. The mecha is now armed with laser weapons, but it lacks the most crucial energy source. Hence, I have delved into some literature on controllable nuclear fusion and have conceived a few novel ideas. I've already made arrangements to conduct some experiments in the laboratory behind you." The young researcher, finally coming to his senses, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His assigned task was merely to guide this young boy on a symbolic tour. Yet now, the child desired to conduct experiments. What was he to do? Based on the earlier discussion regarding nuclear fusion and fission, it was evident that this young boy possessed some understanding of nuclear energy. Perhaps I should pose some challenging questions to deter him? Yet, would that not be excessively harsh? Observing the young researcher's internal conflict as his countenance shifted, Zhao Xiaoyu understood that this individual lacked authority. Thus, he turned around, extending his little finger towards the sky, and addressed Wei Qianru, Sister Qianru. "It seems there has been a misunderstanding. Could you please assist me in contacting someone to clarify the situation?" Wei Qianru nodded in acknowledgement and, glancing at the photographer beside her, walked a few steps away to retrieve her phone. The photographer, understanding her intent, deftly adjusted the camera lens to avoid capturing Wei Qianru's conversation. As Zhao Xiaoyu's words concluded, the young researcher resolved his dilemma. What had this child just mentioned? Was he planning to leverage his connections behind him to exert pressure on the research institute? If that were the case, then this young boy was gravely mistaken. Regardless of the formidable background of the opposing party, and irrespective of the strength of their connections, our Nuclear Research Institute at Jinka University shall grant them no leniency whatsoever. Furthermore, should they provoke Director Su, they might find themselves unceremoniously expelled with little regard. There have been precedents for such behavior in the past. However, it is said that this young individual is merely a sensation online, without any substantial backing to speak of. Contemplating this, the young research associate gazed curiously at Zhao Xiaoyu, evidently intrigued by who this child could possibly enlist for assistance. Meanwhile, Zhao Dajuan and Su Winley exchanged glances, astonished at how their beloved son had become so audacious. The atmosphere became markedly tranquil for a moment. Yet, 5 minutes later, several elderly gentlemen, their hair as white as snow, emerged from the research institute, their expressions unmistakably filled with displeasure and disdain. Chapter 109. driven away by anger in the live broadcast room. The audience was taken aback upon witnessing the furious entrance of three elderly gentlemen. Their astonishment quickly escalated into a flurry of comments. Good heavens! Is that not Su Donglai, the esteemed director of the Nuclear Energy Research Institute of the Capital Science Academy? What? Su Donglai? Isn't he a national treasure in the realm of nuclear energy expertise? Haha. How impressive is our prodigious genius. To have such a revered expert personally come to greet us is simply remarkable. But that was not all. Have you not noticed the two distinguished figures standing behind the national treasure, Su Donglai? They are none other than Professor Gu and Dr. Chang, both titans in our nation's nuclear energy field. As the identities of the three elders were uncovered by netizens, a wave of indignation surged among some viewers who began to criticize Zhao Xiaoyu. I am quite curious as to why the faces of these nuclear energy giants are etched with such fury. Humph, who wouldn't be enraged? This child must have leveraged his privileges of creating mechs and laser weapons to compel these venerable experts to personally attend to him. Goodness, this mischievous child is utterly outrageous. These venerable seniors, engrossed in their nuclear research, hardly have the time to entertain a child. Clearly, this little brat has let his success go to his head. In stark contrast to the uproar in the live broadcast room, the entrance of the Nuclear Energy Research Institute was enveloped in serene silence. The elderly leader, appearing vigorous and composed, approached Zhao Xiaoyu. Although his expression remained calm, his heart seethed with anger. However, recalling the directive he had just received, he coldly remarked, "Young lad, I am unsure how you managed to persuade the higher-ups to have us cease operations for 2 days to accommodate you. Now that your objectives have been met, what is it that you intend to do? Let us consider this a rare 2-day holiday, as we have not rested in over a decade." Zhao Xiaoyu could sense the profound disdain emanating from the elder's icy words. It was evident that the elder held a deep-seated aversion towards him, perceiving him merely as a child here to create chaos and disrupt their work. Zhao Xiaoyu empathized with this sentiment. However, he pondered, what relevance did that have to him? His presence here was entirely legitimate, merely utilizing the facilities and expertise of the researchers. Furthermore, he was not a freeloader, as he intended to compensate them. Engaging in rational discourse with someone so singularly focused on research, yet lacking in emotional intelligence, seemed futile. A moment's reflection would reveal that the office head likely acted solely for the sake of a child's curiosity. Is it truly necessary to request these researchers to abandon their current work and devote themselves entirely to my endeavors? Nonetheless, it matters little. Tomorrow, I shall articulate the blueprints, calculations, and data required. I trust that they will willingly extend their assistance. Thus, Zhao Xiaoyu refrained from further debate or explanation, casually shrugging and then displaying an innocent smile. Su Donglai and the two experts behind him were initially seething with anger. However, they were disarmed by Zhao Xiaoyu's genuine smile, rendering them momentarily speechless. Consequently, although reluctant, Su Donglai and his colleagues escorted Zhao Xiaoyu and his party throughout the laboratory. Given Su Donglai's esteemed position in the research domain of Yin Country, if he were unwilling to engage, even the head of the Yin Country office would hesitate to compel him. Upon receiving the report from Wei Qianru, the office head personally called Su Donglai. However, the anticipated scenario of issuing orders was absent. During the call, the office head spoke in flattering terms, extolling the remarkable potential of this young talent, referring to him as the future star of Yin Country, and expressing a desire for Su Lauscher's guidance. He also requested that Su Donglai ensure the confidentiality of sensitive data while permitting some advanced equipment to be showcased, providing the public with a glimpse of Yin Country's highest-level technology. This was effectively a promotional opportunity. Thus, Su Donglai agreed to escort Professor Gu and Dr. Cheng to receive Zhao Xiaoyu. Consequently, the production team was able to smoothly enter and film. The laboratory's array of advanced equipment and cutting-edge instruments elicited excitement from countless online viewers. Wu, the director's assistant, expressed admiration, stating, "Director Wu, you are truly remarkable. Our filming crew has managed to gain access to such a classified facility." Director Wu wiped the sweat from his brow and chuckled. "Oh, it's just a small feat." An hour later, under the guidance of Director Su and his colleagues, Zhao Xiaoyu toured the entirety of the laboratory. Upon completion of the tour, Su Donglai, feeling somewhat fatigued, waved his hand and instructed his assistant, Dr. Chang, to remain with Zhao Xiaoyu while he and Professor Gu took their leave for a rest. After the tour, Zhao Xiaoyu felt reassured. The experimental setup here could fully meet his requirements. Thus, he did not hastily follow Dr. Chung to other areas of the research institute. Tilting his head thoughtfully, Zhao Xiaoyu addressed Dr. Chung. Grandpa Chung, I require a few additional individuals to assist me in drafting some blueprints on the computer, as well as calculating and verifying some formulaic data. Dr. Chung, who had initially intended to patiently accompany Zhao Xiaoyu for the remainder of the tour, found himself captivated by the unfolding possibilities. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu audaciously make such an unreasonable demand, all patience vanished in an instant. Infuriated, he felt no desire to utter another word and turned to leave without hesitation. Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli exchanged glances, realizing they had once again offended someone, leaving them abandoned in the moment. However, shortly after Dr. Chung departed, several staff members clad in research attire entered the laboratory. Leading them was the young female researcher who had previously attended to Zhao Xiaoyu and his party. Behind her were several other researchers of similar age. Spotting a familiar face, Zhao Xiaoyu beamed, "Sister, your arrival is most fortuitous. I am in need of assistance." 5 minutes later, under Zhao Xiaoyu's direction, the young researchers were seated in a row before the computer, diligently creating diagrams according to his specifications. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Zhao Xiaoyu, the online discourse had erupted into a frenzy. Chapter 110. The unexpected outburst. At this moment, the internet was indeed ablaze with controversy. The fact that a treasure-level expert from the Yen Nation had been summoned to set aside their research work to specifically attend to Zhao Xiaoyu incited a torrent of online criticism. Countless netizens vented their frustrations, some even resorting to vehement denouncements. It was utterly exasperating. While a 6-year-old child may lack understanding, how could the others engage in such folly? Who could possibly argue otherwise? Across the vast expanse of Blue Star, innumerable scientists were diligently investigating controllable nuclear fusion. Yet, has anyone achieved success thus far? Not a single individual. Even the formidable Lighthouse Nation has made no headway in this field. Now, to squander the finest research resources to indulge a child's whims? It was preposterous. As noted by previous commentators, I concede that our prodigious genius is indeed remarkable, capable of constructing mechs and developing laser weaponry. Yet even such brilliance cannot accomplish controllable nuclear fusion. It must be recognized that every moment at the Institute of Nuclear Energy Research in Jing is of utmost importance. How could it possibly be squandered? The online discourse escalated further. A multitude of spectators, eager for spectacle, feasted on the unfolding drama. Among them was Director Wu of the program, who found himself swept up in the frenzy. However, as the situation intensified, Wu began to sense an unsettling shift in the narrative. At that moment, he was perusing the comments on trending posts. Damn it. I feel this situation is far more complex than it appears. There must be some powerful vested interests at play, stirring up trouble in our Yen Nation. Indeed, how had he not realized it sooner? What could a mere 6-year-old child possibly wield to compel the Institute of Nuclear Energy to bend to their will? It had to be the sinister forces of capital at work. Although he agreed with the insightful analysis from earlier, he struggled to discern the source of this capital influence. Are you foolish? It must be the capital backing the program. Otherwise, how could a small television station justify entering a top-secret research facility for filming and broadcasting? Oh, now it makes sense. This revelation explains everything. He was astounded to discover such nefarious capital lurking behind the production team. The depths of this situation were unfathomable. They were in over their heads. Nevertheless, they could not let this foolish production team off the hook. Friends, join me in reporting this travesty. Report the incompetent production team 1. Report the incompetent director. Director Wu nearly choked on his drink upon reading these comments. Wiping the remnants of iced coffee from the corner of his mouth, he felt utterly aggrieved. Is it so easy for me? From a modest director, through relentless effort, I finally soared to success with this program. Yet now, I am being openly criticized by name. Most importantly, have I truly done anything wrong? I clearly haven't done anything to deserve this. Do I possess the backing of formidable capital forces? If so, how on earth am I unaware of it? What Director Wu fails to recognize is that the principal investor behind the production team happened to stumble upon these comments. To his utter dismay, this investor was so incensed that he spat blood and fainted on the spot. En route to the hospital, urgently escorted by his butler, the magnate suddenly opened his eyes, gripping the old steward's hand tightly, and declared in frustration, "Damn it. I refuse to bear this blame." With that, his head tilted. and he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. The tempest of online public opinion intensified, yet the instigator of this incident, Zhao Xiaoyu, remained blissfully ignorant. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was deep into the night. At that moment, the lights in the central office still shone brightly. The person in charge had just finished handling the documents before him and stood up, stretching his weary back. He picked up the teacup from his desk. The tea within long cooled, yet he savored it with delight, draining it in one go. Only then did he recall Zhao Xiaoyu's arrival at the Nuclear Research Institute. He summoned his secretary from outside the office and inquired, "What is the status of our prodigious genius?" Upon hearing the inquiry, the secretary's expression turned somewhat peculiar. After clearing his throat, he responded, "Old Su from the Nuclear Research Institute." Su Lao took the young genius for a brief tour of the laboratory and then handed him over to Dr. Cheng's assistant. The person in charge nodded. Given Su Lao's temperament, such behavior was entirely plausible. He gestured for the secretary to continue. However, Dr. Cheng seemed to be in quite a foul mood. After exchanging only a few words, he was driven away by our little genius. Subsequently, after Dr. Cheng left, he found a group of newcomers in the institute and abandoned the young prodigy with them, neglecting him entirely. Upon hearing this, the person in charge grasped the situation and shook his head with a weary sigh, reflecting, "I never expected the very situation I dreaded would indeed unfold." Su Lao's temperament remains unchanged. Yet, I hope they do not come to regret it. The secretary, puzzled by the person in charge's words, curiously asked, "Sir, why are you so certain that Su Lao and the others will regret it?" The person in charge burst into hearty laughter and replied cheerfully, "That is, of course, based on my intuition. You must know, I have never misjudged a person in my life." As he spoke, the secretary seemed to glimpse in the eyes of the person in charge the vastness of azure skies, the deep sea, and the cosmos. The following morning, Zhao Xiaoyu, awakened by the gentle call of Zhao Dajuan, rose with joy. Without even washing his face properly, he was dragged to the laboratory of the Research Institute. Upon arriving, Zhao Xiaoyu was filled with remnants of sleepiness, occasionally stifling long yawns, despite his evident morning grumpiness. However, in the face of his father, who resorted only to brute force, Zhao Xiaoyu chose to endure. Quite soon, the Research Institute provided a hearty breakfast, which improved Zhao Xiaoyu's spirits considerably. At this moment, the young female researcher who had been responsible for hosting him, along with several other newcomers, had also gathered. After exchanging brief greetings, Zhao Xiaoyu began to assign tasks to these newly appointed assistants. Meanwhile, Zhao Dajuan and Su Winli, accompanied by Wei Qianru, wandered around the Research Institute with the curious enthusiasm reminiscent of Lu Laolao touring the Grand View Garden. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, an unexpected commotion erupted within the laboratory of the Beijing Academy of Science and Technology's Nuclear Energy Research Institute. It actually works? Incredible. Just an hour earlier, in the absence of the esteemed experts, and with his eccentric parents taken for a tour by Wei Qianru, Zhao Xiaoyu relished the solitude. Consequently, he busied himself from the morning onward, finally delivering 20% of the blueprints and formulas for controllable nuclear fusion to the researchers around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Despite being newcomers, these researchers were all highly educated professionals in the field of nuclear energy. Thus, they held Zhao Xiaoyu, a mere 6-year-old, in low regard. Nevertheless, as they were part of the institute, they complied with orders from their superiors, begrudgingly following Zhao Xiaoyu's instructions. Even the young female researcher who had hosted Zhao Xiaoyu previously, despite her amiable disposition, approached the task with a mindset of merely completing her duties. Today, while they executed Zhao Xiaoyu's commands, they were filled with disdain. What were these uneven lines? And what purpose did these variously sized elliptical shapes serve? Furthermore, what on earth were those colorful polygons? The young researchers, unable to decipher Zhao Xiaoyu's requests, could not help but empathize with the frustrations of Su Suo and Dr. Cheng at that moment. To be candid, although they were newcomers in the laboratory, everyone had once experienced that phase. Shouldn't they seize this splendid opportunity to conduct experiments and acquire more knowledge about nuclear energy? Instead, they found themselves caught up in what felt like childish play. With these thoughts swirling in their minds, the researchers at their computer screens fervently wished for this mischievous child to depart soon. However, as Zhao Xiaoyu's effective instructions began to increase, the young female researcher suddenly gasped in surprise. As the other researchers, bored and despondent to the point of near slumber, heard the call of the young female researcher, their curiosity piqued, and they glanced toward her monitor. With the laboratory equipped with oversized displays exceeding 100 inches, they could clearly discern the contents on the screen. At first glance, the researchers failed to notice anything amiss. However, upon closer inspection, their expressions grew grave. Moments later, the young researchers could no longer contain their astonishment. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyu had just finished the laboratory's work meal. To be frank, while the meal was healthy and nutritious, Zhao Xiaoyu found it lacking in flavor. Approaching the computer screen, he greeted the young female researchers, only to find them seemingly lost in thought. Shaking his head, he decided not to engage further. Noticing the time, which had already reached 3 in the afternoon, Zhao Xiaoyu resolved to conclude his work for the day. He strolled out of the laboratory and found Zhao Dajuan, Su Wenli, and Wei Qianru, who were exploring the simulated outer space laboratory. He called the trio to leave the research institute together and return to the hotel they had previously booked. Inside the laboratory, upon discovering the anomalies in the blueprints and formulas on the computer screen, the eyes of the new researchers sparkled with fervor. Then, as if driven by madness, they continued to refine the blueprints and formulas provided by Zhao Xiaoyu. Only the young female researcher hesitantly inquired if someone had just spoken to them. However, seeing her colleagues ignore her, she shook her head, dismissing it as an illusion, and immersed herself once more in the frenzy of enhancement. Although the filming crew followed Zhao Xiaoyu out, the shift in the gazes of the new researchers did not escape the keen eyes of the viewers in the live stream. "Hey, what is up with those researchers' expressions?" one remarked, curiosity evident. "I see excitement and surprise in their eyes. Could it be that these formulas and blueprints are legitimate?" A physics teacher and associate professor from Shuima University, who had intended to witness the distinguished individual personally received by his idol, Su Lao, found the opportunity to verify some formulas out of curiosity. To his astonishment, they all turned out to be correct. Upon hearing the endorsement from a professional, the live stream erupted with a cascade of praise. "Haha, I told you our genius Wu Ti let us down. Indeed, our prodigy is exceptional." Yet, some viewers scoffed at this. Perhaps it's just a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a rat. So what if it's correct? Do they think that by copying some physics and mathematics formulas, they can easily conquer controlled nuclear fusion? Ridiculous. This is a sheer waste of our nation's resources. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoyu was already seated in the luxury vehicle heading back to the hotel. Zhao Dajuan suddenly leaned towards Zhao Xiaoyu's ear, a mischievous glint in his eyes, and inquired, "My dear, what was your research on today? Is it for creating an atomic bomb?" Zhao Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, casually replied, "No, it is not for making an atomic bomb. It is a genuine form of clean energy that can ensure humanity never faces a shortage of electricity." Zhao Dajuan, intrigued, promptly asked, "Is it similar to a nuclear power plant?" Zhao Xiaoyu nodded slightly, responding nonchalantly, "Something like that." Zhao Dajuan exclaimed in realization, "Isn't that essentially an atomic bomb?" Zhao Xiaoyu was momentarily at a loss for words. How could it be compared to an atomic bomb? Nevertheless, he patiently endeavored to enlighten his father. "This is not an atomic bomb. Nuclear fusion is the process where two lighter atomic nuclei merge to form a heavier nucleus, releasing energy in the process. Therefore, I am researching controlled nuclear fusion." After listening to Zhao Xiaoyu's patient explanation, Zhao Dajuan blinked his big, dark eyes. He then patted Zhao Xiaoyu on the shoulder and chuckled, "Ha, my son, your explanation is rather convoluted. In the end, isn't that just an atomic bomb?" Zhao Xiaoyu found himself utterly exasperated. He gently rubbed his forehead and weakly remarked, "Father, with your level of intelligence, I find it quite challenging to continue explaining." Zhao Dajuan's eyes widened in surprise. "You little rascal, are you implying that you look down upon your father's intelligence?" With a playful fist, he feigned an intention to strike. However, upon hearing a soft cough from Su Wenli behind him, he deflated like a punctured balloon, sheepishly retracting his fist and settling down. At the Nuclear Energy Research Institute, at 2 a.m., the researchers, who had been working in the laboratory, suddenly surged towards the door of Su Donglai's assistant, Dr. Chung. Shortly thereafter, a flurry of fists, varying in size, began to rain down upon Dr. Cheng's door. Bang, bang, bang. The incessant pounding continued. Hearing the increasingly frantic knocking from outside, Professor Chung was incensed, thoroughly enraged. "Who on earth is the lunatic banging on my door at this hour?" Due to the necessity of accompanying that bothersome child on a tour of the laboratory, Dr. Chung had barely managed to complete his research experiment, working tirelessly until just past midnight. By the time he finished his work and prepared for bed, it was already well past 1 in the morning. Suppressing his rising anger, Dr. Chung glanced at the clock, only to discover that it was a mere 2:50 a.m. After all that commotion, he had only just managed to sleep for an hour. With this realization, Dr. Cheng's frustration reached its zenith. I am eager to discover which impertinent individual dares to pound on my door at such an ungodly hour. Just wait until I deal with you. Dr. Chung, neglecting even to don his slippers, furiously strides toward the door. However, upon flinging it open, he is taken aback to find not a single person before him. Instead, it is a group of novice researchers he had instructed earlier that day to assist a certain troublesome child. Their faces are flushed, and their eyes sparkle with fervent excitement. Suddenly, a chilling thought crosses Dr. Cheng's mind. Could it be that these newcomers harbor resentment towards his arrangements and have conspired to seek vengeance in the dead of night? Yet, before he can utter a word, a young female researcher can no longer contain herself and exclaims, "Dr. Chung, do not sleep. We have made a groundbreaking discovery. It is controllable nuclear fusion. We have made strides toward it." After a moment of stunned silence, Dr. Chung finally comprehends the gravity of the situation. They are not here to retaliate after all. Just as relief washes over him, an unsettling feeling arises. Controllable nuclear fusion? As he mulls over this revelation, he can hardly believe his ears. Are you all still half asleep, caught in a dream? Controllable nuclear fusion, you say? I believe you have grown far too idle. And now you wish to mock me with such absurd claims. I suspect your minds have gone awry. Tomorrow, each of you shall write a 20,000 word reflection on your actions. Seeing Dr. Cheng's utter disbelief and lack of cooperation, the novice researchers exchange glances and, as if sharing a silent understanding, nod in agreement. Ignoring Dr. Cheng's frantic protests, they seize him by his arms and legs, dragging him into the laboratory. It is only when the young female researcher presents the blueprints and formulas provided by Zhao Xiaoyu that Dr. Cheng's pallid visage begins to regain its color. Truth be told, Dr. Chung was genuinely frightened. He feared that these reckless youngsters might do something irrevocable, resulting in utter disaster. However, upon glancing at the blueprints and formulas on the computer screen, they appeared remarkably plausible. Dr. Chung could not suppress a dismissive snort. The youth of today's researchers are simply too naive. A child haphazardly copying complex ideas, and they make such a fuss. It's utterly absurd. Yet, as Dr. Chung inadvertently gazes at the blueprints and formulas, he finds himself unable to look away. This is indeed something extraordinary. Although Dr. Chung is known for his stubborn temperament, he is undeniably a titan in the field of nuclear energy. Thus, after merely a cursory examination, he realizes that these blueprints and formulas are highly likely to be feasible. Instantly, his expression shifts to one of vibrant enthusiasm, as all traces of discontent and lingering resentment vanish without a trace. A young researcher, having just settled down at the computer, found himself immersed in fervent calculations. Half an hour later, Dr. Chung, brimming with excitement, gathered a few new researchers. With the help of a relative, he commandeered the Institute's vehicle and sped towards the residence of Director Su Donglai, who resided in a village within the city. It was now 3:50 in the morning. The thunderous knocking at the door prompted furious outbursts from the neighboring houses. What the hell? Is someone insane enough to knock at this hour? Who in their right mind would disturb the peace of the night? Su Donglai, with dark circles under his eyes, opened the door, his complexion akin to that of a charred pot. He stood there, teeth clenched, resembling a volatile bomb ready to explode. Yet, Dr. Chung, oblivious to the brewing storm, mirrored the fervor of the researcher who had previously pounded on his door. His face flushed and his eyes ablaze, he shouted, "Director Su, a monumental discovery. We are on the brink of controllable nuclear fusion." As Dr. Cheng's cries echoed, a chorus of angry shouts erupted around them. "Damn it! Are you ever going to stop? Just wait until I get my hands on you." Naturally, Director Su did not believe Dr. Cheng's proclamation. However, before he could voice his skepticism, the new researchers, under Dr. Cheng's direction, forced him into the vehicle. Dr. Chung then pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing back to the laboratory. Throughout the journey, Director Su's face remained a shade of deep anger, his lips sealed in silence. Those familiar with him understood that he was truly infuriated. Yet, Dr. Chung, in his reckless speed, remained unconcerned, fully aware of the significance of the blueprints and formulas awaiting them in the lab. Had he failed to notify Director Su promptly, The consequences would have been dire. By 5 a.m., they arrived at the laboratory, and without further ado, Dr. Chung shoved Director Su in front of the computer monitor. "Is this what you dragged me out of bed for? To offend my neighbors at this hour?" Su's frustration surged, threatening to erupt. It felt as if he could unleash flames upon the unfortunate souls before him. However, recalling Dr. Cheng's usual prudence, his curiosity got the better of him, and he glanced at the screen. Gasping, he found himself unable to look away, mirroring Dr. Cheng's earlier astonishment. 5 minutes later, he murmured, "Dr. Chung, it's barely past 5. Let us postpone the calls for now." "Indeed, Director, please remain composed. The person in charge is likely still slumbering." Sudong, disregarding the objections of Assistant Chung and a host of novice researchers, commenced a frenzied barrage of phone calls to the office head. Meanwhile, the office head had already risen, having just completed the ritual of brushing his teeth, with toothpaste meticulously applied. Suddenly, his secretary dashed in, breathless and holding the phone aloft. Upon seeing this, the director set down his toothbrush and answered the call. A minute later, shock washed over his face, rendering him utterly speechless. Regaining his composure, he promptly abandoned the dental routine and turned to his secretary, instructing, "Prepare the helicopter at once. We must hasten to the Nuclear Research Institute." Chapter 113. The unexpected leak of blueprints and formulas in the Lighthouse Nation. At the Luosanji Nuclear Research Institute, the facility was eerily quiet on this day of rest. Only Thompson was on duty, feeling the weight of boredom settle upon him as he stifled a yawn. It must be said that Thompson had quite the knack for fishing. Yet even before his shift had concluded, his mind was already wandering to plans for after work. He envisioned an evening spent with the enchanting Malabi, a mischievous grin creeping across his face as thoughts of her alluring figure ignited his enthusiasm. Glancing at the clock, he realized there was still over an hour left in his shift. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath. In an effort to alleviate his tedium, he pulled out his phone and began to scroll. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a highly popular live broadcast from the Flame Nation. Given his current state of ennui, he decided to indulge his curiosity and clicked on it. At first, he remained indifferent. After all, it was merely an entertaining spectacle from the Flame Nation. What could possibly be extraordinary? Were it not for the sheer isolation of his post, he would never have entertained the idea of supporting such triviality. However, when Thompson's gaze fell upon the enormous computer monitors displaying blueprints and formulas, he was momentarily taken aback. His brow furrowed as he felt an uncontrollable urge to examine the details more closely. The longer he looked, the more his astonishment grew. These blueprints and formulas appeared overwhelmingly authentic. Had the Flame Nation's nuclear research advanced to such a degree that they would recklessly expose such invaluable scientific data online? Thompson was genuinely astounded. Despite his often lackadaisical demeanor at work, his position at the Luosanji Nuclear Research Institute, where he was entrusted with solitary duties, attested to his competence in the field of nuclear energy. Thus, it was not difficult for him to recognize the significance of the blueprints and formulas provided by Zhao Xiaoyu. This was too crucial to ignore. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Thompson promptly retrieved his phone and dialed the institute's director, Ellison. 30 minutes later, a disheveled Ellison arrived at the research facility. "Thompson, you had better pray that what you just reported is true. If you are deceiving me," he warned, his voice laced with irritation. Having overheard Thompson's unreliable account over the phone, Ellison was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of scorn. However, after Thompson fervently reassured him, Ellison begrudgingly made his way back from the beach. Only upon seeing the screenshots of the blueprints and formulas that Thompson had extracted from the live stream did Ellison truly grasp the astonishing fortune that had seemingly fallen from the sky. At that moment, his expression mirrored Thompson's, as he too was left in a state of shock. Eli Sheng was eager to authenticate the data he had received. Consequently, he urgently summoned all researchers on leave back to the institute. 2 hours later, after relentless verification by all the experts and professors within the research institute, Director Eli Sheng and his colleagues ultimately confirmed that the blueprints and formulas presented in the live stream from Yin Country were entirely accurate and valid. This revelation left all the experts and professors at the Luosanji Nuclear Research Institute in a state of astonishment. Had Yin Country's nuclear energy research truly surpassed that of the Lighthouse Nation by such a margin? However, it was not long before everyone in the institute exhibited a sense of secretive delight. Those arrogant individuals from Yin Country were indeed quite foolish. How could such sensitive and crucial information be made public online? How fortuitous for us in the Lighthouse Nation. With this data in hand, surpassing Yin country would be an effortless endeavor for our great nation. The experts and researchers at the Luo Sanji Nuclear Research Institute were filled with jubilation. Yet, Director Eli Sheng shook his head, sighing, "Alas, it is a pity that crucial follow-up data is absent." Upon hearing this, Thompson smirked. He then produced a bottle of whiskey from seemingly nowhere, uncorked it, and poured 2 glasses. He handed one to Eli Sheng, took a sip from his own, and chuckled, saying, "Head, do not be so dismal. As the Yin people would say, don't be a penny wise and a pound foolish." Thompson's smile grew wider as he took another sip and continued, "Although the subsequent research ahead remains arduous, this portion of data we possess will undoubtedly accelerate our controlled nuclear fusion research by at least 5 years." Eli Sheng, upon hearing this, burst into hearty laughter and replied, "You speak wisely. This is indeed worth celebrating." With that, he downed the whiskey in his glass, set the cup aside on a nearby table, and remarked, "Feel free to indulge. I must promptly report to the esteemed Lord Pierce." 10 minutes later, Eli Sheng arrived at the Black Palace octagonal building in a dedicated vehicle and met the esteemed Lord Pierce. "Esteemed Lord Pierce, I implore you to invite that young prodigy from Yin country to the Lighthouse Nation. Whatever the young genius requests, please ensure it is granted. This individual is truly extraordinary. With his involvement, the development of our controlled nuclear fusion will be imminent." Lord Pierce held Director Eli Sheng in high regard, and upon hearing his proposal, he nodded in agreement. Furthermore, he summoned his secretary and commanded, "Immediately arrange for someone to monitor the live stream around the clock. Ensure that all formulas and design blueprints presented in the live stream are meticulously recorded." The moment the information reached Professor Ellison at the Nuclear Research Institute, the gravity of the situation became apparent. Meanwhile, at the Jinka Institute of Nuclear Research in Yin country, the head of the office, having just concluded a report from Director Su Donglai, suddenly grasped the seriousness of the matter. He quickly inquired about the success rate of the designs. Su Donglai, with a resigned shrug, candidly responded, "The success rate is still uncertain. However, the blueprints and formulas provided by this young prodigy have enabled us to break through a significant bottleneck that was previously exceedingly challenging, thereby accelerating our nuclear research progress by several years." As Su spoke, his eyes sparkled with a dazzling brilliance, reminiscent of twinkling stars. It seemed that the radiance of these stars had captivated the office head to the extent that he resolved to depart the institute to arrange subsequent matters. However, suddenly recalling something important, he turned to his secretary with a serious demeanor and commanded, "Effective immediately. The filming crew is prohibited from entering the Nuclear Research Institute for live broadcasts. Furthermore, all content from yesterday's live stream must be deleted. We cannot leave a trace online." Chapter 114. Prohibition of Photography. Upon hearing the directive from the office head, the secretary wore a troubled expression. After a moment of contemplation, she cautiously replied, "Sir, the information available online can indeed be deleted without issue. However, the content that has already been broadcasted poses a more significant challenge. Should it fall into the hands of those with ill intent, the repercussions could be dire." Listening to the secretary's analysis, the office head fell into silence. He realized that he had acted with undue haste. Just last night, he had confidently assured the secretary that he had never misjudged a person. Yet, in the span of a single night, he discovered the gravity of his error, indeed, a monumental one. Although he had recognized the brilliance of this prodigious youth, he had grossly underestimated the staggering level of his scientific prowess. This young genius was truly an extraordinary talent, beyond belief. Alas, the blame lay solely with him. Had he recognized the genius earlier, he might have prevented such a glaring oversight, thereby safeguarding such vital scientific achievements from exposure. Director Su Donglai seemed to sense the office head's frustration and remorse. He stepped forward and hastily offered words of comfort. "Sir, even if this information were to leak, it would not be catastrophic. The materials provided by the young lad constitute, at most 20. If we can expedite the project, we can establish a technological monopoly." Upon hearing this, the office head's expression softened slightly. He nodded and solemnly instructed the secretary, "You must act swiftly to rectify this. Immediately delete all relevant online materials." The secretary hurriedly set to work. Watching her depart in haste, the office head took a deep breath. After a few moments of silence, he turned to Su Donglai. Speaking with earnest gravity, "Old Su, I entrust the next steps to you. Please ensure close collaboration with our young genius to advance controlled nuclear fusion. Su Donglai, understanding the weight of the task, nodded vigorously in agreement. As he exited the research institute, the office head looked up at the sky. The weather was splendid, with bright sunshine and a clear blue expanse devoid of clouds. Yet, a shadow of concern loomed in his heart, rubbing his temples, which throbbed slightly. He let out another sigh. Not long ago, he had received the latest report from the space agency. For reasons unknown, geological activities had intensified, the climate was behaving unusually, and the magnetic field had become peculiar. While the implications were uncertain, should a tornado or earthquake occur, the ramifications for the nuclear power station would be catastrophic. The consequences would be unthinkable. It was precisely for this reason that the young genius's proposed controlled nuclear fusion had become even more critical. Regrettably, he had been far too careless. Such crucial information, if it were to leak, I would be deemed a traitor of the Yin nation. In truth, the concerns of the office manager and the head of the research institute, Su Donglai, are entirely unwarranted. To be candid, Zhao Xiaoyu would welcome the opportunity for someone to take this information off his hands so that he could swiftly progress to the research and development phase. Once they reach 99 completion, yet find themselves unable to finalize the last step, it would be the moment for Zhao Xiaoyu to reap the rewards. The following morning, at 9 o'clock, Zhao Xiaoyu and his companions arrived at the entrance of the research institute in a dedicated vehicle. However, upon disembarking, they were halted. Please stop. Exit the vehicle for inspection. Several armed special police officers in camouflage approached to conduct inquiries. Zhao Xiaoyu and his team exited the vehicle in an orderly fashion, with a diligent crew member behind him shouldering a camera and capturing the moment. By the latest directive from higher authorities, filming within the institute is strictly prohibited. All crew members are barred from entering the laboratory. Upon delivering this message, they promptly stopped the bewildered staff of the program. Subsequently, a special police officer stepped forward and addressed Zhao Xiaoyu directly, stating with authority, "From this moment forth, entry into the research institute requires a special pass." He then distributed a small green booklet to Zhao Xiaoyu, Zhao Dajuan, Su Wenli, and Wei Qianru. Zhao Xiaoyu casually opened the booklet to find his name and basic information inscribed within. Additionally, there was a passport-sized photo of himself. Though he was uncertain how they had acquired his picture, he had to admit it looked rather handsome. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers were momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Subsequently, an avalanche of comments flooded the screen. What is happening? Why has filming suddenly been prohibited? Could it be that our prodigious genius is not merely boasting about controllable nuclear fusion? Good heavens, perhaps it is truly achievable. Otherwise, why the sudden lockdown? As a physics professor and associate professor at Shuima University, I spent the entire night verifying the diagrams and formulas from yesterday. Astonishingly, all this data is genuine and valid. Wow, I understand now. It seems the higher-ups in our Yen nation have recognized the gravity of the situation and initiated an information lockdown. Wait, is it too late for an information lockdown now? At the entrance of the Beijing Institute of Nuclear Energy Research, Zhao Xiaoyu observed that the program staff had been stopped, and he was aware of the implications. This must mean that the data he provided yesterday has been validated by the researchers. They have now begun to take his claims regarding controllable nuclear fusion seriously. He glanced up and caught sight of the eager photographers gazing at him. Zhao Xiaoyu suddenly extended his small hand and elegantly waved at the camera. Then, accompanied by Wei Qianru and others, he turned and entered the research institute, leaving not a single cloud behind. Upon witnessing Zhao Xiaoyu's figure vanish at the entrance of the laboratory, countless netizens in the live stream let out cries of despair. Little friend, how could you sneak into the research institute all by yourself? Such a breach of decorum. Oh dear, little buddy, please don't leave us. What on earth? Are you all right up there? That young genius merely paused the filming. Hasn't he perished? Why are you crying over nothing, darling? Sweetheart, I've checked the navigation, and we're quite close. I'll head over as soon as I finish my makeup. Wait for me, baby. Unbeknownst to Zhao Xiaoyu, who had already traversed 2 security doors and entered the laboratory, he soon heard an astonished exclamation from an elderly man with white hair. Ah, so this formula can be applied in such a manner. The old man's weathered face was etched with profound astonishment. Chapter 115. The respective director Su Donglai with the exclamation of the elderly man with white hair. A slender old gentleman beside him also appeared quite agitated. Truly, Director Su is remarkable. He has adeptly applied the formula to such an extent, which is indeed astonishing. Zhao Xiaoyu was quite familiar with these two elderly gentlemen. One was the director of the Nuclear Energy Research Institute, known as Director Su, if memory serves. The other was the esteemed Dr. Cheng, who had abruptly left during his tour yesterday for reasons unknown. Observing these two stubborn old men energetically gesticulating and exclaiming in front of him, a faint smile crept onto Zhao Xiaoyu's lips, bringing him a sense of amusement. It was rather delightful to witness the unfolding drama. Upon further inspection, it seemed that the several exceptionally obedient researchers who had assisted him with diagrams the day prior were also present. However, after a while, Zhao Xiaoyu began to find the scene somewhat monotonous. After all, the two elderly gentlemen were incessantly bickering over the diagrams and formulas he had provided, while the other junior researchers stood by, eager to assist but utterly unable to contribute. It had been some time since Zhao Xiaoyu had been an unnoticed spectator, leaving him feeling rather inconspicuous. With a resigned shrug, he pondered whether he truly lacked presence. Suddenly, he noticed Director Su, the elderly gentleman with white hair, fiddling with his diagrams and beginning to annotate them. While annotating was acceptable, it was disheartening to see that out of the 3 annotations he managed to produce, 2 were erroneous. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Zhao Xiaoyu approached, cleared his throat, and kindly interjected, "Ahem, it appears there are issues with your annotations. Such straightforward and obvious errors should not have occurred. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from this task in the future. Instead, you may proceed diligently according to the materials I provided." Allow me to explain the mistakes, however. Before Zhao Xiaoyu could finish his sentence, Su Donglai, abruptly interrupted in his research, was instantly filled with rage. How dare anyone disrupt his work within his own research institute? It seemed he had been too lenient of late. Fury radiated from Su Donglai, resembling a wrathful lion, as he turned to confront the intruder. Yet upon recognizing that it was Zhao Xiaoyu, the words he had intended to unleash were swallowed back down. All the tempestuous fury, the thunder and lightning, dissipated in an instant, transforming into gentle breezes and warm winter sunlight, vanishing without a trace. Su Donglai took a few quick steps toward Zhao Xiaoyu, a weathered face adorned with a humble smile, and respectfully addressed him, "Master, you have arrived." With Su Donglai's acknowledgement, Dr. Cheng and the other junior researchers also became aware of Zhao Xiaoyu's presence. Their reactions mirrored that of Director Su's moments before. "Oh, when did the genius teacher arrive? Dear teacher, please take a moment to rest here while I prepare some tea for you." As the crowd gathered around, buzzing with chatter, Director Su's expression darkened. Noticing the shift in Su Donglai's demeanor, the crowd immediately fell silent, their faces betraying unease. Su Donglai grasped Zhao Xiaoyu's hand, his eyes twinkling with myriad stars. "Teacher, the blueprints and formulas you provided yesterday are truly remarkable. I sincerely apologize for my arrogance yesterday. It was my narrow-mindedness that led me to underestimate you. I hope you can forgive our transgressions." With Su Donglai's heartfelt apology, Dr. Cheng and the new researchers from yesterday also expressed their sincere contrition to Zhao Xiaoyu. However, Zhao Xiaoyu merely shrugged and smiled. "It's all right. Ignorance is no crime. Besides, these are trivial matters. Let us not dwell on them." Zhao Xiaoyu spoke genuinely, believing that his humility warranted such misunderstanding. It was reasonable for others not to recognize his prowess. Su Donglai and the others, upon hearing this, felt a weight lifted off their shoulders. Zhao Xiaoyu waved his hand to interrupt the praises about to be showered upon him. After glancing at the blueprints and formulas displayed on the computer monitor, he continued, "Let us seize the time today to proceed with our work. After all, once we finalize the theoretical design, we must move on to construction." As his words echoed, the researchers, led by Su Donglai, erupted with fervent enthusiasm and set to work. The following days unfolded with a tranquil rhythm. Each morning, Zhao Xiaoyu arrived at the laboratory, providing portions of blueprints and formulas. Under Su Donglai's guidance, the researchers meticulously organized the materials and proceeded with orderly validation. Meanwhile, in the live broadcasting room, viewers who had not seen Zhao Xiaoyu for several days began to voice their frustrations. What has this young lad been up to these past few days? Surely he is working on controllable nuclear fusion? Didn't they ban filming? Yet, something feels amiss. How could controllable nuclear fusion possibly be so easily achieved? Across the ocean in the Lighthouse Nation, Director Eli Shing of the Luan Sanji Nuclear Research Institute was on a call with Lord Pierce. "Esteemed Lord Pierce, the Yen Nation has not broadcast any laboratory research for several days now, leaving our own studies in a state of stagnation. We have been tirelessly reviewing previous blueprints and formulas. Director Eli Shung lamented, voicing his frustrations. Our current sentiment is utterly dismal. It feels akin to constructing an automobile. We have the data for the windshield, yet nothing else. Surely, esteemed Lord Pierce, you can empathize with our restless anxiety? Director Eli Shung nodded gravely, responding, "It is reassuring that you understand. However, mere understanding is insufficient. I hope you can swiftly devise a means to obtain the remaining blueprints and formulae concerning the Black Palace Octagon." Lord Pierce furiously hung up the phone. Damn it. That fool Ellison is utterly incompetent. How could I possibly coerce them into broadcasting when the Yingwa refuses to air it? Pierce found Ellison's incessant rambling on the phone exceedingly irksome. However, before long, Lord Pierce regained his composure. There was no alternative, after all. Ellison was a pivotal nuclear energy expert in the Lighthouse Nation. Not only could he not take any action against him, but he also had to find every possible way to accommodate his requests. Yet after pondering for a considerable time, it was evident that Lord Pierce could not conjure up any viable solutions. In a fit of irritation, he slammed his hand on the table and called out to his secretary outside, summoned the director of the Intelligence Bureau. 10 minutes later, Director Williams of the Lighthouse Nation's Intelligence Bureau arrived at the Black Palace Octagon. "This is the situation. Let me know if there is any possible solution." At that moment, the sweat on Williams' forehead had dried, and upon hearing Lord Pierce's account, he smiled and said, "Indeed, there is a solution." Chapter 116. The seduction Director Williams of the Intelligence Bureau wore a triumphant expression. "Dear Lord Pierce, there is no need for concern. Although we cannot compel those in the Flame Nation to broadcast live, we have successfully turned one of their pawns to our advantage some time ago. Perhaps this pawn may prove useful." Upon hearing this, Pierce's face lit up with joy. He stepped forward, clapping Williams vigorously on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, Williams. Hurry and make the necessary arrangements. Speed is of the essence. Let us strike at the roots and directly sway the prodigious talent of the Flame Nation." Receiving Lord Pierce's commendation, Williams nodded enthusiastically and prepared to leave. However, he was halted by Pierce's voice from behind. "Inform the pawn in the Flame Nation that if he successfully seduces their genius, he shall be rewarded with 100 million lighthouse coins. We will accommodate any of his demands. Even if he wishes to kidnap that young prodigy and bring him here, it would be acceptable. Once he arrives in the Lighthouse Nation, we can handle everything." After a fervent nod, Williams exited with excitement. In the Flame Nation, within the capital city's bureau office, Director Zhang Jianhua glanced at the clock. It was already 3 in the afternoon. "Damn it, I've never left work this late before. If it weren't for these unruly citizens causing a ruckus, I would have been long gone." After muttering a curse, Zhang Jianhua grabbed his briefcase and departed. Having enjoyed a leisurely day, Zhang Jianhua returned home reeking of alcohol. After a refreshing shower, he succumbed to a deep slumber. At 2:30 in the morning, a shrill ringtone jolted Zhang Jianhua awake. Still in a haze, he reached for his phone, ready to unleash a tirade. However, upon seeing a series of zeros from an unknown number, his expression changed dramatically. He listened patiently to the speaker. Yet, after only a few words, he could no longer contain his frustration. "You want me to get close to the Flame Nation's hottest genius? And sway him to the Lighthouse Nation? Impossible. 10 million lighthouse coins. I might be alive to earn it, but I wouldn't live to spend it. You should seek someone more capable for this task." What a joke. Though the prospect of 10 million lighthouse coins was tempting, Zhang Jianhua knew that if he were caught, the consequences would be dire. However, it seemed the other party anticipated his reaction and presented alternative terms. Zhang Jianhua's eyes brightened with excitement as he asked, 20 million lighthouse coins, along with special permission for my entire family to immigrate to the Lighthouse Nation? He realized that he could not refuse this offer. After a moment's hesitation, he tentatively inquired, "What about 30 million lighthouse coins?" "Agreed. We can transfer 10 million lighthouse coins to you immediately. The remaining amount and conditions will be fulfilled in one go upon successful completion of the task. Deal. This matter shall be entrusted to me, Zhang Jianhua." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jianhua was elated. Zhang Jianhua was undoubtedly aware of the current sensation, the prodigious child, Zhao Xiaoyu, merely a 6-year-old. As the esteemed director, luring a child would be a mere trifle for him. In the Lighthouse Nation, Director Williams of the Intelligence Bureau scoffed disdainfully, remarking, "With such trash as Yin country, do they truly believe they are worthy of the 100 million offered by His Excellency Pierce?" A mere 30 million lighthouse coins? How amusing. I wonder if they will even live to claim it. Simultaneously, Zhang Jianhua, who had acquiesced to Williams, found himself bereft of sleep. He was engrossed in contemplation, pondering how to approach Zhao Xiaoyu. Direct access to the Nuclear Research Institute was out of the question. Thus, only one avenue remained, secretly contacting the child. Resolutely, he set out to discover where the young prodigy resided. With this thought in mind, Zhang Jianhua hastily opened his computer to review the live broadcast replay. After a flurry of activity, he successfully pinpointed the hotel where Zhao Xiaoyu was staying, the Peninsula Hotel in Magic City. Now that he had the address, it was a straightforward matter. Without regard for the late hour, he picked up his phone and called his secretary. Xiao Zhu, I need to engage in economic cooperation with an esteemed institution in Magic City. Please arrange a flight for me tomorrow and book a room at the Peninsula Hotel. As the wheels of time continued to turn, for days swiftly passed. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoyu had completed all the blueprints and data. Under the guidance of Director Su Donglai, the formulas and data were rigorously validated through repeated testing. Everything proceeded smoothly, and upon receiving the affirmative results, tears of joy cascaded down Su Donglai's cheeks. It was not only Su Donglai who was moved. Assistant Cheng, Professor Gu, and other researchers also had red-rimmed eyes, choked with emotion. After all, the breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion research was achieved through their collective efforts. How could they not be overwhelmed with excitement? Witnessing the nearly tearful embrace of the gathered crowd, Zhao Xiaoyu felt a deep empathy. The hardships faced by Yen Country's researchers were profound. They seldom received external assistance and relied solely on their own ingenuity. What research achievement did not require countless trials? Thus, experiencing such a smooth development for the first time was indeed a cause for tears of joy. However, Zhao Xiaoyu soon managed a wry smile and thought it prudent to report the findings. The subsequent experiments would demand time. With a sense of urgency, he cleared his throat and spoke. Ahem, since the validation has proven successful, shall we report this? Su Donglai, realizing the moment, responded, Oh yes. We must report this immediately. I will do so right away. We need to expedite the construction. After speaking, Su Donglai hurried off to inform the relevant authorities. Zhao Xiaoyu glanced around, noting that there was little left for him to do that day. Upon leisurely exiting the laboratory, Zhao Xiaoyu boarded a dedicated vehicle back to the hotel. As soon as he arrived, his stomach began to rumble audibly. It was inevitable. He was in a growth phase, consuming energy at an alarming rate, and hunger struck. Thus, Zhao Xiaoyu traversed the hotel lobby and made his way directly to the Western restaurant. After all expenses incurred during his stay were graciously covered by someone else. He ordered an extravagant array of delectable dishes, indulging heartily. In addition to these culinary delights, he also requested an assortment of ice cream flavors. Naturally, chilled cola was indispensable. Though it may seem somewhat commonplace, Zhao Xiaoyu relished it. After savoring 3 strawberry-flavored ice creams, he took a swig of the cold cola. Ah, what bliss! However, as he continued his feast, Zhao Xiaoyu suddenly felt an unusual sensation in his lower abdomen. Oh no, he was in urgent need. Grabbing a napkin from the table to wipe his mouth, he dashed towards the restroom set within the restaurant. After shedding his trousers, he felt utterly refreshed. The sounds of relief echoed, splish, splash, left, right. Zhao Xiaoyu reveled in the moment, feeling liberated. Back in the day, before his extraordinary journey, even urinating required bracing against a wall. Now, he could relieve himself with abandon. What sheer delight. Yet, just as Zhao Xiaoyu was joyfully engrossed in his playful antics, a middle-aged man donning a baseball cap briskly entered the restroom and halted at the urinal beside him. Chapter 117. This is our little secret. Please do not tell your parents. Zhao Xiaoyu was having a splendid time, completely oblivious to the envious gaze of the middle-aged man nearby. This man, donning a cap, was none other than Director Zhang Jianhua, who had just arrived from the bustling metropolis of Dusher. Zhang Jianhua observed Zhao Xiaoyu as he gleefully played amidst the rushing water, and he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. 40 years ago, I could have indulged in such merriment. Now, however, well, I suppose I must find a way to manipulate this young lad. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that this child was not particularly special. Why then, was the Lighthouse Nation expending such immense resources to sway him? Could it be that he was deceived by the scripted narratives of those live broadcasts? If that were the case, they must be quite foolish. Do they not realize that the popular entertainment programs in our country are all scripted, designed to mislead? However, Zhang Jianhua shook his head. As long as he had wealth and could reap benefits, what did it matter if they were deceived? With this thought in mind, he scrutinized Zhao Xiaoyu once more. This child even enjoys playing while using the restroom. It seems his character is still undeveloped. He should be easy to persuade. If I speak to him about the wonders of the Lighthouse Nation and deceive him into believing that he and his family can frolic there, along with promises of endless wealth and toys, he would surely be captivated. This child has a penchant for research, does he not? I shall tell him that in the Lighthouse Nation, he can pursue any research he desires and that I could buy him a grand building filled with toys. Of course, if he wishes to store mechas, that would be no issue. After all, one must paint a grand picture to entice. Just as Zhang Jianhua had meticulously planned his approach, he suddenly felt an urgent need to relieve himself. Unfastening his trousers, he began to urinate. While doing so, he casually remarked to Zhao Xiaoyu, "What a coincidence, young friend. You must be our little genius, Zhao Xiaoyu, right?" At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu had just finished, shook his hands 3 times, adjusted his trousers, and nodded with a smile. "Hello, uncle. I am Zhao Xiaoyu." Truth be told, Zhao Xiaoyu was quite elated. He had never imagined he would encounter a fan in real life. Before his transmigration, he had admired those stars surrounded by fans. It was simply magnificent. To think that he could achieve something similar after his journey. Of course, it would have been even better if the fan were a beautiful girl. After a brief exchange, Zhao Xiaoyu approached the sink to wash his hands. Once dried, he prepared to return to the dining area. Just then, Zhang Jianhua, having fastened his trousers, quickly followed, anxious that Zhao Xiaoyu might escape. Reaching out, he attempted to grasp the boy's arm, but Zhao Xiaoyu, feeling somewhat disdainful, evaded him. Then, pinching his nose, he reminded, "Uncle, you haven't washed your hands yet." Zhang Jianhua, upon hearing this, managed an awkward smile. "Oh, little one, you are absolutely right. Uncle will wash his hands right away." With that, Zhang Jianhua approached the sink and began to wash his hands. While doing so, he turned his head towards Zhao Xiaoyu with a cheerful smile and asked, "Little friend, do you find it boring in the land of Yin every day? Uncle knows a place with an abundance of delicious food and fun activities." Zhao Xiaoyu looked puzzled. After drying his hands, Zhang Jianhua stepped in front of Zhao Xiaoyu and continued his persuasion. "Have you heard of the Lighthouse Country? The kangaroos there are particularly adorable. The animated films from Heilewu are also quite delightful. Moreover, the Lighthouse Country offers countless toys that we simply do not have in the land of Yin." Zhao Xiaoyu remained unmoved. Observing this, Zhang Jianhua intensified his efforts. "Do you know, little friend, that the delicacies in the Lighthouse Country far surpass those in the land of Yin? For instance, the refreshing shaved ice, the sweet and soft cream cakes, and the irresistible black and white donuts." Initially, Zhao Xiaoyu was somewhat bewildered, pondering the intentions behind his fan's words. Was he so excited to see me in person that he became incoherent? However, as he listened further, Zhao Xiaoyu began to comprehend the underlying message. The middle-aged man before him intended to entice him to the Lighthouse Country. Realizing this, Zhao Xiaoyu felt a surge of indignation. How dare they send a traitor to sway me? This was an affront to my very being. It is crucial to note that whether before or after my journey through time, I have always been a patriotic youth. No matter who approaches or what promises they make, they shall never sway my loyalty. With this thought in mind, Zhao Xiaoyu refrained from directly confronting Zhang Jianhua. Instead, he feigned admiration and excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, that sounds amazing. If I get the chance, I will definitely ask my mother to take me to the Lighthouse Country." Yet, suddenly, a shadow of sadness crossed his face as he added, "But my mother would surely never agree to let me go that far." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianhua burst into laughter. "After all this time, you showed no reaction. I thought you were too clever to be fooled. It seems that no matter how brilliant a prodigy one may be, they are still just a child. Yet, if he were not a child, how would I have the opportunity to deceive him?" Seizing the moment, Zhang Jianhua leaned closer and said, "No worries. Uncle can secretly take you there. You see, Uncle is a fan of yours. So, it brings me great joy to assist a young genius." Zhao Xiaoyu's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Really? That would be wonderful. You are so kind, Uncle." Zhang Jianhua chuckled heartily, leaning into Zhao Xiaoyu's ear and whispered, "What I say is indeed true. But this shall remain a little secret between you and me. You must not tell anyone, not even your parents." Zhao Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, displaying an expression of understanding. Zhang Jianhua was thoroughly delighted. Once he had surveyed his surroundings and confirmed the absence of others, Zhang Jianhua lowered his voice and addressed Zhao Xiaoyu. My dear child, would you accompany your uncle for dinner this evening? I shall bring you some delightful toys. Upon hearing of the enticing toys, Zhao Xiaoyu eagerly nodded in agreement. All right, uncle. I will sneak out tonight and wait for you at this restaurant. Just be sure not to forget the toys. Zhang Jianhua burst into hearty laughter. Certainly, certainly. Your uncle will not forget. Well then, little one, I have matters to attend to. See you tonight. With that, Zhang Jianhua briskly exited the restroom, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The mission had been largely successful. Unable to contain himself, he erupted into laughter. Ha! 30 million lighthouse coins in my pocket. And a special immigration approval to boot. Deceiving a child is simply too easy. What a thrill. As Zhang Jianhua's figure receded, Zhao Xiaoyu also emerged from the restroom, a slight smile playing on his lips. It is my duty to assist my country in capturing spies. Chapter 118. There are over 60 spies, ah? Your damned tenderness brings forth both pain and tears within my heart. Zhao Xiaoyu hummed a well-known tune from a past life as he returned to the dining hall. Oh, Sister Xiaoru, what brings you here? Upon returning to the table, Zhao Xiaoyu suddenly noticed Wei Qianru sitting nearby, savoring an ice cream. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's inquiry, Wei Qianru let out a soft huff, expressing her displeasure. The driver informed me as soon as he dropped you off at the hotel, seeing that you hadn't returned for quite some time. I guessed you must have come here to indulge in some snacks. And indeed, I caught you red-handed. Zhao Xiaoyu quickly pulled Wei Qianru to sit beside him, offering a sheepish smile. Ah, Sister Xiaoru, you know how it is. I'm in a growth phase and often feel hungry. I couldn't resist the temptation and came here to grab a bite. But next time, I promise to invite you along. Wei Qianru, upon hearing this, let out another soft huff, yet nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. With that, she picked up a serving of lychee pineapple pudding from the table and began to eat. Zhao Xiaoyu maintained a cheerful demeanor in response. Subsequently, he took out his phone, connected to his Bluetooth headset, and quietly instructed, Emily, please help me investigate the identity of that greasy middle-aged man immediately. At your service, my dear master, replied the little girl Emily. This time, Emily did not provide an immediate response. Zhao Xiaoyu took a bite of the strawberry ice cream, relishing it while marveling at the convenience of communicating with the little girl through voice. This was inspired by his previous experiences while piloting the mech, where voice communication with Emily proved to be quite effective. Consequently, Zhao Xiaoyu upgraded his phone, allowing him to converse with the little girl anytime, anywhere, an absolute convenience. Before Zhao Xiaoyu could finish his ice cream, Emily had results to share. Dear master, the investigation results are in. The middle-aged man you encountered in the restroom is Zhang Jianhua, the director of the urban bureau of the capital city of Yin Country. He was bribed by the intelligence agency of the Lighthouse Nation 3 years ago during an exchange program there. His appearance before you today is to attempt to persuade you to serve the Lighthouse Nation. Zhao Xiaoyu smiled faintly, as this outcome was anticipated. Emily continued, however, it seems Zhang Jianhua has been used as a hidden pawn and has not executed any missions, thus lacking direct evidence against him. Nonetheless, I discovered encrypted phone records indicating a conversation between the Lighthouse Agency and Zhang Jianhua last night, along with evidence of 10 million Lighthouse coins deposited into his overseas bank account. Zhao Xiaoyu nodded in satisfaction. The efficiency of little Emily was commendable. After silently praising her, Zhao Xiaoyu continued, Well done, Emily. Please also assist me in investigating all spies within our Yin country. At your command, my dear master. The little girl Emily, delighted by Zhao Xiaoyu's praise, responded with joy. Meanwhile, Wei Qianru, having finished her pudding, looked at Zhao Xiaoyu with a hint of curiosity and asked, Little you, you've been murmuring quietly since just now. What are you up to? Zhao Xiaoyu smiled faintly, stood up, and approached Wei Qianru. He tiptoed, leaning close to her ear, and said mysteriously, Sister Qianru, do you see that old man over there who keeps looking this way? As he spoke, he turned his head, a radiant smile illuminating his face, and excitedly waved at the elderly gentleman. After leaving the restroom, Zhang Jianhua felt uneasy and returned to the dining area, following Zhao Xiaoyu closely. Suddenly, he noticed Zhao Xiaoyu greeting him. Initially taken aback, he soon saw the innocent smile on Zhao's face and thought to himself, What a foolish child. He.S. probably introducing me to the beautiful lady beside him. TSK, this lady is quite impressive. Perhaps I can charm her later tonight. Unbeknownst to him, He was unwittingly walking down a path toward his demise. He waved back at Zhao Xiaoyu, responding with a friendly smile. Following Zhao Xiaoyu's cue, Wei Qianru spotted the greasy-faced Zhang Jianhua, who was still waving his hand, seemingly anxious that others might not see him. Zhao Xiaoyu's smile grew broader as he chuckled lightly. In fact, he is a spy. In the recently resumed live stream, the audience, still caught in the excitement of Zhao Xiaoyu's appearance, was abruptly jolted by this sensational revelation. The comments section erupted. What? A spy? After just a few days apart, the little genius's ability to stir up trouble remains terrifying. He even managed to expose a spy. How is that possible? Even if he is a prodigy, he cannot casually label someone as a spy without evidence. Exactly. Such claims cannot be made without proof. Ha ha, enough noise. Let's thank the show's director. If it weren't for his clever thinking to dispatch a camera crew to the hotel where our little genius is staying, we wouldn't be enjoying such juicy gossip today. Well said. Let us send a rocket to the director and add a chicken leg for him. In the production team, Director Wu was overwhelmed, lamenting, I can't receive the gifts. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's words, Wei Qianru's expression grew serious. How do you know this, Xiaoyu? Do you have evidence? If you do, I will arrange for someone to capture him. Zhao Xiaoyu smiled and instructed little Emily through his Bluetooth headset, send the evidence to Sister Qianru's phone. As his words fell, Wei Qianru's phone chimed, receiving a message. Upon opening it, she found irrefutable evidence of Zhang Jianhua's treachery. The proof was as solid as a mountain. Wei Qianru, gritting her teeth in anger, propelled herself forward like a bolt of lightning towards Zhang Jianhua. Having ascended to the position of the city bureau chief, Zhang had once been an exemplary special forces soldier. Thus, when he saw Wei Qianru charging at him in fury, his brow furrowed as he instinctively raised his hand to counterattack. However, his feeble attempts were utterly insufficient against the prowess of the Queen of Warriors. He could barely withstand 2 exchanges before she had him pinned beneath her foot, rendered immobile. At that moment, several young officers clad in uniforms burst into the Western restaurant. Chief Zhang, who are you? Release him at once. They shouted in unison. Don't waste your breath. Subdue her first and rescue Chief Zhang. Amidst their furious cries, these young officers lunged at Wei Qianru. These uninformed officers had been strategically arranged by Zhang Jianhua to accompany him on this business trip, meant to keep their presence discreet. However, as the officers engaged, chaos erupted throughout the restaurant. Diners clad in casual attire, waitstaff bearing trays of food, and even a cleaning lady all surged forth in a frenzied wave, overwhelming the few young officers in an instant. The remaining patrons quickly subdued Zhang Jianhua, who was left bewildered under Wei Qianru's foot. Once the commotion settled, Wei Qianru returned to Zhao Xiaoyu's side. Yet, before she could utter a word, Zhao Xiaoyu casually remarked, I have over 60 names of spies here. Sister Qianru, please pass them along. Chapter 119. The Colossal Mech. Crimson Storm with a resounding clap. The office head erupted in an unprecedented fury, striking the table with great force, exclaiming, Arrest them all. I cannot believe that within our own Yin nation, there exist over 60 high-ranking vermin and traitors. The list of these individuals submitted by Wei Qianru was filled with names of significant officials and leaders from crucial departments of Yin Nation. Upon reviewing this list, the office head's anger reached a boiling point. Determined to impose severe punishment on these treacherous collaborators, he vowed to show no mercy. However, soon enough, all his wrath transformed into a sense of dread. Fortunately, our young genius had exposed these vile parasites. Had they remained hidden, the potential devastation and loss to Yin Nation would have been unimaginable. Thankfully, we have the prodigy Zhao Xiaoyu. At that very moment, Zhao Xiaoyu had returned to his hotel room after assisting Wei Qianru in apprehending the spy Zhang Jianhua and providing a list of over 60 spies. Having fulfilled his duty, he modestly withdrew from the limelight. After a brief exchange with his parents, he took a shower and retired to bed. Meanwhile, in the Lighthouse Nation, within the octagonal building of the Black Palace, Pierce was in a fit of rage, fuming like a tempest. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Williams, you are nothing but a useless fool, an imbecile, Pierce shouted vehemently, pointing at the director of the Intelligence Bureau, Williams, who bowed his head in humility, trembling and too fearful to retort. After investing such a long time and considerable resources to subvert the high echelons of Yin Nation, they had all been exposed and uprooted. Are you brainless? Pierce's fury intensified, his voice rising with indignation. The most frustrating part was that, despite the heavy price paid, They had failed to capture the genius prodigy of Yin Nation. Damn it. Pathetic. You are unworthy of your position as the director of the Intelligence Bureau. You are dismissed. Foolish Williams, go home and reflect on your failures. Time swiftly passed, and half a month had gone by. Zhao Xiaoyu was now in the laboratory of the Research Institute, observing the experiment on controllable nuclear fusion. At this moment, the project had reached 40 completion. Seeing this progress, a faint smile crept across Zhao Xiaoyu's lips. Not bad. Not bad. Everything is progressing smoothly. The researchers at the institute, under the leadership of Director Su Donglai, had exhibited exceptional skills, achieving nearly zero errors. Moreover, their manufacturing speed had noticeably increased due to their growing proficiency. At this rate, it was estimated that within another 2 weeks, they would achieve 100 completion. However, this was not the primary reason for Zhao Xiaoyu's visit to the laboratory today. The primary focus is on Zhao Xiaoyu's sign-in time, which is now expired. Zhao Xiaoyu received a notification from the system, indicating that he is eligible for another lottery draw. The reason he insists on drawing in the laboratory is simple. He believes the environment here possesses good fortune, potentially yielding remarkable rewards. If he were to draw in a hotel, there is a chance that the system might be influenced by his frugal father, resulting in something mundane like 100,000 Ys. In such a case, Zhao Xiaoyu would have nowhere to lament his misfortune. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoyu felt a flicker of anticipation. Every time the lottery segment approached, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Rubbing his hands together, he silently initiated the draw. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for his exceptional luck in drawing a golden treasure chest. Had he truly drawn a golden treasure chest? Upon hearing the System S announcement, Zhao Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, but soon, he leaped with joy. Haha, this is fantastic. He had actually drawn a golden treasure chest. It is worth noting that the treasure chests available through the system's sign-in range from white, green, blue, cyan, golden, purple, to rainbow, in ascending order of value. Previously, Zhao Xiaoyu had only drawn blue-level treasure chests, such as blueprints for laser weapons. The golden treasure chest, being 2 tiers higher, promised exquisite rewards. His anticipation was palpable. Surveying the surroundings, Zhao Xiaoyu noticed that no one paid attention to his secluded corner. Thus, he suppressed his excitement and slowly opened the chest. As before, a dense mist wafted away, revealing a deep red scroll quietly lying within. Upon seeing yet another scroll, Zhao Xiaoyu felt a wave of frustration. System, could you possibly grant me something different? Please, spare me the endless scrolls. If this continues, even the readers might turn against me. However, as Zhao Xiaoyu picked up the scroll and unrolled it, his eyes widened in disbelief. This was indeed a moment later, joy radiated from his face. He had actually drawn this extraordinary item. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the giant mecha, Crimson Storm. Crimson Storm, height, 108 meters, weight, 980 tons, drive, nuclear fusion propulsion. Weapons, left-hand laser cannon, right-hand alloy steel blade. Mobility, speed ranges from 80 to 160 kilometers per hour. Due to its massive structure, the cockpit requires the pilot to don a smaller mecha for protection, otherwise, it cannot be controlled by human strength alone. In the wake of his astonishment, Zhao Xiaoyu found himself shamelessly drooling at the corners of his mouth. Wow, this is absolutely incredible. The golden treasure chest is undeniably powerful. Yet, soon his ecstatic demeanor shifted to one of concern. According to the blueprint specifications, while the Crimson Storm was indeed impressive, the resources required for its construction were staggering. He truly began to contemplate the expenses involved in manufacturing the Crimson Storm. It is certainly not a trivial endeavor akin to the modest mechs of Brave Blade. Zhao Xiaoyu conservatively estimated that without at least 100 billion yen national currency, it would be utterly impossible to construct the Crimson Storm. This sum, of course, encompasses the establishment of specialized facilities for the colossal mech, as well as the requisite materials and top-tier technical personnel. Initially, he believed he had stumbled upon a golden treasure chest that would catapult him to success. Little did he realize it was merely another insatiable financial beast. Nevertheless, even if the expenses for the Crimson Storm were exorbitant, Zhao Xiaoyu was resolute in his determination to bring it to fruition. Not for any other reason, but for the sake of his own understanding on Earth, that high cost does not necessarily equate to greatness. It might very well be a foolish endeavor. Yet, true excellence is invariably accompanied by a hefty price tag. The pressing question remains, Where could he possibly procure such a substantial amount of money? His father's registered company, while it could be said to be raking in profits daily, has likely amassed only around 50 billion thus far. Moreover, given his father's frugal nature, the taxes owed are undoubtedly being postponed, with payments likely deferred until the very last moment. Under normal circumstances, over 10 billion in taxes must be paid, leaving a mere 40 billion, which is entirely insufficient for the construction of the Crimson Storm. Chapter 120. The message from the colorful treasure chest. The Crimson Storm is truly formidable. The little calf wields a chainsaw, impressively so. However, the gap in confidence required for its creation remains rather substantial. One must understand that once the construction of such a colossal mech commences, it cannot be halted midway. Otherwise, all efforts would be rendered futile. Contemplating this, Zhao Xiaoyu wore a melancholic expression. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Su Donglai and his colleagues, engrossed in their experiments, remained oblivious to Zhao Xiaoyu's distress. He cast a glance at the laboratory ceiling and sighed softly. After briefly imparting some reminders to Su Donglai, he departed with a despondent demeanor. At this moment, Wei Qianru awaited Zhao Xiaoyu at the entrance of the research institute. Ever since the recent incident involving a spy's attempt to incite Zhao Xiaoyu, Wei Qianru had been vigilantly protecting him. Not far from her, a cameraman from the production team captured footage outside the institute's entrance. Although the online viewers could not witness Zhao Xiaoyu's research endeavors within the laboratory, they were content to see the charming Wei Qianru. Particularly memorable was her swift and graceful apprehension of the nefarious spy, Zhang Jianhua, an impressive display of agility and skill that captivated many. Consequently, Wei Qianru garnered a substantial following. Suddenly, she heard the sound of the door opening behind her. Turning around, she saw Zhao Xiaoyu emerging, but his countenance appeared troubled. Wei Qianru felt a twinge of confusion. After all, Zhao Xiaoyu had entered the laboratory this morning brimming with enthusiasm. Now he wore a frown. Was there a setback in his research? With concern, she inquired, "Xiaoyu, have you encountered any difficulties in your experiments?" Zhao Xiaoyu dejectedly shook his head and directly entered the car. Not wanting to pry further, Wei Qianru settled into the back seat beside him. Inside the vehicle, Zhao Xiaoyu pondered deeply, yet he still found himself lacking the necessary funds for his research. Alas, how disheartening it was to be financially constrained. Noticing his continuous shaking of the head and sighs, Wei Qianru, feeling uneasy, pressed, "Xiaoyu, what troubles you?" With a resigned shrug, Zhao Xiaoyu replied, "It's nothing much, just that I'm broke." Initially worried that he had encountered an insurmountable problem, Wei Qianru was taken aback to hear him lamenting about financial woes. She found herself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli, watching the live broadcast from their hotel, shared a similar sentiment of disbelief. Although they were not present at the office, the financial reports submitted by their assistants indicated that the company was flourishing, truly thriving. Yet, to witness their son lamenting about being broke on live television was utterly embarrassing. The online audience, too, expressed their bewilderment. Subsequently, a flurry of comments erupted in criticism. "My goodness, we still remember your recent extravagant act of prepaying 500 million in taxes, young one. There is no need for you to flaunt your wealth here. Indeed, why lament about being poor without reason? Rest assured, we do not concern ourselves with your debts. Darling, I have resources aplenty. Come seek assistance from me. Alas, I am currently bound at home by your uncle and cannot leave." After expressing her financial woes to Wei Qianru, Zhao Xiaoyu became aware of her own indiscretion. Why had she complained about her lack of funds to her? Her family was not affluent either. Since Wei Qianru remained silent, Zhao Xiaoyu found solace in the quiet, avoiding further explanations. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoyu's realization struck her. Even if she expended enormous resources to create a colossal mech, she would likely deplete her own finances in the process. But what was the purpose of bringing this giant mech into existence? If it was merely for the thrill and spectacle, the current smaller mech, the Brave Blade, could adequately fulfill her desires. The Crimson Storm, though formidable with its impressive defense and attack capabilities, was undeniably invincible. Yet, the issue remained that its mobility was severely lacking. In the event of an onslaught of missiles targeting it, even if they failed to penetrate the mech, what if an adversary resorted to deploying a nuclear weapon? Surely, even the mightiest Crimson Storm would be obliterated in such a scenario. In truth, with the laser weaponry invented by Zhao Xiaoyu, the nation would be capable of intercepting any precision-guided missiles or nuclear strikes. Thus, the The concerns that plagued Zhao Xiaoyu were indeed unfounded. However, she genuinely felt that the effort expended was disproportionate to the potential rewards. Should she abandon the Crimson Storm? Just as Zhao Xiaoyu hesitated, a notification sound from the system echoed in her mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Due to the recent lottery draw, a special reward has been triggered, the highest-tier rainbow treasure chest. Zhao Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. Upon realization, the clouds of gloom that had previously shadowed her expression dissipated, and she could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Fortune. This is sheer luck. The highest-tier rainbow treasure chest. How remarkable. However, the sudden, wide-eyed, and exuberant laughter of Zhao Xiaoyu left everyone around her in a state of bewilderment. Among those most concerned were Zhao Dajuan and Su Winli, seated in front of the hotel television. They exchanged glances, sensing a profound worry reflected in each other's eyes. Surely, their beloved son was not being adversely affected by the broadcast? Originally, Zhao Xiaoyu was brimming with excitement, planning to instruct the driver to turn back toward the research laboratory to secretly open the treasure chest. Yet, with another prompt from the system, her joyful expression gradually stiffened. The reward of the rainbow treasure chest contained a special message, which would open automatically. The host was instructed to retrieve this message. Zhao Xiaoyu, undeterred, repeatedly scrutinized the system prompt, confirming that the radiant treasure chest yielded but a solitary message. Alas, nothing else was of value. Consequently, after enduring a tumultuous emotional roller coaster, Zhao Xiaoyu's face darkened as he harbored a torrent of furious exclamations within. What a farce! What nonsense is this so-called treasure chest, the pinnacle of chests? How utterly disappointing! What a wretched message! Yet, there was no recourse. Given the circumstances, Zhao Xiaoyu reluctantly prepared to examine this peculiar message. To be honest, his curiosity was piqued. He wondered what invaluable revelation this premier treasure chest could possibly bestow. The special message read, "In 6 months, temporal rifts will sporadically manifest on Blue Star. Important note, alongside the emergence of these rifts, terrifying creatures will appear. It is advised that the host prepare accordingly." Initially dismissive, Zhao Xiaoyu's expression shifted from a smile to one of grave concern upon absorbing the contents of this message. Meanwhile, in a hotel room, Zhao Dajuan, engrossed in a live broadcast, abruptly rose to his feet, turning to Su Winli with a worried demeanor, inquiring, "Is our dear one under considerable stress lately? Should we consider taking him to the hospital?" Chapter 121. Meeting the person in charge. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu lamenting about his financial woes, Wei Qianru found herself devoid of any inclination to speak. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyu was deep in thought, contemplating the information provided by the system, and the two remained silent during the journey. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt at the hotel entrance. Zhao Xiaoyu and Wei Qianru took the elevator back to their room. However, as soon as the door swung open, Su Winli swiftly approached, reaching out to touch Zhao Xiaoyu's forehead. Upon confirming that his temperature was normal, she breathed a sigh of relief, yet her concern lingered as she inquired, "Dear, do you feel unwell? Perhaps your father and I should take you to the hospital?" Zhao Xiaoyu's mind was entirely elsewhere. He merely replied with a nonchalant no before returning to his grave contemplation of subsequent plans. Witnessing this scene, both Su Winli and Zhao Dajuan's apprehension deepened. It was clear something was amiss with their son. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Dajuan rolled up his sleeves, determined to forcibly take Zhao Xiaoyu to see a doctor. However, Su Winli shook her head, signaling to observe for a while longer. Unbeknownst to Zhao Xiaoyu, who was oblivious to the silent exchange between his parents, he truly had no time to ponder anything else at the moment. Although the colorful treasure chest had not yielded any extraordinary physical items, the message it provided was more significant than any treasure. Anything deemed a monster by the system undoubtedly possessed formidable combat capabilities. Even with his miniature mech, Zhao Xiaoyu felt woefully inadequate. Moreover, he had his parents, grandmother, and sister Qianru to protect. If he remained uninformed, a regrettable tragedy could occur. However, with 6 months granted for planning and preparation, the outcome could very well differ. Zhao Xiaoyu had never doubted the veracity of the system's information. For every output, be it mech blueprints, laser weapon schematics, or colossal mech designs, had always proven to be entirely reliable. With these thoughts occupying his mind, Zhao Xiaoyu furrowed his brow even tighter. It was imperative to expedite his projects. In addition to controlled nuclear fusion, he must also commence the production of the recently nearly sidelined Crimson Storm. Time was of the essence. Moreover, this endeavor could not be accomplished solely with financial resources. Shaking his slightly overwhelmed head, Zhao Xiaoyu resolved that he needed to have a serious discussion with that individual. Turning around, he extended his small hand, tapping Wei Qianru, who was engrossed in a drama on her tablet, and spoke, "Sister Qianru, I have something important to discuss with that person. Please assist me in arranging a meeting with the office head." He spoke of the meeting with a casualness akin to sipping tea. Within the borders of Yin country, Zhao Xiaoyu was indeed a singular presence. However, what was most remarkable was, Wei Qianru listened intently, showing no sign of discontent. She set down her tablet and picked up the phone on the desk, dialing the secretary of the person in charge. Following the incident involving the espionage and the manipulation of Zhao Xiaoyu, the leader had directly authorized Wei Qianru to report any matters concerning Zhao Xiaoyu to him. Shortly thereafter, Wei Qianru hung up the phone and addressed Zhao Xiaoyu. "Brother Xiaoyu, everything is arranged. We can head to the office directly tomorrow morning." Zhao Xiaoyu nodded in response, his mind still enveloped in deep contemplation. Observing this, Wei Qianru resumed her focus on the tablet, engrossed in her drama. Zhao Xiaoyu mentally calculated the timeline. Controlled nuclear fusion was expected to be completed within 2 weeks. All preparatory work had been accomplished, and only the actual construction and assembly remained. With the robust support from above and the expertise of the infrastructure enthusiasts at the Research Institute, it would likely come together in a matter of weeks, a process that would require little time and effort. However, the most vexing issue for Zhao Xiaoyu was the construction of the Crimson Storm. The thought of it made him rub his aching temples as he began to contemplate the construction plan for the colossal mech. Given that Crimson Storm stood at an impressive height of 108 meters, its limbs, body, head, and weaponry would need to be manufactured in segments. Once all parts were completed, a suitable venue would be required for assembly and testing, locations far beyond the capabilities of ordinary urban or suburban areas. He decided to defer the specifics until he met with the relevant individual tomorrow. Setting aside thoughts of Crimson Storm for the moment, Zhao Xiaoyu once again examined the special notifications provided by the system. After reviewing them 3 times, he began to strategize on how to confront the impending emergence of monsters. The system's alerts indicated that random space-time rifts would appear intermittently. Given their unpredictable nature, their locations would also be erratic. With the sluggish pace of Crimson Storm, reaching these sites in time would be nearly impossible. He would have to devise a method to transport Crimson Storm aerially to the location of the rifts, thus significantly enhancing efficiency. The unpredictability of timing presented a greater challenge. If only one monster emerged, it would be manageable. However, should 2 or more appear simultaneously, even the formidable Crimson Storm would struggle to respond to multiple crises at once. The prospect of constructing additional Crimson Storm mechs was currently unfeasible, as the resources, manpower, and funds required for a single unit were immensely burdensome. It would be a triumph if he could persuade the other party to proceed with the construction of just one Crimson Storm. Beyond that, Zhao Xiaoyu dared not to dream. Lost in thought, he began to feel the weight of his eyelids grow heavier, and soon, his body slumped to the side. She collapsed onto the soft pillow beside her and soon fell into a deep slumber. Late at night, the head of the office had just finished reviewing the documents in hand and was sipping tea from the cup on the table. At that moment, the secretary entered and reported, "Sir, our little prodigy has expressed a desire to meet with you regarding an important matter. I have scheduled him to come to the office tomorrow morning. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the head set down his teacup, nodded slightly, and replied, "No problem. Please cancel all my meetings for tomorrow morning and arrange lunch for me as well. It has been quite a while since I last saw our little genius. I look forward to having lunch with him." The mere thought of Zhao Xiaoyu's sunny and adorable face seemed to dissolve the fatigue of the day, filling the head with an inexplicable joy. The secretary nodded in acknowledgement and took notes. Then, she continued, "Sir, the Earthquake Bureau has detected unusual activities recently. They are currently investigating and should have results soon." Chapter 122. Lying is truly my weakness. On the following morning, Zhao Xiaoyu unusually rose early. It was merely 6 o'clock, yet he had already completed his morning routine. Wei Qianru, somewhat surprised, inquired, "Xiaoyu, why are you up so early?" He replied, "This matter is quite urgent. The sooner, the better." With little else to say, Wei Qianru followed Zhao Xiaoyu as they departed the hotel, heading directly to the waiting helicopter. Upon their emergence, the production crew, noticing Zhao Xiaoyu and Wei Qianru, began to film them. However, when they observed the duo preparing to board the helicopter. The cameraman was left dumbfounded, as were the other crew members. Zhao Xiaoyu, upon noticing the cameraman's perplexed expression, smiled and said, "Uncle, come aboard to film." The photographer, elated by the invitation, clumsily climbed aboard the helicopter with his camera. Although Wei Qianru felt some reservations, she reasoned that there were no confidential matters to be discussed during the journey. Let them film, she thought. Once they reached their destination, the photographer could simply wait outside. After all, even she could not directly meet with the authorities. With this in mind, she cast an envious glance at Zhao Xiaoyu, only to find him intently gazing at the live broadcast camera, lost in thought. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu was indeed contemplating the situation. It seemed prudent to cease the live stream, as the endeavors he anticipated over the next 6 months were not suitable for public disclosure. If he were to convey the truth through the live feed, that terrifying space-time rifts would soon emerge, unleashing monstrous horrors. Both the production crew and he himself would likely face severe backlash, with him branded as deranged. Ceasing the live broadcast was one thing. Convincing the relevant parties was another. After all, the creation of the Crimson Storm giant mech would require an expenditure exceeding 100 billion yen currency. Such a sum represented the annual fiscal income of several small cities. This figure merely covered initial construction costs. Once the mech was built, further expenses for testing and maintenance would inevitably arise, each aspect a voracious beast that devours gold. No responsible official would permit such a monumental waste of manpower, resources, and funds without a clear disaster looming on the horizon. The proposal to construct the Crimson Storm giant mech would undoubtedly face vehement opposition, if not backed by unequivocal justification. Rubbing his temples, Zhao Xiaoyu understood that he must tackle this matter delicately to persuade the decision-makers. If he could not speak the truth, then he would have to weave a benevolent deception. Sighing, he reflected on the challenge of lying. A task indeed difficult for someone who prided himself on being honest and reliable. Half an hour later, the helicopter delivered Zhao Xiaoyu and his companions to a square not far from the office, where Wei Qianru and the program staff awaited their arrival. Zhao Xiaoyu, however, was whisked away in a prearranged car to the office. With great enthusiasm, he soon met the person in charge, who greeted him with a warm smile, exclaiming, "Zhao Xiaoyu, I didn't expect you to arrive so early today." Zhao Xiaoyu reciprocated with a bright smile akin to the warmth of spring and replied, "Good morning, uncle. I have something important to discuss with you today." As he spoke, he glanced around with a knowing look. The person in charge was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended the implication and chuckled heartily, saying, "Ha ha ha, it seems that my little genius has something truly significant to discuss. Rest assured, my secretary and personal bodyguard can be trusted." Unable to contain his laughter at Zhao Xiaoyu's youthful demeanor, he soon noticed the determination etched on the boy's face and waved his hand, instructing the secretary and bodyguard to wait outside. Satisfied, Zhao Xiaoyu nodded. He felt that in a smaller company, he could be more candid. Clearing his throat, he adopted a serious expression and said, "Uncle, have there been frequent anomalies occurring across various regions lately?" The once smiling face of the person in charge instantly darkened upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's words. Such confidential information was known only to him. How could this young boy be aware of it? Could it be? Zhao Xiaoyu continued, "Don't worry, uncle. I won't use artificial intelligence for investigating state secrets." The person in charge exhaled in relief, yet his curiosity about how Zhao Xiaoyu had acquired this knowledge intensified. However, after listening to Zhao Xiaoyu's explanation, his expression stiffened and his mouth twitched. "Last night, I observed the celestial phenomena. Through years of research in geography and astronomy, I deduced that recent cosmic events are unusual and that strange occurrences will ensue." Years of research? Had he been studying since he was in the womb? Nonetheless, the person in charge remained silent, listening to Zhao Xiaoyu's discourse. "Therefore, to prepare for such uncontrollable factors, I have developed a colossal mech, the Crimson Storm. This mech stands at a towering height of 108 meters and weighs 980 tons. Powered by controllable nuclear fusion." Zhao Xiaoyu meticulously detailed the specifications and capabilities of the Crimson Storm. Initially perplexed, the person in charge soon found himself astonished once more. The Crimson Storm? Such a formidable mech exists? How could this young genius possess such extraordinary intellect? It was astonishing that he had managed to develop such a powerful mech in such a short time. Yet, the resources required for its production would be exorbitant. And while the mech sounded impressive, however, the mobility was rather inadequate. If one were to truly commit to its construction, the cost-effectiveness would not be high. Yet, seeing the excitement on Zhao Xiaoyu's face, the person in charge hesitated, uncertain whether his refusal would dampen the young prodigy's enthusiasm for future research and development. Just then, as if sensing the director's concerns, Zhao Xiaoyu unleashed his trump card. In any case, constructing such a colossal mech would yield only benefits, devoid of drawbacks. As for the funding, I can personally contribute 50 billion. The remainder can be secured through my father's company and bank loans. I will cover all the expenses myself. I simply require your assistance in mobilizing manpower and resources. I hope you will issue orders for them to cooperate. Upon finishing, Zhao Xiaoyu gazed at the director with eager anticipation. Sighing softly at Zhao Xiaoyu's hopeful expression, the director finally acquiesced. Very well, I shall grant your request. I can ensure that manpower and resources will be made available to you. Consider it an investment in nurturing the talents of our nation and enhancing practical research experience. He added with a smile, however, it is agreed that all funding must be arranged by you, young genius. Our nation's research funds have already been allocated, and the treasury is quite depleted. The director's words rang true. The majority of the treasury had been invested in the research products proposed by Zhao Xiaoyu. Currently, the remaining funds were indeed insufficient to support the construction of the Crimson Storm. Although the allocation of manpower and resources, while invaluable, would not equate to less than 1,000 billion in funding, the director's profound gaze seemed to glimpse a distant future, one that once appeared impossible. For reasons unknown, he found himself willing to trust Zhao Xiaoyu, ready to wager national resources to assist him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyu was overjoyed, leaping 3 feet high. Uncle, you are truly magnificent. I believe you shall not regret the decision made today. Afterward, Zhao Xiaoyu continued, counting on his fingers. By the way, uncle, I plan to cease the live broadcast. The upcoming developments must remain confidential. Additionally, we need to expedite the process of controllable nuclear fusion, and I will need your help with that as well. The director readily agreed to Zhao Xiaoyu's subsequent requests. As their discussion concluded, it was nearly noon. Having reached an agreement, Zhao Xiaoyu and the director happily shared a meal together. Chapter 123. Exiting the live stream. The luncheon was sumptuous, arranged meticulously by the secretary of the person in charge. The dining table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes, all favorites of Zhao Xiaoyu. An hour later, having finished the meal, Zhao Xiaoyu bid farewell to the organizer and departed in a special vehicle. Watching Zhao Xiaoyu's retreating figure, the organizer shook his head and summoned the secretary. After carefully relaying Zhao Xiaoyu's requests, he also took his leave. Unfortunately, having cleared his schedule to host Zhao Xiaoyu this morning, he now had a multitude of tasks awaiting him. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyu returned to the hotel entrance via a private jet. Wei Qianru, walking ahead, noticed that Zhao Xiaoyu had not followed closely behind. Turning around, she teased, "Why aren't you moving, Xiaoyu? Are you planning to sneak off for a snack again?" Zhao Xiaoyu merely shook his head and waved at the camera behind him. To all the uncles and aunts in the live stream, thank you for your unwavering trust and support. I am truly grateful and cherish this wonderful time we've spent together during the broadcast. However, I have some important matters to attend to, so I regret to inform you that I will be exiting the live stream. A wave of astonishment surged through the online viewers upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's announcement of his departure. Initially, the audience had been engaged in lighthearted banter, sending trivial gifts while Zhao Xiaoyu greeted them. Yet, upon learning that he intended to cease streaming, a flurry of comments erupted. "Please don't joke around, continue streaming. We promise to behave." "Yes, why would you exit the live stream? We can't bear to see you go, little genius. Is it that foolish director from the production team trying to pull something on you? We'll take care of him." Though Zhao Xiaoyu could not see these comments, he could surmise their general sentiment. With a gentle smile, he replied, "Dear uncles and aunts, I'm merely stepping back from the live stream, not departing from this world. While I won't be live streaming anymore, I will be opening a Tiger Sound Live account. I hope you will continue to support me there." With that, Zhao Xiaoyu turned and took the somewhat bewildered Wei Qianru by the hand, leading her into the hotel elevator. Inside, Wei Qianru, curious, inquired, "Xiaoyu, why are you quitting the live stream when everything was going so well?" Zhao Xiaoyu, feeling rather disinclined to explain, simply raised his hand and pointed upwards. Wei Qianru's expression shifted to one of understanding in an instant. Satisfied, Zhao Xiaoyu nodded. "I haven't said anything. I have not lied." The elevator soon arrived at the 8th floor, where Zhao Xiaoyu's room was located. Upon entering, he approached Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli, asking, "Mom, Dad, the live streaming program has been temporarily halted. Do you plan to stay here with me, or would you prefer to return to Kyoto for some rest? The upcoming journey may prove to be quite exhausting." At this moment, Zhao Xiaoyu's demeanor appeared entirely normal, which immediately put Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli at ease. However, upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's inquiry, not only Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli, but also Wei Qianru, who stood nearby, gazed curiously at him. Noticing their intrigue, Zhao Xiaoyu did not conceal his intentions. He shrugged and articulated his plans for the near future. "I will first be heading to a military laboratory to conduct a confidential research project, which is expected to last about a week. By that time, the controllable nuclear fusion at the Nuclear Energy Research Institute should be ready. Afterward, I will visit the institute to observe the experiments. Additionally, there are other arrangements in store, though they are rather mundane." After listening intently, Zhao Dajuan, who had not heard any mention of an opportunity to pilot a mech for leisure, exclaimed with wide eyes, "Then your mother and I shall return home first. We have been away for quite some time and need to visit your grandparents." Su Wenli shot Zhao Dajuan an exasperated glance. Yet, upon reflecting that her precious child seemed to be thriving and now occupied with high-tech research beyond her comprehension, she sighed inwardly and nodded in agreement to return to their hometown. 2 hours later, Zhao Xiaoyu and Wei Qianru escorted Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli to the airport. Su Wenli, with a hint of reluctance, affectionately ruffled Zhao Xiaoyu's hair and gently said, "Darling, your father and I are going home to see your grandparents and to check in at the company. Once this busy period is over, we shall return to visit you." Zhao Dajuan then patted Zhao Xiaoyu on the shoulder, declaring grandly, "My dear son, if you ever feel unhappy here, you are always welcome to come home. There is no need for you to strive harder. Our family is not lacking in resources." Su Wenli shot him a furious glare, prompting Zhao Dajuan to become immediately apprehensive. Witnessing this, Zhao Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile wryly, yet felt a warm sensation in his heart. This only intensified his resolve to implement the Crimson Storm project. It is through the acquisition of such a colossal mech that Zhao Xiaoyu would gain the fortitude to confront the impending calamities posed by monstrous beasts. After bidding farewell to his eccentric parents at the airport, Zhao Xiaoyu's smile faded instantly, replaced by a serious and solemn expression. The abrupt transformation startled Wei Qianru, leaving her momentarily at a loss. "This, Zhao Xiaoyu, gives me the impression of not being like an ordinary 6-year-old child. Instead, he resembles a general, strategizing on a grand scale." For a moment, Wei Qianru seemed captivated. However, she quickly regained her composure, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "How ridiculous! Before me stands merely a 6-year-old child. What am I thinking? This is truly mortifying." Stealing a glance at Zhao Xiaoyu, she was relieved to find she had not been noticed. Yet, once she regained her composure, Wei Qianru leaned closer to Zhao Xiaoyu. Some concerned individuals inquired, "Xiaoyu, what troubles you? Is something amiss?" Zhao Xiaoyu slowly shook his head and replied softly, "I cannot disclose anything at this moment. Let us proceed to the laboratory of the Nuclear Research Institute." With that, he turned and entered the vehicle. Wei Qianru, observing this, furrowed her brows but chose not to voice her concerns, joining him in the car instead. Simultaneously, military representatives, including Commander Wei of the 7th Military District, the director of the steel plant in the Magic City, the secretary of the 1st High Precision Equipment Factory, and the chief engineer of Special Operations Military Equipment, all received an urgent notice from the office, summoning them to a meeting at the laboratory of the Nuclear Research Institute. Upon receiving the notification, these esteemed individuals promptly canceled all prior engagements and set off without delay. Naturally, the secretary responsible for notifying and organizing this meeting also made his way to the laboratory of the Nuclear Research Institute. Chapter 124. The 100 billion investment project at the Nuclear Research Institute. In the conference room of the laboratory, representatives from various factions, including Commander Wei of the 7th Military District, were nearly all present. The laboratory of the Research Institute boasted an expansive area, equipped with experimental zones, rest areas, recreational spaces, and dedicated meeting sections. Upon arrival, the representatives exchanged glances, recognizing familiar faces among them. The secretary from the premier high-precision equipment factory was the first to break the silence, exclaiming, "What is the occasion that has summoned us old-timers?" The chief engineer of the Special Operations Military Equipment soon echoed, "I haven't caught wind of anything." Could it be that tensions have arisen with another nation? The director of the steel plant in the Magic City, upon spotting Commander Wei, brightened and remarked, "Perfect. Since Commander Wei is here, wouldn't it be great to get a sneak peek at what is going on?" Commander Wei maintained his composure, gently shaking his head as he replied, "Let us hold off on discussions for now. The matter at hand will reveal itself shortly." His words, however, were rather unilluminating. With Commander Wei tight-lipped, the assembled dignitaries had no choice but to murmur among themselves, speculating quietly. In truth, Commander Wei was not withholding information out of desire. Despite his outward calmness, he was equally in the dark. He had hurried over upon receiving notification from the secretary and was just as eager for information as the others. As Commander Wei pondered his frustration, the door to the conference room swung open, drawing the attention of the attendees. To their surprise, the office manager's secretary entered, prompting everyone to cease their whispers and sit up straight. Had it not been for the secretary's personal call, none of these prominent figures would have graced the meeting with their presence. They would have simply sent a subordinate to represent them. Indeed, just moments ago, the esteemed representatives had been curious about the identity of the individual capable of gathering such a formidable assembly. If it was merely the secretary, that would be understandable. Upon entering, the secretary checked the time and announced that they would wait a little longer for another participant. The dignitaries exchanged looks, pondering who could command such an audience that even the office manager's secretary would wait for them. However, given their seasoned experience, they observed the secretary's willingness to wait without complaint and thus adopted a facade of patience. 10 minutes later, Zhao Xiaoyu and Wei Qianru pushed open the conference room door. The secretary warmly greeted Zhao Xiaoyu, inviting him to sit directly beside them. Wei Qianru, possessing keen insight, settled into a corner of the back row. At that moment, the secretary commenced speaking. "Well, now that the protagonist of today has arrived, we shall begin the meeting forthwith. However, I must emphasize that this meeting is classified. The plans we shall discuss are equally confidential. Therefore, I require everyone to sign this non-disclosure agreement." Upon concluding her statement, two security personnel clad in protective attire distributed the confidentiality agreements to the attendees. The prominent figures present regarded the documents with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. What plan could be of such paramount importance? Their gazes then shifted to Zhao Xiaoyu, who sat beside the secretary, scrutinizing him intently. The assembly of distinguished individuals found themselves increasingly intrigued. Given the gravity of the matter, why was a mere child permitted to participate and seated in such a prominent position? Despite their overwhelming curiosity, these seasoned veterans swiftly inscribed their signatures on the non-disclosure agreements, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor as they awaited further instructions. Once the secretary confirmed that everyone had signed the confidentiality agreements, she nodded and proceeded to announce the agenda for the day. The purpose of today's assembly is to coordinate efforts for a monumental project requiring collaboration from all present. This initiative pertains to the national scientific research and development of our nation, Yin, specifically the construction of a colossal mech. Yes, this project has been personally sanctioned by the responsible authorities. Upon hearing the secretary's pronouncement, the representative's expression soured. Such projects typically demanded substantial input from various entities, and the meager funding allocated by the government often resulted in negligible returns. It was no wonder that their spirits were dampened. Thus, the oldest and most seasoned representative from the state-owned steelworks addressed the assembly, while we, the representatives of Yin, undoubtedly support our nation's projects. We have not been apprised of any developments concerning a colossal mech. How did such an initiative arise so abruptly? Following the steelworks representative's inquiry, others echoed his sentiments. The secretary, well aware of their apprehensions, opted not to confront their suspicions nor provide explanations. Instead, she pointed to Zhao Xiaoyu and declared, "This project is under the full jurisdiction of this young gentleman beside me. He will oversee the funding, while the manpower and resources will be managed by all of you." Upon hearing the secretary's words, the representatives furrowed their brows. Entrusting such a significant endeavor to a mere 6-year-old? This seemed ludicrous. Had anyone else made such a proclamation, these dignitaries would have undoubtedly stormed out in outrage. However, at that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu rose with a composed smile and stated, "Indeed, I will be responsible for the funding. Initially, I plan to invest $50 billion, with an additional $50 billion to follow." What? The total investment amounts to a staggering 100 billion yen coins. Some representatives gazed at the secretary with disbelief. However, upon witnessing the secretary's affirmative nod, The clouds of uncertainty dissipated from their faces, making way for a sunny optimism. As long as there was profit to be made, it was not merely labor without reward. The director of the steel factory in the Magic City was the first to speak up, exclaiming, "Haha, young one, feel free to command us at any time. We are at your beck and call." The other representatives, equally eager, expressed their support. "The youth is full of vigor, whatever you require. We can provide the finest technical personnel in abundance. When shall we commence work? We can ensure a continuous flow of operation around the clock." Zhao Xiaoyu surveyed the exuberant representatives before him and began to organize the proceedings methodically. The steel factory, the classified equipment enterprises, and the military equipment firms will be responsible for producing all components of the mech. You need only supply the materials and technical staff. I shall provide the specific technologies. Although the representatives harbored some doubts, they nodded in agreement. Turning to Commander Wei, Zhao Xiaoyu stated, "Commander Wei, your military district will be responsible for providing the operational site and a substantial number of soldiers for support." Commander Wei nodded in acknowledgement. Finally, Zhao Xiaoyu decisively concluded, "As for the construction site of the colossal mech, I have already selected it, the blowhop, the very location where atomic bomb tests were conducted." An hour later, the representatives hurriedly departed, intent on arranging and organizing for this monumental project. Commander Wei, however, did not rush to leave. Instead, he approached Zhao Xiaoyu and praised, "Young one, you are truly remarkable. To be able to independently oversee such a grand project so swiftly." Zhao Xiaoyu chuckled softly, replying, "Basic skills, no fuss." Commander Wei was momentarily taken aback. Noticing Wei Qianru from the back row approaching, Zhao Xiaoyu bid farewell to Commander Wei and exited the laboratory. As Wei Qianru hurried to catch up with Zhao Xiaoyu, her father, Commander Wei, grasped her arm firmly. With a serious expression, he inquired, "My dear daughter, please do not conceal anything from your father. Is there some special circumstance at play? Such a collaboration has never occurred before." Wei Qianru pondered for a moment before hesitantly responding, "I'm not quite sure. After Xiaoyu had his meeting with the leaders, he just changed." Chapter 125. Mobilization. Commander Wei departed from his beloved daughter, burdened with an array of unanswered questions. He soon returned to the 7th Military District. Although he found himself perplexed by the rationale and objectives behind the assignment to construct the colossal mech, his years of military service instilled in him a steadfast commitment to obedience, prompting him to initiate the necessary arrangements forthwith. At the steel plant of Magic City, 10 minutes prior, the veteran director, having received orders from higher-ups, successfully obtained the technical blueprints, which were provided by Zhao Xiaoyu. Upon acquiring these crucial documents, the director promptly called out to his secretary, instructing him to convene a meeting with the technical team immediately. 5 minutes later, within the conference room, the director observed that nearly all essential personnel, save for those on leave, had gathered. Without wasting a moment, he succinctly conveyed the directives from superiors, urging everyone to prepare for a business trip. Although the exact destination remained undisclosed, there was still time for preparation. In a mere 3 minutes, the director had relayed the task. However, just as he finished speaking, a young employee clad in a blue work uniform raised a question. "How can we be sent on a trip without even knowing our destination?" The director acknowledged the concern with a nod, affirming, "You are correct, it is somewhat hasty. Nonetheless, this is an order from Director Chang." Upon hearing the authority of the plant director invoked, the young employee sheepishly retracted, muttering, "Never mind, I shouldn't have asked." A bespectacled technician also stood to voice his grievance, stating, "Director, while a trip with triple pay is enticing, 6 months away from home without the chance to return seems rather excessive." The director nodded in agreement, conceding, "You make a valid point, Lao Sun. It is indeed a bit excessive." However, he then shrugged and inquired, "Shall I relay your concerns to Director Chang?" At the mention of the director's name, Lao Sun's demeanor stiffened, and he awkwardly replied, "No, no need. I was merely expressing my thoughts." In a state-owned enterprise such as the steel plant of Magic City, the plant director wielded unparalleled authority, and no one wished to offend him lightly. Moreover, the prospect of a 6-month trip with triple compensation was a rare boon. Better to escape the mundane troubles of home. A similar scene unfolded in other enterprises as well. In the 7th Military District, the 4th Combat Brigade, an urgent assembly call echoed through the camp. Brigade Commander Zhang Tinyu was inspecting the troops during their routine marksmanship training when he noticed a remarkable transformation in the soldiers' shooting performance since the introduction of the new laser rifles. While it cannot be said that every soldier is a marksman, it is true that at a distance of 30 meters, their aim is impeccable. This not only significantly reduces the training time required for soldiers, but also greatly enhances the combat effectiveness of the troops. It is said that this remarkable advancement is attributed to a prodigy named Zhao Xiaoyu, who has enabled the forces of the Yan nation to achieve a remarkable leap in their fighting capabilities. As Commander Zhang Tinyu silently admired the talents of Yan, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of an urgent assembly call. Without hesitation, he bellowed for immediate action. Soon, Commander Zhang led his soldiers at a brisk pace to the square where the assembly signal had been sounded. Observing the figures converging around him, Deputy Commander Huang Degu stood erect and quietly inquired of Commander Zhang. "What is the situation, Commander?" Commander Zhang scratched his head, equally perplexed. "It is indeed unusual. I have served in the military for over 20 years and have never encountered such an assembly order." Deputy Commander Huang swallowed hard, his eyes sparkling with an inexplicable glimmer. What could it mean? Are we about to go to war? Commander Zhang remained silent, for he truly did not know. And neither did the other soldiers gathered there. 15 minutes later, Commander Zhang was astonished to find that all 7,000 soldiers of the 4th Combat Brigade had assembled without a single absence. Could it be that we are genuinely on the brink of battle? As the soldiers speculated among themselves, Brigade Commander Cui Yu appeared before them, accompanied by a familiar figure, the Commander Wei of the 7th Military District. Brigade Commander Cui stood rigidly behind Commander Wei, his keen eyes surveying the soldiers as if to convey a silent warning. "Disgrace yourself before the commander, and you shall face the consequences." At that moment, Commander Wei addressed the soldiers of the 4th Combat Brigade, proclaiming, "You are the finest and most exceptional combat brigade within our 7th Military District. In every military exercise and competition, you have brought honor and dignity to our district." Noticing the rising excitement among the soldiers, Commander Wei nodded in approval and continued, "We have received a new and challenging mission, one that is urgent and demanding. It is for this reason that I have chosen the most outstanding 4th Combat Brigade to undertake this task. I hope you will embody resilience and teamwork to successfully accomplish this mission." Fixing his gaze upon the soldiers once more, Commander Wei's voice rose emphatically. "I have faith in you. I trust that you will fulfill this mission. Do you not have confidence in yourselves?" "Yes, we do," they chorused. The 4th Step Brigade erupted in a thunderous roar, a unified expression of fervor. Commander Wei nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Brigade Commander Cui Yu stepped forward and spoke. "4th Step Brigade, heed my command. We shall commence a period of rest. You have half a day to prepare. We shall depart precisely in 5 hours to undertake our mission." Following the dispersal from the assembly square, all soldiers of the 4th Step Brigade began their preparations and set into motion. 2 hours later, the ever-prepared Colonel Zhang Tinyu returned to the assembly square to await further instructions. Shortly thereafter, Deputy Commander Huang Degui also arrived early. Having arranged for their subordinates to make calls and gather supplies, both Zhang Tinyu and Huang Degui found themselves with little to do. Opting to await the departure together in the square, Huang Degui, rummaging through his belongings, produced 2 cigarettes. He offered one to Zhang Tinyu, while he took the other for himself. After lighting them, he exhaled a swirling, irregular smoke ring and could not help but inquire, "Commander, what do you suppose has transpired?" Zhang Tinyu took a deep drag, pondering with uncertainty. "Perhaps we are to execute some covert operation." Chapter 126, Arrival at the Destination, the 7th Military District. 5 hours later, the brief respite had quickly come to an end. The entire 4th Combat Brigade, comprising over 7,000 personnel, boarded the manned military aircraft and set off. It was only at this moment that the pilots received the specific destination for this aerial transport mission through their headsets. "Attention, all pilots. The destination is the Gobi Desert, located 1,000 kilometers outside of Buluo-Per in Xinjiang Province. Prepare for takeoff." A day later, the soldiers of the 4th Combat Brigade disembarked from the aircraft. They found themselves in the Gobi Desert, precisely 1,000 kilometers from Buluo-Per. Due to the persistent interference of an unidentified magnetic field over Buluo-Per, no aircraft could fly directly to the area. The closer one approached Buluo-Per, the greater the magnetic disturbance became. Consequently, Anyone wishing to reach Post-Apocalyptic typically commenced their journey from this desolate expanse, transitioning to specialized vehicles for the remainder of the trek. Of course, since the successful detonation of the atomic bomb, Post-Apocalyptic had garnered little attention or inquiry. Thus, the soldiers of the combat brigade gazed around at the endless stretch of Gobi with a sense of bewilderment. Zhang Tiniu, the brigade commander, scanned the surroundings incessantly but found nothing of note. At this moment, Deputy Commander Huang Dagwo approached, his expression one of confusion, and asked, "Commander, why have we been brought to this desolate, barren place? What exactly is our mission? They haven't even informed us. This is ridiculous." Huang Dagwo was a soldier who had been personally trained by Zhang Tiniu, so even after his promotion to deputy commander, he still felt a sense of camaraderie that led him to express his frustrations openly. Zhang Tiniu, of course, was oblivious to this. However, upon hearing Huang Dagwo's complaints, he shot him an irritated glare. "You're a deputy commander now. Can't you maintain a little composure? With your incessant chatter, how do you expect to lead a team on your own in the future?" While educating Huang Dagwo, Zhang Tiniu suddenly seemed to recall something and tentatively spoke up. "Dagwo, don't you think our current circumstances bear a striking resemblance to a film that the troops previously watched?" Huang Dagwo scratched his head in confusion and asked, "A film? What film?" Zhang Tiniu shot him another disapproving look for his lack of awareness and continued, "It's the one about the 8th Volunteer Army, who were brought to the Gobi Desert without any time to rest after returning from the battlefield. They, too, were unaware of their mission at the time, which ultimately involved executing a top-secret task to develop an atomic bomb. So now, at this point, Zhang Tiniu suddenly fell silent, lost in thought. Huang Dagwo, who had been listening intently, urged him to continue. "Commander, please go on. I know about the 8th Volunteer Army's mission to create the atomic bomb. But what about us? We shall now proceed to undertake our task." Huang Dagwo's voice trailed off abruptly, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Zhang Tiniu. Upon noticing Zhang Tiniu's almost imperceptible nod, Huang Dagwo was struck with astonishment. He glanced around at the howling winds and swirling sands, his body trembling with anticipation. This mission undoubtedly involved the creation of a strategically significant superweapon. To think that he had the remarkable fortune of leading a team on such a classified operation. All the soldiers from the infantry brigade boarded the transport vehicles, which sped across the vast desert landscape. At this juncture, having just entered the Gobi Desert, their speed remained largely unaffected. However, as they ventured deeper into the Gobi, the terrain became increasingly treacherous as they approached Bulap. Alongside the roaring military vehicles, numerous off-road cars raced forward, carrying engineers and key personnel from various enterprises, including the Magic City Steel Plant and the First Precision Equipment Factory, among others. Inside a dark green off-road vehicle, senior engineers from the First Precision Equipment Factory were gathered. "Lee, why do you think our factory hastily dispatched us on this trip?" one inquired. "Whatever the reason may be, we simply need to focus on providing technical guidance," Lee replied with a nonchalant shrug. "True, but I can't help but feel quite curious." Before he could finish, Lee suddenly noticed several military vehicles through the window, exclaiming in surprise, "Hey, Feng, come take a look. There are so many military vehicles outside." Feng, upon hearing this, rolled down the window to peer outside, only to be taken aback. The military vehicles were filled with armed soldiers. Furthermore, along the route, there were countless trucks transporting supplies and potable water. Most remarkably, Feng spotted artillery pieces and rocket launchers, all loaded onto transport vehicles accompanying their convoy. Bewildered, Feng could not help but ask, "What is going on?" Lee swallowed hard, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Could it be that a battle is imminent? Such bewilderment was echoed among the technicians and engineers in the other vehicles. Thus, amidst a day filled with astonishment and jarring bumps, night fell. The group managed a simple meal and endured the night within the confines of their vehicles. The next morning, the wheels began to turn once more. The journey continued smoothly, but as they drew closer to their destination, Bulap, the road conditions worsened. Fortunately, under the cover of darkness, the convoy safely arrived at their destination, Bulap. At that moment, the well-trained soldiers felt little discomfort, while the factory technicians and engineers were utterly drained, nearly succumbing to nausea from the relentless jostling. Fortunately, they had arrived at their destination and could disembark to rest, taking a breath of the fresh air outside the vehicle. The group soon realized that the desolate wilderness they had encountered earlier was now transformed. Upon closer inspection, they discovered what appeared to be some long-forgotten structures. Engineer Lee from the first high-precision equipment factory felt an uncanny familiarity with these buildings. Suddenly, as if a memory had been sparked, he exclaimed, "Could this be the site of the Burov nuclear test from years ago?" His exclamation, however, did not cause any commotion, for at that moment, Colonel Zhang Tiniu from the 4th Armored Brigade approached with his soldiers. "Please remain in place and refrain from wandering. We will assign tents for your rest shortly," he announced. Colonel Zhang's task was to oversee the setup of tents and ensure that key technical personnel could rest first, while the other soldiers from the brigade received various construction assignments. Before long, the soldiers of the 4th Armored Brigade were bustling with activity. Time passed quietly, and the night unfolded without incident. The following morning, as Engineer Feng stepped out of the tent, he was astonished to see that the once barren wilderness surrounding the dusty buildings now featured rows of prefabricated houses, designated living areas, freshwater zones, and kitchens, all miraculously materializing before his eyes. It was as if, overnight, the entire Burov desert had suddenly burst back to life. Chapter 127. The must-remove young genius of the Yen Nation in the Lighthouse Nation, within the confines of the Black Palace's octagonal building. The newly appointed director of the Intelligence Bureau, Durant, hurriedly arrived. At that moment, he was delivering a report to His Excellency, Lord Pierce. Esteemed Lord Pierce, according to the latest satellite intelligence, the Yen Nation is up to significant activities. Our reconnaissance satellites have revealed a sudden influx of numerous vehicles and personnel into the Blophob no man's land in the Exian province of the Yen Nation. As Durant spoke, he cautiously observed Pierce's demeanor, acutely aware of the fate that befell his predecessor, Williams, who had been dismissed for incurring Lord Pierce's displeasure. It was clear that, had it not been for that incident, he would not have been in this position. However, noticing the calmness of Lord Pierce's expression, Durant continued his careful report. It remains unclear what the Yen Nation intends to undertake. Data indicates that they have already mobilized over 10,000 personnel. Furthermore, various large-scale equipment has been dispatched to Blophob. The magnitude of their preparations is even more extravagant than when they pursued atomic weaponry. Only at this juncture did Lord Pierce inquire, in a subdued tone, "Have we dispatched anyone to investigate?" Durant promptly nodded in affirmation. "Yes, upon receiving the intelligence, my subordinates arranged for personnel to infiltrate the Yen Nation for further investigation. However, the area surrounding Blophob, within a 100-kilometer radius, is strictly guarded by Yen military forces, designated as a military exclusion zone. Without proper clearance, entry is impossible, and our operatives are understandably hesitant to venture in, given the formidable capabilities of the Yen military satellites." After Durant finished, Lord Pierce maintained his inscrutable expression, revealing little of his thoughts. After a brief silence, he finally spoke, "We must ascertain what is transpiring in the Yen Nation. By the way, what of the young genius from Yen?" Upon hearing this, Durant's expression shifted to one of concern. Wasn't this the very issue that had resulted in William's punishment? Therefore, Durant hastily replied, "Esteemed Lord Pierce, we currently have no viable means regarding the young genius from Yen. However, if we cannot sway him, perhaps we could orchestrate an unfortunate incident." Before Durant could elaborate further, Lord Pierce interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "Enough, do not continue. Come with me to a certain location." With that, Lord Pierce rose and exited the office. Durant, bewildered, pondered Lord Pierce's peculiar behavior since his arrival. Nevertheless, seeing that Pierce had already moved away, he hurriedly followed. Lord Pierce led Durant to his private vehicle, departing from the Black Palace's octagonal building. Soon, they arrived at a concealed underground bunker situated near the vicinity of the Black Palace, specifically designed as an emergency refuge for Lord Pierce. Not only can it evade the enemy's pursuit, but its defensive capabilities are remarkably robust, even capable of withstanding a nuclear strike. Such clandestine strongholds are hidden nearby the octagonal building of the Black Palace, with 5 in total. At this moment, Lord Pierce addressed Durant, instructing him to dispose of all electronic devices here, and to enter for discussion. As Lord Pierce spoke, he set aside his electronic tracking watch, mobile phone, and other gadgets. He then pushed open a heavy door and stepped inside. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Durant promptly complied and followed suit. Once Durant entered the room, Lord Pierce securely shut the door behind them. Having ensured everything was in order, Lord Pierce began to elucidate, stating that all future operations concerning the Empire of Yin must occur in environments devoid of electronic devices. The previous covert operation against Yin had been compromised, likely due to an artificial intelligence developed by a prodigy from Yin. Lord Pierce's expression darkened as he spoke through gritted teeth. Durant, taken aback, could not suppress his curiosity and queried, "Esteemed Lord Pierce, while the artificial intelligence created by that young genius from Yin is indeed impressive, its actual efficacy may be overstated. To suggest it could infiltrate the secrets of our great lighthouse nation seems rather presumptuous." Durant's assertion was not without merit, for when Zhao Xiaoyu unveiled his artificial intelligence, the lighthouse nation promptly acquired first-hand data. Subsequent testing and analysis revealed it to be merely a slightly enhanced civilian product, yielding little more than profit, posing no threat to the lighthouse nation. Furthermore, Durant himself had been responsible for overseeing this assessment. However, upon hearing Durant's skepticism, Lord Pierce's countenance darkened, and he coldly retorted, "Are you questioning me?" Witnessing the shift in demeanor, Durant's fears surfaced, and he hastily declared, "My esteemed Lord Pierce, I am utterly remiss. I meant no such implication." Lord Pierce gazed at Durant with an icy glare, snorting softly as he remarked, "That is fortunate. Your predecessor, Williams, was dismissed for his folly. I expect you to exercise greater acumen." "Understood, my lord. I comprehend." Durant replied, "All of you underestimate that genius from Yin. The artificial intelligence he has released is merely a truncated version. The true original, in its full capacity, must be firmly grasped in that young one's hands." As Lord Pierce spoke, his visage twisted with intensity. In that moment, Durant realized the implications. No wonder the plans of the Black Operations Group had been the highest state secret of the Lighthouse Nation. Lord Pierce had caused quite a stir in his quest to unearth the traitor responsible for the leak, yet had unearthed nothing. The case was now resolved. The illustrious Lord Pierce was indeed astute. However, a sudden furrow of concern crossed Durant's brow. What would become of the future meetings? Thus, he promptly spoke up to seek permission. "Your Excellency Pierce, please rest assured. I will convene an emergency meeting upon my return. During this assembly, we shall undoubtedly devise a strategy to counter the prodigy of the Yin nation. However, should we be unable to utilize electronic devices, it may require additional time." After voicing this concern, Durant gazed earnestly at Pierce. Indeed, Durant's words reflected a harsh reality. Without the aid of electronic devices, all communications would necessitate human conveyance. Oh, and we must also identify a location devoid of electronic equipment. All of this will consume time. What if Your Excellency Pierce were to hold me accountable, branding me as ineffective and removing me from this position that I have barely begun to occupy? How unjust that would be. Nevertheless, upon hearing this, Your Excellency Pierce responded calmly, "That is of no concern. An expenditure of time is acceptable. The paramount objective is to eliminate this young genius from the Yin nation. Otherwise, my heart shall remain unsettled." Gazing upon the fierce countenance of Your Excellency Pierce, Durant repeatedly acquiesced. Chapter 128 is what is described in the novel truly real? Time flies swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days have elapsed. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoyu is aboard a private jet en route to the laboratory of the Nuclear Research Institute. Yesterday, he received notification from Director Su Donglai that the tokamak device has been entirely constructed. Today, comprehensive tests on controllable nuclear fusion can commence. As Zhao Xiaoyu's plane touches down and he transfers to a dedicated vehicle heading to the Research Institute, there remain 2 hours until the experiment begins. Presenting his access pass, Zhao Xiaoyu pushes open the grand entrance of the institute and makes his way directly to the laboratory. Through the laboratory's glass, he observes dozens of researchers buzzing about like busy bees, while Director Su Donglai orchestrates their efforts from the center. Position 1. Double-check all data. There must be no errors. Position 3. How many times must I instruct you not to wander about? Return to your station immediately. As he gazes at the flurry of activity, Zhao Xiaoyu finds himself momentarily lost in thought. After so much effort, it has finally come to fruition. Had he been tasked to handle the entire fabrication alone, it would likely have taken him half a year to complete. In the event of a monstrous attack during that time, it would have been too late. Reflecting on this, Zhao Xiaoyu feels a sense of relief for his earlier prudent decision. Although he did not personally construct the controllable nuclear fusion device, the system's output is assuredly of exceptional quality. He believes that as long as no one carelessly makes an error, the experiment should succeed. Furthermore, the manufacturing site is under the meticulous supervision of Su Donglai himself, which instills in Zhao Xiaoyu a profound sense of confidence. With Su Donglai's unwavering dedication to research and his unparalleled expertise, completing this endeavor according to the blueprints and remote technical support provided by Zhao Xiaoyu poses no significant challenge. At that moment, Su Donglai's communicator crackles to life with the voice of his assistant, Dr. Chung. Report, Director Su, the experimental site is now fully prepared. The actual site for the experiment has been strategically chosen, located 20 kilometers away from the Nuclear Energy Research Institute in a confidential area. Upon receiving Dr. Chung's report, Su Donglai lifts the communicator and commands, "Excellent. Immediately arrange for the evacuation of all non-essential personnel." As he finishes speaking, Su Donglai looks up and notices Zhao Xiaoyu standing nearby. After exchanging greetings, Su Donglai resumes his vigilance in the laboratory, while Zhao Xiaoyu, accompanied by Wei Qianru, travels to the experimental site. Observing that all preparations are complete and ready for the pressurization to commence, Zhao Xiaoyu eagerly anticipates the results of the experiment. Just then, another black sedan halts at a short distance. Zhao Xiaoyu recognizes it as the arrival of the office head and his secretary. "Uncle Leader, what brings you here as well?" The head chuckles heartily. "Of course, I'm eager to see how our little genius from Yin country has fared with this long-awaited experiment." Zhao Xiaoyu smiled and reassured. "Rest assured, this experiment is foolproof. Just wait and see." Noticing that there was still a bit of time before the experiment commenced, he continued, "By the way, Uncle Leader, allow me to report on the progress of the Blop-Up project over the past 7 days." Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu mention reporting to the secretary responsible for the project, the corners of her mouth involuntarily twitched. In the entire Yin nation, perhaps only this young lad would dare to speak so boldly. The supervisor, however, took no offense and replied with a grin, "Very well. I, too, am eager to learn how the project overseen by the young prodigy is progressing." Over the past week, virtually all personnel and equipment had arrived on site. The construction of each component of the mech had already commenced according to the design blueprint I provided. While the mech's weaponry, including the laser cannons and alloy steel blades, was being manufactured at the 7th Military District. In summary, everything is progressing smoothly. In truth, the supervisor was already well aware of the information Zhao Xiaoyu was reporting. He nodded approvingly and, after a moment's thought, could not help but inquire, "Young Xiaoyu, I recall you previously mentioned observing astronomical and geological data. May I ask if you have discerned any anomalies?" This question was not posed casually. The supervisor had recently received numerous reports indicating unusual seismic and astronomical data across various locations on Blue Star. Recalling that Zhao Xiaoyu had forewarned him about such matters, he was intrigued to see if they had indeed come to pass. Thus, the supervisor's visit to the experimental site served two purposes: to observe the results of the experiment and, more importantly, to probe Zhao Xiaoyu for insights. Zhao Xiaoyu blinked in response. "Did I mention that? I suppose I did, but what exactly did I say? It's been so long that I've forgotten entirely." Sighing, he lamented, "Alas, deceit is such an unethical endeavor. For someone as pure and kind-hearted as myself, it is truly a formidable challenge." Noticing the supervisor's piercing gaze upon him, he realized he could not divert the topic. Therefore, with a quick flick of his eyes, he began to speak animatedly. "Well, to be honest, I have indeed made some discoveries." Upon hearing this, the supervisor's eyes sparkled with renewed interest. "From my nocturnal observations of celestial phenomena and applying the principles of the ancient encounter argument in the West 4-3 with theory, I have detected recent occurrences of dark matter. Whether this is true or false can easily be verified should Uncle Leader send someone to investigate." Zhao Xiaoyu's words flowed as smoothly as if he were sipping tea. The supervisor nodded in response, instructing the secretary, "Immediately arrange for this matter to be addressed. Send technical personnel to those anomalous locations for examination." Seeing the supervisor take immediate action, Zhao Xiaoyu remained unperturbed. As Zhao Xiaoyu previously read in a science fiction novel, it was mentioned that dark matter typically manifests alongside spatial instability. It is believed that with specialized equipment, one can detect it in turbulent regions of space. This must hold some truth, right? Furthermore, even if I were mistaken, I am merely a 6-year-old child. Isn't it quite normal to make errors? Gazing at the silhouette of the secretary as they departed, Zhao Xiaoyu suddenly felt a sense of urgency regarding time. He turned to the supervisor and said, "Uncle Leader, I hope this giant machine can be produced within 3 months, followed by its debugging." The supervisor, of course, understood that this young child wished to personally expedite the timeline. With a soft chuckle, he replied, "All right, I will do my best. I will make a call to inquire shortly. Just then, Su Donglai arrived in a vehicle and approached the two, excitedly stating, "The experiment is about to commence." Chapter 129. A national celebration. After Dr. Chung withdrew from the experimental site, he returned directly to the laboratory of the Research Institute. Upon seeing his assistant, Dr. Chung, Su Donglai instructed him to remain on standby in the lab, while he hurriedly made his way to the experimental site. The office supervisor and Zhao Xiaoyu ceased their conversation upon noticing Su Donglai's arrival to personally oversee the experiment, focusing their full attention on the unfolding events. As the experiment commenced, 5 hours later, Su Donglai's face radiated with excitement. The office supervisor was also grinning broadly, while Zhao Xiaoyu appeared nonchalant, as if success was a foregone conclusion. Undoubtedly, the experiment had triumphed. In fact, it had been a resounding success. Subsequently, amidst the supervisor's hearty laughter, the three departed together. At that moment, the supervisor's secretary had already arranged a celebratory feast. Meanwhile, 20 kilometers away in the laboratory of the Research Institute, Dr. Chung and his colleagues were among the first to receive the exhilarating news of the experiment's success. They could hardly contain their jubilance, and even the news broadcast, typically scheduled for 7 p.m., broke precedent by convening an emergency session at 2 p.m. Dear friends of the Yen Nation, greetings to all. We have just received the latest notification, bringing forth exhilarating news for all citizens of Yen. Thus, we interrupt our regular programming to deliver this special announcement. Our prodigious, young genius, Zhao Xiaoyu, has successfully conducted experiments on controlled nuclear fusion today. The results are in. Our 6-year-old prodigy, Zhao Xiaoyu, has indeed succeeded. He has truly achieved controlled nuclear fusion. This is a blessing for our Yen Nation. This child is undoubtedly our nation's fortune and pillar. The impromptu news broadcast lasted a full 2 hours, continuously reporting on Zhao Xiaoyu's successful leadership of the research team. Initially, some viewers found the emergency broadcast somewhat peculiar. However, upon hearing of Zhao Xiaoyu's breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion, the citizens of Yen could not help but erupt in cheers. As the news unfolded, countless individuals spontaneously began to applaud, with the clapping crescendoing to a thunderous roar. The owner of Uncle Baiyun's seafood restaurant watched the news in astonishment. Could it be true? Moments later, he tore off his apron and shouted, "Young Zhao Xiaoyu is incredible. All dishes in the restaurant today are free. I will treat everyone." The seafood restaurant erupted into a cacophony of cheers. Baiyun boss is amazing. At the Ice Pig Bar, a massive electronic screen also displayed the news of the successful research on controlled nuclear fusion. A middle-aged man with a large gold chain wore an expression of elation. "Ha ha, this is splendid. What a remarkable feat for our illustrious Yen Nation." The patrons in attendance indulged in abundant food and drink, celebrating the momentous occasion. Today, Wang Dafu, covered all expenses at the bar. Simultaneously, countless citizens of Yen were dancing with joy, unable to contain their applause. Across various subway stations, buses, supermarkets, and markets, even on the bustling streets, everyone was applauding and praising Zhao Xiaoyu. The jubilant cheers of the entire nation of Yen attracted the attention of media from around the globe. The Grand Empire Daily questioned, "Has Yen truly succeeded in developing controllable nuclear fusion? How could this be possible? Surely, this is merely an exaggeration by Yen." The Frontline Times of the corrupt nation remarked, "Controllable nuclear fusion is a revolutionary core technology for the benefit of humanity. If Yen has indeed succeeded, we strongly urge them to share this technology, promoting the advancement of Blue Star's scientific progress." The Lighthouse Nation Research Times commented, "The arrogant Yen people, having achieved a minor success, seem to have lost their sense of reality. Let us hope that Yen does not celebrate too prematurely." Meanwhile, in the Black Palace Pentagon, Pierce's expression was grim. On the table before him lay a report announcing Yen's success in controllable nuclear fusion. This development from Yen could not be allowed to persist. With this thought, Pierce immediately shouted to his secretary, "Call Durant to me." 10 minutes later, Director Durant of the Intelligence Bureau appeared before Pierce, drenched in sweat. Pierce coldly regarded Durant and inquired, "How is the plan progressing?" Durant, unable to wipe the sweat from his brow, quickly replied, "Esteemed Lord Pierce, it will be ready shortly. However, to guard against Yan's artificial intelligence, we estimate that we will still need about 2 months for preparation." Pierce, upon hearing this, felt a surge of irritation. Does it truly require another 2 months? Yet, he understood how formidable the artificial intelligence developed by Yan's genius was. Thus, he resigned himself to the notion that Yin could bask in their triumph for a little while longer. After the celebratory banquet with the project leaders and Su Donglai, Zhao Xiaoyu proceeded to the laboratory at the Nuclear Research Institute with Su Donglai. Under Zhao Xiaoyu's guidance, Su Donglai and his team received the latest design blueprints, once again pertaining to controllable nuclear fusion. However, this time, the blueprints were for a compact nuclear fusion system that could be integrated into mechs such as the Brave Blade. Su Donglai meticulously reviewed the blueprints multiple times before nodding, indicating that he could lead the research staff to successfully conduct the experiments according to the design. Zhao Xiaoyu nodded in satisfaction, entrusting the development of the compact, controllable nuclear fusion technology to Su Donglai and his team at the Institute. Once successfully manufactured, it would be directly installed into the Brave Blade. As for the large tokamak device created today, it would be reserved for the Crimson Storm, as the massive mech could only rely on controllable nuclear fusion for power. After arranging everything at the Research Institute, Zhao Xiaoyu immediately boarded a helicopter and hastened towards Blop. The Crimson Storm served as a steadfast ally against the impending monstrosities. Therefore, barring any extraordinary circumstances, he would certainly oversee the operations in Blop personally, ensuring the meticulous creation of the Crimson Storm. Upon Zhao Xiaoyu's arrival at the construction site, the enthusiasm of the technicians and engineers surged to new heights. The reason was simple. During this period, whenever Zhao Xiaoyu expressed satisfaction with the day's progress, he generously rewarded the team with substantial bonuses. Thus, upon the appearance of their benefactor, the workers were invigorated, significantly enhancing their productivity. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Xiaoyu felt a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Excellent. It seems the construction pace is advancing more swiftly than I had anticipated. A month later, after a day spent supervising and providing technical guidance, Zhao Xiaoyu had just finished his shower when, all of a sudden, a melodious notification sound resonated in his mind. Chapter 130. The Moonlight Blade and the Energy Shield of the Moon. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on signing in for 2 consecutive months. You may now draw from the treasure chest. Would you like to proceed with the draw? Absolutely, let us do it, exclaimed Zhao Xiaoyu, who had just finished his shower and was still in the midst of dressing. As the draw commenced, ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a cyan treasure chest. Please check your rewards. Is it merely cyan? Zhao Xiaoyu felt a twinge of disappointment after having previously acquired the top-tier rainbow treasure chest and a golden one. However, he reassured himself that it was still a level above the blue treasure chests associated with mechs. He wondered what marvelous items it might contain. Promptly drying himself and donning his attire, he fervently prayed in his heart before opening the chest. As the mist dissipated, Zhao Xiaoyu blinked in astonishment. He gently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a tad apprehensive as he swallowed hard. System, if you continue to present me with scrolls like this, I fear I might truly incur the wrath of the readers. Upon unfurling the scroll, he discovered yet another weapon blueprint. Moonlight Blade. This weapon possesses exceedingly formidable cutting attributes, capable of effortlessly slicing through the hide of E-grade monsters, inflicting lethal damage. The construction materials and steps are as follows. As he absorbed the system's notification, Zhao Xiaoyu fell into deep contemplation. Setting aside the weapon's potency for the moment, he keenly discerned a vital piece of information from the blueprint. E-grade monsters. This implies that the impending beasts will be categorized by levels of strength. If E-grade monsters exist, could there also be A, B, C, D, and F-grade monsters? It is well known that in any narrative, E-grade, while not exactly cannon fodder, hardly represents a formidable adversary. It seems that the impending monster calamity will be far more troublesome than anticipated. Shaking his still damp hair, Zhao Xiaoyu chose to set aside this concern for now. The specifics could wait until the monsters emerged from the rift in 5 months. For the time being, he resolved to instruct the creation of the Moonlight Blade weapon tomorrow. Upon examining the construction steps, he noted they were not overly complex. Presently, he was fortunate to have gathered the finest scientific minds and materials from the Yin Kingdom, enabling him to commence the crafting process the following day. The alloy steel blade for the Deep Crimson Storm had already been completed. Yet, no matter how he considered it, it paled in comparison to the allure and might of the Moonlight Blade. Thus, he promptly relegated the alloy steel blade to a secondary weapon in his mind. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Xiaoyu exited the bathroom. Upon seeing him emerge, Wei Qianru smiled, approaching him with a hairdryer in hand to dry his hair. 2 months later. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on signing in for 2 consecutive months. You may draw from the treasure chest. Would you like to proceed with the draw? Let us draw. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a cyan treasure chest. Please check your rewards. Another cyan one? Zhao Xiaoyu sighed quietly to himself. Indeed, the azure treasure chest is quite commendable. It is said that transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, yet the reverse is a formidable challenge. Shaking his head, Zhao Xiaoyu dispelled the golden and kaleidoscopic visions of grandeur from his mind. He proceeded to open the azure chest. Moments later, a faint twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is this system harboring a grudge against me? It must be intent on leading the reader to my demise. After muttering in frustration, Zhao Xiaoyu unveiled the scroll. Lunar Energy Shield. Possessing formidable defensive capabilities, it can provide substantial protection to the mecha, rendering it immune to attacks from E-grade monsters and below. Upon reading the description of the Lunar Energy Shield, Zhao Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The ability to withstand attacks from E-grade monsters and below alleviated his fears of facing formidable hordes. Given the impending monster catastrophe, he remained uncertain about the exact number of creatures that would emerge. However, he surmised that while many monsters might appear, only a select few would be particularly powerful. Thus, an overwhelming number of lower-tier monsters would undoubtedly pose a terrifying nightmare concerning the energy consumption of the mecha. With the Lunar Energy Shield now in hand, Zhao Xiaoyu felt a significant burden lifted. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from the restroom door. Xiaoyu, you've been hiding in there for over an hour. What are you doing? Are you constipated? The secretary just called. The supervisor wishes to meet with you tomorrow. The following morning at 10 a.m. In the supervisor's office, Zhao Xiaoyu arrived via a private jet. The supervisor personally handed him a bottle of soda, smiling as he inquired, "How is the construction of the giant mecha progressing, young Xiaoyu?" Zhao Xiaoyu opened the soda, took a sip, and grimaced at the room temperature before setting it aside, replying, "Thanks to everyone's efforts, we have completed over 90 of the giant mecha in just 3 months. I estimate that it will be finalized in a little over a month, at which point we can conduct the final tests." The supervisor nodded in satisfaction, but soon shook his head, his expression clouded with concern. Recently, there has been a significant increase in spatial fluctuations in the southwest region, accompanied by localized abnormal thunderstorms and chaotic cyclones. With a soft sigh, he continued, "And indeed, you were right, young Xiaoyu. I dispatched personnel equipped with specialized equipment to investigate these anomalous locations, and they did uncover some dark matter. However, I have already instructed the biochemical team to secure those areas." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyu's heart tightened. Has the anomaly in the southwest region become so pronounced? It is likely that one of the time rifts will manifest in that area. With this thought in mind, Zhao Xiaoyu raised his head and addressed the supervisor, "Uncle, this phenomenon is not confined to the southwest. Other regions will inevitably experience similar occurrences. I urge you to enhance monitoring of all geological abnormalities throughout the entire Yan nation. This includes lakes, seas, and the skies." The person in charge furrowed their brow, expressing some difficulty. Strengthening inspections is not an issue. However, to conduct such extensive and meticulous checks, I fear we may lack sufficient personnel. We must immediately increase recruitment and expedite the training of these specialists. I will cover the financial aspects. Everything needs to be accomplished swiftly, without delay, Zhao Xiaoyu asserted resolutely. After a moment of contemplation, the person in charge replied slowly, "Very well, I shall instruct my secretary to handle this matter, but you need not concern yourself with the expenses. Our nation, Yan, possesses ample funds." Meanwhile, in the Lighthouse Nation, within the octagonal structure of the Black Palace, Director Durant of the Intelligence Bureau was reporting urgent matters in his office. "Esteemed Lord Pierce, there have been unusual spatial fluctuations detected in Huada Province recently. Our researchers have noted the presence of dark matter accompanying these phenomena." However, Pierce, feeling impatient, waved his hand to interrupt Durant, inquiring, "Let us set that aside for now. What is the status of that plan? Can it proceed?" Chapter 131. Infection Director Durant of the Intelligence Bureau promptly responded to Pierce's inquiry. "Esteemed Lord Pierce, there are no issues with the plan. It is well underway. Furthermore, it is already in progress. Please rest assured, my lord, in no less than half a month, and no more than a month, we shall have it accomplished." Hearing this, Pierce nodded in satisfaction, finally receiving some positive news after such a long wait. Observing Pierce's cheerful demeanor, Durant hastily sought to continue reporting the urgent intelligence he had just detected. Esteemed Lord Pierce, there have been unusual fluctuations detected over Wald Estate, and dark matter has been discovered. However, before Durant could elaborate further, he was interrupted once more. Pierce waved his hand dismissively, not even lifting his eyelids, and stated, "Enough, you need not elaborate on this. It is merely a natural disaster, quite normal. Do not concern yourself with it. If there are abnormal weather conditions, simply evacuate the local residents in advance." At Kyoto International Airport, a fair-haired man from the Lighthouse Nation disembarked from the aircraft, coughing into his right hand. He silently cursed to himself, "Damn it. It must have been the air conditioning on the plane that was too cold. I've caught a cold." Fortunately, it was not the severe kind that involved a runny nose. The man proceeded directly to the baggage claim area, which was located on the second floor. Thus, he ascended the escalator, resting his right hand on the handrail, and soon arrived on the second floor. Upon reaching the baggage claim area, he retrieved his passport from his pocket and quickly collected his suitcase. Suddenly, a wave of urgency struck him, compelling him to jog to the restroom around the corner. After refreshing himself, he emerged from the restroom, feeling rejuvenated. Grasping his suitcase with his left hand and placing his right hand on the doorknob, he pushed the door open. In no time, the man left the airport, joyfully embarking on his journey in the land of fire. Little did he know the catastrophic calamity he was about to unwittingly unleash upon its citizens. Sun Jingjing had just returned from an overseas holiday. After being away from her family for over 2 months, she genuinely missed her parents. Upon disembarking, she hurriedly made her way to the baggage claim. Riding the escalator, she paused momentarily to catch her breath, naturally resting her right hand on the handrail beside her. Once she reached the bottom, she gently wiped the sweat from her brow and quickly retrieved her luggage. A light cough escaped her lips, but she paid it no mind as she exited the airport and hailed a taxi home. Upon her arrival, she and her father made their way to a 5-star restaurant in town. It must be noted that this establishment was remarkably efficient in serving its dishes. After a brief wait, a young and beautiful waitress began to serve the meals one after another. Sun Jingjing and her parents soon found themselves enjoying a delightful feast together. After the meal, the lovely waitress returned to the kitchen. "Dear Deligo, the squirrel fish dish you prepared was simply divine. Just the aroma alone made my mouth water." Deligo is affectionately referred to as the head chef in the kitchen. I saw him gently pinch the cheek of a lovely waitress, sporting a mischievous grin, and say, "Come over to my place tonight. I shall prepare a meal for you." Ahem. The beautiful waitress coughed a couple of times, feigning annoyance as she retorted, "Deligo, you always try to take advantage of me." Deli chuckled heartily. Just then, a delivery man clad in a blue coat entered, inquiring, "Deligo, all the goods have arrived. Could you please verify the receipt?" Deligo glanced over the list briefly before shoving it back into the delivery man's hands, impatiently responding, "All right, no problem." After the delivery man departed, he returned directly to the vegetable factory. Upon arriving back at the factory, he noticed the premises were filled with numerous large trucks. Hundreds of loaders tirelessly worked to transfer fresh vegetables onto the vehicles. At that moment, a middle-aged driver, squatting nearby, greeted the delivery man. The delivery man approached, offered a cigarette, and asked, "Brother Mo, where are all these vegetables headed?" Brother Mo took the cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and replied, "The destination is not disclosed. It's a secret shipment, and we're advised not to inquire further." Ahem. Noticing the delivery man coughing, Brother Mo handed him his water cup, concerned, saying, "Quickly drink some water and take a break. You're still young. Take care of your health and avoid staying up late playing on your phone." The delivery man accepted the cup, took a sip, and nodded in gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Mo. I'll take a short nap now." As he watched the delivery man depart, the driver took several deep drags from his cigarette before extinguishing it. At that moment, the truck was fully loaded and ready to set off. Just then, Brother Mo received notification to deliver this batch of goods to the nearby Yin T612 military unit. Ahem. Brother Mo coughed a few times as well. "Alas, it seems I too must take a break. After this trip, I shall rest for a couple of days." 2 hours later, Driver Mo and his companions arrived at the Yin T621 military base. The military arranged for a special vehicle to take the driver back. The vegetables, along with the truck, remained at the base. "Is this your cup?" A soldier in uniform handed back the cup that Driver Mo had left in the truck. The Yen T621 unit, after assigning soldiers to take over as drivers, wasted no time and immediately proceeded to their destination, Blop-Up. 1 month later, at the Blop-Up Crimson Storm manufacturing base, Colonel Zhang Tiniu was reporting progress to the brigade commander of the 4th Combat Brigade. Commander, the construction of the Mechas is nearly complete. Only the final touches remain. We anticipate finishing in about a week. Ahem. Upon hearing Zhang Tiniu cough, the brigade commander inquired with concern, "Are you all right, Tiniu? Have you been overexerting yourself lately?" Zhang Tiniu stood upright and, upon hearing the words, chuckled, "Just a minor cold. Nothing to worry about. Recently, many at our base have caught a cold. It's mostly just slight coughs and a bit of nasal congestion, nothing too concerning." The brigade commander nodded in response, saying, "That's good to hear. Do take care to keep warm. If anyone truly feels exhausted and unable to carry on, let them rest for a couple of days. Our mission is nearly completed, and I cannot afford to have my soldiers worn out." Zhang Tiniu naturally nodded in agreement, though he paid little heed to the concern. After his departure, the old brigade commander compiled the current work progress and sent it to Commander Wei. Upon receiving the report, Commander Wei promptly reviewed it. After finishing, he burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. Excellent. In just 1 week, the colossal mech will be completed. Shall I invite the project lead and the young prodigy to come for the inspection?" Chapter 132. The Super Gene Serum in a Serene Community. Zhao Xiaoyu sat rigidly on the sofa, his eyes vacantly gazing at the ceiling. At this moment, his belly was noticeably round, a trace of white, glistening yogurt lingering at the corner of his mouth. Initially, Zhao Xiaoyu believed that the construction of the mechas had entered a steady rhythm. Even in his absence, the progress of manufacturing was swift. Thus, he had seized the opportunity to take a special flight home to visit his parents. However, upon entering the house, he was met with the astonished gaze of his grandmother, which filled him with dread, as well as that of Wei Qianru, his personal secretary and bodyguard, who shared his trepidation. The implications were unmistakable. 3 days, 3 entire days. Could one fathom how he had endured this time? Zhao Xiaoyu had been subjected to relentless feeding. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, and he was horrified to see his grandmother approaching him, a platter overflowing with snacks in her hands. This was a dire situation. Where was Wei Qianru, his supposed protector? Hadn't she promised to safeguard him? Instead, she had silently slipped away, leaving him to face this culinary onslaught alone. Such unprofessionalism. He vowed to confront her when the opportunity arose. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket, a lifeline in his moment of despair. He answered it in haste. "Hello? What? I must return immediately? Very well. I shall depart at once." After swiftly ending the call, he muttered, "I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave," and made his escape. His grandmother, gazing at the bounty of snacks in her hands, wore an expression of regret. Meanwhile, Commander Wei, who had just called Zhao Xiaoyu, was utterly bewildered. "I hadn't even said anything yet. What has triggered this child? Is he practicing stand-up comedy?" Shaking his head in disbelief, Commander Wei dialed his precious daughter, Wei Qianru. Upon hastily exiting, Zhao Xiaoyu attempted to contact Wei Qianru, only to be met with a busy signal. His expression darkened. It seemed that she truly needed a reckoning. Just as he harbored this thought, Wei Qianru miraculously appeared behind him. "Xiaoyu, weren't you supposed to stay home for a week? Why are you leaving so soon?" Hearing her mention this, Zhao Xiaoyu's countenance darkened further. However, Wei Qianru smiled and continued, "Commander Wei just called. The giant mecha will be completed in a week. You will need to oversee the inspection personally. Oh, and the project lead will also be present." Upon receiving this encouraging news, Zhao Xiaoyu's mood brightened considerably. Just as he prepared to speak, the system's notification chime resonated in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for signing in consecutively for 2 months. You may now claim a treasure chest. Will you choose to draw now?" Not now, he thought. It would be quite inappropriate to conduct a lottery in broad daylight within the community. Thus, Zhao Xiaoyu excused himself for a brief retreat to his home, hastily dashing into the restroom. Upon securing the door, he immediately initiated a draw. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a cyan treasure chest. Please check your rewards." With neither joy nor sorrow, he opened the chest. Zhao Xiaoyu silently mourned, wishing for his demise at the hands of the readers. He then unrolled a scroll. Super Gene Enhancement Formula. Increases all resistance immunities by over 10-fold and enhances physical attributes by more than 10-fold. Note, the enhancement will be at least 10-fold. with the upper limit of enhancement related to the inherent potential of the individual receiving the gene serum. Zhao Xiaoyu stroked his chin in contemplation. This gene serum seemed somewhat lackluster. Even with a 10-fold or 20-fold enhancement of physical prowess, it could not possibly compare to the strength of a mech. However, he soon speculated a possibility. Could it be that the monsters to come would be overwhelmingly powerful? Merely relying on formidable mechs might not suffice. This would necessitate the use of the gene serum to elevate physical capabilities, thereby aiding the pilot in operating the mech. Zhao Xiaoyu's thoughts grew increasingly clear. Yes, it must be so. In the forthcoming intense battles against monsters, even the physical prowess of elite soldiers would be utterly incapable of withstanding the tremendous impact of the fierce clashes between colossal mechs and monsters. Therefore, this super gene serum arrived just in the nick of time. With this thought in mind, Zhao Xiaoyu lowered his gaze to the production steps and materials listed in the formula. It seems manageable, not overly difficult. He could handle it alone. Considering that there was still a week until his inspection at the block manufacturing base, Zhao Xiaoyu decided to prioritize the creation of this gene serum. Quietly, he opened the restroom door and, finding his grandmother absent, swiftly exited and sought out Wei Qianru. Sister Qianru, let us head to Magic City and book a hotel for me. Later that day at 7 p.m., Zhao Xiaoyu and Wei Qianru arrived in Magic City. After reaching the hotel, Zhao Xiaoyu took a shower and retired for the night without a word. The following morning, Zhao Xiaoyu and Wei Qianru enjoyed breakfast in their room. After a bite of fried dough stick and a sip of soy milk, Wei Qianru suddenly remarked, "Little Xiaoyu, there's a flu going around. You must pay attention to hygiene and protection." Zhao Xiaoyu chuckled lightly, dismissing her concerns. "Sister Qianru, there's no need for worry. Soon, this minor cold will pose no threat to humanity. I read some books last night and have a few ideas regarding genetics. Therefore, I will need your assistance in gathering some materials shortly, as well as access to a specialized pharmaceutical laboratory." Wei Qianru was momentarily speechless. "You were with me all night. You clearly slept more soundly than a pig. When could you have read?" Nevertheless, accustomed to his eccentricities, she finished her soy milk in one gulp and stood up to make calls to arrange for the experimental materials and laboratory. In the central district, in the office, the manager listened to the secretary's report. Zhao Xiaoyu once again reached out to the laboratory, immersed in his endeavors, his face alight with astonishment. He promptly instructed his secretary to place a call to Wei Qianru. Soon, the connection was established. "What? Our little genius is busy in the lab. No need to summon him just yet. Once he concludes his work, please inform him that next week we shall visit the block manufacturing base." With that, the director hung up the phone, chuckling heartily. He truly anticipated with great excitement what splendid creation our little genius would unveil this time. A week later, Zhao Xiaoyu exhaled deeply. The super gene serum had been perfected and successfully produced. He summoned a nearby staff member and instructed, "Please procure some laboratory mice for the experiment. We shall inject this serum for testing." After conveying his orders, Zhao Xiaoyu, still somewhat apprehensive, added, "Do ensure that the containers for the mice are robust enough." Having given these instructions, Zhao Xiaoyu turned and exited the laboratory. Outside, on the helicopter, awaited Wei Qianru, the office director, along with Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli. The couple who had hastened from afar upon hearing of the successful completion of the giant mech experiment, eager to witness the excitement. Chapter 133. The astonishing impact of the colossal mech upon boarding the aircraft. Zhao Xiaoyu felt the plane ascend into the sky. Initially, Zhao Dajuan had intended to confront Zhao Xiaoyu for his abrupt departure days prior. However, upon noticing the office supervisor accompanying them, he promptly suppressed his grievances, harboring silent resentment. Conversely, the supervisor was all smiles, engaging Zhao Xiaoyu in cheerful conversation. Thus, the plane continued its journey towards the nearest service area to Bulop. Upon arrival, the finest RVs and drivers had been meticulously prepared. These vehicles underwent extensive modifications to their tires, shock absorbers, and more. Even the interior design of the RVs was crafted to withstand seismic activity. Consequently, these RVs could traverse the treacherous expanse of the endless Gobi Desert with remarkable ease. A mere press of the accelerator would propel them beyond 200 kilometers per hour effortlessly. However, the number of such specially modified RVs was exceedingly scarce, scarcely exceeding a mere 10. Having switched to the RVs, Zhao Xiaoyu and his team hastily made their way to the Bulop mech manufacturing base. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, with a creak, The RV came to a halt outside the grand entrance of the Colossal Mech Factory. A contingent of armed soldiers stood guard at the entrance. After presenting their special access permits, the soldiers on duty granted them passage. As Zhao Xiaoyu was the project leader, he was well acquainted with the layout of the Bulop Mech construction base. He directed the driver toward the massive factory buildings, where they eventually stopped. Zhao Xiaoyu was the first to exit the vehicle, followed closely by the supervisor, Wei Qianru, and the Zhao Dajuan couple. As they stepped out and entered the factory, they were immediately taken aback. Before them loomed a towering steel giant, its peak obscured from view. The streamlined soles of this mech alone exceeded 3 meters in height. Its robust thighs were so thick that even 10 individuals could not encircle them. Although the entirety of the mech remained hidden from sight, its vibrant red exterior, gleaming with metallic luster, delivered an overwhelming impact. Beside this colossal creation, Zhao Xiaoyu's previously crafted mech, the Blade of the Brave, appeared diminutive, akin to a child's toy. Even the seasoned supervisor found themselves continually marveling in silent admiration. In truth, Zhao Xiaoyu, the creator, was equally astounded by this behemoth before him. The over 100 meters indicated on the blueprint were merely cold numbers devoid of tangible meaning. Yet, witnessing this towering crimson storm left Zhao Xiaoyu utterly astounded. Standing behind the crowd, Zhao Dajuan could no longer contain his excitement upon seeing the gigantic mech, erupting into exclamations of awe. Wow! Incredible! This mech is truly enormous. Absolutely remarkable. Such an extraordinary mech was crafted by my son. I am indeed remarkable. Ouch! As Zhao Dajuan excitedly blurted out his ramblings, Su Wenli could no longer bear it, and swiftly intervened, twisting the soft flesh at Zhao Dajuan's waist with fervor. At that moment, the commander of the 4th Battle Brigade, responsible for all security matters at the base, along with the chief technician, hurriedly entered. After a brief exchange of greetings, the chief technician began to elaborate on the recently fabricated mech. This colossal mech stands at an impressive height of 108 meters and weighs an astounding 980 tons. Its propulsion system is not powered by conventional energy sources, but rather by nuclear fusion. The left arm of the mech is equipped with a laser cannon. As per the design specifications, while the right arm boasts the latest weapon provided by the genius inventor, the Moonlight Blade. The alloy steel blade, crafted earlier, serves as a backup weapon and is mounted on the back of the massive mech. The technician spoke slowly, articulating each data point with clarity. Once he concluded, he closed the experimental report in his hands, adjusted his glasses, and gazed at the supervisor and Zhao Xiaoyu, adding that although the data does not specify, such a massive mech is not suitable for human operation. Even absent combat, the human body would be incapable of enduring the immense pressure and vibrations within the cockpit. Upon hearing this, the supervisor furrowed his brow. After expending such significant resources and manpower, would it merely be a facade? With disappointment, he glanced towards Zhao Xiaoyu. In contrast, Zhao Xiaoyu looked at the technician with admiration, realizing that this individual was indeed quite capable. Despite lacking detailed specifications from the system, he could discern the cockpit's immense pressure on the pilot, a truly exceptional talent. However, Zhao Xiaoyu's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, "The cockpit issue is trivial. There is no need for concern." The technician did not counter this assertion, but continued, "Now that all components of the giant mech are fully assembled, preliminary tests indicate that the manufacturing and assembly of each part are flawless. We are ready to proceed to the next phase of testing." The technician cleared his throat lightly, but no one paid it much heed. Zhao Xiaoyu then suggested, "Let us conduct one final inspection. We will commence testing in 2 hours." After stating this, Zhao Xiaoyu proceeded towards the Brave Blade, feeling the need to reacquaint himself with its operation after a prolonged absence. As Zhao Xiaoyu entered the cockpit of the Brave Blade, the 3-meter-tall steel mech began to move slowly. In contrast to the colossal mech nearby, this smaller mech stepped forward toward the exit. Once outside, Zhao Xiaoyu initiated a series of long-awaited maneuvers. The red mech soared into the air with a swift motion. The spectators, witnessing the mech ascend, paused to gaze upward in awe, gathering to observe the spectacle. Zhao Xiaoyu once again commenced an impressive display of skill. The Cobra maneuvered gracefully, leaves danced in the air, and Thomas executed a flawless spin, eliciting waves of astonished gasps from the technicians and soldiers observing nearby. 2 hours later, the final checks on the colossal mech had been completed. Zhao Xiaoyu then took the helm of the Blade of the Brave. soaring into the cockpit situated within the head of the gigantic machine. Upon seeing that Zhao Xiaoyu was ready, the brigade commander responsible for maintaining safety and order instructed all personnel to commence evacuation via the facility's communicator. At that moment, the overseer approached the brigade commander, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder to indicate that he would take over the position. Subsequently, the overseer personally directed the evacuation of personnel. 10 minutes later, all non-essential individuals had been safely relocated to a secure area. Following this, under the guidance of the technical director, the hatch of the facility housing the giant mech swung open. The technical director pressed a red button, releasing the massive clamps securing the machine. At this juncture, the overseer's expression turned serious as he addressed Zhao Xiaoyu through the communicator, stating that everything was in order and the testing could commence. Chapter 134. The formidable Crimson Storm. As the leader's voice faded, Zhao Xiaoyu within the cockpit of the Crimson Storm commenced his actions. At that very moment, the research personnel and soldiers who had retreated to a safe distance of 5 kilometers looked up in anticipation. Zhao Xiaoyu was ready to make his move. However, upon inspecting the cockpit, he discovered a lack of controls. This left him utterly perplexed. How was he supposed to operate this? There wasn't even a control panel. Yet, Zhao Xiaoyu, being quick-witted, immediately called upon the petite figure of Emily from the Bravest Blade. Emily, do you know how to operate this colossal mech? In an instant, the cheerful little girl Emily appeared on the electronic screen before Zhao Xiaoyu. My dear master, the clever and resourceful Emily certainly knows how to operate it. Zhao Xiaoyu's spirits lifted at her words, and he eagerly inquired, what must I do to make this giant mech move? With a playful smile, Emily chimed in with a melodious tone, Master, do you see the red circle with a radius of 1.5 meters in front of you? That red circle marks the control zone for the giant mech. You simply need to step into the control area, and then within that zone, command the Bravest Blade to execute the desired movements. The red sensing area will directly relay your commands to the mech's control system for real-time synchronization. Zhao Xiaoyu was taken aback. Was it truly that simple? Of course, it is just that easy. What else would it be? Emily replied matter-of-factly. Zhao Xiaoyu felt at a loss. The operation of the mech was nothing like he had imagined. Nevertheless, he shook his head and, following Emily's guidance, stepped into the red circle. As the mech entered the control zone, a sturdy stabilizing lock, 50 centimeters in diameter, extended and secured itself firmly around the waist of the Bravest Blade. Zhao Xiaoyu twisted the mech slightly and found that the stabilizing lock did not hinder his movements. Swallowing nervously, he commanded the Bravest Blade to take a step forward. Boom! The 108-meter-tall, 3,980-ton Crimson Storm made its first thunderous stride. The soldiers and researchers watching this spectacle erupted in cheers. Remarkable! It can truly move. We have succeeded. Ha ha ha! This is the mech we created with our own hands. Under the gaze of the crowd, the mech took one step, then two, then three. Soon, the imposing Crimson Storm reached the expansive outdoors. At this point, it seemed to have mastered the controls, moving with remarkable ease. Boom, boom, boom. Following Zhao Xiaoyu's command, the mech continued its powerful strides. The colossal mech sprang into motion, resonating with a thunderous roar. With a swift motion, Zhao Xiaoyu wielded the enormous moonlight blade in his right arm, its sharp edge slicing through the air, producing a piercing hum. Subsequently, he maneuvered the mech, casually swinging the moonlight blade a few times. At that moment, all data pertaining to the massive Crimson Storm was displayed on the electronic screen before Zhao Xiaoyu. Mech, Crimson Storm limbs status, normal right arm weapon, moonlight blade status, intact left arm defensive weapon, moon energy shield status, intact laser cannon remaining shots, 5-5 note, after firing 5 shots. The chamber enters cooldown. Cooldown time, 1 minute shot. Mech damage level, 0 controlled nuclear fusion chamber remaining energy, 99. 99. Upon reviewing this data, Zhao Xiaoyu nodded in satisfaction. He then commenced further experimental testing. 1 kilometer away, a testing ground had been prepared, featuring a gigantic shield constructed from a special alloy. Zhao Xiaoyu guided the Crimson Storm to the front of the massive shield. Raising his right arm, the moonlight blade, shaped like a crescent moon, swiftly descended. With a resounding crash, the superalloy shield shattered into fragments. The surrounding technicians gasped in astonishment. It is worth noting that this colossal shield was an impressive 50 centimeters thick, yet it had been cleaved apart with such ease. The moonlight blade was indeed formidable. After nodding in satisfaction, Zhao Xiaoyu activated the laser cannon of the Crimson Storm. A 1-meter caliber cannon barrel suddenly emerged from the mech's chest. 1 second later, the cannon emitted a blinding flash of light. Instantly, a 100-meter-high artificial mountain, located 10 kilometers away from the Crimson Storm, was reduced to rubble, vanishing without a trace. The researchers and soldiers present were utterly stunned. This artificial mountain had been constructed from vast amounts of steel, concrete, and special alloys by numerous soldiers and scientists. It stood 100 meters tall and was adorned with a multitude of discarded aircraft, tanks, and armored vehicles. Yet, in a single shot, it had been obliterated. How could the power of this laser cannon be so terrifying? Could such a fearsome weapon truly have been wielded by that seemingly innocent child? The on-site supervisor was equally awestruck by the spectacle before him. Such a terrifying weapon. The rise of the Yin nation was now unstoppable. All of this was thanks to young Zhao Xiaoyu. A blessing for the Yin nation indeed. Regaining his composure, Zhao Xiaoyu savored the power of the laser cannon. He then continued his testing, with no further shots fired from the laser cannon. Other weaponry and various maneuvers had been expertly mastered by Zhao Xiaoyu. Ultimately, he reached a conclusion. The Crimson Storm mech was simply extraordinary. Beyond its impressively formidable weaponry, its energy output also left Zhao Xiaoyu thoroughly satisfied. According to the analysis provided by the young girl, a full charge of deuterium-tritium elements would enable the Crimson Storm to traverse over 100,000 kilometers, sustaining high-intensity combat for an entire week. Furthermore, its powerful, aggressive laser cannons could unleash a barrage of 500 shots simultaneously. As the hours passed, darkness enveloped the sky. Reluctantly, Zhao Xiaoyu piloted the Blade of the Brave from the cockpit of the Crimson Storm. Upon emerging from the mech bay, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. After exchanging brief farewells with the others, he retreated to his quarters to rest. Upon returning to his room, he was too weary even to bathe. He simply climbed into bed and fell into a deep slumber. In stark contrast to the jubilant celebrations in the Yin nation over the successful trials of their colossal mechs, the mood in the Lighthouse Nation was decidedly grim. At the octagonal building of the Black Palace, Durant, the director of the Intelligence Bureau, rushed into Lord Pierce's office in a flurry, panting heavily as he exclaimed, "My lord, we are in grave trouble." Chapter 135. Zhao Xiaoyu in critical condition. Upon witnessing the flustered Durant, Pierce wore a look of utter displeasure. As the director of the Intelligence Bureau, how could one appear so disconcerted? Durant, upon hearing this, quickly nodded in agreement. Without lifting his gaze, Pierce inquired, "What is it? Speak." Only then did Durant wipe the sweat from his brow and hastily respond, "Esteemed Lord Pierce, this is the latest data captured by our nation's satellites. Please, take a look." As he spoke, Durant handed over the tablet he had been clutching. Pierce nonchalantly accepted the device, muttering under his breath, "Every day, it's nothing but alarmist proclamations. How significant could this possibly be?" However, upon swiping the screen, Pierce was left dumbfounded. "What in the world is this colossal metal giant?" he exclaimed. "Is that a laser cannon? 100-meter steel mountain obliterated in a single shot, leaving not a trace behind?" Indeed, what Pierce beheld was the scene captured by the defense satellites of the Lighthouse Nation during the testing of the Crimson Storm. He swallowed hard, casting an incredulous glance at Durant as he stammered, is this truly real?" Durant promptly replied, "Esteemed Lord Pierce, this is more genuine than gold. It was captured by our military satellites, and there is absolutely no room for error." Hearing this, Pierce slumped back into his chair, overwhelmed. "We are doomed. The Yin nation has actually developed such a terrifying weapon." Not only was that supermassive steel mech intimidating, but the sheer horror of the laser cannon felt even more dreadful than nuclear weapons. Moreover, nuclear weapons are ultimately a means of deterrence, a double-edged sword that cannot be wielded recklessly. However, the laser cannon mounted on that gigantic mech had no such limitations. If it were to charge into the Lighthouse Nation, even the most formidable aircraft carrier fleet would be no match. Upon observing Pierce's shock-stricken demeanor, Durant seemed to have a sudden realization. He quickly interjected, "There is no need for excessive concern, my lord. According to our intelligence operatives, the pilot of this enormous mech appears to be a prodigy from the Yin nation. Our operations targeting this prodigy have already commenced, and they are likely nearing success." Pierce, who had initially been paralyzed by fear, suddenly brightened. Indeed, no matter how formidable this colossal mech is, It would be ineffectual without a competent pilot. Fortunately, we have proactively devised a targeted plan. Haha. How fortunate I am to possess such foresight. Truly, I am as astute as ever. At the Blorpo giant mech manufacturing base, soldiers and researchers alike were raising their glasses in celebration. The experiment had achieved resounding success, and the arduous efforts of nearly 6 months had proven worthwhile. However, at that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu, who had already retired to bed, suddenly felt an intense heat coursing through his body, accompanied by a relentless cough. Feeling increasingly unwell, Zhao Xiaoyu immediately called out, "Sister Ru, take me to the doctor." Upon hearing his voice, Wei Qianru rushed into Zhao Xiaoyu's room. As she entered, she noticed his flushed face and the beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Wei Qianru hurriedly approached him, placing her hand on his forehead, only to find it burning like a furnace. "Xiaoyu, are you all right?" Zhao Xiaoyu felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, silently critiquing her lack of awareness. "Do I appear unscathed in this state?" Nevertheless, the sight of Wei Qianru by his side brought him a measure of relief. Gathering his strength, he managed to utter, "Take me to the hospital." However, before he could finish, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and, with a sudden tilt of his head, lost consciousness. This startled Wei Qianru immensely. Yet, being a seasoned warrior, she quickly regained her composure after a brief moment of panic. She swiftly scooped up Zhao Xiaoyu and dashed out of the door, heading straight for the medical station within the base. Unfortunately, the medical staff at the station felt helpless upon seeing Zhao Xiaoyu's condition and recommended an immediate transfer. The supervisor promptly contacted the top-tier hospital and specialists, ensuring Zhao Xiaoyu was swiftly transported for urgent care. Time passed, and Zhao Xiaoyu felt increasingly unwell, battling the urge to vomit. In his hazy state, he caught a whiff of the distinct antiseptic scent typical of hospitals. It seemed he could also detect Sister Ru's subtle fragrance. Faintly, he thought he heard the voices of Zhao Dajuan and Su Winley, but before he could ponder further or succumb to the urge to vomit, an unbearable pain surged through him, causing him to lose consciousness once more. After a series of tribulations, Zhao Xiaoyu was finally admitted to the first hospital of Kyoto. Thanks to prior communication with the hospital, he was immediately taken to the emergency room upon arrival. The hospital had prepared everything in advance, and the waiting chief specialist promptly assessed Zhao Xiaoyu's condition, initiating urgent treatment. However, his condition had worsened significantly. His body felt ablaze, yet his face was ashen, devoid of any color. After receiving 2 bags of intravenous fluids, he remained unresponsive and in a coma. The chief specialist furrowed his brow and declared, "Notify all specialists and department heads for an emergency consultation. Immediately transfer the patient to the top-tier ICU." Meanwhile, the office supervisor anxiously awaited outside the emergency room. Wei Qianru continuously comforted a distraught Su Winley, who was in tears. Zhao Dajuan, with red-rimmed eyes, clenched his fists tightly, remaining silent. Suddenly, the red indicator light outside the emergency room turned off. The chief specialist emerged. Zhao Dajuan darted forward, urgently asking, "Doctor, how is my son? What is his condition?" The chief specialist shook his head and began to speak. The situation appeared bleak. However, we were about to convene an emergency consultation. Family members were asked to step aside. At that moment, the person in charge approached, gently patting Zhao Dajuan's shoulder, and addressed the chief expert, stating that the specialist I had contacted had also arrived, urging everyone to expedite the consultation. An hour later, a dozen esteemed experts, including the personal physician of the person in charge, engaged in extensive discussions and deliberations before initiating a new round of treatment for Zhao Xiaoyu. Nevertheless, the outcome was disheartening. Zhao Xiaoyu's condition not only failed to improve, but rather deteriorated significantly. 3 hours later, with a heavy sigh, the chief expert delivered the grim verdict, instructing that a notice of critical illness be issued to the family. Having spoken, he turned and departed, leaving behind Zhao Xiaoyu, alone and connected to a ventilator, lying on the cold hospital bed. 5 minutes after the doctors exited the room, Zhao Xiaoyu, after a tumultuous struggle for survival, gradually regained consciousness amidst a fog of confusion and emptiness enveloping his mind. Chapter 136. The Final Farewell Upon Awakening. Zhao Xiaoyu found himself in a state of bewilderment, his mind shrouded in a fog of confusion. Gradually, clarity began to return as he observed the breathing apparatus affixed to his face and the heart rate monitor beside him. It dawned on him that he had been transported to a hospital. However, as he assessed his physical condition, a wave of perplexity washed over him. Why did he feel even weaker and more uncomfortable than before his hospitalization? After a brief struggle, Zhao Xiaoyu surrendered to his predicament. Even a slight twist of his neck felt akin to an insurmountable challenge. Blinking in panic, he thought, what if I've exhausted myself to the point of death? It seemed that henceforth, no matter how impressive the system's offerings might be, he could no longer afford to delve into them with such reckless abandon. In that moment, the thought of the little girl from the system crossed his mind, prompting him to call out, "Emily, are you there?" "Oh dear master, I am here," came the familiar voice of Emily, eliciting a sense of reassurance in Zhao Xiaoyu. Thankfully, his phone remained with him. Ignoring the sound of her weeping, which he attributed to her playful nature, he weakly inquired, "Emily, what is happening? Why do I feel so awful?" Her cries intensified. "Oh dear master, the situation is dire. You are on the brink of death." Zhao Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. Am I really about to die? This must be a joke. Surely, I'm just overly fatigued. Perhaps suffering from a severe cold? How could I possibly be at death's door? As if sensing his turmoil, Emily continued to sob. "Oh dear master, the doctors outside are doing everything they can to save you. I, too, am using the system's energy to protect you, but this cannot last long. You must receive effective treatment." Swiftly hearing that the hospital staff were actively attempting to save him brought Zhao Xiaoyu a modicum of comfort. This little girl was making a mountain out of a molehill. Surely, the doctors had a plan. Why the theatrics? Yet, the next words from Emily plunged him into despair. "But dear master, you have been struck by a gene missile. Currently, neither the Yin Kingdom nor the entirety of Blue Star possesses any effective means of treatment." Stunned, Zhao Xiaoyu exclaimed inwardly, "A gene missile? Who have I angered to warrant such a vicious assault?" Time was of the essence. He could not afford to dwell on this. What was to become of him? Was he truly destined to perish? No. He had yet to claim the catgirl reward from the system. He had not yet captured the beauty by his side. He could not simply fade away. The specialists outside were not a reliable source of hope. Yet, he felt a flicker of determination. Perhaps he could still salvage the situation. Zhao Xiaoyu's mind raced, desperately contemplating a means of self-rescue. Gene missile, ah? A few days ago, I had just obtained the formula for the super gene potion and successfully developed it. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoyu felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. He was uncertain of his whereabouts, yet the only potential salvation, the super gene potion, resided within a laboratory in the magical city. He had successfully created 2 vials of the potion, one of which was administered to a laboratory mouse for experimentation, while the other remained in the lab. He had to retrieve that super gene potion. It was his only glimmer of hope. With this thought in mind, Zhao Xiaoyu intended to instruct the little girl to inform Wei Qianru to fetch the super gene potion. However, he soon realized that the recent conversation had utterly drained him of strength. Now, he could barely maintain clarity of thought, unable to utter even a single word. This was troubling. If he could not awaken, even if the super gene potion could save him, no one would be aware of it. Prolonging this state would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Yet, no matter how anxious Zhao Xiaoyu felt, he could do nothing but place his hopes in those outside, praying they would find a way to rouse him. Meanwhile, after leaving Zhao Xiaoyu's ICU, the chief expert immediately entered the emergency consultation hall. At that moment, a dozen of the nation's top experts and medical professors gathered to discuss treatment plans for Zhao Xiaoyu. Half an hour later, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit rose and exited the consultation room. On the other side, Su Wenli's eyes were red, and Zhao Dajuan appeared despondent, choking back tears. The person in charge and Wei Qianru stood nearby, offering words of comfort. At that moment, the elderly man in the Zhongshan suit, who had departed the meeting room earlier, approached the person in charge. He was the personal physician of the head, a distinguished medical expert in the nation. With a grave expression, the elderly man addressed the person in charge. "Leader, to this day, we have yet to determine any cause for the illness. All symptoms presented resemble those of a common cold, yet this cold poses a significant threat to the body. The young genius's renal and hepatic functions are beginning to fail." Upon hearing this, the person in charge fell silent, fully aware that this private doctor was the most authoritative expert in the nation. If he was at an impasse, it bore dire implications. Sighing deeply, the person in charge felt tears welling in his eyes. Hearing this, Su Wenli broke down into loud sobs. Zhao Dajuan, who had previously been pinching his thigh to stifle his tears, could no longer contain himself and cried out in despair. At that moment, Wei Qianru was also heartbroken, quietly weeping. It was all her fault. She had failed to protect her brother, Xiaoyu. At this juncture, the personal physician of the head administrator spoke once more, stating that all existing treatment options had proven ineffective. The only recourse was to administer a cardiac stimulant to rouse the prodigious child. In that moment, everyone should seize the opportunity to engage with him, to converse and share words. The physician lowered his head as he spoke. Yet it was acknowledged that once the prodigy regained consciousness, it might only be a few hours before he would falter again. Of course, there remained a possibility that he could endure for several days. Nevertheless, the ultimate outcome was singular. Therefore, it was imperative for everyone to brace themselves. As the physician's words echoed, the cries in the room intensified, steeped in profound sorrow. After a considerable pause, with eyes swollen from weeping, Su Winli, supported by Zhao Dajuan, nodded in acceptance of the physician's counsel. This meant administering the cardiac stimulant to Zhao Xiaoyu, so that when her beloved son awakened, she could embrace him and listen to his wishes, to bid a final farewell. Chapter 137. Racing against time. The effects of the cardiac stimulant were immediate. With a single injection, Zhao Xiaoyu gradually awakened, slightly twisting his neck and limbs. Although he still felt somewhat weak, he could sense that his body was in relatively good condition. Unbeknownst to him, however, his actual state was quite dire. Despite receiving the stimulant, his internal condition was chaotic and disordered. Perhaps he could endure for a few hours, or at most, 2 to 3 days. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaoyu awaken, Su Winli immediately rushed over, leaning against the bedside and weeping uncontrollably. Zhao Dajuan also approached, his eyes red with emotion. Wei Qianru stood on the opposite side of the bed, holding Zhao Xiaoyu's small hand, her voice choked with sobs. Zhao Xiaoyu felt a sense of bewilderment. He had not yet passed away, so why this display of sorrow? My dear son, I am so sorry. I should never have listened to your father and participated in this program. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to suffer so much, overexerting your mind to this extent. Zhao Dajuan lamented, striking his head in frustration. It's all my fault. I was blinded by Miss Han Schwerer's stunning figure, foolishly pushing you into this predicament. The person in charge, witnessing this scene, turned away, slowly wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye. Zhao Xiaoyu felt utterly speechless. If they continued in this manner, he might as well have been truly dead. Observing the incessant tears around him, Zhao Xiaoyu could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Stop crying. I'm not dead yet." However, upon uttering those words, he immediately regretted it. His current persona was that of a sweet and obedient child. Yet he had just resorted to coarse language. Indeed, as soon as Zhao Xiaoyu's words fell, an unprecedented silence enveloped the entire ICU. It was as if a needle could be heard dropping. Zhao Dajuan, Su Winli, Wei Qianru, and even the person in charge all stared at Zhao Xiaoyu with wide eyes. Disbelief etched across their faces. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu felt as if he could carve out an entire apartment with his toes on the hospital bed. Nevertheless, considering that his life was precariously hanging by a thread, he mustered the courage to shout, "I can still be saved." In the X-75Y-82 refrigerator of the medical laboratory in the 2nd Military District of Magic City, there lies my latest developed genetic serum. That serum is my only hope for survival. Hurry and retrieve it. The person in charge reacted swiftly. Little genius, please repeat the location of the serum, and I will arrange for someone to fetch it immediately. The response from the person in charge illuminated the faces of everyone in the room. As for Zhao Xiaoyu's earlier outburst, it was undoubtedly learned from his father. Once the child recovered, they would certainly deal with him at home. At least that was Su Winli's thought. Hearing the inquiry from the person in charge, Zhao Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. The X-75Y-82 refrigeration unit, housed within the pharmaceutical laboratory of the 2nd Military District in Magic City, holds the gene serum. Uncle, please ensure their journey is undertaken with utmost caution. Should any mishap befall this invaluable genetic agent, our nation would truly lose a prodigious talent like myself. The person in charge, after listening intently, nodded gravely and promptly summoned a secretary from outside. 5 minutes later, within the laboratory, a researcher clad in a white lab coat emerged, clutching a specially designed thermos case. This case was meticulously maintained at a temperature of -40 degrees Celsius. Inside it lay the sole beacon of hope stored within the laboratory, the gene serum. The researcher, unable to change from his work attire, sprinted out of the laboratory at a speed akin to a 100-meter dash. Outside, a vehicle was already idling, its engine running in anticipation. The researcher leaped into the car, and the driver immediately pressed the accelerator. The vehicle shot forward with a swift lurch. The driver maintained the pressure on the gas pedal, propelling the car at a staggering speed of 200 miles per hour through the bustling streets of Magic City. At this moment, although it was not the peak hours of commuting, the vibrancy of Magic City rendered it nearly impossible for even the most skilled race car drivers to achieve such velocity on these thoroughfares. Just as the car began its high-speed journey, the wailing of sirens echoed from a nearby intersection where 2 rows of traffic police, driving Land Cruiser patrol vehicles, were clearing the way for a black sedan. Meanwhile, at the base of the 3rd Military District in Magic City, the rotors of an armed helicopter whirred into action before lifting off, heading towards the coordinates of intersection number 58 at Magic Beach. This route had been meticulously devised by the secretary of the person in charge, following urgent consultations with transportation experts. The helicopter could not directly approach the research facility. Instead, personnel from the institute would transport the serum to the nearest suitable location for helicopter landing. Intersection No. 58 at Magic Beach was identified as the optimal spot within 3 kilometers of the laboratory for the helicopter to land and retrieve the gene serum. In a flurry of activity, traffic police led the way with blaring sirens, and a black sedan sped closely behind them. The armed helicopter flew at low altitude, its massive rotors thundering as they churned the air. All departments were laboring tirelessly, racing against time to secure this lifeline for Zhao Xiaoyu. Simultaneously, the destination for all, intersection No. 58 at Magic Beach, was typically the most bustling and expansive traffic hub. Vehicles would generally flow incessantly through this thoroughfare. However, not long ago, for reasons unknown, a cadre of uniformed traffic officers had surged forth, hastily imposing traffic control, leaving countless drivers stranded at the roadside. A young driver, unable to contain his frustration, furiously honked the horn several times and exclaimed, "Damn it! I have to rush to a blind date today, and I encounter a traffic control." Nearby, an experienced older driver chuckled. After tossing him a cigarette, he remarked with a smile, "Young man, do not be so hasty. A blind date may not necessarily be a blessing. Moreover, such urgent traffic controls typically do not last long. Just wait a moment." Calmed by the older driver's words, the young man lit the cigarette tossed to him and took a deep drag, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, sir. By the way, do you know what is causing the traffic control?" The older driver inhaled from his cigarette and shook his head. Just then, both the older driver and the young man were startled by the sound of police sirens behind them. Soon after, they noticed a dozen traffic officers rushing towards them, gesturing emphatically for everyone to move their vehicles promptly. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted. The drivers looked up to see a formidable armed helicopter circling the intersection before descending. Chapter 138. Delivery. A young driver, engaged in a casual smoke and conversation with an experienced one, along with all the other waiting drivers present, promptly moved their vehicles to clear the road upon hearing the police call. Once the vehicles were repositioned, they could not help but stretch their necks to witness the extraordinary scene unfolding before them. 2 rows of police officers, mounted on imposing Land Cruisers, led the way. Behind the police, a sleek black sedan drifted into the intersection like a bolt of lightning. Upon halting, a bespectacled man clad in a white lab coat hurriedly exited the vehicle, tightly clutching a black suitcase. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed in the air. Looking up, they saw an armed helicopter rapidly approaching, circling above the black sedan. With a whoosh, the helicopter deployed a soft ladder. A fully armed Special Forces soldier slid down the ladder directly. The researcher in the white coat rushed over, solemnly handing the black suitcase to the newly arrived soldier. The soldier saluted and secured the suitcase before ascending back up the ladder into the helicopter. Shortly thereafter, the helicopter ascended, speeding towards the first hospital of Kyoto. The researcher, having successfully entrusted the suitcase to the soldier, let out a deep sigh of relief before turning to leave in a designated vehicle. The seasoned driver, witnessing this spectacle, took a deep drag from his cigarette and, with a hint of curiosity, mused aloud about the unusual situation. What on earth is happening? An armed helicopter has been deployed. What could warrant such a grand display? I've never encountered anything like this in all my years. However, no one responded to his inquiry. The people of Yin Country enjoy a good spectacle, but only when the timing is right. With the traffic restrictions just lifted, everyone was eager to depart rather than linger for entertainment. The helicopter, sedan, and researcher had all vanished, leaving nothing of interest behind. Consequently, The drivers began to leave one by one. The seasoned driver, noticing that no one was engaging with him, observed the young driver who had been conversing with him, now hastily departing. TCH, was that a blind date? Perhaps the other party was a dinosaur sister? And he didn't even bid me farewell. How impolite. I hope the lad finds success in his romantic endeavor today and becomes a father. With these mumbled thoughts, the seasoned driver pressed the accelerator and departed. Meanwhile, the armed helicopter, carrying the gene serum, was racing towards the first hospital of Kyoto. Inside the ICU, Zhao Xiaoyu, having discussed the gene serum with the responsible parties and his parents, began conversing with them. Through Zhao Xiaoyu's explanations, everyone learned of the serum's remarkable potential. Zhao Xiaoyu was indeed on the path to recovery. Yet, amidst the joy and excitement, there lingered a concern about whether Zhao Xiaoyu, who had received a cardiac stimulant, could endure until the arrival of the gene serum. As the saying goes, what one fears often comes to pass. As Zhao Xiaoyu attempted to comfort the crowd, urging them not to worry, he suddenly rolled his eyes and fainted dramatically once more. The onlookers were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. Doctor. Yet it was Wei Qianru who first regained her composure, rushing out to summon medical assistance. Meanwhile, Su Winli, in a flurry of panic, collapsed onto Zhao Xiaoyu's unconscious form. Overwhelmed by emotion, she too succumbed to fainting. Zhao Dajuan, quick-witted, caught the fainting Su Winli in his arms. Witnessing the precarious state of his beloved son and the sudden collapse of his wife, Zhao Dajuan's eyes filled with a frantic redness, tears cascading uncontrollably down his cheeks. The person in charge, visibly anxious, urgently inquired of the secretary outside, "Where is the medication? Expedite its delivery at once." At that moment, the doctor summoned by Wei Qianru arrived urgently, accompanied by the chief specialist and the personal physician of the head. Zhao Dajuan carried Su Winli out of the ICU. Inside the ICU, the chief medical expert and the personal physician swiftly commenced resuscitation efforts for Zhao Xiaoyu. However, despite their efforts, after half an hour, the electronic monitor displayed a rapid decline in all vital signs. Yet, the chief doctor and the personal physician refused to surrender. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, they would persist in their desperate attempts to save him. At the first hospital of Kyoto, the hospital administrator had commandeered an elevator, halting it at the top floor to save precious time, awaiting the arrival of the medication via helicopter. Meanwhile, within the ICU, the heart rate monitor suddenly emitted a sharp beep, transitioning to a flat line. The chief specialist's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately administered cardiopulmonary resuscitation for 3 continuous minutes. Yet the monitor remained unresponsive. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead as despair engulfed him. Just then, the ICU doors were flung open forcefully. Huff, huff. The medication. The medication has arrived. The sight of the portly hospital director personally delivering the medication sparked a flicker of hope in the chief specialist's eyes. However, glancing at the heart rate monitor, he pondered whether it was still effective at such a late hour. Despite his pessimism, he hastened his actions, carefully opening the gene therapy medication and injecting it into Zhao Xiaoyu's arm vein. Having completed these tasks, the chief specialist gazed expectantly at the heart rate monitor. Simultaneously, across the ocean in Lighthouse Country, Director Durant of the Intelligence Bureau was reporting to Pierce with an air of triumph. "Esteemed Lord Pierce, I bring good news. According to our informants in Yin Country, that detestable genius is on the brink of death in the hospital. He should be kicking the bucket any moment now. Our operation plan has achieved resounding success." Pierce, upon hearing the news, was immediately filled with exuberance, his delight evident in his animated expression as he enthusiastically patted Durant on the shoulder. "Well done, Durant. The plan is splendid. And having my weaponry at our disposal is exceptional. Our genetic weaponry from the great Lighthouse Nation is truly formidable. What nonsense about those so-called geniuses from the Flame Nation. To flaunt themselves before our illustrious Lighthouse Nation is utterly presumptuous." Encouraged by Pierce's praise, Durant's smile broadened. This time, he felt secure in his position within the intelligence agency. Moreover, once the news of the demise of the Flame Nation's genius reached them, Pierce's rewards would undoubtedly be forthcoming. In summary, His Excellency Pierce was exceedingly pleased. Director Durant was elated, and everyone shared in the joy. They laughed heartily for a full 10 minutes. Once Pierce had sufficiently indulged in his mirth, he turned to Durant and instructed, "You have performed admirably in this matter, Durant. However, there remains more work to be done. Now, go forth and announce this news." declare that the little genius from the Flame Nation has met his end. Haraha. With that, Pierce could not contain himself, bursting into another round of triumphant laughter. Chapter 139. Awakening and Revenge. The director of the Intelligence Bureau, Durant, left Pierce's office with a heart full of joy. Upon exiting the octagonal building of the Black Palace, he hurriedly set about arranging for the dissemination of news regarding Zhao Xiaoyu's demise. Within the borders of Yin country, news began to circulate rapidly. Savvy internet users soon encountered reports from the Lighthouse Nation's media concerning Zhao Xiaoyu's critical condition and subsequent passing. Initially, the netizens of Yin country scoffed at these reports, with a particularly influential figure rallying countless others to vehemently counter the claims. However, as time progressed, the Lighthouse Nation's media persisted in its daily updates about Zhao Xiaoyu's dire state. Meanwhile, the domestic authorities exhibited no inclination to issue any denials. This silence left many netizens in Yin country feeling uneasy. Could it be that our little genius truly was gravely ill? One day later, even some self-media authors within Yin country began to share the news and videos regarding Zhao Xiaoyu's critical condition. Observing such alarming reports, countless netizens began to genuinely worry. 2 days passed, and the anxiety among Yan's online community grew palpable. Even reputable news outlets within the country started to report on Zhao Xiaoyu's situation. In this era of information, concealing the truth had become exceedingly challenging. Moreover, the person in charge had remained outside the ICU, awaiting a miracle. They chose not to interfere with the external reports on Zhao Xiaoyu, for if he could not be saved, then suppressing the news would serve no purpose. Conversely, if the genetic serum indeed restored his health, there would be no need for denial. Once Zhao Xiaoyu reappeared, vibrant and alive, all the unfounded rumors would naturally dissipate. 3 days later, countless netizens were consumed with concern for Zhao Xiaoyu's well-being. His devoted fans, with tear-filled eyes, clung desperately to his self-media account. But after 3 days of waiting, they were met with silence. It seemed the little genius from Yin country had truly met with misfortune. Was this truly a case of fate being cruel to the gifted? On the morning of the 4th day, Zhao Xiaoyu, lying in his hospital bed, suddenly opened his eyes. Upon witnessing this miraculous awakening, Wei Qianru gasped, "Doctor, he is awake." Following a series of examinations arranged by the chief specialist, it was discovered that all of Zhao Xiaoyu's health indicators had returned to normal and seemed to be rapidly improving. At this rate, it was estimated that within 3 days, this young boy could emerge as a superhero, capable of wearing his underwear over his clothes. However, the chief specialist soon dismissed this absurd notion, speculating that the effects were likely due to the genetic serum. Once the medication wore off, such extraordinary results would likely cease. If only the chief specialist knew the truth about Zhao Xiaoyu's injection of the genetic serum. In this tumultuous period of enhancing physical well-being, should it extend for another 7 days, one might very well be overwhelmed to the point of fainting. At this moment, following the diagnosis of recovery from the chief expert, the heavy clouds of despair in the ICU dissipated like mist, replaced by an atmosphere of unbounded joy and laughter. Nevertheless, all were aware that Zhao Xiaoyu had only just regained his health and required rest. Thus, the responsible parties, along with the couple Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli, did not linger long in the ICU and swiftly departed. Had Zhao Xiaoyu remained in a state of unconsciousness, the overseers could not have abandoned their military duties to remain at his bedside. Therefore, his awakening and recovery was indeed a cause for collective celebration. Presently, within the ICU, only Wei Qianru remained to accompany Zhao Xiaoyu. Observing his improvement, her heart brimmed with delight. With a hint of a smile playing upon her lips, she spoke, "Xiaoyu, did you know? During your unconsciousness, there were numerous rumors claiming you had passed away." Zhao Xiaoyu responded with a wry smile, seemingly unperturbed. Yet, within the depths of his eyes, a flicker of coldness emerged. While online chatter could be disregarded, the grim reality that someone had dared to conspire against him could not be overlooked. The young girl had claimed that he was a victim of genetic weaponry, an attack specifically targeting his genes. For others, it might have been merely a common cold, but for him, it was a perilous affliction. Clearly, someone was intent on harming him. Yet, he pondered, how could anyone be so cruel towards someone as innocent, charming, and dashing as himself? At this thought, Zhao Xiaoyu cursed inwardly, disregarding Wei Qianru's presence as he instructed the voice on his phone, "Emily, please investigate who has orchestrated this treachery against me and by what means." "Of course, my dear master." The little voice of Emily replied instantaneously. Upon hearing this, Wei Qianru instinctively fell silent. Zhao Xiaoyu then leisurely closed his eyes to rest. 2 hours later, amidst the vast ocean of data, the little girl made a significant discovery. Emily, utilizing the recent widespread cold and various surveillance cameras, ultimately pinpointed a foreign individual as the culprit. This person was a tourist who had recently traveled from the Lighthouse Nation to the Flame Nation and had inadvertently brought the genetic virus with him upon entry. Further investigation revealed that this unfortunate individual from the Lighthouse Nation had unknowingly been drugged in a bar back home, marking the genesis of the genetic weapon. Through this unsuspecting individual, the virus had crossed into the Flame Nation and ultimately infected his beloved master. Upon uncovering all the details, Emily promptly relayed the findings to Zhao Xiaoyu, adding with a playful stick of her tongue, "Dear master, the plan from the Lighthouse Nation is remarkably intricate. They had nearly evaded all electronic devices, making it exceedingly difficult to trace any clues. However, they likely relaxed their guard, believing their master had perished." Seizing the opportunity, Emily meticulously gathered all evidence of their nefarious intentions towards her master. Yet, upon hearing the evidence presented by the young girl, Zhao Xiaoyu emitted a disdainful scoff. "Evidence? Such trivialities are for children." With that, he gazed out the window, his expression contemplative. Then, in a chilling tone, he addressed Emily. "I grant you permission to unlock full intelligence. Engage all systems and immediately sever all electronic data communications of the Lighthouse Nation. As you command, my dear master." Meanwhile, Wei Qianru, who was tormented by her inability to avenge Zhao Xiaoyu, could not suppress a shiver. This younger brother of hers was indeed ruthless. An hour later, Durant from the Intelligence Bureau stumbled into Pierce's office in a frenzy. "My Lord Pierce, we are in grave trouble. All networks, satellites, and electromagnetic signals of the Lighthouse Nation have been intercepted." With a thud, Pierce was so startled that he collapsed to the ground. 3 hours later, a global news story erupted across Blue Star. The Lighthouse Nation had suffered an unidentified electronic assault, rendering all electronic devices inoperative. Overnight, the technological advancement of the Lighthouse Nation regressed by a century. Countless citizens flooded the streets, and gun violence surged by 500. Chapter 140. The Rift in Time and Space. Upon first encountering this news, many were struck by disbelief. Yet, as media coverage proliferated, the populace was compelled to acknowledge a grim reality. The economic decline of the Lighthouse Nation was an inevitability. A fortnight later, the financial landscape of the Lighthouse Nation teetered on the brink of collapse. Countless citizens of the Flame Nation sought refuge back home, while expatriates residing in the Lighthouse Nation scrambled to devise their escape. Chaos reigned, and the economy regressed a century in the blink of an eye. Amidst this turmoil, Zhao Xiaoyu found his thoughts elsewhere. According to the latest report from the young girl Emily, anomalous activities in the southwestern regions of the Flame Nation had intensified. Wei Qianru relayed these confidential updates to Zhao Xiaoyu with utmost fidelity. The formidable strategic weapon, Crimson Storm, had been developed under Zhao Xiaoyu's direct supervision, which rendered these secrets vital. Wei Qianru reported to Zhao Xiaoyu twice daily, as punctually as the morning and evening news. However, following Emily's analysis, Zhao Xiaoyu grasped Wei Qianru's delicate hand and spoke earnestly. "Sister Qianru, please arrange for the transport of Crimson Storm to the southwestern region. It is imperative that we commence operations without delay, starting today." After speaking, Zhao Xiaoyu gazed intently at Wei Qianru's exquisite visage. Strangely, despite having successfully engineered the powerful Crimson Storm, he was beset by an inexplicable feeling of urgency, as if time were slipping away from him. Shaking his head, he dismissed this absurd notion. After all, he was a time-traveling individual with a system at his disposal, a child of fortune destined to navigate perilous waters and emerge unscathed. Unbeknownst to Wei Qianru, who remained unaware of Zhao Xiaoyu's internal turmoil, she nodded and turned to orchestrate the logistics of transporting the colossal mech. After taking a few steps, she halted and inquired, "Brother Xiaoyu, relocating the giant mech is not a matter that can be kept under wraps easily. You see." Zhao Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not. Expedite the transport of the mech without concern for confidentiality." Wei Qianru nodded and truly departed this time. Watching her retreating figure, Zhao Xiaoyu murmured softly, "It seems the monstrous entities will soon arrive. There is no need to cloak our actions any longer." 3 hours later, Countless individuals took to their social media platforms, including Weibo, sharing images of the crimson mech components, accompanied by vivid exclamations. Wow, look at what I captured. An extraordinary sight. My goodness, I glimpsed a colossal steel giant. I could only photograph its thigh. It's simply too immense. I am an insider in the creation of this steel giant. This is the latest generation of top-secret weaponry from our esteemed nation, the colossal mech. Indeed, do not doubt my words. I am not exaggerating. As for the myriad of rumors circulating online concerning the Crimson Storm, Zhao Xiaoyu naturally had no time to pay heed to them. On the very next day following the transportation of the Crimson Storm, Zhao Xiaoyu personally journeyed to the 7th Military District in the southwest. It is essential to note that while the Crimson Storm is immensely powerful, it can currently only be piloted by its creator, Zhao Xiaoyu himself. Therefore, he must remain in close proximity to the Crimson Storm, ready to command the mech at a moment's notice and rush into battle. Zhao Xiaoyu's valiant blade, the Blade of the Brave, was also transported to the military district and now rests beside the Crimson Storm. Accompanying Zhao Xiaoyu as both his personal bodyguard and secretary is Wei Qianru, who feels quite at home in the 7th Military District, overseen by her father, Commander Wei. Thus, she frequently takes Zhao Xiaoyu to her father's command center for a casual visit. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoyu received another report from the little girl, Emily, informing him of significant disturbances in spatial anomalies in the southwest, with the potential emergence of spatial rifts. Zhao Xiaoyu nodded, his gaze piercing the distant horizon. In the 7th Military District's Flame Special Operations Camp, camp leader Hu Shuai was conducting rigorous training drills with 4 special operations teams. With the sound of a whistle, the drill concluded, and the soldiers were granted an hour of respite. At this juncture, a team leader approached camp leader Hu Shuai, gesturing toward the colossal iron figure nearby, and inquired with a grin, "Boss, is that big iron contraption a high-end toy?" Camp leader Hu Shuai shot him a glare, reprimanding him sharply. When it was delivered last night, the commander ordered that there be no discussion regarding that thing. Don't create trouble for me. The team leader chuckled awkwardly and retreated, choosing silence. However, once the conversation was initiated, the soldiers from the Special Operations Camp turned their curious gazes toward the steel giant. A toy? How could that be? Who would expend such vast resources to construct such an enormous toy? Moreover, did they not notice the numerous technicians bustling about, maintaining and inspecting the mechanical behemoth? Who would invest so much in hiring a plethora of senior researchers to care for a mere toy? Just then, an alarming siren blared throughout the base. This was the highest level of alert. Camp leader Hu Shuai was the first to react, bellowing, "Damn it, this is the highest level emergency alert, immediate assembly." Meanwhile, in his chamber, gazing at the distant white clouds, Zhao Xiaoyu also heard the urgent wailing of the siren. With a sigh, he mused that what was meant to come had indeed arrived. He then walked with steady determination toward the storage area of the Crimson Storm. Half an hour earlier, in the southwestern suburb of Baiyun Green Willow Town, the biochemical unit, engaged in its mission, suddenly detected an anomaly of energy within the quarantine zone, accompanied by violent tremors. Consequently, they swiftly initiated an emergency evacuation of the local populace and promptly reported the irregularity. Within a mere 5 minutes, the support personnel had yet to arrive, and the evacuated residents had only just fled a short distance. Abruptly, a thunderous roar echoed above the quaint town of Baiyun and Lavayu, as if the very sky were being violently torn asunder. Without warning, a pink rift in the fabric of time and space materialized. 3 seconds later, the rift vanished. However, within that fleeting interval, an enormous green creature emerged from the spatial tear. This colossal being was of staggering proportions, measuring at least 50 meters in length. With a vivid crimson tongue extending 30 meters, rhythmically flicking in and out. This was nothing short of a gargantuan super lizard. Chapter 141. The colossal lizard monster 30 kilometers from Baiyun Green Willow Town. A group of hiking enthusiasts was scaling a mountain. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed middle-aged woman caught sight of something unusual. Upon a closer inspection, she was instantly struck with terror and let out a piercing scream. Upon hearing the woman's exclamation, her fellow hikers turned their gazes in her direction, and they were all left in stunned silence. What followed was a cacophony of terrified voices. In the distance, within Baiyun Green Willow Town, a gigantic creature resembling a lizard was wreaking havoc, thrashing its massive tail and causing destruction. Towering buildings crumbled under the assault of the enormous lizard's strikes. After a brief moment of shock, the hikers regained their composure and swiftly pulled out their phones, capturing the scene with fervent enthusiasm. They promptly uploaded the videos and photos to their Weibo, WeChat Moments, and other social media accounts. Before long, these clips and images garnered an avalanche of likes and shares from countless netizens, while the fervor surrounding the colossal steel mech had yet to subside. This gigantic super lizard ignited even greater public interest. Good heavens! This creature must be a hoax, right? How could there possibly be monsters in this world? Look at how agile it moves. If this is fake, then the technology behind it is astonishing. Wow, there really is a monster. Can you still believe in the light? Damn it. Though I find it hard to believe, the creature's appearance seems all too real. Emergency protocols have been initiated, advising us to remain indoors and avoid wandering about. Indeed, we have also implemented restrictions here. Moreover, I just witnessed a massive red steel mech racing past. I saw that video on Weibo. Isn't that the giant mech that was transported here earlier? It's not just a model, it's a functional mech. The footage of the red giant mech sprinting at full speed instantly set the internet ablaze, with likes and shares skyrocketing into the millions within moments. Countless netizens were left in utter disbelief, furiously typing away in outrage. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyu was aboard the Brave Blade, situated in the cockpit of the Crimson Storm. Following the helicopter's guidance, he raced towards the destination, Baiyun Green Willow Town, 100 kilometers away, where the colossal monster had made its appearance. Since the giant beast emerged from the spatial rift, it seemed inherently predisposed to destruction, rampaging through the town without restraint. Numerous residential complexes and office buildings lay in ruins, devastated by the monstrous lizard. Fortunately, thanks to Zhao Xiaoyu's prior warnings, the Yin nation had already established preparations in response to these unusual spatial fluctuations. Multiple emergency response plans had been devised. Thus, although the giant lizard inflicted significant economic damage to the town, it did not result in any actual casualties. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu received the latest report from Wei Qianru through his earpiece. In the latest news, the formidable supermonster has taken over the large gas station in the town. It now resides there, incessantly consuming gasoline. Zhao Xiaoyu shook his head, unable to suppress his astonishment. What a peculiar phenomenon. This monster actually drinks gasoline. While gasoline may emit a mildly pleasant aroma, its taste is undeniably bitter, akin to that of soda, and quite unpleasant. Moreover, swallowing it induces a sense of nausea. Who in their right mind would drink gasoline? Surely, chilled cola would be far more enticing. Alas, it seems this creature's intellect is rather lacking. However, Zhao Xiaoyu quickly reassured himself that it was for the best. The monster remained confined to the gas station, sparing them the chaos of its rampage elsewhere. With this thought, he promptly urged the Crimson Storm to accelerate its pace, glancing at the electronic screen. At this rate, they would arrive at the designated location in approximately 20 minutes. Soon, they would engage in a real battle. Wake me 1 minute before we reach our destination, he instructed the little girl beside him, then gently closed his eyes to rest and prepare for the impending confrontation. As time passed, the internet became inundated with reports of super monsters and colossal mechas. Incredible! That red giant mecha is truly impressive. It must stand over 100 meters tall, and it moves with such vigor. Let me share a secret. Just moments ago, that massive red mecha whizzed past right in front of our building, merely 300 or 400 meters from our community. I rushed to the balcony and caught a glimpse of its magnificent silhouette. Powerful, majestic, remarkable. It is said that this giant mecha is the latest weapon of our nation, and it has suddenly been deployed. Do you think it might be to confront the monster? Indeed, after that comment from above, it seems quite plausible. In fact, super monsters have emerged not only in our country, but also in nations such as the United Kingdom, Japan, and the United States, causing a stir online. In no time, the entire blue planet has plunged into chaos. At this moment, at the gas station in Baiyun Green Willow Town, the colossal lizard monster had consumed all the gasoline stored at the station, even letting out a tremendous belch. Suddenly, through its enormous oval eyes, it spotted a group of helicopters circling in the distance. Enraged, it swung its massive tail and opened its gaping maw. Without hesitation, it expelled a jet of thick, black slime, exceeding 3 meters in diameter, toward the hovering helicopters. The pilots had no time to react, becoming ensnared in the viscous substance. In an instant, the helicopter was reduced to a puddle of molten metal, leaving its occupants with no chance of escape, meeting their demise in the blink of an eye. Upon witnessing the scene, the other helicopter pilots promptly accelerated away, halting only when they reached a distance of 5 kilometers from the colossal lizard. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyu, piloting the Crimson Tempest, had arrived at Baiyun town. Upon reaching the location, Zhao Xiaoyu beheld the enormous lizard creature before him, which raised its massive head to scrutinize the unexpectedly arrived red behemoth. Chapter 142, Crimson Storm vs. Lizard Behemoth. The colossal lizard observed that the Crimson Storm was nearly twice its size, and thus refrained from acting recklessly. Instead, it gazed coldly through its oval-shaped, enormous eyes at the formidable steel mech before it. Inside the cockpit of Crimson Storm, Zhao Xiaoyu was intently scrutinizing the lizard behemoth through the electronic screen. Upon witnessing this creature firsthand, he realized that its dimensions exceeded those indicated in the intelligence reports. At that moment, the voice of the little girl, Amy, resonated through the cockpit. "Dear Master, the scan of the creature's information is complete. The giant lizard measures 61.23 meters in length, and its powerful legs are capable of supporting it in a bipedal stance for combat. When standing, it reaches a height of 45.86 meters and weighs approximately 1,800 tons. After listening to Amy's report, Zhao Xiaoyu gently stroked his chin. It appeared that, apart from its massive size, the creature possessed no remarkable traits. He speculated that this gigantic lizard's combat prowess was likely on par with that of an F-rank monster. Whether his assessment was accurate would soon be revealed in the ensuing battle. Moreover, considering that his Crimson Storm weighed a staggering 3,800 tons, it was evident that, merely on the basis of tonnage, it could effortlessly overpower its opponent. A faint smile crept upon Zhao Xiaoyu's lips as he commanded the Brave Blade to take a bold step forward and launch a powerful punch. This was a standard starting pose from military training before his transmigration. The towering Crimson Storm, over 100 meters high, followed Zhao Xiaoyu's lead, taking a gigantic stride and swinging its robust right arm to deliver a ferocious blow. Initially, the enormous lizard remained motionless, contemplating retreat in the face of such a larger adversary. However, upon witnessing Crimson Storm's audacious attack, it cast aside any lingering fears, for the giant lizard was enraged. Raising its colossal head, the lizard emitted a fearsome roar towards the heavens. It then dug its powerful legs into the ground, exerting all its might to rise bipedally. Lunging towards the oncoming Crimson Storm, determined to demonstrate its ferocity despite the size difference. The lizard summoned every ounce of strength, fiercely pouncing toward Crimson Storm, which was simultaneously delivering its right punch. Bang! A thunderous collision echoed through the air. In the aftermath, Crimson Storm stood resolutely in place, its massive right arm still poised in the act of striking. Meanwhile, the lizard, having unleashed all its power, was propelled backward at an astonishing speed. Boom! Its vast body skidded across the ground, crashing through numerous structures in its path. The giant lizard was momentarily dazed by the impact of the punch. Despite being only slightly taller than itself, the lizard was bewildered by the unyielding strength of the blow. Why does it hurt so much? It pondered, astonished. The colossal lizard beast struggled on the ground, its immense eyes betraying a flicker of fear, yearning to flee the scene. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyu, nestled within the cockpit of the Crimson Storm, regained his composure. What a thrilling sensation! The impact of that punch was exhilarating. To send such a gigantic creature flying with a mere fist was a gratifying experience. As he lifted his gaze, he noticed the enormous lizard attempting to rise, taking hesitant steps backward. Was it trying to escape? Absolutely not. I have not yet had my fill of this encounter. Thus, Zhao Xiaoyu maneuvered the Crimson Storm, taking colossal strides to position himself behind the lizard beast. He raised his massive metallic foot and delivered a powerful kick to the creature's head. Bang! Just as the lizard had regained its footing, it was sent soaring through the air by the tremendous steel foot of the Crimson Storm. With the beast airborne, the Crimson Storm accelerated, pursuing it with fervor. Once more, Zhao swung his gigantic mechanical right arm, executing an uppercut. Bang! The lizard beast, defenseless against the onslaught, was sent soaring to a height of 100 meters. Gazing at the creature before him, Zhao Xiaoyu's dark eyes sparkled with countless glimmers of excitement. This was sublime, absolutely exhilarating. This was a true man's game. Filled with exhilaration, Zhao controlled the Crimson Storm, unleashing a flurry of powerful blows upon the lizard beast. Soon after, The town of Bayun and Luyo echoed with resounding wails of despair. The epic confrontation between the Crimson Storm and the Lizard Beast was captured by nearby onlookers and swiftly uploaded online. Countless netizens, witnessing this electrifying spectacle, erupted in excitement. Incredible! How magnificent! The clash of steel mechs against colossal monsters. It was the massive mech that was truly impressive, wasn't he it? Did you not see how the once mighty beast was now reduced to a mere punching bag? I believe the pilot of the giant mech is even more formidable. Surely, he must be an elite driver secretly trained by some special forces. Contrasting sharply with the excitement of the citizens of Yen Nation witnessing the Lizard Beast's defeat. The situation in Lighthouse Nation was dire. Countless citizens of Yen Nation lamented their failure to escape sooner, for gigantic monsters had also emerged in Lighthouse Nation. A student studying abroad in Lighthouse Nation posted a plea for help online. Oh my goodness! Terrifying monsters over 50 meters tall have appeared here, and they can breathe fire. The fighter jets deployed have bombarded them relentlessly, yet they remain unscathed. I deeply regret not returning home sooner. Can anyone assist me? Not only in Lighthouse Nation, but countries such as the Corrupt Kingdom, Great Japan, and Bangzi Nation, among others, were similarly engaged in a feudal battle against the colossal beasts. Modern military forces were deployed to confront the giants, but the results were disastrous, with heavy casualties and the monsters remaining unharmed. In the southwest region of Yen Nation, the 7th Military District stood ready. The command center here has been established as a temporary headquarters. Commander Wei, as the chief officer, is meticulously monitoring all data. At this moment, a technician continuously reports the real-time battle damage of the Crimson Storm. The report to the commander indicates that after 20 minutes of combat, the Crimson Storm has only sustained minor damage. Moreover, it has just been confirmed that all residents within a 50-kilometer radius of Bayun Green Willow Town have been successfully evacuated to safety. At this juncture, Wei Qianru stands beside Commander Wei, feeling a sense of relief upon hearing that Zhao Xiaoyu's mech has only suffered slight damage while engaging the monstrous lizard. Her younger brother will surely manage to handle this beast. Commander Wei also exhales deeply, visibly relieved. Among those most concerned for Zhao Xiaoyu are Su Wenli and Zhao Dajuan, who are naturally monitoring his status from the temporary command center. Although they witnessed the monstrous lizard's anguished roars during the battle, the thought of their beloved child fighting such a ferocious creature stirs worry within their hearts. Observing their anxiety, the compassionate Wei Qianru gently reassures them, "Rest assured. Little Yu is incredibly capable. He will be just fine." At this moment, in the midst of the fierce battle at Bayun Green Willow Town, or rather, the one-sided onslaught of the Crimson Storm against the Lizard Beast, Zhao Xiaoyu senses that it is time to conclude the skirmish. He draws the Moonlight Blade, intending to test its efficacy. In a swift motion, a chilling beam of light flashes, severing the Lizard Beast's robust tail without resistance. Previously pretending to be incapacitated, the Lizard Beast, caught off guard, lets out a pained cry. Now, in agony, it abandons its stealthy ambush, opening its gaping maw to lunge at the head of the Crimson Storm. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaoyu raises an eyebrow. Has the creature finally ceased its charade? Nevertheless, he swiftly retracts the Moonlight Blade. From the chest of the mech, a dark laser cannon emerges, perfectly aimed at the creature's wide-open mouth. With unwavering determination, he thrusts the powerful laser cannon into its gaping maw and promptly presses the launch button. With a resounding boom, a potent beam of laser pierces through the Lizard Beast's mouth, exiting from its rear. Thus, the Lizard Beast meets its demise. Its lifespan, a mere 32 minutes after crossing into the Blue Planet. Chapter 143. It is he, indeed, our little genius from Bayun Green Willow Town. The Crimson Storm has vanquished the colossal Lizard Beast with a single sword strike and a powerful blast, achieving a resounding victory. Upon receiving this news, the responsible official leapt with excitement. He promptly instructed his secretary to arrange for radio reporters to cover the event, allowing the world to witness the might of our Yen Nation. The secretary, equally exhilarated, nodded in agreement and set off to make arrangements. It is worth noting that the creation of the Crimson Storm had been shrouded in secrecy, even during transportation, although not deliberately concealed. No official media outlet dared to boldly report on it. Now that the official had personally decided to disclose the matter, one can only imagine the media reporters, long pent up with anticipation, would devote themselves wholeheartedly to publicizing this event. Countless netizens from Yen Nation were already aware of the outcome of the fierce battle. as residents near Bayun Green Willow Town had captured videos and uploaded them online. Upon witnessing the Crimson Storm's elegant wielding of the light sword, severing the lizard beast's tail and obliterating the formidable creature with a single shot, the online community erupted in jubilation. Endless cheers surged like waves, and the nation rejoiced. Wow, this giant mech is absolutely stunning. Indeed, the flare of that sword strike nearly left me breathless. While I believe that shot was the most impressive, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss upstairs. You both are off kilter. On the righteous path, you can race like that. I admire it. But who among you knows who that ace pilot is? He is truly a hero of our Yin nation. Meanwhile, Han Schwer, who had been idly waiting due to a pause in the live broadcast, excitedly hung up the phone. The call had been from the station director, instructing her to prepare for an interview in Bayun Green Willow Town, where the lizard beast had recently appeared. The helicopter sent to fetch her was already en route. Consequently, Han Schwer rushed to change her attire and apply light makeup in preparation for departure. Just as she finished her hurried preparations, the sound of powerful helicopter blades resonated outside. The helicopter designated to pick up Han Schwer had arrived. Once aboard, she perused the materials provided by her station, her heart racing with astonishment. It was he. The helicopter flew swiftly, and before long, they arrived at Bayun Green Willow Town, where the battle had just erupted. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu was piloting the Crimson Storm, preparing to return to the 7th Military District base. The helicopter carrying Han Schwer, responsible for filming, followed closely behind. Adhering to the station's directives and the provided materials, she began her professional commentary on the Crimson Storm. Today, Han Schwer looked particularly enchanting, her makeup exquisitely applied, enhancing her beauty. However, countless viewers overlooked her beauty, instead focusing intently on her commentary. Dear audience, greetings. I am your beloved host, Han Schwer. Today, I am tasked with reporting on the protagonist who has just successfully vanquished the lizard behemoth in Bayun Green Willow Town, the Deep Crimson Storm. Viewers across countless televisions, computer monitors, and mobile screens have, for the first time, completely disregarded Han Schwer's beauty, listening earnestly to her narration. Indeed, you heard correctly, dear friends. The colossal red mech you see before you is named Deep Crimson Storm. Standing at a height of 108 meters and weighing 800 tons, it possesses formidable combat capabilities. But do you know who developed this powerful mech? Upon hearing Han Schwer's question, many netizens were momentarily taken aback. Who indeed is the genius behind such an impressive mech? Yet, Han Schwer did not keep her audience waiting long, promptly revealing the answer. This unparalleled Deep Crimson Storm was independently developed and manufactured by our nation's prodigy, the young Zhao Xiaoyu. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of astonishment swept through the online community. What? That young child is capable of such brilliance? Has he truly created an invincible mech? Ah, indeed. The final blast from that giant mech must have been the laser weapon developed by the young genius previously. Alas, what a pity. The heavens are cruel to the gifted. The prodigy was only 6 years old when, although he has departed from us, he has left behind the finest legacy for all of our nation. Yes, the Deep Crimson Storm, developed by the young genius, has just successfully defended our nation, defeating the monster. Under Zhao Xiaoyu's steady piloting, the Deep Crimson Storm swiftly returned to the 7th Military District, as prior arrangements had been made. The helicopter carrying Han Schwer and the filming crew also flew rapidly to the 7th Military District to continue their coverage. At that moment, the cockpit door of the Deep Crimson Storm swung open, and a familiar small mech emerged. As this small mech landed, the following helicopter also touched down. The beautiful Han Schwer and the photographer quickly disembarked and made their way toward the small mech. There was something so familiar about it, as if they had seen it somewhere before. With a click, the hatch of the small mech opened, revealing a diminutive figure stepping out. Han Schwer was momentarily stunned by this sight, forgetting her interview duties. Meanwhile, countless netizens in the live stream were equally astonished upon witnessing this figure. Then, the realization hit the viewers in the live stream, and in an instant, the screen was flooded with frenzied comments. What the heck? Whoever spread the rumor that the prodigy had perished, come out. I promise I won't harm you. Oh, how foolish of me to shed so many tears over the little genius, who turns out to be just fine. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the little genius is well. And you should all rejoice. Upon discovering the camera filming him, Zhao Xiaoyu broke into a smile. He then approached the lens and cheerfully began to explain. Dear uncles and aunts, Greetings to you all. I have been quite busy lately conducting research. As you may have seen, there have been temporal rifts appearing on Blue Star. Within these rifts, ferocious monsters may emerge. Zhao Xiaoyu shrugged his shoulders and continued. Thus, the mecha behind me must continue to be manufactured. Simultaneously, in the vicinity of the rift in the southwest region, we need to enhance rigorous monitoring to guard against any monsters that may appear at any moment. Of course, I also hope that friends nationwide will remain vigilant. If anyone notices anything unusual in their surroundings, they must report it promptly. The anomalies in that area could very well indicate the presence of a temporal rift, which, correspondingly, is likely to unleash terrifying beasts. Chapter 144. 2 press conferences. After finishing his speech before the camera, Zhao Xiaoyu turned and departed. Although the Crimson Storm had decisively triumphed over the colossal lizard beast, Zhao still felt a tinge of fatigue upon exiting the cockpit. This was primarily due to the exhilaration of his first encounter with a monstrous foe while piloting a giant mech. With this invaluable experience gained from battling the creature, Zhao was resolute. Should he face another E-class beast like the Lizard Titan in the future, even while contending with 3 or 5 simultaneously, he would not feel as drained. Before leaving, Zhao made a special request to the mech maintenance crew, instructing them to conduct a thorough inspection and refuel the Crimson Storm's energy reserves. Though Zhao took a moment to rest, his remarks sparked a tremendous uproar online. Incredible! Monsters have genuinely appeared, and our little genius has just solidified that proof. The enthusiasm upstairs is overwhelming. The news from the Kyoto Guardians has just officially announced the emergence of these beasts. Haha, but that is not the main point. Don't you think our little genius's mech is absolutely astounding? The mouse has bitten into the stock of brilliance. It's a feast of excellence. Our little prodigy is simply remarkable. Yes, long live our little genius. If he constructs another mech, I'll contribute $100 from my monthly allowance. The brother upstairs is too generous. I'll donate 10,000. I pledge 1 million. In the Kyoto Central District Office, the secretary had just finished reporting the battle status of the Crimson Storm. The person in charge nodded thoughtfully, feeling a deep sense of relief. It was fortunate that he had believed in the young genius and supported the creation of the giant mech. Otherwise, the devastation wrought by the rampaging monsters would have resulted in unimaginable losses for the Yen nation. He then shook his head and instructed the secretary to convene a press conference immediately. 10 minutes later, the Yen National News Department held a special press conference. Minister Jiang was addressing the audience. In summary, this is the current situation, not only within our Yen nation but throughout the entire Blue Star. Unstable spatial rifts have begun to manifest. These formidable monsters are likely to emerge alongside these rifts. However, the citizens of Yen need not panic. For our young genius has already invested a staggering 100 billion into the development of the immensely powerful giant mech, Crimson Storm, the capabilities of which I trust you have witnessed through the live broadcasts. This entire sum of 100 billion was borne by our little genius, Zhao Xiaoyu. Here, I would like to extend my sincerest gratitude to our young prodigy, Minister Jiang said, bowing deeply before the camera. He then resumed his address. Now, our nation announces that we will immediately increase our investment, with direct funding from the Yen military, to construct a second mech. Naturally, we will select and equip the most outstanding ace pilots for this endeavor. As the Empire convened a press conference, the esteemed Lord Pierce was attentively listening to the briefing presented by Director Durant of the Intelligence Bureau within the confines of the Pentagon. Esteemed Lord Pierce, although we deployed over 10 fighter jets and launched more than 30 missiles, ultimately reducing the creature to mere pulp, the devastation inflicted upon Huada province was substantial. Preliminary estimates indicate direct economic losses soaring to 50 billion lighthouse dollars, with countless citizens of the lighthouse nation suffering casualties, the exact figures still under assessment. Noticing a slight frown on Pierce's countenance, Durant hastily shifted his tone. Esteemed Lord Pierce, there is also a piece of good news. Shortly after the creature's emergence in Huada province, all our domestic electronic communication devices inexplicably resumed functioning. Indeed, upon hearing this favorable tidbit, Pierce's previously stormy visage brightened, and he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Ha! Splendid. As long as our electronic devices are restored, our great lighthouse nation shall fear no adversary. Yes, even if they are monsters." Little did the overly confident Pierce realize that the restoration of the lighthouse nation's electronic devices was due to Zhao Xiaoyu's directive to Emily, lifting the electronic blockade on the lighthouse nation. This was not an act of mercy from Zhao Xiaoyu. Rather, it was a strategic move as the entire Blue Planet faced the onslaught of monsters. Allowing the Lighthouse Nation to regain a portion of its combat capability would also alleviate some of the burden on Zhao's forces. As for resolving the monster crisis afterward, there would be ample time for that. There was no rush. Oblivious to these intricacies, Pierce waved his hand decisively, issuing an order. Let our Ministry of Defense escalate missile procurement efforts. Should monsters appear again, we shall obliterate them with missiles. Durant hesitated for a moment, but ultimately mustered the courage to suggest, esteemed Lord Pierce, have you considered the possibility of developing mechs? Pierce was momentarily taken aback before inquiring. What is the cost of manufacturing a mech? Having witnessed the formidable power of the Crimson Storm, Durant had indeed taken the effort to investigate the manufacturing costs. Thus, without hesitation, he replied, esteemed Lord Pierce, our Lighthouse Nation's expenses for mech production differ significantly from those of the Empire. We lack the groundbreaking achievement of controllable nuclear fusion, as well as the corresponding weapons and technology. Therefore, if we were to embark on immediate development, the cost of the first mech is conservatively estimated to exceed 200 billion Lighthouse dollars. However, before Durant could finish his statement, he was brusquely interrupted by Pierce. Damn it, Durant, has your mind gone awry? What is the cost of manufacturing a single missile? Just considering raw materials, excluding our D costs, it amounts to merely several thousand Lighthouse dollars. You speak of 200 billion Lighthouse coins, enough to launch millions of missiles, capable of obliterating the very lair of the monsters. Durant, confronted by Pierce's furious reprimand, nodded vigorously, beads of sweat adorning his brow. Very well, you may leave. Proceed as I have instructed. Oh, and do arrange a press conference for me. 30 minutes later, His Excellency Pierce personally attended the press conference and delivered a statement. The recent monster attack in Huada Province has resulted in property losses exceeding 100 billion Lighthouse coins. On behalf of the Lighthouse Nation, I extend my condolences to the unfortunate victims in Huada Province, including the late Mayor Ming. At that moment, an outspoken and impetuous reporter from the Lighthouse Nation began to pose a question. Esteemed Lord Pierce, might we consider the construction of mechs to confront these monsters? Upon hearing the inquiry, Pierce snorted disdainfully, his tone resolute. Oh no, how could you harbor such an outlandish notion? Our magnificent Lighthouse Nation shall never resort to the creation of mechs. We merely need to continue producing missiles to counter any adversary. With that, Pierce shook his head, dismissively asserting, our Lighthouse Nation will not engage in the futile and wasteful endeavors akin to those of the Flame Nation. Chapter 145. The Little Genius is quite foolish. Focusing on mecha instead of missiles, the press conference in the Lighthouse Nation has concluded. However, the remarks made by Pierce during the event have been widely disseminated by numerous news outlets within the Lighthouse Nation. The Lighthouse Nation News Times stated, esteemed Pierce is correct. The approach of Yen Nation in manufacturing mechas is nothing short of thoughtless child's play. The Daily News of the Lighthouse Nation proclaimed, the extravagant and wasteful endeavor of Yen Nation in producing mechas is destined to be condemned by its own citizens. Even a prominent economist from the Lighthouse Nation, Kivis, publicly expressed his disapproval on Twitter, denouncing the foolishness of Yen Nation's mecha production. It is perplexing to consider the mindset of Yen Nation's leadership. Could they truly be so misguided? I have roughly calculated the costs associated with Yen Nation's mecha development. The investment required for such an ostentatious behemoth must surely exceed 100 billion yen currency. Just imagine how many impoverished children could be saved with that sum. How many destitute individuals could be assisted in leading a normal life? Thus, the strategy of our illustrious Lighthouse Nation is indeed the correct one. We directly produce mature missile technology, requiring only the investment in raw materials. In the face of the monstrous threats emerging across the globe, I am confident that our compassionate and righteous Lighthouse Nation would be more than willing to sell missiles. The renowned Kivis still holds substantial international influence. Following Kivis's Twitter update, countless international netizens rushed to express their approval and comments. A netizen from the corrupt nation remarked, Kivis has provided an astute analysis. The Lighthouse Nation's approach is indeed correct. To ignore readily available and powerful missile technology in favor of mecha production is sheer folly. A netizen from the Great Sun Nation supported Kivis's perspective, stating, the inherently flawed people of Yen Nation are prone to engage in such wasteful endeavors. A netizen from the Holding Nation questioned, have the people of Yen Nation lost their minds? Spending 100 billion yen currency on such a useless project? Just think of how much delicious kimchi could be bought with that money. Seeing the barrage of criticism and ridicule directed at Yen Nation online, the citizens of Yen naturally felt compelled to retaliate. However, Kiwis had already laid bare the financial realities of the situation. When monsters appear, a few missiles can obliterate them with minimal cost. In contrast, the research expenses for the mecha, amounting to over 100 billion, could have produced a vast number of powerful missiles. Moreover, the maintenance costs for such colossal mechas are likely exorbitant. Is this not a classic case of losing sight of the essentials? Gradually, the voices of opposition among Yen Nation's netizens began to dwindle. Some even found themselves in agreement with Kiwis' assertions. While I hold a deep affection for Yen Nation, I must concede that our little genius's actions are misguided. How much better it would be to invest that 100 billion in missile manufacturing instead. Is there something amiss with the reasoning of our leaders? It is worth noting that the head of our office also supports the little genius in mecha production. What of the office head? Is it conceivable that he would not err? After all, pouring such considerable resources into the creation of mechas is undoubtedly a misstep. I suspect there are spies from the Lighthouse Nation infiltrating our ranks above. I have reported this. No need for thanks. In no time, even the netizens of our nation have begun to engage in endless rivalry. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoyu stretched lazily, having awoken from slumber. Wei Qianru approached, her face etched with concern, presenting a warm towel for Zhao Xiaoyu to cleanse his face. With a hint of indignation, she expressed, "This is utterly excessive. My dear brother Xiaoyu developed the colossal mechas solely for the empowerment of our nation. Furthermore, all the funding has come from your own resources. Yet now, those ignorant individuals online dare to speak ill of him. I shall consult my father and have those who spread such nonsense apprehended." Zhao Xiaoyu placed the towel in Wei Qianru's hands with a smile, reassuring her, "Sister Qianru, there is no need to be upset. The opinions of others are inconsequential. What truly matters is our course of action." After comforting Wei Qianru, Zhao Xiaoyu turned to the young girl Emily and instructed, "Please assist me in compiling data on the monsters appearing in various nations, along with their respective classifications." Young Emily, efficient in her tasks, began reporting within 5 minutes. Her voice clear and melodious. "Dear Master, I have completed the statistics. Currently, there are 17 monsters on Blue Star, all classified as F grade. The Lighthouse Nation has reported dinosaur-type beasts. The Corrupted Nation has encountered gigantic bears. The Neon Nation has seen avian giants. And the Great Sun Nation has witnessed colossal turtles." Upon hearing Emily's report, Zhao Xiaoyu gained insight into the strength of these creatures. Have monsters emerged from land, sea, and air? Fortunately, if they are merely F grade, all remains within a manageable scope. The construction of the second mecha is also imminent. Immediate action is required. With this thought in mind, Zhao Xiaoyu promptly addressed Wei Qianru. "Sister Qianru, please contact the head of the Blop base at once." 10 minutes later, Zhao Xiaoyu finalized the research plan with the Blop base director. This time, Zhao Xiaoyu would not be present at the Blop base. However, he would remotely assist the technical personnel in constructing the mechas through 8G technology. Everything progressed at a brisk pace. 15 days later, nations on Blue Star had refined their protocols and emergency plans for dealing with monster appearances. In essence, this was straightforward, spending substantial sums to procure missiles from the Lighthouse Nation while also ramping up domestic missile production. Upon the emergence of a monster, they would rely on a barrage of missiles to eliminate the threat. In the southwestern skies of our nation, a surge of energy anomalies was detected once more. The monitoring personnel, assigned to observe this western region, wasted no time. They promptly pressed the red emergency button, relaying the message to the Southwestern Command Center without delay. As the special alarm from the command center resonated, a fighter squadron, perpetually on high alert, swiftly ascended and soared towards the western region where energy fluctuations were detected. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu received an urgent notification and promptly piloted the Brave Blade into the cockpit of the Deep Crimson Storm, following the lead helicopter towards the western area, located 30 kilometers away. The fighter squadron, having arrived earlier in the western region, fortuitously witnessed a dark and ominous rift in the sky. Within this temporal fissure, a colossal monster with a triangular head was desperately attempting to crawl out. The pilots' eyes widened in astonishment. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they hurriedly shouted into their intercoms, "Captain, the monster is about to emerge. We must fire immediately." The squadron leader quickly reported, "The situation is critical. The creature is on the verge of exiting the rift. Requesting permission to engage." Permission granted. With the command to fire received, the squadron leader bellowed through the intercom, "Open fire. Target the beast, and unleash everything." As the leader's orders echoed, 12 missiles, blazing at their tails, were launched towards the monster. Boom, boom, boom. The missiles struck the beast with pinpoint accuracy, accompanied by the thunderous sound of explosions. The anguished cries of the creature resonated from the rift. Chapter 146. The Lighthouse Nation profiting handsomely from missile trade boom. The firepower of the armed fighter squadron relentlessly poured forth upon the colossal beast. 5 minutes later, the entire squadron, comprising 12 aircraft, had exhausted their payload of missiles. Even the heavy machine gun ammunition aboard the preceding helicopters was completely depleted. With all munitions spent, the squadron leader of the attack helicopters promptly commanded a return to base. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu, piloting the massive Deep Crimson Storm, arrived belatedly. A commander at the temporary command center in the southwest region observed Zhao Xiaoyu's emergence near the space-time rift and immediately connected to his communicator. Given the substantial damage inflicted on the monster by the attack helicopters, should additional fighter jets be dispatched to secure a decisive victory? Zhao Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, shook his head and declined, stating, "No need, I shall handle this beast myself." With that, he disconnected the communicator. Truth be told, Zhao Xiaoyu was acutely aware that a significant portion of the military personnel in the southwest, and indeed throughout the entire Yin Nation military district, harbored dissatisfaction towards him. It was evident that utilizing cost-effective missiles against the monsters would yield results. Yet, he had insisted on expending vast resources to construct and develop mechas. If the immense funds allocated for mecha production were redirected to various military districts, it would undoubtedly enhance the combat effectiveness of the Yin military forces considerably. Zhao Xiaoyu understood this logic, yet what others did not grasp was that with the frequent emergence of space-time rifts, the monsters that would subsequently emerge would grow increasingly formidable. At that point, these seemingly powerful missiles would become a mere jest. Even thousands or tens of thousands of missiles would only serve to tickle those beasts. Ultimately, it would be the mechas that would prove essential in combating these creatures. For now, however, it was an opportune moment for Zhao Xiaoyu to hone his combat skills against the monsters. With this thought, he shook his head once more, dismissing the distractions, and turned to the little girl beside him, instructing, "Please analyze the data on this creature." "At your command, my dear master," she replied. "Report, master." This triangular-headed beast, resembling a lion, possesses a combat power rating of F. It measures 80 meters in length, stands 58 meters tall, and weighs 900 tons. Due to the recent missile bombardment from the attack helicopters, its current combat power has diminished to less than 70 of its peak. "I must caution you, master, that analysis of the recent battle footage indicates this alien lion beast exhibits remarkable speed and agility. Furthermore, its massive claws are exceedingly sharp, requiring your utmost caution. Lastly, it is highly probable that this lion beast's weakness lies in its relatively low defensive capacity." Upon receiving the analysis from the little girl, Emily, Zhao Xiaoyu's gaze fixed intently upon the alien lion creature. Blood continued to ooze from the enormous, equilateral triangular head, while a nearby tree, viciously clawed by the beast, lay severed in half. Upon closer inspection, the cross-section reveals a remarkable smoothness, indicating that the claws of this colossal beast are indeed razor-sharp. Despite possessing absolute confidence in the formidable defense of the Crimson Storm against the assault of this F-grade aberrant lion monster, Zhao Xiaoyu does not harbor a penchant for self-infliction. Instead, he resolves to employ the laser energy cannon for a remote strike. Consequently, he promptly presses the vivid red button, causing the dark barrel of the laser cannon to emerge from the chest of the Crimson Storm. Boom! The cannon fires. The laser beam strikes the robust right leg of the aberrant lion monster with pinpoint accuracy. The power of the laser cannon is formidable, inflicting damage far beyond that of ordinary shells. In the blink of an eye, the beam pierces through the lion monster's right leg. In agony, the beast lets out a deafening roar towards the heavens. However, with its right leg nearly incapacitated by Zhao Xiaoyu's laser cannon, the creature's agility significantly diminishes. Observing this scene, a subtle smile graces Zhao Xiaoyu's lips as he slowly draws the alloy steel knife from his back and swiftly charges towards the howling, thrashing lion monster. The outcome is inevitable. The maimed aberrant lion monster is thoroughly vanquished by Zhao Xiaoyu. 20 minutes later, feeling that he has sufficiently honed his skills, Zhao Xiaoyu maneuvers the Crimson Storm, wielding the alloy steel knife to execute a graceful flourish. With a swift motion, he brings the knife down, and the massive triangular head of the aberrant lion monster is instantaneously severed from its body. Having successfully dealt with the aberrant lion monster, Zhao Xiaoyu controls the Crimson Storm, carrying the beast's carcass back to the southwestern combat base. After instructing that the giant's remains be sent to the Research Institute, he departs for a well-deserved rest. Countless netizens witness the battle video featuring the aberrant lion monster in the western region. However, the praise for Zhao Xiaoyu's effortless slaughter of the beast is scant. Instead, the overwhelming majority express doubts and criticisms towards him. I see that our nation's attack helicopters are quite powerful. Why withdraw midway? Indeed, with helicopters and missiles combined, the beast could have been easily dealt with. Why resort to deploying that enormous mechanical contraption? There was really no need for the mecha. Is there some hidden agenda here? Caution in your words, lest you find yourself facing scrutiny. Damn, are we not allowed to speak the truth? As the battle video against the aberrant lion monster continues to circulate, it appears as if an invisible hand is incessantly steering the tide of public opinion. Moreover, some uninformed onlookers from our nation eagerly join in, reveling in the spectacle. Damn it, I've realized that creating mechas seems utterly pointless. It's far simpler and more effective to manufacture missiles. Who can argue with that? Now, when monsters appear abroad, they are resolved with just a few dozen missiles. I've heard that the Lighthouse Nation has made a fortune selling missiles. That money is simply outrageous. Certainly, there are some rational netizens from our esteemed nation who have offered astute observations. I find the mechas developed by our nation's prodigies to be quite remarkable. In the event that more formidable monsters emerge in the future, rendering missiles ineffective, what then? However, such comments were swiftly met with ridicule and derision from countless trolls. Huh. A brainless individual upstairs, certified. How foolish. Do you think this is merely a game? And you're concerned about monsters becoming increasingly powerful? Are there truly any monsters in this world that cannot be dealt with by missiles? Even if missiles fail, are there not nuclear weapons, you fool? Soon after, comments supporting Zhao Xiaoyu were utterly drowned in a torrent of vitriolic responses. Meanwhile, in the Central District Office, the secretary approached the person in charge and reported the details of the recent appearance of the alien lion beast in the western region of Southwest Province. Of course, in addition to reporting the battle losses, she meticulously detailed the current external circumstances. Chapter 147. The deep Crimson Storm faces contempt. Thus, the situation stands at present. Leader, do you think we should temporarily halt the manufacturing of the mechas? After the secretary reported the situation, her face displayed concern as she hesitated to express further thoughts. However, the person in charge remained unfazed, waving his hand dismissively and stating, "Do not concern yourself with external opinions. The production of mechas must not only continue but be accelerated immediately." Upon hearing the decisive command, the secretary promptly departed to make arrangements. Watching her retreating figure, the head of the department rubbed his aching forehead and murmured, "I firmly believe that the young genius is the star of our Yen nation. Moreover, the entire blue planet will inevitably confront increasingly formidable monsters in the future. Merely clinging to the existing missile technology and resting on our laurels will lead to regret in the end." Currently, the most fervent topic across the blue planet revolves around the cost-effectiveness of manufacturing mechas versus missiles. Countless internet celebrities and renowned figures have eagerly chimed in, riding the wave of this discourse. At this very moment, on a highly popular live streaming platform, the esteemed weapon expert of Yen Nation, Duan Zhenghua, is broadcasting live. I have noticed that many netizens in our country have begun to express doubts, suggesting that foreign nations do not produce mechas and that merely manufacturing missiles is sufficient. They argue that we should not neglect such a straightforward and effective method, incurring enormous costs to deploy gigantic mechas while simultaneously investing vast sums into the relentless production of a second mecha. Duan Zhenghua smiled gently at the camera and continued, "Today, I shall analyze the reasons behind this. In truth, the primary reason foreign nations do not produce mechas is their lack of the prerequisite technologies necessary for such production. In the face of the recent emergence of colossal monsters, conventional mechas are utterly inadequate. Only powerful super mechas, like our Yen Nation's Deep Crimson Storm, can withstand these beasts. However, Creating such formidable and exceptional mechas requires advanced technologies, including special alloys, artificial intelligence, miniature mechas, and controllable nuclear fusion, among others. As he spoke, a sense of confident pride illuminated Duan Zhenghui's face. These advanced technologies are currently exclusive to our Yin nation. For foreign nations to manufacture supermechas, they would have to embark on extensive research from the ground up. This raises a pertinent question. If they genuinely invest in researching these technologies, not only would the costs be exorbitant, but the extensive time required may not yield the same success as we have achieved in Yin Nation. Conversely, the manufacturing of missiles, being a well-established technology, is markedly different. It is akin to copying homework. They can produce missiles without the complexities we face, merely incurring the cost of raw materials. With that, Duan Zhenghua lifted his cup and took a hearty sip of water before setting it down and continuing his analysis. Of course, the formidable Crimson Storm, a super mech from our esteemed Yin nation, necessitates maintenance with every deployment, and the costs associated with such upkeep are far from trivial. Additionally, one must account for the damages incurred to the terrain during its operations. Cumulatively, the expenses amount to at least 10 million Yin nation coins for each outing. In contrast, foreign nations merely employ missiles to combat the monstrous threats, resulting in nothing more than the expenditure for fighter jet fuel. At this juncture, Duan Zhenghua's expression shifted to an unprecedented seriousness. The rationale behind the foreign reliance on missile strategies is primarily attributed to their remarkable cost-effectiveness. Conversely, our Yin nation possesses the unparalleled super mechs, and to disregard their utilization would be a significant waste. I firmly believe that the decision made by our office's leadership to deploy super mechs against these beasts is grounded in sound reasoning. Hence, I implore everyone to maintain unwavering faith in our Yin nation. We shall undoubtedly quell this monstrous calamity through our super mechs. As Duan Zhenghua elucidated the domestic and international circumstances with clarity and depth, countless netizens experienced an epiphany. They subsequently showered him with accolades and gifts. Oh, so that's the reason. It turns out that foreign nations do not manufacture mechs due to their lack of capability and technology. Duan Zhenghua's analysis is astute. Our Yin nation is remarkable. We prefer to confront monsters with super mechs. Why don't you attempt to create a mech of your own? In an instant, numerous Yin nation netizens rallied to support the domestic policy of employing mechs against monsters. However, this wave of enthusiasm was short-lived. As time progressed, a month passed, during which two E-class monsters emerged in the western regions of Yin Nation. One was a colossal creature resembling a dog, entirely white with elongated teeth, while the other was a pig-like behemoth with 4 sturdy black hooves. These monsters appeared in the southwestern borderlands of Yin Nation, and it goes without saying that they were swiftly dispatched by Zhao Xiaoyu piloting the Crimson Storm. Yet herein lies the crux of the issue. Despite Zhao Xiaoyu's successful eradication of these colossal beasts, he received neither the recognition nor the appreciation he deserved. Instead, he incited a wave of dissatisfaction among countless Yin Nation netizens, who began to voice their grievances. Even the previously esteemed analysis by weapon expert Duan Zhenghua was disregarded. Even if our nation is affluent, we ought not to squander our resources in such a manner. To eliminate these monsters, we extravagantly deploy mechs every time. Indeed, although these super mechs are unique to our Yin nation, the costs of their deployment are exorbitant. Recent news reports indicated that each deployment of a super mech exceeds 50 million. We need not cling to our pride. We should learn from the techniques of the Lighthouse Nation and manufacture missiles to confront the beasts, which would be far more economical and efficient. Who can argue otherwise? The colossal iron beast consistently tramples our villages' fields into a state of utter ruin. It is truly infuriating. The last time that behemoth was deployed, it wreaked havoc upon the expressway of the 5th Ring Road, did it not? Naturally, there are some netizens who advocate for the deployment of mechs to combat the monsters. I believe utilizing mechs to resolve the monster crisis is splendid. At the very least, it provides a sense of security. As soon as our glorious nation's super mechs spring into action, vanquishing those beasts is akin to slaughtering poultry and cattle. However, such comments are swiftly drowned out by an unending tide of derision. Is the individual above truly a fool? Have they not seen the news stating that each deployment of the super mech costs over 50 million? Is that expense borne by them or by us, the taxpayers? The individual above is undoubtedly a shill, confirmed. What could be resolved with a few missiles is unnecessarily complicated. I suspect there is a hidden agenda that warrants thorough investigation. The deployment of Mechas is a grievous waste of resources and utterly nonsensical. Chapter 148 introduces a new mech, Spirit Dance. In response to the vitriolic comments online targeting Zhao Xiaoyu's mech production, Zhao Xiaoyu remains unfazed. Not only does he maintain a positive outlook, but he also enjoys a fulfilling life. He eats well and sleeps soundly, dedicating his days to practicing mech operations and providing remote technical support for the construction of the second mech. Each night, he retires early to rejuvenate for the potential emergence of monsters. However, not everyone shares Zhao Xiaoyu's carefree mentality. Indeed, Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli, who are stationed at the Western Military District base, appear quite distressed. They pace anxiously beside Zhao Xiaoyu, their speech fragmented with worry. What are we to do? Why are these online individuals so despicable? Our Xiaoyu is but a child. Why must they utter such harsh and venomous words towards him? Indeed, recently, they praised our precious boy to the heavens, even more than I, his own father. Now, their betrayal is swifter than a page turn. How could they unleash such ferocity against my beloved son? If my dear son suffers even the slightest harm from their words, I, Zhao Dajuan, shall not let them go unpunished. At this moment, Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli observe the overwhelming negativity directed at Zhao Xiaoyu online, including slander and vitriol. Wei Qianru, upon hearing this, quickly approaches Zhao Xiaoyu and gently says, "Brother Xiaoyu, you need not concern yourself with those comments. I will speak to my father shortly to arrange for an online investigation to track them down and teach them a lesson." Zhao Dajuan's eyes brighten at this suggestion, exclaiming, "Haha, that is a splendid idea. They must pay for their reckless words and insults towards my precious son. Dear son, do not forget to thank Sister Qianru." Su Wenli adds emphatically, "Yes, let us apprehend all those who have insulted my son at once." Zhao Xiaoyu listened with a wry smile, shaking his head as he reassured, "Mom and Dad, you needn't worry. I am perfectly fine." After saying this, he turned to Wei Qianru and added, "Sister Qianru, I have this under control, so please refrain from intervening." Having calmed the three indignant companions around him, Zhao Xiaoyu instructed the young girl, Emily, to contact the office head. It is worth mentioning that when Zhao Dajuan drove the deep red storm to eliminate the first lizard beast, the office head granted Zhao Xiaoyu direct authority. Any issues could be communicated directly with the head. It is noteworthy that those who possess such privileged access to the office head in the entire Yin nation are scarcely in double digits, underscoring the office head's regard for Zhao Xiaoyu. The call was quickly connected. "Hello, esteemed leader. How is the construction of the new mech progressing?" On the other end, the head paused momentarily, taken aback by the directness of the inquiry. It had been years since anyone had spoken to him so candidly. However, he soon smiled wryly and provided a report to Zhao Xiaoyu. "Thanks to your remote technical assistance, the construction of the new mech is proceeding smoothly, with approximately 50 of the work completed. Moreover, we have already selected 10 elite pilots from the numerous ace pilots across various military districts, all of whom are the finest soldiers chosen from thousands. Therefore, the training for operating the new mech will be entrusted to you, our little genius." Zhao Xiaoyu was somewhat astonished by the military's swift actions. Nevertheless, it was advantageous to have the pilots trained in advance. Once the new mech was completed, it could be deployed into battle immediately. Nodding in agreement, he responded, "No problem. Let them report to the southwestern frontline base as soon as possible." After reiterating his instructions, Zhao Xiaoyu hung up and took a moment to rest. The next morning, the ace pilots, as mentioned by the head, arrived punctually. Zhao Xiaoyu surveyed the 10 robust soldiers, their eyes radiating immense confidence, and nodded in satisfaction. Without further ado, he commenced the training for operating the mech. "We shall begin training in the operation of the mech. To effectively pilot a colossal mech, one must first master the handling of a miniature mech. The construction of miniature mechs is considerably easier compared to their larger counterparts. I arranged for their production yesterday, and they should be ready for delivery within 3 days at the earliest. In the meantime, you may test drive my brave blade." The 10 super ace pilots listened intently, and Zhao Xiaoyu was immensely pleased. Thus, within the joyous atmosphere of teaching, time flew by swiftly. Before long, half a month had passed. Upon hearing a familiar and melodious voice resonating in his mind, Zhao Xiaoyu promptly halted his mecha training. "You may practice freely for half an hour. I have a matter to attend to," he stated before hastily returning to his quarters to engage in a lottery draw. With a resounding bang, he struck a blue treasure chest. Upon opening it, he was unsurprised to find yet another scroll. This scroll contained schematics of a familiar essence. Mecha blueprint, dancing spirit height, 90 meters weight, 2100 tons drive, nuclear fusion weaponry, alloy dagger speed, 60 to 300 kilometers per hour special ability, equipped with a flight jet apparatus. Gazing at the newly acquired mecha schematics, Zhao Xiaoyu was taken aback. How could this newly obtained mecha, in terms of height and weight, even fall short of the Crimson Storm? The sole redeeming feature was the addition of a unique skill. However, the flight jet apparatus seemed rather superfluous. He scrutinized the description of the special skill once more. Flight jet apparatus, a proprietary skill of the dancing spirit mecha, enabling brief flight. In emergencies, it can be activated, allowing for a gradual descent even from an altitude of 10,000 meters, preventing catastrophic impact. Grinning slightly, Zhao Xiaoyu sincerely could not fathom the practicality of this feature. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. After all, items produced by the system undoubtedly surpassed those of ordinary quality. Thus, he promptly called upon the petite Emily. Emily, connect me with the head of the mecha manufacturing base. A second later, the communication was established. Zhao Xiaoyu presented the freshly minted schematics of the dancing spirit mecha to the head of the manufacturing facility, urging them to expedite its construction without altering the progress of the new mecha. Having ensured everything was in order, Zhao Xiaoyu hurried back to the 10 elite pilots, intending to resume their training. Just then, an alarm blared throughout the facility. A new monster had descended. Without delay, Zhao Xiaoyu piloted the Blade of the Brave toward the cockpit of the Crimson Storm, while the original 10 elite pilots swiftly adhered to the emergency protocols, retreating to the Operations Command Center. Chapter 149. Strike first with 5 cannons soon. Zhao Xiaoyu entered the cockpit of the Deep Crimson Storm, hastening towards the site of the incident. At that moment, the communicator inside the cockpit chimed. It was a call from Wei Si. Xiaoyu. The energy fluctuations detected at the spatial rift this time are greater than in previous instances. There is a possibility that a more formidable beast may emerge. In any case, you must exercise caution during this operation. Rest assured, I shall proceed with utmost prudence. Zhao Xiaoyu replied before disconnecting the call. He then instructed the little girl, Emily, to establish a video link to the scene. In the next moment, the electronic screen within the cockpit illuminated, revealing a highway service area in disarray. This service area was located approximately 60 kilometers from the Southwest Military District. However, what lay before them was a scene of devastation, with crumbling walls and debris strewn about. Even the highway extending far into the distance had succumbed to ruin. There was no doubt that a new monster had emerged from the temporal rift, wreaking havoc upon the service area. Soon, the cameras captured the silhouette of the newly manifested beast. Zhao Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the creature that had just appeared on the screen. The monster was a dark yellow hue, adorned with heavy scales that glistened ominously. At first glance, it resembled an enormous pangolin magnified many times over. On its massive back protruded several stout spikes, shimmering with an eerie glow. Most striking was the monster's long tail, which resembled an oversized meteor hammer. Zhao Xiaoyu swallowed hard at the sight of the tail, which had a diameter of 10 meters. It exuded a menacing aura. Despite his unwavering confidence in the Deep Crimson Storm's defensive capabilities, he resolved to maintain a safe distance from such a creature. With this thought in mind, Zhao Xiaoyu promptly commanded Emily, Emily, please assist me in gathering and analyzing the data on this monster. At your command, my dear master. Emily never failed to meet Zhao Xiaoyu's expectations. 2 minutes later, within the cockpit of the Deep Crimson Storm, Emily began to report on the new monster's data. The newly emerged beast stands 95 meters tall and weighs 700 tons. Its scales possess formidable defensive properties. Notably, the sharp spikes along its back and the hammer-like tail are of particular concern. According to our comprehensive data analysis, this creature is classified as an E-level monster, characterized by its strong defensive capabilities but slow movement. Zhao Xiaoyu nodded in acknowledgement. Since entering the cockpit of the Deep Crimson Storm, he had activated a function to share data in real time with the command center of the military district. Thus, all 10 elite pilots at the command center had heard Emily's report on the monster's data clearly. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoyu addressed the 10 ace pilots through the communicator, stating that they had just received the data regarding the monstrous creature. He required them to devise a tactical plan tailored to confront the current beast. This task would serve as an evaluation of their training thus far. The combat prowess of these 10 elite pilots was truly commendable. Contrary to the cliché scenes often depicted in novels, where characters whisper aimlessly, they sprang into action the moment Zhao Xiaoyu issued his command, swiftly embarking on the strategic design against the giant pangolin. Without a hint of doubt or hesitation, they diligently executed Zhao Xiaoyu's directives. As Zhao Xiaoyu maneuvered the deep crimson storm at high speed, he observed the response of his meticulously trained pilots, nodding in approval. 5 minutes later, a tall, dark-skinned ace pilot stepped forward as the representative to report on the tactics they had just formulated. Instructor, he began. After our thorough analysis and discussion, we have devised the following combat strategy. Considering that this creature is defensive in nature and possesses formidable resilience, it is likely that we cannot resolve the battle swiftly. Therefore, we recommend that you opt for long-range attacks. At a distance of 5 kilometers from the monster, we should activate the Mechas laser cannons and deliver a few shots to gauge the effectiveness. This will not only test the creature's defensive capabilities, but also allow us to identify potential vulnerabilities in its armor. As Zhao Xiaoyu listened, he nodded in satisfaction. Very good, he affirmed. The dark-skinned ace pilot continued his tactical report. Furthermore, based on our analysis, we speculate that the creature's weaknesses are likely located at its tail and abdomen. If we engage in close combat, we should prioritize attacking these areas. However, I must advise caution regarding the creature's powerful tail and the spikes on its back, as these are undoubtedly its most potent offensive features. Upon hearing their tactical response, Zhao Xiaoyu nodded with approval and praised, "Excellent, truly excellent. Your tactical approach is commendable, and I grant you full marks, for I share the same sentiments." As he spoke, Zhao Xiaoyu arrived at the collapsed and shattered highway service area, now merely 5 kilometers away. Through the sensors of the deep crimson storm, he could clearly see the rampaging giant pangolin. The beast writhed violently, its robust hooves repeatedly crushing sections of the highway. However, upon noticing the arrival of Zhao Xiaoyu in the deep crimson storm, the giant pangolin's enormous eyes instantly filled with bloodshot fury. With a deafening roar, it raised its massive head skyward, as if it had detected an intruder in its territory. The colossal creature rapidly advanced towards the deep crimson storm driven by Zhao Xiaoyu. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful limbs of the pangolin behemoth thudded against the ground, causing the earth to tremble. As the colossal creature strode by, it left a trail of deep, pockmarked craters in its wake. Even from a distance of 5 kilometers, Zhao Xiaoyu could sense the overwhelming fury radiating from the approaching pangolin beast. He knew that once it drew near, it would undoubtedly attempt to rend him to shreds. Yet, witnessing this scene, Zhao Xiaoyu merely smirked, dismissing the threat with nonchalance. "You wish to engage in close combat with me? Not a chance," he declared defiantly. With that, he pressed the red launch button for the laser cannon. As he executed his command, a robust, dark laser cannon emerged from the chest of the deep crimson storm. With a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, Zhao Xiaoyu prepared for the impending clash as the pangolin behemoth drew ever closer. Then, the air was filled with the sound of thunderous explosions. Chapter 150. Defeating the E-Class Pangolin Colossus, the colossal laser cannons of the Crimson Storm unleashed a tremendous display of power. With a resounding roar, 5 shots were fired, and the pangolin beast promptly collapsed amidst a swirling cloud of smoke and fire that engulfed its massive form. Even the helicopters circling above to capture the event were compelled to ascend to avoid the fallout. Upon witnessing this spectacle, countless viewers in the live stream transformed into a barrage of comments. Haha, although this tail-whipping monster appears somewhat fearsome, it pales in comparison to the super mechs of the Yin Nation. How utterly mundane. I was hoping for an up-close, bare-knuckle brawl between the mech and the monster. Instead, it was obliterated by 5 laser blasts. Alas, what a letdown. The monster is surely finished. We can clock out now. While this perspective seemed reasonable, an undercurrent of skepticism lingered among some. Come on, even though the monster has been vanquished, consider the immense cost of deploying this mech and firing 5 laser cannons. They might as well take a page from the Lighthouse Nation's playbook and opt for a missile strategy, much more economical and efficient. However, such vociferous criticisms soon fell silent for a simple reason. Moments later, a gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the billowing smoke. There lay the pangolin beast, curled up in a pit several meters deep, its massive limbs and head tightly coiled. Just as the haze lifted, it suddenly unfurled, releasing a thunderous roar that echoed through the skies. This earth-shattering cry silenced the keyboard warriors, who had been fervently typing their remarks. The pangolin colossus was furious, deeply enraged. How dare this adversary inflict such pain upon it? It vowed to tear its foe apart and smash it to pieces with the heavy mace at the end of its tail. Thus, it charged toward the Crimson Storm with even greater speed than before. Inside the cockpit, Zhao Xiaoyu furrowed his brow upon witnessing this scene. The defensive capabilities of this E-class beast were rather excessive. Just then, the voice of the young girl, Emily, chimed in. Esteemed Master, based on the combat data analysis from the previous engagement, this defensive pangolin colossus possesses a defensive level that could reach E or even D class. However, its weaknesses should be relatively easy to identify. Otherwise, it wouldn't be classified as merely an E-class beast. Hearing Emily's insightful analysis, Zhao Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. It appeared that the notion of lazily resolving the matter with laser cannons was no longer viable. Shaking his head, he closed the cannon's hatch. Since this was a defensive beast, and a rare E-class giant at that, it presented a perfect opportunity for him to hone his skills. In fact, Zhao Xiaoyu opted not to employ the Moonlight Blade, instead retrieving a steel knife from the back of the Crimson Storm as a backup weapon. At the very moment the colossal pangolin beast charged forth, Zhao Xiaoyu deftly maneuvered the Crimson Storm, its two massive mechanical arms gripping the alloy steel blade with unwavering determination. He aimed squarely at the creature's head, delivering a powerful downward strike. However, with a resounding clang, brilliant sparks erupted as the alloy steel blade was flung high into the air, while the pangolin beast remained utterly unscathed. Witnessing the creature's escalating fury as it bared its formidable maw to bite down on him, Zhao Xiaoyu let out a disdainful snort. The Crimson Storm raised its enormous foot and forcefully kicked the beast to the ground. Yet, the pangolin beast quickly regained its footing and lunged ferociously at the Crimson Storm. Caught off guard, Zhao Xiaoyu found himself toppled to the ground. Nonetheless, the resilience of the Crimson Storm was far beyond what the pangolin beast could hope to breach. Enraged, Zhao Xiaoyu swung the alloy steel blade, engaging the creature in a fierce battle. The clash between the mecha and the beast unfolded as a thrilling exchange, with neither side able to penetrate the other's defenses. The spectacle of combat became increasingly captivating, and even the citizens of Yin, who had harbored great confidence in the Crimson Storm, began to feel a twinge of concern. Given the current circumstances, it seemed uncertain whether the giant mecha could indeed secure victory over the beast. The outcome of the confrontation teetered on a knife's edge, almost a 50-50 proposition. Of course, this was primarily due to Zhao Xiaoyu's intent to hone his combat skills, treating the pangolin beast before him as a living target without any serious intent to harm. Otherwise, should he exert himself earnestly, this E-class monster could be dispatched with ease. Such considerations, however, were not for public discourse. In the livestream chat, the viewers erupted with fervor. Wow! Those who previously boasted that missiles could easily dispatch the creature, where are your voices now? Why are you not clamoring for missile strikes? Do you think missiles are effective against this pangolin beast? Let us not engage in futile arguments. They declared, if laser cannons cannot vanquish it, what makes you think missiles will succeed? The earlier proponents of the missile strategy, who had sought to undermine the mecha manufacturers, fell silent. Meanwhile, at the Western Military Command, 10 elite ace pilots watched intently as the Crimson Storm and the pangolin beast engaged in a fierce struggle. Though they were the cream of the crop, witnessing such a breathtaking battle made them sweat for Zhao Xiaoyu within the cockpit. Simultaneously, they racked their brains, contemplating how they would engage in combat had they been piloting the mecha themselves. The intense clash between the Crimson Storm and the pangolin beast persisted for nearly 20 minutes. At this juncture, Zhao Xiaoyu found the encounter rather lackluster. Despite the creature's formidable defense, its sluggish movement rendered it no match for him. Moreover, its vulnerabilities were glaringly apparent. A mere casual punch to its abdomen had elicited a pained howl from the beast, leaving no doubt that its belly was its Achilles heel. Thus, Zhao Xiaoyu sheathed the alloy steel blade at his back and drew forth the Moonlight Blade. He aimed at the rapidly swinging tail and, with a decisive flourish, slashed through. Swoosh! Thud! The Moonlight Blade effortlessly severed the tail of the enormous pangolin beast. The colossal meteor hammer's tail crashed to the ground. However, before the pangolin beast could register its pain and fury, Zhao Xiaoyu thrust his sword into the creature's abdomen, cleaving it in two. Thus, the E-grade pangolin beast met its demise. witnessing Zhao Xiaoyu piloting the Crimson Storm with precision and decisiveness to dispatch the monster. Viewers in the live stream erupted in thunderous cheers. Incredible! Our nation's giant mechs are invincible. Indeed, a formidable beast that even laser cannons failed to subdue was vanquished by our giant mech in just 2 strikes. Truly remarkable. Behold, the might of our great nation. Yet amidst the flurry of enthusiastic comments, one message captured the curiosity of countless viewers. Hey, everyone, stop chatting. Come and watch my live stream. The monsters from the Lighthouse Nation are proving to be quite a challenge. Chapter 151. The Battle of the Brown Bear Monster in Los Angeles. Countless netizens from the Inflamed Nation, prompted by the fervent shoutouts in the comment section, flocked to the opposing live stream to witness the spectacle. Upon entering the broadcast, Hao was astounded to discover that the claims made by the commenters were indeed accurate. The monstrous creature that had emerged in Los Angeles was astonishingly formidable. Towering at a staggering height of 100 meters, this beast, cloaked in a coat of brown fur, bore a striking resemblance to a colossal grizzly bear. The beast's muscular arms swung violently, toppling skyscrapers with relentless ferocity. Surrounding the chaos, dozens of combat helicopters circled above, intermittently firing cannon rounds at the beast's eyes in an attempt to distract it. Yet, the countless bullets ricocheted off the creature's body as if merely tickling it, inflicting no discernible damage. It was evident that this brown bear monster possessed remarkable defensive capabilities. The scattered remnants of massive missile casings strewn about the vicinity further corroborated the assertions made by the commenter in the live stream. Not long ago, the nation had undoubtedly deployed missiles against it. However, the creature continued to thrive, indicating that these missiles were utterly ineffective against the newly emerged monster. This revelation, however, did not surprise the Inflamed Nation's netizens who had just arrived to observe the unfolding drama. After all, the pangolin monster that Zhao Xiaoyu had recently vanquished had similarly withstood a barrage of laser cannon fire without being subdued. What truly excited, nay, rather dismayed, the viewers from the Inflamed Nation was the sight of the brown bear monster emerging from a spatial rift, directly at the periphery of the densely populated city of Los Angeles. In the brief interval that had passed, numerous citizens of Los Angeles had fallen victim to the creature, trampled and slain without mercy. In a desperate bid to prevent the beast from advancing into the city center and wreaking further havoc, several attack helicopters took turns bombarding the creature from above. Yet, even after 20 missiles had been unleashed, the brown bear monster remained unscathed. In a tragic turn of events, one helicopter, unable to evade in time, was struck down by a massive tree uprooted by the beast, exploding into a fiery ball. The citizens of Los Angeles were left in a state of shock and fury. How can such powerful missiles fail to annihilate this monster? They cried. Heavens! Who will come to our rescue? We must eliminate this terrifying beast. Witnessing this scene, the netizens of the Inflamed Nation blinked in unison. Then, as if on cue, they seized their keyboards and began typing fervently. Finally, we've encountered a monster that missiles cannot conquer. How foolish it must feel now. Whereas the so-called missile power, we have our formidable mech suits that can easily handle such tough-skinned beasts. Alas, there is no denying our formidable strength. Observing the jests of the netizens from the land of flames, the citizens of the Lighthouse Nation were incensed. Yet, the grim reality lay bare before them, leaving them momentarily bereft of any rebuttal. Thus, the populace, stifled by their indignation, channeled their wrath towards the battlefield where the monstrous creature had emerged, unleashing a barrage of firepower. Damn it! No amount of missiles can vanquish this beast. What a waste! They lamented. What are the officials in the Ministry of Defense and the military doing? If a mere 30 fighter jets cannot subdue this monster, then dispatch more immediately. Why linger foolishly, jeopardizing the precious lives and resources of taxpayers? Meanwhile, within the hallowed halls of the Pentagon, Lord Pierce had already received alarming reports. 30 fighter jets, fully armed with missiles, had exhausted their payload without making any impact on the creature at Wansenji. In a fit of rage and fear, he bellowed, "Send support immediately. Dispatch not 30, but 50 fighter jets. Obliterate that monster." In response to Lord Pierce's command, 50 missile-laden fighter jets swiftly ascended towards the battlefield at Wansenji. On the ground, the situation had escalated. The ammunition of several fighter jets had been depleted, and they were just ordered to return for resupply. Consequently, the formidable brown bear creature, now unimpeded by aerial deterrents, advanced towards the city center of Luan-Sinji, wreaking havoc along its path. Buildings, both residential and towering, crumbled beneath its massive feet. As if they were mere toys, countless citizens of the Lighthouse Nation fled in terror. 5 minutes later, the second wave of 50 fighter jets arrived just in time to halt the creature's advance. The pilots, having learned from their predecessors' missteps, maintained a safe distance of 5 kilometers. Launching missiles from afar, the 50 jets unleashed a total of 300 missiles within a minute, all striking the brown bear creature with devastating precision. Despite its formidable defenses, the beast was finally wounded, blood streaming from its injuries. However, though hurt, the brown bear creature was not mortally wounded. In pain, it let out a fearsome roar and, in a fit of fury, seized 2 overturned cars from the roadside, hurling them towards the fighter jets several kilometers away. Boom, boom. In an instant, 2 fighter jets were engulfed in flames, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught. Witnessing this unforeseen calamity, the remaining jets hastily retreated to a safer distance. Soon, the air became charged with tension. The second wave of fighter jets dispatched for reinforcement received orders to return for ammunition replenishment. Meanwhile, the third batch, comprising a formidable 100 aircraft, was hastily making its way to the scene. Witnessing the diminutive assailants that had caused it harm retreat, the brown bear monstrosity became even more infuriated. In a mere moment, the rampaging creature nearly obliterated half of Luosanji. At this juncture, the beast had reached a medium-sized fuel depot. Fixating on the gasoline before it, the creature momentarily set aside its destruction and seized the massive fuel line, voraciously consuming it. At that very moment, the 100 incoming fighter jets arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, they unleashed their payload of missiles with remarkable swiftness. Following a barrage of 600 missiles, the brown bear monstrosity, which had been greedily guzzling gasoline, finally succumbed. Although this skirmish concluded with a victory for the Lighthouse Nation, the once thriving Luosanji now lay in ruins. With much of the city reduced to rubble, the medium-sized fuel station bore countless craters from missile bombardments, while buildings lay crushed beneath the beast's reckless rampage, and the remains of the monstrous adversary scattered nearby, reduced to a gruesome pulp. This harrowing scene was captured by hovering helicopters, disseminating the footage across various nations of Blue Star. Chapter 152. The gratuitous provision of mecha technology. The scene of the colossal brown bear monster battling in the fallen 3 bases of the Lighthouse Nation has reverberated throughout the nations of Blue Star. Initially, netizens from various countries expressed their astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness! How can the monster from the Lighthouse Nation withstand such a barrage of missiles?" And indeed, no matter how formidable a creature may be, it will ultimately be reduced to nothing by missiles. Fortunately, they mused, such a defensively robust monster had not appeared in our beloved nation. However, the fervor surrounding the Lighthouse Nation's brown bear monsters soon dissipated, as equally formidable E-class monsters began to emerge in countries such as Great Japan, the beloved nation, and the corrupt nation, among others. These nations, having followed the Lighthouse Nation's lead, opted for a missile strategy against the monsters. Initially, they underestimated the situation, deploying merely a dozen fighter jets to launch a simultaneous strike of 10 missiles. This meager assault proved ineffective against the E-class monsters, merely provoking their wrath. Having witnessed the power of the E-class monsters firsthand, the forces of Great Japan, the corrupt nation, and the beloved nation found their fighter jets almost entirely obliterated. Furthermore, as the E-class monsters unleashed their fury, these nations were left defenseless, suffering unparalleled losses. Post-conflict statistics revealed that the number of civilians who perished directly due to the rampage of the E-class monsters reached no less than 5 figures. After a prolonged period of devastation wrought by these E-class monsters, these countries finally emulated the Lighthouse Nation, dispatching no fewer than 100 fighter jets. Ultimately, after a relentless bombardment of nearly 1,000 missiles, they managed to vanquish the monsters. However, the toll taken was exceedingly grievous. In comparison, including the Lighthouse Nation, the effort to eliminate the E-class monsters involved the expenditure of thousands of missiles, along with the loss of at least a dozen fighter jets and pilots. Each nation suffered civilian casualties numbering in the tens of thousands, not to mention the collateral damage inflicted on urban property by the E-class monsters. In stark contrast, the mechas produced by the Flame Nation effortlessly dealt with the E-class monsters, even achieving knockouts with minimal casualties. It was only at this juncture that the citizens abroad began to realize the sagacity of the Flame Nation's decisions. Consequently, protests erupted, calling for an urgent shift towards mecha production, as the monsters now posed an overwhelming threat, rendering missiles ineffective. Indeed, although the mecha from the Flame Nation may be costly, it proves invaluable in critical moments. They rallied, urging their nations to emulate the Flame Nation's mecha manufacturing. In an instant, the online discourse shifted dramatically. Those who had previously derided the Flame Nation's mecha initiative as a foolish and misguided decision were now fervently anticipating the adoption of similar measures by their own countries. One can also learn from the illustrious Yen Nation, crafting formidable giant mechs. Upon witnessing this, netizens within Yen Nation were overjoyed. Haha, our little genius from Yen Nation is indeed remarkable. The mechs they have created are truly impressive. Indeed, I always believed that our little genius's mech production would prove invaluable. To the user with the ID drifting grass, I recall your previous claims where you derided our little genius's decision to construct mechs as foolish. Brother, your memory serves you well. I was mistaken. In truth, it is I who was foolish to question our little genius. Meanwhile, in the Central District Office, the secretary approached the head of the department. Reporting, Leader, we have just received calls for assistance from Baatai Nation and Grey Bear Nation. They wish to construct giant mechs and hope to receive our support. The leader pondered briefly before instructing the secretary, respond to them immediately. Inform them that Yen Nation will dispatch technicians to assist them in the mech production process. Noticing the secretary's hesitance, the leader smiled warmly and declared, proceed as I have directed. Relay my intentions. Aside from the core technology of controllable nuclear fusion, we shall generously provide all other mech manufacturing technologies to Baatai Nation and Grey Bear Nation. I believe that even mechs constructed with fission technology will suffice to combat ordinary monsters. Upon hearing that the mechs offered would utilize nuclear fission technology, the secretary felt a sense of relief and promptly communicated with Grey Bear Nation and Baatai Nation. However, shortly thereafter, the secretary returned to the leader, visibly troubled, and stated, Leader, we have just received calls from Dari Nation and Pengzi Nation. They too are seeking our assistance, hoping we can extend the same generous support as we did for Baatai and Grey Bear Nations. The leader nodded and inquired, what about the other nations? There has been no response from them yet, the secretary replied. The leader scoffed, how audacious of them to make such requests. How did Dari Nation invade us in the past? How did Pengzi Nation impose a technological blockade upon us? Now they have the audacity to shamelessly request our mech technology? They are merely dreaming. After a moment's hesitation, the secretary asked, Leader, shall I respond to them in this manner? The leader chuckled heartily. Do not be so blunt. We must decline with tact. Simply inform them that our technicians are insufficient. The secretary, enlightened by this guidance, nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, in the Lighthouse Nation, within the octagonal Black Palace, a dozen elderly gentlemen with graying hair and thick glasses convened. These individuals are the nation's foremost tactical and weaponry experts. After an intense discussion, the experts ultimately recommended. Subsequently, there is a pressing need to augment the potency of our missiles and to diversify their types. Moreover, tactical innovations have been customized, such as the implementation of concussion bombs, in conjunction with incendiary and armor-piercing munitions. This strategic amalgamation will facilitate the engagement of formidable adversaries possessing robust defenses. Upon hearing this, Lord Pierce nodded in approval and remarked, Let us proceed accordingly. All major Air Force bases in the Lighthouse Nation shall be equipped with a variety of missiles. Additionally, please prepare for a press conference. Half an hour later, Lord Pierce appeared punctually at the press conference. Esteemed citizens of the Lighthouse Nation and friends from around the globe, we shall learn from the lessons imparted by this recent encounter with a formidable adversary. In future confrontations with such resilient beasts, we have devised a new strategy, the coordinated assault using a diverse array of missiles. This approach will undoubtedly enable us to eliminate these monsters with ease. As Pierce spoke, a smile graced his face. Facing the multitude of cameras, he suddenly proclaimed, And let me take this opportunity to announce, the Lighthouse Nation will continue to offer various types of missiles for sale. We invite our international friends to procure them promptly. Exceptional quality at competitive prices, and bulk purchases will yield even greater benefits. Chapter 153, The Collective Mobilization of Crimson Storms No. 1 and No. 2. The entire Blue Planet is captivated by the press conference held by the Lighthouse Nation. However, Pierce's comical antics during the advertisement segment elicit chuckles from the audience. Yet, his remarks during the conference, combined with the closing advertisement, yield surprisingly positive results. Initially, the citizens of various nations, having witnessed the formidable defenses of the E-class monsters, harbored doubts and concerns regarding the missile strategy. However, after listening to Pierce's insightful analysis, they suddenly find his arguments compelling. It is well known that the power of missiles is indisputable, although the losses were somewhat substantial. It was ultimately through the deployment of thousands of missiles that such a formidable creature was vanquished. As Pierce articulated, maximizing effectiveness through a combination of different missile types indeed proves to be a viable strategy. Even with the expenditure of thousands of missiles, the cost remains relatively modest, around 10 million lighthouse coins at most. By this reckoning, the missile strategy appears far more appealing. Nations should certainly consider procuring a diverse array of missiles from the lighthouse nation, allowing for thorough experimentation and analysis of various missile combinations. This approach is significantly more advantageous than the exorbitant costs associated with Mechas, which can reach hundreds of billions of Yinghua coins, over 10 billion lighthouse coins in equivalent value. It seems prudent for one's nation to earnestly study the strategies of the lighthouse nation and steadfastly commit to the missile approach. Indeed, this time, an increased procurement is essential. After all, there is no need for the nation to mobilize resources for mech construction, especially as reports suggest that Yinghua is on the verge of commencing the construction of a third mech. What an extravagant expenditure that would be. One cannot fathom the rationale behind Yinghua's decisions. Amidst this fervent discussion, a fortnight has elapsed. The rare piece of good news is that, during this period of calm, no monsters have emerged across the blue planet. This has led many citizens to speculate that the previously encountered formidable E-class monsters may have been the last of their kind. However, the high-ranking officials from numerous nations do not share such optimism. Presently, an analysis conducted by researchers studying monsters from Yinghua lies before Zhao Xiaoyu. This analysis indicates that the prior frequency of monster appearances was approximately once every 2 weeks. Yet, since the emergence of the E-class monsters, there have been no further sightings. Nevertheless, the energy emanating from the space-time rift and dark matter remains substantial, suggesting that monsters will inevitably return. Moreover, based on the researchers' projections, should monsters appear again, they are likely to be exceedingly powerful. Zhao Xiaoyu remains non-committal on this matter. No matter how formidable the monsters may be, he is resolute in ensuring that they do not return unscathed. Another week passes, and a piece of good news arrives. The second giant mech, Crimson Storm No. 2, has been completed. Consequently, Zhao Xiaoyu selects one of the 10 elite pilots, who has demonstrated the fastest learning progress, to join him. The fortunate soldier chosen by Zhao Xiaoyu is named Qi Biao. Qi Biao, the skilled pilot who had previously reported tactics to Zhao Xiaoyu, was soon on his way with him to conduct practical exercises with the colossal mech, Crimson Storm 2. In the envious gazes of the other 9 ace pilots, it was evident that Qi Biao was not merely an exceptional pilot. Within just 3 days, he had mastered the operation of the gigantic mech. Of course, this achievement was largely attributed to Zhao Xiaoyu's diligent guidance. On the expansive training ground, Qi Biao was energetically executing tactical maneuvers in Crimson Storm 2, and Zhao Xiaoyu nodded in satisfaction at the sight. In a mere 3 days, Qi Biao had become proficient in piloting the mech and had begun to master some complex tactical movements. What remained was for him to gain combat experience against the monstrous adversaries. As Zhao Xiaoyu pondered these thoughts, a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the base, prompting all personnel to spring into action. Moments later, he received a communication from Commander Wei at the command center. Xiaoyu, we have a new report. Energy fluctuations have been detected at the spatial rift located 30 kilometers north of the base. Additionally, similar disturbances have emerged in Xiguang province, 100 kilometers away. Upon hearing that 2 locations were experiencing simultaneous disturbances, Zhao Xiaoyu furrowed his brow. Dealing with 2 monsters at once could prove challenging. Commander Wei assigned Zhao Xiaoyu a task. Xiaoyu, immediately pilot Crimson Storm to the site 30 kilometers north to handle that monster. I will arrange for Crimson Storm 2 to respond to the spatial fluctuations 100 kilometers away. Nodding in agreement, Zhao Xiaoyu recognized the necessity of this situation, as it would serve as a test of Qi Biao's training. After brief instructions to Qi Biao via the communicator, Zhao Xiaoyu hastened towards the anomalous disturbance. On the way, he instructed the young girl, Emily, please keep a close watch on the situation in Shiguan province, relaying all developments to me. As you command. My dear master, she replied dutifully. 20 minutes later, Zhao Xiaoyu arrived at his destination just in time to witness a towering creature emerging from the spatial rift. Even larger than Crimson Storm. Staring at the monstrous figure, he exclaimed, "Goodness! An enhanced version of Godzilla?" In that moment of astonishment, Emily relayed her findings about the creature to Zhao Xiaoyu. This monster is at least classified as E-level, standing 113 meters tall and weighing 300 tons. Based on current information, it appears to possess a balanced attribute development. Zhao Xiaoyu nodded thoughtfully and subsequently inquired about the situation at the space-time rift, located 100 kilometers away. Upon hearing his question, the young girl, Emily, swiftly transmitted the synchronized visuals from the other battlefield, revealing the scene to him. As Zhao Xiaoyu gazed at the footage, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. The monstrous creature visible on screen was covered in long, dark fur, resembling an enormous rodent, a grotesque behemoth reminiscent of a mouse magnified 1,000-fold. Moreover, it possessed the unsettling ability to burrow into the ground, much like a rat. However, there was a silver lining. Such creatures typically bore low offensive capabilities. Thus, Zhao Xiaoyu promptly communicated with the command center via his communicator, instructing them to ensure that the fighter jets held the beast at bay until Crimson Storm No. 2 could arrive. He assured them that he would resolve his own battle as swiftly as possible and join them immediately thereafter. Having relayed his directives, Zhao Xiaoyu ended the transmission. Unbeknownst to him, the Godzilla-like monster he was about to confront would prove far more formidable than he had anticipated. Chapter 154. The Ascendance of the Rodent Behemoth. After providing a brief report to the command center, Zhao Xiaoyu wasted no time. He piloted the Crimson Tempest straight towards the colossal Godzilla. At that moment, Godzilla had clearly sensed the presence of the Crimson Tempest. With a fearsome roar, it lunged ferociously at the machine. In the next instant, the two titans collided for the first time. With a thunderous crash, Godzilla was knocked onto its back by the impact. However, the ferocity of Godzilla's assault caused the Crimson Tempest to lose its balance, staggering backward several steps before kneeling on one knee. Under the crushing weight of Godzilla's towering form, the Crimson Tempest found itself at a disadvantage. As Godzilla rose with a furious roar, it swung its massive arms once more toward the Crimson Tempest. Zhao Xiaoyu, however, had no intention of engaging in a prolonged battle with the beast before him. 100 kilometers away, the rodent behemoth still posed a threat. Although the Crimson Tempest too had rushed to the scene, Zhao Xiaoyu remained uneasy about Qi Biao's lack of real combat experience against such formidable creatures. In a flash, Zhao Xiaoyu pressed the button for the laser cannon. Boom! A dazzling beam shot forth towards Godzilla. Yet, in a critical moment, Godzilla's enormous tail swung in front of its colossal head. With a resounding crash, the tail deflected the laser attack effortlessly. Zhao Xiaoyu, unfazed by this turn of events, commanded the Crimson Tempest to unleash its right hand, summoning the ethereal moonlight blade. With a swift motion, he severed Godzilla's tail with a clean slice. Godzilla let out a pained howl, fury igniting within it. Its eyes glowed crimson, the rage quickly spreading to the armored plates along its spine. As the blood-red hue blazed into a brilliant white light, Zhao Xiaoyu's brow furrowed in alarm. Could it be an atomic breath? At that moment, a warning from the little girl, Emily, echoed in his ear. Master, please take heed. The creature opposite has gathered a substantial amount of energy on its back. The energy level has reached D class and is still increasing. Most importantly, our mech has been locked onto, leaving us unable to evade its impending attack. Upon hearing Emily's analysis, Zhao Xiaoyu understood the gravity of the situation. This was undoubtedly an atomic breath, or at the very least, an attack akin to it. There was no escaping the lock-on. As Godzilla's maw widened, it seemed as though an impending cataclysmic strike was imminent, leaving him with nowhere to hide. But did he truly believe he was powerless in such a scenario? A smile unexpectedly graced Zhao Xiaoyu's lips. The Crimson Storm abruptly withdrew the moonlight blade as the massive mechanical foot took a decisive step to the right. Two robust arms seized a millennia-old tree, its trunk measuring a staggering 10 meters in diameter, effortlessly uprooting it. With a motion akin to a fierce slam dunk, the Crimson Storm raised the ancient tree high, directing it towards the gaping maw of Godzilla, poised to unleash a terrifying atomic breath. With a forceful thrust, the tree was plunged into the creature's mouth. Initially furious, Godzilla intended to obliterate this infernal metal contraption with its atomic breath. However, the energy beam that erupted was thwarted by the tree lodged deep within its jaws. A thunderous explosion ensued, and in the midst of Godzilla's panicked gaze, an immensely powerful energy sphere detonated within its cavernous mouth. Thus, the colossal beast met its demise. Following this, Zhao Xiaoyu utilized his communicator to instruct the command center to arrange for the cleanup of Godzilla's remains. Once this was settled, he set his sights on the second battlefield, 100 kilometers away, and hastened there without delay. En route to provide support, the young girl Emily relayed video footage from the second site to Zhao Xiaoyu. Upon viewing it, his heart sank, for the situation at the second battlefield was equally dire. In the province of Shiguang, where the rat beast had emerged, Crimson Storm II, wielding the moonlight blade, relentlessly pursued the creature. Yet, the rat beast was exceedingly elusive, always managing to burrow into the ground just before being struck by the blade. As the mechanical arms of Crimson Storm II continued their sweeping motions, they could do nothing but stare in frustration at the hole it had disappeared into. This was not the end of the ordeal. Instead of remaining hidden, the rat beast frequently launched surprise attacks from behind, beneath, and beside Crimson Storm II, leaving its pilot, Chi Biao, in a state of disarray. The creature's rapid movements, escaping, burrowing, and ambushing, rendered the pilot overwhelmed. Despite this, the exceptional defensive capabilities of Crimson Storm II meant that although the rat beast managed to evade and strike repeatedly, it could not breach the mech's formidable protections. As the battle wore on, Chi Biao remained steadfast. Yet the rat beast grew weary of this monotonous game of cat and mouse. After 30 minutes of relentless confrontation, it finally retreated underground, ceasing its attacks altogether. Crimson Storm II, initially in pursuit, was left in a state of bewilderment, for without the rat beast's emergence, it was impossible to locate the adversary. However, just 5 minutes later, the colossal rodent was discovered by a helicopter that circled endlessly above. At that moment, the gigantic mouse had inexplicably appeared at a gas station 10 kilometers away. After wreaking havoc on the structures surrounding the gas station, the creature nestled beside a pipeline, clutching it with its paws and drinking voraciously. Upon receiving the helicopter's report regarding the location of the monstrous rodent, Chi Biao promptly maneuvered the Crimson Storm II towards the gas station, now under the rodent's dominion. Simultaneously, Zhao Xiaoyu, while deftly steering the Crimson Storm at a rapid pace, pondered strategies to confront this slippery foe. This colossal rodent was exceedingly cunning and elusive. Although its defensive capabilities were certainly weak, and a mere stroke of the moonlight blade would suffice to vanquish it, capturing this elusive creature proved to be an insurmountable challenge. However, just as they were about to arrive at the gas station, a spark of inspiration suddenly illuminated Zhao Xiaoyu's mind. Eureka! Chapter 155, Strategies to Combat the Rodent Behemoth Currently. Nations across the Blue Planet are united in their most pressing endeavor: how to confront the invasion of monstrous creatures. The participation is nearly universal, with every country mobilizing resources to address the emergence of these beasts and the subsequent efforts to eradicate them. The nation of Yen is no exception. Thus, the spectacle of Zhao Xiaoyu piloting the Crimson Storm to vanquish Godzilla, alongside the footage of Crimson Storm II engaging the rodent behemoth, has been witnessed in vivid detail by the citizens of Yen. As soon as the Godzilla creature made its appearance, the hearts of the populace seemed to collectively ascertain that this monstrous entity would not last long against Zhao Xiaoyu and his Crimson Storm. Indeed, this proved to be the case. However, the emergence of the rodent behemoth on another battlefield has elicited a sense of frustration, as its elusive nature poses a significant challenge. This creature evades direct confrontation, opting instead to burrow underground and launch surprise attacks. Consequently, the agitated populace has been brainstorming fervently to devise a means of swiftly eliminating this troublesome rodent behemoth. This wretched creature is infuriating. We should deploy flamethrowers to incinerate it, they exclaimed. Yet, it was evident that flames would not suffice. The thin oxygen levels below would hinder the spread of fire, preventing it from catching up with the rodent behemoth. Then let us wield a colossal hammer to crush it. As soon as it dares to surface, we shall smash this beast to pieces. Do you think this is merely a game of whack-a-mole? Came a retort. Once the rodent behemoth burrows underground, it disappears without a trace. What good would a hammer do? It would only serve to strike emptiness. Another suggested, what if we devised an enormous, specialized rodent trap to capture it? Once ensnared, We could prepare it any way we desire. A burst of laughter ensued. Think before you speak. Have you not seen how the rodent behemoth outmaneuvers even the giant mechs? This creature clearly possesses extraordinary intelligence. What kind of trap could possibly ensnare it? Frustration mounted as they grappled with the dilemma. Meanwhile, at the Southwest Command Center, Commander Wei and the high-ranking military officials, including the remaining 9 elite pilots trained by Zhao Xiaoyu, were engaged in earnest discussions regarding strategies to counter the elusive rodent behemoth. Yet, despite their fervent deliberations, they found themselves at an impasse. Just as despair loomed over the assembly, the clear voice of Zhao Xiaoyu resonated through the command center. I have a plan to deal with the rodent behemoth. Please heed my instructions. Immediately prepare 1,000 tons of crude oil. Once ready, transport it to the large fueling station located 6 kilometers from the rodent behemoth. Furthermore, instruct the fighter jets to arm themselves with ground-penetrating missiles and armor-piercing rounds, remaining on standby near the fueling station for my command. Zhao Xiaoyu's directives were articulated with precision. Thus, everyone within the command post heard clearly. However, could such simple measures truly confront the infernal behemoth of a rat? Before anyone could pose a question, Zhao Xiaoyu terminated the communication device. Commander Wei pondered for a moment before commencing the deployment as instructed by Zhao Xiaoyu. Although Commander Wei was uncertain of how Zhao Xiaoyu intended to tackle the monstrous rat, he had unwavering faith in the methods of Zhao Xiaoyu, who had repeatedly performed miracles. The execution of the plan proceeded smoothly under Commander Wei's direct supervision. Before long, 1,000 tons of crude oil were transported by helicopter to the designated large fueling station indicated by Zhao Xiaoyu. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyu, piloting the Crimson Storm, awaited their arrival. Upon seeing the oil in place, Zhao Xiaoyu maneuvered the Crimson Storm beside the crude oil and subsequently powered down the cockpit. At this point, the Crimson Storm had transformed into a silent hunk of metal. Zhao Xiaoyu then instructed the command post via the communication device to immediately evacuate all personnel from the fueling station, ensuring they retreated at least 10 kilometers away. I require those fighter jets to maintain a distance of 20 kilometers from the fueling station while circling in readiness. After relaying his orders, Zhao Xiaoyu switched the communication device to Crimson Storm No. 2. Qi Biao, your next task is to pilot Crimson Storm No. 2 and drive the rat behemoth towards this location. However, do not press too closely. Maintain a distance that keeps it neither too far nor too near, ensuring it does not halt or wander off. Completing his instructions, Zhao Xiaoyu transmitted the position of the large fueling station to Qi Biao. Upon receiving Zhao Xiaoyu's orders, Qi Biao immediately became invigorated and, following Zhao Xiaoyu's directives, charged toward the rat behemoth, creating a tremendous racket to capture its attention. Having arranged all these details, Zhao Xiaoyu reconnected to the command post communication device and elaborated on his plan. Through data analysis, it was revealed that these monsters emerging from the temporal rifts have a penchant for occupying fueling stations and consuming gasoline. This indicates their affinity for such substances, which simplifies matters considerably. To these creatures, gasoline is akin to barbecued meat, while crude oil represents raw meat. Naturally, these beasts are inclined towards the scent of flesh, making them even more eager to consume raw meat. Thus, I instructed everyone to prepare crude oil as bait. As Zhao Xiaoyu spoke, he monitored the movements of the rat behemoth, noting that Qi Biao was effectively executing his task, gradually herding the rat behemoth towards the large fueling station. Nodding in satisfaction, Zhao Xiaoyu continued to articulate his plan, recognizing that the forthcoming stages would necessitate cooperation from the command post, thereby requiring him to convey his strategy in detail to all involved. My deep Crimson Storm vehicle came to a halt beside the crude oil that you had just placed. When the colossal rodent approaches to drink the oil, I will unleash a barrage directly at it. This beast shall undoubtedly be unable to evade my assault. Even if it survives my laser cannon, I surmise that this cowardly creature will not dare confront me head-on. It will surely seek an opportunity to retreat underground. At that moment, we will need the fighter jets stationed on the periphery to rush to our aid. All the penetrating and explosive ordnance within the cabin will be unleashed. Even if we do not obliterate this beast, the collective detonation of so many missiles will surely disorient it. And this encapsulates my entire strategy. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's plan, the eyes of everyone in the command center sparkled with intrigue. This plan is indeed feasible. The only variable may be whether the colossal rodent will be lured by the crude oil. After a moment of silence, Commander Wei suddenly spoke, ordering the deployment of an additional 50 fighter jets, laden with armor-piercing and explosive munitions, to stand by in close proximity for support. Chapter 156. Bait near a large gas station, 1,000 tons of crude oil stood silently. Helicopters and fighter jets departed in succession, heading to their designated locations to await further instructions. Zhao Xiaoyu observed the surrounding area fall into a profound silence, with the faintest sound of a falling needle perceptible. He gently closed his eyes, beginning to await the unfolding events. Everything had been meticulously arranged. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for the trap to spring. However, Zhao Xiaoyu did not have to wait long. A message from Qi Biao reached his ears. Report, Instructor. The operation is proceeding smoothly. The giant rodent has been successfully herded to the vicinity of the large gas station and is expected to arrive at the designated location in 1 minute. Upon hearing Qi Biao's report, Zhao Xiaoyu imperceptibly nodded and replied softly, Excellent, continue as planned. Also, refrain from contacting me until the battle concludes. Qi Biao, piloting the Crimson Storm II, paused momentarily but then nodded vigorously, affirming his compliance with the command. He continued to drive the giant rodent forward as per Zhao Xiaoyu's orders. A minute later, the enormous head of the rodent emerged from a pit situated 100 meters from the gas station. Its sharp nose quivered incessantly, seemingly straining to catch a whiff of something. Suddenly, the rodent's round, dark eyes glimmered with intensity as though it had discovered a new world, charging ahead like a whirlwind. Unquestionably, the rodent had caught scent of the 1,000 tons of crude oil prepared in advance. The bait was set. Yet, just 10 meters away from the crude oil, the rodent abruptly halted, tilting its head in curiosity. It gazed at the massive iron object beside the oil with a look of puzzlement. This creature, it felt strangely familiar. Indeed, it bore a resemblance to the large entity that had previously toyed with it. Fixating on the iron object for a moment, the rodent soon realized that this hunk of metal posed no threat whatsoever. With a dismissive shake of its colossal head, the rodent's sharp nose began to twitch once more. This time, it approached the mountain of crude oil without hesitation. It was remarkable that even from miles away, it had caught a whiff of this delectable treat. If it weren't for the irresistible allure of the oil, the clumsy giant pursuing it would never have been able to catch up. At that moment, the rodent found itself engulfed in an ocean of enticing crude oil. Its massive claws seized a barrel of oil, crushing it with vigor in its jaws. Gulping down the contents, it reveled in the delightful sensation. The rodent continued to seize barrels of oil with its claws, incessantly stuffing its mouth. For a fleeting moment, it was lost in sheer ecstasy. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyu in the cockpit of the Crimson Storm quietly observed the giant rodent indulging in its feast of crude oil, showing no urgency to intervene. The colossal rodent, engrossed in its indulgence of crude oil, remained oblivious to the fact that it was gradually approaching the imposing iron structure nearby. It failed to notice the ominous cannon, glowing faintly from the hollow at its chest. Observing the creature's movements with keen attention, Zhao Xiaoyu felt a surge of confidence. Through the communicator, he commanded, All fighter jets, converge on my location and prepare for engagement. After a brief interval of approximately 30 seconds, the ravenous rodent continued its feast, resembling a famished wolf. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Zhao Xiaoyu's mouth as he swiftly activated the mech and pressed the button for the red laser cannon. Suddenly, the colossal rodent, entranced by its meal, perceived the iron structure stirring beside it, triggering an overwhelming sense of peril that coursed through its body. A flicker of terror ignited in its bulging eyes, and it abandoned its delectable feast, desperate to burrow into the ground and escape. Alas, it was too late. The rodent had already prepared a tunnel, but had yet to burrow inside. In the next moment, a brilliant beam from the laser cannon struck, followed by a thunderous explosion that echoed the rodent's anguished cries. Subsequently, it was engulfed by a thick cloud of smoke. Moments later, a gentle breeze dispersed the haze, and Zhao Xiaoyu silently acknowledged the expected outcome. Such E-class monsters could not be effortlessly subdued by mere energy cannons. Even this rodent, known for its formidable abilities yet weak defenses, proved to be a challenge. As the smoke cleared, the rodent appeared disheveled, its fur marred by countless wounds, blood seeping from its body. One of its right legs was visibly shattered, contorting in an awkward manner, while its once agile tail had been blown away. Gushing blood from its base, Fury ignited within the rodent's eyes, yet, displaying remarkable intelligence, it refrained from confronting the deep crimson storm head-on. Instead, it leaped into the freshly excavated hole and burrowed underground, evidently conceding and preparing to flee. Just as the rodent's silhouette vanished into the tunnel, the immense power of the laser cannon had inadvertently ignited the crude oil piled nearby, resulting in an explosive inferno engulfing the ground at the fuel station. However, for the deep crimson storm, such temperatures and explosions were trivial, causing negligible damage, merely a slight reduction in energy defenses. Suddenly, a cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted as the awaiting fleet of fighter jets arrived promptly. Observing their arrival, Zhao Xiaoyu remained stationary within the deep crimson storm, refraining from further action, and instead issued orders to the newly arrived squadron. Target the vicinity of the gas station with relentless bombardment. As Zhao Xiaoyu's command echoed, hundreds of fighter jets circled ominously above the expansive fuel depot. Inside their holds, an abundance of armor-piercing and penetrating munitions were unleashed with reckless abandon. The air reverberated with the thunderous cacophony of explosions, a relentless symphony of destruction. These missiles were formidable, and with wave after wave striking the earth, the ground was ruthlessly plowed time and again. In mere moments, the terrain was gouged to depths exceeding a meter. The inferno ignited by the crude oil was, astonishingly, extinguished beneath the onslaught of these penetrating projectiles. For a full 5 minutes, over 100 fighter jets, laden with specially designed missiles, unleashed their fury upon the gas station. Only when their arsenal was entirely expended did Zhao Xiaoyu signal for the ammunition-less aircraft to depart. Chapter 157. Successfully defeating the E-class rodent beast. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of over 300 subterranean missiles and more than 300 armor-piercing projectiles erupted into the air, striking near the ground where the rodent beast had burrowed. The tremendous cacophony resonated for several minutes before gradually subsiding. Although the 100 fighter jets had expended all their missiles and departed, the heavy smoke and flames resulting from the bombardment lingered in the air, thick and persistent. At that moment, only Zhao Xiaoyu's Crimson Storm stood silently at the scene, while Qi Biao's Crimson Storm too sped towards it, eager to discover the outcome of the recent attack. Qi Biao was desperate to know the results of the bombardment. This rodent beast was infuriatingly elusive. He had intended to showcase his skills in piloting the Crimson Storm too, but instead, he encountered this insufferable creature, which was utterly repulsive. Even if faced with a monster 100 times stronger than this rodent beast, Qi Biao would prefer to avoid combat with such a detestable foe. Thus, he rushed over, anxious to witness the fate of that wretched rodent after the onslaught. It was not only Qi Biao who was keen to learn the results of the battle. In the temporary command center, high-ranking officials, led by Commander Wei, eagerly anticipated the outcome of the bombardment. The nation had consistently pursued a strategy of utilizing mechs to combat monsters, without deliberately manufacturing missiles. The hundreds of specialized missiles just used were part of Commander Wei's stockpile. If these had proven ineffective against the rodent beast, it would be nearly impossible to gather more specialized missiles in the near future, leaving even Commander Wei at a loss. Moreover, countless citizens of the nation were curious and concerned about the battle's outcome. After all, the Crimson Storm too had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by the rodent beast. And if the recent laser cannon ambush, combined with the hundreds of specialized missiles, failed to eliminate the creature, the situation would be dire. They could not simply charge into battle against the monster themselves, after all. However, Zhao Xiaoyu paid no mind to their thoughts, for he had already received data from the little girl, Emily, indicating that the rodent beast had indeed sustained injuries from his laser cannon. Although it had successfully burrowed underground to escape, it had paid a painful price, losing its tail and suffering a broken right leg. As the once formidable rodent beast, now limping and tailless, hid underground, its eyes gleamed with vengeful intent, plotting to recuperate and seek revenge against the treacherous metal contraption. Yet, reality proved far harsher than its aspirations. Just as the rodent beast contemplated its plans for retribution, a violent explosion erupted from the ground beneath it. Followed by a series of detonations, the unsuspecting creature was rendered dazed and disoriented by the blasts. After a while, the smoke dissipated, revealing the missile having plowed the ground of the large fueling station. The once formidable giant rat beast now lay half-buried in the earth, its head and 2 claws exposed to the sunlight, motionless. It was evident that the recent barrage of attacks had proven effective. The slippery, giant rat beast had been rendered unconscious. Zhao Xiaoyu, witnessing this, did not dilly-dally as characters in dramas often do, allowing the antagonist a chance to turn the tables. Instead, he promptly piloted the Crimson Storm and strode confidently towards the incapacitated giant rat beast. Zhao Xiaoyu drew the moonlight blade, and with a swift motion, the Crimson Storm struck. With a resounding thud, the softly glowing moonlight blade pierced through the giant rat beast's head as if it were tofu. Thus, the giant rat beast met its demise. At that moment, Qi Biao also arrived, piloting Crimson Storm 2. Zhao Xiaoyu's communicator crackled to life with Qi Biao's apologetic voice. "I'm sorry, instructor. I couldn't take down the giant rat beast, and you had to intervene." Zhao Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, smiled reassuringly. "It's all right, Qi Biao. You've done well to reach this point." This giant rat beast was simply more formidable than others, with both its attack and defense rated at F level. However, its speed and intelligence were E level. Overall, this giant rat beast was undoubtedly an E level monster. After listening to Zhao Xiaoyu's analysis and encouragement, Qi Biao seemed to feel a bit lighter in spirit. Nonetheless, he silently vowed to himself that next time he faced a monster, he would strive harder and not hinder his instructor again. The incident involving two monsters in the Yin nation was resolved, prompting countless citizens to rejoice and take pride. However, their expressions soon soured as some eager onlookers shared footage of foreign individuals battling monsters. Following Zhao Xiaoyu's defeat of the E-level giant rat beast, other countries began to report E-level monsters emerging one after another, most of which were defensively inclined. Originally, confronting such E-level beasts, known for their defensive capabilities, would require tremendous effort and significant sacrifices. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. Inspired by Zhao Xiaoyu's encounter with the E-level giant rat beast, nations swiftly adopted his tactics, mobilizing numerous fighter jets. These aircraft were equipped with an array of munitions, including armor-piercing shells, penetrating bombs, and incendiary explosives. With ample preparation, these newly emerged E-level monsters, regardless of their formidable defenses or unique abilities to traverse both air and earth, fell under the concentrated bombardment of these specialized projectiles. Hundreds of armor-piercing shells, penetrating bombs, and incendiary explosives struck. Even the toughest exteriors of E-level monsters were breached. They were instantly shattered, powerless against the onslaught, reduced to mere pulp. The fact that foreign nations could effortlessly eliminate the monsters was undoubtedly a positive development for the entire Blue Planet. However, the audacity of these foreign netizens is truly appalling. The words they utter ignite a fury among the netizens of Yin country. Ha ha ha, our great nation has once again effortlessly dispatched a formidable E-class monster. It must be said that Yin country possesses an inherent flaw in its nature. Clearly, missiles could resolve the situation with ease, yet they insist on employing cumbersome mechs. Oh dear, who could argue otherwise? Just look at Yin country's Crimson Storm 2. It appears utterly foolish. Faced with a giant rat, it is incessantly humiliated, unable to catch or strike it. Damn it, our nation is nothing like Yin country in its folly. Thus, we acquired a substantial number of missiles from the esteemed Lighthouse Nation at a minimal cost. Our magnificent Lighthouse Nation's missiles are powerful and affordable. We welcome your patronage. Chapter 158. Critique from the weapons experts of the Lighthouse Nation. The comments from abroad infuriated the netizens of the Flame Nation, prompting them to vehemently refute and berate the critics. Is it not true that your success in dealing with E-class monsters stemmed from adopting our methods for confronting the colossal rat beasts? They exclaimed. You truly lack shame. You dare to claim our strategies for handling E-class monsters as your own. Furthermore, they argued, the monsters that emerge in your countries are merely living targets. Although categorized as E-class, they possess only slightly enhanced defenses. Thus, armor-piercing rounds can easily dispatch them. In contrast, our encounters with rat monsters are entirely different. They are not only swift, but also highly evasive and capable of burrowing underground. How can you even think to compare the two? In summary, a fierce online debate erupted between the netizens of the Flame Nation and those from other countries. Meanwhile, in the Lighthouse Nation, at the Octagon of the Black Palace, Director Durant of the Intelligence Bureau had just finished delivering a report. Upon hearing Durant's updates, Pierce was elated and exclaimed, "Well done, Durant. I hereby command you to arrange for all media outlets to extensively promote the might of the Lighthouse Nation." "At your command, Lord Pierce," Durant replied. But then he seemed to recall something and asked, "By the way, how much have we earned from missile sales recently?" Durant's competence was evident in his seamless transition to the role of Intelligence Bureau Director, as he was intimately familiar with data that traditionally belonged to the finance and military departments. In response to Pierce's inquiry, Durant's face lit up with excitement as he reported, "Esteemed Lord Pierce, we have already garnered over 120 billion Lighthouse coins from completed deliveries, with approximately 200 billion in orders currently in production, eagerly awaiting fulfillment. The order amounts are surging daily. It's absolutely exhilarating." Pierce nodded in satisfaction at the figure, but then Durant's expression darkened as he lamented, "Despite our soaring profits from missile sales, the entire Blue Planet seems to be scrambling to purchase from us. Yet the Iron Brother Nation and the Bear Nation have never bought a single missile. These two countries are practically in cahoots with the Flame Nation. The Great Sun Nation and the Fawning Nation are equally despicable. Not long ago, they clandestinely sought the Flame Nation for mecha manufacturing, and now they return, pitifully begging us to sell them more missiles." Pierce shrugged dismissively, unconcerned. "For opportunists like the Great Sun Nation and the Fawning Nation, we can simply raise the prices on their missile purchases. Why not profit where we can? Moreover, let's sell them some of the outdated missiles from our previous bases. As for the nation of Batai and the country of Gray Bear." At this juncture, Pierce let out a disdainful snort and remarked, "They are akin to stones in a cesspool, foul and unyielding. It is best to disregard them. I shall relish the moment when they come crawling, begging us." The Lighthouse Nation. Not long thereafter, Durant departed from Lord Pierce's office. Upon his return to the Intelligence Bureau, Durant commenced reaching out to reputable media outlets of the Lighthouse Nation. That evening, the most popular new current affairs program, Experts Speak on the Colossal Beasts of Doom, was airing. This show is dedicated to elucidating the mysteries of monsters, inviting renowned experts from the Lighthouse Nation to provide commentary. The invited expert was none other than Churchill, a weapons specialist from the National Defense Department of the Lighthouse Nation. Typically, serving military personnel are prohibited from participating in such media programs. Yet under the auspices of Intelligence Bureau Director Durant, all barriers were effortlessly surmounted. At this moment, weapons expert Churchill grasped the microphone before him and began to speak. "As many of you are aware, our Lighthouse Nation has been tirelessly engaged in missile production. Consequently, as a weapons expert representing the Lighthouse Nation, I have been quite occupied. Hence, as today's guest on the program, I shall keep my remarks brief before I take my leave." Initially, Churchill spoke with a calm demeanor, but soon, he transformed into a fervent orator, exclaiming, "Missiles are magnificent. Our Lighthouse Nation, which is fervently producing missiles, is even more extraordinary." His exuberant outburst startled both the host and the cameraman. However, following this fervent declaration, Churchill appeared to regain his composure. He then arrogantly proclaimed, "I shall not waste words. Allow me to present the videos I have prepared for you. These showcase various nations employing our Lighthouse Nation's missiles to effortlessly annihilate monsters." Upon concluding his statement, Churchill initiated the playback on the electronic screen behind him, displaying footage of different countries battling monsters that day. As the videos played, Churchill provided straightforward commentary. "This is footage of the United Kingdom vanquishing an E-class gorilla beast, utilizing missiles purchased from our Lighthouse Nation. Remarkable." The footage shifted, and Churchill continued with fervor. "Here we have the Great Sun country effortlessly dispatching the ram beast. They, too, employed missiles acquired from our illustrious Lighthouse Nation. Oh yes." The visuals transitioned once more as Churchill elaborated. "Now, this is footage of the honorable country mercilessly slaughtering an E-class zebra beast. Coincidentally, they too used missiles sourced from our Lighthouse Nation." Throughout the hour-long program, Churchill's exuberant commentary occupied 55 minutes. In the final 5 minutes, however, Churchill's expression suddenly grew solemn. Then, unable to contain himself, he burst into uproarious laughter. "Huh, can you believe it? The foolish Yen nation squandered over 100 billion on developing mechs. And what was the outcome? They were utterly toyed with by a mere mouse. It's simply laughable," Churchill exclaimed, as he proceeded to play the video of the giant mouse mocking the Crimson Storm No. 2. After a fit of laughter, Churchill noted that the program was nearing its conclusion and began to summarize. The Yen nation deployed 2 mechs, and in the end, they had to resort to missiles to deal with the mouse. They would have been better off emulating our Lighthouse Nation by utilizing missiles from the start. Thus, the endeavor of the Yen nation to manufacture such colossal missiles is utterly futile. Their strategy of using mechs to combat the giant beasts is entirely misguided. With both manpower and resources at their disposal, it would be far more prudent to intensify the research and development of various missile types. Of course, even if the Yin nation devoted itself entirely to the research and production of missiles, it would still pale in comparison to our magnificent lighthouse nation by a factor of 10,000. Haraha. The commentary by the weapons expert Churchill came to an end, yet the fervent discussions online continued to escalate. While mockery from other nations was to be expected, the troubling reality was that even within the Yin nation, an increasing number of voices were beginning to question this approach. Perhaps, our strategy of mech warfare is indeed a misguided choice. Alas, who among us is without fault? I hope the higher-ups in the Yin nation swiftly shift their focus and prioritize the production of missiles. This cannot continue. I must call 54321 to lodge a complaint. At this rate, the people of the Yin nation will face hunger. What a waste of resources to manufacture mechs, only to be toyed with by monsters. Chapter 159. The anti-EPM device in the blink of an eye. More than half a month had elapsed. Throughout this period, countless netizens engaged in fervent debates, with an increasing number expressing their condemnation of Yin Nation's misguided decision to employ mechas against the monstrous threats. Simultaneously, various nations on Blue Star began to unveil their plans to procure missiles from the Lighthouse Nation. The corrupt nation proclaimed, "The missiles manufactured by the illustrious Lighthouse Nation are simply unparalleled in efficacy. We shall invest another 5 billion Lighthouse currency to acquire 50,000 missiles." The Great Day Nation chimed in, Our astute Great Day Nation would never be as foolish as Yin Nation, squandering trillions on feudal mecha investments. Utilizing missiles against the monsters is the true path to victory. It's a cinch. Hence, we have just secured a reservation for missiles worth 10 billion Lighthouse currency from the Lighthouse Nation. The holding nation remarked, "Purchasing missiles from the Lighthouse Nation to combat the monsters is undoubtedly the most reliable approach. It saves both time and effort. We have confidently ordered missiles worth 20 billion Lighthouse currency." In light of these exorbitant procurement announcements, online discussions intensified. Some inquisitive netizens even scrutinized the missile trade of the Lighthouse Nation. Lo and behold, the price of missiles sold by the Lighthouse Nation astonishingly reaches 100,000 Lighthouse currency each. Is it truly that expensive? Be bold and omit the VAT. Another retorted. Moreover, due to mass production, the cost of each missile has been compressed to below 10,000 Lighthouse currency. Good heavens! That implies the Lighthouse Nation must have sold at least hundreds of thousands of missiles externally. How much profit must they be raking in? While the Lighthouse Nation amassed untold wealth from missile sales, the situation within Yin Nation was dire. Countless household appliances, construction steel, and even automobiles experienced a surge in prices, as numerous renowned steel and material factories were repurposed for mecha production. Consequently, the domestic market faced a shortage of supply due to insufficient production capacity. Anyone with a modicum of market understanding would recognize that when supply fails to meet demand, prices are bound to rise. Discontent with the upper echelons of Yin Nation's strategy to combat monsters with mechas had already been brewing, and the recent wave of price increases further fueled public outcry. Damn it, the prices change daily. I couldn't care less about producing mechas. Just yesterday, I bought an air conditioner for 1,000 currency, and today it costs even more. Who can argue with that? I plan to purchase a car today, but the price has surged nearly 50 since I last checked a few days ago. I truly cannot fathom the intentions of our leaders. Why not learn from the Lighthouse Nation and employ inexpensive yet effective missiles against the monsters? These colossal creations are nothing but insatiable beasts consuming our resources. It is strongly advised to cease the mech project and redirect investments towards missile development. The discontent among the citizens of Yin has intensified significantly. Consequently, the office head can no longer remain idle and promptly organizes a speech to reassure the agitated populace. The current circumstances differ from those of the past, as we find ourselves in a time of war where price increases are to be expected. Therefore, all efforts must be directed towards supporting the war. Certainly, while prices have risen recently, they remain manageable. Thus, I implore everyone to unite with the nation in navigating these hardships. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyu has completed yet another lottery draw. Holding a blue scroll in his hand, he feels neither joy nor sorrow. The A-grade anti-EMP device, capable of thwarting electromagnetic pulses emitted by monsters of A-grade or below. Is it truly possible to defend against electromagnetic pulses? Having traversed from Earth, Zhao Xiaoyu is no stranger to electromagnetic pulse batteries. Goodness! It is well known that such pulses typically occur following a nuclear explosion. Of course, there are various ways to generate nuclear electromagnetic pulses, but it is evident how formidable their power is. Gazing at this skill, Zhao Xiaoyu silently criticizes it in his mind, becoming lost in contemplation. Given the system's provision of this anti-electromagnetic pulse device, it is inevitable that monsters with electromagnetic pulse abilities will emerge in the future. Fortunately, he has preemptively drawn the anti-electromagnetic pulse weapon this time. Otherwise, he would have been caught off guard by a sudden appearance of a monster possessing such a skill. Even piloting the formidable Crimson Storm, he would likely find himself in dire straits. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhao Xiaoyu furrowed his brow. If monsters wielding electromagnetic pulse abilities are already manifesting, it is conceivable that even more powerful monsters with advanced skills will appear. He recalls the atomic breath of the Godzilla monster, which nearly cost him his life. It is imperative to expedite the production of this anti-electromagnetic pulse device, as he must also prepare for other monsters with unique capabilities. Rubbing his slightly swollen forehead, Zhao Xiaoyu instructs the young girl, Emily, to immediately contact the office head. Once the call is connected, it is the secretary who answers, as the head is currently delivering a speech to calm the citizens of Yen. Zhao Xiaoyu addresses the secretary, stating, "I have a weapon device here. Please arrange for personnel to begin research and production immediately. I will send the details to you shortly." The head had previously granted Zhao Xiaoyu the highest authority for research and manufacturing, so the secretary promptly nods in agreement. Zhao Xiaoyu continues, inquiring, "What is the progress on the production of the joyful sprite?" The secretary, well versed in the updates, responds, "The production of the joyful sprite is proceeding remarkably well and has reached 95. It is expected to be completed within a week, perhaps even sooner." After hearing the secretary's report, Zhao Xiaoyu nods in satisfaction. The monsters that have emerged are growing increasingly formidable. It seems that with each appearance, an E-class beast materializes. I firmly believe that it will not be long before even more powerful D-class, C-class, or even higher-tier monsters emerge. Moreover, the abilities these creatures possess will only become more potent. At that moment, it will be impossible for me to manage the simultaneous onslaught of these beasts. Therefore, I must seize the time to construct additional mechs to aid in the defense of the Flame Nation. Additionally, the recently acquired anti-EMP device must be constructed without delay. I have already reviewed the blueprints, and the manufacturing process is not overly complex. If all goes well, I estimate it can be completed within 2 to 3 days. Once the anti-EMP device is operational, it must be fitted to every mech, ensuring a more secure stance when confronting those colossal beasts. Just as Zhao Xiaoyu was lost in thought, a sudden, piercing alarm reverberated through the skies of the base. Zhao Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, his gaze sharpening. Another monster has appeared. Chapter 160. The Strange Birds and Beasts of the Lighthouse Nation in no time. Zhao Xiaoyu piloted the brave blade into the cockpit of the Crimson Storm. At that moment, his communicator chimed, unmistakably signaling Commander Wei's call. "Xiaoyu." 2 spatial rifts have emerged simultaneously. However, they are relatively close to one another, merely about a kilometer apart, located 50 kilometers northeast of the base. The data indicates that the energy fluctuations from both locations are significant, so you must exercise utmost caution. Nodding, Zhao Xiaoyu ended the communication and glanced at Qi Biao, who was also aboard the Crimson Storm too, fully prepared. Zhao Xiaoyu maneuvered the Crimson Storm swiftly towards the site of the monster's emergence. Soon, he and Qi Biao arrived at the battlefield, where the 2 creatures had already crawled out of the rift and congregated. This was fortuitous. They could be dealt with simultaneously, simplifying the task at hand. The first beast was a corpulent creature, resembling a gigantic pig, while the other had flared nostrils, akin to a colossal, inferior horse. At this juncture, the analytical data from the young girl, Emily, was also available. Both the giant pig and the inferior horse were classified as E-level monsters. However, the latter exhibited greater offensive capabilities and was somewhat more formidable. Zhao Xiaoyu assigned the less threatening giant pig to Qi Biao, while he directed the Crimson Storm towards the inferior horse. Observing this, Qi Biao piloted the Crimson Storm too towards the giant pig. The 2 beasts glared fiercely, and with a furious roar, they collided violently with the 2 massive mechs. Subsequently, The Crimson Storm 1 and Crimson Storm 2 engaged in combat with the two E-level monsters. 30 minutes later, Zhao Xiaoyu and Qi Biao successfully vanquished the beasts and began their return to base. Despite the unexpected emergence of two E-level monsters, they lacked any significant skills, allowing Zhao Xiaoyu to swiftly dispatch the inferior horse. The battle extended for half an hour primarily because Zhao Xiaoyu intended to give Qi Biao a chance to practice against the giant pig. Otherwise, it could have been resolved in merely a minute. Upon returning to the base, Zhao Qianru rushed towards him like a whirlwind, flanked by Zhao Dajuan and Su Wenli. After celebrating Zhao Xiaoyu's triumphant return, Zhao Dajuan clapped him on the shoulder and exclaimed with a broad grin, "Ha! You were magnificent, my dear." He then gestured towards the live stream on his newly purchased 200,000 yuan phone. Curious, Zhao Xiaoyu took the phone, and the live stream showcased a monstrous bird brimming with icy, sharp protrusions. "Is this the beast that has appeared in the Lighthouse Nation?" Zhao Xiaoyu inquired, uncertainty in his voice. Zhao Dajuan chuckled heartily, nodding in affirmation. Zhao Xiaoyu responded with a light laugh. Then, he walked over to a nearby small bench and sat down. He casually accepted the sunflower seeds offered by the perceptive Wei Qianru and began to watch the live broadcast of the monstrous creature from the Lighthouse Nation. At that moment, the monstrous bird was surrounded by over 100 fighter jets in the sky, forming a tightly packed encirclement. It was nearly impossible for it to escape. Following a command, hundreds of missiles were launched towards the monstrous bird. However, the creature merely let out a bizarre screech and effortlessly evaded the barrage of missiles like a bolt of lightning. It swiftly lunged towards the fighter jets that were desperately firing missiles. In an instant, the creature's sharp claws brutally tore apart 7 or 8 fighter jets. The remaining pilots, realizing the situation, scattered in panic like frightened birds. In a brief moment, 20 fighter jets were obliterated by the monstrous bird. Witnessing this ferocious creature, Zhao Xiaoyu swallowed hard. This was astonishingly powerful. The helicopter responsible for the live broadcast could only follow the monstrous bird from a distance. In the footage, after defeating the fighter jets, the creature took flight in search of more. Shortly thereafter, it discovered a large gas station. The staff inside, caught off guard, met a grim fate, as they were all devoured by the monstrous bird. Subsequently, the creature began to indulge in the delightful taste of gasoline. 10 minutes later, regrouped and well-prepared, the fighter jets of the Lighthouse Nation returned, this time with a formidable fleet of 300 aircraft. The pilots had learned their lesson, launching missiles from 5 kilometers away from the gas station. Yet, it was to no avail. Hundreds of missiles fell futilely as the monstrous bird's agile form evaded nearly all of them. Only a couple of missiles struck the creature. But such minor attacks clearly did not inflict significant damage. Instead, they only served to enrage the monstrous bird further. It broke through the missile blockade and charged into the swarm of fighter jets, which now seemed to be willingly offering themselves as targets. Boom. One after another, the fighter jets were obliterated by the monstrous bird. Ultimately, at the cost of over 100 aircraft, the remaining jets fled in disarray from the creature's grasp. Meanwhile, in the Black Palace octagonal building, Lord Pierce watched in horror as the fighter jets were slaughtered before the monstrous bird, suffering a devastating defeat. After a moment, Pierce slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming in anger, "Deploy the Moab immediately." The director of the intelligence agency, Durant, turned pale upon hearing this. Massive ordnance airburst? My lord, that is utterly unthinkable. Many residents near the monster's location have yet to evacuate. The MOAB, commonly referred to as the mother of all bombs, boasts an astonishing weight of 10 tons and stretches over 10 meters in length. Upon detonation, it obliterates everything within a 10-mile radius, leaving no survivors, be they human or animal. Moreover, the cost of a single deployment amounts to a staggering 30 million lighthouse coins, and even the stockpiles of the Lighthouse Nation are limited. Pierce cast an angry glare at Durant. "Are you questioning me?" Durant, startled, quickly gestured in denial and promptly set about making arrangements. 10 minutes later, the aircraft tasked with delivering the Moab took flight. The monstrous creature, known as the Strange Bird, was wreaking havoc. Suddenly, it seemed to sense an impending threat. However, before the creature could react, a brilliant, blinding light enveloped its massive form. In an instant, it was reduced to mere ashes without any resistance. Thus, the monstrous creature was finally vanquished by the Lighthouse Nation. Yet, the area within a 10-kilometer radius of the Moab's impact was utterly annihilated. Countless houses and skyscrapers, along with individuals who could not evacuate in time, perished alongside the monstrous being in the wake of the cataclysmic explosion. Chapter 161. The Empire of Yin should disclose mecha manufacturing technology. The Lighthouse Nation has successfully vanquished the monstrous avian creature, yet the cost has been exceedingly steep. However, Zhao Xiaoyu harbors no concern for the price paid by the Lighthouse Nation. Upon witnessing the cataclysmic explosion of the Moab, a formidable weapon unleashed by the Lighthouse Nation, he could not help but sigh deeply. It seems that in the future, bombs alone will not suffice to annihilate such beasts. Subsequently, nations that sought to cut corners by purchasing missiles in bulk found themselves at a loss. The monsters that will emerge henceforth are destined to grow ever stronger. Only by upgrading mechas can a solution be found. After a gentle shake of his head, Zhao Xiaoyu tossed his beloved phone to Zhao Dajuan, casually remarking that he found it utterly uninteresting and was going to retire for the night. Startled, Zhao Dajuan hastily grabbed his precious phone, annoyance flashing across his face as he exclaimed, "You little rascal, do you have any idea how expensive this phone is? Ouch, dear, please loosen your grip, that truly hurts. I shall never mention our darling son again." Setting aside the amusing antics of Zhao Dajuan, similar formidable avian monsters have begun to emerge across other nations on Blue Star, each one as powerful and troublesome as the one faced by the Lighthouse Nation. These creatures are robust and elusive. Countless missiles have failed to bring them down, and many have missed their targets entirely. Some of these beasts possess extraordinary agility. In the Great Day Nation, an exceptionally nimble crimson bird-like monster, akin to lightning, has appeared. The nation deployed hundreds of fighter jets and launched thousands of missiles. Yet none could subdue this lightning bird. Its agility rendered distant missile strikes ineffective, while close-range bombardments suffered catastrophic losses, as the creature swiftly dispatched several fighter jets. Notably, one missile did manage to strike the creature's wing, but inexplicably, it failed to detonate. This failure only intensified the creature's fury, as it promptly pursued and annihilated several more fighter jets. In a fleeting moment, the Great Day Nation found itself powerless against the lightning bird monster, which ravaged half of the Jingxi city, reducing it to ruins. Exhausted, the creature eventually flew to the nearby Husher mountain to rest. Seizing the opportunity while the lightning bird rested, the Great Day Nation mobilized an impressive fleet of 500 fighter jets to encircle Husher mountain. Subsequently, an unrelenting barrage of missiles was unleashed. The ground shook with thunderous explosions that persisted for nearly 10 minutes before finally subsiding. As the smoke cleared, the lightning bird monster was successfully ambushed and brought down. However, the once majestic Husher mountain had been reduced in height by 6 to 7 meters due to the relentless bombardment. Similar scenarios are unfolding across various nations, instilling a pervasive sense of dread. This profound and unfathomable terror has sparked widespread discussion online. Lighthouse Nation netizens, it seems that our recent missiles have proven ineffective against these formidable beasts. Corrupted Nation netizens, I believe the mechs from Flame Nation are far more effective. After all, they have successfully deployed mechs against such powerful giants without excessive struggle. Corrupted Nation netizens, it appears we have misjudged Flame Nation. Perhaps following their path of utilizing mechs to combat monsters is indeed the right course. Great Sun Nation netizens, we, Great Sun Nation, have erred. Every nation on Blue Star has erred. We sincerely apologize to Flame Nation. The creation of mechs to counter the beasts is the only viable long-term solution. Witnessing countless foreign netizens bowing their heads in apology, all Flame Nation netizens felt a surge of pride and joy. Particularly those who steadfastly supported their leadership and believed in the capabilities of the young geniuses from the very beginning were elated. Their perseverance through numerous online skirmishes, where they boldly defended the notion that utilizing mechs against monsters was correct, had finally borne fruit. Despite being mercilessly criticized time and again, they have now witnessed the outcome. Overcome with joy, they wept tears of happiness, then eagerly took to their keyboards to boast to others. Meanwhile, recognizing that missiles could no longer contend with the beasts, an increasing number of nations began reaching out to Flame Nation, requesting assistance in producing mechs to combat the monsters. In the Lighthouse Nation, within the Pentagon, Lord Pierce was currently listening to Durant's report. In summary, Lord Pierce, your standing among the citizens of the Lighthouse Nation is quite poor. Not only has your support plummeted, but Durant hesitated to continue. Lord Pierce, his expression darkened, urged, continue. Durant quickly complied, swallowing hard. and stated, "Moreover, a considerable number of citizens are denouncing you. They claim you are incompetent. They also assert that our Department of Military Affairs is utterly inept." Crash. Enraged, Lord Pierce violently smashed his water cup to smithereens. He then pointed at a group of experts in the office, unleashing a tirade of insults. "You lot are utterly useless. What are you still doing here? Get to work on developing mechs. Immediately create controllable nuclear fusion." The research weapons specialists, chastised by Lord Pierce, fled the office. Once only Durant remained, Lord Pierce instructed him, "Arrange a press conference for me." Half an hour later, Lord Pierce attended the press conference to deliver a speech. "Our great lighthouse nation is invincible. Despite the painful cost, we have successfully eliminated the formidable monstrous avian. However, this was merely an accident, a mistake. The primary reason lies in the mutation of the monsters. Henceforth, it is unlikely that every monster we encounter will possess such strength. Our esteemed nation, the lighthouse country, shall continue to pursue a missile policy to combat the monstrous threats that loom before us. We are resolutely committed to enhancing our missile research and development endeavors." However, just after the press conference where Lord Pierce emphatically vowed to uphold our missile strategy, he returned to his office and immediately contacted the head of the Yin country's office in private. Upon arrival, the secretary approached the head, reporting, "Sir, it is Lord Pierce from the lighthouse country." The head was not taken aback by Pierce's call and promptly switched the line to connect with him. Yet, before he could utter a word, Lord Pierce expressed his dissatisfaction, launching into a fervent tirade. "The entire blue planet is currently besieged by monstrous calamities. All our nations must unite in solidarity. Given that Yin country possesses mecha technology capable of countering these beasts, it would be selfish to hoard such advancements. Therefore, your nation should make this technology public, reveal the controllable nuclear fusion techniques, and all knowledge pertaining to mecha manufacturing. Only then can we collectively address the global menace of monsters." Chapter 162, The Unrivaled D-Class Beasts on the Other End of the Line. The official was utterly astonished after hearing Pierce's remarks. Was this truly Pierce from the Lighthouse Nation? Yet, the words spoken were those of a fool. To suggest that our nation, Yin, should disclose all scientific and technological achievements to combat monsters? What kind of person would dare to utter such absurdity? Regaining composure from the shock, the official shrugged and, with an encouraging tone, responded, "I find the missiles produced by your nation to be quite commendable, affordable, and suitable for all ages. Therefore, I hope your nation continues to persevere and uphold its original intentions in the production of missiles." With that, the official hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the busy signal on the line, Pierce was infuriated. Damn it, this Yin nation truly has no sense of propriety. However, no matter how envious Pierce was of Yan's mech manufacturing technology, he could only stare in frustration, utterly powerless to change the situation. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. During this period, there were 4 monster attacks in Yin. However, under the leadership of Zhao Xiaoyu, alongside Qi Biao and the Mechs Crimson Storm 1 and Crimson Storm 2, all the beasts were efficiently eliminated. While it was said that the duo worked in tandem, it was primarily Zhao Xiaoyu honing Qi Biao's skills, and the results of this training were indeed remarkable. Now, Qi Biao could independently pilot Crimson Storm 2 and handle challenges with confidence. Yet, among the encounters, one stood out as particularly perilous. Recently, a formidable beast appeared, though only one. It was of D-class and an agile, speed-oriented giant monkey beast. This posed a significant challenge for Qi Biao. While the D-class giant monkey beast could not breach the defenses of Crimson Storm 2, Qi Biao, unable to land a hit due to the beast's swiftness, was utterly frustrated. Had it not been for Zhao Xiaoyu occasionally firing the laser cannon and wielding the moonlight blade to strike, Crimson Storm would likely have been dismantled by the D-class giant monkey beast in no time. Zhao Xiaoyu, too, found himself troubled by the agile creature. However, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. After instructing Qi Biao to hold on, he swiftly returned to the base to equip the new mech, Joyful Spirit. Although Joyful Spirit lacked the formidable attack and defense capabilities of Crimson Storm, it was far more agile and nimble. With the introduction of Joyful Spirit, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The once troublesome giant monkey beast was swiftly overwhelmed by Joyful Spirit, and the E-class giant was effortlessly dispatched. Despite the challenges faced, the E-class beast inflicted no casualties upon Yin and was swiftly neutralized. Unfortunately, Other nations were not as fortunate as Yen. Just 2 days prior, in the Lighthouse Nation, a D-class monster with an elongated neck has emerged, bringing calamity upon the Lighthouse Nation. Although this towering beast lacks agility, every missile launched against it was rendered ineffective, as its thick fur absorbed the blows without inflicting any harm. Despite the loss of over 500 fighter jets and the expenditure of countless missiles, the ferocious D-class creature remained unscathed. The long-necked beast wreaked havoc in Wufan City, obliterating even the Silver Gate Bridge into rubble. Pierce's expression darkened with despair. "Damn it! Utterly useless," he bellowed, his frustration boiling over as he chastised the weapon experts in his office. The chastised specialists fell silent, daunted by the uncontrollable beast. Fury and madness filled Pierce's eyes as he shouted, "Deploy the nuclear weapons at once. I demand the demise of this grotesque creature." At Pierce's frenzied command, Durant trembled but did not hesitate this time. He promptly initiated the nuclear launch protocols. 20 minutes later, from a long-abandoned missile silo hidden within the Lighthouse Nation, a brilliant light erupted. Boom! The power of the nuclear bomb was immense, obliterating Wufan City, reducing it to mere historical dust. The long-necked monster within the city was likewise annihilated. Tragically, alongside the beast, over 1 million citizens who had not yet managed to evacuate perished. While the Lighthouse Nation succeeded in vanquishing the D-class monster, they paid an exorbitant price, losing a thriving metropolis and countless lives. Yet, the Lighthouse Nation was not alone. Other nations faced similar fates when confronting D-class monsters. Without comparison, there is no pain. The entire blue planet bore the staggering costs of eradicating these beasts, with some nations nearly facing extinction. In stark contrast, the Flame Nation effortlessly eliminated E-class monsters with their mechs, incurring merely a slight energy expenditure. As a result, the Lighthouse Nation transformed from a hero of the blue planet into a target of scorn among netizens worldwide. Moreover, countless citizens surrounded the Pentagon, protesting vehemently. "Damn missiles are useless against monsters. Outrageous nuclear bombs have destroyed an entire city. We must learn from the Flame Nation and develop mechs to combat these beasts." At that moment, the Pentagon was pelted with countless eggs, turning it into a mottled yellow and white hue. The Egg Palace was born anew. During this upheaval, all netizens from the Flame Nation remarkably united in consensus. Creating mechs was the only viable path forward. However, Zhao Xiaoyu remained indifferent to everything online. At this very moment, he was eagerly preparing for a lottery draw. Moments later, with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow, Zhao Xiaoyu unfurled the golden scroll. The time-space rift penetration device, a mechanism that bestows mechs with the ability to traverse the fissures of time and space. The methods and materials for its construction are as follows. Gazing at the blueprint, Zhao Xiaoyu fell into deep contemplation. After a long while, he murmured, "The time-space rift penetration device, is it?" Having spoken, he promptly dialed the phone of the responsible party. Once again, it was the secretary who answered. However, upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's intent, the secretary swiftly passed the call to the person in charge. Without hesitation, Zhao Xiaoyu spoke directly, "Dear Uncle Leader, I have just devised the time-space rift penetration device. Please arrange for a dedicated team to commence its production immediately. This apparatus is of utmost significance. Given time, it may very well herald the call for counteroffensive." Chapter 163, Oil for Mecha? The office manager ended the call abruptly, yet the astonishment in his eyes lingered. A counterattack through the space-time rift? The manager murmured this phrase repeatedly, savoring its implications. After a moment, a brilliant light ignited in his gaze. "I believe the prodigious talent might indeed accomplish this." He promptly instructed his secretary, "Arrange this at once, as per the young genius's directives. Expedite the construction of the space-time rift penetration device with utmost urgency." Having conveyed his directives, Zhao Xiaoyu began to assess the cards he currently held. Aside from a few trivial gadgets, he possessed controllable nuclear fusion and laser weapon technology. Furthermore, he had an array of armaments for the mechs: the Moonlight Blade, the Lunar Energy Shield, the small mech Brave Blade, Class A EMP countermeasure devices, and the newly acquired space-time rift penetration device. What remained were the larger mechs. To date, 2 Crimson Storms and 1 Joyful Sprite had been manufactured, with 2 additional Crimson Storms and 1 more Joyful Sprite in the final stages of construction. It would not be long before their numbers doubled to 6, thereby alleviating some of his burdens. It is worth noting that Chi Biao was now excelling in piloting the second Crimson Storm, fully capable of independent operation. When the new mechs are completed, I shall assign the task of mentoring the newcomers to him. After meticulously reviewing his strategic assets, Zhao Xiaoyu formulated his plans. Controllable nuclear fusion. As the cornerstone of mech production, currently had no areas for optimization and would be set aside for now. Investment in laser weapon manufacturing could be increased. While they may not deliver fatal blows to increasingly formidable monsters, when deployed en masse, they could effectively disrupt and restrain the creatures. Moreover, the laser weapons produced using his technology were remarkably economical. The Moonlight Blade and Lunar Shield required additional units. Facing the monster's intense assaults in the future would inevitably lead to weapon attrition. Thus, it was prudent to manufacture and stockpile more while time allowed. 3 sets of Class A EMP countermeasures had already been created and equipped on 3 mechs. This device also warranted further production. The 3 upcoming mechs would necessitate additional supplies. A glance at the construction blueprint for the space-time rift penetration device revealed that its assembly was relatively straightforward. It would likely be completed in no time. Zhao Xiaoyu's gaze sharpened. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait a while longer. At that time, I must ensure that a mech is dispatched to venture into the rift to assess the situation. Of course, Zhao Xiaoyu himself could not partake in this endeavor, not out of fear for his life, but due to the presence of the system that accompanied him. Zhao Xiaoyu's role in the Yen Kingdom is immensely more significant than his personal endeavor of piloting mechas to explore the temporal rifts. Of course, even if he were to send others to the temporal rifts, he would not allow them to venture forth unprepared. Prior to their departure, they would undoubtedly be armed to the teeth and meticulously prepared. However, the emergence of increasingly formidable monsters has left Zhao Xiaoyu with a nagging headache. With D-class monsters already appearing, it is reasonable to believe that more powerful C-class monsters will inevitably emerge within a month or 2, given the current pace of monster evolution. Moreover, it seems that 2 rifts have been appearing simultaneously each time. There is a possibility that even more temporal rifts and monsters will manifest in the future. Thus, the production of mechas can not only continue, but must be significantly intensified. With this thought, Zhao Xiaoyu rubbed his aching temples and once again took out his phone to contact the person in charge. The leader had just finished organizing everything and was about to rest, as it was already around 1 in the morning. At that moment, the secretary hurriedly approached with the phone, informing him that a young prodigy was seeking him. The leader was momentarily taken aback, then smiled wryly as he took the phone. The child is indeed full of energy. Zhao Xiaoyu then spoke. Uncle Leader, we must ramp up the production of giant mechas. We need to ensure that each province has at least 1 mecha stationed. Hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's insistence on accelerating mecha production, the leader replied with a wry smile. I will instruct the team to increase the procurement of raw materials. In truth, we are already utilizing all available resources. However, the resources of our Yen Kingdom are limited, and even if we enhance the speed of mecha construction, it will not be rapid. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Xiaoyu suggested, then, Uncle Leader, we could assist other nations wishing to construct mechas, exchanging our guidance for substantial resources. The leader nodded in agreement. He had already considered this approach. After hearing Zhao Xiaoyu's proposal, he decisively made the decision. Once the communication ended, Zhao Xiaoyu called Chi Biao, instructing him to gather the other 9 elite pilots for an enjoyable evening training session. While waiting, Zhao Xiaoyu found himself restless. Damn, having slept too much during the day, he was now unable to sleep at night. The following morning, the secretary rushed to report to the leader. Report, a call has just come in from Elon Country, expressing great interest in discussing mecha manufacturing technology with us. The leader felt a surge of delight upon hearing this. It was indeed a case of someone delivering a pillow when he was already drowsy. Elon Country is a major oil-producing nation. However, they are also unfortunate, as they are sanctioned by Lighthouse Nation, rendering their abundant oil unsellable. Thus, Elon Country is, in reality, quite impoverished. Nevertheless, the Yen Kingdom is unable to engage in trade with Elon Country, due to the current focus of Yen Nation on the development of mechs. A significant allocation of resources has rendered many commodities unattainable, particularly oil, which is a long-term consumable resource and thus exceedingly scarce. Furthermore, the escalating tensions brought about by the monster invasion have caused the prices of oil to surge dramatically. Although Yen Nation has achieved controlled nuclear fusion, many essential technologies still rely on oil. Without it, they would be rendered obsolete, akin to mere scrap metal. This includes vehicles, ships, aircraft carriers, airplanes, and tanks, among others. The absence of these vital resources could potentially set back Yin Nation's technological advancements by 3 decades. Now, a lucrative opportunity has presented itself. The oil magnate from Ichiro Nation has approached us, indicating a desire to exchange oil for Yin Nation's mech manufacturing technology. As anticipated by our leadership, the Secretary confirmed that Ichiro Nation is prepared to engage in substantial trade, offering a considerable amount of oil in return for our expertise in mech construction and the provision of skilled personnel in this field. Chapter 164. The emergence of the Bat Titan. Upon hearing the directive from the leader, the Secretary hesitated before speaking. Sir, might our actions provoke discontent from the Lighthouse Nation? What if this exacerbates the conflict? The leader scoffed in response, dismissing the concerns, such narrow-minded thinking. What do we, the Flame Nation, have to fear? We are in a time of war. Who still cares about the sanctions imposed by the Lighthouse Nation? Furthermore, even in peacetime, we would not cower. Under the Secretary's guidance, a representative from the one country swiftly traveled to the Flame Nation to negotiate cooperation. An hour later, amidst a harmonious atmosphere, the one country and the Flame Nation successfully forged a cooperation agreement. The one country would supply an abundant amount of oil resources to the Flame Nation. Essentially, whatever the Flame Nation required, the one country would provide. With the extensive reserves of oil from the one country, they would cater to the Flame Nation's needs without hesitation. In return, the one country was more than willing to become the Flame Nation's third partner in mech manufacturing, following the Gray Bear Nation and the Iron Brother Nation. The successful partnership with the Flame Nation filled the one country with immense joy. It is noteworthy that out of the hundreds of nations on Blue Star, almost all had approached the Flame Nation, eager to establish cooperation in mech technology. Yet, apart from the Iron Brother Nation and the Gray Bear Nation, only the one country had succeeded. Moreover, the Flame Nation's audacity was remarkable. They showed no fear of the Lighthouse Nation's sanctions and boldly collaborated with them. The Flame Nation was indeed a benefactor to the one country. Henceforth, all oil would be exclusively sold to the Flame Nation. Even if other nations offered higher prices, they would not entertain those deals. Shortly thereafter, news broke that the one country and the Flame Nation had reached a significant cooperation agreement, becoming partners. This announcement sparked fervent discussions online and quickly ascended to the headlines of major media outlets. Meanwhile, in the Lighthouse Nation, within the Oval Office of the Black Palace, the pristine teacup on the table met a disastrous fate as it was violently shattered by Lord Pierce Durant, who had just reported the cooperation between the one country and the Flame Nation, stood nearby, too intimidated to speak. Damn it! How dare the Flame Nation disregard our blockade of the one country and engage in oil transactions with them? After muttering a few curses under his breath, Lord Pierce seized the telephone from the table and dialed the office of the Flame Nation's leader. The call was promptly answered by the leader's secretary. Damn it! Have your superior pick up the phone. I demand to know what is happening. How can they defy our blockade of the one country and dare to trade oil with them? Are they attempting to challenge the might of our great Lighthouse Nation? Upon hearing Lord Pierce's thunderous outburst, the secretary quickly relayed the message to the leader. However, the leader paid no heed to Pierce's fury. With a casual demeanor, he instructed his secretary, just tell him I'm busy, and then disregard him. Although the secretary harbored some concerns, she dutifully complied with her superior's orders, executing them with unwavering precision. I'm sorry, our director is occupied and unable to take your call, she stated, promptly disconnecting the line. The sound of the busy signal echoed in Lord Pierce's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. Moments later, his furious roar reverberated throughout the octagonal building of the Black Palace. Damn it! Organize a press conference immediately. I shall impose sanctions on Yin Nation. We shall resolutely refrain from selling any missiles to Yin Nation. An hour later, Lord Pierce announced the sanctions against Yin Nation at the press conference. However, upon hearing the news in Yin Nation, countless netizens erupted in laughter. What the heck? This is hilarious. Sanctions? Is that all? Haha, what a joke. When have we ever purchased missiles from you? Exactly. We have plenty of missiles of our own. Besides, we don't rely on missiles. We possess formidable mechs. Haha, congratulations to the Elong Nation for finally stepping onto the right path. As time flew by, more than a month had passed unexpectedly. To Zhao Xiaoyu's surprise, everything on Blue Star remained tranquil, with no country discovering any temporal rifts. As winter gradually descended, Zhao Xiaoyu had just finished breakfast. Stepping out of his room and gazing at the brilliant sun in the sky, he tightened his collar. Winter had arrived. Even with sunny weather, the chill was palpable. As he turned back into his room, an idea crossed Zhao Xiaoyu's mind. Could the cold winter weather be the reason the temporal rifts were less active? He quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. Why ponder so much? On such a splendid winter day, it was perfect for a nap. Thus, he snuggled back into his warm blankets, drifting off to sleep once more. The weather grew increasingly frigid, and deep winter had set in. Zhao Xiaoyu had just concluded a call with technicians in Elong Nation, who were encountering minor technical issues in mech production. The problem was not significant. It was merely the compatibility standards in the manufacturing phase that were not being met. However, with Zhao Xiaoyu's remote assistance, the issue was easily resolved. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the ever-flowing clouds above. In a month's time, the new year would arrive. He wondered when the next wave of monsters would emerge. Sometimes, it truly felt as though good omens were absent while misfortunes loomed large. Just as Zhao Xiaoyu was lost in thought, the base's alarm blared ominously. He pinched his cheek, exclaiming, "Oh no, look at my ill-fated tongue." After a moment of self-deprecation, he swiftly piloted the Blade of the Brave into the Crimson Storm's cockpit. "Xiaoyu, a new fissure has appeared in Yunnan Guizhou province, 300 kilometers away. Please hasten to investigate the situation." Upon receiving Commander Wei's message, Zhao Xiaoyu blinked in surprise. 300 kilometers away. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Xiaoyu emerged from the Crimson Storm, opting for the highly maneuverable Yedong Spirit to expedite his journey. This would certainly enhance his speed. Just as he departed the base in the Yedong Spirit, Commander Wei transmitted images from 300 miles away. At that moment, the monstrous creature had already manifested. This time, it was a colossal beast resembling a bat, with a head akin to that of a rodent, its entire form cloaked in disheveled fur. Moreover, a viscous, yellowish substance continuously oozed from the gaps between its enormous teeth. Even through the screen, an overwhelming sense of revulsion washed over him. Upon witnessing the grotesque appearance of the bat-like monster, Zhao Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. This abhorrent creature was truly repulsive. "No, I must pierce your throat." Chapter 165. The Bat Behemoth and the Serpent Monster. Zhao Xiaoyu set forth in the Crimson Storm. However, scarcely had he stepped outside when the alarm bells blared once more within the base. Upon receiving the alarming news, Commander Wei promptly relayed the intelligence to Zhao Xiaoyu. A colossal serpent creature had emerged 100 kilometers north of the base. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhao Xiaoyu thought it fitting. It would have been peculiar for only a single monster to appear. Thus, to ensure caution, he instructed Qi Biao to pilot Crimson Storm No. 2, while others were to take Crimson Storm No. 3 to eliminate the serpent beast. As Zhao Xiaoyu made his way toward the location of the Bat Behemoth, Commander Wei was already engaged in directing the battle at the site of the monster's emergence. Zhao Xiaoyu's arrival in the Crimson Storm would take some time, and this interval was critically significant. Commander Wei had to devise every possible strategy to delay the Bat Behemoth, at least until Zhao Xiaoyu could arrive. Otherwise, should the Bat Behemoth roam freely into any town, the resultant destruction and casualties would be unfathomably catastrophic. All fighter jets were dispatched, taking to the skies in waves to execute harassment attacks. Remember, hold the line and maintain the pressure. With the command issued, hundreds of fighter jets surrounded the Bat Behemoth, relentlessly charging toward it, unleashing flares and specialized munitions. A multitude of strikes cascaded toward the behemoth, yet the impact was negligible, as its agility allowed it to evade all assaults with ease. Moreover, the Bat Behemoth possessed a sonic weapon, effortlessly unleashing a wave of sound that brought down 2 helicopters without a hint of resistance. The once tight encirclement suddenly had a gaping hole, through which the Bat Behemoth deftly escaped. Realizing the creature had fled, the fighter jets pursued with all their might. However, they were soon outpaced by the Bat Behemoth. Now free from the incessant annoyance of the jets, the creature began a path of destruction. Fortunately, Commander Wei had preemptively arranged for the police to evacuate nearby residents. So what appeared to be severe devastation did not result in actual casualties. Nonetheless, the gas stations along its path suffered greatly. In a mere 10 minutes, the Bat Behemoth visited 4 stations, depleting their gasoline supplies. Meanwhile, survivors hiding among the rubble began filming the Bat Behemoth's rampage, sharing the videos online. Viewers reacted fervently, commenting, "Wow, this Bat Behemoth is tough to handle. Indeed, it moves too swiftly. Our combat capabilities and helicopters are merely trailing behind, choking on its wake. At least it's only drinking fuel. Otherwise, it would demolish the entire city. As Zhao Xiaoyu raced along the road, he found himself a mere 40 minutes away from the location of the bat-like behemoth. At that moment, he was deep in contemplation. The vast expanse of the Yen nation was a double-edged sword. The current scarcity of mechas, still in single digits, posed a significant drawback. Without a substantial numerical presence, formidable mobility remained elusive. Not only did this inefficiency consume precious time, but it also risked trampling over numerous resources, leading to considerable economic losses. While Zhao Xiaoyu was lost in thought, the analytical data from the young girl, Emily, emerged. Dear Master, this bat-like behemoth is classified as a D-grade monster. It possesses all the abilities of a bat and can emit ultrasonic waves as a means of attack. Given its capability of flight, remarkable agility, and formidable wings and claws, this creature undoubtedly ranks as D and is perilously close to C-grade. Upon hearing Emily's analysis, Zhao Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed. Was it truly nearing the C-grade threshold? Just as he departed the base and had traveled for a little over 10 minutes, Qi Biao piloted the Crimson Storm No. 2 alongside the Crimson Storm No. 3, engaging in fierce combat with the Serpentine monster. Observing that he still had nearly half an hour to reach the battlefield, Zhao Xiaoyu took the opportunity to closely watch the unfolding battle on Qi Biao's front. The initial stages of the confrontation seemed promising. Qi Biao and another ace pilot operated their Crimson Storm mechas in seamless harmony. One engaged the Serpentine behemoth in close combat wielding the Moonlight Blade, while the other provided distant harassment with a laser cannon. 5 minutes elapsed, and the two mechas maintained a firm grip on the upper hand against the Serpentine monster, making the battle appear relatively effortless. However, in a sudden turn of events, the Serpentine monster's body swelled rapidly, ensnaring the Crimson Storm No. 2 with lightning speed. The pilot of the Crimson Storm No. 3, who was engaged in close quarters, found himself in a predicament. The entanglement of Qi Biao's Crimson Storm No. 2 by the Serpentine beast was too tight. The laser cannon was rendered unusable, and the Moonlight Blade could not be brought down. Consequently, the situation reached an impasse. Chapter 167, Reborn Again? The Grand Finale. The monstrous serpent tightened its grip around the Crimson Storm No. 2 piloted by Qi Biao. As the creature exerted its strength, the perilous hold on the mech intensified. Another ace pilot attempted to rush in for a close-range strike, yet the serpent's armored scales were taut, rendering the Moonlight Blade's attack nearly ineffective. In response to the assault, the serpent constricted even further. At that moment, Qi Biao, ensnared within the grip, shouted frantically to the ace pilot in the Crimson Storm No. 3, urging him to retreat and initiate the overload laser cannon attack. Unlike the melodramatic scenes often portrayed in television dramas, the ace pilot nodded firmly and withdrew, promptly activating the overload laser cannon. This enhanced mode, optimized by Zhao Xiaoyu, allowed for a tenfold power output in an instant, delivering a devastating blow. However, this method was highly energy-consuming and could inflict significant damage on the mech. In this dire moment, such concerns were secondary. With a resounding boom, the fully charged energy cannon struck the serpent, producing immediate and noteworthy results. The creature was blasted, bloodied, and momentarily released its hold on the mech. Although the Crimson Storm No. 2 was liberated, it sustained over 70 damage due to the backlash from the overload energy cannon. Observing the effectiveness of the attack, the ace pilot in the Crimson Storm No. 3's gaze turned icy as he brandished the Moonlight Blade and charged forward. A minute later, the serpent met its demise. 10 minutes later, the cleanup crew arrived to manage the aftermath. Zhao Xiaoyu, having witnessed the entire battle, fell into deep contemplation. It appeared essential to construct more powerful mechs to confront such formidable adversities. 5 minutes later, Zhao Xiaoyu found himself 300 kilometers away, colliding with the recently fueled Bat Beast. Without hesitation, he piloted the Agile Spirit into combat against the Bat Beast. The creature proved to be exceedingly agile. However, it faced an even more nimble opponent in the Agile Spirit. Throughout the encounter, Zhao Xiaoyu maintained the upper hand. Yet, in a moment of inattention, the Bat Beast unexpectedly maneuvered behind him, capturing the Agile Spirit in its grasp and soaring into the skies. Zhao Xiaoyu struggled to escape the grip, twisting and turning, but to no avail. It was not until they soared to an altitude of 20,000 meters that the Bat Beast finally released its hold. In an instant, The agile spirit plummeted. If all went as anticipated, the fall would surely be catastrophic. However, at the moment of descent, Zhao Xiaoyu swiftly drew a dagger, plunging it deep into the bat beast's flesh. Given the agile spirit's relatively low attack power, he had coated the dagger with a specially crafted venom. At this moment, the gaping wound on the abdomen of the colossal bat had begun to bleed profusely, showing signs of corrosion. Meanwhile, the winds howled around the agile sprite, growing ever more tumultuous. Fortunately, the agile sprite was able to momentarily take flight due to its dynamic skill, allowing for a safe landing. Shortly thereafter, the colossal bat descended to the ground, but it was evident that it had been poisoned, its movements no longer as nimble. Thus, Zhao Xiaoyu piloted the agile sprite once more into an assault against the bat, but it proved futile. The beast was vanquished. However, the agile sprite suffered an injury, having lost an arm in the bat's counterattack. Observing the grim outcome, Zhao Xiaoyu furrowed his brow, realizing the creature was growing stronger. He hoped that the next lottery would yield a formidable mech. 3 days passed, and the agile sprite, Crimson Storm No. 2, and Crimson Storm No. 3 were still under repair. Zhao Xiaoyu eagerly awaited the arrival of the lottery time. Just then, alarms blared throughout the base. Zhao Xiaoyu sighed, lamenting how swiftly these monsters appeared. A sense of unease stirred within him. He shook his head and turned to the little girl, Emily, inquiring about the specifics of the situation. However, her response caused his heart to sink. "Report, Master. We have detected a powerful fluctuation, likely indicating a monster of Class A or above." Was an A-class monster already manifesting? Presently, he could only contend with Class B creatures. Encountering an A-class would leave him with no chance of victory at all. Yet, he cast a lingering glance towards the direction of his loved ones, his parents, grandparents, his sister Xiao Ru, and the countless citizens of Yin country. He knew he could not retreat. Resolute determination gleamed in Zhao Xiaoyu's eyes as he resolved to detonate the Mech's controllable nuclear fusion, transforming it into a colossal hydrogen bomb. He would then pilot the small mech, the Brave Blade, to safety. The command center had also detected the presence of a suspected A-class monster. However, after reporting, Commander Wei received orders to lead Zhao Xiaoyu and his parents to evacuate immediately, forbidding any resistance. In the event of an emergency, other elite pilots could man the giant mechs to cover their retreat. When Commander Wei arrived alongside Mr. and Mrs. Su to Zhao Xiaoyu's side, he was preparing to board the Brave Blade. Zhao Dajuan shouted urgently, "Foolish son, run. This monster is too powerful. We must retreat at once." Witnessing Zhao Dajuan's bloodshot eyes and desperate cries, Su Wenli gazed at him anxiously. Zhao Xiaoyu's heart was a tumult of emotions. Yet, he soon broke into a smile, his youthful face radiating brilliance. "Dad, Mom, you must evacuate first. I cannot leave just yet. For what is the battlefield if not a place to die for one's country? Why should one be wrapped in horsehide for burial?" As Zhao Xiaoyu turned to face Commander Wei, he spoke earnestly. "Uncle Wei, I entrust my parents to you. Please take good care of them." With that, he disregarded the thunderous shouts of Zhao Dajuan and the heart-wrenching cries of Su Wenli. He swiftly turned away and logged into the Brave One, soaring into the cockpit of the Crimson Storm. Half an hour later, Zhao Xiaoyu piloted the Crimson Storm to the scene. At that moment, a colossal claw emerged from the rift in the sky, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, stretching over 200 meters. Zhao Xiaoyu struggled to swallow, questioning whether this creature was truly merely an A-class monster. Nevertheless, he had no time for doubt. He immediately activated the overload laser cannon. However, after firing 2 shots, he realized the creature remained unharmed. The monstrous form of the beast had fully emerged from the rift, revealing an enormous avian creature. Its wings alone spanned over 600 meters, and its height surpassed 800 meters. The once mighty Crimson Storm appeared diminutive in comparison, akin to a mere toy. At that moment, the frantic scream of a little girl pierced the air. "Master, this is an SSS-class monster. Run." Upon hearing her warning, Zhao Xiaoyu's expression shifted dramatically. It was indeed an SSS-class monster. He had initially intended to test his skills against an A-class beast, but now he needed to detonate his mech immediately. Confronting an SSS-class monster was futile. Even 100 Crimson Storms would not suffice. The only viable option was to obliterate the creature. Having mentally rehearsed the procedure countless times, Zhao Xiaoyu executed his actions with remarkable precision. The controllable nuclear fusion operated at maximum capacity as he charged fearlessly toward the SSS-class avian behemoth. With a thunderous roar, an explosive blast ascended into the heavens as the Crimson Storm successfully detonated the nuclear fusion against the colossal creature. A massive mushroom cloud billowed upward, and Zhao Xiaoyu piloted his battered Brave One through the thick smoke, successfully escaping. The plan had succeeded. However, just as Zhao Xiaoyu felt a surge of relief, the mushroom cloud dissipated, swept away by the gigantic wings of the SSS-class avian monster. Though the beast was wounded and bloodied, it was still airborne. In one swift motion, as it flapped its wings, the Brave One was struck down before Zhao Xiaoyu could react. With a resounding crash, the mecha was crushed beneath the immense foot of the super avian monster. As Zhao Xiaoyu witnessed that monumental foot descending upon him, he instinctively closed his eyes, thinking to himself that this was the end. He truly believed he was doomed. However, when Zhao Xiaoyu opened his eyes, he was startled to find the surroundings filled with a cacophony. It seemed that he had somehow been reborn.